I was bound by the loss rebate system. As long as the company loses money, I get a tenfold rebate, bigger and stronger. So, I infiltrated Moda University of Science and Technology and, among countless geniuses, found the most clueless one, Lu Ming. The pixel-style games he made were mocked by all the executives, who said he was stuck in the last century. Perfect, this guy was clearly a money loser. I made the decision on the spot to appoint him as my game director, solely focused on helping me lose money. But I didn't know that my seemingly naive director was actually a golden game producer who had traveled back in time. My name is Lu Ming, a senior student majoring in game design at Shanghai University of Science and Technology, currently participating in the campus recruitment fair. At that time, a group of gaming company CEOs, accompanied by school administrators, came to review our graduation projects. Watching the executives walk past each booth, nodding and praising the other students. My advisor, teacher Fang Xiaoxiao, couldn't hide her smug delight. After all, she had gone to great lengths to invite these executives. If any student got noticed and received an offer, it would look good on her record too. Yet when the executives reached my booth, they all froze in surprise. Among a collection of high-definition games, my pixel art style and pixel manager stands out far too abruptly. The CEO of Zhongshan Company, Chen Zhiming, couldn't help but ask Teacher Fang if I was her student. Although Teacher Fang felt somewhat awkward. But I still admitted it and explained that I had changed my graduation project temporarily a month ago. Chen Zhiming walked up to my stall and asked me to explain the game's rules. I quickly introduced this game that combines simulation management, sports competition, and real-time competition, showing him the content. Though his eyes lit up, the other executives behind him couldn't help but mock it, complaining about the retro graphics, and left in disappointment. Actually, I had traveled to this world just a month and a half ago. I went from being a renowned game designer to this penniless guy. The technological advancement here is faster than in my previous life, but the gaming industry is far worse, with monotonous gameplay solely focused on graphics and pay-to-win mechanics. I traveled through time with a game open source creation system, but to activate it, I had to complete 2 beginner tasks. Independently develop a game within 6 months and secure a position at or above the director level in a gaming company. Within 6 months, achieve over 80% positive reviews for the game and profits exceeding 5 million. Otherwise, the system would self-destruct, and I would lose my memories from my past life. To complete the tasks, I took an unconventional approach by using this game to attract attention at the campus recruitment fair, but reality was harsh. Most executives were put off by the graphics quality. In the end, even Chen Zhiming shook his head and left. I was utterly disheartened, especially since the system's task failure was just days away. Just then, a mature and sultry voice spoke up. A beautiful woman named Xia Tian said she thought my game was impressive, and invited me to join her company as the game director. The room fell silent instantly, and all the executives who had just dismissed me turned their attention to her. Teacher Fang hurried over to persuade her, but Xia Tian didn't care at all. After asking me a few questions in the summer, they announced that their newly established, yet to produce any work startup company wanted me. He even excitedly extended his hand to welcome me aboard. The executives around wore expressions of disdain and doubt, while Teacher Fang was so anxious he stomped his feet. But they didn't know that the moment I shook hands with Xia Tian, a system notification sounded in Xia Tian's mind. Loss rebate system activated. Once I incur a loss, she receives a tenfold rebate. Chapter 1: Retro Games Are for Dogs. Inside the Campus Activities Guidance Center at Magic City University of Science and Technology. A group of middle-aged executives dressed in suits and speaking with distinction. Under the guidance of school officials, they entered the auditorium for this year's campus recruitment fair. They were there to observe the job fair organized by the 4th-year students of the game design department. On the numerous large screens connected to the venue, the final projects of these soon-to-be graduates are being displayed. As they walked past each booth, the executives from the game companies nodded approvingly. That student named Su Feng was quite impressive. The graphics of his game looked like they were created using the latest Iceberg engine. No wonder it's one of the top science and technology universities in the country. The resources are top-notch. The work of that student named Chen Hai was also impressive. The game's combat mechanics felt great. I'm quite interested in Su Dong's equipment upgrade development system. He's a real talent. Hearing the remarks from the executives, Fang Xiaoxiao, the counselor and teacher for this year's 25th grade students, couldn't help but smile to herself. She had gone to great lengths to invite these executives. If her students could catch their attention, or even receive direct job offers, it would be a glorious achievement in her teaching career. While the executives were admiring countless games, suddenly, the executives' gazes paused briefly. They stopped in front of a nearly deserted booth with peculiar expressions. They pointed at the young man with a sunny smile across the way. Chen Zhiming, the CEO of the leading company, couldn't help but furrow his brows and ask, "Mr. Fang, is this student also your disciple?" Following the direction of his finger. When he saw the student waving hello, Fang Xiaoxiao, who had been smiling broadly, couldn't help but twitch slightly. Under the meaningful glances of the executives, she nodded awkwardly. "Yes. His name is Lu Ming. A month ago, he suddenly changed his thesis topic and eventually completed this work. When she mentioned the word project, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but emphasize those two words. Changing one's thesis topic at the last minute is a major taboo. And Lu Ming's revised thesis was simply too eye-catching. Among a group of games with CG graphics that almost perfectly replicate reality, even at extreme distances. What on earth is Lu Ming's Pixel Manager all about? A game made up of individual pixels. What era are we in? Are you living in the 1980s? Fang Xiaoxiao did suggest to Lu Ming that he should switch back to his original graduation project. But Lu Ming firmly refused, insisting on using the current Pixel Manager. Seeing Fang Xiaoxiao's frustrated expression, several game company executives couldn't help but feel curious. A student who dares to use such low-quality graphics must either be a clueless slacker, or they're a genius with real talent. Unable to resist, Chen Zhiming walked over to Lu Ming's booth and asked with a smile, "Could you tell me about your game and explain how it works?" Seeing that someone had finally come to his booth, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Of course I can. I'm sure you all have some knowledge of various ball sports, right? My game, Pixel Manager, lets you take on the role of a professional manager and experience management in the workplace, business, and sports fields. It's a game that combines simulation management, sports competition, and real-time competition." After finishing his explanation, Lu Ming demonstrated the game's content to Chen Zhiming in front of him. Despite the simple graphics, the content he presented still caught Chen Zhiming's attention. Just as he was about to say something else, the executives behind him couldn't help but mock him. "The graphics of this game are way too retro. It looks like something from the FC era." Exactly. Who would play something this retro? These days, people are all about sensory stimulation and the thrill of endless upgrades and spending money to get stronger. This game isn't going to work. Let's check out other booths. After saying that, the executives left with a hint of disappointment. In response, Lu Ming's smile remained unchanged. He watched as these clueless guys quickly left. However, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, glancing at the countdown timer on his system task. "If it weren't for me ending up in this poor guy's body, do you think I wouldn't want better graphics?" That's right, he wasn't actually from this world. Half a month ago, he had been reincarnated into this parallel world. From a renowned game designer in his previous life, he had become a fourth-year student majoring in game design at Magic City University. With limited resources, limited talent, and no connections. This original host, also named Lu Ming. If things go as expected, he'll end up at a third-rate company after graduation. If he's lucky, he'll join a second-tier game company to gain experience. Until, at 35, he is laid off and becomes high-quality talent for society. After reviewing his work, Lu Ming's evaluation was just two words: a complete mess. In this world, technological levels are slightly more advanced compared to my previous life. However, the gaming industry is far inferior to what it once was. Ultimately, the dividing line for games in this world seems to have begun with the FC game era. The technology in this world is slightly more advanced than that of Earth in the past. This led to FC games just gaining popularity when the first 3D game was already created. Players quickly became obsessed with them, and the era of online gaming arrived prematurely. Other game companies had no choice but to shift their focus to the 3D game sector. Subsequent eras such as the SFC, GBA, and GC, DNS, and even the now familiar Switch era never materialized. Many classic games from the past have vanished. Today's gaming industry is characterized by monotonous gameplay. The focus is on higher graphics quality, more advanced engines, and then endless in-game purchases and assembly line production. Lu Ming's system, which he brought with him when he traveled through time, seems to have been designed specifically to conquer this untapped market. Game Open Source Creation System. A points-based exchange system. It contains the source code architecture of all the games Lu Ming played in his previous life. Once this Pandora's box is opened, Lu Ming can instantly dominate the gaming market across the universe. However, the system has also presented Lu Ming with some challenges. To unlock the system, he must first complete 2 beginner tasks assigned by the system. Task: Activate. Requirement 1: within 6 months, independently develop and complete a game, and secure a position at the director level or above at any game company. Requirement 2: within 6 months, the game must achieve over 80% positive reviews and generate profits exceeding 5 million. Task success: the system is successfully activated. Task failure: the system self-destructs, and the host will lose all memories of their previous life. When Lu Ming saw these 2 task requirements, he was completely stunned. "Wait, you want me, a senior in college, to be a game director? Earn 5 million in half a year? Do you think I'm Hidetaka Miyazaki or Gabe Newell?" Sigh, the system's punishment is too harsh. To avoid being erased from memory in 6 months, he had no choice but to take a risky path. He hopes to catch the attention of a game company executive at the campus recruitment fair. Alas, preconceived notions are like a mountain in one's heart. Simply the graphics alone. It was enough to lose the interest of over 90% of the executives. Hearing the words of the executives behind him, Chen Shiming paused for a moment. Fortunately, he laughed it off and stood up as well. They were right. Nowadays, games are all about graphics, upgrades, and in-game purchases. Lu Ming's game, in their eyes, was simply too unpolished. A genius living in his own fantasy world was bound to be torn apart by reality. Why waste time on him? Shaking his head, he turned and walked away without looking back. Failed? Seeing the last executive leave, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel disheartened. There was less than a week left until the system task failed. Was he really going to fail before he could even begin to make a name for himself? Just as Lu Ming sighed. Little did he know that the next moment, a mature, seductive voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. This game is pretty good. Would you like to join our company and become our game director? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire venue fell silent. The group of executives who had previously looked down on Lu Ming almost simultaneously stopped in their tracks. Their cold stares turned toward the source of the voice that had just contradicted them. There stood a beautiful woman with a faintly contemptuous smile on her lips and a tear tattoo beneath her eyebrows. She was smiling sweetly at Lu Ming. She was dressed in high-end luxury clothing that Lu Ming couldn't even name. With her tall, slender figure and mature, magnetic voice, Lu Ming would have believed she was the lead actress from some TV drama. Fang Xiaoxiao, standing beside him, turned pale upon seeing the woman. She hurried over to her best friend, Xia Tian. She gently tugged at her clothes. It's not summer. You can't be so desperate. Lu Ming's work. Does he have talent? Are you going to sleep with him? To her surprise, upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian rolled her eyes. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Ming, as if he were looking at his own possession. Walking up to Lu Ming, she smiled and asked her question. Mr. Lu, you don't have any internship experience, do you? Yes. If one didn't count his previous life, he indeed had no work experience in a game company in this life. No work plans or other game projects either? No. Great. A perfect raw gem. We're hiring you. After speaking, Xia Tian suddenly extended his right hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Lu, Moya welcomes you to join us anytime. This. Hearing Xia Tian's words, the expressions of the surrounding big bosses grew peculiar. Their expressions towards Xia Tian almost turned into question marks. This Mr. Xia really has an eye for talent. Is Mung Bean also a game company? I've never heard of it before. I know, they're also in our tech tower. It's a newly established company with no portfolio yet. No wonder. Young people are full of themselves. It's normal. After speaking, the few executives exchanged a knowing smile. No one said anything else. However, the contempt for Lu Ming and Xia Tian was evident to everyone present. Fang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, couldn't help but stamp her feet in frustration. Her best friend had just started a game company. She had thought to give her a helping hand and had secretly arranged for her to join this campus recruitment event. Yet among all the talented people around, why did she have to choose Lu Ming? What Fang Xiaoxiao didn't know was, at the very moment Lu Ming shook hands with Xia Tian, a crisp system notification sounded in Xia Tian's mind as well. Ding! Connection established. You have been bound to an agent. Confirm character, Lu Ming. Loss recovery system officially activated. If the agent incurs losses, the system will compensate the host with a tenfold return. Chapter 2, Projects under 1 million are not approved. With a smile, Xia Tian tossed a flirtatious glance at Lu Ming before striding away with nonchalance. As for the other geniuses, she didn't even glance at them. That's right, she's also the owner of the system. In fact, her outfit, which was a mix of Prada and Gucci, clearly showed that she wasn't short on money. Her family's Qinghe Entertainment was one of the top entertainment companies in the entire Dragon Nation. It has countless artists, singers, and celebrities under its umbrella. Unfortunately, there's a large family, all clinging to the empire her grandfather built. To vie for power and influence, the younger generation has no choice but to enter the fray. Originally, she had no interest in getting involved in this power struggle among the 9 heirs. But at that very moment, a loss-leading rebate system was bestowed upon her. As long as the company keeps investing and losing money, her account will be credited with 10 times the amount, over and over again. Of course, to prevent Xia Tian from abusing the system also imposed obstacles on her. She couldn't invest on her own. Instead, she had to choose an agent. Additionally, she must not disclose any information about the system to the agent, not even hints. So, she must find a gullible agent to help her keep making money. But where can she find such a naive agent? The person must be ambitious, sufficiently stubborn, even a bit obstinate and old-fashioned, unable to keep up with the times. Originally, Xiaotian had no expectations for this trip to Magic City University of Science and Technology. But among all the promising candidates, she actually encountered her destined problem child. Sitting in her Porsche Taycan in iceberry pink, thinking about Lu Ming, that foolish game designer. She completely abandoned her earlier aloofness and excitedly shouted in the car. Talent. With such a hidden gem, how could I possibly fail to secure the Xia family's empire? But just as she was shouting, her phone rang suddenly. As soon as she answered, her best friend Fong Xiaoxiao's shrill scream came through the phone. Are you out of your mind in the summer? There are so many promising students in our class, and you had to choose Lu Ming? It's not April Fool's Day. I'm telling you, it's not too late to regret it. Hearing her best friend's shriek, Xia Xia instinctively covered her ears. However, she was in a good mood at the moment. She shrugged it off nonchalantly. It's fine. I think that guy has real talent, so I'll go with him. Pixel Manager is pretty interesting. My eyes are the ruler. I guarantee it'll be a huge hit. Right, like that. Thinking of this, Xia Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Fang Xiaoxiao, sitting across from him, was completely dumbfounded after hearing Xia Tian's words. Not only is her best friend's eyesight failing her, but her brain must be malfunctioning too? Could it be? You really slept with him? Summer. Ignoring her best friend's wild outbursts, Xia Tian hung up the phone. Thinking about the wealth Lu Ming would bring her in the future, she once again disregarded her appearance and started dancing wildly in the car. The next morning, Lu Ming arrived at the 15th floor of the Magic City Technology Tower. He entered Manhwa and made his way to his own private office as the game director. Looking at the office nameplate engraved with his name, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Indeed, a diamond will shine wherever it goes. It must be the aura of his former life as a golden game producer that caught the eye of that domineering, aloof female CEO, right? It couldn't possibly be because of his face, could it? Could he really have stepped into a female-led, domineering CEO novel? Lu Ming. That's probably impossible, right? Dong. Just as Lu Ming was deep in thought, the office door suddenly knocked. Startled, he hurriedly called out, "Come in." Then, he saw the cold and aloof Xia Zong from yesterday. He was smiling broadly at him. She gave Lu Ming a thorough once-over. Seeing his handsome face, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Even if he was just a vase, she'd rather choose a good-looking one, wouldn't she? After admiring him for a moment, Xia finally spoke up. "Mr. Lu, I came here today to discuss the development of Pixel Manager. I've already reviewed the content you presented yesterday. Apart from the real-time competitive gameplay, which still needs development, the rest is mostly complete, right?" Hearing Summer's direct question, Lu Ming nodded lightly. "The core gameplay is already in place, and I've also outlined the framework for the remaining content. I'll update the patches in real time as needed." Summer nodded in response. However, she didn't show any signs of concern on her face. After a moment of thought, she finally asked the question she was most concerned about. That was, the project budget? Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Lu Ming paused for a moment. This was a real test of the boss's mental fortitude. Considering that Manhwa was just a fledgling startup, if he were to throw out a large number, the other party might find it hard to accept. After a moment of thought, he nervously held up 5 fingers. Seeing Lu Ming's outstretched fingers, Xia Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He asked in a tone laced with surprise. 5 million? Lu Ming. Hearing the wealthy woman's words, Lu Ming was completely speechless. Cough. That's too much, Mr. Xia. 5,000 will be enough to list it. How much? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian immediately stood up from the sofa. She looked at Lu Ming with an expression of disbelief. Seeing her deeply wronged expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Could this wealthy woman really not even afford $5,000? Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh softly. It's okay, Miss Xia. Actually, 2,000 would also. But before he could finish, he heard Xia Tian walk up to her and give a cold smile. Just like the CEOs in every domineering boss novel. She smiled and extended her finger. Mr. Lu, do you know how much this Tiffany flower ring on my finger costs? Do you know how much this custom-made Dior summer outfit of mine costs? Or guess how much my Chanel handbag costs? Let me put it this way, I'm way richer than you think. As she spoke, Xia Tian couldn't stop thinking to herself. 500,000 yuan even with a tenfold return, that's only 5 million yuan. Lu Ming is so frugal, when will she ever become the wealthy woman of her dreams? No way. She had to change his penny-pinching ways. With that thought, Xia Tian immediately let her inner strength shine through. Under Lu Ming's stunned gaze, she made a decisive decision. From now on, don't come to me for any projects under 1 million yuan, and I won't approve them either. We may be a startup company, but we have principles. We will never cut corners. Even if it's a pixel art game, we'll give players the best experience possible. Go get the budget right now, and the project will be executed to the 1 million yuan standard. Do you have the confidence? Lu Ming. You're saying that? How can I refuse this money? But, can I take a little extra? Chapter 3, no? You really deserve to die. How about it? Do you have any confidence? Seeing Lu Ming sitting in his seat deep in thought, Xia Tian couldn't help but ask again. Suddenly, Lu Ming snapped out of his thoughts. If the first task assigned by the boss at work wasn't completed, what kind of game director would he be? I can. My idea is that we can outsource the art design, UI design, and even the game framework entirely. This way, we can have everything ready in just 2 weeks. Our game will not only be ready for release but also have online functionality enabled. All in all, that would easily cost at least 20,000. Only 20,000? Upon hearing Lu Ming's offer, Xia Tian's face immediately betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Ming, however, chuckled. Don't rush, boss. There are ways to spend money wisely. We should allocate more funds to marketing and promotion. Oh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. And what Lu Ming said next made her even more satisfied. Find a few domestic teams or star athletes to endorse us, put up some billboards in the subway, and that's 80,000 for marketing. There's a way to do things even without money. Those with money have their own ways too. The success of a game depends not only on its gameplay. Marketing is actually an important task. After all, even the best wine needs to be promoted. The games that are currently popular on the market. Without exception, the amount of money spent on marketing and promotion far exceeds the budget allocated for game maintenance. Actually, if this wealthy woman really has the money, Lu Ming wouldn't mind her spending a bit more. After all, he still has a 5 million yuan task to complete. Investing effort in marketing would also benefit him. Summer's eyes flickered slightly before she nodded directly. Alright, let us proceed as you suggested. All upcoming projects will be outsourced. The remaining expenses for hiring celebrity endorsers will be arranged by my secretary to discuss with you later. Got it. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming nodded immediately. He had only been at the company for half an hour. Lu Ming used the excuse of finding an outsourcing company to skip work. He rushed to Xia Tian's office to take a leave of absence. But this wealthy woman named Xia was even quicker than him. In such a large company, aside from the cleaning staff and the front desk, there wasn't a single employee in sight. Hey! He really was the lone wolf. It's normal for a new company, no need to rush. It might just be some rich girl's whim, not really caring about the money. But if that's the case, if his first game flops. At this thought, Lu Ming's expression immediately grew somber. That wealthy woman named Xia might just pull out her investment. At that point, forget about his second task, he might even be erased from the system's memory. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately returned to school. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he was immediately surrounded by his roommate Wang Ba and his group. The three of them looked at Lu Ming with worried expressions, their eyes filled with concern. Wang Ba patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and couldn't help but comfort him. I've heard about what happened, old Lu. Although you missed the opportunity, it's a bit of a shame, but neither of us received an offer from Hofangji, did we? Exactly. Speaking of which, I'm so frustrated. I built the framework and contributed the majority of the game's development. Why wouldn't the company want me? Me too, he. Xiang Dong, who was standing nearby, was about to step forward to comfort him. But he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The remaining three. Seeing the disapproving glances from his brothers, Xiang Dong scratched his head. I got an offer from the gods, a monthly salary of 18k. Whoa. Upon hearing Xiang Dong's words, Hofangji and Wang Bai's faces were filled with disbelief. Those sorrowful eyes seemed to be saying, one of us has betrayed us. Seeing Xiang Dong's smug expression, Lu Ming deliberately cleared his throat. As everyone's attention turned toward him, he feigned a calm expression and said, who said I didn't get an offer? I joined a game company called Manhwa. As for the position, I'm not worthy, but I'm the game director. The three of them? Oh, right, how much does the contract say my monthly salary is? Let me take a look. After saying that, he casually pulled out the contract. Before he could say anything, Wang Ba snatched it away. Upon seeing the number, he was completely stunned. What? A monthly salary of 50,000? 13th month bonus? 5 days on, 2 days off? 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Company provided dormitory? Damn it! Are you the CEO's son or something? You've been using my shampoo for 4 years. When they saw the contract Lu Ming signed with Manhwa, the three of them were instantly speechless. Pointing at the brother who should have been the most unfortunate one. No way, how did you transform into a phoenix? I forgot to tell you guys, my boss is a woman and she is super beautiful. She spotted me in the crowd at first glance. Damn it! No way! Does he lack fatherly love? How could she be so blind to choose you? You really deserve to die. Lu Ming? Don't your tongues hurt? You've said so many mean things. Hofangji and Wang Ba, who hadn't found jobs yet, stared longingly at Lu Ming. Wang Ba is a graphic design major. As for Hofangji, he specializes in server development and tool frameworks. For this final project, he was collaborating with another group. Some members of his group have received job offers. Unfortunately, Ho Fangji hasn't heard anything yet. Seeing the two brothers with expectant, flattering, and gradually distorted expressions, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Don't even think about asking me for help with your jobs. I've only just started at the company myself. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the gleam in their eyes dimmed instantly. However, Lu Ming's next words caused their spirits to soar once more. Of course, just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. Don't say I'm not reliable. I've secured an outsourcing project for everyone. If we do it well, the four of us could make 200,000 yuan. Wow! Hearing Lu Ming's words, the four of them were immediately stunned. They would occasionally take on freelance tasks through the Zhujiujie platform. But where would they find such a big job? Such good jobs were already snapped up by well-known or professional teams. In fact, they didn't even need to compete with those teams, people would come looking for them on their own. After Lu Ming finished explaining Xia Tian's requirements, the other three remained silent for a long time. Clearly, they were also stunned by Xia Tian's abstract way of thinking. Spending money freely, trusting subordinates, and handing everything over to a newcomer. Wait, where do you find such a great boss who suits young people? Give me a dozen of them. In an instant, the three brothers looked at Lu Ming with a certain expression. It was as if divine light had descended upon him. Lu Ming's next words made Ho Fangji and Wang Ba even more excited. I can't hire you now, but if we work together to complete Pixel Manager and get the game off the ground, won't I have a reason then? Trust me, help me finish this project first, and don't rush to look for jobs. As long as the results are good, you'll all be part of my team. Hey! No wonder they call you Old Lu. I knew it was worth it to have fed you for 4 years. Stop calling him Old Lu. He's my godfather. You can use my shower gel and shampoo anytime. Old godfather. I don't want to go to the god's realm. Can you get me in too? Anything goes. We're not turning anyone away. The company is in its growth phase. Come on in. Come on in. In an instant, the entire dormitory erupted in excitement. At Lu Ming's request, the four science students all picked up their computers and began working non-stop. Meanwhile, as Lu Ming and the others were working overtime to finish the project for Pixel Manager. On the other side, at the CEO's office of the Gods Company, Chen Zhiming, who had just returned from the campus recruitment fair at Magic City University of Science and Technology. He couldn't stop thinking about Lu Ming's creative idea. The more he thought about it, the more he believed Lu Ming's approach was sound. If they didn't use pixel art but instead adopted 3D modeling, physics engines, and advanced graphics and rendering technology, this game would definitely be a hit. As for accusing himself of plagiarism? I came up with the idea first, how could that be called plagiarism? With that in mind, he immediately called over the third game development team at the company and explained his ideas. After hearing Chen Zhiming's proposed gameplay, the others couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Because they truly felt that the gameplay Chen Zhiming described had some potential. That feeling. It was as if the entire framework and gameplay had already been filled in by Chen Zhiming. All they had to do was follow his lead and bring his ideas to life. It might be challenging for a small game development team, but for a major studio like Zongshan, it's no problem at all. Nodding in agreement, Suku, the team leader of Group 3, nodded directly. No problem, Mr. Chen. Give me a month. No way. Not a month, 2 weeks. All three teams must work overtime to finish. Modeling and such, the company's resource library has everything, right? Just use that. I'll prioritize other teams to support you first. The bottom line is, it has to be done quickly. Hearing Chen Zhiming's demands, everyone was taken aback. Suka seemed to want to negotiate further. But before he could speak, Chen Zhiming stopped him with a single glance. In the end, he sighed and left. Just as the third team had left, Chen Zhiming seemed to think of something and dialed another phone call. Is this the publicity team? Please contact the overseas department for me. I want to find a few well-known athletes to endorse our new game. Chapter 4, The Plagiarism Scandal. 2 weeks later. Today was the release date for Pixel Manager. Xia Daxiao, who had been absent for 2 weeks, finally remembered she still had this company. As for why she remembered, it was simply because her loss-leading rebate system had triggered an alert. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, Pixel Manager. Investment amount, 1 million. Task settlement time, 336:00:00. Rebate multiplier, 10x. Seeing the system display, Xia Tian couldn't help but curve his lips upward. To be honest, this clueless director may not have much talent. But when it comes to spending money, he's right up my alley. Recouping 1 million in just 2 weeks? If I can break even, I'll post made photos on Xiaolianeo. Just as Xia Tian was daydreaming happily, Lu Ming had already officially launched Pixel Manager. Phew. Relieved, he finally turned his gaze towards Summer. Mr. Xia, it's been uploaded. The official price is 12 yuan. Now we just wait for the results. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer smiled contentedly at him. He gave Lu Ming a hearty pat on the shoulder. Xia Tian looked at Lu Ming with genuine sincerity. With you as our director, I'm like Liu Bei who found Zhuge Liang. With your talent, Pixel Manager is sure to be a huge hit. Not a chance. Summer added silently in his heart. His gaze toward Lu Ming grew even more sincere. He began to calculate in his mind. If the game only sells 10,000 copies, that's 120,000. A loss of 880,000. The system would directly refund 8.8 million. That would almost make him a millionaire? Instantly, Xia Tian's smile grew even more genuine. Lu Ming couldn't help but shiver. To be honest, when it came to this game, he wasn't sure if he could break through in the current gaming environment. How come Summer seems to believe in herself more than he does? This woman. Could she really be the female tycoon of this world? Just as Summer and Lu Ming were each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Fang Xiaoxiao rushed into their office in a hurry. As for why she came over? Of course, it's because she was the secretary Summer had hired. A college counselor having a part-time job is pretty normal, right? Besides, her best friend had given her way too much. However, at that moment, Fang Xiaoxiao's face showed no signs of joy. Instead, her eyes were filled with confusion and anger. Mr. Xia. Lu. Director? There's trouble. Someone has plagiarized our company's game. What? Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, the two were both startled. She then picked up her tablet and opened a game promotional video. This video was the latest game trailer released by Jinshin Company. God's Company's newly released game, Professional Manager, has gameplay that is highly similar to our Pixel Manager. I suspect it's Chen Jiming. On the day of the campus recruitment fair, he was the one who played Lu Ming's game. He just copied it, but the graphics are undoubtedly better than ours. At this point, Fang Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Ming beside her, her expression conflicted. She couldn't find the right words to describe the ultra-high-definition graphics of Pixel Manager. Looking at Fang Xiaoxiao's game promotional CG and the celebrity endorsements behind it. At that moment, Xia Tian couldn't help but blink, then let out a gasp. Wow! Cooley? Media? Fan Jindong? International stars from several ball sports, they actually got them all on board? That must have cost a fortune. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but nod. Her expression grew increasingly grim. She hadn't expected that either. Chen Jiming, that bastard, was actually so cunning. Even their promotional strategy was identical to what they had planned. The problem was, the other company was a giant with deep pockets. They hired 5 international sports stars from different ball sports as brand ambassadors in one go. And they've been promoting it on major social media platforms like Weibo and Douyin. Now, online. The top 5 trending topics have all been bought by them. In contrast, their Pixel Manager can only be described as having a dismal reputation. What's most unacceptable to Fang Xiaoxiao was that the person he invited to the campus recruitment event, Chen Jiming? What he didn't expect was that the guy would act so unethically. Stealing someone else's idea without even saying a word? Xia Tian, standing nearby. After seeing the promotional tactics of the gods, he suddenly slammed the table. How dare they? The gods are a bunch of thugs. I'm going to sue them. After saying that, she then looked at Lu Ming with a worried expression and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, little Lu. I'll go settle this for you right away. If the game doesn't sell this time, it's definitely not your fault. I'll take care of it. After speaking, she stormed out angrily, slamming the door behind her. Lu Ming. Who would have thought that this wealthy woman was actually quite loyal? What Lu Ming didn't know was, just as Xia left his office in a rage, the smile on her face instantly turned bright and sunny. He. My goodness. What a kind-hearted person. With their help, I'll make even more money. I was originally thinking about how to comfort little Lu later, but now it's all sorted out, no need to make up an excuse. Sis is the queen. Tonight I'm flying to Japan for some shopping, she said. Summer happily boarded the flight to Neon. This time, she didn't even bother to act. She went straight for business class. When she returns from Neon, she'll collect her millions in rebates. Just thinking about her future life, Summer was so excited she could barely sleep. On the other side, in Lu Ming's office. Looking at the promotional materials for the game, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Jiming is quite interesting, after all he has good taste. It's just that his methods are a bit underhanded. But he's at least a seasoned golden planner who's weathered many storms. What kind of business competition hasn't he experienced? Glancing at Fang Xiaoxiao, who was standing nearby, filled with anxiety and regret, he immediately waved his hand. It's okay, Fang secretary. Although the situation is unfavorable for us, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. An opportunity? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Blinking, he was a bit confused. Meanwhile, Lu Ming. He simply opened and began creating a new promotional poster. Play Professional Manager early. Start with a max-level character.
Guaranteed to make your gaming experience amazing. Seeing Lu Ming's move, Fang Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. Lu Ming, did you even pay attention in class?
Giving away max-level characters right off the bat will severely reduce the user experience and shorten the game's lifespan. Hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Ming merely chuckled.
Don't worry, Mr. Fang.
I wouldn't do something as foolish as sabotaging my own success.
Besides, as he spoke, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth couldn't help but curl upward slightly. Who said Chen Jiming was the only one who knew all the game's mechanics? He had actually been keeping a secret all along. How could he possibly reveal the core mechanics of the game to him? A noob trying to copy? Let's see who laughs last. War has already begun. Chapter 5. The small workshops got the goods. Hello everyone. I'm your old friend Yu Jie. The content for this livestream is something many of you who know me well have probably already guessed. That's right, as a die-hard fan of the game developers, I'm naturally very excited about their new release, Full-Time Manager. Midnight, 9 p.m. Inside the small live streaming studio. A million-subscriber streamer, I'm Not at Sundara, is bantering with the viewers in the chat. As a top streamer in the gaming section, he is known for his light-hearted humor, witty remarks, and mediocre gaming skills. That's right, he's a comedy streamer. But he never admits it during his streams. Almost every stream features some classic memorable moments. So he's not only well-known in the gaming community. Even the viewers in the ghostly section are quite familiar with him. At this moment, Shin Yujie had only just opened his livestream for 5 minutes. His livestream has already attracted at least 20,000 viewers. The reason for the rapid influx today? Naturally, it's because the game developers have invested money. That's right. As another major title from the Gods game, how could Chen Jiming not invest in advertising? Tonight's pre-show by Shin Yujie was also paid for by the game company. There's already been a deal between the two parties. Previously, Shin Yujie had streamed the Gods game multiple times. That's why he claims to be a long-time fan of the game. Upon hearing Shin Yujie's words, the chat in the live stream immediately became lively. Sis, you said you'd post a photo of yourself in a dress last time. When are you going to post it? New fans are already looking forward to the older sister's moves, while the old fans just want photos. Amateur streamer, here to show off your skills again? Just watch the CG and gameplay introduction for the professional manager. This game seems really promising. Lousy streamer. I'm here to add some gore content. Seeing the chat filled with noob comments, Shin Yujie's lips twitched. Cough cough. New followers, don't get fooled. I'm a real skilled streamer. If you don't believe me, check out my previous game, Xiaoyao by the Gods. I was in the top 100 in the Kunping server. Xiaoyao? Isn't that the game where you get stronger by spending money? Ha. How can you get stronger in a pay-to-win game without money? Please, stop playing PvE. If you're brave, try PvP. Now live, watch me tear you apart. Lousy streamer. As everyone's comments grew more and more absurd, Shin Yujie quickly changed the subject. He glanced at the time. There were only 3 hours left until the closed beta test for Professional Manager. He wasn't a borderline streamer. If he just kept chatting, the number of viewers in the livestream would quickly be drawn away by other streamers. Thinking about it, he chuckled and opened his Steam. Everyone, let me clarify once more, I'm a technical streamer. To prove my skills to everyone, I'll just pick a game at random and play it for you all to see. After saying that, he directly opened the platform's product interface. Thinking about how tonight's livestream was paid for by the Gods, he decided to choose a game with a gameplay similar to Career Manager, playing up the weak and downplaying the strong. The result, when he searched for new games, a game called Pixel Manager caught his eye. Play Career Manager early. Start with a max-level character. Guaranteed to make you love the game. Yujie? Click to view details. A startup game company? Never heard of this game company. It looks like a small operation. It's actually released before Professional Manager? No need to guess, this is definitely just a trashy game trying to ride the wave of popularity. This is perfect material for tonight. Thinking about it, Shin Yujie's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately shouted at the viewers in the live stream. Holy crap! Guys, did you see that? This little game is directly competing with Professional Manager for the charts. This indie game is packed with content. Guys, I'm going to invest a huge sum tonight to test it out for everyone. Let's see what this Pixel Manager is all about. The viewers in the live stream? Holy crap! These days, you can ride any trend. The boss lady is amazing. She can find any game, but she can't find a girlfriend. I can already imagine how poorly made this game is. What the heck? What are these little pixels? Ha. Legal notice warning. Coin dropped. Like. Gold ticket. Triple tap. You guys know what I mean. Seeing this game, Pixel Manager. Instantly, the entire livestream became lively and cheerful.
Shin Yujie immediately spent 12 yuan to purchase the game. Upon seeing the phrases inspired by professional manager and start with a max-level character, he was already certain that this game was the worst of the worst. Play for 2 hours, then request a refund. The audience was happy, he made some money, and the time was just right. He even gave the gods a free ride. This move. A total win. I'm such a genius. Once the game finished downloading, Shin Yujie couldn't help but laugh. Guys, look at this. The resource pack is over 6 gigabytes. Are you sure this game has that much content? Could there be something fishy going on? I saw a news report recently about a game company that added explicit videos to their game to prevent users from requesting refunds within 2 hours. I suspect that Manhwa company is using the same tactic. Hearing Shin Yujie's words, the viewers in the live stream were all stunned. Holy crap! I suddenly got excited about this game. What's going on here? Cough. I'll ask my friend what the game is called. That's right, I'm the friend from the post above. Guys, lend me a copy to check it out. Never gonna give you up, take it and don't thank me. While the viewers in the comments section were exchanging tips on how to download the game. On Shin Yujie's side, he finally finished downloading the game. He could be seen rubbing his hands together excitedly. He flashes a lecherous yet polite smile. Guys, I'm going to give this game a try and see how powerful this little workshop is. After saying that, he opened the game Pixel Manager. The interface featured a fully pixelated art style, dynamic character models and an animated office background. Seeing the intricate art design, Yujie, who had already given up on the graphics, couldn't help but pause for a moment. Hey, even though it's a small studio, the graphics are actually pretty interesting. The UI design of this game company is pretty good. Of course, everyone, when it comes to games, the most important thing is the content. After saying that, Shin Yujie clicked into the game. As soon as he entered, a game pop-up appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained the all-attribute football star Qianlong. He tapped on Qianlong's pixelated character card. Instantly, Shin Yujie was stunned by his explosive attributes. Passing, crossing, marking, penalty kicks, and more. At a glance, he could see at least 30 attributes. Each attribute was exactly as described in the game's promotional materials. All of them were maxed out at 20 points. Seeing these attributes, Shin Yujie suddenly felt that things might not be as simple as he had imagined. This game. There's probably something more to it. Chapter 6, Summer, this is a sure thing. Looking at the overwhelming data before him. After all, he was a seasoned content creator in the gaming community. Shin Yujie has enough discernment for that. These interfaces and complex data are definitely not the work of some small-time operation. On the contrary, this is very likely a gem. But he quickly remembered his main purpose for today. It was for the promotion of professional manager. So, he quickly skimmed through Qianlong's data and closed the interface. He cleared his throat nonchalantly. He finally smiled. Everyone, you saw that the free player data they're giving away is truly luxurious. But don't let the characters they're giving away fool you. Giving away fully leveled characters right from the start is actually a tactic to burn players' enthusiasm for the game. I must admit that the game design of this game called Manhwa is quite ingenious. However, it immediately reveals the shortcomings of a new game company. Perhaps in a few years, they will be able to catch up with the top domestic game companies. And this is precisely what Shin Yujie was thinking. At the beginning, he had assumed that Manhwa was just here to ride the wave of popularity and make a quick buck. He had no qualms at all. One word. Insult. The more he cursed, the faster his fans and tips grew. But at this moment, this game, Pixel Manager, is clearly a labor of love. The marketing might need to be cut down. But that doesn't mean the game is bad. It has potential, which means it has potential customers. He naturally reduced his tendency to belittle others to boost himself. The gaming industry isn't just about fighting and killing, it's also about human relationships and social dynamics. Just as Shin Yujie was introducing the game Pixel Manager. At that moment, in the summer of Neon City, she was also watching the livestream of I'm Not at Sundara. After all, it was the company's first game, so she naturally wanted to see how it was doing. When she saw I'm Not at Sundara streaming Pixel Manager, her little heart fluttered slightly. Immediately, she called her best friend in Manhwa. Xiao Xiao, the person on Bilibili isn't me, the mature woman. Did you arrange that? What? Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Fang Xiaoxiao, who was currently busy beyond belief, couldn't help but freeze. No, and Xia Tian. Where are you? I'll tell you. Lu Ming is completely beyond help. He's really given up completely. Giving away max-level players upon login. What is he thinking? He's just draining the game's lifespan. Once players get bored, the refund rate within 2 hours will definitely skyrocket. Ha! Hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian, who had been a bit worried earlier, his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, his dim-witted agent, Daoxin, is already losing his composure? Ha ha ha.
That means I'll make even more money, right?
He struggled to suppress the smile that was harder to hold back than AK.
Just then, Summer cleared his throat and said softly, "Hey! This is Xiaolu's first try, isn't it?
And now is the time when he's facing setbacks.
Let's give him some time. I'm sure his next piece will be even better."
Right, like hell. After speaking, she didn't give Feng Xiaoxiao a chance to speak. She hung up the phone directly and started eating the omakase prepared by the head chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant.
While enjoying the delicious food, she watched my live stream.
When she heard Shin Yujie's explanation of max-level player,
the corners of her eyes almost curved into crescent moons. This loss is guaranteed. That's so cruel. With such a lucky charm, how could I ever fail to become the world's richest person? My agent is a genius. Losing money is his specialty.
Immediately, she stopped paying attention to the live stream. Instead, she quietly savored the freshness of the high-end Japanese cuisine. At the same time, she was thinking about what to buy in Ginza later.
Or maybe, why not just buy a shop as an investment? Hee, 1,000,000 yen. I'm going to spend like crazy. Swipe like crazy. What Summer didn't know was,
after she closed her "I'm not a mature woman" live stream, the tone gradually started to feel off. Choosing a league, selecting a team, practicing formations and tactics, picking players, hiring staff, creating training plans, boosting morale, friendly matches, praising players, dealing with injuries, buying and selling players, and so on and so forth.
When Shin Yujie truly immersed herself in it. Soon,
he was drawn in by the game's complex mechanics, diverse roster of players. The tactics he devised drew him in.
Starting with selecting players and staff, he was constantly thinking.
By the time he finally finished selecting players and devising tactics,
he looked at the time. What? An hour and a half had already passed?
The chat messages in the live stream, which had been flowing non-stop since he immersed himself in the game, had gradually become sparse. However, in Shin Yujie's live stream,
the number of viewers not only didn't decrease. Instead, it kept growing. Gamers accustomed to traditional pay-to-win gameplay
had never seen such a rare gem before.
Wow! Is this game really that playable? Wow! This indie game is no joke. It's called Pixel Manager, right? I'll download it and give it a try. Impressive. Is this really a small studio's game? It feels like it's a front for a major game company. This game is truly amazing.
I could study these stats for hours.
Streamer, hurry up and fight. The game has a competitive mode, right? I want to see Zhubo play soccer. Damn it. As a Chinese person, how could you not choose Long Chao? Watching the live stream comments,
Shin Yujie rubbed his slightly sleepy eyes and finally smiled.
It seems everyone is curious about the competitive mode. Let us give it a try then. After saying that, Shin Yujie selected the top league.
The game also mentioned that it was a very beginner-friendly mode.
As for Long Chao, official Easter egg,
non-experienced players are advised not to attempt this.
After all, the dragon's legs aren't up to par.
Having chosen the Premier League, he immediately kicked off the first round of matches. Upon entering the game, Chen Long possessed nearly 10 all-around skills.
Soon,
everyone felt the competitive charm of Pixel Manager. Players can not only play as players on the field, freely kicking the ball around. They can also take on the role of a coach, issuing commands, motivating the team, and making substitutions. These features are a dream come true for detail-oriented players.
It's absolutely perfect. At this moment, apart from the graphics, viewers in the livestream can hardly find any flaws.
For players with a more impatient temperament, quick simulation is available.
Those who prefer to control the entire game can choose to watch in detail.
Shin Yujie watched for about 10 minutes and quickly ended his first round of the game with satisfaction.
As expected,
with the max-level character Chen Long present,
he won effortlessly. Did everyone see that? That's the power of Zhubo. My tactics were absolutely brilliant. I won with ease. You're using a max-level character to say that? Do you have any shame?
As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, please choose Long Chao.
Ha, if I were the one making the tactics, I could win with my eyes closed. This game is pretty good. I'll go buy a copy and give it a try. Found a hidden gem. I'll give it a try too. Before they knew it, the fans who watched Shin Yujie's first livestream suddenly felt an irresistible urge to play.
For these players who have been poisoned by pay-to-win games, was like a breath of fresh air. Just watching Shin Yujie play was enough to make everyone eager to try it themselves.
For just 12 yuan, there was so much content to experience. I'll ask you, what more could you possibly want? Chapter 7, isn't it? Isn't it?
Before they knew it, it was already 11:30 p.m. After playing several consecutive matches, Shin Yujie gradually snapped out of his intense state. Before he knew it, he had completed a major cup match.
After finishing the game,
he felt a hint of boredom creeping in. There was no other reason. Just as he had previously explained, The fully leveled character Qianlong given at the start was simply too overpowered. His stats in all attributes allowed him to dominate the entire match almost single-handedly. All you need to do is buy some average players, and victory is easily achieved. Even the viewers who were initially engrossed in the game also felt that the game had lost much of its appeal. The game is good, but giving away max-level characters at the start is a major flaw.
I agree. If you didn't start with a max-level character, the game would be much more fun. Could it be that the older woman has better skills? The older sister has good skills?
Watching the chat comments from the livestream viewers, Shen Yujie nodded slightly. It wasn't just him who had this idea.
Immediately, he glanced at the time on his computer.
At that moment, there was less than half an hour left before the closed beta test for Professional Manager was set to begin.
He stood up immediately, preparing to take a break. Alright, guys, I'll play one more round. We should be able to start the beta test tonight.
After saying that, he opened another cup tournament. He had just finished a FA Cup match. At that moment, his team had secured qualification for the Europa Conference League. Just as Shen Yujie thought he would dominate like he had in previous matches, something unexpected happened. He noticed that the players on the opposing team this time, there were several Asian faces among them. Seeing this scene, Shen Yujie nearly spit out his salted soda.
Guys, did you see that? In the UEFA Europa Conference League, there are Asian faces? This planning is truly patriotic. Let me check the opponent's information. Holy crap! The opposing coach has actually bought all our Dragon Nation players? Netizens? Why even bother playing? Is this intentional weakening? What the heck? This is rigged. Has the Europa Conference League gotten this week? Ha ha ha. Is this a paintball game? This is going to kill me laughing. Looking at the opposing team, almost 80% of the players are from China. Whether it's Shen Yujie or the viewers in the livestream, everyone looked a bit dazed. Then, a wave of haha comments flooded the chat. Everyone felt that the first match was already in the bag. Glancing at the opposing team. No wonder, everyone. The opposing team is from Moldova. Such a poor team can only afford to hire players from Dragon Country. Suddenly, it all makes sense, ha ha ha. After saying that, Shen Yujie didn't even glance at the game and stood up immediately. Guys, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me to come back and watch me go off. After saying that, he switched to quick simulation. By the time he finished using the restroom and was about to close Pixel Manager, little did he know, when he accidentally glanced at the previous match results, Shen Yujie was completely stunned. What's going on? I'm in the Premier League. I lost to Moldova? Or Longzhou? Damn it! My fully leveled Qianlong. Are you kidding me? Seeing his own match result, 0-21? What kind of insane score is this? Is there a glitch or something? Suddenly, Shen Yujie's eyes widened in shock. Even the fans watching the livestream were left speechless, their faces turning into question marks. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, Shen Yujie directly clicked on the replay of the match. And this time, when he clearly saw the replay of the match, he and the viewers in the livestream were all completely speechless. They saw the players from Manhwa the moment they stepped onto the field. Their speed surpassed Qianlong's. With a dreamlike tackle, the ball at Qianlong's feet was snatched away by the opponent. Suddenly, a golden glow appeared beneath the feet of the Dragon Nation player. On the large screen of the computer in front of him, instantly, a dazzling skill CG appeared. Skill, dragon soaring to the heavens. The golden light transformed into a massive golden dragon, completely enveloping the soccer ball at his feet. Directly on the opponent's field, he kicked the ball through Shen Yujie's goalkeeper. In the first minute of the game, he scored the first goal. Meanwhile, Shen Yujie's goalkeeper, who had a goalkeeping rating of 15, was directly knocked into severe injury by this single kick. Seeing this, Shen Yujie's eyes widened in shock. What? Damn it! Guys, did you just see that? Is there a special move in this game? What? Kung Fu Soccer? And what followed was the true beginning of this brutal game. Qianlong finally managed to dribble past the defender and was about to take a shot. The goalkeeper from the opposing team, Manhwa, immediately unleashed another CG effect. Skill, copper wall, iron barrier. Behind the goalkeeper's goalposts, a golden iron wall suddenly unfolded. The football bounced straight back. Shen Yujie. Seriously? Could it get any more absurd? The rest of the match was already a foregone conclusion. Everyone followed Shen Yujie as they watched the opposing players unleash one skill after another. Skill, Tai Chi Whirlwind. Skill, Phoenix Blaze Shot. Skill, 8-step Mysterious Steps. Shen Yujie. Netizens. Wait, am I playing the same game as before? What the heck? How did this game suddenly get so fun? I'm speechless. Terrifying. Is this the true strength of the UEFA Europa League? Coach, report this. Someone's using special effects while playing soccer. By the time the match ended, as expected, 021.
Shin Yujie was directly shaved bald by the opposing team.
What does it mean to score only 21 points in a 90-minute game? That's one goal every 4.5 minutes, right? Instantly, Shin Yujie's eyes went wide. No way.
How are we supposed to play like this? How am I supposed to recruit players with special effects and skills?
After saying that, he immediately opened the opposing player's information.
Among the numerous attribute values of the opposing team, he discovered an attribute called internal power.
And it even showed that this was a Dragon Nation player exclusive attribute. Wow! Shin Yujie couldn't help but exclaim, wow!
The audience who saw this attribute were instantly stunned.
Dragonfoot, Little Black, speak up. Sorry, Dragonfoot, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Wow! Dragonfoot is actually the answer to the version? Don't say anything else, senior sister. Hurry up and recruit Dragonfoot players.
I want to see players who can use skills too. Chapter 8. Overwhelming gameplay shocked audience. Looking at the attributes of the Dragon Country players.
Their individual attributes aren't that impressive on their own. But with the enhancement of inner strength, all attributes receive a certain boost.
Inner power, a mysterious force from ancient eastern lands.
Upon use, all skill attributes temporarily increase by 5 points.
When a specific attribute exceeds 20, the player has a chance to master a special skill. So that's how it works. Upon reading the description of internal energy,
Shin Yujie's eyes widened in astonishment.
At that moment, he realized he had severely underestimated this game. He had always believed that a max-level character was the pinnacle of Pixel Manager. But it turns out that having a max-level character isn't enough.
The Domestic Cup tournament was merely the beginning.
It was like a beginner's village. It wasn't until he entered the international club tournaments that he truly understood what Hell Mode meant. In the first match of the Europa Conference League, he was outscored by 21 points by the opposing team.
We were even shaved bald by Moldova. Shame. In an instant, Shin Yujie's competitive spirit was ignited. No more talk, guys. I'm going to recruit players from Dragon Country right now.
After saying that, he opened the player information again. He began exchanging players.
But simply exchanging players wasn't enough, they also needed suitable coaches.
Immediately, Shin Yujie began searching for suitable coaches who could guide the players in their internal energy training.
5 Poisons Palace Elder, Heretical Coach, can help players cultivate the 5 Poisons internal energy.
When the ball hits an opponent, it deals poison attribute damage, temporarily increasing the target's attributes by 6 points.
Side effect, internal energy consumption doubles. Annual salary, 500,000 euros. Qinglian Hermit, a righteous coach who does not accept players who practice heretical arts.
After players cultivate the Qinglian internal energy, their passing, crossing, dribbling, acceleration, agility, jumping, and speed attributes are each increased by 7 points.
Annual salary, 700,000 euros. Fire Cloud Demon, Neutral Coach.
Players can cultivate fire attribute inner power, making it easier to master fire attribute skills.
Upon activation, these skills inflict critical wound and burn status effects on enemy players. Annual salary, 1 million euros. Ugh. Upon seeing these attributes, Shin Yujie couldn't help but suck in a cold breath.
Because after reading the descriptions of these coaches,
he realized, from the very beginning, he had only scratched the surface of the game. Guys, I get it now. This game is seriously awesome.
There are various factions, and you can combine multiple skills and then customize them. I just took a quick look, and there are at least 23 different faction coaches, and that's definitely not all.
The game designers really have an incredible imagination.
This is easily the most enjoyable game I've played this year. Just the skill combinations alone can create thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of different types.
My goodness, playing over 10,000 hours isn't even a problem. After hearing Shin Yujie's analysis,
the viewers in the live stream were also stunned. They finally understood why, despite being just a pixel art game,
had been made so huge by the startup company. It turns out the game has such rich content and gameplay. Various game combinations left everyone speechless. No more words, guys. I'm in. Hee, I've already bought it.
I found a coach named Wei Xiaobao who will teach foreign players inner strength for money. I plan to use it to develop the inner strength attribute for my max level character.
$12? What's that? I'm in. I'm shocked, guys. This game has a matchmaking mode. Haha. Gather all the unconventional players. I just created a small group.
After seeing the rich gameplay of Pixel Manager,
all players' enthusiasm was instantly ignited. As for Shin Yujie, simply searching for a coach took him over an hour. Before he knew it, the time until the closed beta test of Professional Manager
had already passed by an unknown amount of time.
At that moment,
in the chairman's office of Zhongxin Company, Chen Ximing smiled at his secretary beside him and casually asked,
"How's it going? Have the streamers we hired started promoting yet?" Upon hearing Chen Jiming's question, the secretary with the long black legs immediately nodded. Yes, Mr. Chen. As soon as the internal test went live, our team checked it. However,
At this point, the secretary's tone paused slightly. Noticing that the secretary seemed to be holding back, Chen Jiming's eyes narrowed.
what's going on?
Reporting to Mr. Chen, our technicians have discovered a game called Pixel Manager on the market and its content is highly similar to ours. Additionally, the streamer we hired, named I'm Not at Sundara, appears to be live streaming their game.
Pixel Manager?
Upon hearing the secretary's words, Chen Jiming, who had just been looking calm and composed,
His expression suddenly turned grim.
it seemed like he had thought of something. He directly opened the live stream of I'm Not at Sundara. Upon seeing Shin Yujie playing Pixel Manager, a look of anger flashed across his face. At the same time, he felt a bit anxious. His act of plagiarism had been discovered by Manhwa.
Was the other party rushing to release their game before him? But soon,
Chen Jiming regained his composure.
what's the big deal about plagiarism?
There are plenty of examples of games borrowing ideas from each other. Besides, both games were released at the same time.
How can you prove it's plagiarism?
Glancing at the live stream of I'm Not at Sundara, Chen Jiming snorted coldly. Pointing at his watch, he said coldly,
What are your people doing? This streamer took our money, why isn't he streaming our game? Go!
call him immediately and make him play our game.
As for Pixel Manager,
He stopped there.
Chen Jiming paused. Don't bother with it. It's just a low-quality game that won to make waves.
We've hired 5-star players and used the best Iceberg engine, with graphics rendered at the highest settings.
What do they have to compete with us? Understood.
Upon hearing Chen Jiming's words, the secretary nodded hurriedly. A short while later, Shin Yujie, who was engrossed in the game, received a call from the public relations team of the Game Gods. This made him feel annoyed.
But soon,
His expression suddenly changed. After glancing at the time displayed on the screen, he froze in place.
what the? I haven't even finished teaching my players yet and it's almost 2 o'clock? Sorry, I got too into the game. I'll start streaming right away. He hurriedly hung up the phone. He finally returned to the camera.
But his expression was slightly off.
Sorry everyone, I just went to the bathroom. Speaking of which, it's already 12 o'clock. Let's start playing Professional Manager.
Upon hearing Shin Yujie's words, the viewers in the live stream immediately grew impatient.
Wait, what? The mature lady took off her pants and you suddenly changed the game? Don't stop, Jubois. I want to keep watching this game.
I just checked out another live stream, but there's nothing interesting there.
Let's stick with Pixel Manager.
Sis, this is a great opportunity for content and you're letting it slip away.
Don't stop.
At least let me play one round so I can see the true strength of the Dragonfoot.
Chapter 9, Brothers are supposed to stick together but you're playing mind games with me? Seeing the chat messages in the live stream, Shin Yujie's heart was breaking. After all, the live streaming industry relies on viewers for their livelihood. Disrespecting the audience isn't exactly good for one's career.
Unfortunately, he had taken the easy money from a popular game. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and work for them. So he pretended not to notice the comments in the live stream. After entering the redemption code, he started downloading the game Professional Manager. During the download, he glanced at the number of viewers in his live stream.
Sure enough,
the number had dropped from over 80,000 at the start to 60,000. In just a short while, the live stream had lost 20,000 viewers. Shin Yujie regretted it so much he could have kicked himself.
But he could only pretend to be happy. Everyone, this is a manager-type game. Why don't we all enjoy the high-quality graphics together? Looking at pixels for too long is straining my eyes. A big production can't be worse than a small workshop, right? Hearing Shin Yujie's words,
the viewers in the live stream thought about it and agreed. Nodding in agreement, everyone stopped bothering Shin Yujie and continued watching him stream Pixel Manager.
A few moments later, as the game interface opened,
what greeted their eyes were various familiar sports stars. Seeing the visuals rendered so realistically they looked more like the real thing.
The viewers in the live stream were instantly captivated.
My goodness, after staring at the pixels for so long, I suddenly realized this high-quality graphics are much better.
That's right. Look. It's Cooley. Meishi. Fan Jindong. So cool. Just like the real thing. Wow.
It's really an all-star lineup.
It's so immersive. I can't wait to play. Darn it. No redemption codes. Does anyone have any extra codes?
I have to say, Zongshin Games really lives up to its reputation as a big company. Even though they only spent 2 weeks on it.
But the vast amount of content they've accumulated over the years allowed them to finish this game quickly.
And when it comes to graphics, it's definitely top tier in China.
A high-end game studio. It's all about graphics. Engine. Rendering. Sure enough, when the live stream viewers saw this video quality,
The viewers who were previously demanding to watch Pixel Manager
also fell silent. Only a few scattered comments remained, struggling to keep the conversation going.
Seeing that the number of viewers in the livestream had stabilized, Shin Yuja finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He smiled and explained. How about it, everyone? Big name games are different, aren't they? If you like it, why not give it some support? In a week, the official beta test will begin. Those who like it, give it some support. After finishing his words, Shin Yuja opened the game interface. But, as he followed the newbie tutorial, a peculiar expression suddenly appeared on his face. This tutorial content. He felt so familiar with it. It felt eerily similar to when he played Pixel Manager earlier. Although the interface and UI were different, the core gameplay remained unchanged. Thinking about it, Shin Yuja's eyes widened suddenly. A bad suspicion suddenly arose in his mind. Plagiarism. Has Manhwa copied from the gods? That's unlikely.
Just moments ago, Shin Yuja had personally experienced Pixel Manager. He can confirm it 100%. It's a well-crafted, heartfelt game. Every setting, down to the player attributes on the roster. Without extensive refinement and testing, it would be impossible to achieve this level of quality.
In contrast, Professional Manager.
At this moment, I'm not in the live stream of the older woman. When Shin Yuja started playing Professional Manager,
the audience felt a sense of familiarity. These fans aren't like Shin Yuja, who's just after the easy money. They speak their minds. Wow. I feel like this game is just like Pixel Manager, right? So I'm not the only one who feels this way? Take a look at this player's UI interface. Compared to Pixel Manager, it's a bit too simplistic, isn't it? The gameplay overlaps way too much with Pixel Manager, doesn't it? Hey, check this out, is that a dragon foot? Could butting be a disguised reference to Gods of War? Seeing the chat messages in the live stream, Shin Yuja nodded slightly. Suppressing his inner anxiety, he finally spoke. It does look a bit familiar, but there must be new gameplay, right? Don't worry, everyone. I'll explore it first. Maybe it's just a coincidence. As he spoke, Shin Yuja began adjusting the interface, selecting the league, team, coach, and tactical formations. After going through the entire game process, suddenly, he fell silent. It wasn't just him who fell silent. Even the viewers in the live stream fell silent. The live stream was completely silent, with only various comments appearing on the screen. Then, Shin Yuja suddenly noticed. In the game interface, there seemed to be an unfamiliar interface that wasn't present in Pixel Manager. Instantly, his expression brightened. Cough. Everyone. Here's something different. Let me see what this extra interface does. Saying this, Shin Yuja hurriedly opened the store interface. Then, he was blinded by the screen filled with 68, 128, 328, and 648. First recharge of 10 yuan, get the legendary player Mei Shi to take home. Recharge 648 yuan, get 50 premium player draws to instantly boost your team's combat power. Purchase a 68 yuan experience pack to increase your team's training speed by 1.5 times. 30 yuan monthly pass, get 1 free regular player draw every day. Shin Yuja. Netizens. Wow. What the heck is this shop system? In Pixel Manager, buying and selling players doesn't require real money. How did it turn into a pay-to-win feature in Professional Manager? High-level players can only be purchased with in-game currency. This. What the hell? Give me my money back. What? Is this game really this shameless? You don't copy the good stuff, but you're really good at this pay-to-win nonsense. Wow. We're brothers, and you're playing mind games with us? Are you treating us like Japanese people to be exploited? Seeing this product page, all the viewers in the live streams were furious. Not only that, when Shin Yuja cleverly chose Long Chao, he was soundly defeated in the first round of the domestic competition. He desperately searched for a professional coach. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single coach who could teach internal cultivation. This. What? Did the game designers lose their minds? Such an important game feature, and you didn't even copy it? Anyway, you're not even going to bother acting it out. Just copy the most important essence for me. Seeing this scene, Shin Yuja was too exhausted to even complain anymore. The audience's threshold for enjoyment had been raised to an extremely high level by Pixel Manager. In the end, Professional Manager only has celebrity players as endorsers. What else does it have? They can't even copy it properly. A bunch of idiots. Chapter 10, I'll quit after winning once. The viewers in the live stream. After seeing the content of the game Professional Manager, at that moment, only 2 words remained on their faces. Disappointment. If it weren't for the gem that is Pixel Manager leading the way. Actually, the game Professional Manager has quite high replay value. Alas. Who can blame everyone for seeing Pixel Manager first? The internal skills gameplay in that game was absolutely blown out of the water, wasn't it?
But the most important thing is, it's a one-time purchase with no additional costs.
Streamers, don't play this game, it's just a shoddy ripoff.
Play Pixel Reward Manager.
I want to see Kung Fu Soccer. You idiots. Can't you even copy properly? Trash game. You actually have to pay to play? At that moment,
the live stream of the Nada Tsundere streamer was filled with curses.
Watching the fans surge like a tidal wave, Shin Yuje couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead.
While silently cursing his luck, he also made a bold decision.
It seems that this time, the gods' dirty money can't be taken. If they want their money back, they can have it. If they want compensation, they can have that too. But we can't lose the people's trust.
But he believed that with today's live stream,
his fan base will definitely see a new surge in growth. And,
without the collaboration of the gods,
he still has Manhwa. If this promotional campaign goes well, maybe the budding talent will come looking for him to collaborate in the future? Thinking of this, Shin Yuje immediately began to calm everyone down. Everyone. I won't even bother mentioning how terrible Professional Manager is.
No originality, pure pay to win, and suspected plagiarism. This time around I'm backing Pixel Manager.
Since everyone wants to see Kung Fu Soccer, I'll rebroadcast Pixel Manager right now.
Upon hearing Shin Yuje's decision,
the fans in the live stream were finally calmed down. That's it.
Shin Yuje directly cancelled Professional Manager and reopened Pixel Manager.
Whether it was everyone's imagination or not,
when Pixel Manager became the underdog,
everyone noticed the game's graphics and felt they looked sharp and clear.
Most importantly, the gameplay involving various skill combinations.
In one night, Shin Yuje tried training various players.
Under the dazzling skills, the players he trained were so impressive that they drew gasps of admiration from the online community.
Just the skills Shin Yuje cultivated tonight exceeded dozens of skills,
combined with the strategic tactics he devised. Just as Shin Yuje said, cultivating over 10,000 combinations is no problem.
That's how it is.
Shin Yuje has made his way from the Europa Conference League all the way to the Champions League. He stretched lazily, glancing at the time displayed on the table.
What the heck? What's going on? Did I get hit by a time thief? How is it already 10 in the morning? That means he's been playing Pixel Manager for 12 hours?
He glanced at the number of online viewers in the live stream.
Wow!
There were still over 20,000 fans watching him play all night.
Watched all night, chewing beetle nuts and smoking, with unlimited energy. Wow! This game is really fun. I'm going to buy one too. Does anyone know how to download it on Steam? I just downloaded the Steam platform, is that the right one? Of course not.
You need to download my Steam Game Manager.
Keep going, sis. I'm not done yet. There's a matchmaking mode here too. I've been playing for 7 hours already. Want to go solo, sis?
Same here, watch me make the older sister cry.
Seeing the fans pleased to stay, Shin Yuje couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Guys, it's not that I don't want to continue. I'm really tired from streaming. I've already streamed 4 hours longer than usual.
Among all the monkeys on the mountain, my butt is the reddest. Send a small plane.
2 small planes. Small plane 3. Small plane 9.
The crying older sister flies in a small plane.
Shin Yuje. Hey! Everyone who supports me, look at me. I've been working hard. Feel free to enjoy. Just now, I saw someone wanting to match with me for a solo match, right? Come on.
The first ever player in the Chinese server of Pixel Manager.
Are you scared?
Seeing the screen filled with gifs refreshing, Shin Yuje immediately twisted the corner of his mouth, his eyebrows and eyes giving off a playful expression. He revealed a smile that suggested a shady deal.
He then directly opened the matchmaking system.
In addition to random matching, there was also the option to create a room number for matching.
Immediately, some viewers in the live stream entered their room numbers.
Shin Yuje immediately began the matching process.
While matching, he laughed and said, "Everyone, I'm a seasoned player who's been playing for 12 hours straight.
I've been playing since the game was released.
I don't believe I'll lose.
I'm putting it out there, if I lose this match, I'll dress up in women's clothing."
Oh. Crying beauty. Classic moment coming up. I'm recording this. Be honest, do you just like wearing women as clothes? Some perverts deliberately turn their interests into punishments. That's the essence of punishment games, double punishment. I often feel out of place because I'm not perverted enough.
Only Shin Yuje gave a sly smile. He directly opened a room created by a fan.
The next moment,
the battle began. But this was only the first round, and Shin Yuje already felt a huge danger symbol hovering above his head.
Wait, what's going on? Why can the opponent's max-level character practice internal martial arts? Isn't he European? Does this game have some hidden mechanics?
Under Shin Yuje's bewildered gaze,
the viewer in the live stream completely dominated him.
It seemed like the opponent had discovered some hidden mechanism and had actually cultivated the system-gifted max-level character to master internal energy. Suddenly, the opponent's max-level character was surrounded by various special effects. Amidst the screen filled with skills, a glimpse of the match could be seen. The final result. 1:9. Shen Yujie. What the heck? How are we supposed to play like this? He looked at the result with a grim expression. Shen Yujie hadn't expected that his first attempt would go so badly. He forced a smile. Everyone, I'll go live again after I win one game. The last one doesn't count. Turtle-like play. Ah, right. Sis, I'm really a skilled streamer. I'm terrible. Senior. Play with me. Dante me. Watch me make the older sister cry. At this moment, Shin Yujie was too preoccupied to notice the flood of comments on the screen. He desperately needed to prove he was a skilled streamer. It's really not because he is bad. He rematched with a fan. The result. What the hell? What is going on? How did the opposing player manage to injure all my players with severe injuries and fractures? Unfair play. As a gentleman, I refuse to associate with you. This doesn't count. Wow. Shaolin 11 copper men? Bro, using 11 people to block the goalpost is a bit much, isn't it? Damn it. I'll quit after I win this one. Let's go again. One more game, just one more. Chapter 11, the game sells out, praise pouring in. At that moment, inside the Manhwa company, Fang Xiaoxiao looked at the computer nervously. The new game had just been launched and the platform would give it a boost. However, she couldn't be sure how many transactions would ultimately be made. Thinking about her clueless best friend, who had invested $1 million in this low-budget pixel art game. As her secretary, she couldn't help but feel the boss's heartbreaking. At the same time, she glared at the culprit beside her. That's $1 million. She works as both a tutor and a best friend's secretary, and it took her 2 years to earn that much. And now Lu Ming had just blown it all. Couldn't he have been more careful? Who told you to spend so much money? It's all because of her own foolish, kind-hearted best friend. When someone asks for so much money, you just give it to them? At that moment, she sat anxiously at her computer desk, her face filled with prayer. Seeing Fang Xiaoxiao's anxious expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile calmly. Sister Fang, you're overreacting. Didn't Xiaozong say he'd cover for us? Besides, Pixel Manager might not lose to the gods. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Fang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. I'm not even going to bother explaining to you. With this kind of graphics quality, how are you going to attract customers? Didn't you even think about making it look better? I did think about it. Then why didn't you do it? I didn't have the money. Nonsense. We invested $1 million in you this summer. Where did you spend it all? Where did you spend it? Hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but lightly lick his lips. Of course, it was all spent on myself. As for the remaining promotional expenses, isn't that exactly what you, the secretary, spent it on? Seeing Lu Ming's intense gaze, Fang Xiaoxiao suddenly slapped her forehead. It's all my fault for not resisting the temptation of those Shanghai team players' abs. She ended up sponsoring several teams in one go. So that means Pixel Manager is going to lose money this time and I'll have to take a big share of the blame? Thinking about it, Fang Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly turned guilty. Fortunately, Lu Ming suddenly reminded her from the side. Sister Fang, the 24-hour refresh is done. We can check the game's sales now. Oh, okay. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Fang Xiaoxiao instinctively clicked the refresh button and closed her eyes. She thought pessimistically. Yesterday, Professional Manager launched its global beta test livestream. Pixel Manager should have a hard time performing well under their offensive. She had considered that the game might only sell a little over 1,000 copies. Or even just a few hundred. Or even tens? Having braced herself for the worst, she slowly opened her eyes and stared at the screen. Then, a loud cry of surprise. It shattered the silence in the office. Game sales, 24,451 copies. Number of refunds within 2 hours, 123 copies. Sales amount, 293,412 yuan. Current total game reviews, 1,982. Positive review rate, 94% overwhelmingly positive. Wow. Am I dreaming? Seeing the sales figures, Fang Xiaoxiao instinctively rubbed her eyes. She counted it over and over again. Finally, she dared to believe it. Pixel Manager had sold over 20,000 copies in a single day. And what else with this high rating? A simple pixel art game could achieve such a high rating? Instantly, Fang Xiaoxiao let out a loud cheer. She suddenly hugged Lu Ming. I knew it. You were definitely going to succeed. We're the 100 Daydreamers. Lu Ming. About 5 minutes ago, you weren't saying that. Woman, you're truly a creature of change. She rolled her eyes lightly. Lu Ming remained silent. Given the gameplay of Pixel Manager, only over 20,000 copies were sold in one night.
He was actually a bit dissatisfied. But there was nothing he could do. Who could blame the gods for constantly showering money on promotions? Looking ahead, based on this sales trend, even if the daily number of buyers is reduced by 3/4, earning over 2 million in sales per month would still be no problem. Achieving the system's objectives within 6 months should be a sure thing. It seems I don't have to worry about being erased from memory. Phew. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. As his first work in this world as a game designer. It's passable, I guess. As for Fang Xiaoxiao beside him, she had already dialed Xia Tian's phone number. She couldn't wait to share this good news with her best friend. Meanwhile, in Siam Man Valley, Summer was receiving a high-end massage at a luxury spa, while enjoying the professional massage from the therapist, while checking the latest news from the gaming community from last night. God's new game Professional Manager internal test receives overwhelming praise, with over 600,000 pre-registrations. Another masterpiece of the year. Professional Manager makes a stunning debut. Featuring a wealth of content and gameplay. Professional Manager is waiting for you. Professional Manager closed beta test redemption codes available for sale. As expected, the entire community was buzzing with news about Professional Manager. Her company's Pixel Manager hasn't made a single ripple. This time, our game is definitely going to lose money. She didn't even need to guess. Last night's sales for Pixel Manager must have been absolutely dismal. I can buy a few more handbags now. Unconsciously, Xia Tian's lips curled into a smile. Her already relaxed body became even more supple. Just as she was enjoying her juice and the massage. Ding ding ding. The ringtone of her best friend's call suddenly rang out. Hello? What's up, mysterious one? Hearing Xia Tian's slightly flustered voice, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile to herself. Have you heard about the sales figures for Pixel Manager? Of course. Although it didn't exceed my expectations, you and Lu Director have done an amazing job getting this far. No need to say more, I'll send each of you 10,000 as a bonus later. Go out and relax. Just consider it a reward for all the money little Lu made me lose. Wow. Hearing there's money involved, Fang Xiaoxiao's smile grew even wider. She never expected that her best friend had already known about this good news in advance. She had thought Summer was carefree and irresponsible. It seems she does care about the performance of Pixel Manager after all. Immediately, she nodded vigorously. She gave Lu Ming an okay gesture. Just moments after Fang Xiaoxiao hung up the phone, both of their phones received transfer notifications almost simultaneously. Summer already knows about our game's progress. Let's have a good gathering at the company tonight. However, just as she said this, Fang Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a bit awkward. Even if they called the front desk, there would only be the three of them. How could they gather? Just then, Lu Ming suddenly thought of his 3 roommates. Blinking, he decided to give his 3 roommates a chance. Sister Fang, the production of this game couldn't have been done without the help of my 3 roommates. Could you please call over Xiandong, Po Fangji, and Wang Ba? Additionally, they also expressed an interest in joining the project. It's always like outsourcing everything in the summer, even the landlord's family doesn't have any extra grain, right? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but pause for a moment. But she quickly understood Lu Ming's meaning. She gave him a playful glance and nodded lightly. Just this once, but I'll only give you a little nudge. Whether it works out in the end depends on what happens in the summer. Alright. You're my older sister from now on. Chapter 12, A Carload of Enemies. Once the bonus arrived, it was time to feast. After Lu Ming carefully selected the options, they finally settled on a buffet at a 198 yuan per person restaurant with their brothers. A group of people arrived at the hotel's restaurant and started showing off. Wang Ba was the most extravagant. He grabbed someone else's salmon and started devouring it. This made Ho Fangji, who was standing nearby, frown. Old Wang, can't you eat more politely? It's like you've never had salmon before. The other guests have been watching you for ages. How dare you even bring the plate from the hotel over here? Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Wang Ba rolled his eyes. You're the smart one, coming over here to gobble down seafood. The seaweed and sea grass outside costs $1 a pack. You must have eaten 3 pounds of it. When you eat a buffet, you should be able to walk in and out without needing a wall to hold onto. Do you understand? Hearing Wang Ba's words, Xiaodong nodded slightly beside him, fully agreeing with what was said. Then, he served himself a plate of fried rice. Lu Ming. Alright, everyone, today is the big day for Pixel Manager to sell like hotcakes. Let's all be happy. I suggest we all have a drink together. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone immediately raised their happy couch potato drinks with a smile. Even Fang Xiaoxiao was infected by their enthusiasm. She smiled and raised her cup. After the first round, Wang Ba couldn't help but start complaining. If it weren't for the gods game, we might have sold even more. Exactly. The gods game isn't human. I was even thinking about working for their company. Forget it, Menger is more promising. I'm going to join Menger from now on. Exactly. Brothers, let us toast to Sister Fong. Fong Xiao Xiao. Even if you flatter me like this, my best friend can't hear you. But since the atmosphere is so lively, let us just drink up. As for Ho Fongji, he looked at Lu Ming with some concern. Old Lu, what are you planning to do next? The Gods Company is ramping up their marketing efforts. Even if our game is good, we might not stand a chance against them. Ha ha. Ho Fongji's concerns were not unfounded. But for Lu Ming, who had seen all sorts of underhanded tactics, this wasn't even worth mentioning. He waved his hand dismissively and laughed. I am well aware of the situation you describe. Rest assured, I already have a plan for dealing with such scum. After speaking, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Ba and the other three. Did you bring the weapons you were told to bring? Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the three of them simultaneously pulled out their laptop bags. These were the items Lu Ming had specifically instructed them to bring before they arrived. He patted his slightly protruding abdomen. Lu Ming stood up directly. Since we've eaten, let us get moving. Guys, give me a hand and help me update a patch file. Just in case the gods try any more tricks, we have to take them all out in one go. After saying that, Lu Ming pulled out a hotel presidential suite room keycard he had prepared in advance. He gave the three brothers a sly smile. Feeling the confidence radiating from Lu Ming, Wang Ba and the others couldn't help but brighten their eyes. To go head-to-head with a company as powerful as the gods, there was simply nothing cooler than this. At that moment, inside the company, Chen Jiming watched the replay of last night's I'm Not a Dominatrix livestream with a look of anxiety on his face. At that moment, he resembled a ferocious beast ready to pounce on its prey. He glared angrily at his secretary. Who can tell me what's going on here? Why isn't the streamer following our instructions? Hearing Chen Jiming's demand, the secretary's body trembled. She cautiously glanced at Chen Jiming before whispering softly. The other party claims our game contains severe plagiarism and refuses to collaborate with us. The breach of contract fee has already been paid, and they don't want any further association with our company. After finishing, she lowered her head and dared not look at Chen Jiming again. She noticed that Chen Jiming's computer was displaying a video from Bilibili. As expected, it was another highlight from Xin Yuji's livestream from the previous night. No originality, pure pay to win, suspected plagiarism. I'm backing Pixel Manager this time. If I win this, I'll go to sleep. I, Xin Yuji, am truly a technical streamer. Various bizarre videos have been compiled together by a skilled content creator. Among them, the most concerning issue. Naturally, it's the plagiarism issue surrounding Professional Manager. The two games are highly similar, but Pixel Manager is clearly more polished. Not only that. What Chen Jiming didn't expect was, when Lu Ming first showed him the game, he had hidden the most important feature. Internal mechanics. This was the decisive blow that proved Professional Manager had copied it. This incident has become a trending topic in the Bilibili community. If it weren't for Chen Jiming spending money to buy the trending spot and control the public opinion flow, Professional Manager might have sunk before it even started. Watching the game replays in the livestream, even Chen Jiming had to admit, Lu Ming's imagination is truly vast. This internal gameplay has transformed an already highly entertaining game into something truly unique. It's really a bit envy-inducing. At this point, Chen Jiming couldn't help but sigh. This time, he had been completely outmatched by this young man. Thinking back to how he had once had the chance to persuade Lu Ming to join the gods, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. And then he thought about Fang Xiaoxiao's endorsement of Lu Ming at the time. He never would have imagined. That woman's judgment was so sharp. Oomph, Jin really struck gold with that one. After saying that, he scrolled down with his mouse wheel. He saw a flurry of insults directed at the company in the comments section below the video. Trash game. Do you think a small company's game can just be copied like that? If this continues, how will Dragon Country's gaming industry develop? I used to like God Company, but now I've seen through them. I predict this will be the beginning of the fall of the gods. A rising star is about to embark on its path to overthrow the gods. Holy crap! This sounds so satisfying. I'm following this. I like this game and have already purchased it. Frustrated, he closed the page. Chen Jiming pondered what to do next. Ding ding ding. Just then, Chen Jiming's office phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, the expression on his face, as the company's CEO, began to stiffen. After speaking with the person on the other end for about half an hour, he finally hung up the phone. Then, there was a long silence. Mr. Chen. What's wrong? Upon hearing the secretary's words, Chen Jiming slowly raised his head. His eyes were already filled with a cold glare. It was the shareholders' meeting. They told me to resolve this matter immediately, or else I might lose my job. What?
Hearing Chen Jiming's words, the secretary let out a startled cry. Chen Jiming, however, remained calm.
He spoke softly. Gather everyone from Team 3.
I need them to develop this internal energy gameplay feature.
Make sure it's all completed by the public beta test. After speaking,
a gleam of determination flashed in Chen Jiming's eyes.
Right. He hadn't lost yet. He had the entire company backing him.
It was time for the young ones to feel the power of capital.
Chapter 13, No More Acting. A week later. As time ticked away,
the anticipated plagiarism scandal involving the gods not only failed to escalate.
On the contrary, on major websites,
everywhere were advertisements for professional manager.
However, this approach is clearly a case of denying the obvious.
The reputation of the gods for plagiarism has already spread.
Even if the newcomers did not intentionally target them. What about other competitors? When it comes to helping out, maybe they won't.
But when it comes to smearing their competitors, they never hesitate. Despite the constant efforts of the gods to suppress this matter. But within the gaming industry, players who know that Professional Manager plagiarized Pixel Manager have already been arguing fiercely over this issue.
With no other choice,
the gods' publicity team had no choice but to close the comments sections on their accounts. Various comments were deleted. Meanwhile, within the gods' internal team, at that moment, members of the 3 game development teams were gathered in an office area, a rare occurrence.
And the one who brought them together was none other than.
It was Chen Jiming. The members of the 3 game development teams were currently conducting the final debugging. When the final test concluded,
everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed at their desks.
The 3 team leaders couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. They approached Chen Jiming with a respectful expression.
Mr. Chen, the debugging is complete.
We have successfully integrated the internal energy gameplay into our game. Players will be able to see it during the public beta test tomorrow. Upon hearing the team leader's words,
Chen Jiming's stiff face finally managed to show a hint of a smile. He relaxed his tightly clenched fists and gently patted the other person's palm.
You did a great job.
After this project is completed, I'll arrange a week-long team building trip for your entire team.
You can choose the destination,
and the company will cover all expenses. Hearing Chen Jiming's words,
the team leader of Group 3's face immediately lit up with excitement.
However, after Chen Jiming left the office area,
his expression quickly turned bitter. This time, their reputation as professional managers was completely ruined. As the development team behind the game, they were equally distressed inside. They had initially believed it was Chen Jiming's out-of-the-box creativity. It turned out to be his meticulous plagiarism.
Who would have thought? This guy couldn't even copy it properly and got outsmarted by the original creators. If this issue can't be resolved, he estimates that the members of his team will be in for a rough time.
But there's nothing they can do.
They've been forced onto Chen Jiming's war wagon.
They can only follow this chariot forward.
No more words.
He glanced at the equally disinterested members of his team behind him and clapped his hands lightly.
All right, everyone, let's wrap up early tonight. We might have a tough battle tomorrow. After speaking, the group left immediately. The next morning at 10 a.m.,
the public beta test for Professional Manager officially began. Originally, 100,000 beta test slots were planned to be distributed. Due to the popularity of Pixel Manager, it was changed to an unlimited, no-deletion beta test.
Many game streamers in the industry couldn't resist getting excited. Among them,
they all look up to Xin Yujie as the first streamer to report Professional Manager. Xin Yujie has been hailed by netizens as the first to lead the charge against the gods. In life, fame and fortune are all that matter. He has already lost his fortune. Can he really give up his name as well? Brothers, today, I will join you all in the open beta test of Professional Manager and list the 10 sins of the gods. Let's compare the 2 games and see how much Professional Manager has copied. And what is the greatest flaw of the gods? After speaking, Xin Yujie voluntarily opened Professional Manager. But what they didn't expect was, when he saw the CG content of Professional Manager, he couldn't help but be startled. On the screen, Mei Shi was dribbling the ball while kicking it at the same time. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet revealed a pattern of the Bagua symbol and lightning bolts. His right foot kicked violently. The soccer ball turned into a basketball and was passed to Curry. Around Curry's body, countless flames began to gather. A 3-pointer. The basketball was suddenly enveloped in flames. The ball continued to transform. It was passed from one star player to another. After seeing the CG from the Professional Manager, Xin Yujie felt an ominous premonition arise in his heart. These sudden special effects were not present during the internal testing phase. This newly added content, he felt so familiar with it. It wasn't just him, his live streaming fans felt the same way. They also felt that adding these special effects to the CG wasn't just for show. Holy crap! These special effects, could it be what I'm thinking? Wow!
Is this some kind of internal skill gameplay? The gods wouldn't be so shameless, would they? If that's the case, they're pretty impressive. A one-to-one recreation? They didn't even bother to act it out, just copied it verbatim? Holy crap! The biggest disappointment of the year in the gaming industry has arrived. Ugh! Disgusting! At that moment, Shin Yuja's expression wasn't looking good either. He clicked into the interface of Professional Manager with a grim expression. He proceeded to open the game's content step by step. When he saw the additional Chuanwu coach listed under the coach section, he couldn't help but curse out loud. What the hell? I already thought the game developers had no limits, but this is just rubbing my intelligence in the dirt. Guys, look. This is a brand new high-quality clone. It's a one-to-one recreation of the game content from Pixel Manager. Wait, calling it a high-quality clone is an insult. They've really outdone themselves with this update. It's better than the original. In just 1 week, they managed to replicate all the gameplay content from Pixel Manager. All I can say is, the gods are amazing. Watching the live stream of Professional Manager, every player's face was filled with astonishment. Although many had already guessed how ruthless the gods were. But they never imagined. There's no limit to how disgusting they can be. I really threw up. Shouldn't we be able to sue them for this? It's tough. You know how it is with game mechanics being copied, it's hard to sue. And if it does go to court, the underdog is the one who'll get dragged down, no doubt about it. Damn it. Are we just going to let this trash copy us? If we don't fight back today, every game company could become the next Moya. Facing such a disgusting situation, the live stream was in chaos. Those in the know regretted not being octopuses. They could open multiple accounts to curse the gods. But, in the eyes of the numerous live stream viewers who had never watched Shin Yuja's live stream before, suddenly, a large number of viewers appeared and expressed different opinions. At that moment, in the live stream titled, "I'm Not a Dominatrix," looking at the over 400,000 viewers in the live stream, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Jiming's eyes. Immediately, he tapped his secretary on the shoulder and issued a direct order. Alright, gather all our online trolls. I want the netizens to completely change their tune. Chapter 14, New DLC released. As soon as Chen Jiming gave the order, a large number of viewers flooded into the "I'm Not a Domineering Lady" livestream. All of them simultaneously launched a barrage of comments. I think it's fine. It's just a game. Isn't it normal for the one with better graphics to be more fun? The same game, of course the one with better graphics is more fun. I agree. If it's the same game, I wouldn't bother playing a pixel game. Oomph. Even dogs wouldn't play pixel games. The content of Professional Manager is amazing. I love it. I'm going to download it right now. Yeah. The product page for Professional Manager is gone, and it's completely free now. They're giving away the media skin upon launch. Wait, you guys up there, are you serious? Suddenly, they sound pretty reasonable. If it were a game, the graphics of Gods of War are truly unmatched. Seeing these comments, Chen Jiming, who had been closely watching the live stream, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. He had already anticipated that Shin Yuja, the traitor, would attack the gods. As a result, he had also prepared his defenses. Using a financial offensive, he had summoned a large number of paid commenters. He then instructed them to flood the chat with messages to brainwash the audience. The same game, of course, is more fun with better graphics. He continuously brainwashed the viewers in the live stream. Eventually, he aims to completely shift the audience's perspective. After all, compared to the stunning visuals of Professional Manager, Pixel Manager is just trash. Once all the players flood into Professional Manager, the budding trend will have no chance of survival. As expected, amidst the relentless brainwashing by the live stream commentators, players who were once supporting Pixel Manager gradually changed their tune. I can't help but feel what they're saying makes some sense. I just registered and checked. Not only can Dragon Nation players learn internal skills now, but players from other countries can too. Huh? Does that mean my favorite players can use skills now? Wow. This setting in Gods is really friendly to us hardcore fans. I love it. Plus, the gods have so many celebrity endorsers. That's something Budaya can't compete with yet. Netizens have no memory. Once capital starts to dominate, these small groups of netizens are nothing more than sheep being herded by capital. Under the same brainwashing rhetoric, those who were never firmly committed to begin with gradually switch sides. Those who remain steadfast will eventually join the ranks of Pixel Managers as their numbers dwindle. They will eventually have no choice but to join the ranks of Professional Manager. Thinking of this, Chen Jiming immediately crossed his arms, a smug expression on his face. This is capital. Though cruel, it is reality. As more and more players switched allegiance to Professional Manager, Chen Jiming's tense face finally relaxed into a smile. The secretary beside him, noticing his expression, immediately joined in the laughter.
Mr. Chen, as you predicted, the tone in the live streams of major broadcasters has shifted. Currently, the number of registered players for Professional Manager has surpassed 200,000. The number of online players remains stable at around 150,000.
Congratulations! You've created another hit game.
Upon hearing the secretary's words,
Chen Jiming's smile grew even broader.
a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he smirked triumphantly.
Excellent!
I aim to completely eliminate Pixel Manager. Once Pixel Manager is gone, open our product page. By then, not just the players, but all the coaches, skins, and techniques, they'll all have to be purchased with real money.
At that moment, Shin Yujie, watching the sudden reversal of comments in the live stream, he was also completely baffled.
He never expected the tide to turn so quickly.
Watching the viewers continuously praise Professional Manager, his expression immediately turned grim.
As a seasoned streamer, he naturally understood what was happening.
The gods of the company were spending money to manipulate the narrative, facing the tide of capital.
Even a big streamer like him had no way to fight back.
Instantly, he felt as though all his energy had been drained from him. He collapsed directly onto the gaming chair. A flash of reluctance crossed his face.
He snorted coldly. He opened Pixel Manager as if in defiance and declared,
"No matter what you all think, I'm not going to pay for a game that's almost entirely a ripoff.
Even if I jump off the building today, I won't play another game from the gods.
Tomorrow, I'll delete my account in Xiaoyao."
As he spoke,
Shin Yujie opened Pixel Manager.
what he didn't expect was, as he opened Pixel Manager,
a new update notification appeared on the game's interface. New DLC, Norse Gods system added to the game. Upcoming updates, Yule Gods system, AG Mage system, Eagle Sauce superpower system, Neon on Myoji system. Seeing this brand new update content,
Shin Yujie, who had been looking rather displeased, suddenly brightened up.
It was as if he had seen a new glimmer of hope.
He suddenly went crazy and shouted at the camera,
"Guys! Did you see that? It's updated. The system has been updated."
I wondered why only Dragon Nation players had access to internal skills. It turns out other nations have the system too.
No more talk, guys. I'm going to try out this brand new DLC right now. After saying that,
Shin Yujie immediately updated and downloaded it.
Sure enough, it didn't take long. When the Nordic Gods system activated,
the 5 national teams from the countries of Mac, Norway, Ruidien, Finland, and Cold Island immediately gained new features.
Holy crap! Guys, look! The Viking coach. You can even customize tattoos and gain divine power. Odin, Thor, Loki, and the magical world number system. Pixel Manager is really going all out this time. Hearing Shin Yujie's enthusiastic call,
the atmosphere in the livestream changed dramatically.
Those viewers who were almost brainwashed were instantly captivated by the brand new DLC for Pixel Manager.
If they were only considering graphics quality, they might consider Professional Manager.
But when it comes to gameplay, sorry, I'm sticking with Pixel Manager. Especially after everyone saw the follow-up update announcement from the developer. All the players went wild. Holy crap! Budding is amazing. They're just waiting to drop the big one. Wow! Is Budding planning to gradually strengthen every country one by one? That's amazing. It seems like the devs have messed up again.
They gave all players internal skills.
How will they balance this later?
If they really merge all the skills together,
I'll truly be impressed. Impossible. If all systems were updated, there'd be at least hundreds of millions of combinations. The game wouldn't even be able to handle thousands of terabytes. I can already imagine the gods' bosses eating.
Nothing more to say, the seeds are sprouting. Amazing broken voice.
Chapter 15, Defeat. At that moment, in Chen Jiming's office,
Chen Jiming, who had already felt confident of victory, his face suddenly revealed a look of astonishment.
Especially
when he saw the brand new update content of Pixel Manager.
His eyes couldn't help but flare with anger. How could he do this? How dare he do this? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Hearing Chen Jiming mutter like someone possessed,
the young secretary beside him couldn't help but shiver. She dared not speak. Meanwhile, in the live stream of I'm Not a Dominatrix, the new and old players who had been wavering and watching, upon seeing the brand new DLC for Pixel Manager,
one after another, they all became excited. They never expected. The once quiet and unassuming Sprout had suddenly struck back.
Instantly, a group of people let out excited monkey-like screams.
No need to say more, let's go support Pixel Manager right now. I've already bought it. As expected, graphics don't matter as much as gameplay.
The gods have grown old, with no creativity left.
Professional Manager has been completely copied into oblivion by them.
I'll see how they try to make this work.
If they even copy the Norse God system, that'd be impressive. At that moment,
in the office of the game director at Manhwa Games, Lu Ming smiled as he watched the live stream online, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Especially when he saw so many people willing to support Pixel Manager. He finally stretched lazily, a smile flickering in his eyes.
So, my dear Chen Zong, how will you handle this situation? Manhwa's counterattack was subtle yet deadly.
It coincided with the open beta launch of Professional Manager. When players were faced with the choice between graphics and gameplay,
there was no need to ask. Everyone would naturally prioritize gameplay. After all,
beautiful exteriors are a dime a dozen, but interesting souls are one in a million. This time, Pixel Manager is a surefire hit.
Just as Lu Ming had anticipated.
After seeing the brand new DLC for Pixel Manager,
Chen Zhiming went completely crazy. The entire office area of the company could hear his angry shouts.
Get the 3 team leaders here immediately.
Hurry!
Upon hearing Chen Zhiming's orders, the young secretary's face turned pale. But she hurried toward the direction of Group 3.
In no time,
the team leaders of Team 3 arrived at Chen Zhiming's office with grim expressions. Upon entering, he saw Chen Zhiming's computer. It had been smashed to the ground at some point, now a pile of parts.
Seeing him enter,
Chen Zhiming immediately picked up his phone and pressed it in front of the team leaders.
This, the brand new DLC for Pixel Manager, can we copy it too?
And all the subsequent content, copy it all for me. Upon hearing Chen Zhiming's words, the expressions of the 3 team leaders froze instantly. Swallowing hard, he finally mustered the courage to say,
well, it's possible, but it would take too much time.
For example, the internal system this time was developed through collaboration between 3 teams in the company. If the other side has something and we just copy it, it will severely hinder the work of the other teams. On the other hand, Pixel Manager.
At this point, the team leaders of the 3 groups couldn't help but sigh.
Although Pixel Manager's graphics aren't great, it must be acknowledged that its UI and skill effects can be developed quickly. The higher the quality of the artwork, the longer it takes to produce. I'm sure you understand this principle, Mr. Chen.
That's true.
However, Chen Ji clearly had no interest in thinking about such matters at the moment.
At that moment,
his mind was consumed with cleaning up the mess and preserving his position.
I don't care. You must find a way. If necessary, hire someone. You must cover this up.
Hearing Chen Zhiming's unreasonable demand, the expressions of the 3 group leaders also began to grow increasingly grim. If this had been the beginning, he might have chosen to follow Chen Zhiming's lead. But now, this ship was clearly a sinking wreck. He had no time to clean up the old man's mess anymore. He shook his head slightly. He shattered the other's last shred of hope. Speaking in a slightly cold tone, he addressed Chen Zhiming.
Mr. Chen, we're all adults. At least act like a man and accept reality. Go to hell. I'm the boss. If you can't do it, I'll fire you. Fine, I'll take the rest of my annual leave and go home this week. Upon hearing Chen Zhiming's threat,
the team leader of Group 3 merely let out a cold laugh. He does have the authority to fire him. But, a week later, after he had finished his annual leave,
could Chen Zhiming still remain in his position?
The new president certainly wouldn't let such a pillar of the company leave.
Immediately,
the team leader of Group 3 sneered. They directly removed their ID badges.
Before leaving, they didn't forget to give Chen Zhiming a defiant look.
And one more thing, I'm not called team leader of Team 3.
I have a name. My name is Zhang Bowen. After saying that, Zhang Bowen walked away without looking back,
leaving Chen Zhiming stunned. In his office, he raged helplessly. A day later, the data from Professional Manager finally came out. Number of concurrent online players on the first day of launch, 33,000. Number of registered users, 320,000. These numbers aren't enough to call it a hit, but they're not terrible either. However, most of the players are newcomers who are unaware of the game's true potential. When they discover there's a game even more interesting than Professional Manager, it's predictable. At that point, there will be a massive exodus of players. The company's shareholders have given Chen Zhiming so many resources, even halting all 3 teams' projects, all to help him complete Professional Manager.
This achievement,
it falls far short of the expectations he had painted for the shareholders. In this competition, Chen Zhiming has been thoroughly defeated.
Ding ding ding. In the office, the only phone left on Chen Zhiming's desk rang. He answered the call.
After hearing the shareholders' furious shouts on the other end, having accepted reality, he could only let out a bitter sigh.
Yes, it's all my fault. I'll take responsibility. I'll resign tomorrow. Thank you. He hung up the phone.
The vast company premises remained brightly lit.
The dimly lit office contrasted sharply with the bustling activity in the outer office area.
Chen Zhiming slowly walked toward the window.
He looked down at the bustling traffic below. He silently lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag. Huff. It's truly beautiful. Unfortunately, I probably won't be able to see such a view again in the future. Chapter 16, Summer, is this the start of a famine?
Time flew by, and another week had passed. Minji, a game company, finally welcomed its true owner.
Ding, ding, ding.
After 2 weeks of shopping and sightseeing, Xiaozong finally returned to the company with a satisfied smile.
As soon as he entered the company's front door,
Under the surprised gaze of the front desk receptionist,
she handed the receptionist a standard LV bucket bag.
then, carrying a large pile of gifts, she made her way to Lu Ming's office. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Ming and her best friend chatting animatedly.
Hey there. You two were like oil and water just a few days ago. How did your relationship get so good so quickly?
She smiled and raised her eyebrows at Feng Xiaoxiao.
Xia Tian's meaning was clear. Unfortunately,
her best friend seemed to be on a different wavelength this time. Upon seeing her return, Feng Xiaoxiao excitedly grabbed her by the arm.
My little darling. You're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would ve forgotten there was even someone like you at the company. After saying that,
under Xia Tian's puzzled gaze,
Feng Xiaoxiao excitedly asked Summer with pride, like a hyperactive puppy. Guess how much our pixel manager sold in the past 2 weeks? Ah, this. Upon hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's question, Xia Tian couldn't help but tilt his head.
Based on the sales trend of professional manager she had checked last time, she estimated that her own game had sold at most 1,000 copies.
No more than that.
The thought of soon having several $1 million in income,
Xia Tian nearly couldn't maintain her image as a cool, aloof female CEO.
After a moment as thought, she gently extended a finger.
1,000 copies? Seeing Summer's gesture, Feng Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. You really underestimate our director Lu. Guess again. Go higher. More than 1,000? Hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian's expression froze slightly. Could someone really be interested in that pixelated, low-quality game? Got it. Retro game enthusiasts, maybe. There must be some oddballs out there.
There are also players who get motion sickness from 3D games and can only play 2D games.
Thinking about it this way, I realize I didn't consider everything thoroughly before.
I didn't take these special groups into account.
Unintentionally.
After pondering for a moment, Summer slowly extended 2 fingers.
3,000? No, guess again. Higher. Much higher. This. Hearing that the game's sales had exceeded 3,000 copies,
Summer's smile froze on his face.
In an instant, she felt like she'd lost several designer handbags. It was even more painful than losing a small goal. However, she quickly calmed herself down. It's okay, it's only a difference of a few 100,000. This goddess doesn't care.
Then, she slowly extended her 5 fingers.
Oh, you're doing it again. Don't make me guess. Just tell me the exact amount.
Hearing her best friend's words, Xia Tian could no longer guess. She then flopped onto the sofa in Lu Ming's office, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling. After losing so much money, I can't even show how disappointed I am.
How frustrating. Seeing her best friend's expression,
Feng Xiaoxiao immediately smiled and pulled her arm, leaning close to her ear.
She let out a low, demonic whisper. Let me tell you a secret, it's 620,000 copies. To be more precise, we sold a total of 622,782 copies of the game in just 2 weeks. Over 20,000 reviews on Steam, with a 91% approval rating. The praise is pouring in. Oh, so it's 6, wait, what?
No sooner had the words left his mouth,
Summer finally realized something was off.
He suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Without saying a word, her long legs moved swiftly toward Lu Ming's computer. Then she opened the Steam backend data.
Game sales, 622,782 copies. Refunds within 2 hours, 1,124 copies. Sales amount, 7,473,384 yuan. Current cumulative game reviews, 20,174. Positive review rate, 91% overwhelmingly positive. Da.
All you could hear was Summer frantically backing up in her high heels.
Seeing this shocking data, she looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. What is going on? Is this really the sales figure for that our game? Hearing Summer's words,
Lu Ming simply pushed his glasses up slightly.
He displayed an air of humility and detachment.
He tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky. I admit I took a gamble, but our rival company just wasn't up to par, so they ended up doing all the work for us.
Summer? What are you talking about? I get it. Hackers. Our company's computers were hacked, right?
What's with this ridiculously exaggerated sales volume?
Aha. There's something dirty.
Seeing her best friend's shocked expression, Feng Xiaoxiao immediately smiled and pulled her shoulder. I never expected Xiao Lu to be so skilled. When we were developing Pixel Manager, we kept a trick up our sleeve. When our competitors, the gods, were exposed for copying our work, Professional Manager was already on its last legs.
The number of concurrent online players is now less than 10,000. It's completely ruined. Do you remember that arrogant Chen Jiming? He was directly ousted by the shareholders of the gods. On the other hand, we rode this wave of momentum and our game sales skyrocketed. We've made a name for ourselves. Hee mysterious, shouldn't you give us another bonus? Speaking of which, Fang Xiaoxiao abandoned her usual decisive demeanor. Her voice became soft and sweet. That voice. Sweet enough to kill a Taiwanese sweetheart. Who would have believed that this person was originally from the Northeast? Summer.
Staring in disbelief, he listened as Fang Xiaoxiao recounted everything that had happened during that time.
Summer immediately looked at Lu Ming with a horrified expression. No way. Where's my dim-witted agent? Did you eat him? Oh my goodness. My life is so miserable. You cruel heavens, how could you do this to me?
It seemed as though he was trying to put an end to Fang Xiaoxiao's words once and for all.
The next moment,
the loss-making refund system in Xia Tian's mind immediately sounded an alert.
Ding. 2 weeks have ended, investment settlement in progress. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, Pixel Manager. Investment amount, 1 million. Rebate multiplier, 10x. Game revenue, 3,873,384 yuan. Congratulations. You have received a system rebate of 0.0000000 yuan. Summer. Put. Upon seeing the system's reward notification, Summer immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. No, my reward was supposed to be 10 million yuan. In the end, I didn't get a single penny? This crappy system. What's the point of you? Wait a moment.
It seemed like he had thought of something.
Xia Tian's face suddenly turned pale.
She had spent her own savings on trips to Neon and Siam over the past 2 days.
The income from this company's game doesn't go into her personal account. Thinking of this, Xia Tian's expression changed abruptly. Looking at the balance on your phone. Balance, 20,340 yuan. Summer. Oh no. My phone has been hacked too. All my little savings are gone. This is the start of a famine? Chapter 17, everyone in our dorm is a genius.
While Summer was lamenting the loss of her savings, my best friend gave her a nudge.
What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and thank our company's hero. Summer. She turned around.
She saw Lu Ming sitting calmly at his desk. A faint smile flashed across the corner of his mouth.
Xia Tian. Damn it. You're still acting like that. Gritting his teeth, Xia Tian glared at Lu Ming, his face as expressionless as ever. Thank you so much, Director Lu. You've made a significant contribution to the company. Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Xia. It's all part of my job.
I've drifted through life for half a century, regretting never having met a wise leader. It's you, Mr. Xia, who recognized my potential and chose me.
Xia Tian.
Right, there are so many people at the University of Science and Technology.
Why did I end up choosing you of all people? You're something else. You've been working for 2 weeks and already fired the CEO of a top-tier game company? Are you a demon?
That level of combat power.
Are you sure you're the same person I met earlier? Giggle. All you could hear was the sound of Xia Tian's teeth chattering.
With a cold gaze fixed on Lu Ming, she couldn't help but ask her system.
System, can I change my bound agent? System notice. Once an agent is bound, it is permanently bound and cannot be changed for life. Xia Tian. Lu Ming. I thank you. No need to thank me, Miss Xia. It's my duty. I thank you. Thank you and your entire family. Lu Ming? Is there something I misunderstood?
Why does it feel like Mr. Xia isn't very satisfied with the results I've achieved?
Turning around,
there stood Xia Tian, looking at me with a kind and benevolent expression.
It felt like the Bodhisattva from Journey to the West?
Instinctively, Lu Ming shivered.
Could it be that the fact that he had used 200,000 yuan to hire himself as a contractor had been discovered?
Meanwhile, Fang Xiaoxiao, who was standing beside him. At that moment, she was tactlessly nudging Xia Tian.
Mr. Xia, should we celebrate tonight? Let us go to the Bulgari Hotel and order some abalone, Australian lobster, sea cucumber, and shark fin? Xia Tian.
Instantly, she looked at her best friend in shock.
No way. Are you a devil? I only have $2,000 left. Do you want me to go hungry this month? But, seeing Lu Ming's eager expression, Xia Tian's heart ached. Alright, but can it be reimbursed through the company? Well, the platform hasn't transferred the money yet, so you'll have to cover it first, boss. Ugh, well, I suddenly remembered I have some things to do. Why don't we reschedule for another day? Hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian's calves began to tremble.
He glanced at his own mysterious expression.
It was as if they were saying, "Poisonous woman." But before she could finish, a heavenly voice echoed in her ears.
Lu Ming suddenly spoke up beside her.
Mr. Xia, let's skip the dinner gathering.
I promised my brothers I'd go back and hang out with them today. After saying this, Lu Ming paused for a moment before continuing. Mr. Xia, my roommates helped me a lot with the game this time. Considering how tough it's been for our company to get started, maybe we should consider hiring some more staff.
Oh, that's right.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian felt as though a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. However, when faced with Lu Ming's request, the words she had prepared to agree immediately. She hesitated for a moment.
Wait a moment. What did little Lu just say? The design of Pixel Manager was helped by his roommate? Ugh. He can't handle one monster, let alone a few more. Cough cough. Suddenly,
the words that were almost on Xia Tian's lips stopped again. Hiring people, I do have that idea, but I also need to assess their capabilities. I'll have Secretary Fong conduct a background check on them.
As long as their performance is good, I'll hire them. Phew.
Upon hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming immediately relaxed. Glancing at Sister Fong beside him, he saw her quietly give him an okay gesture.
The referee is on my side.
This time, Wang Ba and the others are sure to get hired.
If there's nothing else, Mr. Xia, I won't bother you anymore. Can I leave early today?
Go ahead. You've worked hard these past 2 weeks.
Get some rest. After saying that, Xia hurriedly waved at Lu Ming.
He was afraid he might follow in Fong Xiaoxiao's footsteps and ask for something like abalone or shark's fin.
Forget about abalone or shark's fin.
She was now thinking whether she could go back to the front desk and ask for the bag she had just sent out.
Wah. She never thought she'd end up short on cash. Damn it. It's all that idiot's fault.
At that moment, Lu Ming had no idea that his boss had already noted him down in his little notebook.
He strode confidently toward the dormitory door. Bang! He kicked open the dormitory door with a single kick. Everyone in room 519. Your father is back. Ah. Godfather. Please have some. I just bought some milk tea. Godfather, would you like to eat first or take a shower?
I'll get you some food, and for the shower, please use my new shampoo. It can be used as shampoo, body wash, and face wash, all 3 in 1.
Lu Ming. Are you serious about using the 3-in-1 product? Alright. I know what you want to ask. It's just about work, right? This time it's all good. Ha. Instantly, the entire dormitory erupted in a chorus of monkey-like screams.
One by one, everyone was so excited they seemed to have regressed to their primal state. Lu Ming smiled and said directly, Mr. Xia has already said that as long as your regular grades are in order, you'll be hired. Pack your things and get ready to start work. However, what Lu Ming didn't expect was, as soon as he finished speaking,
the entire 519 office fell into complete silence. Lu Ming? Don't tell me your grades are all problematic. Upon hearing Lu Ming's question,
the few students in the dormitory exchanged glances and wore anxious expressions. There stood Wang Ba, a towering man of 1.85 meters, his face flushing with embarrassment. Well, my average score isn't quite enough, and I failed a few elective courses and need to retake them.
How many? 4. Lu Ming.
Ho Fangji, on the other hand, looked troubled as he rubbed his already sparse hair.
Old Lu, I didn't pass the CET4. Wait a minute? You're a computer science major who writes code, and you didn't pass the CET4?
Hey! That's a stereotype about computer people. He looked at him speechlessly. He turned to look at Xiang Dong beside him.
Old Xiang, what about you? Don't tell me you have something to do.
Your grades have always been the best in our dorm.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, Xiang Dong's face turned beet red.
He lowered his head, looked at Lu Ming and the others. I went out with my girlfriend to stay in a hotel room, and since I wasn't in the dorm during the check, I got 2 disciplinary warnings.
Everyone? You actually got disciplined? No. You have a girlfriend? What? You actually went to a hotel? You guys didn't know? We've been dating for 2 years. Lu Ming, 6. Chapter 18, Middle School Esports Game Design Competition. At that moment, inside Xia Tian's office.
Looking at the materials Fong Xiaoxiao handed her about Wang Ba and the others,
a smile couldn't help but curve her lips. Lu Ming's classmates
are truly a bunch of talented individuals.
Failing exams, not passing the English proficiency test, skipping class.
All the mistakes a college student could possibly make. They've managed to commit every single one of them together. Summer flipped through their main subject grades again.
Just average.
That Wang Ba, due to insufficient scores in his elective subjects, he was even at the bottom of the class.
Among Lu Ming's 3 roommates,
it seems that aside from the student named Xiang Dong, the rest are all mediocre.
Fong Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, gave Lu Ming a helpless glance. That look seemed to say, you actually have the nerve to associate with such people?
Seeing that Xia Tian was holding Wang Bao's information but not saying a word,
Lu Ming couldn't help but exhale a breath of frustration. As their father, I've really worried myself sick over my own sons.
He glanced at Summer with a touch of embarrassment. He spoke with a straight face. Mr. Xia, although Wang Ba and the others don't have great grades, their professional skills are really top-notch. Plus, they have experience collaborating with me on the development of Pixel Manager. They can jump right into work at the company level.
At this point, it seemed like he was afraid Xia Tian wasn't satisfied yet.
Lu Ming clenched his teeth and said directly, "With them on board, I guarantee that Pixel Manager will have a spot at today's TGA. Once we update all the overseas patch files, we'll attract players worldwide to purchase our game. Additionally, we can charge again for the DLC we sell to foreigners later on."
Such a bold promise. He didn't believe Summer wouldn't be swayed by that.
The TGA is one of the most renowned awards in the global game development industry.
Its prestige is equivalent to the Oscars in the film industry. To be nominated, both player reviews and influence are indispensable. It is the ultimate goal and highest honor for every game director. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's eyebrows involuntarily raised. Holding the files of Wang Ba and others in her hands, she showed no sign of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, her smile grew even broader. Having Director Lu is like having a hidden gem. If we could add you all as teammates, we'd have the perfect team. Go ahead and recruit freely. I trust your judgment, Mr. Lu. Not a chance. If those underperforming students were to come and help, they'd definitely slow down Lu Ming's progress. Then she'll be able to sit back and enjoy the system's loss-making refunds again. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Fang Xiaoxiao, standing beside her, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Pointing at Wang Ba and the others' files, even she found it hard to believe. "Mr. Xia, these underachievers, students, are you really taking them on?" "Hey! Old Feng, what do you mean by that? A county official is more than capable of governing a country. If you don't trust me, don't you trust Lu Ming's judgment?" Fang Xiaoxiao. Should I believe him? Although she was already fully convinced by Lu Ming himself. But what about Wang Ba and the others? How could she, as their tutor, possibly believe them? Thinking of this, Fang Xiaoxiao seemed to suddenly realize something. She looked at her best friend in astonishment. She saw her best friend looking at Lu Ming with a face full of affection. Fang Xiaoxiao felt like she had finally understood. She understood. Her best friend had brought Lu Ming into their lives. It was definitely just because she was attracted to his looks. The boss wants to flirt with an employee, so of course he'll give him the most leniency within his limited authority. Alright. I never expected it, Guami, your schemes are so deep. Unconsciously, Fang Xiaoxiao squeezed her delicate fist. Her best friend's standards have always been high, or rather, in Fang Xiaoxiao's impression, Xia Tian was the kind of girl who always put on airs. After all these years with Xia Tian, she'd never seen her show any interest in any man. Now that she has set her sights on Xiao Lu, she has no idea how to pursue a guy. Being a little puppy dog is understandable. As Summer's best friend, she naturally feels obligated to help her friend out. From now on, call me Fang Yu Lao Xiao. My best friend's love is in my hands. Instantly. Her best friend's seemingly brainless actions. In Fang Xiaoxiao's imagination, it all made perfect sense. And what Summer said next only confirmed her suspicions. What? Enter a competition? Upon hearing Xia Tian's request, Lu Ming and Fang Xiaoxiao were clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, Xia Tian had already taken out her tablet. She handed it to Lu Ming. That's right. Now that the company has gained some recognition, it's the perfect time to enter some prestigious awards. As the content on the tablet unfolded, Lu Ming finally noticed. The tablet displayed the poster for the middle school esports game design and creativity competition. What? Why is there a game design competition for middle school students? Of course, it's because the world's electronic technology has become more advanced. The era of computers arrived early. This led to esports being included in international sports competitions as early as 2 decades ago. The profession of esports player was never intended solely for adults. Especially those who are trained from a young age have greater strength and teamwork. Therefore, in Dragon Country, to cultivate outstanding esports athletes, every year, they call on major game companies to participate in game design competitions. Don't underestimate these games, which are designed for middle school students. The awards are absolutely on a national level. The first place winner not only receives a prize of 5 million yuan. Game design companies also receive significant government support. Of course, since it's a game targeted at middle school students, elements such as bloodshed and violence are naturally off limits. All forms of prohibited content, such as pornography, gambling, and drug use, are strictly off limits. Such games, how should I put it? Due to the strict restrictions imposed, it truly tests the creativity and planning skills of the game designers. In the future, students from the 100 national esports academies will participate in games designed by various companies. Upon seeing the competition content, Lu Ming unconsciously stroked his smooth chin. Mr. Xia, the game content is set in stone. Why don't we enter another game design competition instead? No way. Upon hearing Lu Ming's suggestion, Xia Tian almost rejected it without a second thought.
Last night, after returning home, she reflected deeply on her failure. She analyzed the reasons for her failure. The final conclusion was, he had given Lu Ming too much freedom. So he searched through numerous competitions and found the most challenging game design contest. With so many restrictions, she refused to believe it. Lu Ming's wild imagination could still find a way to shine. And, thinking about Lu Ming's 3 roommates, Xia Tian couldn't help but sneak a smile. With 3 more clueless roommates, this game investment. She just couldn't believe that Lu Ming and his crew could make money. After all, she had discovered a glitch in her system. In competitions like this, the money earned besides the prize money is completely free. If Lu Ming's game fails, she'll get a full 10-fold return on her investment. Thinking of this, Xia Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. She gently patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and said seriously, "Mr. Lu, the future of the company depends on you. I believe that if you're in charge, our company will definitely win the award." Right, as if. Chapter 19, New Project, Silent. Fang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby. Upon hearing Summer's request, her face immediately revealed an expression of "I knew it." Young people are too easily successful, that's not good. When those company executives manipulate their subordinates, don't they first give them a difficult case? Once the subordinates realize they can't handle it, the boss shows them enough leniency. At that point, getting rid of Lu Ming would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Unconsciously, Fang Xiaoxiao's gaze towards Xia Tian suddenly carried a hint of ambiguity. "I never expected you to be so cunning. Spit. You trash. You keep saying you admire his talent. You're so low, you just want his body. But then again, she is my best friend. It's just a middle school game design competition, it won't cost that much anyway. Just let Summer be whatever it wants to be." But Summer's next words left Fang Xiaoxiao and Lu Ming both speechless. What? This competition requires at least $1 million budget? Upon hearing Summer's demand, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Summer with even more respect. No wonder she's known as Summer the Rich Lady, she can just throw out $1 million investment like that. He had originally thought that Summer Rich Lady was just bragging. But now it seems, it was just that he had been too superficial. And Summer also mentioned, $1 million is just the starting point for their additional investment in this game. Rest assured, Director Lu, go ahead and do your best. With your talent, I'm confident you can do it. If $1 million isn't enough, you can directly withdraw funds from the company account. Even if you invest all the money in the company account, there's no problem at all. But there's one condition. The investment must not be less than $1 million. Lu Ming, alright. The boss has already made his decision, what else could he say? For a game designer, an unlimited budget is the best thing ever. He naturally agreed without hesitation. But Fang Xiaoxiao, standing beside him. At that moment, she was staring at Xia Tian in shock, unable to suppress her admiration. It seems like her best friend is serious this time. Is she already starting to groom Lu Ming to be the boss's wife? She actually let Lu Ming manage the company's finances. You sly fox, your plans are so deep. You're so bad, I love it. Darn it. Why wasn't I born a guy? I want to be sponsored by a rich woman too. Once Summer arrived and Fang Xiaoxiao left the office, Lu Ming finally turned his attention to the promotional poster for the middle school esports game design and creativity competition, hereinafter referred to as the middle school creativity competition. He watched the promotional video below. It not only outlined the competition rules, but also official interviews with students from various schools. Among them were questions from journalists to the students, asking them what kind of games they wanted to play. "I'd like to play games with higher competitiveness. I'm too lazy to play something too simple. If possible, I'd like the game to have more fun elements, something that really catches your attention. Multiplayer team battles, preferably something I can play with my classmates. Something easy to pick up quickly, preferably not too challenging for girls. The graphics should be as cool as possible." Looking at these students' interviews, Lu Ming, sitting in his office, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If all these students' game requirements were combined, it wouldn't be an easy task. Just the graphics alone. We can't opt for pixel art anymore. He had designed Pixel Manager purely out of necessity due to budget constraints. But now, with Summer's golden promise, after selecting the option to spend the budget freely, he had no choice but to consider using more advanced rendering and graphics quality for the game. Those engines, for instance, all come at a cost. Just the annual fees for these software tools alone are a significant expense. But for the sake of making the game, Lu Ming still went ahead and bought them. With a single gesture, he spent 500,000 yuan to purchase the annual usage rights for various software. Finally, Manhwa company successfully transitioned from a 2D pixel art style to a 3D style. Over the next 3 days, he processed the employment paperwork for Wang Ba and the others. All benefits were naturally provided at the highest standards. Watching their excited expressions, Lu Ming cleared his throat and said, Alright, now that you've received such generous compensation, you must demonstrate the skills and abilities that justify your salary. Regarding the project proposal for the upcoming Zhongchuan competition, I already have some ideas. After speaking, he tossed the proposal document to the three of them. When Wang Ba and the others saw Lu Ming's new project, Silent, everyone couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, upon seeing the game mechanics Lu Ming had come up with, the three of them couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Holy crap! Old Lu, your idea is pretty bold. But will students actually play this? The game itself isn't difficult, and both men and women can participate equally. I think this project proposal is pretty good. Wow! Did a master enlighten your mind? How are you coming up with these ideas one after another? Everyone took a look. After confirming that Lu Ming's proposal had no flaws, they exchanged glances. No more talk, let's just get to work. Immediately, the group began their happy and energetic workday. Just 4 days later, the list of companies registered for the Zhongchuan competition was finally announced. Weibo was flooded with promotional posts about the Zhongchuan competition. Hashtag 4 top-tier game companies announced their participation in the Zhongchuan competition. Hashtag Zongshan's new CEO Su Li announces that they will present an unprecedented perfect answer. Hashtag top 10 dark horse companies participating in this year's competition. Hashtag Jinshan's new CEO, we have already secured first place. Hashtag. Seeing these fresh topics on Weibo, Lu Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. No wonder it's a national-level competition. All the well-known game companies in the country have indeed participated. Many company executives have made bold declarations. They're all vying for the top spot. This is clearly just buying trending topics. Among them, Zongshan stands out the most. The recent plagiarism scandal had a significant negative impact on the company. One of the reasons the new CEO made such bold statements. It is highly likely that they are preparing to increase their budget for the Zhongchuan competition. Everyone knows that. The China Innovation Competition offers very generous rewards. However, the first prize is only 5 million yuan. This sets a strict limit, as everyone's budget cannot exceed 5 million. After all, they're a game company, not a dream company. They need to make a living. And the reason Su Li dared to make such a bold statement. Lu Ming suspects that he plans to invest over 5 million yuan, using a financial onslaught to crush the competition. In response, Lu Ming simply shrugged his shoulders. When it comes to games, starting with Pixel Manager, he had proven through practice that gameplay was more important. Therefore, he didn't think that Su Li's money had any significance. It was just about having better graphics. It's just about getting a few extra points on the surface. With only a month to create the game for the competition, there was no way to make a large-scale game. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. He had already begun to look forward to it. The scene of the award ceremony for the Zhongchuan competition. Chapter 20, Summer. I feel confident about this one. Time flew by, and a month had quietly passed. Today's summer felt different compared to the day when Pixel Manager was first released. Seems particularly tense. Tomorrow is the official start of the Zhongchuan competition. As a complete novice in computer science, she has no idea how the game Lu Ming and his team have created turns out. She can only sit anxiously in her office, waiting for Lu Ming's report. Soon, the knock on her office door sounded. Fang Xiaoxiao brought Lu Ming into her office for the report. Lu Ming walked over to Xia Tian with his laptop in hand. On the screen was the project their team had been working on. Silent. Ms. Xia, our new game has been completed and has just been uploaded to the Zhongchuan competition official website. I am highly confident in the results of this project. The Excel spreadsheet next to me outlines the total budget for this project. Please take a look. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian took the computer from him with a nervous expression. In his heart, he began to pray incessantly. It must not be interesting. It must not be interesting. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. Opening his eyes, he saw a fairly detailed 3D scene. There stood a wizard in a robe, appearing within Summer's field of vision. Seeing the 3D modeling, Xia Tian's heart finally settled. It's not pixel art? Upon hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. After all, it's a national-level competition, so we had to take it seriously. So we put a lot of effort into the modeling this time. The game follows the traditional MMORPG format. However, the skill release mechanics are slightly different from traditional online games. As he spoke, Lu Ming began to explain the gameplay of Silent World. He could be seen maneuvering the character using the keyboard. Upon spotting enemies, he immediately shouted into the microphone of his Bluetooth headset. Ah! In an instant, the character in front of him directly released a fireball. A moderate amount of damage appeared on the opposite side. By the time Lu Ming had finished demonstrating everything, he finally smiled broadly at Xia Tian. Xia Tian. That's it? Yes. The skill Silent can only be activated through sound. All skills require players to compile the sounds themselves. Additionally, the more words you compile, the stronger the skill becomes. Even a basic level 1 fireball can unleash the same power as a level 50 thunderstorm of fire with just a single word. To reduce the gap between players and consider the game's competitiveness, we completely removed the equipment system and focused more on map details and character optimization. Everyone. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the office fell into silence. Fang Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Ming with a mix of emotions. She couldn't fathom how he had come up with such a mind-blowing design. Xia Tian sat dumbfounded in her boss's chair. After a long while, she finally snapped out of it. She couldn't help but raise her hands and clap them together. Clap, clap, clap. Gradually, her applause grew louder and louder. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. Excellent. Excellent. You truly are Director Lu. You haven't disappointed me. This game it's a bit of a waste for the Zhengchuan competition. Winning first place would be a piece of cake. Fang Xiaoxiao. Are you serious, bestie? In an instant, Fang Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and kept blinking at her best friend. Sure enough, love makes people blind. This idea. Do you really think it has a chance of making it into the top 3? Meanwhile, Xia Tian's face broke into an unprecedentedly sincere smile. She clapped her hands with a cheerful smile. If she had seen the game's graphics earlier, she might have felt a bit nervous. But this time, there was nothing more to say. The heart that had once died had come back to life. If this game can make it into the top 3, I'll change into a swimsuit on livestream. A heart that had been left hanging in the summer sky was finally put back in its place. She immediately started looking at the budget for this game with a smile on her face. Wow! The budget has exceeded 1 million. The clueless director does have some spending skills after all. At the same time, the system's notification sound finally rang out. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, silent. Investment amount, 1.43 million. Task settlement time, 168:00:00. Return multiplier, 10x. Upon seeing the system prompt, Xia Tian couldn't help but smile with delight. Immediately, she waved her hand and gave a direct signal. To celebrate the completion of our game and to celebrate its success in advance, our company is having a dinner tonight. Little did anyone know what Xia Tian had to say. Lu Ming merely shook his head slightly. There's no rush, Mr. Xia. I'd like to see the game data first. All right. Facing the director's request, Xia Tian naturally went along with it. When it came to budgeting, he was willing to spend money. When it came to treating others, he knew how to decline. In another company, this would be considered a clueless jerk who doesn't understand social etiquette. But with Summer, there is simply no better game director who knows how to make money and save money than him. Immediately, she gave her best friend a sly wink. Under Fang Xiaoxiao's speechless gaze, the two left the office. Another early day off. As they walked, Fang Xiaoxiao asked softly. It's not even summer yet, and you really think Lu Ming's game could make it into the awards? Of course. This is a game designed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's work is always top-notch. Don't doubt my judgment. Right, like that'll happen. Exactly. This time, we're definitely going to lose big. Just thinking about not even getting the nomination bonus. I'll have to cover the entire 1.43 million yuan loss myself. The investment return amount is a whopping 14.3 million. Her little savings account suddenly has so much more money. She can go shopping and traveling abroad again. She could buy even more handbags. Wait. How could buying handbags be enough? If she's going to buy, she might as well buy the whole company. Speaking of which, the seasonal change is approaching. Maybe it's time to add some new clothes to my wardrobe? The new wardrobe doesn't match the bedroom. Maybe I should buy a new house? Oh, right, the car has been driven for a year. Maybe it's time to get a new one too? If it's an old car, I'll give it to my best friend. Should I buy a Maserati Gran Turismo or a Porsche 718? That night. In the summer, Fang Xiaoxiao, looking completely bewildered, went on a shopping spree. As the two sat on a cruise ship on the Huangpu River enjoying their meal. At midnight, the clock struck 12. The exciting Zhengchuan competition officially began. Countless game works were simultaneously released. Under the watchful eyes of game enthusiasts nationwide, the game competition officially began. Many schools even started live streaming the event immediately. Meanwhile, many visitors have begun trying out these games. Of course, visitors who try out the games do not have voting rights. To ensure fairness and impartiality, all voting rights are exclusively granted to registered middle school students. At 9 a.m. sharp, students from 100 esports middle schools simultaneously logged into their accounts. Like sharks sensing blood, they frantically searched for the games they wanted to play. The first targets were the outstanding games from top-tier game companies. Chapter 21, Why does playing a game require passing it on? Hello everyone, I'm Jumping Candy. As you can see, behind me is the computer lab of Qingshui Esports High School. Soon, all of us students will log into the Zhengchuan competition official website. Today, I'll accompany you all to take a look at what great games are worth playing in this year's Zhongchuan competition.
Inside the computer lab, Kai Minmin is live streaming on her phone.
Although she is a student at an esports high school, her live streaming niche is quite niche. She doesn't focus on competitive games.
On the contrary,
she is a farming game player. Because she enjoys the farming game style. This has earned her a significant following within the community. Additionally, she enjoys makeup and cosplay, attracting a diverse fan base. Every time she goes live, she attracts at least 1,000 viewers simultaneously. And today, as the official start of the Zhongchuan competition, she wouldn't miss out on this opportunity to gain more attention. So early in the morning, she put on a beautiful makeup look. And last night, she had already scheduled her live stream for today. Sure enough, when she opened the live stream was immediately flooded with over 1,000 fans.
Wow! Sugar is so cute today.
The double ponytail really suits you. Sugar, start the live stream quickly.
Let's see if there are any fun farming games in this competition. Who would have believed that Sugar is actually just a middle school student?
Guys, I'll go first. Looking at the fans interacting with her in the live stream, Kai Minmin waved her hand lightly and began the official live stream.
Everyone,
today, my main task is to review the works of major game companies, as well as those from first-tier and second-tier game companies.
Please show your support and drop some small gifts, okay? After finishing her introduction,
she skillfully opened her account and logged in. Within moments, at least 1,000 game pages appeared on everyone's screens. At the top of the page was a real-time ranking chart displaying the number of votes. At the top of the list was Weapon Master from the Gods Company. It had already accumulated over 6,000 votes. Each student had 5 votes, totaling 500,000 votes. Weapon Master had already achieved a lead that could be described as overwhelming. It has achieved an outstanding result right from the start. Of course, this is undoubtedly tied to the massive marketing budget of the game. Looking at the top 10 rankings, they are mostly dominated by head game and one game companies. Ordinary game companies, even studios, and even individual game designers. Breaking through in such a major competition is truly challenging. Of course. After all, these are products from major companies. In terms of quality, there's simply no room for criticism. And the first game Kai Minmin wanted to play was, of course, the Game of the Gods. Alright, everyone, I'll give Weapon Master a try first. Later, I'll evaluate it based on creativity, gameplay, and graphics, with a total score out of 10.
What do you think I should give them?
She finished speaking.
Kai Minmin chuckled.
She directly opened Weapon Master. Upon entering the page, 2 stylish and handsome characters appeared.
5 major professions are available to choose from. Equipment is entirely obtained through upgrades.
The experience you accumulate no longer goes toward your character but toward your character's equipment. Whether it's leveling up, improving quality, or reforging stats,
can be obtained through monster hunting or PvP.
A vast magical world unfolds before your eyes. Various strange and exotic elves and monsters left Kai Minmin, who saw the game's models and scenes, momentarily speechless.
After trying it for 10 minutes, she couldn't help but nod in approval.
She then shared her review. As you can all see, it's no wonder it's from the gods. The graphics are still top-notch.
I give it a 10. However, in terms of gameplay, it hasn't broken free from the constraints of traditional MMORPGs.
I'll give that a 6. As for creativity, the weapon upgrade system is pretty interesting.
I'll give that an 8.
Total score, 24.
Hearing Jumping Candy's review, the viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but nod in agreement.
This review from Jumping Candy was fairly standard. As for why the gameplay score was so low, of course, it's because the viewers watching Jumping Candy's live stream, most of them are farming players.
They aren't particularly interested in traditional large-scale multiplayer online role-playing games either.
The reason Kai Minmin could play Weapon Master for 10 minutes is because of its graphics. As for the games from those big studios later on,
Kai Minmin's average gameplay time, not even 5 minutes. There's nothing we can do about it. Domestic big-name studios have grown accustomed to the MMORPG formula.
Leveling up, grinding monsters, collecting gear, boosting combat power, and competing on leaderboards. It's as if they can't make money without sticking to this formula. Without the goal of making money, their designs feel like they've lost their soul.
By the time you play later on, don't even mention Kai Minmin.
Even the viewers watching the live stream start to feel bored.
Tonton, let's try something else similar, okay? Exactly, why does it feel like we've been playing the same game since the beginning?
Big studios are like that, their games are all the same. Only the initial Weapon Master caught my attention for a moment.
The level of homogenization is just too high, it's making me sick.
But it didn't take long. Many viewers, frustrated by the overly similar games, chose to leave the live stream. Watching the viewer count, which had finally nearly reached 10,000, drop back down to 9,000.
Kai Minmin grew increasingly anxious. Just then,
a loud scream startled her.
Pang Dahai. Are you trying to kill me?
Seeing that it was the chubby boy sitting in front of her, Kai Minmin raised her eyebrows in surprise. His loud shout startled her. Her already irritable mood grew even more agitated.
Hearing Kai Minmin's angry scolding, the little chubby boy immediately shrunk his neck. Sorry about that. I just came across an interesting game. It's a bit tricky. What kind of game made you scream like that? It's also a game from the Zhengchuan competition called Silent. You should try it. Upon hearing Pang Dahai's recommendation,
Kai Minmin shook her head firmly.
No way, that sounds like a horror game. I'm not brave enough to play it. And you, just play the game properly. Stop making all that noise. After saying that, she ignored the hesitant little fat boy.
She started the live stream again.
But 5 minutes later. Ah, Tai Kula. What are you doing? I'm the pangolin. Ah, right.
In the server room, a sudden burst of manic screams erupted.
Kai Minmin? Wait, how did this spread from person to person?
Looking up, she saw a group of boys laughing and playing a game.
Even a few girls, influenced by the boys, joined in the contagious behavior. Even her best friend seemed to have joined in as well.
Curiously, she gave her best friend a sly glance.
Xiaoxue, what game are you playing?
It's a game called Silent from the Zhengchuan competition.
The fat guy discovered it. You should try it, it's pretty interesting. Our class even created a small group and we're doing a group solo right now.
After saying that, Kai Minmin picked up her headphones and shouted into them.
I just turned 18. Kai Minmin.
Hearing her best friend's words, Kai Minmin immediately tilted her head.
No. It's just a game, what's with all the commotion? Curious people weren't just Kai Minmin. During her live stream, many viewers noticed the situation. Immediately, some viewers shouted, "Why don't you try this game, Zhubo? Yeah, it looks pretty interesting."
This game is terrible, but you've definitely caught my attention.
Can someone tell me what's going on in this live stream? Have you all lost your minds?
Wait, Zhubo, your class has such a unique style. Did you lose at Truth or Dare?
Chapter 22. Clever Zhubo, you're about to hook your fans into being perverts. Seeing the chat in the live stream,
Kai Minmin saw that everyone wanted to watch her play Silent.
Plus the commotion from her classmates. It really piqued her curiosity. So she decided to quit the game she was currently reviewing.
In the search bar on the official website, she found the game titled Silent.
Budding Games? I've never heard of that company.
It must be a newly established game company. Upon seeing that the developer was budding, Kai Minmin clearly paused. There were a few viewers who were familiar with Pixel Manager. Upon seeing that Silent was produced by Budding,
their eyes lit up. Wow! Manhwa is also participating? Manhwa has been pretty famous lately.
The recent plagiarism scandal involving gods was a copy of their work.
I remember now. The recently popular Pixel Manager is theirs, right? Looking at it this way, Manhwa company is pretty impressive, isn't it? If it's produced by Manhwa, I'm suddenly looking forward to it.
Seeing the discussions in the comments,
Kai Minmin couldn't help but pause.
She didn't expect that Manhwa was the company behind Pixel Manager.
When mentioning this company, she did have a vague recollection.
After all, simulation management and farming games.
There were many similarities. So it's the company behind Pixel Manager? I'm really looking forward to it. I was actually planning to record Pixel Manager for the next episode. Now that you mention it, I'm even more excited. Just as we were talking, Silent had already finished downloading.
What the old players of Pixel Manager didn't expect was, Manhwa suddenly abandoned its usual pixel art style and opted for 3D modeling.
Not only that, but the rendering looks pretty polished.
It's clearly a typical Western fantasy-style world.
Whether it's the backgrounds or the architecture, have undergone extensive artistic rendering. The graphics quality can even rival those of some casual game companies.
At least we can be sure this isn't some cheaply made indie game.
This feeling.
It's like watching your own child, whom you've raised from infancy, finally grow up and succeed.
Unfortunately,
watching the characters running all over the map, Kai Minmin's initial sense of anticipation
couldn't help but grow increasingly disheartened. Another MMORPG game? Even a company like Manhwa can't escape the law of the genre, can they? Well, I'll give you all a quick review of the gameplay.
After saying that, Kai Minmin clicked on the game's start icon.
Upon entering, the newbie tutorial appeared.
At the same time, there was the official, thoughtful prompt, put on your headphones.
Then, Kai Minmin spotted the game's unique skill activation mechanism. Hey, everyone, look. The skill release in this game is so strange it's voice activated. When Kai Minmin followed the official prompt and spoke aloud, her expression couldn't help but show her surprise. At the same time, she finally understood
why Pang Dahai and the others had made so much noise earlier. The skill was activated based on the number of characters entered. This made Kai Minmin, who had never tried this skill release mechanism before, immediately find it interesting.
This game is pretty interesting. The more characters you input, the stronger the skill becomes, but the more characters you input, the higher the risk of errors. It could easily lead to skill release failure. Speaking of which, thinking back to her best friend Jiang Shui and the others' commotion earlier, Kai Minmin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, her eyes darted around. A very interesting idea suddenly popped into her mind. This matching mechanism was the perfect opportunity to showcase her special skills during the livestream. Thinking this, Kai Minmin immediately looked at the camera on her phone. After clearing her throat, she finally spoke. Everyone, you've all seen the skill release mechanism in the game, right? At level 5, you gain a new skill. I will choose the audio for my skill release every 5 levels based on your votes. Please send the text you want me to say as a comment. The moderator, please count for me and see which audio has the most fan support. HM? Upon hearing Jumping Candy's words, the viewers in her live stream immediately became interested. In an instant, countless comments flooded her live stream. Her live stream, which had been gradually losing its momentum, once again became lively. Need I ask? Of course it's Monkey God activation. He. I suggest that hurts. Why are you wearing Pinru's underwear? You're so sexy. Yame Dai. Kai Minmin. Watching the increasingly inappropriate comments flooding the live stream, her cheeks turned red. Hey! How can you send inappropriate comments? This doesn't count. She said that, but, Kai Minmin was about to burst into laughter inside. She wasn't worried about not having work, just about not having enough buzz. She said not to bring up inappropriate topics in the live stream. But she's the one who wants it the most. The subtle hint in her words. Those in the know get it, right? Even I'm hinting like this, how could you not fall for it? As expected. The men in the live stream, after hearing her words, one after another, they let out loud cries like humans reverting to their primitive state. Before long, the first audio clip was quickly selected by everyone. It was, it hurts. Upon seeing this comment, Kai Minmin immediately blushed with a shy expression. Oh my goodness. You guys are so mean. How could you do this to Sugar? When you posted the comment, you were the one who voted the most. You old pervert over there. Hey 2A. Man. I won't say anything else, brothers. I'll go first. Sugar, call one for us to hear. Seeing these comments from guys who clearly had no experience, Kai Minmin rolled her eyes. But she still nodded reluctantly. She feigned shyness. Since everyone says so, I guess I'll just take my chances. After saying that, she recorded her own voice on the first skill of her character. It hurts. That sound. Seductive. Tingling. Flirtatious. Sizzling. In an instant, many male players felt as though their voices were being enveloped from the base of their spine to the depths of their brain. Scream again. Scream again. Who came up with this? The host should give them a chicken leg. My goodness, has Tang Tang considered doing voice broadcasting? The sound was playing on the bus just now. Thanks, Sugar, you ruined my day. You're lucky. I just turned on the live stream at home, and my dad already told me to go back to my room. My little sister gave me a shy glance and told me to come to her room later. What is going on? The person above, bone-related content warning. Chapter 23, I have an idea. And just like that, Kai Minmin's first skill was successfully recorded. After finishing the beginner's tutorial, she quickly entered the lobby. The game has 2 modes. One is the random matchmaking mode. The other is room creation mode. In random mode, 100 players are randomly selected for a battle each time. As long as you survive until the end, you'll receive rewards based on the experience gain mechanism designed by Lu Ming and his team. The top 10 players who make it to this stage, they will at least reach level 40. That means 8 skills. Originally, Lu Ming had considered incorporating the poison zone mechanism from Battle Royale games. However, unfortunately, the game development team only had 1 month to create the game. Therefore, the map designed by their team isn't very large. It's roughly the size of a traditional CS gunfight map. There are 4 map types: Magic Palace, Candy Castle, Orc Grassland, and Mechanical City. Each map has its own unique gameplay. For example, the Mechanism City map combines competitive gameplay with traps. It not only tests players' skill execution speed but also their character control skills. Orc Grassland features a large number of wild monsters. Players who follow the survival strategy can become the sword god of the 10-mile hill before venturing out to fight enemies. At this moment, Kai Minmin chose the Orc Grassland map. Upon teleporting into the map, she immediately saw several mages like herself around her. She moved the mouse, aimed the crosshairs at an enemy. Kai Minmin let out a soft, playful cry. It hurts. That sound made the male viewers in the live stream tense up. Alright. This isn't the host. Is this sound appropriate? Wow, Sugar must have a side hustle. Follow for more steamy content. Put.
I'm too embarrassed to be associated with you guys.
Followed.
Hey! It's all my fault for hurting Zhubo. Hey, upstairs, let me wake you up.
Don't give him any sweetness, I'll handle it. That soul-stirring voice who cares about the game anymore?
And so, everyone watched as Sugar called out over 20 times in a row.
Finally.
The player across from her was finally defeated by Sugar.
After all, they're students from an esports academy. Plus, Silent itself isn't particularly difficult to control. Kai Minman's level had also reached level 3. Awesome. Did everyone see that? I took out the enemy. Watching Tang Tang's energetic expression, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but shiver.
Just moments ago, she was screaming so passionately. And now she was acting so sunny and lively.
Is this what they call a contrast? This is amazing.
Instantly, countless "do it again" comments flooded the live stream.
Kai Minman just chuckled and said, "Alright, everyone. But I'm already level 3 here.
I'm planning to go hunt a few orcs later to level up to 5.
You can consider joining me.
I'll share the audio of my skills after I reach level 5.
Upon hearing Kai Minman's reminder, the fans finally reacted. Right. What's the point of just hearing one sound? If you're going to listen, you should listen to more.
With that in mind, the strategists in the live stream immediately began discussing what audio clip to use for Sugar's next skill.
Guys, I have a bold idea. Don't say another word, let's go with ya matey. Give me back the original Sugar, or I'll fight you all. Boil me.
91 Big Yangu has been muted for 10 minutes.
Macau Royal Casino is now live. Meanwhile, Pang Dahai and his group of guys. At this moment, he was struggling to say an internet meme.
At first, the game was still somewhat entertaining. But as they continued, everyone began to feel a bit bored. Unconsciously, a few boys who had finished a round of the game gathered together. They began discussing what audio to switch to next.
How about neon language? Let's use Naruto memes? Forget it, it's too easy to mess up and hard to remember. Then what should we use?
I have an idea, but I don't know if the guys are brave enough.
Among the crowd, a guy wearing glasses, clearly the stereotypical strategist type. He raised his glasses slightly and gave a wry smile. Upon hearing his words,
everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward him.
Glasses, just say what you think. What else are you afraid to say?
Upon hearing Pang Dahai's words, the guy with glasses immediately moved closer to the group and spoke in a low voice. Guys, our dorm was inspected by Chen Xiaolong a few days ago and lost points.
Why don't we just curse old Chen instead? Old Chen?
Hearing the glasses-wearing guy's ridiculous idea, everyone suddenly widened their eyes. They wore expressions of disbelief.
Chen Xiaolong was actually their grade director.
He wasn't very tall, but he had a big temper and was always quick to deduct points.
Other esports high schools didn't have so many rules.
But under his strict demands, Esports High School number 1 turns off the lights in the dormitories at exactly 10 p.m. every night and confiscates phones. It's like they're here to be high school students. All the students in the school dislike him. Every school has 1 or 2 people everyone agrees are unpleasant. It could be a teacher or the discipline monitor. Though we'll probably look back on it as childish later. But kids at this age.
Ha ha. Sure enough.
A few boys first sucked in a breath of cold air. But soon, their eyes were filled with only 2 words.
That was thrill. No one says a word.
Anyone who dares not curse is a dog.
Alright. Whoever dares not to curse is a coward. Whoever doesn't dare is a coward.
I'll give everyone a week's worth of socks.
Let us do it together. Let us do it now. Come on.
Something that 1 or 2 people wouldn't dare to do. But when there are more guys around, things take a different turn. Sure enough, everyone's enthusiasm was high, and they were harder to pull back than pigs during the new year.
One by one, they immediately started editing their first skill.
The leader, Pang Dahai, eagerly finished editing his content. After taking a deep breath, he started the game.
Entering the game.
Seeing the crowd of players,
without hesitation, he spoke up. Chen Xiaolong, I'll beat you.
The voice was soft, but it clearly reached the ears of the surrounding boys.
Everyone turned to look at Pang Dahai in shock. They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This was the highest honor among boys.
With one person leading the way, the rest followed suit.
Chen Xiaolong, I'll show you. Chen Xiaolong. I'll do it. Chen Xiaolong, I'll do it. I'll beat you up, Chen Xiaolong. Why aren't you doing anything?
At first, everyone's voices were still quite soft.
But soon, all the boys in the computer lab were all hyped up. In no time, the entire computer lab
was filled with waves of trash talk. Wave after wave, leaving Kai Minman, who was still live streaming and shouting, momentarily stunned. Even the viewers in the live stream, hearing the screen filled with insults, were left scratching their heads in confusion. Isn't there any normal students left in this school? Just a moment ago it was abstract, but now the anger has suddenly flared up so intensely? Chapter 24, Abstract.
It's just too abstract.
In no time, the entire computer lab was filled with shouts of old Chen. Meanwhile, in Jumping Candy's livestream, we're listening to Jumping Candy imitate a chicken's crow in the livestream,
while listening to the students in the computer lab cursing their grade director. Everyone? In just a moment. This abstract scene was immediately noticed by the platform's official team.
In an instant, Jumping Candy's livestream,
over 50,000 viewers flooded in.
And the number kept rising. Seeing the steadily rising traffic and numbers in the livestream, Kai Minmin was laughing so hard she could barely stay awake.
This overwhelming traffic has finally been caught by me.
Meanwhile, the viewers who had just entered the livestream, watching Kai Minmin scream and play games at the same time, they were completely baffled.
Wait, isn't that how streamers play games nowadays? I really don't understand the aughts generation anymore. Just to clarify, this is the tens generation. We aughts aren't taking the blame for this. Wait, you're really skilled at this. How come you haven't been banned yet?
Alright, you've successfully invented a niche by combining voice edging with gaming.
You're not a streamer, so why are you shouting? No more showing skin? Just dance for the old guys while you're still alive?
Watching the increasing number of viewers flooding into the live stream, Kai Minmin shouted for a long time, her voice almost hoarse.
Finally, during a break in the game,
she took out her small water cup. Seeing that some people didn't understand what she was doing, she immediately laughed.
Everyone, cooking the wave wasn't on purpose, it's a punishment game. The game I'm playing, Silent, is from the Zhongchuan competition and skill activation is done via voice commands. If anyone likes the streamer's voice, you can vote for Zhubo's voice in the next round. Of course, if you want to give a small tip, you'll get the voice slot directly. Hearing Jia Oshiotang's words, the new viewers in the live stream were immediately wide-eyed. At the same time, everyone finally understood why the entire server room was filled with people cursing the person named Chen Xiaolong. So, it's just a simple game? Abstract. It's way too abstract. This game is amazing. Isn't the Zhongchuan competition supposed to ban violence and explicit content? Just took a look, it's actually a cute game. I get it now. The person who came up with this game's mechanics is a genius. This game is going to be a hit.
While Kai Minmin and her friends were streaming abstract art, on the other side, at Qingshui Esports High School,
grade director Chen Xiaolong was enthusiastically inviting the journalists into the school.
Beside him were a group of school administrators. This time, he had finally managed to convince a friend from the publicity department of the Zhongchuan competition. They had specially arranged for them to come on the first day of the Zhongchuan competition to promote their school.
All for the chance to get some exposure. He even went so far as to pull out the money he had been saving to buy a carbon fiber fishing rod,
with this opportunity to make a name for himself, as long as his students maintained their steady performance.
He's got this year's outstanding cadre selection in the bag.
With this opportunity, he can use it as a stepping stone.
Becoming vice principal and advancing to principal isn't a pipe dream.
Just thinking about it, the slightly greasy middle-aged man's face couldn't help but show a hint of confidence. Standing beside the principal, he smiled broadly as he told reporters about the school's history. He also mentioned the achievements the school had attained. Under the wise leadership of Principal Liang, our school has implemented university-level management practices.
We cannot neglect academic education and moral education just because we are an esports academy. We must prioritize games, academic performance, and moral education equally. Good. Upon hearing Chen Xiaolong's words, the surrounding junior officials immediately clapped enthusiastically. Even the principal beside him smiled modestly and stroked his beard. Seeing the principal's expression, Chen Xiaolong felt confident that today was in the bag. He immediately turned to the reporter and said, "Comrade journalist, the next place we will be visiting is our school's computer lab. All the equipment is the latest and highest spec available. This ensures that our students can perform at 120% of their potential." This state-of-the-art setup was acquired at great effort and expense by Principal Liang. After finishing his speech, Chen Xiaolong eagerly ran ahead to lead the way. The two journalists, who had been listening to Chen Xiaolong's rambling all the way, finally perked up. They were there to interview about the game. Chen, the director, had explained so much, but in the video, they would only mention which school it was. There was no way it could be any more detailed. But the other party was so enthusiastic and even gave them a small red envelope. They couldn't very well refuse such a gesture. As a group of leaders and journalists marched toward the computer lab, before they even reached the server room, they heard the commotion coming from a distance. Upon hearing the noise, the leaders present looked at each other in disbelief. Meanwhile, the new young journalist standing nearby, completely oblivious to the situation, asked innocently, "Director Chen, what's going on?" Cough, cough. Probably because it's the first day of the competition, they're too excited and came across some games they really like. Just moments ago, he had praised the school's implementation of higher education. And now this? Which class are these students from? They have no discipline at all. Even the ones who usually play games didn't cause such a commotion before, did they?
Instinctively, Chen Xiaolong quickened his pace by 2 steps.
He even outpaced Principal Liang, who was walking beside him. Principal Liang. The young man's footsteps are a bit too fast, aren't they?
This year's Outstanding Student Award is as good as gone for you tomorrow when you step foot on campus.
But the next second,
Chen Xiaolong, who had been walking faster,
suddenly slowed down again.
Not only did he slow down, but his complexion also grew increasingly sallow. Beads of sweat as large as beans trickled down his temples, and his body trembled slightly.
When the surrounding leaders and journalists approached, they finally heard the commotion. Chen Xiaolong, you're just a chicken. What's that supposed to be? Watch this. Chen Xiaolong, you're my chicken. Ha ha ha. I'll join in too. Chen Xiaolong, you don't have a. Hey. How can you make fun of someone else's disability? That's so rude. Ha ha ha. The entire computer lab was filled with the laughter and joy of the students.
Meanwhile, the leaders outside,
their faces had turned as red as pot lids. A nearby journalist noticed this and instinctively looked toward the camera.
They saw that the camera had already been turned on.
What the heck? When did you turn it on? Just when we came up here. What should we do now? Just go with it.
The two exchanged glances, both feeling doomed. Just then, Chen Xiaolong, who had arrived unnoticed, approached the reporter with a stiff expression.
Mr. Li, the reporter, can you cut this part out? I'll give you a red envelope. He nodded. But what little Li didn't say was, the camera had been recording live since the beginning. It was a live broadcast. Chapter 25, Are you treating Director Chen like a neon sign?
Inside the live broadcast studio of the Zhongchuan competition, a group of netizens had just entered, eager to watch today's promotional livestream.
However, as soon as he entered the livestream, he was greeted by their opening thunderclap. Chen Xiaolong, you're a chicken. Everyone? Then they saw Chen Xiaolong himself come over to the reporter and demand that the video be deleted. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wow! This is the Chen Xiaolong with the physical disability? You weren't even planning to post it, were you? Ha ha ha! Mr. Chen really went out of his way. This is hilarious. How much must he be hated? My goodness!
Wow, I can't even imagine the human tragedy that's about to unfold. Meanwhile, the journalist Li Xiang seemed unwilling to let Chen, the director, off the hook either.
He quietly approached Mr. Chen and whispered, Mr. Chen, is this what your school calls moral education?
Upon hearing Li Xiang's words,
Chen Xiaolong felt his cheeks burning. It felt like someone had slapped him across the face. His eyes blazed as he glared toward the computer lab. He clenched his fists tightly. This is our school's trash talk tactic. It's meant to distract the opponent. Of course, insulting classmates is wrong, but I'm setting a good example. I'll take the heat so they only insult me. The surrounding leaders, WW. How else could they become leaders? How shameless. Impressive.
After saying that, Chen Xiaolong cleared his throat lightly.
He forced a smile.
I'll go talk to the students in the computer lab and tell them to stop making noise.
Mr. Shi, you take the reporter to visit another computer lab. But
Li Xiang glanced at the cameraman beside him and couldn't help but give him a meaningful look.
How many views do we have now? It's already over 200,000 views. Our live stream is trending. Whoa!
Seeing the cameraman gesturing to indicate 200,000 views, Li Xiang instinctively sucked in a sharp breath.
This sudden fortune just came out of nowhere? Immediately.
He smiled broadly at Chen Xiaolong and waved his hand.
No problem, Director Chen. I'm curious about that server room. Why don't you take me there first? I'd like to see the elite tactics of your school. Chen Xiaolong. What? Did I give too little in the red envelope? Ha ha ha. Li Ji is treating him like a neon sign. I can't stop laughing. This Chen director is a talent. Look at them. That's why they're leaders. Which school is that? My son absolutely can't go to that school. It's Qing Shui Esports High School. I'm a student there, ha ha ha. So, with over 200,000 viewers and about to break 300,000, Chen Xiaolong suppressed his anger. He opened the computer lab door with a forced smile. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a strong smell of cigarette smoke. Several boys who had completely let loose were brainstorming ways to prank him. At the front was Pang Dahai. He was holding his cigarette in his mouth, savoring a puff, when he suddenly said, Guys, I've thought of another one. Chen Xiaolong, you little chicken. What do you think of this? Everyone. Originally, he had imagined that a large group of people would support his new line. But the expected cheers never came. It's not Pang, Chen director has been so good to us, how can you say that about him? Exactly. I'm ashamed to be associated with such a bad student like you. How could you smoke during class? Ugh, those 60+ cigarette butts on the ground are all yours, aren't they? You dare to speak that way about our beloved Principal Chen? You're shameless. You're despicable. Please don't insult a teacher of such high moral character. Pang Dahai. Hearing their classmates suddenly switch to a news anchor-like tone.
Pang Dahai, as if realizing something, had a layer of cold sweat visibly breaking out on his forehead.
At the same time, the viewers in the Zhongchuan competition livestream.
The viewers in Kai Minman's livestream.
All eyes were fixed on this scene. Over 50,000 people, all their eyes were fixed on Pang Dahai. Is there someone behind me? In the silent studio, no one answered his question. He turned around and revealed a smile that was even more painful than crying. Hey! Director Chen, what are you doing here? Pang Dahai. Chen Xiaolong gave a friendly smile and walked over to the chubby boy.
In front of the journalists, he smiled and neatly adjusted the boy's school uniform.
Then he spoke slowly and clearly. No smoking in the computer lab. Cough cough.
Upon hearing Chen Xiaolong's words, Pang the Fat was so scared that he spat out 2 tears. Even his nostrils sprayed out 2 puffs.
Everyone. Director.
I was just trying to perform a reverse smoking trick.
Do you believe me?
After saying that, he flipped the cigarette upside down and stuffed the burning tip into his mouth.
Ugh. Ha ha ha. This little chubby guy is just too funny. I can't stop laughing. These students are really something. Are you sure this is an esports academy, not an acting school? Every single one of them is a spy. Talent. This school is amazing. There's been so much fun this year, give the photographer a chicken leg. The photographer was happily switching between close-ups of Chen Xiaolong and Pang Dahai. After a while, Chen Xiaolong coldly asked. I could hear the commotion from the computer lab all the way over here. What did you just say? Speak. I just said you're a little chicken. Cough cough. No, that's not right. I said you're a big chicken. Cough cough. No you don't have a, no, that is not what I meant,
Looking at the incoherent Pang Dahai in front of him. The entire live stream audience was in stitches. With every word he spoke, Chen Xiaolong's expression grew darker by the second. Finally, this esteemed teacher couldn't take it anymore. Enough. Your face is a chicken's. It looks like it was beaten by Victor. Now go run 10 laps around the playground. I'll call your parents over later and ask them if you behave like this at home too. You've brought shame to the entire Qingshui Esports High School. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, this principal is too good at causing trouble. No, Principal Chen, as long as you don't reveal the school's name, the school's reputation isn't completely ruined yet. This self-exposure, unbeatable. It's only the first day of the game competition and the drama is already this big? Watching the little chubby kid look like he's about to cry. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter instantly. In just a moment, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 1 million. Even Kai Minman's own live stream had over 300,000 viewers. This wave. Only Chen Xiaolong and Pang Dahai achieved the world achievement of being injured. In less than 10 minutes. All Weibo, Douyin, and Manhwa. All terms related to Qingshui Esports #1 High School have trended on social media. Hashtag Qingshui Esports High School, Chen Xiaolong hashtag. Hashtag Chen Xiaolong Little Chicken hashtag. Hashtag Chicken Face hashtag. Hashtag The Most Entertaining Game in History hashtag. Hashtag The Dark Horse of the Competition, Silent, secures first place early hashtag. Hashtag Chen Xiaolong hashtag Pang Dahai hashtag Qingshui Sports High School hashtag silent hashtag. Chapter 26, The Shocking Reunion with an Old Classmate. That night, Summer was soaking in the hot tub at home. Suddenly leaped out of the water. He picked up the tablet next to the bathroom. While soaking in the tub, she checked today's performance of Silent. She opened the official page of the Zhongchuan competition. Found the game rankings inside. At the top of the list was still Weapon Master by the Gods. It has already received 24,133 votes. At this rate, it should easily surpass 150,000 votes by the end of the competition. The first place this year should already be secured for the Gods. As the summer progresses, the rankings continue to shift. The top 10 rankings are mostly dominated by games from leading domestic game companies. Summer nodded and sighed in relief. Then she immediately searched for the name Silent Noise. Game title, Silent. Current votes, 1,403. Game rank, 231st. Oh wow. Upon seeing this result, Summer's already upturned corners of her mouth curled even higher in a smile. This ranking is still at least 10,000 votes short of the 10th position. We've just barely surpassed their lead. How are you going to catch up now? She immediately tossed the tablet aside. She then happily got back to what she was doing. But what she didn't notice was, the moment she dropped the tablet, the official website of the Zhongchuan competition had already updated today's highlights reel. Countless visitors and players who had been following the competition clicked on today's highlights video. Then, everyone saw the thrilling final moments of Qingshui Esports High School's match. Chen Xiaolong is. This is our school's trash talk tactic training. Guys, listen to me, Chen Xiaolong is a little chicken.
Teacher, let me show you a reverse smoke. Your face is a chicken. It looks like it was beaten by Victor. Countless hilarious scenes instantly caught the attention of netizens. After witnessing the hilarious verbal sparring between the chubby student Pang Dahai and the great director Chen Xiaolong, all the netizens were laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. On the official side, they even gave Silent a direct shout-out. The most creative game of the year. Breaking through the barriers of the gaming world, it has shattered the rules against violence and explicit content in games. In the entire 1 minute plus video, Xingshui Esports #1's parody video took up 2/3 of it. In contrast, today's top-ranked game, Weapon Master, barely gets any screen time. The netizens who came to watch were left speechless upon seeing the official stream of the gore-filled game. Instantly, the entire Weibo platform erupted. Unbelievable. This year really has every kind of bizarre game. Seeing it's from Manhwa, I'm not surprised at all. Is it just me who thinks this game is pointless? Those who say it's not fun probably don't have friends to play with, right? Exactly. This game is all about having lots of friends to play with. Our dorm has already agreed to form a team tomorrow and challenge it together. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. The one who drew the reverse card is hilarious. Does anyone have that chubby kid-s Weibo? I want to follow him. First day of the Zhongchuan competition. All the game companies are keeping a close eye on the bulletin board. Basically, whoever gets picked by the official stream on the first day basically secures their spot in the competition. The Zhongchuan competition has an unwritten rule. Any game that gets featured prominently is virtually guaranteed a spot in the top 10. After all, the official organizers also need to maintain their reputation. Even the 10th place winner receives a prize of 50,000 yuan. And in the entire promotional video, Silent is mentioned at least 10 times. Many high-ranking officials from game companies are currently watching this bizarre scene unfold. A group of high-ranking officials are examining Silent Noise repeatedly. They couldn't help but marvel at it. Who designed this game? The designer must be talented. Find me some information on this designer. Is it from the Budding Company? Is that the company that made the gods lose? What's going on, everyone? We spent nearly $4 million developing our game, yet it can't hold a candle to this little game? Can someone explain why? This night is destined to be sleepless. Many senior executives from game companies are almost dissecting every frame of Silent's creativity, details, and visuals. Major game companies are fiercely competing for the top 3 spots. Even giants like Zongshan. In an effort to salvage their reputation, they have even allocated an additional team to assist, on top of the original budget of 5 million. The labor costs alone have already exceeded 1 million. And now, the newly appointed CEO, Suli, he was convening a meeting with 2 game departments and the lead game designer. Watching the promotional video for today's Zhongchuan competition, his hands are crossed, silently pressing against his forehead. Everyone, we spent over 6 million on the budget for this game, and even hired a team of over 30 people to develop Weapon Master. But can you tell me why the official platform is directing most of the traffic to Silent? Upon hearing Su Boss's question, members from both teams all lowered their heads. The lead designer of Weapon Master couldn't help but sigh in frustration. At that moment, Su Dong, who had just entered the realm of the gods, quietly retreated to the back. He dared not draw the attention of this new boss. But what he feared most was about to happen. The next moment, he heard the other person suddenly call out his name. Su Dong, was the equipment upgrade development system your work? Why didn't it surpass Silent? Hearing the new boss's question, Su Dong, who had just started working there, felt a chill run down his spine. Although they were from the same family, he had no blood relation with this new boss. Looking at the other person's friendly smile, he couldn't muster a single ounce of warmth. Reluctantly, he forced himself to speak. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It was our lack of experience. The designer's idea was great, but I feel like we're not on the same page. So, we spent a fortune to hire you, and you can't even match the planning of a small game company? If I recall correctly, that person should be from the same batch as you, right? Ha! Hearing Su Li's words, this time it was Su Dong who was stunned. A game designer who created Silent Noise is from the same class as him? How is that possible? In his view, someone with such out-of-the-box ideas. At the very least, they should be a seasoned veteran who had spent years at a major game company. And he's from the same graduating class as him? How could that be? Without thinking, he blurted out his thoughts. But he immediately realized something was off. But the next second, Suli tossed Lu Ming's information over. Speaking of which, he seems to be from the same school as you. Do you know him? Taking the file Suli had thrown over, he flipped it open. Instantly, Su Dong's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming? How could it be him? The laughingstock of the entire game design department on the day of the campus recruitment fair. How did he become the designer of the game Silent? Thinking back to Lu Ming's mediocre academic performance during his school days, Could this really be the game project he planned?
And Su Li's next words made him feel even worse. He gave a wry smile, then suddenly revealed his true intentions.
Speaking of which, you're classmates with this Lu Ming, aren't you? I must say, he's a real talent.
It's a shame he's wasting his talent at a place like Manhwa.
Could you ask him if he'd be interested in joining our company, Zongshin, sometime? If he's willing, I can offer him the position of game director.
Ugh. Upon hearing Su Li's words,
all the employees present immediately sucked in their breath in shock.
They looked at Su Li in disbelief.
Did he just say? Game director? Chapter 27, Ranking System Launch.
While Su Dong was struggling through a meeting at his new company.
On the other side, the 519 Four Musketeers were celebrating in the office. Great job, old Lu. The game made it to the official Weibo recommendations on its first day.
Although the number of votes today isn't high, we have a chance to catch up with the top players in the future. I think we should capitalize on this opportunity to generate more traffic and seize the moment.
Should we update the gameplay? But there's only 6 days left until the competition. What should we do? Who said we need to update the gameplay?
The gameplay is already mature, there's no need for updates.
However, we could consider adding a bit more to the map or something. Speaking of which,
watching the live stream replay of Qingshui Esports High School No. 1. Jumpy Candy's live stream had already gone viral on the platform. As if thinking of something, Lu Ming rubbed his smooth chin.
He suddenly laughed. I have an idea. Maybe we can add a game ranking system. A ranking system?
Hearing Lu Ming's words, the three of them couldn't help but pause.
Their little game? A ranking system? Survival rounds?
It didn't seem like something that would attract more players. But Lu Ming just smiled and shook his head, the corners of his mouth curving upward.
Like this, we'll do it like this.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's ranking system, the three of them immediately widened their eyes.
Then their eyes lit up as well. Holy crap! Old Lu, you're something else. How did you come up with that? This ranking system, it's amazing. Alright.
I'll start coding right away and guarantee it LLB live tomorrow.
Immediately. The four brothers, now with a new plan, once again began their busy yet enjoyable work.
Time flew by, and before they knew it, a new day had arrived.
Students from various esports high schools had already gathered eagerly in the computer lab.
After yesterday's official live streams and the videos shared across various platforms, these young gamers discovered several games worth trying out.
Some of these games, though not from major studios, were surprisingly fun. Among them, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly Silent Noise.
After all, as an officially promoted game, Silent Noon is simply unmatched in popularity. Players who were drawn to big-name games yesterday. Now, as soon as they visit the official website, they immediately click to download this small game, Silent Nocturne.
After entering the game interface and getting through the tutorial, just as everyone was getting ready to play, what no one expected was, Silent had been updated again. The update was simple, a special ranking list.
The leaderboard has a total of 100 spots. As for the content of the rankings,
the most frequently used audio clips in the game, topping the list. It's that super edgy line from yesterday's massive update, Chen Xiaolong, Little Chicken. The official even mentioned it. The top 10 audio clips each day will receive an official award for audio effects. Next time you shout that phrase, the character you control will unleash a golden skill effect. Wow! Upon seeing this reward, the player's eyes lit up. But looking at the top 10 chat messages, Chen Xiaolong, Little Chicken. Chen Xiaolong, my son. Chen Xiaolong, I'll F you. This director Chen really has had the worst luck in the world. Being live streamed yesterday was already pitiful enough. Today, he is actually being dragged out by the game developers to be killed again. Players who saw this were completely speechless. What the hell? Can this game get any more shameless? Look! There's an audio clip that's surpassed the original 10th place. Hey! Is that Ziguanjian again? Is he cursing the great director again? Normal. Every school has that kind of idiot teacher. Guys, let's get our school trending on social media too. Let's put Wang Todo up there. Ha ha ha. Exactly what I was thinking. Let us do it together. Let us do it. Anyone who doesn't shout is a coward. Humans are creatures of herd mentality. Once one person tries something, many others will follow suit. When enough people try, a trend naturally forms. Immediately. In the computer labs of major esports high schools across the country, the phenomenon of one person influencing another began to spread. The great directors of these esports high schools were caught off guard. In just one day, countless principals, grade directors, and teachers had become orphans. On the rankings of Silent, the rankings of campus celebrities at universities across the country are constantly changing. Teachers across the country, upon witnessing this scene, their heads are spinning. On this day, all viewers watching live streams related to the Zhongchuan competition, upon entering the live stream, they were greeted with a barrage of opening shocks. Shen Xiaolong, I'm so disappointed in you, you're a loser. Wang Yuran, I'll kill you, I'll kill you, you bastard. Seeing this scene, don't panic. Experienced viewers already know. They're playing Silent Noise. Holy crap. Is this game that popular now? Let me check which school's teachers are dominating the rankings now. Ha ha ha. Our principal Chen is still holding strong at the top of the charts. I can't stop laughing. Do these teachers even know they're being featured online? Good news, we're famous. Bad news, we're famous in Silent. Meanwhile, the vote count for Silent is spreading like wildfire. 1,000 votes, 10,000 votes, 30,000 votes, 50,000 votes. In just one day, Silent has directly surpassed yesterday's popular Weapon Master. It climbed to the top of the game rankings. This is great. The top spot that was once occupied by Weapon Master has been taken by Silent and Still. From now on, any player who enters the official interface, the first game they see will be Silent and Still. Don't underestimate the benefits of being the first game. Most people will play the first game on the homepage when they have nothing else to do. Once they finish, when they exit, the voting bar will appear. On the first day, Weapon Master had the highest number of votes, with at least a quarter of those votes attributed to its position as the first game listed. And now, this honor has been snatched away by Silent. By 9 p.m. tonight, the official website finally stopped the voting. Upon seeing the top spot held by Silent with 87,653 votes, all the game companies were completely stunned. As for the second place Weapon Master? Sorry, it only received 37,688 votes. This number isn't even half of Silent Noise's total. All the game companies that witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Although they knew Silent would be a hit today, they never imagined it would be this big. They built a bonfire from scratch. You, on the other hand. What the heck is this rocket launch? Chapter 28, reported? The next morning, the 519 Four Musketeers had just arrived at the company. As soon as Lu Ming entered his office, he was startled by the scene before him. What the hell? Xia Zong, what are you doing in my office? Seeing Xia Tian in front of him, the other four people present were all stunned. Xia Tian, who usually takes days off on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and rests on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and is never seen on weekends. Today, he had actually arrived at the company before them. They had even arrived 10 minutes earlier than him. Mr. Xia actually came to work early? Is the world about to end? At that moment, Summer was staring intently at Lu Ming's computer, looking at the back-end data of Silent. His bloodshot eyes were filled with disbelief. This morning, she instinctively opened the Zhongchuan competition rankings to take a look. What she saw nearly sent her flying off the bed. What the heck? How did Silent become the top-ranked entry? And it's so far ahead of second place? Has the official website been hacked? Is this for real? Refusing to believe it, she immediately rushed to the company and checked the back-end data for Silent. The result. Staring at the terrifying upward curve on the screen, Xia Tian's expression darkened as she collapsed onto Lu Ming's work chair. Her eyes were lifeless, like a fish that had lost its dream. No. That terrible game? A game where you have to talk to use skills. What gives it the right? It doesn't even have an equipment system. How are players supposed to differentiate themselves? Looking at the top-ranked game data in front of me, Summer felt like her head was about to explode. She looked at Lu Ming with lifeless eyes. She really wanted to ask if they could just take the game down. She really can't come in first. The money earned from first place belongs to the company and has to be taxed. But the small amounts the system gives her all hers. How could she give that up? As for Lu Ming, after seeing the data Summer had observed, he immediately smiled. Mr. Xia, this is no trouble for you. With this momentum, I can guarantee we'll secure first place this time. All you need to think about is what to wear for the awards ceremony next week. Summer. Should I thank you then? Oomph. A cold snort. Summer stormed out of the office in a huff. Lu Ming was completely baffled. He had already secured first place, so why wasn't Xia Zong satisfied? Are the requirements really that strict? However, Lu Ming didn't think much of it and proceeded to complete today's tasks as usual. Meanwhile, Xia Tian. He was lurking around in her office. Biting his nail clippers, he pondered how to sabotage Lu Ming's game. Watching videos related to Silent. Each video was filled with laughter and traditional Chinese culture. It was precisely because of this that Silent gained such high popularity in the Zhongchuan competition. If this trend continues, it'll be tough to even bring it down to second place. While everyone was anxiously awaiting the summer, the executives of major domestic game companies were also struggling with the surging popularity of Silent. They could make the gods the top game, but they don't want the underdog to take the top spot. The game market is only so big. Every slice you give away means someone else gets one less. Capital is ruthless and greedy. So, the CEOs of several game companies, watching the rising momentum of Silent,
It's only the morning of the third day and it's already received over 150,000 votes.
What does that mean?
With only 500,000 votes total, it's already surpassed one-third of the total. So, how many votes will Silent receive in 4 days?
They don't know the number. But they know one thing. That is, the vote count for their own game will be absolutely dismal. No way. This absolutely cannot happen.
We must find a way to bring Silent down from its pedestal.
Everyone, come up with ideas. Find the flaws in Silent. Wait a minute. Isn't there too much profanity in this game's ranking system? Exactly. The official guidelines explicitly prohibit violence and insults. What is Silent doing? What? It's not their fault? Even if it's borderline, we have to report it. We must report it. So, that morning, countless reports were directly submitted to the organizing committee of the Zhongchuan competition. Faced with joint reports from numerous game companies, the organizing committee took this matter very seriously.
Within just half a day, the organizing committee had reached a conclusion. In the afternoon, Xia Tian suddenly received a phone call. She picked up her phone, looking exhausted, and held it to her ear. She looked listless, like a piece of dried fish.
Hello? This is Xia Tian from Manhwa. What? Take our game down? We have to rectify the inappropriate content inside? Upon hearing the organizing committee's words, Summer was completely taken aback.
But soon, that shock turned into excitement. Listening to the organizing committee's report on the complaints, she nodded excitedly.
Oh, that's why. I understand now. That's really unacceptable. I'll have my team make the necessary changes right away. It's okay, temporarily closing the voting system is no problem. Even if all our votes are cleared, it's fine. Organizing committee.
Hearing the slight excitement in the voice of the elderly organizer on the other end, he began to doubt whether he had heard correctly.
Why does it feel like the female executive on the other end of the phone is getting excited? When Summer hung up the phone, the next moment,
she jumped up from her boss's chair in sheer excitement. In an instant, she felt refreshed and invigorated. Thinking about the notice from the organizing committee, the corners of her mouth kept curling upward. Reporting them was a great idea.
Why didn't I think of reporting this sooner?
If I had known, I would have reported it first.
I wouldn't have ended up with so many votes. After saying that, Summer excitedly opened the office door. Then, a seasoned actor took over.
The excitement and joy on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by frustration and anger.
Everyone, come to the meeting. Inside the meeting room. Upon hearing Summer's explanation, everyone's eyes widened in shock.
Wang Bao was the first to object, slamming his hand on the table angrily.
Damn it! How can this be our fault? Our game has never had any violent tendencies. Exactly. Their mouths are on their own bodies, how can we speak for them? Damn it! These game companies are out of their minds. If they're so confident, let them compete with us on gameplay. All they know is underhanded tactics. Hearing everyone's words, Xia Tian's expression turned sad.
He feigned helplessness.
Silent has been pulled from the competition. I'm more upset than any of you.
The organizing committee has said that if we can't make the necessary changes before the competition ends, our eligibility might be revoked. If that happens, our scores and rewards will be invalid.
Can you make the changes? At this point, Xia Tian almost couldn't help but laugh out loud.
If they really had to make changes, that would mean altering the very core logic of the entire game.
Want everyone to stop using profanity? Simple. Just remove the voice input system.
But if you do that, the biggest selling point of Silent noise would be completely changed.
How are we supposed to play it then? At this thought, Xia Tian's lips were trembling uncontrollably. This time, Silent noise is doomed. Even Jesus couldn't stop it, I'm telling you. Chapter 29, this game actually has a competition? In the meeting room,
everyone sat in place, lost in thought.
Scratching their ears and pulling at their hair, they looked almost like monkeys. Summer also wore a frustrated expression, with her head bowed. But if you looked closely, you would notice.
She was checking the flight details and travel guides for her trip to Bali in 4 days. At that moment, Lu Ming, upon hearing the organizing committee's announcement, also furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, he hadn't expected things to escalate this much.
No, wait. It was inevitable that it would escalate to this extent. After all, looking at the top 100 in the game rankings, teachers, grade directors, and principals from major universities, all of them have been contacted. If this continues, even if the game company doesn't report them, the leaders of those esports high schools would definitely step in to stop the farce. On the other hand, the game companies reporting them in advance is actually better for Lu Ming and his team. At least this way, they still have some room to maneuver. Thinking of this, Lu Ming already had some plans in mind. He turned his gaze to Xia Tian beside him and asked directly, Mr. Xia, do you still stand by what you said earlier? HM? Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, Xia Tian couldn't help but pause for a moment. What? Even the money within the company that I can freely dispose of? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian immediately understood. Her eyes lit up. Of course it can. From the sound of it, he was planning to increase the investment? If that's the case, wouldn't she be able to earn even more?
Fang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, heard Lu Ming's words and immediately furrowed her brows. She looked anxiously at her best friend and hurriedly stopped her. Mr. Xia, we've already invested over 1 million. Even if we add more investment and change the game, it might not be more interesting than the original Silent.
If the investment fails, it will put a huge burden on the company. It doesn't matter. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's plea,
Summer didn't even hesitate, simply waving her hand and shaking her head.
Don't worry. After all, it was Director Lu who made this request. I believe Director Lu can create a game even more interesting than the original. Mr. Lu, you can spend as much money as you want, there's plenty in the account. Besides, I can't stand those people who pull strings behind the scenes. The words were spoken with great conviction. Xia Tian could even see the admiring glances from Wang Ba and the others. But deep down, he was secretly thrilled. Spend. Go ahead and spend. Even if you spend until there's nothing left, it doesn't matter. The more you spend, the more I earn. Seeing Summer act so foolishly, Fang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, love can make people blind. Her own little sister hasn't even started dating yet, and she's already spending money on a man. If she were to start dating someone, with this love-struck mindset, she'd end up being sold to Myanmar. I never would have guessed that someone as aloof and cool as you could ever lose your head like this. As for Lu Ming, after hearing Xia Tian's words, he couldn't help but smile. His face betrayed a confident expression. Excellent. With your words, Mr. Xia, I can rest assured. I've already come up with a plan. Let us get ready to act.
Seeing Lu Ming so confident, Wang Ba and the others beside him were also inspired. Immediately, the three of them pulled out their laptops. Go ahead, old Lu, tell us what changes to make. We'll follow your lead. Wherever you tell us to change it, we'll change it. Little did they know. Lu Ming's next words left everyone speechless. No, we won't change anything. We have other important matters to attend to. Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Some didn't understand his meaning. Not change the game? Then we might not pass the organizing committee's review, right? In response, Lu Ming merely chuckled and said directly,
Don't worry, everyone. I have a plan. Inside Qing Shui Esports High School. At that moment, Chen Xiaolong was in a fix. Good news, he had become famous online.
Bad news, he had become famous in Silent Noise. Every time he opened Silent Noises and saw his name glowing brightly at the top of the rankings, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's even worse is that now, whenever people greet him, they always glance down at his name. Seeing those people's meaningful expressions, he can't help but curse under his breath. Walking down the street, he could even hear someone calling him Victor. But that's not even the worst part. What was most infuriating was that today, a child had even called him little. Cough cough. I'm not little at all. Thinking about how all of this was caused by that game called Silent Noon, Chen Xiaolong was seething with anger. He swore to himself that he would never let himself cross paths with those people. If he ever did, he'd tear them to pieces. Beat them so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Ding ding ding. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang suddenly. Seeing it was an unknown number from the Magic City, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. The phone rang, and suddenly a young man's voice came from the other end. Is this Qing Shui Esports High School? I'm the game manager for Silent. Silent Noon? Hearing that it was the project lead for Silent calling, Chen Xiaolong's eyes blazed with anger. Great, he was just thinking about how to find him. He never expected the other party to find him here at this moment. This was clearly coming to pick a fight. Thinking this, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to unleash a tirade. But Lu Ming's next words cooled his fiery temper by a third. It's like this, I have a $1 million competition project. Would your school be interested in participating? What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Chen Xiaolong asked again, unsure of what he had heard. Upon receiving Lu Ming's affirmative response, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Goodness! That little crappy game actually needs an organized competition? And the prize money is as high as 1 million? Are you kidding me? As the great director, Chen Xiaolong immediately sensed the money potential in Lu Ming's words. Without thinking, he couldn't help but ask about the game's competition rules. After listening to Lu Ming explain the game competition rules, his eyes lit up even more. The remaining 7 points of anger vanished without a trace. Not only that, his body, overcome with excitement, began to tremble. Without even thinking, he blurted out, All right. I'll take the challenge on behalf of our students. Rest assured. Even without the prize money, we will definitely participate. Once Chen Xiaolong hung up the phone, he felt overjoyed.
He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with joy. The chance for revenge had finally come. Someone come. Never mind, I'll go to Pangda High's class computer lab myself. Chapter 30. This project is really getting out of hand. At that moment, inside Pangda High's class computer lab, a group of people excitedly booted up their computers, eager to enjoy another round of Silent Noon. But as soon as they entered the game, they discovered the official servers had removed all the rankings they had worked so hard to achieve. Some even provided a friendly reminder. Following numerous reports, Silent Noise will strengthen its management of uncivilized behavior. Any further instances of such behavior will result in account suspension. Upon seeing this message, the entire computer lab erupted in cries of despair. What's going on? I wasn't even done yet. Why can't we curse anymore? This is terrible. The game will be half as fun now. I don't feel like playing anymore. But I'm getting bored with other games too. Maybe I'll just stick with this one. I have an idea, can we use homophones? Ha! Upon hearing the dog-headed strategist's words, everyone's eyes lit up. As they pondered whether they could replace the original characters with homophones to form sentences with the same meaning. Suddenly, the door to their classroom was opened from the outside. What met their eyes? There stood Principal Chan in front of them. Upon seeing Chen Xiaolong, Pangda High's head immediately ducked. He silently repeated to himself, "Don't see me, don't see me." Unfortunately, according to Murphy's Law, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. The next moment, Pangda Hai heard Chen Xiaolong's call. Pangda Hai. Hearing the director call his name, Pangda Hai immediately forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. Director. I've already written my self-criticism. I've even called my parents. What else do you want me to do? Upon hearing Pangda Hai's words, Chen Xiaolong rolled his eyes. What is going on here? Alright, everyone, quiet down. Chen Xiaolong clapped his hands. This immediately drew the attention of all the students in the classroom. Then he announced to everyone the good news he had just heard from Lu Ming. Our school has just received an official invitation from the creators of Silent to form a team and participate in their first official tournament. After deliberation by the school organization, it has been decided to form a team from your class, with Pangda Hai as the captain. Me? Upon hearing Chen Xiaolong's words, Pangda Hai, who had only ever been the labor committee member in his entire life, he jumped up from his chair in excitement. Really, Mr. Chen? I'm going to be the team captain? In response, Chen Xiaolong smiled broadly. He walked over to him with a smile, gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, and said, "That's right. The first place team gets a whopping 1 million yuan in prize money. Work hard. Stay focused. Make sure to bring honor to our school. We'll complete the mission." Hearing Chen Xiaolong's words, Pangda Hai instantly became excited. Being selected as the team captain was an honor reserved for students with exceptional gaming talent. Having served as team captain at an esports high school, joining a team after graduation would make him more confident than his peers. Although he didn't understand why games like Silent would have competitions. But, just do it. Alright, pick a few of your good friends, form a 5-person team, work hard, and don't let the school down. After saying that, with Chen Xiaolong's eerie smile, he left the computer lab directly. Just as Chen Xiaolong left, a group of students immediately gathered around Pangda Hai. The looks they gave him were filled with envy. Nice one, Fatso. You've become the captain. Still calling me Fatso? When I wasn't captain, you could call me that, but from now on, call me Pang Yi. Alright, Fat Grandpa. I'll be your dog. Tacky. Approved. Seeing the first sycophant come online. Finally feeling the authority of his position, Pangda Hai was instantly thrilled. The other students around him saw that all they had to do was brown nose to join the team. Instantly, one after another, they all became excited as well. Flattery was heaped upon Pangda Hai. To join the fight, they didn't even care about saving face. Fat boss. Let me join the team too. I'll wash your socks for a week. A week? I'll wash them for a month. I'll wash them for 2 months. Step aside, I'll wash them for a semester. Plus, I'll heat the water for a month. Alright. Ma-san, you're in. Fat guy loves you just the way you are. At that moment, Pangda Hai finally felt the beauty of power. He happily gathered the remaining 4 people and prepared for the first ever Silent Game Championship. But what he didn't know was, at the same time, in the other esports high schools that had participated in the Zhongchuan competition, countless computer labs were all witnessing the same scene. Those principals, grade directors, and teachers. The students they selected all shared one common trait. That was, the troublemakers in their eyes. After Lu Ming finished his last call, his gaze finally turned to the exhausted Ho Fanji and the others. I've invited everyone on my end. As long as there are no surprises, all the schools are willing to participate in the competition. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Ba and the others nodded in agreement. Me too. All 20 schools here have agreed. Same here, I've got everything sorted out. No problem. The group exchanged glances and sighed in relief. But, looking at Lu Ming's composed expression, Wang Ba and the others couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Old Lu, if you do this, you're going to get hit over the head. Are you sure we want to run our first competition like this? Hearing Wang Ba's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. What else can we do? Since we've already decided, we have to see it through to the end. It seemed as though they had heard the determination in Lu Ming's tone. Fang Xiaoxiao, Wang Ba, and the others exchanged glances before falling silent. That very afternoon, Lu Ming submitted the revised proposal for silent as a whisper in the project for the first competition to the organizing committee of the Zhongchuan competition. When the committee members saw the projects Lu Ming had submitted, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This budding proposal, it's so spot on it's almost eerie. Are they sure this won't get them into trouble? Are they really okay with this? Never mind, they're following the rules after all. Since the project is fine, there's no reason to hold them back. So approve it? Approved. Just the next morning after the committee approved it, all the students from the esports high schools who had formed teams were all raring to go. They were waiting for the official competition rules. Shortly after the game update ended and they excitedly checked the rules. The next moment, the excitement on everyone's faces slowly froze. Their expressions turned ashen. Even some looked terrified. What? Who came up with this ridiculous plan? Come out here. We promise we won't beat you to death. Chapter 31, Pang Dahai, Feed Me Peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Looking at the competition rules in front of them, the expressions of all the team members. It was as if they had eaten Lao Ba's secret recipe mini burgers. That sourness. What the hell is this rule? There's something dirty. There's something dirty. We've been betrayed by the game developers. Fatso, what is going on with these rules? Am I hallucinating? Put. I knew Chen Xiaolong wasn't being nice, he was just waiting here for us. Ah. What should we do? We're done for. Everything's ruined. Looking at the competition rules in front of them, all the students felt a chill run down their spines. All because of the rules of this competition, they were completely locked in. Silent Season 1 rules, please select and recite the entire text from the following articles: the memorial of a loyal subject, the peach blossom spring, the inscription on the humble abode, the record of the Yeyang Tower. All players start at level 50, and skills can only be used with content from the original text. Have fun playing. Everyone. Upon seeing the competition rules, everyone was completely stunned. Those who were eagerly looking forward to joining Pang Dahai in battle and splitting the 1 million cash prize. Their faces turned ashen. The content of the game was actually memorizing a text? Come on, they chose esports because they didn't want to study. Although the esports high school does have core subjects, the requirements for grades aren't very high. It mainly depends on their gaming performance. And now, making these academic underachievers go back to memorizing textbooks. That's basically a death sentence for them. Instantly, Ma San in the crowd wore an expression of sheer frustration. He glared angrily at Pang Dahai and couldn't help but shout. You bastard Pang! Did you know about this all along and try to drag me down with you? I didn't know. I was also deceived by old Chen. Damn it! I'm not washing my socks, and I'm not pouring out the water. I'm quitting the team. Right. I'm out too. I'm done. Hearing their words, Pang Dahai's face turned pale. He shook his head blankly. He seemed to have lost his soul. It's too late. I already reported the team roster yesterday. Everyone. Upon hearing Pang Dahai's words, the students around him, who had previously felt disappointed for not joining the team, now looked at Pang Dahai with expressions of relief. Looking at Pang Dahai and the others, their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. What's the big deal? It's just reciting a lesson. Just do it. I won't say anything else. We have to choose the model teacher. That character has more strokes and unleashes stronger skills. Ah, right. If we win, there's $1 million prize. Bull. I'd rather not participate in this crappy competition. Damn it. Pang Dahai, you've really put us in a bind. Looking at Ma San and the others, who looked like they wanted to skin him alive, Pang Dahai shuddered. But soon, his eyes lit up and he came up with another clever idea. No problem. We can always just not carry them. We'll just let the other team win on purpose when the time comes. Ha! Upon hearing Pang Dahai's words, everyone's eyes lit up. But the next second, the door to the computer lab was once again opened by Chen Xiaolong. There stood Chen Xiaolong, smiling broadly, accompanied by Pang Dahai's Chinese teacher. Under the shocked gazes of the others, he said directly, "Congratulations on the formation of Pang Dahai's team. The teacher has specially arranged for a Chinese teacher to help you catch up on your studies. This competition will be broadcast nationwide, so you must perform with style and confidence. If I catch anyone cheating or slacking off,
Don't blame the teacher for being ruthless.
Pang Dahai. Upon hearing Chen Xiaolong's words,
Several men immediately shed tears of blood.
how could this be? Has old Chen blocked off the last possible path as well?
Looking at Chen Xiaolong, who was basking in the glow of success, the others were filled with hatred.
This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. It's revenge for me calling you short. Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to say anything now.
The spots have already been submitted, and there's no chance to back out now. And such situations were playing out in esports high schools across the country.
A group of contestants. They're struggling to memorize their lessons while playing Silent Noon. What was once the most enjoyable game now lies before them like a poisonous pill.
And this poison was something they had put into their own mouths.
Meanwhile,
the news of the Silent Noise Season 1 $1 million bounty was announced.
when netizens saw the rules for Season 1,
One by one, they all fell silent.
is this the Silent I know? Who came up with this brilliant plan? It's truly diabolical.
There's no choice, they got reported.
If they don't change it, they'll lose their eligibility to compete. Wait, they didn't even ask you to make drastic changes. Who's going to play this game now? Wow. The development team behind Silent and Still is amazing. Thanks to the production team. I've already entered the competition. I'll definitely get revenge, repay you someday. Ha ha ha. You can feel the resentment even through the screen. At that moment, the entire internet was filled with the resentment of the contestants. If all this resentment were to come together,
it might just give rise to a dozen or so evil sword immortals.
On the other hand, many parents and teachers who originally didn't support Silent Noon are now switching sides. They are now raising the banner for the budding talent. This game is pretty good. I'll use it to get back at, to test the students. Educational and entertaining. We'll use it as a small game for our class exams in the future. A study game tailored for middle school students? I like it. This is exactly the kind of game our country needs. I'm downloading it for my son right now. Wait, didn't someone just say get back at them? They definitely meant get back at them, right?
What kind of mind-numbing game is this?
Middle schoolers' lives matter too.
At that moment, the online sentiment shifted abruptly. The students who were betrayed by the game,
one after another, they all rushed to the Zhongchuang official website and gave it a barrage of low ratings.
The more they loved them before, the more they hated them now. The staff of the Zhongchuang competition. Upon seeing the new data from Silent, they were all stunned.
Throughout history, a game that received so many votes yet scored so low.
While there may be no successor, it is certainly without precedent.
A game can be made like this.
The game designers at this studio, they're amazing. It's just a shame for the students who participated in the competition. Back then, when they were cursing their teachers and the principal in class, they looked pretty cool. But the way they were forced to memorize scripts late at night was truly pitiful. In their expressions of pain, anxiety, and even distortion, they had to memorize the lesson for 3 consecutive days.
Finally,
time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the final day of the Zhongchuang competition.
At the same time, the Silent Season 1 competition officially began. Chapter 32, 10 people can't put together a single lesson. As a game that garnered immense attention on its first day of release, it also secured the top spot in the Zhongchuang competition, the official first competition organized by Silent and Still.
Naturally, it caused quite a stir. Furthermore, all major esports high schools across the country participated in the event. And the allure of a $1 million prize pool. This competition was simply impossible for Silent to go unnoticed. At that moment, inside the Manhwa company, 3 days prior, Bong Xiaoxiao had already secured the official live streaming account for Silent. Under the testing of Lu Ming and the other 3, the game now has an additional spectator mode. In spectator mode, everyone can watch the competition while hear the voices of the players. After all, it's a game that relies heavily on sound. This is crucial. It's a bit of a shame that there's no dedicated venue for esports competitions.
After all, it's just a small game.
Silent can't compare to those well-known tournaments. There's no point in setting up a dedicated venue for competitions. Therefore, all teams in this competition are hosting their matches within their own schools. However, major universities are doing this to boost their school's reputation, and also to comply with the official rules. They have started live streaming in real time alongside the tournament organizing committee.
After all, if you don't stream the event, what if someone cheats? What? This game has cheats?
Of course, it's a physics cheat to prevent people from just reading the book and copying the answers. At 9 a.m., there's still 1 hour left until the competition. On the Manhwa side, the live stream has already started to warm up. As for who the host of this competition is, of course, it's Xiaozong, who usually serves as the company's mascot. Xia Tian, who was pushed onto the stage looking completely bewildered, looked at the live chat messages in the streaming room. As soon as she appeared, she immediately caught the attention of countless male viewers. Wow!
Where did the official team find this host? She's so beautiful. Such a beautiful young lady, could she be a celebrity? I need all the fanbooks about this girl within 3 minutes. Put. You guys are so vulgar. You're just drooling over her body. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Xia Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was truly driven to desperation. She had no choice but to take on the role of host for this event. Her plan was that if she performed unprofessionally during the live stream, the organizing committee of the Zhongchuan competition would deem their game unfit for the competition. So what she planned to do next was to do everything in her power to sabotage the game. With her plans already set, she was ready to just give up during the live stream. So when faced with the chat messages from the live stream viewers, Xia Tian has no desire to chat at all. She was as stiff as a board. Seeing this scene, the netizens were all stunned. Wait, isn't the host supposed to react at all? Is the host named Xia Xia? Is she professionally trained? Strange, can't she see our comments? Why isn't she interacting at all? Did the organizers hire a prop? In response to the comments, praise, or provocation, Xia Xia just stared at the screen, motionless. Until. Miss Xia, the competition has started. You should say a few words, right? Fang Xiaoxiao, standing beside her, couldn't stand it anymore. She quietly reminded Xia Tian. Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian finally noticed. The live stream, which had previously shown a single feed, was now split into 3 screens. The largest screen on the left displayed the game's match content. The 2 screens on the right were the 2 school teams participating in the competition. Summer picked up the match schedule and glanced at it. The next match is between students from Hongshui Esports High School and Xingyang Esports High School. Let me see what they drew for their recitation. Just as he was speaking, the spinning wheel on the large screen began to rotate. Several students from the esports high schools watched the spinning wheel with despair. When the wheel stopped on the memorial of the departing general, several students immediately covered their faces with their hands. Oh no! Did you memorize this article? No way! I memorized the Yayang Tower inscription. Damn it! I memorized the Peach Blossom Spring. No, aren't you supposed to memorize such an important lesson? You didn't either? What are we going to do now? What no one expected was. This was only the first match, and an unexpected twist had already occurred. Both teams couldn't find a single person who could recite the outline of the military expedition. Every word spoken by the 2 teams in the livestream was heard clearly by the audience. Instantly. Upon learning the truth, the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. What the heck? 5 team members and not a single one can recite the outline of the military campaign? Look at that. That's what you call top-notch torture. Silence is amazing. I can't take it anymore, this is going to kill me from laughing. What? Reciting a text is that hard? Aren't these all required readings? Holy crap. I feel like I missed out on $1 million. I should have signed up to compete. A crowd of spectators laughed as they watched both teams scratch their heads in frustration. Waiting for Summer to finally announce the start of the game, the members of both teams quickly got into the game. Then. Good, both teams are in position. They're about to start fighting. They're about to fight. Why don't you just fight? Looking at the 2 silent teams in front of him, they just kept moving their characters around. At that moment, as the host, Xia Tian, the players from both sides, and the viewers watching the livestream, all fell silent. Xia Tian? Looking at these unmotivated contestants, she couldn't hold back any longer. What's going on? Don't these players know the game rules? I, as the host, have more lines than they do. Are you telling me this game is a parkour game? Should I remind you? I am but a commoner? What the heck? You're not even a contestant, yet you're giving me the silent treatment? I've never treated anyone like this before. Audience. Hearing Summer's killer comeback, netizens burst out laughing. What the heck? This hostess sure knows how to keep her mouth shut. 10 people can't even come up with one sentence. I'm going to die laughing. You don't get it. Professional players have mastered the essence of the game. That's why it's called silent. Holy crap, this hostess is so funny. Is she trying to make me die laughing so she can inherit my credit card? Wait, they're not even talking. How are they supposed to compete? So, under the frantic stares of everyone in the summer heat, the first match finally came to an end 5 minutes later. In response to this situation, Lu Ming and the others immediately introduced new rules. Any team that fails to inflict any damage within 1 minute is declared the loser and kicked out of the competition. Looking at these good-for-nothing underachievers, Lu Ming was speechless. Wait, isn't there $1 million prize at stake? Aren't they even trying to fight for it? Hearing Lu Ming's complaint, everyone else was also speechless. They gained a deeper understanding of these underachievers. Fortunately, the first match was just a minor mishap. Such incidents often lead to more mistakes and errors. Chapter 33, Chow What? As time ticked away,
The competition was also filled with various setbacks.
But fortunately, at least some of the students from certain schools were well prepared.
Most of the team's strategies were quite straightforward.
That is, spread out the memorization.
On average, each person memorizes 1 or 2 passages. During team battles, they use this to break through the entire formation. Although the scene of 4 people fleeing while one attacks is comical.
But you can see the potential. Even in such a nonsensical game, these contestants have carefully considered their tactics.
Time flies, and we find ourselves in a new team. Summer, who had already given up on the plan to just mess around, glanced at the 2 new teams. Then he raised his eyebrows instinctively. Next up, please welcome the Qingshui Esports High School team and the Ao Guan Esports Middle School team for their match. Upon hearing the prestigious name Qingshui Esports High School, many spectators' eyes lit up instantly, as the middle school featured in the first day's coverage. Plus the hilarious chubby kid and the grade director. Their viral videos had been circulating on major video platforms for at least a week. So when Pang Dahai led his team onto the stage, many viewers couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy crap! That's the guy who smokes with his hands behind his back.
Ha ha ha! Is that guy next to him Chen Xiaolong? This little chubby guy is genuinely funny. Has he considered becoming a professional streamer? I can tell this is going to be a fierce battle.
I want to see Qingshui Esports' long-standing trash talk tactics. At that moment, Pang Dahai was watching the live stream nervously.
However, when he saw the numerous viewers supporting him in the chat, a surge of excitement couldn't help but rise in his heart. Glancing at his teammates behind him, they couldn't help but clench their fists.
Brothers! Our chance to show what we're made of has arrived.
This time, we got to win.
Brothers, we're in this together.
Let them see what we're made of. Let's go.
5 people eager to get started, amidst a sea of encouraging messages.
Enter the map. The next second, the lottery wheel began to spin.
Soon, the wheel stopped on Chaogua's debate. Upon seeing this comment, Pang Dahai's eyes lit up.
I know this one. I've memorized it. Chaogua's discussion on warfare, right? The audience? Did he just mispronounce Chaogua's name? Before anyone could react, Pang Dahai and his group had already devised their strategy. Guys, I'll charge ahead. You stay in the back and watch me work. Alright. Fatso, we're counting on you this time. After saying that,
the 4 brothers immediately fled toward the areas on the map where they could hide. As for Pang Dahai, he charged forward first. He charged toward a player. Luckily, that player didn't know the lines either. Upon encountering Pang Dahai, the player was instantly terrified. He retreated wildly. You little brat, don't run. After saying that, Pang Dahai charged forward, chanting the spell to cast his magic. In the 10th year of spring, the Qi army attacked us. The Duke was about to fight, and Xiao Hui requested an audience. System judgment, failure. The fireball that the character had been building up for half a day vanished instantly.
Pang Dahai? Wait, what? Why did my skill fail to activate?
Seeing that Pang Dahai's skill failed to activate, the remaining 4 teammates were also completely baffled.
Did you misread it? Try reading it again.
In the 10th year of spring, the Qi army attacked us. The Duke was about to fight when Xiao Hui requested an audience.
What the heck? It still won't activate? Don't panic, read the next part. You can't have memorized it wrong, can you? The people of his village said, those in power have plotted this, what can we do? We replied, those in power are narrow-minded and unable to think long-term. Wait, isn't that right? Why can't I release it yet? What the heck? Fatso, you didn't forget it, did you? Recite another section.
Seeing this scene, the 5 students from Qingshui Esports High School were all completely dumbfounded.
On the other side,
the opposing team members, who had just been scared out of their wits by Pang Dahai, upon realizing that Pang Dahai was just as clueless as they were, they immediately flew into a rage.
Marker! You can't even recite it properly. Follow me. Nia Feng, come over here. There's a guy who can't recite it properly following me. Meet me near the small building. Coming. Hearing their teammates outburst,
the trainee from the opposing team who could recite it rushed over immediately. Upon seeing the fat guy, he delivered a flawlessly enunciated voice command.
Instantly,
a high-quality fireball composed of a full 14 characters
hit the character controlled by Pang Dahai. Ah! Dad, save me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong, don't hit me. 10 years of spring. Xiao Hui, please come. Ah! What's happening? Why isn't it working?
Watching the scene of Pang Dahai's character scrambling away in panic.
Suddenly,
the live stream viewers burst into laughter. Thinking about how hard this kid was trying to recite the wrong lesson.
Everyone laughed so hard they could barely stand up. Poor you, little fatty. You've been memorizing that for so long, and you still can't tell the difference between Hui and Gue? Holy crap!
The guy behind him recited the entire passage. The little chubby kid's blood is gushing out. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die laughing. The guy across from him knows the first line too, now 5 of them are taking turns on him. A donkey grinding a millstone, it can't break out of that circle. Tragic. It's just too tragic. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. The little fat guy never thought about the importance of getting the homophones right. Didn't he just mispronounce the character Jin too? I'm sure it's the 4th tone. Watching Pang Haidai run while reciting his lesson. The audience burst into laughter. Chen Xiaolong, standing nearby, was so angry he was sweating profusely. Isn't that right? What kind of idiots are they at first middle school? At least Chao Gui is a historical figure, don't they even know how to pronounce his name? What's even more infuriating is that the 4 idiots beside him didn't know either? You 5 have almost completely disgraced Qingshui Esports First High School. Finally, Chen Xiaolong couldn't hold back anymore. Pang Dahai. Think carefully. What was his name again? Chow your horse. Save me. Dad, I'm sorry. Don't hit me. Chen Xiaolong. Did he just curse me while shouting for help? I get it. It's Chao Sui. Fatso, repeat it again. Chen Xiaolong, think again. Chao Yu Jiao is wrong. Chen Xiaolong, standing nearby, turned red in the face, wanting to give a hint. But with the live stream watching, if he gave a hint, he would be disqualified immediately. But if he didn't say anything, he felt even more frustrated. Looking at the looks on these underachievers' faces, he was so angry he wanted to kill someone. What the hell? Chow. Chow. Chow's egg. I don't know. Should I just admit defeat, principal? I can't recite it, wah wah wah. Chapter 34, the competition ends an unexpected windfall. Pang Dahai never could have imagined it. His esports dream was shattered in the very first round by the opposing team. However, although the Qingshui Esports First High School team unfortunately lost, the laughter they brought to the audience was undoubtedly quite intense. Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing his partnership with Chen Xiaolong. Even the principal of Qingshui No. 1 High School couldn't help but nod slightly upon seeing the live stream's impact. Principal. During that recent match, our official account gained over 50,000 new followers. All of them are praising Pang Dahai and Chen Director. That many? Hearing the vice principal's words, Principal Liang's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately checked the live stream's data. Sure enough, it was exactly as the vice principal had said. They had only around 70,000 followers before, but now they had surpassed 120,000. It's important to note that most of the followers of Qingshui Esports High School were their former students, and Qingshui No. 1 High School itself didn't have any particularly outstanding achievements. Therefore, their school account wasn't very well known. Who would have thought? It was just an informal match. Pang Dahai and Chen Xiaolong managed to help the school gain nearly 3 years' worth of fan growth. Take a look at the school's live stream. It's filled with fans expressing their admiration for Pang Dahai and Chen Xiaolong. These two are going to make me laugh to death. Ha ha ha. I hope they release more videos together, they're so funny. The little guy really has a natural talent for live streaming, I've followed him. Does anyone know this little guy's account? I want to follow him too. Does Director Chen have an account? I want to see if he's like this in real life. Looking at the densely packed comments in the live stream, Principal Liang couldn't help but stroke his short beard. After a long while, he suddenly looked up and said to the vice principal beside him, "What do you think about having the two of them form a live streaming duo?" Well, Director Chen might not be willing, and besides, Pang Dahai's esports performance isn't that great. Hey! Before the vice principal could finish, Principal Liang interrupted him directly. He smiled broadly at Pang Dahai, who was sweating profusely in the live stream. In the end, the little chubby kid didn't even know that Chao Gui is pronounced Gui and not Hui. The more he looked at the little chubby boy, the more he liked him. Some students may not be good at games, but they have talent in other areas. I think Pang Dahai has talent. Let us make him our campus ambassador. Form a team with Chen Zhuchu, and tell Chen Xiaolong that if he is willing, this year and next year, for the advanced students, the Excellence Awards, and the Student Council elections, prioritize him. Wow! Upon hearing Principal Liang's decision, even the vice principal couldn't help but give Principal Liang a thumbs up for his boldness. Investing so many resources all at once on such a small possibility. This decisiveness. How else could someone become principal? At that moment, Pang Dahai had no idea that his life was about to take a dramatic turn. After finishing the match, he was immediately grabbed by Chen Xiaolong. Chen, the director, almost shouted, "Chao Gui! It's Chao Gui! Not Chao Dan or Chao Jiao. Go home tonight and write the pinyin for Chao Gui 100 times. Hearing Chen Xiaolong's furious shout, the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Xia Tian, upon seeing this teacher-student exchange, couldn't help but laugh heartily. With this dynamic teacher-student duo adding to the fun, the competition suddenly became lively. The subsequent matches were equally entertaining. There was a team that had only memorized the first line of the text, but managed to advance by relying solely on their extreme maneuvering and strategic positioning. There were also those who could recite over 400 words per minute, truly pushing the limits of human capability. After the competition, the jokes and punchlines were thick and fast. Most importantly, there were almost no swear words throughout the entire competition. This proves the success of the revisions made to silent. At this moment, the official organizers watching the match. Upon seeing the results of the revisions to silent, they couldn't help but nod in approval. After all, this is a national-level competition. Many leaders are paying close attention. Upon seeing the innovative gameplay of silent and still, several senior officials discussed it and couldn't help but say, "This silent is definitely the winner this year, right?" Upon hearing the senior leader's question, the organizing committee members immediately nodded. "That's correct, sir. It was previously ordered to be revised due to cultural issues. Do you think there are any other problems with the game?" "No, not only is it not a problem, but I actually really like this educational game format. It allows students to learn by doing and playing. I think it's worth considering this game as a long-term project for us. Why don't we have the Ministry of Education take the lead in purchasing the game, and then we can organize our own competitions in the future. It's not just about memorizing textbook passages, it also helps students memorize history, politics, and English. There are so many ways to play it." Upon hearing the senior leader's words, the staff members below immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Their expressions seemed to say, "Are you a devil? Great. You're truly a great leader. This idea is fantastic. I've always recognized the excellence of silent noises, but how come I didn't catch on to your idea? Get someone to handle this. Make sure to remember that this is being led by the big boss. We'll handle it immediately. Such an excellent game must be promoted nationwide." That's it. Silent was officially confirmed for promotion in complete silence. When the first season of Silent organized by Manhwa was announced to have concluded, this competition was undoubtedly a huge success. Lu Ming and his team could finally celebrate the game's victory properly. That night, a group of Moya employees gathered excitedly at a seafood buffet restaurant to celebrate their victory. Only Xia Tian was there, forcing a smile as he picked at the crab legs. He looked a bit listless. "Boss, why do you look so unhappy? Don't you like seafood?" "Ah, no. I like it. Wait a moment. Is that seaweed in your mouth?" Upon hearing Wang Ba's question, Xia Tian replied with a forced smile. He flipped through the rankings of the Zhongchuan competition on his tablet. First place, Silent. Votes, 214,567. Second place, Weapon Master. Votes, 76,523. Far ahead of the second place. The suspense of summer has finally come to an end. What's most infuriating is, because she agreed to Lu Ming's strategy, she ended up spending over 1 million more. If she had won the 5 million yuan prize for first place, she could have made over 3 million more. Now it's been cut down to 2 million? Just thinking about how this was a decision made out of greed. Summer was so angry she felt like her liver was on fire. But that's not the worst part. In front of Lu Ming and the others, she has to maintain her strong, eagle-like woman persona. Whoa. It hurts so much. Just as Summer was secretly licking her wounds. Suddenly, her phone rang. Answering the call, she froze upon hearing the voice on the other end. "Hello, is this Manhwa Company? We are here to invite you to participate in the official awards ceremony 3 days from now. The location is. Additionally, we are interested in purchasing the copyright to Silent. When would you be available to discuss this further?" What? Hearing that the official organizing committee wanted to purchase their own game, Summer, who had been secretly lamenting her loss, jumped up from her seat. Upon hearing the official's offer, her eyes lit up. Without a second thought, she immediately hugged the person next to her. "Yay! Our company is rich again. The competition organizing committee wants to buy our game. The offer, 5 million. Chapter 35, Smiles never disappear, they just move. Seeing Xia Tian suddenly hug Lu Ming, everyone who had been eating seafood froze in their tracks. Fang Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Tian with disbelief. Her wide eyes flickered with surprise. Then, her face turned bright red first. "No way, bestie? You're so bold. I love it." But soon, everyone joined Xia Tian in cheering. "This is a $5 million order. Wow. Our company makes small games every month, and this one made so much money? Ha ha ha. No need to say more, we've got to celebrate tonight. Boss. Bring over the biggest king crab you've got. Open another bottle of champagne. Boss. Having a buffet, and you're getting me all worked up like this?" At that moment, Summer finally snapped out of her excitement. Then, she looked over at Lu Ming with a touch of embarrassment. Her blushing face was filled with mischievous eyes. Had she just revealed her true nature as a little money grabber? Oh no! My cool and aloof goddess persona is about to crumble.
But, my brother's body smells so good. What's that faint seafood smell?
At that moment, Lu Ming was also completely bewildered. But soon, he pretended not to care and let go of Xia Tian's small hand.
Following Wang Ba and the others, they charged into another round of seafood. The guys finally headed toward the dormitory under the resentful gaze of the buffet restaurant owner.
Only Xia Tian and Fang Xiaoxiao were left behind. They stood at the door, smiling as they watched the four of them leave.
Fang Xiaoxiao nudged her best friend beside her and couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought? Our little good girl actually knows how to take advantage of boys? Hey! We can't just slander someone's reputation for no reason.
Upon hearing her best friend's words, Xia Tian immediately denied it.
But she didn't notice. Her ears were already red all the way to her earlobes.
She looked unusually alluring and captivating. She pretended to check her watch and then hurriedly said, "Oh my goodness, I have to sign a contract tomorrow morning.
I'll have to go now, my dear friend." After saying that,
she hurried back to her beloved car and drove off, leaving Fang Xiaoxiao behind, her face already radiating with love.
She stood there, smiling like an ant. The next morning,
as the Zhongchuan competition officially came to an end,
the official site has finally opened all games.
Not only that, but the official team has also thoughtfully introduced a rating system. This allows everyone to collectively track and rate each game they've played based on their personal preferences.
At this moment, at Qingshui Esports High School, Class 1, Pang Haidai and his classmates,
a group of people are grinning widely, laughing heartily as they watch the live stream replay of yesterday's silent tournament. Especially after seeing Pang Dahai's amazing moves, everyone was laughing so hard they could barely stand up.
Fatso, you're so cool. Even you can pronounce that word correctly?
If I had competed, this competition wouldn't have stood a chance against any other team.
Put. Didn't you see the Hanyang team?
Their speaking speed was 404 words per minute, almost the human limit.
I can't stop laughing. Let's play silent noise again later.
Sure.
We've already arranged to play with the class next door. Let's solo together then. Hearing his classmates' conversation,
as the person involved, Pang Dahai, along with his four teammates, sat motionless in their seats, not uttering a word.
Since this morning, Pang Dahai's name at school had been Chao Hui.
One by one, whenever they saw him, they shouted,
"Isn't that so-and-so? Chao Hui? Pang Dahai? Not only is my name not my own, but my surname has been changed too?"
Now, the fact that their team was eliminated in the first round has spread throughout the entire school.
Just thinking about his expression on the competition field, he felt so frustrated he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. Just as the chubby kid was holding his head in shame, suddenly,
the voice of the great director, Chen Xiaolong, came from the door.
"You lot! I could hear the noise from miles away. Don't you care about your main subject?"
Chen Xiaolong burst into the classroom, holding a document in his hand, which he slammed forcefully onto the desk.
Instantly, the classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at Chen Xiaolong in confusion.
They didn't understand why he had entered their classroom.
But Chen Xiaolong had no intention of explaining. He opened the document and shouted, "I have an announcement.
According to the regulations of the Education Bureau, the game Silent No More will now be our professional competition game. In addition to your regular Chinese language lessons, we will now add history, politics, geography, and English as subjects to memorize.
Don't you find exams boring?
From now on, we'll have exams and competitions directly in Silent.
Everyone, when you go to the computer lab later, register an account on the website and submit your account information to the class monitor." The students.
What? Instantly, all the students at the National Esports High School all let out a piercing scream in unison. Just moments ago, they were watching the Season 1 matches of Silent and laughing so happily.
Now their expressions were filled with agony.
Meanwhile, Pang Dahai and his group, who had just heard the news. Upon hearing the news, their faces immediately broke into smiles as wide as blooming chrysanthemums.
As expected. Smiles don't disappear, they just shift. Weren't you just smiling so brightly? Why aren't you continuing to smile? Oh no! It was on my face. Just as Pang Dahai was gloating. Little did anyone know that the next second. Keep laughing. Pang Dahai is talking about you. I don't even care to say anything to you. Look at what you're reciting in the competition.
From now on, I'll personally supervise all your exams.
Ah! Upon hearing Chen Xiaolong's words, his face turned as sour as a bitter melon. But the next moment, Chen Xiaolong's previously serious expression suddenly broke into a smile.
"Alright, don't be discouraged.
I'll announce the second piece of news.
Starting tomorrow, the school will establish a dedicated live streaming channel, and the school has decided to appoint you as our school's promotional ambassador. Your daily tasks will be to introduce the school and play some games. In future evaluations and selections, you will be given top priority."
Pang Haidai, are you in? Hearing Chen Xiaolong's unexpected turn of events, Pang Dahai was taken aback.
It wasn't just him who was stunned. Even the classmates around him, who had been waiting to see the show, were stunned. One by one, they all stared wide-eyed at Chen Xiaolong.
Isn't he the principal? He performed like that yesterday and the school made him the ambassador? What does he deserve? For messing up his lesson? Wow. Fatso, you've made it big. Can I tag along with you? Put.
You call me Fatso when you need me, but now that I'm useless, you call me Fatso. I'll never trust any of you again.
Pang Dahai spat out a mouthful of saliva.
Then, a smile suddenly spread across his face.
He scurried over to Chen Xiaolong with a sycophantic expression and nodded vigorously. Uncle Long, I've been waiting for this chance to prove myself. No more talk, I'm determined to be the school's publicity ambassador. Not even Jesus can stop me, I mean it.
Chapter 36, Where did you hear that gossip? Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed.
Inside the Magic City Convention and Exhibition Hotel, a group of executives dressed in suits and looking sophisticated were currently mingling in the hotel's self-service beverage area.
The topics of conversation were mostly about stocks, options, and other terms that sounded like gibberish to the average person.
Occasionally, a loud, piercing laugh would echo through the room.
This drew the attention of other guests who had also come to attend the award ceremony, causing them to look at each other in confusion. Many of them were from small game development studios.
Upon seeing them, they couldn't help but glance at them with a touch of envy.
Gods, Elite Forces, Thunder, Legend. My goodness, these top-tier game companies have all come.
Hearing this, Lu Ming, who was holding a plate of sushi, couldn't help but look over out of curiosity. Are those people famous? Ha? You don't know?
It seemed he hadn't expected Lu Ming to not even recognize those big names.
The owner of the small workshop couldn't help but glance over. Upon seeing Lu Ming's young face,
he immediately wore a smug expression typical of an old-timer.
Newcomer, right? First time attending the award ceremony hosted by the Zhongchuan competition?
Yeah. You're obviously just here to make up the numbers, so you wouldn't know.
These are all well-known executives in our industry.
There's a joke in the industry that if you can get into their inner circle, your annual salary starts at least at 10 million. He finished speaking. The man downed the champagne in his mouth in one gulp.
Looking at the group of people,
there was both disdain and envy. However, he seemed to think of something and turned his gaze back to Lu Ming. You're not bad, kid. At such a young age, you're already participating in a national-level award ceremony.
It seems your company still has some potential.
Keep working hard, and maybe in a few years you'll be able to buy a suit and blend in with that crowd. Hearing the sarcasm in the other man's words,
Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at his own attire. Just a plain checkered shirt, blending into the crowd. The first impression everyone had of him was, an old programmer.
In response, Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders and looked across the room. Your suit looks sharp.
Why didn't you join that group?
Across the table. Lies don't hurt, but the truth often cuts the deepest. Lu Ming had ruthlessly exposed his true situation. The small workshop owner could only spout nonsense like powered by love and 10 years to hone a sword, leaving everyone laughing. Seeing the same mockery in Lu Ming's gaze, he turned bright red with embarrassment.
What's wrong with a small workshop?
A small workshop can also compete for first place.
Have you heard of the game company called Manhwa?
He's the dark horse of this year's Zhongchuan competition.
Manhwa? Hearing the older man's words,
Lu Ming's eyes flashed a strange look.
He nodded. I've heard of them, but so what? What does it matter?
Seeing Lu Ming's indifferent expression, the man immediately snorted coldly.
As a newcomer, you might not know how influential the game director of this game is. Since the company was founded, both of their games have been huge hits. I heard he was publicly humiliated by the former boss of Jinshin, who said he wasn't fit to make games. He pointed at the other person's nose and shouted angrily. 30 years of fortune in the East, 30 years of fortune in the West, don't look down on a young man. I'll make a hit game.
He then took down the former CEO Chen Jiming, who was once a god in the industry, and brought him down from his pedestal. It's said that the current CEO solely owes his position to that director Lu.
Wow. That director Manhwa is so powerful?
I didn't know he was that good. I thought I was listening to Fighter of the Heavens.
It's all the same. And that's not even the most arrogant part. Do you want to hear some gossip?
Looking at the mysterious expression on the guy across from him, being praised like this, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. He cleared his throat lightly, adopting a posture of attentive listening.
The man immediately laughed.
I heard that the up-and-coming Lu director was dumped by his girlfriend, and the one who stole her away was Chen Jiming. Not only did he mock him, but he also stole his girlfriend. In the end, Lu Ming's 3-year deadline was up, and he returned with 2 games, Pixel Manager and Silent, making a triumphant comeback. Not only that, but he also hooked up with his 50-something, 200-plus pound wealthy CEO. Such talent, such courage, daring to take on such a challenge at such a young age.
I shall truly admire him. Lu Ming? Listening to the other person's increasingly outrageous gossip,
Lu Ming's sushi rice was spilling out of his mouth.
Wait, how did it get so messed up? How did Xia Zong's part even come up? And your story, how did you mix elements from Dopa and Dragon King like that? Bro, did you hear this gossip from a reliable source? He looked at the gossipy old man with a strange expression. Lu Ming, who had originally wanted to listen to the other person sing a few more lines, immediately lost interest. He rolled his eyes. He looked at the empty plate of sushi in front of him. After scanning the area with his eyes, he immediately fixated on the ice cream dessert section nearby. He quietly slipped away, having just scooped a spoonful of ice cream. The next moment, he heard Summer's exasperated voice beside him. Lu Ming, you're at least the director of Manhwa. You should be representing our company's image. Don't you know to wear a suit for such an important competition? He turned around. He saw Xiaozong staring at his outfit with a helpless expression. Looking at this over 50, weighing over 200 pounds Xiaozong, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. He waved the ice cream in his hand. Rum raisin flavor Haagen-Dazs, Mr. Xia, would you like a cup? All right. That's how it was. Lu Ming, dressed in a checkered shirt, and Xia Tian, dressed in a deep blue evening gown. The two of them started sampling the ice cream one by one. The CEOs of other game companies were either expanding their networks or trying every trick in the book to get into the inner circle of the big shots. In the entire venue, only the two of them stood out. The two of them ate up 1/20th of the ice cream in the venue. If it had been just Lu Ming eating alone, that would have been fine. But Xia Tian's striking face and alluring figure quickly caught the attention of several older men. A group of people couldn't help but laugh at Xia Tian's appearance. Which company's new hire is this? All she is doing is eating. If their boss sees this, he'll probably be furious. These young people nowadays, they have no manners at all. Probably just some lucky guy from a small company. That woman is pretty, though. I'll have my secretary ask her if she wants to come to my room for some champagne and ice cream. You're the one with class, Mr. Huang. No wonder the company came in third. Well, we can't compare to Mr. Su. Your weapon master also came in second, didn't he it? A bunch of old men, each praising the other's shortcomings. As they talked, the conversation gradually shifted towards some unspeakable topics. The foul expressions and stench were so strong they could be detected from a distance. Just as they were about to continue, suddenly, loud, uplifting music filled the hall. As the music played, it signaled that the award ceremony was about to begin. In an instant, the executives who had just been making exaggerated expressions instantly transformed into proper gentlemen. Before the award ceremony had even started, Lu Ming had already witnessed a fascinating scene. He wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled at Xia Tian. Alright, Xiaozong, the award ceremony is about to begin. The real stars are about to take the stage. I have a feeling tonight's game is going to be quite interesting. Chapter 37, he just insulted me, didn't he? At that moment, the award ceremony for the Zhengchuan competition was underway. Several people who clearly held high-ranking positions were escorted onto the stage by a group of beautiful female hosts. They looked like cerebral palsy patients in need of assistance. They were putting on such a grand show. Lu Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes in disgust. However, the group of sycophantic executives below were staring intently at these high-ranking officials. Even though they hadn't said a word, their expressions were so determined it was as if they were ready to join the party. From the expressions on their faces, Lu Ming could only see two words: truth. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the applause of the crowd, the old leader smiled and nodded slightly to everyone. Then the MC began the opening remarks, reporting on the performance and achievements of the Zhengchuan competition. At the same time, he extended his warm congratulations and gratitude to the representatives of the top 50 game companies who had been invited, expressing heartfelt congratulations and gratitude. Finally, after a lengthy introduction and round of thanks, the charming young woman spoke with a mysterious expression. So, everyone, can you guess what part of the event we're at now? Everyone already knew the answer. But they all had to pretend to be clueless, allowing the other party to have their moment. Exactly. It's time for the exciting award ceremony. Wow. I really have no idea at all. Lu Ming, sitting in the audience, burst into laughter upon hearing the MC's words. Seeing his comical expression, Xia Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're such a goofball. But before she could say another word, she heard the MC on stage say with a smile, the game that won the most popular award among middle school students at the local innovation competition is Ninja Silent. The next moment, on the screens at the back of the hall, various highlights from Silent began to play. Damn it! Everyone! Opening blow. It left everyone who was still laughing in the room completely speechless. This game, did it just insult us? How dare they? Who said that? Who said that? A game like this can be the best? How vulgar. Oh, it's Silent Noise. That makes sense. Seeing that the game in question was Silent Noise, everyone present immediately exchanged knowing glances. Everyone was well aware that silent noises had been reported.
Many company executives were even secretly fueling the fire behind the scenes. What no one expected, however, was that after a competition, Silent managed to turn things around. To turn the tables in such an unfavorable situation, even the CEOs of these game companies couldn't help but express their admiration. Please invite the representative from Manhwa company to come up and accept the award. Upon hearing the MC's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but nudge Xiaozone beside him. Go ahead, Xiaozone. You're dressed so nicely it would be a shame not to show off. However, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia only smiled and shook her head. She gently pushed his back with one hand. Silent, becoming the first place is almost entirely your doing. Who says you have to go up on stage just because you're wearing a formal dress? Let's go. Go up there and show those snobs who look down on checkered shirts what real class looks like. It seemed like Lu Ming hadn't expected Xia Tian to say that. Lu Ming was also stunned for a moment, looking at the domineering young rich woman in front of him. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. After working as a game designer for so many years, he had thought that this industry had no good people left. Little did he know that in Xia Fupa, he saw so much humanity. Nodding, he put down the ice cream box in his hand. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, he walked straight toward the award podium. The man who had been chatting about gossip with Lu Ming earlier. Upon seeing Lu Ming take the stage, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Goodness gracious, he's actually from Manhwa? But Manhwa sure is bold, letting a newcomer go up to accept the award? Hello everyone, I'm Lu Ming, the game director of Manhwa. I would like to thank the organizing committee, thank the leaders for their recognition, and also thank every player who loves our game. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here today. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the venue fell into a moment of silence. All the industry insiders present stared at Lu Ming in shock. It seemed they hadn't expected it. The game director of a fledgling studio, the genius game designer behind Pixel Manager and Silent, was actually so young. Even the MC beside him looked at Lu Ming with a look of astonishment. He blurted out without thinking. May I ask how old you are, Mr. Lu? 21 years old. Whoa. Instantly, the room was filled with gasps of astonishment. The man who had been chatting with Lu Ming about Lu Ming gossip for half an hour. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, his mouth gaped wide open, as if it could fit an egg. He glanced at Lu Ming's checkered shirt, then looked down at his own suit. He felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Ming simply smiled broadly at the crowd below. Like a king reigning over his kingdom, his gaze swept over everyone looking up at him. The executives he locked eyes with. In the moment their eyes met, their bodies trembled as if struck by electricity. Then, as they came to their senses, they looked up at Lu Ming on stage with strange expressions. They couldn't understand how a young man like him could have such a powerful presence. Lu Ming, however, was equally decisive and efficient. After receiving the trophy, he walked off the stage without hesitation. Whether it was intentional or accidental, no one could tell. At that moment, the image on the large screen flickered again. The speakers around him once again echoed with the voices of the players. Pang Dahai's slightly mischievous voice bellowed at everyone. You idiots! Everyone! He just insulted me, didn't he? He must have insulted me. And so, in the eerie atmosphere of the scene, Lu Ming casually walked off the stage. Only Xia Tian remained, laughing heartily while clapping for him. She took the trophy Lu Ming handed her and examined it closely, her face filled with curiosity. Is this the award for the Mass Innovation Competition? Our company is about to win a national-level competition award? Watching Xia Tian's curious expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. That's exactly it. We might even win more trophies later. So, Mr. Xia, if there are any more trophies later, why don't you go get them? Sure. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's eyes lit up. Could it be that he dressed so nicely just to win an award? Thinking this, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel delighted as he waited for the other awards to be announced. Until the next award is for the least popular award among middle school students in the Zhongchuan competition. Manhwa. Silent. Xia Tian? Her gaze stiffened as she turned to Lu Ming. Only to see that Lu Ming's gaze had already drifted off to who knows where. Summer. You idiot. How dare you act like me? Wow. Give me some peanuts. Give me some peanuts. Chapter 38, this budding romance, so sassy. What? You didn't tell me you were going to win this award either? What the heck is the least popular award? Did they give it to the wrong person? Seeing the big boss speak up, Lu Ming reluctantly pulled out his tablet and analyzed. This is a post-event scoring activity. It seems our game was acquired by the Ministry of Education and will become the exclusive game for all esports high schools exams in the future. A large number of students from esports high schools have come to give us negative reviews. Currently, our game's rating has dropped by 0.1 points. Of course, 0.1 is the official limit, not the actual limit of the score. After finishing, Lu Ming gently blinked his eyes. That innocent expression seemed to say,
You're the one selling the game, and I was the one who was supposed to go up to receive the award. I can't go up again. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Xia Tian was momentarily stunned and blinked in disbelief. At the same time, the host's voice, struggling to suppress a laugh, rang out again. Is the representative from the budding category present? Upon hearing the host's words, Xia Tian immediately looked toward the award stage. Then, he panicked and turned to look at Lu Ming, wanting him to go up and accept the award again. But the next second, Lu Ming, who had been standing behind him just moments ago, had somehow teleported to the dessert area and was already enjoying a small cake. Xia Tian. You old fox, using the boss as a prop? At that moment, countless eyes turned toward Summer. She immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, under everyone's gaze, she had no choice but to force an awkward yet polite smile and walk toward the award podium. The most popular award was a thumbs-up gesture. And the least popular award was a downward-pointing thumb. A group of industry executives. So Manhwa suddenly win both of the two most unlikely awards to be combined. Everyone was left speechless. This Manhwa, that's bold. You have to admit, the person who came up with the seasonal gameplay is a genius. It seems like it was just that Lu Ming who came up with it. Who's the one up there accepting the award? I heard he's the CEO of Budding. Wait, I just heard someone say that the CEO of Manhwa is a wealthy woman who weighs over 200 pounds and loves playing rich woman as happy ball. Damn it! That Lu Ming, even the boss, is more attractive than us. And so, the award ceremony finally came to a close in this bizarre atmosphere. And Manhwa Company was deeply etched into the minds of its peers. At that moment, Xia Tian was pouting, holding her trophy with an unhappy expression. She glared at Lu Ming with hatred, almost wearing her displeasure on her face. You're the one getting all the attention, while I'm left with the scraps. Who's the boss here, you or me? But this wasn't what broke her down the most. What was even more devastating was that even the dog system suddenly popped up to mock her. Ding! Time reset, investment settlement in progress. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, silent. Investment amount, 2.46 million. Return multiple, 10x. Game revenue, 10 million. Congratulations! You have received a system rebate of 0.0000000 yuan. Summer. Looking at the 0 yuan bonus awarded to her. Summer, this woman as fierce as an eagle, finally couldn't hold back. She shed bitter tears. Whatever, let the world explode. Lu Ming, standing beside her, watched as Summer suddenly burst into tears, looking completely bewildered. It was just asking you to go up on stage to accept an award. Why are you crying so much? Xia Zong, it's not that bad. Next time, I'll let you accept the award properly, okay? Besides, our company still made 10 million, right? Cheer up. Xia Tian. Better not say anything. As soon as Lu Ming spoke, she started crying even harder. If it weren't for you, I could have made 24.6 million. Now look at me, do you know how painful it is to live off my meager salary every month? During the release of Silent, she didn't even go on a trip. You're just venting your frustration on me. The system is also angry with me. I'm going to go dark and evil. Just as she glared angrily at Lu Ming in the summer. Suddenly, her phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, she had been seething with anger, but her expression froze suddenly. She answered the call and muttered a few casual hums into the phone. She nodded and responded with a few more sounds. Then, under Lu Ming's bewildered gaze, she said with a hint of apology, "Sorry, little Lu, there's been an emergency at home, so I can't drive you back. I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan. Take a taxi back and celebrate properly." After saying that, Xia Tian stepped on the gas pedal and sped off. Watching the once beautiful Xia Zong, who had just been crying, suddenly change her demeanor. Lu Ming was also completely baffled. Sure enough, women are all like eels. But who could blame her? After all, Ms. Xia was generous with her money. Lu Ming decided not to pursue the matter further. Just as Lu Ming was about to hail a taxi to leave, suddenly, the sound of a car horn came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a black Maybach slowly approaching him. As the car drew closer, the rear window slowly rolled down. A middle-aged man with a kind-faced expression appeared. "Mr. Lu, don't you have a car? I'm heading this way anyway. Why don't I give you a ride?" "Oh?" Upon seeing the man inside the car, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He recognized the man. The storyteller had mentioned him briefly and even pointed him out to him. He seemed to be the new leader of the gods. His name was Su Li? Then I'll trouble Mr. Su. I'll save some money. Meanwhile, on Summer's side, she was driving her own car, and after about an hour on the road, she slowly arrived at the outskirts of the city. Outside the suburbs, her car came to a stop at the entrance of a mansion. Although this area belonged to the suburbs, it was still backed by the metropolis. Land prices were naturally not cheap. Most importantly, the estate was very large. Its interior was nearly the size of a golf course. As the estate gates slowly opened, It took another 10 minutes or so to drive there in the summer heat.
Finally, the car came to a stop at the entrance. At that moment, there were no fewer than 50 luxury cars parked at the entrance. An elderly butler approached, opening the car door for Lu Ming with a respectful expression. "Miss Lu, the master, and the others are in the dining room.
The banquet is about to begin." "Thank you, Mr. Fu. By the way, what's today's occasion? Why did the old master suddenly call a gathering?" Upon hearing Xia Tian's words,
the butler named Fu Bo paused for a moment, then looked at Xia Tian with a gentle expression.
He spoke in a tone that was both surprised and admiring. "You didn't know? The master called this family banquet early. It seems to be for you, Miss For." "Me?" Upon hearing Fu Bo's words, Xia Tian was completely baffled. How did this have anything to do with her? Chapter 39, Family Banquet. Entering the villa of the estate. Led by the servants, Xia Tian arrived at the dining room on the third floor.
Though called a dining room, it was roughly the same size as the hotel banquet hall she had just visited. In the vast room, 2 maids stood at each of the 4 walls. 2 more stood by the elevator used for serving dishes. There were 5 tables in the entire room. At the head of the table sat the elderly patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Tian's grandfather, Xia Chunxing. At that moment, he was listening to financial reports from his uncles, aunts, and cousins. "Dad, this quarter, Xinghua Film and Television made another 2 billion yuan. The films, TV series, and variety shows scheduled for the second half of the year already total 65 titles, and we expect next year's performance to set a new record.
Our Xinghua music is also doing well.
We've secured the copyrights for several singers this year, attracted over 20 million new users, and advertising revenue has increased by 12% compared to last year. In terms of artist training, we've discovered several promising talents and are planning to launch 2 new idol groups. We're also collaborating with the Third Son to produce a new variety show, featuring several veteran celebrities." Listening to these uncles, aunts, and older relatives' reports,
Summer felt a headache coming on. She had long since realized she had no business acumen.
So she had always kept a low profile in this family.
The other siblings, upon seeing Summer approach, didn't pay much attention to this fourth sister who was usually as invisible as air. Instead, they boasted about their hotel profits, the new services their clubs were offering. They boasted about their connections with high-ranking officials and wealthy families. As for the topics of conversation among these older brothers and sisters, as well as the younger siblings, she had no desire to join in. She picked up a cup of coconut chicken and some lychee meat and shoveled them into her plate. She ate it as if no one else was there. Tonight at the venue, she had only eaten ice cream. That stuff doesn't fill you up at all. She was just in the mood for something to eat. However, the noise she made while eating quickly caught the attention of a few of her peers. When her older brothers saw her eating, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Look at you, you're so hungry. Have you not eaten for days? Even if the cook at home makes it well, do you think today is really the day you come over to eat? You're not still living off the pocket money your family gives you, are you? Look at the hotel I'm staying at. This year, we're competing for a 4-star rating, and soon a Michelin 3-star hotel will be opening here. Guess how much profit I made this year?" Hearing his older brother Xia Yan's words, the other peers around them burst into laughter. Just as Lu Ming couldn't understand why his peers were going along with the MC and acting foolish, Xia Tian was equally confused. Are his older brothers and sisters comedians and straight men? Did they really have to laugh exaggeratedly like the villains in TV dramas whenever someone said something? Our family isn't the Dayun society, is it? Do you need so many straight men? But when it came to dealing with her own older siblings, she had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. She simply raised her almond-shaped eyes slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile that was 3 parts disdain, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts indifference. She slowly uttered a single word. "Oh. Ha ha." Instantly, the other peers, as if triggered by an NPC event, they all burst into laughter again. "Summer? What's wrong with them?" Xia Yan, standing nearby, heard Lu Ming's words. His breathing suddenly became rapid. He snorted coldly, sounding annoyed. "Everyone is working so hard, and every year you're the only one slacking off. Don't you feel bad? Seeing you like this really annoys me. I didn't do anything, why are you so annoyed?" She shot her older brother a disapproving glance and continued drinking her coconut chicken soup. Just then, her older sister, Xia Shui, couldn't help but interject. "Old Six, we're still part of the Xia family. We should at least do something, right? There is so much family business to manage. You even got an MBA, didn't you? Why don't you come help me out? You have such a good foundation you could easily be an idol, and if you wanted to, the family could even package you into a big star." No, it's too tiring. Without a second thought, she rejected her older sister's advice outright. All she wanted to do was eat, drink, and shop. Work? So tiring. I even have to go to the office for an hour every day. Do you have any idea how hard that is? Seeing her younger sister looking so listless, Xia Shui didn't bother to argue.
It's the same every year, so she just gave her a symbolic reminder.
Anyway, the family isn't short on food.
Whatever. But the other younger siblings were different. Xia Shui looked at them with a sense of satisfaction. The young people of the Xia family are all fine young men and women. After exchanging a few compliments, everyone moved their chopsticks slightly before starting to chat casually.
Obviously. Facing such a feast,
Only Xia Tian was the only one who came to eat seriously.
at the same time, the report from the old man next door finally concluded.
The old man was 69 years old and had retired from his position 4 years ago. After listening to his children's reports with satisfaction, he finally spoke slowly.
Not bad. Everyone has made progress, especially you, the second son.
In this time of crisis for the film industry, you've managed to stabilize profits and keep them rising.
That shows you've got some real skill. That's true. However, there was little smile on Mr. Xia's face.
In his view, this was simply what these children were expected to achieve. Upon hearing the old master's praise, Xia Tian's second uncle, Xia Miao, immediately wore a pleased expression.
In the Xia family,
To be praised by the stern old patriarch
was a matter of great pride. It also hinted that
the Xia family would make additional investments in the business he was involved in during the next quarter.
for someone aspiring to become the next family head, this was undoubtedly the best possible news. Sure enough,
The other uncles and aunts of the Xia family, upon hearing the old master's praise,
their faces immediately betrayed a hint of resentment and envy. But soon,
the stern-faced Mr. Xia suddenly changed his demeanor. His previously stern expression suddenly broke into a smug smile. The unexpected smile left the second generation of the Xia family momentarily stunned.
they looked at the old man in disbelief. Could his smile really be so bright on such a day?
Although your performance has been commendable this year among the grandchildren, there are also children who have met my expectations. In my opinion, she has inherited 7 out of 10 of my true teachings.
Wow! Hearing the old man's words,
The 3 generations of the Xia family, who had been chatting just moments ago,
fell silent in an instant.
one after another, they looked at each other.
Doubtful expressions appeared on their faces. Is there really someone in the 3 generations of the Xia family who is as formidable as the old master described? How could they not have noticed? Suddenly, everyone's gaze kept flickering between the eldest brother, the second brother, the eldest sister, and the 7th son.
Among the 3 generations of the Xia family, only these 4 were particularly outstanding.
Who was the 3rd generation that the old patriarch said had truly inherited his teachings?
Just moments ago, they were boasting about Xia Yan and the others. Now they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with tension.
Could the old master be referring to himself?
If the old master is this pleased, there might be a chance to qualify for the core industry. Then, they would be able to compete with their uncles and elders,
to vie for the position of the next family head. So, who is the person the old man is so fond of? Chapter 40, Her? What gives her the right? Upon hearing the old man's words, Xia Miao's uncles and elders first showed a hint of surprise on their faces.
But soon, their gazes all shifted to Xia Yan and the others with astonishment. They scanned back and forth between Xia Feng, Xia Yin, Xia Shui, and Xia Lu. They saw Xia Miao looking at her grandfather with a hint of excitement. He asked in a playful tone,
Old man, are you talking about my little Yin?
He's really quite talented, turning our family hotel into a thriving business. I heard he's even planning to open a Michelin-starred restaurant in the hotel.
That'll at least double the customer traffic.
Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Mr. Xia, who had been smiling broadly,
gradually returned to calm.
Glancing at his second son, he said indifferently, Since he's so fond of running hotels, let him manage them for the rest of his life.
Ah, well. Upon hearing the old man's words,
everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. One after another, they all lowered their heads, dared not look at their own old master. The younger generation of the Xia family, though equally curious at that moment, not a single one dared to speak.
However, their restless glances betrayed their curiosity.
However, it didn't take long for everyone to discover who the business genius the old patriarch of the Xia family was referring to.
Under everyone's disbelieving gaze,
Xia Chunsung spoke slowly.
Xia Tian. The moment that name was heard, the entire restaurant fell into a brief silence.
Those who had just been wondering if it was one of the 3 generations of the Xia family.
At that moment, all eyes turned toward Xia Tian.
There he was, munching on spicy pork knuckles. He heard the old man calling his name. Her face, flushed with red, revealed a hint of confusion at just the right moment.
Me? You?
It wasn't just Xia Tian who was puzzled. The 3 generations of the Xia family were equally stunned, staring at her in disbelief. Xia Yan, who had just mocked him, nearly shouted out loud.
Why?
Clearly, his younger sister was the most arrogant one in the entire family.
How could she be the one to receive 7/10 of the old master's teachings?
Xia Shui, who had just been urging Xia Tian to consider getting a job.
Now she too was staring at her younger sister in disbelief.
Then she gasped in shock. This woman, she's so cunning. I never would have guessed you were such a sister.
You've hidden it so well. Wait, what's with that confused look on your face? Grandpa has already exposed your true identity.
But old Master Xia didn't care about any of that. He just smiled and looked at his fifth son. The fifth son, Xia Dao, was the youngest of his children. He was spoiled by him from a young age. This also led to him achieving little success in business.
He mainly oversees the family's few cinema chains.
Over the years, he had neither achieved anything remarkable nor caused any trouble. However, he had long been excluded from the family's inner circle of power. As Xia Chunsung gazed affectionately at his youngest son, he couldn't help but smile. Old five, you've raised such a fine daughter. I never would have guessed you managed to nurture our Xia Tian so well.
You must have put a lot of effort into it, right? Xia Dao. Me, am I really that amazing?
He turned to look at his daughter, who was adorably munching on a pig's trotter.
That's right. Is that really my daughter? Is she really as talented as the old man said? Without thinking, Xia Dao couldn't help but ask. Dad, are you sure our little Tian inherited 7/10 of your true skills? This question wasn't just Xia Dao's. It echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Upon hearing his son's rebuttal, his expression immediately turned displeased. He let out a cold snort. He turned to the fifth son. Don't you even know your own daughter's grades? What kind of father are you? And all of you, do you find this unbelievable? After speaking, the old man snorted coldly. Then he directly handed a document to Jiang Fu, who was standing beside him, and distributed it to everyone present. The contents of the document were not about anything else. It was the performance and revenue of the Sprout game over the past period. Upon seeing the achievements made by Sprout, everyone's faces were filled with surprise and astonishment. Wow! Is this really Old Six's company? No way. Did Old Six hire some high-profile experts behind the scenes? Video games? Is it as fun as golf? But the revenue from Pixel Manager is impressive. At this rate, making tens of millions a year shouldn't be a problem. And this Silent, it actually won first place in the Zhongchuan competition? Come to think of it, I think I've seen news about it before. Everyone whispered to each other as they looked at the report in front of them. Their eyes betrayed both surprise and confusion. But more than that, still disbelief. Is this really the Summer they knew? But just then, Xia Feng, the eldest brother of Summer. Looking at the report, he couldn't help but adjust his gold-rimmed glasses. Holding the data in front of him, he couldn't help but furrow his brows and say, Grandfather, while Summer's performance is indeed outstanding, the profit margin seems rather average to me. Even if she created 2 hit games, it doesn't mean she can keep making money. And even if she does make money, does she make as much as we do? Upon hearing Xia Feng's words, Xia Yan, Xia Shui, and Xia Lu, their eyes lit up suddenly. Suddenly, there was an unexpected competitor, and they naturally felt very displeased. At that moment, Xia Feng brought up Xia Tian's sales figures. They naturally sided with him, cheering him on. But, upon hearing Xia Feng's words, Xia Laoye's face betrayed a mocking smile. Looking at Xia Feng, he suddenly shook his head. You still don't understand what I mean. After speaking, his gaze swept over his own children and grandchildren. His expression grew icy. You're just clinging to the empire I built. What gives you the right to be proud? The managers in the company, which one of them isn't more capable than you? Without the identity of being the son or grandson of Xia Chunsung, do you think you could have climbed to your current positions? Over the years, only one person in the family has voluntarily opened up new business avenues for the family. He finished speaking. Xia Laoye's gaze turned coldly towards Xia Feng and the others. He spoke with a hint of disdain. Can you achieve Xia Tian's feat without the support of family resources? I'm putting this out there today, if anyone can do it, the next family head will be yours. Hearing the old man's resounding words, Xia Feng, who had been seething with resentment moments ago, fell silent. Xia Yan, Xia Shui, and Xia Lu, along with the others, dared not say another word. Only Xia Tian remained confused, staring at her grandfather. How did she not know she was so capable? He. She felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Grandpa, praise me more. More. At that moment, she saw her grandfather looking at her with a kind expression, unable to help but smile. Little Tian, you did a great job. If you need it, Grandpa is ready to invest heavily in your budding game. And I will hire the most professional talent, bring in a team from abroad, and help you build the top game company in Manhwa. What do you think? Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Summer, who had been feeling a bit proud, suddenly felt a sense of alarm. If grandfather were to send his people to work at his company, the company would go bankrupt. How would she manage to lose money and offer discounts then? Without even thinking, she blurted out. No way. Instantly, the previously harmonious atmosphere was shattered by her instinctive scream. All the Xia family members stared at her in shock. It seemed as though they hadn't expected it. How dare she defy her grandfather, who was the ultimate authority in the family? Chapter 41, The Bet and the New Plan. Oh. Upon hearing his proposal rejected, Xia Chuanxing's face didn't show any signs of displeasure. Instead, he looked at his granddaughter, whom he hadn't paid much attention to, with curiosity. He asked with interest, "Why did you refuse Grandpa's suggestion? You clearly know this could help your company grow." Hearing her grandfather's words, Xia Tian's heart also filled with anxiety. But she couldn't think of a reasonable excuse. After taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself down before speaking. "If the company is filled with Grandpa's people, will Manhwa still be mine in the end? What I want, I will fight for myself, not accept as a handout from you, Grandpa. Let it go to my older siblings. Grandfather's help comes at too high a cost. Free things are the most expensive." Hearing Xia Tian's words, everyone present was so scared they dared not speak. Xia Tian's father, Xia Dao, felt his legs grow weak. He kept giving his daughter meaningful glances, afraid of offending the old man. "But, ha ha ha. That's why I said this girl has inherited 7 out of 10 of my skills. Look at the rest of you, how many of you are any good? You don't even understand the most basic principles of business, how can I possibly trust you?" What no one had anticipated was, the old man didn't get angry at all. Instead, he burst into a hearty laugh. Hearing the laughter, everyone quickly ducked their heads and dared not speak. Only the 3 generations of the Xia family were all staring at Xia Tian in disbelief. They seemed to be seeing her for the first time, never expecting her ambitions to be so great. Xia Feng and the others looked at Xia Tian with a hint of resentment. Their eyes were filled with anger at being deceived. They never would have imagined this old 6th sister had been hiding so deeply. How much more is she hiding from everyone? Across from them, old Master Xia seemed to notice the dissatisfaction among the younger generation. He immediately laughed. "Since that's the case, then grandfather will follow your lead and give this opportunity fairly to everyone." After speaking, it seemed as though Mr. Xia had been prepared all along. He clapped his hands lightly. Immediately, servants brought out folders one after another. They handed them to the 3 generations of the Xia family, who eagerly opened them. What caught their eyes were promotional plans. "These are the commercial orders our Qingha advertising agency has recently received. If you can secure these orders, I will provide free funding of 20 million to the person with the best performance. What do you think? Do you have the confidence to secure them?" Upon hearing the old patriarch's words, everyone looked at the folders in their hands. Some faces lit up with excitement, while others were filled with bitterness. Many of the 3rd generation members knew that this was actually an unfair competition. After all, everyone had different resources at their disposal. The eldest brothers and sisters clearly had a competitive advantage. But this race seems to have begun the moment they were born. Today's lag is entirely their own fault for not working hard enough. At this moment, Xiao Tian looked curiously at his folder. He hadn't expected that the old man would have prepared one for him as well. Glancing at the contents of the folder. Analysis report on the revitalization of Dongguang martial arts as intangible cultural heritage. Upon seeing the contents of the document, Summer couldn't help but pause in surprise. It was actually a cooperation proposal from the Dongguang Province Martial Arts Association. They hoped Qinghe Sports could help them promote the intangible cultural heritage martial arts and revive the Dragon Kingdom. But martial arts? Is anyone still teaching that nowadays? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was a relic from a bygone era. Young people don't have time to learn martial arts. They're all busy playing video games, right? She rolled her eyes slightly. Xia Tian hadn't planned on participating in this family mini competition anyway. But, holding the documents in front of her, her resolve to give up began to waver. Suddenly perked up again. No. Martial arts are great. She had been thinking about how to make Lu Ming lose money. If she could lock down the topic and give him a tough challenge, this document could be put to use. Then make him come up with a martial arts related game. The fighting games on the market today are already outdated. All the major game companies are trying to enhance the combat impact. But traditional martial arts don't have those cool combos or explosive visuals that make games interesting. If Lu Ming is strictly limited to using martial arts, this game is doomed. If it doesn't flop, I'll go dress up as a JK on Xiaolangyo. The few brothers and sisters around him. Upon seeing Summer's evil smile, their expressions immediately turned pale. The 6th child, the deepest hidden one in this family. Is she finally going to reveal her true, vicious nature? At the same time, at the entrance of Magic City University of Science and Technology, sitting inside the car, Suli looked at the young Lu Ming in front of him and spoke directly and candidly about his intentions. "Mr. Lu, you are young and talented, but the environment where you started is ultimately too small. Have you considered changing your surroundings?" Oh. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Lu Ming's face didn't show much surprise. The other party had approached him voluntarily. If it was merely about transportation, that would be insulting his intelligence.
With a dismissive laugh, he asked directly.
What kind of terms can your company offer me?
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Li's eyes lit up. Being able to negotiate terms was a good sign. It meant there was room to talk. An independent team, full autonomy over planning, 13 months salary, a monthly salary of 30,000, and 5% of the net profits from game development.
Lu Ming.
Upon hearing Su Li's generous terms, all traces of interest vanished from Lu Ming's face. He looked at the CEO with a strange expression and couldn't help but ask. That's it? Su Li? Mr. Lu, this is the standard rate for new hires. Since you have 2 works to your name, I already negotiated a higher rate for you. This is already the top-tier standard for both our company and the industry. All right. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming's faint glimmer of hope finally died. He never expected this. The top game company in the country offers such meager compensation. That's the position of game director. Is this salary even appropriate? So, does your company offer a lot of vacation time? Vacation? You're getting paid this much. Does the company hire you just to take vacations? You should think about what you can do for the company. Otherwise, why did I hire you? You're an industry insider. When you're rushing to meet deadlines, do you take time off? Yes. Are you serious? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Li immediately glared at him with wide eyes. Both of them seemed completely taken aback by the huge disparity in their treatment. Unconsciously, Su Li felt a sense of foreboding rise in his heart. Mr. Lu, may I ask about your salary and benefits? About double what you proposed? Su Li. Why? His treatment is better than mine? Is the boss of Manhwa running a charity organization? Are we even trying to make money anymore? Chapter 42, The Worst Martial Arts Plan in History. Approved. To promote traditional martial arts and secure 2 million in promotional funds, I've decided. Our next game project at Budding will be related to martial arts. We're going to make a fighting game. The next morning, the office was filled with Xia Tian's excited voice. Upon hearing Xia Tian's request, everyone in the office looked at each other in disbelief. Everyone looked at the excited boss in front of them, hesitating to speak. In the end, Fang Xiaoxiao decided to step forward and take the heat. Mr. Xia, are you talking about martial arts games or martial arts style games? There are numerous fighting games on the market, and many large companies have their own fighting games. For example, Zhongshan's Moing 3 Kingdoms, Qibing's Ink Warrior, and Lei Ting's Zhanpa. These games are all based on traditional martial arts and built as fighting MMORPGs. To be honest, the market for fighting games isn't that big anymore. If we jump in blindly, we might end up failing miserably. At this point, Fang Xiaoxiao paused briefly. She then turned to look at Lu Ming, who remained composed. Why not let Director Lu take the lead? Like we did before? Little did anyone know. Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian didn't even hesitate before outright rejecting her suggestion. No way. You all saw the materials just now. This game project is co-hosted with the Dongguan Martial Arts Association. We're developing this game to meet the client's requirements. So for this game's production, I'm setting a few rules. It must not exceed the traditional boundaries of martial arts, and there absolutely cannot be any obviously fake combat effects in the game. It must be as realistic as possible. Can you do that? Everyone. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, everyone rolled their eyes in disbelief. Wang Ba and the others looked even more troubled. But Mr. Xia, who practices martial arts these days? Exactly. Last year, there was a new movie called The Master that supposedly used authentic traditional martial arts, but it was torn apart by the audience. If there's no special effects, what's the point? Exactly. Players play fighting games for the satisfying sense of impact and the flashy moves. If you take those away, what's left to sell? Maybe we shouldn't collaborate after all? Let us just make games we like ourselves? Hearing everyone's words, Xia Tian puffed out his lips. Then he shook his head and gave everyone a motivational speech. I know this task is challenging, but for the sake of promoting traditional martial arts, some sacrifices are necessary. Besides, as a game company, we should try our hand at all kinds of games. Gaining more experience is crucial. Focusing solely on creating our own games can easily lead to a self-indulgence cycle. What do you think? What Summer said seemed reasonable at first. But upon closer inspection, it's complete nonsense. You've lost your mind. You want a scholar to go to war? The development of a fledgling project has always been about taking unconventional paths and breaking away from the mainstream. Now you want to compete with mainstream games? The conditions are set so harshly. What kind of competition is this? Seeing everyone sighing, Xia Tian smiled faintly. We've got Director Lu, right? I believe, with Director Lu on board, we can definitely create a game that players will love. Fang Xiaoxiao. Hearing her best friend's words, she rolled her eyes inwardly. Oh no. Her best friend was so blinded by love that she had completely lost her senses. Even if it's Lu Ming, with all these restrictions, there is no way he can make a profitable game.
just as Fang Xiaoxiao was about to remind her best friend that she was taking it too far. Little did she know, the next second, Lu Ming, who had been deep in thought, slowly raised his head. With a calm and composed smile still on his face, he nodded slightly towards Xia Tian. Since Mr. Xia has such high hopes for me, let us give it a try and make one. However, Mr. Xia, I hope we can invest more in this game. Since it's a martial arts game, I want the details to be polished and of higher quality, preferably on par with big studios. That's a great idea. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately agreed to Lu Ming's request. She still didn't believe it. So many unreasonable conditions piled on top of each other. Lu Ming could still create a high-quality game. The more you invest, the more you'll lose for sure. Then I'll just be raking in the money. Thinking of this, Xia Tian couldn't help but chuckle and looked at Lu Ming. Tell me, how much are you willing to invest? 3 million? What? Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone present was startled. Wang Ba and the others looked at Lu Ming in complete bewilderment. They couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Wait, 3 million can only make a hammer fighting game? I get it. Old Lu was reminding Xiaozone to back down. Exactly. With such a small budget, we probably can't even make a few levels. After all, our company isn't big enough to develop a large-scale online fighting game. Exactly. If we go down this path, the money we just made might all go down the drain. Xia Tian, who was standing nearby, was also stunned by the number Lu Ming had mentioned. 3 million? That's all? What kind of game can you make with that? In response, Lu Ming just chuckled. Who says you can't make a good game with this money? I already have some ideas, Mr. Xia. Whoa. The current Xia Tian. He was actually a bit worried that Lu Ming might have some ideas. In the past, she had dismissed Lu Ming's ideas with disdain. But now, she can't even begin to match his ideas. What if he actually succeeds? Thinking of this, Xia Tian took a deep breath and immediately said, No way. I won't agree. Why are you changing your mind again? Hearing Summer's words, everyone was left speechless. And what Summer said next left everyone speechless. What can 3 million do? If other players find out, they'll think we can't even afford to make a game. 3 million. 3 million each. The four of you combined, I'll give you 12 million to make the game. If we're going to do it, let us go all out and make a big production. Ah. Hearing Summer's words, Fang Xiaoxiao felt that if her best friend didn't step in soon, this crappy company is doomed. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table. She shouted in a tone that left no room for argument. Enough. I'm the company's finance manager and secretary. The company absolutely cannot spend that much money on a game. 5 million is my bottom line. Not a penny more. This. Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, the scene fell into complete silence. Xia Tian, who was standing nearby, tried to speak. But he was glared at by his own best friend. Shut up. Xia Tian. Well, 5 million is 5 million. With so much money thrown into it, what kind of big production can they make? Even if it becomes popular, it'll probably just be a small hit. Even if we lose 1 million or 2, she'll still come out ahead. Thinking this, Summer let out a light hum and nodded. Alright, let's go with that. The worst new project in history approved. Chapter 43, New Project, Street Fighter. In the office, Wang Ba and the others looked dejected. They were all constantly brainstorming how to use the $5 million to create a fighting game that could rival those of major game companies on the market. After thinking for a while, their minds were spinning. Yet they still had no good ideas. Finally, Ho Fangji couldn't help but complain. Old Lu, how could you agree to the boss's such a difficult idea? Exactly. If this goes wrong, it'll ruin our own reputation. I think old Lu has been bewitched by Xiaozone. I get it. When my girlfriend asks me, I can't resist either. Put. Upon hearing Xiang Dong's words, Lu Ming and the others rolled their eyes. Just as everyone was looking gloomy, Lu Ming smiled and printed out a new proposal. Alright, guys, it's just a new proposal. I've already thought it through. Come take a look. Ha! Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the others immediately looked at each other in disbelief. What? It's been less than 3 hours since Xiaozone made the request and you've already come up with a new project? Don't tell me it's a half-baked job. Otherwise, watch out for Xiaozone's temper. I get it. Old Lu, you just want to throw together a quick game to get by, and then invest all the remaining funds into our new game, right? Hearing their words, Lu Ming rolled his eyes. When have I ever slacked off on a game? Of course it's a real project. 5 million in investment, fully funded. And this time, we're going to compete with the big game companies, no half measures. What? Hearing that Lu Ming was actually going to take on the big studios, all three of them looked utterly astonished. Immediately, the three of them crowded around the new project. They wanted to see what kind of game mechanics Lu Ming had come up with.
Flipping open the project proposal for bold characters stood out.
Street Fighter. As for the game mechanics. Hey, the map can be made this simple? That would definitely cut costs.
It does incorporate a martial arts system and even blends various martial arts styles like Jeet Kune Do, Brazilian capoeira, yoga, judo, Spanish bullfighting, and Muay Thai. How did you even learn all that, old Lou?
I understand simplifying the commands, but won't the hardcore combo system be too difficult? Does it require motion capture technology from movies?
The drive system, defense breaking mechanics, hit sound effects, camera shakes, slow motion close-ups.
Wow! This game is challenging, but it's definitely worth the effort. But if that is the case, we'll need to upgrade all our current office software, which will cost a pretty penny, right?
Ugh, when you put it that way, 5 million ISNT, that much after all.
Once everyone figured out the gameplay system of Street Fighter, everyone's eyes lit up instantly.
Although it was also a fighting game, Luming's version of Street Fighter clearly innovated and streamlined the existing formula.
It should be called a pure PvP fighting game.
It eliminates the cumbersome mechanics of traditional fighting MMOs.
Equipment systems, skill combinations, weapon upgrades, character awakenings, and PvE modes are all absent.
In the eyes of Wang Ba and his peers,
it could even be called rudimentary. Of course, simple doesn't mean easy. This fighting game, stripped down to its bare essentials, is actually very traditional.
It made Wang Ba and his two companions feel an urgent desire to create it themselves. The three exchanged glances and nodded in unison.
No wonder it's old Lou.
This game has real potential.
Without any hesitation, Wang Ba and the others clenched their fists. Alright, I can feel another tough battle coming up. Then let's get ready for some grueling overtime.
Let those big game companies see how we can make a big impact with a small team. Hee, I have a feeling that once our game launches, it'll definitely take the fighting game audience by storm.
That's it.
The four began working on their new game, Street Fighter. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, leveraging his understanding of the Street Fighter game from his previous life. Although he didn't obtain the system or purchase the game's source code. However, Street Fighter was a cherished memory of his childhood arcade games. It was also his introduction to fighting games. He still remembered the characters vividly.
Ryu, Ken, Guile, and Blanka were his go-to characters.
Of course, when it comes to his favorite character, it's Chun-Li, of course. Later characters added to Street Fighter, such as Ryu and Sagat, he has also explored. After extensive research and analyzing every frame of the game design, it took 2 months.
Street Fighter, the King of the Streets is finally complete. The game features a total of 18 playable characters.
Additionally, a large-scale open-world gaming community has been constructed. Available for players worldwide to log in. Players can freely customize their characters and follow the story-driven tutorial mode.
They can also enjoy 3 gameplay modes: Simple Mode, Hardcore Mode, and Explosive Mode. Based on the original Street Fighter.
Street Fighter, the King of the Streets has added a player community.
However, its streamlined game system means it cannot generate revenue through the sale of virtual gear, items, or pets.
Therefore, like Pixel Manager, Street Fighter King has opted for a buy-to-own model and will be released on the Steam platform.
Priced at 38 yuan.
Among a sea of fighting games, a buy-to-play fighting game.
It can truly be called fair in every sense of the word. So, that afternoon,
Lu Ming submitted the new game to Xia Tian. When Xia Tian saw the new game content, her eyes lit up.
In just 2 months, what kind of fun game could Lu Ming have created? She immediately felt that this game was sure to lose money. Upon entering the game, she first clicked on the easy mode and then began training against the computer. Following Lu Ming's instructions, she quickly pressed the attack buttons on the keyboard in sequence: light punch, light kick, heavy punch, heavy kick. Then she instinctively blinked her eyes. Just those 4 attack buttons? That's it? Yes, but don't say any more. This is definitely the best fighting game I've played this year. No way.
Seeing such a simple, even crude garbage fighting game,
Summer couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Such a trashy game, with only 4 attack buttons and no special effects at all. What is the point of playing this?
And you actually believe that some idiot spent 5 million on this trash?
Ha 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 ha. This is a sure thing. No need to guess, this game will definitely be torn apart by players once it launches.
If this crappy game doesn't lose money, it's a crime against humanity.
Alright. Heaven rewards those who are determined.
Finally, I can lose money. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, Street Fighter. Investment amount, 5.12 million.
Task settlement time, 336:00:00.
Return multiplier, 10x. Chapter 44, this face customization is just too abstract. Hello everyone. I'm your old friend Yu Jia.
The content for this livestream is something many of you who are familiar with me have probably already guessed. That's right, as a longtime fan of Manhwa games, I'm naturally very excited about their new game, Street Fighter King.
In the live stream,
Shin Yujie was smiling broadly as he greeted the audience. Today, the smile on his face is particularly sincere.
Why? Because after securing funding from the God's company, he's landed another lucrative deal. Not only that, but the money he secured is from his favorite company, Budding Company.
As the first person to sound the counterattack horn that day,
Shin Yu-jae's role was crucial. To put it bluntly,
over at the small platform, they regard him as the pioneer of the god-slaying path. Although his betrayal of his backer cost him a significant amount in advertising revenue during this period.
But one must admit, it was all worth it.
Just yesterday, he suddenly received a commission from the Budding Company. They wanted him to stream their new game.
Shin Yu-jae didn't even hesitate before agreeing to the request. So when he started his live stream tonight, he looked exceptionally happy. And his fans. Seeing the smile on Shin Yu-jae's face, I couldn't help but laugh along.
Longtime fans will remember that when the older woman said this last time, the game Gods of War was still at the height of its popularity.
The older sister is amazing. Finally cashing in on the trend at the right time. The streamer I've been following has updated. The new work is out again?
I have to say their speed is really fast.
Alright everyone, let us get straight to today's topic.
As Shin Yu-jae spoke, a flash of excitement crossed his eyes.
On one hand, it was because they had indeed hit the jackpot.
But more than that, it was the anticipation for Manhwa's new game. As we all know, Momo is a prime example of achieving great things with limited resources.
I needn't go into detail about their games, each one is a classic.
And today, I'm here to introduce their latest masterpiece, Street Fighter.
As you can see, it's a fighting-themed game.
The game is now available on Steam for just $38. At $38, you won't regret it, no risk, no loss.
What are you waiting for, guys? Let's go. So I'll test it out for everyone first. Wow. Manhwa released a new game so quickly? Impressive. Are you kidding? A fighting game with a buy-to-play model? Hee hee. I'm a veteran player of Manhwa. I've been playing it since yesterday. Tested it. It's amazing. Everyone, go for it. So, amidst the cheers of countless viewers, Shin Yu-jae directly opened the platform and started downloading the game.
The game isn't very large, only about 10 or so gigabytes in size. Compared to those big-name games that can easily reach dozens or even hundreds of gigabytes in size.
Manhwa's Street Fighter indeed didn't take up much storage space. Soon, the game finished downloading and Shin Yu-jae clicked to enter. As soon as he entered the game's main screen, Shin Yu-jae's eyes lit up. Cool, guys. Manhwa really went all out this time. Did you see the character customization system? There are hundreds of adjustment parameters.
I bet they used the latest top-tier engine system this time.
If they put enough effort into it, they could even create a one-to-one replica of yourself.
Just this feature alone shows that despite its small scale, this game is definitely not a poorly made product.
After saying that, Shin Yu-jae began experimenting with the settings. As he adjusted the settings, he couldn't help but laugh. As a technical expert, let me show you my face customization skills. As a die-hard fan of iSociety, my face modeling skills are no joke. What is iSociety? Does anyone know? I knew it. He must have been playing games behind our backs. No need to say more, lend me your phone. I have a friend who asked me to find out where to log in to the iSociety website. Hee hee, I'm going to cry over the older sister. The audience looked on. Everyone watched Shin Yu-jae continuously adjust the parameters. Just the time spent on facial modeling alone took over 20 minutes. Finally, he finished shaping his face. Looking at the game interface, the man was dozens of levels more handsome than himself, standing at 2.2 meters tall with 8-pack abs, looking just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He nodded in satisfaction. Guys, look how much like me I made it. It's exactly like the real me. Is that you? That's not you at all. You shameless jerk. This is clearly me. Tell me. Are you secretly in love with me? Why did you put me in the game? Hee hee, I prefer older women now. A group of viewers shamelessly joined Shin Yu-jae in commenting. Just like their favorite streamer, they took shamelessness to the extreme. Once the face customization phase finally ended, the game quickly entered its tutorial mode. When Shin Yu-jae entered the game's tutorial level, looking at the instructor Chun-Li across from him, he couldn't help but drool. Wow. No words needed, give the character designer a chicken leg. I love this kind of girl. This bear, these legs, are you sure this isn't an 18+ game? Many viewers reacted the same way as Shin Yu-jae. They were all captivated by Chun-Li's stunning appearance. Especially the legs peeking out from under her cheongsam. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my god. Those legs are enough to keep me entertained for a year. No wonder she's a rising star. I love it. Seductive waves I'm following. Just for those legs, I'm going to give this game a try. I've already jumped in, thanks. Although Chun-Li's character design is a bit suggestive. However, the game is still a proper fighting game. Following Chun-Li's tutorial, Shin Yu-jae quickly figured out how to play the game. The game also prompts that it's best to play with a keyboard. Upon seeing the prompt, Shin Yu-jae immediately switched to his keyboard. Controlling his character, he quickly mastered a move called 100 splitting legs. Once the tutorial on this side was finished, the next second, Shin Yujie was teleported into the community interface. Upon arriving at the community interface, he realized the game community had already gained quite a few new players. And this was just the beginning of everyone's abstract understanding of this game. Looking at the bald strong in front of him, Shin Yujie was completely stunned. Holy crap! Guys, look who I saw? The bald emperor. Wow! Did they actually model our Joe God after him? That's a bit much. Holy crap! The skin texture options for this face. He actually made Iron Man? Wow! What am I seeing? Everyone, don't go searching for. Compared to these masters, I feel as pure as an elementary school student. Looking at the abstract faces in front of him, Shin Yujie was completely stunned. Even his fans in the live stream, after seeing so many faces, burst out laughing. Wow! Is this a cosplay convention? Did I just see Shuei Bingyue? What's this? I just saw someone create an avatar. I get it, but how did they make that lazy sheep? Is this really okay? Won't this infringe on copyright? It's the player's business, why should I care? While the audience was enjoying this cosplay, suddenly, Shin Yujie, who had been running around the community just moments ago, suddenly came to a halt. Not only him, but even the viewers in the live stream. When he saw the game character that appeared next, they couldn't help but freeze in their tracks. One by one, they all widened their eyes, staring blankly at the cosplayer in front of them. Holy crap! Holy crap! Who the hell is that? Chapter 45, You're the older sister, so who am I? Looking at the cosplayer in front of him, Shin Yujie was completely speechless. This guy, the face he's mimicking is clearly his own. Holy crap! Guys, did you see that? Someone made a cosplay of me. Wow! Is that even allowed? Give me some peanuts. Give me some peanuts. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Bro, this isn't the time for cosplay. Don't even mention the guys, this older woman is so open-minded. Ha ha ha. Holy crap. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore, this game really has every kind of person. This is abstract to the extreme. Abstract to the max. At that moment, Shin Yujie, staring blankly at the himself in front of him. He never expected that a fan would go crazy enough to cosplay him. Wait. This is so gross. Aren't you afraid of having nightmares at night? Put. Holy crap. Someone is imitating my face. This is unbearable. I'm not saying another word, guys. I'm going to confront him right now. Shin Yujie immediately ran over to the person and sent a friend request. After sending the friend request, the person immediately sent a shameless message. Hey, are you my fan? Follow my livestream on Zayapuzen under the name I'm Not a Diva, and I'll take you for a ride. Shin Yujie? You're not the older sister, so who am I? Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. This guy is really something. Not bad, at least he helped promote the older sister, right? The older woman. It's me, I can't take it anymore. Let's take him down. Seeing someone using his name to attract followers, Shin Yujie couldn't help but stop. Damn it. You little brat, trying to copy my face. Do you think you can pull that off? Guys, no more talk. I'm going to teach him a lesson. After saying that, he directly opened the challenge feature in his friend list. But he seemed to have forgotten. The teaching content he had just demonstrated was only a simple skill release. 3 seconds later, the player named I'm Not Li Jia on the opposite side immediately accepted his challenge request. The next second, the two entered the battle screen. Just like the previous side-scrolling 2D interface. Upon entering the page, the two immediately began their fighting match. Following the joystick controls demonstrated earlier by Chun-Li, he saw the kick button appear repeatedly. Instantly, his character moved like Chun-Li, performing a series of flying kicks. The opponent, I'm Not Li Jia, upon seeing Shin Yujie's skill, without hesitation, she began to retreat. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, the opponent unleashed Gu Lai's signature move, Sonic Hand Blade. Baiyu. Shin Yujie's character immediately lost a small amount of health. What? Why is he using a ranged attack skill? Don't worry, guys, we'll close in on him. After saying that, Shin Yujie controlled his character and moved forward. But, Baiyu. The opponent struck again with a supersonic hand blade. Instantly, the character Shin Yujie was controlling froze again. Damn it! You're not using a horse. If you're so brave, don't use ranged attacks. Let me kick you. There stood the opponent, I'm Not Li Jia. Did nothing but retreatly? Then she kept releasing sonic hand blades. By the time he got close, Shin Yujie had already lost 2/3 of his health. How are we supposed to fight like this? Shua! In the instant he closed in, he let out a furious roar. Finally, we can take this kid down, brothers. Let him see what real streamer skills look like. Double kick 100 splitting legs activated. Instantly, the character's 100 split leg technique activated. But it was easily blocked by the opponent. I'm not Li Jia. Then, Dragonfly Skin Yoga Teleport Cannon Spike Ascension Kick. After a series of dazzling combos, Shin Yujie didn't even have a chance to fight back before being kicked flying by the opponent. KO. The massive KO appeared on the screen. At the same time, shattered along with it. Shin Yujie's martial arts spirit. The viewers in the live stream, watching the smooth combo on the other side, were all stunned. Holy crap. This guy is so skilled. This guy is so skilled. The skill transitions in this game are so smooth. But how does the opponent have so many skills? Compared to him, the older sister is just a kid. While everyone was discussing it, the opponent I'm not Li Jie sent another taunt to Shin Yujie. Bro, you're no good. If you're bad, practice more. Remember, I'm the master of technical cooking. Do you know what technique cooking means? It's something you can't even look up to. Shin Yujie. Looking at the mocking message sent from the other side, the viewers in the live stream saw Shin Yujie's face turning red with anger. His face was as red as a chili pepper. Those who didn't know might have thought he'd drunk fake alcohol. Suddenly, everyone became even more delighted. Ha ha ha. No kidding, those are classic lines from a mature woman. Zhuo, didn't you say you were a technical Zhuo? Elegant lady, that's right, I am the technical Bo. I can't stop laughing. It's just too abstract. In an instant, the number of comments in Shin Yujie's live stream skyrocketed. Even the official side, upon seeing how good his live stream data was, they gave him a traffic boost. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in his live stream reached an astonishing 300,000. This wave, he completely dominated. However, along with that I'm Not a Diva live stream, there was another live stream named I'm Not Li Jia. Many fans of I'm Not the Older Sister, after seeing the I'm Not Li Jia live stream, seemed to think of something. The next second, everyone rushed into the I'm Not Li Jia live stream. There was a young guy with blonde hair showing off his skills in the live stream. Did you guys see that? That's skill. What? Is it bad that I'm using someone else's avatar? Come on, I'm promoting the older sister here. If she finds out, she'll thank me. This game is really competitive and it's a global server. Guys, I'm going to find a Japanese player and show off my skills. If you want to learn the skills, follow Zhubo. I'll teach you how to pair skills. Seeing the character avatar in the I'm Not Li Jia livestream, those who aren't fans of the older sister instantly figured it out. One after another, they rushed into Shin Yujie's livestream and gave him a thumbs down. Elegant lady. Quick, check the homepage of Xiaopozen. I'm Not Li Jia's livestream. Case solved. That person is imitating your face. I can't stop laughing. He even said you should thank him. I can't tell who's Li Kuei and who's Li Guei anymore. It's all technical wizardry. I'm heading over to the other livestream. Seeing the fans' comments, Shin Yujie's eyes lit up instantly. Great. I was just wondering how to find that I'm Not Li Jia. They're actually coming to me on their own. Guys. No more talk. I lost because I was careless and didn't dodge. I'll go familiarize myself with the game now. Tomorrow at this time, I'll challenge them to a rematch. Let them see what real skill looks like. Wherever I fell, I'll get back up there. Guys, follow me. Let us go. Ooh, give it your all. Chapter 46, 1,000 Bets. Crying over the older sister. There, Shin Yujie, in front of all the live stream viewers, he directly issued a challenge to the opponent I'm Not Li Jia. Brothers, if you've got the guts, let us have another match at the same time tomorrow. The loser has to call the other side dad in front of the entire server. Dare you? Holy crap. Seeing Shin Yujie's challenge, all the fans in the live stream were stunned. Holy crap. You're crazy, aren't you? Are you serious? This is the real deal. No wonder they call you the boss lady. I believe you're a pro now. Wow, I'll bet 100 coins that the boss lady will lose this time. Let's go. Place your bets now. Everyone, place your bets and stand by. That's it, no one's betting on the tech wizard to win, the bet's off. Seeing the chat messages in the live stream, Shin Yujie's lips twitched. Immediately, he held up 4 fingers and declared confidently. I want to say another word, brothers. You still don't believe I'm a pro at this, do you? Alright, I'll do a giveaway. If I lose tomorrow, I'll give away 1,000 copies of Street Fighter to my fans in the livestream. Everyone has a chance to enter the giveaway. See you all at 10 p.m. tomorrow night, don't miss it. Wow. Hearing Shin Yujie's words, the fans who had been treating it as a joke, their eyes lit up instantly. The comments in his livestream were flooding the screen. What the heck? Are you serious, Ajin? Alright. You've got my coins. No need to say anything else like donate and vote. Guys, you know what I mean, right? Haha. Someone's giving away a game for free? That's awesome. In an instant, Countless fans in the live streams of various mature female streamers flooded into the live stream of I'm Not Sisterly,
flooding his live stream with comments.
Hurry up and agree. The person on the other side is the real I'm Not a Mature Woman. He said that if he loses tomorrow, he'll give away 1,000 copies of Street Fighter to fans as a bonus. It's your time to prove yourself. Let's go and make the mature woman cry. Shubo, fight hard. Tomorrow's game depends on you.
At that moment, Kai Lijia was live streaming. Suddenly, he noticed a flood of viewers rushing into the live stream. He was also startled. As a streamer who does this out of interest, he enjoys experimenting with abstract concepts in his daily streams. When he has nothing to do, he likes to use I'm Not a Tsundere as material. This is also why, during his live streams,
the reason he chose Shin Yujie as his avatar. But he never expected this. This unexpected wealth would come crashing down like this. Upon learning that the noob who had just challenged him was actually the streamer he was following, his eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! Guys, did you see that? The person who just challenged me is actually I'm Not a Diva herself. I won't say anything else. For the sake of the brothers in the live stream, and also to prove my skills to everyone, I have to accept this challenge. Immediately. Under the watchful eyes of all the viewers, the upcoming showdown at the Forbidden Peak the next day instantly attracted the attention of countless netizens. Even the official account of Xiaopozen was stunned by the two's high-stakes bet. Shin Yujie directly handed out 1,000 copies of Street Fighter for free. That's 38,000. That's definitely no small amount. And with such a high-profile event, how could the official account not capitalize on the buzz to generate some heat? A great opportunity for traffic is right in front of us. In no time, the trending topic about Street Boxing Champion was already all over the internet. Hashtag Li Kue versus Li Gue, I'm not the older sister, I'm not Li Jia, hashtag. Hashtag I'm not the older sister, I'm not the older sister. The game got me so upset I cried, so I'm giving away 1,000 copies of Street Fighter King, hashtag. Hashtag tomorrow night at 10 p.m. in the I'm Not the Older Sister livestream, we'll be giving away 1,000 copies of the game, hashtag. Hashtag Street Fist King, hashtag fighting game, hashtag duel, hashtag I'm Not the Older Sister, hashtag. Many netizens, after seeing the news about I'm Not the Older Sister, they couldn't resist clicking in to check it out. Then they saw the scene where I'm Not the Cool Girl was beaten up, along with the stunning graphics of Street Fighter. And Chun-Li's legs are a year old. Many fighting game enthusiasts, after seeing the graphics of Street Fighter, the game, as well as the impact of the hits, the skill combos, and the way skills are activated using the joystick, everyone showed signs of interest. Many fans eager to learn more about Street Fighter rushed into the live streams of I'm Not Li Jia and I'm Not the Older Sister, watching the two play the game. At this moment, Shin Yujie had already started following the storyline closely. Although there was only one professional mentor, Chun-Li. However, the way skills are released remains consistent. After understanding the game mechanics, Shin Yujie could even release skills by simply moving the joystick randomly. She can still activate skills. At the same time, Manhwa has thoughtfully provided players with a simple mode. The inspiration for this game comes from the classic 4399 minigame The King of Fighters Wing. After the joystick era ended and the keyboard era began, often found the hardcore mode too challenging and gave up. In Fist of the King Wing, however, players only need to move forward and press the light punch button to unleash skills. It was incredibly smooth. It once dominated the charts as a beloved fighting game of childhood. Whether it's the simple mode or the hardcore mode, there's something for everyone. Take Shin Yujie right now, for example. He had already issued a challenge to I'm Not Li Jia, but the entire night he was almost exclusively playing easy mode. Even the dogs are shaking their heads. Sis, the girl next door is playing the hardcore mode. Isn't the simple mode just for beginners? I think the older sister is giving up, but don't forget, you still have to call him dad. No way, sis? You're the one with the skills. I thought there was an apprentice feature. Besides Chun-Li's skills, you don't have any skill combinations yet, right? How are you supposed to win? Many fans saw Shin Yujie streaming her giving up performance. They all frowned. But Shin Yujie, looking at the concerned comments, he simply smiled. He said nothing. I appreciate your kind intentions, but don't forget, cooking is a skill. Defeating a mere clown is no big deal. I'm currently mastering the skills. Just wait and see how I blow them away. That said, but anyone with eyes can see. With Shin Yujie's current abilities, beating the other side is nothing short of a pipe dream. The most optimistic person right now is probably himself. On the other hand, Kai Lijia. He's been in hardcore mode the entire time, continuously taking on the World Martial Arts Tournament alone. He started by taking on 3 teams in a row, and now he's challenging 4, 5, and even 6 teams consecutively. Gradually, his skills have become increasingly refined. As he watched the growing number of fans cheering him on in the livestream, He gripped his slightly pale fingers tightly. He flashes a mischievous, wild grin. No more talk, guys. Tomorrow, you'll see watch me take down the older woman. Our goal is to make the older woman cry. Let us go, guys. Go for it. Chapter 47. This moment has become art. Time flew by, and it was soon the following night. The battle between I'm not the older sister and I'm not Li Jia. The battle had already begun before 10 o'clock. In I'm not Li Jia's livestream, Kai Li Jia was frantically moving his joystick back and forth. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, making it clear to everyone. He must have gone through a grueling training session last night. His nimble fingers moved with fluid precision. At that moment, watching his livestream, everyone felt as though they were witnessing a work of art. It was now 9 o'clock. Kai Li Jia couldn't resist starting his livestream. Seeing his livestream, the viewers in the chat room couldn't help but grow curious. Is Li Jia live now? What if he's not in the mood later? Don't worry. I watched the livestream all night yesterday and it was all in simple mode. He's already done for. Sisterly, can we get the free stuff tonight? It all depends on you. Stay focused. Don't lose face. With this performance, I call him the first master of street fighting. Guys, I couldn't resist, I went ahead and played. Wah! Watching the live stream and reading the comments from fans who care about him. Although Kai Li Jia was secretly thrilled inside. But on the surface, he maintained a casual smile and said, "No problem, everyone. I came an hour early just to warm up. Also, I've already cleared yesterday's World Martial Arts Tournament. On top of unlocking the original characters, I also unlocked the hidden characters. If any of you want to learn, feel free to join the small group I set up. I'll teach you some smooth combo techniques." At this point, he couldn't help but boast. Yesterday, I invented a combo that can chain 32 moves. I controlled the computer from start to finish. Guys, watch me play tonight. If I don't make the boss lady cry, I won't log off. Whoa! Hearing Kai Li Jia's words, the viewers in the live stream were instantly even more excited. One after another, they all rushed into the live stream of I'm Not a Diva. It's almost 9:30 now. However, Shin Yujia's livestream still showed that the host was offline. What's going on? At this time, Shin Yujia should have been online long ago. Why is she late today? For a moment, everyone was speculating wildly. Damn it! Could the older woman be too scared to go live? Damn it! He doesn't want to redeem those 1,000 game copies, does he? I've already taken off my pants, and now you're saying there's no competition? Give me my money back. As time ticked away, the players eagerly awaiting the free game suddenly grew tense. 10 o'clock was almost here. I'm not a domineering woman. Do I really want to ruin everything? That shouldn't be the case, right? They have such a big budget, how could they not come up with this much money? As everyone was curious, 9:50 p.m. The screen of I'm Not a Dominatrix suddenly lit up. And there it was, the familiar voice of Shin Yujia ringing in everyone's ears once more. Hello everyone. I'm your old friend Yujia. Next, I will be teaming up with I'm Not Li Jia for tonight's epic showdown. After intense training, I've finally discovered the ultimate technique to defeat my opponent. Tonight, everyone watch closely, I'll reclaim my throne as the master of technical cooking. Whoa! The older sister is online. I admit I might have been a bit harsh just now. Oh, come on. Start already. I can't wait to see you get crushed. The opponent is making bold threats, saying they'll stop you from using a single move. Be careful, don't get overwhelmed and cry. As soon as Shin Yuji appeared, the entire live stream heated up. All the viewers excitedly watched the long-awaited appearance of the wave. It was like a story had reached its climax. The winners are always the ones who make their grand entrance last. But it didn't matter. No one believed Shin Yujia could win this match. After all, everyone has seen this technical streamer's skills with their own eyes. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, Shin Yujia calmly logged into his account. Then, when everyone saw his character's face, everyone fell silent in an instant. What the heck? What is this? What the heck? Ha ha ha. Holy crap. Jubwa really knows how to pull off a prank. I can't say anything, guys. I'm dying of laughter. Art. Absolute art. Who says there's no art in our player's ninth world? The older sister is amazing. Voice breaking. Under the stunned gazes of all the players, Shin Yujia's face, which had previously resembled Arnold Schwarzenegger's tough guy look, had been replaced by a little blonde-haired kid. Wait a minute. Did you just say blonde-haired kid? That's right. He remodeled his character's face to look like Kai Li Jia's face. Who said you can only use someone else's face on the opposite side? Can't he use someone else's? Just then, Shin Yujia walked over to the community square with a smile on his face. Because of yesterday's publicity campaign, in the official community, a crowd had already gathered. Kai Li Jia, wearing Shin Yujia's face, was strutting around in the crowd. But all of this, upon seeing someone with the exact same face as his own. He was completely stunned. He rubbed his eyes. Looking at himself in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, his fans in the live stream. Upon witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. What the heck? I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell. Ha ha ha. Master Dao, I've made it. Awesome. I've already recorded it. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Damn. I'm dying of laughter. Go Bo, go. Make them cry. Looking at the face on the other side that looked exactly like his own, Kai Li Jie was momentarily stunned. He let out a light snort. Guys, I figured out the older sister's tactics. She must be thinking that when I look at my own face later, I'll go easy on myself and not attack myself, right? But if that's the case, he's making a huge mistake. Remember our motto, charge and cry at the older sister. Charge and make the older woman cry. Instantly, the live stream was flooded with comments. At that moment, the atmosphere in the live stream was instantly ignited. Without any hesitation, Kai Li Jie directly challenged Shin Yujie. The next second, the battle began. The two rivals, who had been enemies, faced each other with intense hatred. Without any hesitation, Kai Li Jie directly attacked himself. He executed a smooth, fluid combo. Guys, watch this combo: charge plus chi blast plus wave punch plus rising dragon punch plus EX electric shock plus double spinning kick. At that moment, everyone seemed to be watching Kai Li Jie's character. They saw the shadow of every character from Street Fighter. Push 2 hits. Push 8 hits. Push 16 hits. Push 28 hits. Push 34 hits. A smooth combo sequence left the opponent, Shin Yujie, completely disoriented and unable to find their bearings. The viewers in the live stream. After witnessing Kai Li Jie's explosive performance, everyone was left speechless. Just as Kai Li Jie had said at the beginning, we must prevent Shin Yujie from unleashing a single move. At that moment, only 2 words echoed in everyone's minds. That was awesome. In an instant, Shin Yujie across the way was killed instantly. But, facing his own defeat, his face showed no signs of disappointment or fear. On the contrary, under the gaze of all his fans online, he actually smiled. Chapter 48. I won, but why does it feel like I lost? Ha! Seeing Shin Yujie actually smile, many viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but look puzzled. Ha! How can the older woman be smiling after losing? Yuan Fong, what do you think? I'll take a wild guess someone must be lying down to watch this. There must be something big going on here. Wow, the older woman must have been knocked out of her mind. She didn't even use a single skill. I'd go crazy too. Looking at the chat messages in his live stream. At that moment, Shin Yujie's face broke into an unprecedented, vengeful, twisted smile. His character returned to the player community, smiling mischievously at Kai Li Jie, who was pinching his face. At that moment, Kai Li Jie was about to pretend to be generous and tell Shin Yujie not to call him dad. All he had to do was fulfill his promise to give away 1,000 copies of the game to his fans. But before he could speak, Shin Yujie suddenly started typing rapidly on the community chat. Everyone. I'm not Li Jie. I lost to I'm not the older sister. As required, from now on, I'm not the older sister is my dad. I'm not the older sister is my I'm not Li Jie's dad. Dad is so strong. Dad, you're the best. I'm not the older sister is invincible. I'll call him the first person in Street Fighter. I'm 5. I can't beat I'm not the older sister. I'm just a noob. Kai Li Jie. The live stream viewers. A group of people. Watching Shin Yujie shamelessly blasting loudspeakers in the live stream. Everyone was completely stunned. In an instant, Shin Yujie's loyal fans finally understood his intentions. Watching Shin Yujie staring at Kai Li Jie's face. Then look at Kai Li Jie staring at Shin Yujie's face. Holy crap! The older woman has played a masterful move. Abstract. It's just too abstract. A strategist throws himself into the game, outsmarting the heavens by half a move. Who dares say he's not a technical streamer now? Out of countless ways to lose, he managed to win this one. Amazing. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing, everyone. I'm dying. The boss lady is amazing. Kai Li Jie on the other side, silently watching the screen filled with comments. After a long while, he finally snapped out of it. What the heck? No, no. That's not right. He is cheating. Looking at Shin Yujie's loudspeaker across the screen, Kai Li Jie felt like his cerebellum was shrinking. He was clearly the winner. That jerk was staring right at him, cursing him nonstop on the public channel. This feels weird, like even though I won. But it feels like I lost? Hey! This isn't fair. Everyone, did you see that? I clearly won. Immediately, he ran up to the players. He shouted loudly. No! I'm not Li Jie, I'm the real one. Seeing the text Kai Li Jie had typed, the opposing player looked at his avatar again.
Then they looked at Shin Yujie, who was closely following Kai Lijie.
Put. What kind of older sister are you? I know exactly what you look like. Even if you turned into ashes, I'd recognize you. I'm not the older sister, aren't you just showing off your achievements? Stop pretending. Kai Lijie. Shin Yujie. Wait, just say it. Why are you bringing up ginseng and roosters? How is that a domineering face? Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. A fake fox turns into a real prince who'll be able to tell the difference between the older sister and Lee's sister now? I'd call this the greatest artistic achievement in gaming history. Guys, I'm not saying anything else. I'm buying the game too, and I'll do whatever I want on my classmate's face. I've discovered the correct way to play this game. I'm really laughing so hard I can't breathe. The audience at this moment.
They no longer care about the outcome of the game competition. The moment Kai Lijie agreed to duel with Shin Yujie, he was destined to lose to the abstract. Shin Yujie in the live stream had sent out 10 consecutive announcements, finally feeling satisfied. Looking at the fans in the live stream, he immediately laughed. Alright everyone, even though I lost, I really had a blast. I'll keep my promise and do the live giveaway later. Please give me more likes and follow me. Oh. You're truly a goddess. Abstract streamer followed. Blind guess, the queen will be trending on the parody section tomorrow.
You really gave us a good show, here's a tip.
The screen was filled with comments and gifts. Shin Yujie's live stream viewership even broke his previous record.
700,000 concurrent viewers. The number of stable viewers exceeded 500,000. Not only did he start with a bang, this wave alone saw his fanbase grow by a whopping 200,000. It can only be described as Qin Shi Huang touching an electric door. He's one big. Even the game Street Fighter. On the Steam platform,
it experienced an unprecedented surge in sales.
In just one night, over 300,000 players purchased the game. The game's character customization feature alone has left countless players hooked. Whether it's the face customization feature or the combat mechanics. As the core of the game's mechanics, having withstood the test of time, it naturally has no issues. After tonight, countless game streamers seem to have found a new path. Before long, the cases of I'm not the older sister and I'm not Lijie are spreading like wildfire within the streamer community. With the publicity generated by Shin Yujie and Kai Lijie, almost all the strengths of the game Street Fighter have been amplified to the extreme. At this moment in summer, not knowing the game's performance today, she was in her bedroom, basking in her own glory. Yesterday was the first day of Street Fighter King's debut. Single-day sales reached 3,755 copies. This performance naturally can't compare to that of gaming giants like Gods or AAA titles. However, considering the small scale of the startup company, plus, Street Fighter King is a niche genre within the fighting game category. Selling over 3,000 copies on the first day is already a decent revenue figure. However, if we project this data over 2 weeks, excluding further promotions from the official team, daily sales are likely to drop to around half of the first day's sales. Let's round that down to 2,000. Over 14 days, the maximum sales would be around 30,000 copies. That would yield a revenue of 1.14 million. 512 minus 144 equals? Thinking about how much loss-making rebates I'll be able to claim at that point. This time around, I'll be smiling in my sleep all summer long. She knew it. The investment strategy involving large sums of money was the right choice. She just wouldn't believe it. A game as boring as Street Fighter. There are actually players who would pay for this game. The simplistic gameplay makes her feel sorry for the players who bought it. That's it. The number of refunds for the game isn't even that high. It can only be said that everyone who bought this game on the first day is a true fan. However, Luming's recent moves are definitely a major turn-off for fans. If it can make players develop a negative attitude toward the game, she'll make even more money in the future. Just as she was daydreaming about her bright future of making money every day during the summer. Suddenly, her phone rang, shattering her daydream. Answering the call, she heard a loud, hearty laugh on the other end. It seemed to be the person she had recently come into contact with from the Dongguan Martial Arts Association? Chapter 49, How many things have you been doing behind my back? Summer's notes. The Martial Arts Association representative seemed to have the surname Yi, didn't he? At the time, she had only intended to give a casual response. They didn't chat much. After briefly reviewing the other party's proposal, she never even considered that she would receive an advertising order from them. But now, the person actually reached out to her. This came as a complete surprise to Xia Tian. Before Xia Tian could react, she heard a loud, hearty laugh from the other side. Oh my goodness, Xia, compared to old Xia, you're no slouch either. I never expected you to revive our martial arts association like this. Today alone, martial arts schools across the entire Dongguan region have reported good news.
We followed your plan for promotion, and now large groups of young people are coming to the martial arts schools to learn. This has greatly promoted the traditional culture of our Dragon Nation.
Ha! Upon hearing Vice President Ye's words on the other end of the line,
Summer, who was on the phone, clearly froze in place. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in her heart, and she asked instinctively,
"Is our proposal really that good?"
"You bet. I never would have thought that martial arts could be combined with games.
My grandson absolutely loves the game you guys made.
In fact, following your Director Lu's arrangements, I've even planned to host a national-level Street Fist martial arts tournament privately. Their LLB lion dances, dragon dances, martial arts performances, everything will be arranged. We'll benefit mutually and achieve a win-win collaboration."
Whoa! After hearing Vice President Ye's words, Summer had already figured out what was going on. At that moment,
her mind buzzed. It felt as helpless as being stabbed in the back by one of her own employees.
This is bad. My company seems to be going to make money again? Why is my life so tough? I'm just a boss who wants to lose money. Why is this so hard? There are so many other bosses who can easily meet their KPIs. Why do I have to make money? Aren't they always saying that starting a business is hard?
My employees are all good for nothings,
dealing with all sorts of problems? Why am I so unlucky? Everyone I call in is a genius? Lu Ming is one thing, but what about his roommates? Suddenly,
Summer, who was on the phone, managed to chat with the vice president for a few minutes.
Without another word, she hopped into her car and sped off toward the company. Upon arriving at the company,
he saw Lu Ming and a few others celebrating their victory from the previous day.
Seeing how happy they were, Xia Tian immediately puckered her lips. "You must have achieved something behind my back, right? You made such a big mistake, why didn't you tell me, your boss?" Seeing their innocent smiles, Xia Tian was completely speechless.
She stormed over to them in a rage. Pointing at her nose, she shouted angrily,
"Lu Ming, how many things have you been doing behind my back?" Hearing Xia Zong's loud questioning,
just moments ago, Fang Xiaoxiao, Wang Ba, and the others were still speaking clearly,
immediately looked at Lu Ming with a different expression.
The gossip radar above their heads was flashing wildly.
There's something going on with these two.
The way Wang Ba and the others looked at Lu Ming was as if they were staring at their own sworn enemy.
"You brat! When did you start hooking up with Xia Zong? Damn it! You really deserve to die." "No way. You're always with us. How did you find the time to go after Xia Zong? Are you some kind of time management genius? I actually noticed something was off about him a long time ago."
"Wait a minute, Mr. Fong, how did you know our secret code between brothers?"
"Ha! You newbies think you can play mind games with me?"
The four of them slipped out of Lu Ming's office without a sound. Then they followed the front desk girl and the cleaning lady to observe the situation inside the office. As for the subject of their gossip, at that moment, Lu Ming, after hearing Xia Tian's words, he was also completely baffled. Then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he burst into laughter.
"Mr. Xia, are you talking about Mr. Ye's matter? I admit that before preparing for this event, I did have some gambling involved."
"No, when did you coordinate with him?"
Boss, you handed me the project documents, didn't you? That's exactly what you wanted me to do." "Xia Tian. Me, is that what you meant?" Staring blankly at Lu Ming in front of me. She never expected this. Lu Ming actually has a workaholic streak. "Is this your job that you're doing? And you even finished it so neatly in secret. That's not right." Soon, Xia Tian seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly looked at Lu Ming with suspicion and couldn't help but ask,
"Retrieve the back-end data from the gaming platform. I need to review the back-end data for Street Fighter."
After saying that,
she hurried over to Lu Ming's desk. What caught her eye was the Steam back-end data.
Game sales, 314,451 copies.
Number of refunds within 2 hours, 86 copies.
Sales amount, 1,194. 913.8 yuan. Current total game reviews, 5,211. Positive review rate, 92%, overwhelmingly positive. The moment I saw these numbers, the anxiety I'd been feeling all summer finally subsided. Wait, no? I checked the sales figures yesterday and it was only a few thousand. How did it suddenly jump 100-fold today? This beaver? No way. Did you hack into the platform's backend and tamper with the data?
Looking at the sudden surge in sales,
Summer was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't checked for just one day. Lu Ming and the others had secretly done all that? Not only that. What about the competition that Vice President Yi mentioned? What's going on with that?
Upon hearing Summer's question, Lu Ming smiled slightly. He directly pulled out the planning report he had been working on.
"Here's the situation, Mr. Xia.
I suggested to Yi, the president, that we combine the game with martial arts to attract young people to stay fit and healthy. Additionally, we've opened up a creative module allowing martial arts schools to customize character outfits to attract members. Finally, we're officially collaborating with the Dongguan Martial Arts Association to host the first national street fighting tournament in the martial arts hometown of Dangshan. The venue and prizes for the competition will be fully sponsored by the Martial Arts Association. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi, despite his age, is so trendy and actually accepted all our suggestions. I was planning to tell you today when you came to work, but Mr. Yi was in such a hurry that he told you in advance.
Summer. After hearing Lu Ming's plan,
she instinctively opened her mouth wide. Her small cherry lips were so wide that they could have fit an entire light bulb.
You're telling me that while you were developing the game, you also connected with the Martial Arts Association and even promoted the game to a national conference? Are you sure this can be accomplished within 2 months? Lu Ming, isn't that just basic stuff? Xia Tian, 6. Wah wah wah. What kind of monster have I bound myself to? I quit, system. I need a new handler. He is just an intern, how can he be so strong? Chapter 50, the World Martial Arts Tournament begins in the arcade. That's it. Under the tearful gaze of summer, the first Street Fist World Martial Arts Tournament officially began. This competition was jointly organized by the official team of Street Fist and the Dongguan Martial Arts Association. For this purpose, on the Dongguan Martial Arts Association side, starting today, they have been continuously hyping up the Street Fist tournament. The walls throughout the streets and alleys are plastered with related posters. All martial arts schools registered with the Martial Arts Association within Dongguan Province will participate in this grand event. On Weibo, Douyin, and Manhwa, there are news articles everywhere related to the Street Fist World Martial Arts Tournament. Inside the martial arts schools, one after another, martial arts instructors were guiding their students in practicing martial arts performances. Amidst their loud shouts, a masculine energy fills the air. A burst of lively firecrackers shattered the street silence. In Dongguan, dragon and lion dances were only brought out during the Spring Festival for ancestral worship. Now they can be seen everywhere on the streets and alleys. Even students from martial arts schools, they spontaneously cosplayed characters from video games. The streets were filled with Long, Xuanlong, and Jamie. Of course. The one who can't be missed, of course, is Chun-Li and her Cheongsam. Her long, white legs were a stunning sight. Whether you're a man or a woman, everyone can find their favorite character in this gaming extravaganza. Screens filled with six-pack abs and long legs keep flooding major video platforms, leaving netizens hooked and unable to look away. Even those who haven't played Street Fist know its name. The impact of this promotional campaign. Lu Ming gives it a perfect score. As the official launch of the project, it has also released an announcement that has piqued players' interest. To all beloved Street Fist players, the first Street Fist World Martial Arts Tournament will take place on June 19 in Dongguan Province. A total of 58 game teams will participate, representing 58 martial arts schools from various cities across Dongguan Province. The game will open its creative mods to these 58 martial arts schools, and all teams will gain access to create their own battle uniforms. The first place team will receive a custom World Champion trophy co-designed by the Tournament Organizing Committee and the Dongguan Martial Arts Association, along with a cash prize of 1 million yuan, plus a mystery grand prize. Second place rewards. Registration deadline, June 15th. Manga game wishes all players good luck in their martial arts endeavors. Wow! Even the official Moya team has spoken up. Everyone is even more excited about this game's grand event. No one could have imagined. Street Fist Champion has only been available for less than a week. Has already started hosting such a grand event. Many players online who are confident in their skills are eagerly preparing and heading to Dongguan Province. Since registration requires the status of a martial arts school student, players must first find a master to train under. In just a few days, the number of tourists heading to Dongguan Province has already increased by at least 50% compared to the same period last year. The streets were filled with dragon and lion dances, as well as performances by various martial arts schools. Firecrackers have been going off non-stop since morning. Fans of Street Fist. From time to time, you can spot a few well-known Street Fist streamers online. Look, that's Chung Long. I love watching his live streams. And there's Mr. Zhang. He's supposedly the youngest Street Fist player online. Hey. It's not me, Li Jia. It's really not me, Li Jia. Li Jia, look over here. I'm right here. Isn't that the player who lost to me, not the older sister type? I've heard of him. Kai Li Jia. He was just about to interact with his fans. His face fell instantly, and he didn't want to speak. He was seen carrying his backpack, with a grim expression, heading to the martial arts school he had found online. This martial arts school, named Yongchun Hall. It was also the most popular martial arts school among players of the game Street Fist. Players flocked here in droves. As for the reason, because this Wing Chun Hall specializes in Wing Chun Kung Fu, which is suitable for women to practice martial arts. This results in the martial arts performances at this school. There are many female instructors cosplaying as Chun-Li. It's the same martial arts school. Of course, they do whatever they want.
Coming here, you can not only learn martial arts but also see the senior female students' long legs.
Why not?
So when Kai Li Jie arrived here, there was already a long line of people stretching out horizontally at the entrance. Countless players who looked like otaku were excitedly crowding together, backpacks on their shoulders, waiting in line. The surrounding area was occasionally filled with the fighting sound effects from Street Fist.
Unable to resist, Kai Li Jie curiously pushed his way to the front to figure out what was going on. Then he witnessed a scene that left him speechless. Inside the martial arts dojo's courtyard, two players were standing in front of two bulky machines. The sound effects from Street Fist seemed to be coming from these two large machines. What amazed Kai Li Jie was that such a large box could actually play Street Fighter. What is this? Seeing this machine, his face was immediately filled with curiosity. A player beside him, who looked like a die-hard gamer, upon hearing Kai Li Jie's question, he immediately adjusted his thick glasses. You don't know, do you? Actually, this thing has been around since the 1970s. It's called an arcade machine. Arcade machine? Seeing an arcade machine for the first time, Kai Li Jie couldn't help but feel curious. The other person, eager to show off his knowledge, continued his explanation. That's right. Back then, the Americans created two games called Pac-Man and Space Invaders, which were very popular. However, in the 1980s, computers emerged. The arcade era hadn't even begun before it came to an end. So it only spread in a small circle in the Eagle camp. I heard that Lu Ming, the game director at Manhwa, is a die-hard fan of retro games. Coming up with the arcade concept is truly genius. Is that so? Upon hearing the other person's words, Kai Li Jie fell deep in thought. He hadn't thought that deeply about it. He just thought it was a gimmick the game developers came up with specifically for the competition. However, looking at the controller and buttons on the arcade machine, it was indeed much more convenient than using a controller. Most importantly, when the two arcade machines are linked, the players behind you all gather around to cheer and encourage you. Even if Sai Li Chi isn't the one playing the game. Even just watching, you feel your blood boiling. Praise, trash talk, and excited shouts. They form a vibrant scene within the martial arts hall. This made Kai Li Jie itch to join in. He looked at the guy who had just explained everything to him for half an hour and couldn't help but ask. Hey, can I ask you something? How do you play this, arcade game? Do you have to sign up for the martial arts gym to play? But when he heard the other person's response, the man immediately shook his head with a smile. No, this is the martial arts school's assessment method. They're currently collaborating with Street Fist for an event. Look, that player over there is the examiner from the Wing Chun Hall. If you beat him, you can join the martial arts school for free. If you lose, it's no problem, just pay a $2,000 tuition fee to sign up. You'll also be eligible to play the arcade games and receive valuable creative modules, or even represent the martial arts school in competitions. Cool. Hearing the other person's marketing tactics, Kai Li Jie couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Manhwa and the Martial Arts Association. This move truly captured the hearts of Street Fist players. By then, the registration fees would flow in like water. Just as Kai Li Jie was thinking this, the next moment, the audience gathered around his machine suddenly erupted in a loud cheer. Master's sister is amazing. No wonder she's a veteran Street Fighter player. Master's sister has already won 7 straight matches. Chapter 51, Chun-Li will protect every tall player. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a woman dressed in a custom-made Chun-Li themed cosplay Chonsam. The senior sister, with her straight, muscular legs, smiled and waved her hand modestly in response to everyone's compliments. Though she was modestly blushing. However, anyone with keen eyes could tell that she was in a good mood. Her slightly swaying legs revealed more of her thighs. Instantly, the cheers from the crowd grew even louder. Enough, enough. Stop praising me. Is there anyone among you who wants to challenge me? Me. Pick me, senior sister. Why you? I've been waiting in line for ages, it's my turn. How do I know you've been waiting in line for so long? It should be my turn. So many people were crowded together, none willing to give way. But just then, Kai Li Jie gently raised his hand and said casually, Everyone, why don't I give it a try? Who are you, what the? Li Jie. Yes, not my Li Jie. Upon hearing Kai Li Jie's words, a player was about to retort angrily. But when he saw Kai Li Jie's appearance, he instantly recognized his identity. After all, the popularity of the game Street Fist was closely tied to his legendary battle with Shin Yujie. Plus, Kai Li Jie was the first player in the game to achieve a 34-hit combo. He pioneered the first dominating style of combat. The players present had all seen his tutorial videos to some extent. So this person immediately recognized Kai Li Jie. The other players around him, upon hearing his exclamation, also turned their attention to Kai Li Jie.
Facing the gazes of the crowd, some filled with surprise, others with admiration, Kai Lijie was about to humbly decline.
That's the one who was beaten so badly by me that he had to call me daddy? Right.
I heard he was beaten so badly he cried and sent 10 loudspeaker messages on the public channel.
The guy who got beaten so badly he called someone dad, and he still has the nerve to show up? Who knows? Maybe he wants to claim him as his dad now? Kai Lijie. Shut up. Damn it, whoever brings this up is dead. How many times do I have to tell you? It's about winning, not about me.
With a look of resentment on his face, Kai Lijie almost stormed out in anger.
But in the end,
the allure of the arcade machines made him resist the urge to leave. He stood there, forcing a smile, and coldly asked the crowd.
So, everyone, can I give it a try?
After all, he was a technical streamer. They could at least give him that much face. Meanwhile, the senior sister across from him, after hearing the player's hype,
couldn't help but blink and look at Kai Lijie with curiosity. They say you're pretty skilled?
Just average, but I think I have some decent skills. If that's the case, why don't you choose your character first? Upon hearing the senior sister's request, Kai Lijie chuckled. He immediately took control of the arcade joystick. As soon as he started playing, he immediately felt the difference in tactile feedback compared to using a controller. The feeling of his entire palm wrapped around the joystick
was absolutely amazing.
After shaking it a few times to confirm the joystick's feel, he nodded in approval. Before he knew it, a large crowd of players had gathered around him.
Upon hearing Kai Lijie's online name,
they all came over to watch.
Even the passers-by around the martial arts dojo couldn't resist their curiosity and gathered around,
watching Kai Lijie skillfully select Chun-Li, Goulet, and Sang Giraffe as his characters. The senior sister's choice, however, was more suited for beginners.
Dalsung, Guile, and Chun-Li.
As a yoga master, Dalsung's long limbs in the early stages are ideal for new players.
Goulet's sonic hand blade is equally effective.
They only require a simple charge to unleash.
As for Chun-Li, she's purely a favorite. With these three simple moves, combined with players' preference for female characters.
Of course, it also helps that the senior sister has decent skills. That's why she's been able to win consecutively. Students who can skip paying tuition fees are 1 in 1,000. Upon seeing the senior sister's choice, Kai Lijie merely chuckled. For such a novice player, he merely tapped his knuckles lightly. He casually remarked,
"I'll just play around then." The next moment, the game began.
Kai Lijie immediately took control of Sang Giraffe and executed a smooth, fluid combo. Green charge plus heavy punch plus whirlwind palm plus headbutt. Whirlwind palm plus headbutt plus whirlwind palm plus headbutt plus spiral punch. The entire combo left the opposing master sister unable to react in time. As a new player, she had no idea that gaps could be used for defense or that skills had damage reduction mechanics. Under Kai Lijie's combo attack, a total of 14 combos were landed. The senior sister was directly shaved bald by Kai Lijie.
Wow! No wonder he's a pro. That's some skill. That combo. Damn it! How would I have defended against that? The senior sister didn't even get a single chance to counterattack? It's only been a few days, and professional players are already this skilled? This kid, terrifying. The master is amazing. Hearing the exclamations around him, Kai Lijie's lips curled into a slight smile. The audience's gasps in praise constantly stimulated the release of adrenaline in his body. The dopamine in his brain reached its peak at that moment of victory, sending him into a state of euphoria. This was way more exhilarating than playing games live on stream. Arcade-style gameplay, that's awesome.
Meanwhile, the senior sister across from him looked at Kai Lijie in disbelief. She never expected her to be this skilled.
Kai Lijie smiled at her and couldn't help but ask, "How about it, senior sister? Want to keep going?"
Hearing Kai Lijie's provocation, the senior sister immediately puffed out her cheeks in anger. She gave a light snort.
"Let's go again." Immediately, she brought out her signature character, Gulai.
As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he kept retreating, dodging the supersonic hand strikes.
But the next moment, Kai Lijie demonstrated his forward-thinking technique.
As the ranged attack was about to hit Sang Giraffe, he was able to avoid the damage by utilizing the spinning state of the whirlwind palm. Only Kai Lijie could be seen maneuvering his character steadily toward the senior sister. Amidst the gasps of all the players, the distance between Sang Giraffe and Gully grew ever closer. Seeing that all his skills were being blocked by Kai Lijie, a cold sweat immediately trickled down the senior sister's forehead.
That fearful little glance seemed to be saying, "Don't come any closer." In the end,
under the senior sister's agonized gaze,
the same combo as before.
Shin Yujie didn't even bother to change his moves, directly finishing off the senior sister with a single combo.
Sang Giraffu's attack power is simply too strong.
Just a few combos were enough to take down a player. Seeing this, the senior sister's eyes welled up with tears. But she stubbornly pulled out her Chun-Li. At that moment, she was like Chun-Li reincarnated.
That's right. A Chun-Li cosplayer playing Chun-Li must have a bonus, right? Chun-Li will bless every tall player. However, that's not the case. 15 seconds later.
The senior sister stood there dumbfounded, staring at Sangjil's full health bar across from her. She had been shaved bald 3 times in a row by Kylie Jie.
Finally, unable to endure this humiliation any longer, she burst into tears. I don't want to play Chun-Li anymore. I want to play Cammy. Watching the senior sister leave in tears, the crowd that had just been praising Kylie Jie was suddenly dumbfounded. Then, the group that had been shouting "You're the best" immediately switched sides. What the hell? A famous game streamer made Chun-Li cry. Cruel and heartless, you're no better than an animal. I get it. He must have been beaten so badly by a mature woman that he had to practice his skills to take it out on society. Ugh. This guy has ulterior motives. I knew something was off about him. But I'm ashamed to be associated with him. In an instant, the crowd that had been watching the spectacle scattered in an instant. Only Kylie Jie was left standing there, completely bewildered, wanting to cry but unable to. No. I was just playing a game. Why are you all acting like this? And that match was really mine. I didn't call out daddy. Chapter 52, The Budding Expansion. In less than a week, the entire Dongguan province has become noticeably livelier. The Dongguan culture and tourism sector also capitalized on this wave of popularity. The combination of games and martial arts had garnered them a significant amount of attention. While striving to capitalize on this momentum, they also took the opportunity to promote their own agenda. Various intangible cultural heritage elements were showcased repeatedly. Even manga conventions have been popping up everywhere like mushrooms after rain. This wave seems to be an attempt to turn this place into a haven for manga enthusiasts. Whether it will succeed or not, Lu Ming doesn't know, but with the joint promotion from the Martial Arts Association and the Tourism Bureau, Street Fighter has gained a huge wave of attention. Even players who haven't played the game are now aware of Chun-Li's existence. It's even sparked a wave of Cheongsam fever in some regions. In the office, whether it's because of Chun-Li or not, Mr. Xia has been wearing a Cheongsam every day lately. Those long legs had Lu Ming so distracted he couldn't focus on his work. Finally, he slowly closed his laptop and looked at Xia Tian with a helpless expression. Miss Xia, why are you in my office? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian merely glared at him with hatred. If it weren't for you, how could I have made so much money? Is this about making money? You're clearly just taking advantage of me. So I have to corrupt you materially to make you lose focus on your work. Beauty trap. Long legs. Are you scared? Cover your left calf with your right leg, intentionally showing off your perfect leg curves in the summer. While eating ice cream, she said without a care for her appearance. Isn't this office sofa comfortable to sit on? Plus, I can stay here and listen to your work progress updates anytime. Upon hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming merely shrugged his shoulders. He slowly stood up and walked towards Summer. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly approach, Summer was startled. The legs that had been casually crossed were now slightly drawn together and pressed tightly. What are you doing? On a business trip, Mr. Xia? Mr. Yi, the chairman, invited us to host the first Street Fist martial arts tournament. The tickets are already booked. The registration deadline is today, and the competition starts in 4 days. If we go now, we'll have to present awards to the players at the event. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia finally snapped out of it. Time has flown by so quickly? Since it's a company-sponsored trip, as the big boss, she naturally had to go. Great idea. I've been bored stiff in your office. Let's go right now. Lu Ming. If you're so bored, why not just go home and relax? Why have you been hanging around me so much lately? At that moment, Lu Ming hadn't yet realized the boss's devious plan. After packing his things, he said goodbye to everyone and left with Xia Tian. The others stood there, stunned, watching Lu Ming and Xia Tian leave. In the moment he left, they gathered together. What the hell? Old Lu and Summer are going on a business trip together? A man and a woman alone in a room, won't they get carried away? Who knows? You all know what kind of person old Lu is. If I were him, I'd definitely have a good time. Cough, cough. You young men are still too inexperienced. Just as Wang Ba and the others were whispering to each other, Fang Xiaoxiao had somehow appeared beside them. Not at all, not at all. You're still underestimating our Mr. Xia. Let me tell you in confidence, it wasn't Mr. Lu who was pursuing Mr. Xia, but... He didn't finish. Fang Xiaoxiao gave a smile that could only be understood, not spoken. Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Wang Ba and the others immediately widened their eyes in shock. No way. Why him? Just because old Lu is good-looking? Talented? And works so hard? You don't get it, do you? If someone could bring my company tens of millions in profits, I'd even consider a guy. What the hell? You're not playing fair. Don't sleep in the same dorm with us anymore. Watching Lu Ming and Xia Tian leave, The few struggling programmers immediately revealed tears of envy. Tears flowed down their throats and finally burst out of their mouths. Spit! You traitor! After saying that, everyone resumed their grueling work. With the competition approaching, they had even more tasks to handle. Looking at the growing pile of documents on their desks, Ho Fanji and the others couldn't help but complain. Sister Xiao Xiao, the company is growing bigger and bigger, and we can't keep up with the work on our hands. We have to handle maintenance on one hand and participate in new projects on the other. When are we going to hire more people? Upon hearing Ho Fanji's words, she glanced at the documents on their desks. Fang Xiaoxiao's smile faded slightly and she became serious. That's true. You've all worked hard during this period. Once Xia Zong returns, I'll request a bonus for you all, and the hiring process will be initiated immediately. At this point, Fang Xiaoxiao began to think about the manpower the company needed. After all, she was the boss's secretary. She needed to consider every aspect of these matters. Manhwa was no longer the small company it once was. In the future, they would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of major game companies and establish one game department after another. Operations, art design, development, maintenance, marketing, and even data analysts and customer service. None of these can be overlooked. If possible, voice actors should also be prepared. Thinking about this, Fang Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with excitement. In less than half a year, the budding project had already expanded to this extent. The snowball was rolling bigger and bigger. She absolutely couldn't hold the company back. There was no need to wait until summer for them to return. She should post job listings right away. While Fang Xiaoxiao was busy planning her recruitment strategy. On the other side, Xia Tian and Lu Ming had already boarded the plane. At that moment, Xia Tian suddenly realized. There were only the two of them, Xia Tian and Lu Ming? Isn't anyone else from the company coming? They're busy maintaining the company, so they couldn't come. I was actually planning to come with Sister Xiao Xiao, but who would have thought the boss would come personally? Speaking of which, boss, have you considered hiring more people? Obviously. Lu Ming also thought of the same issue as Fang Xiaoxiao. And Xia Tian. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the good mood he had been in from the double trip with Lu Ming was instantly shattered by harsh reality. No! The four of you have developed the company so successfully. If we hire more people, won't I end up losing money? No way! I absolutely cannot agree to Lu Ming's terms. Suddenly, Xia Tian forced a stiff smile. Well, I'll go back and tell Fang Xiaoxiao to hire some people for you. That's what he said, but Xia Tian had already made up his mind. Under no circumstances could the company expand. This core team was sufficient. The company simply couldn't make any more money. Chapter 53, Creative Modules are so cool. As the registration deadline approached and the competition drew near, top players from all over have begun to gather at various martial arts dojos. What were once deserted martial arts schools are now bustling with activity. Group after group of new apprentices. They are training their skills at the arcade machines of Street Fist. Meanwhile, there are also many students with programming skills. Are gathered together, brainstorming ideas for creative mods to add to their own teams. These so-called creative modules are what players often refer to as mods. Mods are divided into official and private types. Generally speaking, game developers who want to make money will not allow creative mods. However, for games sold as a one-time purchase, opening them up isn't really an issue. Players creating mods for each other can enhance the game's fun factor and reduce its difficulty. This significantly extends the game's playable lifespan. Past examples like Don't Starve and Minecraft are excellent illustrations of this. This time around, although Street Fist has opened mods to players. However, considering that players have only recently started playing Street Fist, therefore, only clothing-related mods have been made available. All other mods remain untouched. Even so, this is still a highly unprofitable endeavor. Because once creative clothing mods are made available, it would mean that Street Fighter would no longer be able to profit from skin sales in the future. However, considering that Street Fist is a buy-to-play game, these concerns are irrelevant. At that moment, inside the Wing Chun Hall, Kai Lijie, who had already become familiar with everyone over the past few days, is discussing team uniforms with a group of friends. They plan to engrave the Wing Chun Hall martial arts uniforms on all the game characters. Originally, this was a rather tedious task. However, with the advancement of technology and the enhancement of AI, all they need to do is design a set of clothes and then have the AI follow the motion capture. The tools required are actually not that many. After some simple adjustments, all the game characters in the game now have the mod clothing applied. Chun-Li's Cheongsam is no longer there. Instead, the female trainees of the Wing Chun School are wearing their sleek training uniforms. After debugging the performance and confirming that the log location did not crash, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, everyone. Our creative module is now fully developed. Once it's ready, we'll install this system on all the students' computers.
I just checked the arcade machine's interface and saw where it can be installed. I'll go test it out right away. Hearing the glasses-wearing guy's words, everyone erupted into cheers. The young man with glasses was named Huang Zicheng. He was the one who had previously explained what an arcade machine was to Kai Lijie. He was a bit of a tech geek. His gaming skills were average. However, the gym owner, impressed by his ability to troubleshoot the machines, waived his tuition fees as a special exception. When the senior sister left with a USB drive containing mods, he turned around and saw Kai Lijie awkwardly smiling. She gave a light snort. She simply brushed past him and left. However, the other students around them saw this. Couldn't help but let out various sighs and winks. At the same time, the looks they cast at Kai Lijie were filled with envy. There was no other reason. Old Kai was dating the senior sister, Yi Meng. Senior sister Yi Meng, though called senior sister, is actually the granddaughter of the old master of the dojo. She is about the same age as them. She's skilled in martial arts, beautiful, has long legs, and even plays games well. Such a female gamer, how could anyone not love her? Ever since she was beaten to tears by Kai Lijie that day. The next day, she refused to give up and challenged Kai Lijie to a one-on-one match again. Without exception, even when Kai Lijie deliberately let her win, she still lost badly. However, this time, Kai Lijie had learned his lesson. Under the gentle gaze of the old master, he took the initiative to guide Yi Meng in game controls. The two of them went back and forth, and their hatred turned into love. While everyone was still condemning old Kai for being so harsh, who would have thought that the senior sister had already stepped in to save him, and even dared to love and hate openly, kissing old Kai in front of everyone? Everyone. The fool is me. These days, the young couple's playful banter. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. As for old Kai, due to his past history of domestic violence toward his girlfriend, he occasionally puts on a chase the wife to the crematorium show at the martial arts dojo. Everyone has grown accustomed to it, becoming part of their routine. Watching Kai Lijie chase after the senior sister as she leaves. The crowd, who had been indifferent just moments ago. The next moment, tears of blood streamed from everyone's eyes. Damn it! Old Kai is just a bit better at this. What gives him the right? Wah. He actually dated the senior sister. This is worse than killing me. I signed up first. Why didn't the senior sister choose me? Maybe it's because the senior sister doesn't like fatty meat and prefers ribs? Ha 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 ha. A group of people teased each other and were about to leave. Everyone was about to call Huang Zicheng to leave. But they saw him still fiddling with the creative module. Hey! Old Huang, what are you doing? Isn't that module already finished? Hearing his fellow apprentice's words, Huang Zicheng turned his head slightly. His face turned slightly red. Well, I really like the Chun-Li character, so I'm planning to use the creative mod to make another set of Chun-Li's outfit. Everyone. You can actually do that? The next moment. Everyone who had just been teasing her rushed over to Huang Zicheng all at once. Then. What the hell? You beast. Where's my goddess's clothes? You were supposed to make clothes. Where are the clothes? The Emperor's new clothes? Beast. Give me a copy. I need to take it back and give you a good scolding. Right. I'll take it back tonight with a critical attitude to cough, study it thoroughly. This mod is amazing. Master Huang. Can you get me a maid outfit too? I like Jiami. Can you get me a set of the Emperor's new clothes too? A group of trainees. Stunned, they watched Huang Zicheng work on his mod. Everyone's blood pressure skyrockets. So cool. It's just too awesome. Such a great creative mod, I must take it back and admire it properly. Hearing everyone's comments, Huang Zicheng nodded slightly but whispered softly. This is something we should just play around with privately. Don't let the senior sisters and junior sisters see it, or we'll be social media meat. Don't worry. We know what we're doing. No more words. Old Huang, you're our godfather from now on. If we ever elect a leader, I'll vote for you first. Get it? After speaking, each of them gently wiped away the blood trickling down their noses. They hurried back to their rooms. In the days that followed, Yiwen, the master of the Wing Chun Hall and vice president of the Martial Arts Association. During his patrol, he noticed something odd. His students all had such heavy bags under their eyes. Seeing their possessed expressions, the old master shook his head slightly. He patted Huang Zicheng and the others on the shoulder, sighing. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. You've been practicing so diligently. No more words. Tonight, I'll share my treasured tiger bone and deer antler tonic wine with all of you. Keep up the good work. The male students. No, master, we really can't take any more. It's all the creative module's fault. This crappy game ruined my body. It's just. Thai pants are spicy. Chapter 54, now it's the women's turn. June 19th, sunny. Today is an important day. The first ever Street Fist World Martial Arts Tournament, which all Street Fist players have been eagerly awaiting. Finally, it kicked off in Dangshan. Early in the morning.
All the eagerly awaiting influencers had already gathered here.
In every street and alley, almost every household's front door,
loud firecrackers were set off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ha! Hey! One after another, the lion dancers made their way toward the competition venue, surrounded by onlookers and spectators.
Behind them followed a group of muscular martial arts masters, the masters of various martial arts schools.
Surrounded by onlookers, they led their students forward. Students from every household were dressed up as characters from the movie Street Fist.
Lined up in a straight row, the momentum,
bold and imposing. Especially
when the Wing Chun Hall formation marched toward the venue. Seeing the sea of Chun-Li cosplayers with their long, white legs,
the atmosphere on site instantly became even more heated. Whoa!
The cheers were so loud that even Lu Ming and Xia Tian inside the venue could hear them clearly.
Unable to resist, Xia Tian quietly glanced outside the venue. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration.
You know, this game conference is actually pretty well organized.
I thought Yi president and the others were just going to go through the motions.
Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming shook his head with a smile. After all, it's for generating revenue for their own province.
They wouldn't risk tarnishing their own reputation.
And if this competition is done well, they'll be able to secure an extra source of income every year around this time. Just the tuition fees from all the martial arts schools would be enough to make their hands tremble. When you think about it that way, the competition prize money doesn't even matter.
Hearing Lu Ming's words,
Xia unconsciously blinked his eyes.
Then she couldn't help but look at him curiously.
As the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, she felt Lu Ming growing increasingly mysterious in her presence.
Are you just thinking all this yourself?
Yes.
Is there a problem?
No, it's just that sometimes you seem mature for a college student. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming simply shook his head lightly. He gave Xia Tian a mysterious glance. He smiled softly.
Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Seeing that Lu Ming didn't want to say more,
Summer pouted her little face but didn't press further.
Just as the two were exchanging words,
the masters of all the martial arts schools in Guangdong had already gathered inside the venue. When the participating athletes and ticket-holding spectators entered the venue, upon seeing the competition venue that resembled an arcade, everyone let out a series of gasps.
What are those things? They look so powerful. Look at those screens. They're all from the Street Fighter game. Did the organizers design these arcade machines specifically for the competition? Aren't they a bit too bulky? But it looks so cool.
I heard this is called an arcade machine, and many martial arts gyms have them installed.
Just as everyone was curious,
on the professional ultra-widescreen displays mounted on the walls, the game footage from Street Fist began to flash. The massive display screen, exceeding 200 inches in size, boasts a resolution of 16K and is equipped with dynamic compensation technology, ensuring that every single audience member could clearly see every frame of the fighters' battles.
Just this single massive display screen cost over $1 million. Its price is even more expensive than an IMAX screen in a movie theater.
This shows that the Martial Arts Association has truly gone all out to prepare for this event. These facilities are now on par with the standards of major domestic competitions. Despite the fact that the Martial Arts Association has fallen into decline in this era, they are still willing to invest so much. Either these martial artists are incredibly wealthy, or they've decided to go all in on this one.
At this moment, two female hosts dressed in cosplay outfits of Cammy and Chun-Li
are introducing the various martial arts schools and their participating competitors to the audience. A group of martial arts school masters are sitting in a row, laughing and discussing the recent parade. Many of the martial arts school masters are looking at Yiwen with envy. A few of his old rivals, however, looked on with a sour expression.
Yongchun Hall is still the best. I never thought you'd be so popular. Everyone used to say Wing Chun is for women, and no one even bothered to watch it. Who knew times have changed, and now everyone only likes this feminine stuff?
Hearing the sarcastic remark from the head of the Jingwu Hall, Hui, Yiwen merely let out a disdainful cold laugh.
It's just sour grapes.
You from the Hua family, times have changed.
Now it's the era of women's martial arts. Who says women can't practice martial arts?
Women's martial arts are no worse than men's.
Everyone. Something about that sounds off. Oomph. You're just showing off your legs to attract attention. What are you trying to be? Come on, let's have a one-on-one fight. Come on.
Upon hearing Yiwen's words, Wayike wasn't about to let him off the hook. The two had been rivals for years, with numerous grudges between them.
At that moment,
the masters of the dojo, who had been moving around, had long since grown accustomed to their arguments. None of them bothered to intervene, instead sipping their tea and watching the show unfold.
Master Hua looked down on Wing Chun.
Yiwen, on the other hand, sneered that he had no money.
What's wrong with teaching women's boxing?
Mr. Hua, times have changed.
Do you still think we're in the Qing dynasty?
Let me put it this way, in the past 2 weeks alone, I've collected hundreds of thousands in tuition fees.
What do you have to compare with me? What good is being able to fight? In this world, it's all about background and connections. Otherwise, when your martial arts school goes under, you'll just be a small-time loser. Damn it! I can't take this anymore. Master Hua slammed his hand on the table. The power of the Hua family's martial arts was immense. The wooden octagonal table was smashed into a huge handprint. The other gym owners nearby were terrified. Fortunately, the organizers noticed the commotion and quickly sent someone out to intervene. They were all members of the Martial Arts Association. If the competition were disrupted, whether it was the association president or the cultural tourism officials, would not let these old martial artists off the hook. The president, Huang Feihu, walked up to the two men, his gaze sharp. You two are really showing off. Disrupting today's important match, I'll strip you of your plaques this year. You're both grown men, what are you fighting over? If you want to fight, let your disciples do it. Right. Upon hearing President Huang's words, Yi Wen immediately stood up, a bright smile spreading across his face. Looking at Hua Yi beside him, he puffed out his chest in defiance. You ho, if you've got the guts, let my disciples show their true skills in the competition. Let me tell you, our Wing Chun Hall recently recruited a prodigy. His skills are unmatched in all the martial arts schools. Are you scared or not? Put. That's because he hasn't met my students yet. Let's have a match. You with the surname Yi, I'll bet the 2 lion head walnuts on your wrist. Deal. If we win, I'll take the family heirloom jade pendant from your waist. Seeing that Hua Yi had been goaded into a fight, Yi Wen's face lit up with a smile. Looking at Kai Li Jie on stage wearing the training uniform of his own martial arts school, he was like a grandfather admiring his granddaughter's fiancé, growing more pleased with him by the moment. Unconsciously, he pointed at the other martial arts school masters. Did you see that young man? He's the one I've chosen as my granddaughter's husband. He's quite talented. Just like me when I was young, exactly the same. Chapter 55, This Mod That S Bold. At that moment, at the competition venue, feeling the cheers of the crowd around him, Kai Li Jie could feel his heart racing. He slowly spread his arms wide. This is his stage. Today, he would finally redeem himself. Prove his status as the #1 in Street Fist. Behind him, Yi Meng watched her boyfriend's excited expression. She couldn't help but pat his back and encourage him. Go for it, dear. If you win this match, I'll grant you a really outrageous request. Really? Hearing the senior sister's words, Kai Li Jie nearly jumped out of his skin. As if thinking of something, he instinctively wiped his nose, which wasn't bleeding. What a great day this is. His career and love life were both thriving. After glancing around to make sure no one was looking their way, Kai Li Jie immediately leaned in close to his senior sister's ear, whispering softly. Senior sister, if I win the championship, I want you to wear Chun-Li's cosplay outfit and accompany me tonight. Upon hearing Kai Li Jie's words, Yi Meng shot him a sideways glance. Then she smiled sweetly. So you like that kind of thing? Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't worry, I'll definitely wear Chun-Li's outfit and accompany you. Whoa! Instantly, Kai Li Jie let out a wolf-like howl. He clenched his fists excitedly. Then he ran toward the arcade machine where he was standing. At that moment, all the participants from the various martial arts schools had already taken their positions. The host announced. Alright everyone, please load your respective costume mods into the game machines. The first round of the competition will begin in 10 minutes. Upon hearing the announcer's words, Kai Li Jie immediately turned to Yi Meng behind him. Senior sister, where's the USB drive? I'll load the mod. Ha? Didn't you bring the USB drive? Ha? You said you brought it along, right? No sooner had the words left his mouth, the two fell silent. Then, everyone in the team realized something was wrong. Oh no! Did you two forget to bring the USB drive? What should we do? Is there still time to go back and get it? It's too late. It'll take at least 20 minutes round trip. Well, maybe we should just skip the mod and go ahead with the competition? Wait a minute. Song Shitty, I thought you brought a USB drive? You said you've been using that mod all this time. Song Shitty. Upon hearing the senior sister's words, the Song junior brother, who had been looking so anxious just moments ago, suddenly fell silent. Along with all the male apprentices who had come to cheer him on, also fell into an awkward silence. Song Shitty stood there, flustered, staring at the senior female disciple. I brought the USB drive, but the mod inside. Enough. Since you brought it, give it to me. Senior sister, Song Shitty brought it. Upon hearing that someone had brought a USB drive, Yi Meng, who had been looking panicked moments ago, suddenly perked up. She hurried over to Song Shitty and took the USB drive from his hands. Thanks, Song. I'll treat you to dinner later. Hey! Senior sister. No way. That USB drive is. Unfortunately, before Song Shitty could finish his sentence, Yi Meng rushed off to give the USB drive to Kai Li Jie. A group of male trainees watched helplessly as Kai Li Jie inserted the USB drive into the arcade machine. Instinctively, everyone looked at each other. Their expressions clearly showed panic. What the heck is going on? What are we going to do now, guys? I suggest we just get out of here now. Damn it! If the master finds out, will he split us in two? What should we do? I saw him take the wooden stake out of the dummy last time. But old Kai already installed the mod. As they spoke, everyone looked at old Kai in the distance. On the display screen on the wall behind them, several split screens of the competition appeared. The matches were taking place simultaneously, allowing viewers to watch their favorite competitors. Until the final group of teams was selected. At that moment, all major teams are ready. If you wait any longer, it will be too late. A gulp sound was heard. A few boys exchanged glances. They silently shifted their gazes. One by one, they all decided to keep this matter to themselves. Soon, as time slowly passed, the host dressed as Chun-Li suddenly shouted out, "Everyone! The World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. Please welcome our 58 players to compete fairly. Everyone in the circle. I declare. The competition officially begins." In an instant, the large screen projected countless split screens. The crowded Yongchun Hall quickly spotted the screen they were watching. There it is. There it is. Old Kai's display screen is right in the middle. Wow. Prime location. Male trainees. A group of people. Staring stiffly at the huge screen in front of them. Then they saw. Huang Zicheng's The Emperor's New Clothes mod was directly projected onto the big screen. We're done for. Old Kai is finished. Let's get out of here. Better safe than sorry. Guys, my dad is about to give birth. I've gotta head home. Hey. What? The dog gave birth at home? Twins? Mom, I'm coming home right now. What? Our dad was hit by a car? He needs a blood transfusion? I'm coming right now. I'll sell my kidney to save him. The next moment, everyone rushed out the door in unison. Meanwhile, at the competition venue. At that moment, Kai Lijie and the player across from him were all staring blankly at the arcade screen in front of them. As the cameras at the competition venue moved, countless online viewers watching the live stream, at that moment, just happened to see the camera focused on the large screen in the center. What met their eyes? Holy crap! Infantry? This isn't even abroad, is it? Wow! Are competitions this open nowadays? This mod that's bold. Guys, does anyone have this Chun-Li mod? I have a friend. Wow! I'm going to dominate this game. At that moment, Yi Meng, who had been cheering for Kai Lijie from the audience, stared blankly at the screen. Seeing the Emperor's New Clothes, she stared blankly at Kai Lijie, who was equally stunned at the arcade machine. Is this what you meant by cosplay? You're such a schemer, Kai Lijie. I never expected you to be so cunning. But we always dress up like this, don't we? On the podium, Lu Ming and Xia Tian, who had been chatting with a few big shots just moments ago. Upon hearing the sudden silence in the venue, everyone couldn't help but look curiously at the big screen. Then, what the hell? President Huang. What is going on here? Which team is this? Shut it down. Shut it down immediately. Bad news, director. Our live stream has been shut down. Which martial arts school is that fighter from? They have no shame. Lu Ming, 6. Chapter 56. An excellent game director will find work on their own. Looking at the suddenly chaotic venue, Lu Ming and Xia Tian were both completely dumbfounded. They had considered countless possibilities, but never imagined this issue actually arose at the competition venue. It was truly absurd beyond belief. It was utterly absurd. Lu Ming glanced sideways at Huan, the chairman, and instinctively blinked. Mr. Huan, what's going on here? Hearing Lu Ming's question, Huang Feihu had lost all traces of his former masterly demeanor. Under the deathly glare of the director of the neighboring Cultural Tourism Bureau, the health cultivation techniques he had cultivated for over 2 decades had completely broken down. It's a misunderstanding. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll go find someone to mediate right away. Give me 10 minutes. I guarantee the competition will resume as scheduled in 10 minutes. After saying that, the old master leaped into the air. In front of Lu Ming and the others, he leaped over 3 meters into the air. No wonder he's the master, even his jumps are so powerful. At that moment, Kai Lijie stared blankly in the direction not far away. He saw the female apprentices in the martial arts hall. They were all staring at him with expressions as if they were looking at trash. Wait, isn't that? I'm innocent. This USB drive clearly isn't mine. Suddenly, Kai Monqing Lijie seemed to have discovered the key point. His gaze suddenly shifted toward Huang Zicheng and the others. They saw that Huang Zicheng and the others had somehow slipped out to the entrance of the venue without anyone noticing. Upon seeing the resentful glance from old Kai, everyone else all revealed expressions of regret and sadness.
Sorry, old Kai, the brothers have to leave first. You bastard. Seeing the backs of those people disappearing, Kai Lijia knew exactly what was going on.
What was most infuriating was, these guys had such a fun mod and didn't even tell me. On the podium, Yi looked at the mod on the big screen and burst into a hearty laugh.
At that moment, he was laughing with such satisfaction. Yiwon, sitting next to him, looked utterly embarrassed. Old Yi, you really did take on a good disciple. By the way, what did you just say? This disciple is just like you when you were young? I never thought you were like this, old Yi.
Put. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Yiwon. Bang.
Yiwon suddenly slapped his palm down, shattering the octagonal table. Looking at Yi, who was still mocking him, he was so angry he felt like spitting blood. Old fool. I see you're just looking for a fight. Take my little thought, seeking the bridge and pointing finger.
Do you think I'm just a lowly disciple?
Today, we'll see who's better, the Hua family's boxing or your Wing Chun. You two, stop right there. Seeing the two masters about to fight, Huang Feihu immediately stepped in to stop them. But Yiwon, who had already been humiliated, didn't care about anything else. He charged straight at Yi without a second thought.
In the blink of an eye, the original one-on-one duel quickly turned into a three-way battle.
Fists and feet have no eyes. The only sounds heard inside the venue were the thudding sounds of punches and kicks.
The sound was like thunder.
It immediately drew all the audience's attention.
Holy crap! They're fighting! They're fighting! Old school fighters are different. They're fierce.
Holy crap, this is exactly what you'd expect from a competition organized by Manhwa.
I'm dying of laughter. This ticket was worth every penny. For the same price, we got to watch two matches. Go, Master Yi. Go, Master Hua. Go, President Huang. In no time,
what was supposed to be an esports match turned into a real-life brawl. The three old masters put on a full-on brawl right in front of everyone.
10 minutes later, the live stream was finally unblocked.
When the audience returned to the live stream, who could have imagined that the live stream, which had been going smoothly just moments ago, suddenly turned into a real-life brawl?
What the heck? Isn't this supposed to be a Street Fighter tournament? How did it turn into a real fight? That old guy is fierce. Those moves are spot on. Wow. What happened during the time the message was posted? Everyone, come and watch the old men fight.
This is way more intense than the game.
That's amazing. No one told me the match was this lively. I just want to keep watching the match from earlier. Who has that mod? I'll pay top dollar. A group of netizens.
Originally, they were planning to rewatch the match. But after seeing the showdown between the three old masters,
they were immediately drawn into their intense duel.
Master Huang truly lives up to his reputation as the president of the Martial Arts Association. Despite his advanced age, he could hold his own against two masters. From time to time, he even performed a set of grappling techniques on the two old masters.
Master Ye's small, precise movements were skilled at leveraging his opponent's strength.
Within a few inches, he could deliver a devastating move to Master Hua across the way.
As for the Hua family style,
it's focused on practical combat and lethal strikes, with each punch producing a whistling sound
as loud as thunder.
Lu Ming and Xia Tian on stage were completely speechless. They glanced at the tourism bureau director standing beside them, who was equally speechless.
Lu Ming pondered for a moment before finally asking, Director Zhuang, is this another program arranged by your Cultural Tourism Bureau? Are you trying to have us create new game characters based on the three old masters from Street Fist? Or are you planning to make a wuxia movie? Is the title going to be The Grand Master?
Zhuang snorted. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise.
You kid, you really have an eye for this. How else could you be so young and already a director at a big company?
If you put it that way, we're friends now.
Immediately,
Zhuang Ju, who had been looking as pale as a ghost, suddenly brightened up. Mr. Lu, I've been meaning to ask you, about the film we're preparing to shoot, The Grandmaster. As the producer of Street Fist, could you give us some valuable feedback?
No problem.
Upon hearing Zhuang Bureau Chief's words, Lu Ming agreed readily. Ignoring Xia Tian, who was watching from the side, he sat down next to Director Zhuang.
Xia Tian beside him, watching Lu Ming chatting animatedly with Director Zhuang. She was completely speechless. Is this the legendary outstanding game director? With no work on his hands, he actually went out to seek business opportunities? No way. Do you even know anything about movie scripts? Are you sure he's a college student? He's really not even graduated yet, but he already has 30 years of work experience? I advise you not to get too carried away. Below the stage, the apprentices from Yongchun Hall, Jingwu Hall, and Bao Zealand.
Upon seeing the three masters start fighting, they immediately rushed over.
In the vast hall, who cares about the match now?
It seemed like the three factions were about to erupt into another chaotic brawl.
Zhuang Hui, who had been chatting animatedly with Lu Ming, finally couldn't stand it anymore.
Three people fighting could be explained, but if it turned into a free-for-all, how could they possibly cover it up? He bowed to Lu Ming in a traditional gesture. Zhuang, the director, said helplessly. Mr. Lu, I apologize. I need to handle some matters. As for the script you mentioned earlier, I'm very interested. Let us discuss it after the competition ends? Of course. If you're worried about handling it alone, I can accompany you. Oh, how could I trouble you? Well, thank you in advance, Mr. Lu. Chapter 57, The Traitor. As the three martial arts schools faced off against each other, suddenly, a deep voice rang out from outside the crowd. Make way. Everyone step back. Among the crowd, Lu Ming and Zhuang Bureau Chief slowly walked to the front. Zhuang Bureau Chief glanced over at the cameraman. He gestured for him to film this side. Instantly, the live broadcast feed focused on him and Lu Ming. The two of them appeared on the screen, and Director Zhuang smiled and said, Everyone, what you just saw was a special performance arranged by our organizing committee just for you. It is also related to Manhwa's upcoming plans. I'll let Lu Director explain the details. Upon hearing Zhuang Bureau Chief's words, Lu Ming nodded slightly beside him and smiled. As you can see, the combat scenes you just witnessed are actually the new character profiles for the upcoming Street Fist 2. In the later stages, we will incorporate various martial arts elements. The first three characters to be released will be the martial arts master Hui Yuanjia, who masters the Hua family fist technique Ip Man, the master of Wing Chun and Wang Fei Hung, the master of the Foshan invisible leg technique. Additionally, we will introduce three foreign martial arts masters. We kindly ask for your continued support. Ha! Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the netizens couldn't help but show a look of confusion on their faces. Is this a fake? Was everything just an act? Of course it was acting. Otherwise, why would they suddenly start fighting for no reason? Probably just an intermission activity. Didn't the live stream suddenly get shut down just now? The match must be over by now. To be honest, those three old masters really know how to fight. I'm already looking forward to Street Fist 2. But what was going on with the game footage just now? Was that also prepared by the official team? You're really bold. Aren't you afraid of being investigated? Many netizens were completely fooled by Lu Ming's rhetoric. Only those who came to the scene in person know what really happened. It's nothing like Lu Ming made it sound so easy. The three old men were clearly fighting for real. However, Lu Ming and Zhuang Bureau Chief don't care. What they wanted was a plausible excuse to get them through this crisis. At this moment, Wang Feihu and the others were gradually coming out of their daze. Seeing that the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau had personally stepped in, continuing the fight would be impolite. Immediately, the three old masters smiled and walked up behind Lu Ming and his group. Each stood together, hands behind their backs, hiding their swollen palms. Then they all revealed a kind smile at the same time. Hey! This look. It's obvious they're seasoned actors. Since things have calmed down, they should take their apprentices and leave. Yi Meng and Kai Lijie cautiously approached Yi Lao Yi. Kai Lijie's face betrayed a hint of bitterness. Seeing Kai Lijie, Yi Lao Yi, who had just calmed down, his anger flared up again in an instant. He gritted his teeth and glared at Kai Lijie. If it weren't for the camera still pointed at him, he would have definitely given him a set of Wing Chun moves. Let him know what the 8-cut sword and 6.5-point staff are all about. After a long pause, he coldly spat out 2 words. Traitor! Hearing the words of his future grandfather-in-law, Kai Lijie's face turned pale. Just as he was about to explain, Yi Meng gently patted his back and shook her head to calm him down. She signaled for him to let her handle this while he went back to the competition. Under Kai Lijie's lingering gaze, he reluctantly returned to the competition venue. As for the rest of the competition, while all the other teams were using their own mods, only the characters from Yongchun Hall were using the original skin. Viewers who had been watching the live stream from the beginning knew exactly what was going on. As for Kai Lijie, endured immense mental pressure. Amidst the mocking glances of countless viewers, he forged ahead. Although many things happened today, fortunately, he managed to withstand the pressure and made it to the final round. The competition reached the final round. The atmosphere at the venue grew intense. Amidst the cheers of countless spectators, Kai Lijie once again used his signature combo move. Using just one game character, he took down all 3 of his opponent's characters. He directly pushed the atmosphere of the match to its peak. The match is over. Amidst the cheers of the 2 hosts, the first ever Street Fist World Martial Arts Tournament came to a successful conclusion. Lu Ming, Zhuang Zhu, and Huang, the president, holding the trophy and prize money. The 3 of them walked up to the award podium with peculiar expressions on their faces. Looking at Kai Lijie, whose expression was stiff, Zhuang Bureau Chief patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Young man, having talent is a good thing, but don't get too arrogant. I will. Hearing Zhuang Bureau Chief's words, even though he had won first place, but Kai Lijie felt like shrinking into a little bird. He had originally hoped to prove himself through the competition. Now, he was terrified that someone might recognize him.
This competition might just be the end of his career.
In the future, even if there were such a competition, no official would dare to invite him to participate.
Otherwise, this would happen again.
The organizers would be furious. Holding the trophy and prize money, Kai Lijie felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Ming smiled as he took the microphone handed to him by the host. He announced the mystery grand prize. As I mentioned in the announcement before the competition, we have prepared a special prize for the first place winner.
Now, please take a look. At this point,
the spotlights on stage began to shine. A row of Street Fighter arcade machines appeared before everyone's eyes. All the arcade machines used in this competition will be donated to Wing Chun Hall. Additionally, the Wing Chun Hall will also receive the distribution rights for the Street Fist game. Players who wish to experience the arcade machines can visit the Wing Chun Hall to play. As for the second and third place martial arts schools, they will receive a 30% discount and a 50% discount on the distribution rights. We look forward to seeing more martial arts schools cultivate more young and talented professional players. Additionally, the first place winner's clothing mod will be given as a permanent special effect outfit to every player who purchases our game. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the netizens who had been calm moments ago, their expressions instantly turned anxious. What the heck? Did Director Lu just say that for real? Are there mods? I get it. The Emperor's new clothes. Don't say anything else, give Director Lu a chicken leg. No way. That's way too out there, I don't believe it. Purchased. Thus, amid the cheers of countless viewers and netizens, the competition finally came to an end. Players from all the teams returned to their respective martial arts schools. Only Kai Lijie, holding the trophy, stood awkwardly in place. He looked toward the Wing Chun Hall team in the distance. Especially when he caught the fiery glare from Yi Lao Yi. He instinctively swallowed hard. He pulled out his phone and searched. Guys, how do I deal with my own grandfather-in-law? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Before long, his phone buzzed with a notification. Walk up to old Deng and give him a shoulder throw. Dye your hair blonde, then tell him, old man, give me some coins. Blonde hair plus ghost fire plus pregnancy test, get it? Hit him. If you don't act, you won't know who's the boss. Kai Lijie. He thought of the old man smashing a table with one slap. He shuddered involuntarily. Pa! Lousy netizens, not a single reliable one. Chapter 58, Shao Kai is a good comrade. Inside the Wing Chun Hall, a group of female apprentices glared angrily at the male apprentices kneeling on the ground. Just moments ago, old Master Yi had personally intervened. He had thoroughly disciplined these traitorous disciples who had betrayed their master and their ancestors. Huang Zicheng and his group lay on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, trembling in fear. Even Kai Lijie was kneeling alongside them, speechless and choking back tears. This time, he had been completely betrayed by the others. Unfortunately, the old master wouldn't listen to his explanations. Upon returning, he shut the door and subjected them to a stern family discipline. Despite being in his 60s or 70s, his body was surprisingly sturdy. His punches were powerful and fierce. After the old man finished his set of martial arts moves, he finally returned to his seat, seething with anger. Yi Meng, who was standing nearby, immediately approached her grandfather. Grandfather, please calm down. This time, it's not entirely the fault of the junior disciples. I also share some responsibility for not listening carefully. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Yi Wen's expression darkened once more. Our young Chun Hall's century-old reputation. My decades of good name. Do you know how that old man surnamed was slandered me today? My old face has been completely disgraced by these traitors. And more. At this point, the old man's expression froze. He glared angrily at Kai Lijie, who was kneeling on the ground, dared not speak, and snorted coldly. Break up with this little yellow-haired brat immediately. I've always disliked him. Where is the noble righteousness that a martial artist should have? Spit. Grandfather. Upon hearing Yi Lao Ye's words, Yi Meng's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, she, who had just been trying to stop the old man, abruptly shook off his sleeve. If you keep this up, I won't speak to you anymore. From start to finish, Kai Lijie hasn't done anything wrong. He's completely innocent. Not only that, but he brought honor to our martial arts school. How can you treat a hero like this? Him? A hero? I'd rather he'd never come here. Hearing her granddaughter siding with an outsider, Yi Lao Ye's heart burned with even more anger. The gaze he cast upon Kai Lijie was so intense it seemed capable of setting him ablaze. Old Kai could only cower in fear, unable to speak. Yi Lao Ye glared at him with hatred, then suddenly sighed. You've caused such a scandal. All the face I built up in the Martial Arts Association is gone. Do you think anyone will come to our Wing Chun Hall to learn martial arts now? Even if they do, they'll just be from a shady martial arts school? At this thought, the old man suddenly clutched his chest. He wore an expression of deep sorrow and regret. He looked weakly at his granddaughter, his voice barely audible. In any case, you must break up with that little yellow-haired guy while I still have a breath left.
Grandpa. Master. Hearing the old man's words,
Yi Mang and Kai Li Jia's expressions changed instantly. The old man turned his face away, unwilling to look at them.
Seeing the old man's resolute attitude, the two turned pale. Could it be that? Is there truly no room for reconciliation at all? Just as the atmosphere reached its freezing point, suddenly,
the door knocker of the Young Chun Hall was struck from the outside.
Is Master Yi there? Open the door. Congratulations on winning first place. The neighbors have come to celebrate with you. Hearing the voice of Su, the director of the neighborhood office, outside,
everyone at the Wing Chun Hall looked at each other in shock. Even Yi Wen, who had just been saying, "I can't do this." Upon hearing Director Su's words, he immediately stood up from his chair. There was not a trace of weakness left.
Yi Mang. Kai Li Jie. Everyone.
Old man, you're such a good actor. As a group of apprentices opened the doors to the martial arts hall,
the next moment, everyone was stunned by the crowd.
A group of neighbors were gathered around the entrance of the Wing Chun Hall.
Many children were eagerly watching a convoy of trucks approaching. What's going on?
Seeing such a large gathering outside, Yi Wen was also momentarily speechless. Su, the director of the neighborhood office, heard his words and immediately broke into a sycophantic smile, explaining.
Need I ask?
Of course it's the grand prize that your Wing Chun Hall won. The people from Manhwa company have brought all those arcade machines over and even provided the design plans. From now on, your Young Chun Hall 1T just run a martial arts school, you'll also be able to operate that.
Oh, right. The director Lu said it's called a game hall. Everyone is waiting to come and play games. Just as he was speaking,
the neighbors nearby kept nodding in agreement.
Looking at Yi Wen, they couldn't help but discuss enviously. Mr. Yi, I heard that the one who won the competition is Ming Ming's boyfriend. Is that true?
Of course. The young man is so handsome and he won 1 million yuan in prize money alone.
No wonder he's an esports player. Do you think our little tiger could be as good as him? Master Yi, can you make Ming Ming's boyfriend his teacher? I want my grandson to learn from him too. Exactly.
Then he can practice martial arts and play games at the same time.
My grandson has shown talent since he was a child, he'd be perfect for an esports academy. Hearing the neighbors chatting animatedly, Yi Laoya's face was filled with shock. He never would have imagined
a single match could bring such a huge benefit to their Wing Chun Hall. This wasn't the kind of situation where they'd have to worry about recruiting students in the future.
Not only that,
there were also many fans of Street Fist who had come to the Wing Chun Hall specifically to see him.
Master Yi, can I get an autograph from Kai Li Jie? Right. I've been a fan of Ms. Li for years. Is she teaching here?
If Li Jie is here, I'll sign up.
Right. I want to sign up too. Where do we pay the tuition? Hearing these people's words,
Mr. Yi, who had been looking a bit down, perked up. Upon hearing that someone wanted to sign up, his face immediately broke into a wide smile. Looking at the neighbors and tourists in front of him, he couldn't help but ask again.
You are really here to sign up? Yes. The loud, unified voices instantly enveloped the old man in a wave of happiness.
The ancestral master is watching over us.
The once desolate martial arts hall will finally flourish under my guidance. Immediately,
the old man's expression grew serious. Then he chuckled.
That's right. Little Kai is a good comrade. I knew he was the one the moment I saw him.
Tomorrow, he will become the master responsible for teaching Street Fist at our martial arts school.
Everyone, hurry up and sign up. Xiao Kai, what are you doing? Why are you still kneeling? Oh, practicing martial arts. Come here, two of you. Help my grandson-in-law up. Hearing the old man's words,
Kai Li Jie, who had been kneeling on the ground just moments ago, was completely taken aback.
He was tightly supported by Yi Mang and immediately brought before everyone. Then,
the master, who had been furious moments ago, now gently patted his shoulder with a gentle expression.
Little Kai is a fine young man. Just like me when I was young. Full of the spirit of a knight-errant, he is clearly the perfect son-in-law for my granddaughter. Come on, little Kai, give everyone a smile. Say a few words for your award. Kai Li Jie. The martial arts school apprentices. Master, are you practicing the formless divine technique? How else could you not even show your face? Chapter 59, I'll do my thing, you do yours. Ding. 2 weeks have ended, investment settlement in progress. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, Street Fighter. Investment amount, 5.13 million. Return multiple, 10x. Game revenue, 26,776,722 yuan. Congratulations. You have received a system rebate of 0.0000000 yuan. Summer. At the airport.
Summer remained silent upon hearing the system prompt. Looking at the string of zeros in the system bonus. For some reason, she felt strangely accustomed to it. She never would have imagined that in just 2 short weeks,
Street Fighter had brought the company so much revenue. Of course, a significant portion of this revenue was achieved through the publicity from the first martial arts tournament. Although there were quite a few incidents along the way. But for some reason, the live streaming incident that occurred in the live stream at the time actually caused sales of Street Fist to surge again. It's just pretty strange. Lu Ming, standing nearby, watching Xia Zong, who had been cheerfully chatting with him just moments ago, suddenly seemed to burn out completely, turning into a silent, sullen figure. His face was filled with question marks. Mr. Xia is actually a pretty decent person. But sometimes he was pretty strange. Could she be bipolar? Can rich people get this condition too? Just as Lu Ming was curious, he saw Xia Tian seem to have come to terms with it. Her face suddenly regained its bright smile. Upon arriving at the airport parking lot, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming and give him a flirtatious look. She'd been curious about Lu Huan lately, wondering how many more secrets he had. Little did she know that a woman's attraction to a man often begins with the mystery he exudes. With a seductive smile, she directly suggested, "Alright, since we're back, we should at least celebrate the smooth success of this competition, right? Let us call Fong Xiaoxiao and the others later and go out for a nice meal?" Upon hearing the boss's words, Lu Ming had no objections. He nodded. Just as he was about to head back with Xia Tian, suddenly, Xia Tian's phone rang. Seeing the call, Xia Tian furrowed her brows slightly. After answering and saying a few words, she hung up immediately. Then she looked at Lu Ming with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, little Lu, there's something urgent at home. I need to leave first. Is it okay for you to take a taxi and leave on your own?" Wealth Booster has credited 100,000 yuan. Lu Ming. "Miss Xia, take care. It's no big deal. I could even run back and get the money." True to her reputation as a little rich girl, she's so generous. Giving so much money. You don't even need to take a taxi back. It's enough to buy a car and drive back. Who would have any complaints? She sent Summer off with a fawning expression. Lu Ming whistled and called a car to leave the airport. It was shortly after he parted ways with Xia Tian. 2 hours later, Summer drove back to the Summer mansion. The butler, Fu Bo, was still standing at the villa gate to greet her. Upon seeing Xia Tian approach, Fu Bo's face lit up with a broader smile. "Miss Xia, you're back. The master and the others have been waiting for you for a long time." Upon hearing Fu Bo's words, Xia Tian nodded slightly but couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Didn't we just have a family gathering last week? What could the old master want this time?" In response to Xia Tian's confusion, Fu Bo gave her a mysterious smile. "You'll find out once you go up." Nodding lightly, Xia Tian didn't think much of it. He took the elevator directly to the third-floor restaurant. At that moment, the second and third generations of the Xia family were all gathered together. When they saw Xia Tian approach, many eyes turned toward her. Previously, when Xia Tian first arrived, no one paid much attention to her. However, after the gathering a few months ago, many people took notice of this hidden sixth child. Not only had she quietly started her own company, but she had also gained the favor of the old patriarch. She even refused the old man's help in the end. How could anyone not take notice? A few members of the third generation who had been chatting animatedly. Upon seeing Xia Tian take his seat, the people at the table fell into an awkward silence. Summer, however, looked at Xia Yan across from him with a puzzled expression. In the past, this older brother had always been the life of the table. Why wasn't he saying anything today? However, she didn't think much of it. Just as well, now that the loudmouth was quiet, she could finally eat in peace. "Aunt Ma, could you please bring some rice noodles and char siu? I've been craving Dongguan-style dishes lately." Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, the female housekeeper named Aunt Ma nodded immediately. When the food arrived, Summer finally noticed. Everyone was still staring at her intently, not saying a word. "Wait. This makes it even harder for me to eat in peace. Do you think I can starve myself?" Unable to help herself, she sighed softly and looked at her older sister, Xiaxue. "Sis, is there something on my face? Why are you all staring at me like that? Ha ha ha. All right. The NPC skills for 3 generations automatically triggered. Xia Tian. Eating with these people is such a hassle." Meanwhile, the eldest sister, Xiaxue, stared intently at her younger sister and couldn't help but ask. Tian, how's the task Grandpa gave you coming along?" Hearing her older sister ask her a business question, Xia Tian was stunned. Doesn't she know she's the most important person in the family? Why should I care about that business? While fiddling with the rice noodles, she said listlessly. "Just do it. I'll have my team handle it. I don't even know if they'll get it done." Hearing Summer's response, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Xiaofeng, Xia Yan, Xiaxue, and Xia Lu all seemed to visibly relax. Xia Yan, who had been a bit tense, upon hearing Xia Tian's usual nonchalant response, he became tough again. Little sister, I have to say this to you. Is Grandpa's task that simple? How could you possibly complete it without doing it yourself? Take me as an example.
The old man sent me to the business district to expand channels and even go to the business district opened by our competitors to set up base stations.
Isn't that just asking for trouble?
I've been working myself to death these past few days, washing my feet every day. My feet are almost raw from all the running.
Xia Yan's words clearly resonated with the other siblings.
With him leading the charge, everyone couldn't help but sigh in unison.
My old man told me to collaborate with a famous director and produce a profitable film.
I don't know how long I've been begging him, and he still hasn't agreed.
Me too. The family-owned Qinghai Electronics is launching a new business line, otherwise, we'll have to shut down several old factories. If we can't meet the target, at least 200 people will lose their jobs. The pressure is immense. My family seems to be considering moving to Dongguan for development. They want me to go there to expand the business. That's going to be tough.
Southerners value family connections. It's not easy for us to just jump in there.
At this point,
the siblings exchanged glances. They all sighed. Even Xia Feng and Xia Shui felt it was a tricky situation. The other third-generation members, of course, found it even more difficult. Among all these people, perhaps only Xia Tian was the least concerned about the matter.
I'll do my thing, you all do as you please.
As everyone complained about their recent experiences,
cough cough. A loud, old-fashioned cough suddenly interrupted everyone's conversation.
There stood an old man in traditional Chinese attire who had somehow made his way to the restaurant.
The Xia family gathering began once again. Chapter 60, You're not the dog we used to know.
At that moment, Xia Chunsun looked as though he were smiling broadly. This caused the second and third generations of the family to secretly breathe a sigh of relief.
It seems the old man is in a good mood.
So today's gathering won't be too stressful.
The family once again returned to their usual joyful banter. The second generation of the Xia family.
At that moment, they were sitting together.
Looking at their fathers or fathers-in-law, they couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's got you so happy today that you even called us all back?" Upon hearing Xia Miao's question, Mr. Xia's smile vanished instantly.
He once again became the stern father he had always been. He gave his son a casual glance and asked indifferently,
"What? If there's nothing, I can't even call you guys over?" But that's not right. Look at what you're saying. We came as soon as you called." Seeing that he couldn't get any more information from his father,
Xia Miao gave a sullen smile. However, the elders' gazes couldn't help but turn toward the three generations of Xia Tian's family. The old man suddenly gathered everyone back. He didn't explain the reason to them.
If it wasn't about the company, it must be about the three generations above them.
Judging from the smile on the old man's face when he first entered the room,
could it be that? Has someone among the great-grandchildren completed the extremely difficult task the old man assigned? It's only been a few months. Which family's young relative is so efficient?
A few uncles, aunts, and cousins exchanged glances. They all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had also heard rumors about their own children's recent activities. But no one had mentioned that they had completed the old man's task.
Just then,
it seemed as though they had thought of something. Everyone's gaze suddenly turned toward Xia Dao.
Xia Dao, who looked honest and a bit on the chubby side, was currently eating crab.
He was being watched by several older brothers, sisters, and even his brother-in-law and sister-in-law.
He innocently blinked his eyes.
Xia Miao, with a forced smile, looked at her youngest brother and couldn't help but ask, "Youngest brother, how's your daily task going lately?"
"My little brother?"
Upon hearing his second older brother's question, Xia Dao clearly froze.
He recalled his daughter's usual behavior at home.
She was either binge-watching shows, shopping online, or playing games.
"Are there any other statuses?" "Oh, right. I went on a trip a few days ago." Scratching his head, Xia Dao looked innocent and said, "Nothing different from usual.
I just stay cooped up at home all day and don't go out to make friends." She's not exactly a teenager anymore, and she refuses to go on blind dates.
"It's driving me crazy." Regarding Xia Dao's sigh,
Xia Miao and the others believed him. After all, their youngest sibling had been spoiled rotten and had never developed any cunning.
This made them sigh in relief. It seems it wasn't Xia Tian who did it. Since it wasn't accomplished among the three generations of seeds,
that means their children still have a chance to compete. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, old Master Xia suddenly spoke up.
"Ah Fu, go get some extra chopsticks for our table." Everyone. Upon hearing the old master's words, everyone was immediately thrown into a frenzy.
This meant that some young relative had earned the right to compete with them for the position of family head.
Who could it be that made the old master make such a decision? This signal instantly put the second generation of the Xia family on high alert. The sudden emergence of a new powerful rival was something no one wanted to see.
The third generation at the neighboring table. After hearing the old man's words, they were also filled with astonishment. Everyone looked around, but no one thought the old man was addressing them.
"So, Who on earth was that person? But in just a moment, the seat to the old man's left was vacated by the butler, Mr. Fu.
Under the tense, curious, and even envious gazes of everyone present, Old Master Xia spoke slowly.
Tian, come here and sit by Grandpa's side. What? Is it really Xia Tian?
Upon hearing Xia Chuansing's words, everyone present felt as though their heads were about to explode. One by one, their eyes all turned towards Xia Tian, who was eating char siu rice rolls. Even Xia Dao, who had been eating hairy crabs, felt a sudden jolt in his hands. It dropped straight onto the plate. Looking up, they saw the resentful glances from their older siblings.
Those eyes seemed to be saying, "You've changed, you're no longer the honest little dog you used to be."
Xia Dao looked at his daughter, who was sitting next to him with a puzzled expression.
He was just as confused. There stood Xia Yushu, the eldest of the second generation. Hesitated for a moment before finally glancing at his own old man. "Dad, what task did you assign to Tian that even allowed him to sit at our table?" Hearing his eldest son's question, the old man didn't seem too upset. This son had a very steady temperament.
After years of nurturing, he had become a capable ruler who could maintain the status quo. Originally, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the eldest son should have been the most likely candidate to succeed as the next family head.
However, in just a few months, Xia Chunsung has begun to take a new interest in his sixth granddaughter.
This has led him to consider other options. And that is how today's events came to pass. Looking at the puzzled expressions of his children, Xia Chunsung chuckled. He ordered someone to distribute all the task materials that Xia Tian and the others had received to everyone present. When everyone saw what Xia Tian had been up to during this time, one by one, they raised their eyes and looked at Xia Tian. By combining games with traditional martial arts, in collaboration with the Dongguan Martial Arts Association, they organized a game festival. They also co-hosted the first esports competition. They also introduced special arcade game modes. Each and every action was presented to everyone without reservation. Even Summer herself. After seeing all these plans, she felt a chill run down her spine.
Lu Huan. Is he really that intense? He's just an emotionless work machine. Summer still hasn't figured it out. How on earth does he manage to develop games while also coordinating all other tasks so flawlessly? Is this the legendary chosen worker? It's truly terrifying. Don't even mention Summer. When the three generations of the Xia family saw Xia Tian's achievements, one after another, they all unconsciously puckered their lips. This expression. It was clearly a habitual gesture unique to the Xia family. The second son, Xia Yan, couldn't help but say enviously, "Didn't the sixth say she didn't do anything? Isn't this pretty good? Come on. Can't you tell? She's just being cautious around us. We really underestimated her. I never thought she was so calculating. Did you hear her just say she wanted to eat rice noodles and char siu? Those are all Dongguan dishes. Wow. Using the excuse of tourism to work? Is this really the same person I know?" A group of people all looked at Xia Tian with envy. Their eyes were filled with the bitter resentment of betrayal. "Xia Tian. Why are you looking at me? I really didn't do anything." Turning her head, she stiffly met her grandfather's kind, benevolent gaze. This made him shiver involuntarily. No way, the old man wouldn't really make her the heir apparent, would he? That would be so exhausting. I absolutely refuse. Before she could speak, her uncle Xiao Miao, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Dad. Even if she does everything perfectly every day, isn't it too trivial to let her sit at our table just because of that?" Chapter 61, Summer, am I really that amazing? Hearing her uncle's support, Summer immediately nodded like a chick pecking at grain. However, the old man beside him, upon hearing his son's words, a cold smile appeared on his face. "She's not qualified? And you're qualified to sit here?" Caught off guard by the old man's sharp retort, Xiao Miao immediately deflated. However, from his defiant gaze, anyone could tell. This young man had definitely developed a rebellious streak. This one must not be spared. Seeing the second son's expression, Xia Chunsung sighed. He couldn't help but glance at the other children around him. Do you all think the same as the second son? Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone remained silent. But sometimes, silence is the best answer. Seeing their expressions, Xia Chunsung did not feel ashamed for his decision. On the contrary, his gaze turned to his eldest son. "Eldest son, do you remember what Xiao Feng's task was?" Upon hearing his father's question, Xia Yushu paused for a moment. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Yes, you sent him to handle the family's electronics factory. Are you planning to dissolve and restructure the old factory?" Qinghai Electronics was one of the Xia family's medium-sized pillar industries. It produces smartphones, televisions, and other digital products. We're on par with those from neighboring countries like South Korea and Japan. However, with the advancement of technology, those outdated production lines naturally need to be closed down and replaced. The question of how to handle the remaining personnel and machinery has become a major headache. Outdated equipment struggles to meet the increasingly stringent parameter requirements.
The bulky screen designs no longer meet modern consumers' demand for high-precision equipment. Therefore, the Xia family has decided to replace all production lines,
or simply sell them off.
This is also Xia Feng's task during this period. The goal is to sell the outdated but functional production lines of Qingha Electronics to Myanmar, Laos, or even donate them to certain small African countries. At the same time, Xia Feng must also coordinate the arrangement of personnel.
This process will consume a significant amount of time, manpower, and resources. As the eldest grandson of the Xia family, Xia Yushu believes that his son's task is a bit more challenging. However, given that the difficulty is significantly higher than that faced by his siblings, just because Xia Tian completed his task first, she was allowed to sit at the same table as them. This was equally difficult for Xia Yushu to accept. Upon hearing his eldest son's response, Xia Chunsun let out a faint sigh.
Without explanation, he turned to Xia Miao beside him.
Second son, do you remember what tasks your son and daughter were assigned? Oh, to scout out the competitor's shopping district, right? Should we send him to Dongguan to expand the market? What about you, third son? I think it's about collaborating with a famous director on a movie? As Xia Chunseng asked each of them in turn.
The second generation of the Xia family directly revealed the tasks their children had been assigned. Once everyone had finished their reports,
Xia Chunseng finally let out a cold laugh.
Holding the results Xia Tian had achieved during this period, he asked directly.
If that's the case, haven't you still not understood why Tian is qualified to sit here? Upon hearing the old man's words,
the others gradually came to their senses. Suddenly gasped in shock. Their shocked gazes turned towards Summer. They saw old Master Xia sneer coldly and start berating all his children in front of everyone. All of you only know how to handle the tasks at hand.
But what about Tian?
He has already taken care of all your children's matters. The components used in those old-fashioned arcade machines aren't complicated.
Our original factory could use them. Tian's company must have had plenty of people applying for the arcade machine distribution rights during this time, right? If I'm not mistaken, you must have wanted your older brother to take over this order, right? Xia Tian. Ah, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Hearing the old man's words, Summer was completely dumbfounded.
She never expected such a coincidence. The problem is, she had no idea what her older brothers and sisters, or her younger brothers and sisters, were supposed to do. Before she could react, the old man continued. Additionally, Xia Shui, you don't need to look for a director anymore. The president of the Martial Arts Association has already said that he's found a great script for you every day, and Director Wang has agreed to collaborate with our Qingha Entertainment. The script was also found by him.
She, who isn't even in the entertainment industry, managed to get it. How come you couldn't?
All of you are good for nothings. The task I gave you was to prepare for the development of Dongguan province.
What have you done? Don't you understand the principles of strategic maneuvering and unifying scattered forces? All you think about is your own tasks.
Whereas your big picture perspective?
You don't even have half of what she has. Leader, number 2, number 3, number 4, why aren't you saying anything? Speak up.
The old man suddenly slammed his fist on the table.
The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point instantly.
Everyone froze in place. Speak. Seeing that no one was speaking, the old man finally smiled and said, on the other hand, Xia Tian is the one who truly resembles my granddaughter. Whether it's her judgment, decision-making ability, or execution, she doesn't fall short of me when I was young. She accomplished the work of all of you on her own.
The head of the Cultural Tourism Bureau has a very good impression of Qingha. With this connection, our plan to move into Dongguan is just a matter of time. After speaking,
the old man gave a cold laugh. Then he fixed his gaze on Xia Miao and asked,
second son, do you still think your niece isn't qualified to sit at this table?
Hearing the old man's words, Xia Miao dared not say another word.
He stared at his own niece in utter shock. He couldn't imagine it at all. How had Xia Tian managed to be so efficient and outstanding?
Compared to her, his own son was nothing but a good-for-nothing.
Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. He felt his belt tighten. Hard.
His fists were hard. Just as shocked as Xia Miao were everyone else present. A group of people stared in shock at Xia Tian sitting beside his grandfather. The entire 3 generations were so shocked they dared not speak. At that moment, Xia Yan had no idea of his situation. He stared blankly at his 6th sister. Where was the shadow of the little sister he remembered? Could it be this girl had been acting all along? All for this day? Ugh. Subconsciously, all the Xia family members sucked in a cold breath. When they looked at Xia Tian again, their expressions had changed. You little brat, you sure can hold your ground. As for Xia Tian himself, she just stood there, listening to her grandfather's story. Her mind was filled with a single question. Could it be that I'm actually this amazing? Xia Dao, standing beside her,
was equally bewildered as she looked at her own daughter. Thinking back to how she had been at home during the summer, the old man said that was his own daughter? I get it. My daughter must have been possessed. Or maybe she's awakened her past life memories and is actually the reincarnation of an empress? Otherwise, how could she not match the image of his daughter in his memories at all?
Until he saw Summer listening to the old man speak without expression.
And secretly eating rice noodles, he finally relaxed.
A little glutton who still has the nerve to sneak a snack at a time like this.
It must be his daughter. Chapter 62, Catfish.
At that moment, at the Xia family's dining table, everyone was too scared to speak after Xia Chunseng's outburst. Xia Chunseng, however, glanced at his most cherished granddaughter and laughed. As per our previous agreement, the 2 million will be transferred to your company in the form of an electronics factory order.
You did a good job this time. I feel your talent is being wasted in this game company. Why not come work at Qingha Entertainment? This. Upon hearing the old man's words, the second generation of the Xia family immediately grew vigilant. Qingha Entertainment is the true pillar of the Xia family. If Xia Tian were to join now, what position would she hold? As everyone watched Summer anxiously, wondering what position she would claim, little did they know that Summer casually waved her hand. It's not necessary, grandfather. The gaming market is a vast untapped market. If done well, it might not be any worse than Qingha Entertainment. I won't be joining the company. Just wait and see how big and strong my company will become. Right, like that'll happen. If I really went to work at Qingha Entertainment, given Grandpa's personality, he'd definitely arrange everything for me. Then I'd just be working for the Xia family. How could I be as carefree as I am now? Not to mention working 5 days and resting too, with only 1 hour of work per day. Tell me, who else could have such a heavenly life? Hearing his niece's words, the second generation of the Xia family relaxed their gaze towards Xia Tian slightly. At least, their own niece was still smart enough not to compete with them. Otherwise, just having to share a meal with her niece in the future would make them feel uneasy. If they had to work with her as well, given this niece's work efficiency, wouldn't that drive them to despair? Regarding Xia Tian's request, the old man just laughed it off without saying much. Looking at his precious granddaughter, he grew fonder of her with every passing moment. She was just like him when he was young. Once upon a time, he too had a golden opportunity to rise to the top, but he too refused to bow down to others. Working for others, how could that compare to standing on one's own 2 feet? Having come to understand Summer's ambition, Xia Chunseng, he just wanted to quietly watch his granddaughter grow and see how she would turn this budding venture into a thriving business. In any case, at that meal, the entire Xia family, except for Xia Tian and his family, no one ate in peace. Once the gathering finally ended, the second generation of the Xia family gathered together again. At that moment, the second son, Xia Miao, was picking his teeth while glancing at his older brother beside him. Seeing his older brother's stern and silent expression, he snorted coldly, acting so proper. Since the other party didn't want to say more, he decided to take on the role of the villain. Cough cough. He deliberately coughed loudly before turning to look at the other younger siblings in the family. The fifth daughter is something else. She's actually starting to compete with us uncles and aunts for a spot. We've known this little girl since she was a child. This kind of determination, You know what? I really think the old man might pass the position on to her. Hearing Xia Miao's cheap provocation, the other 3 merely gave him a cold glance. They snorted lightly. Xia Tian's older aunt, asked coldly from the side. Enough, second brother. If you have something to say, just say it. I have an appointment with a few ladies for a facial this afternoon. Alright. I'll be straightforward then. The old man says we lack the ambition to innovate, so why don't we give it a try? Our young niece is too sharp. If we don't discipline her now, she'll end up suffering later. Let us, her uncles and aunts, teach her a lesson. This. Upon hearing Xia Miao's words, the 3 of them immediately turned their gaze toward him. A hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. That doesn't seem right. If we do that, Dad will be angry, won't he? Xia Ji, the 4th son, couldn't help but speak up. No, Dad loves nothing more than healthy competition. You haven't figured out the old man's true intentions yet? Summer is like a catfish. He wants us to get moving. If we don't, we might really get swallowed by that little catfish. Xia Miao's words sounded like an alarm bell to everyone. But as an elder, taking action against one's own younger relatives, this was indeed a bit unseemly if it got out. Just as Xia Ji, Xia He, and the others hesitated, Xia Yushu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly nodded. Alright, the gaming industry is indeed thriving. If Xiao Tian can make so much money from it, with our resources, there's no reason we can't make money too. I will personally invest 10 million yuan to establish Qingha Games. Xia Yushu's words left everyone speechless. No one had expected this. The usually cautious and reserved leader, who never acted unless absolutely necessary, had made a move that shook the very foundations. Instantly,
The other three siblings exchanged glances. They all nodded in agreement. I'll contribute 10 million as well.
Me too.
Alright, let's pool our resources and contribute 4 million to establish Chingha Games.
As for recruiting staff and expanding the team, third brother, you should have some connections in this area, right?
Don't worry, I'll start recruiting right away.
They'll definitely be top-tier professionals in the industry.
While the four of them were quietly discussing how to team up against the budding game,
little did they know,
every move they made was being overheard by a chubby, innocent-looking figure.
Xia Tao, also known as Xia Tian's father. Though he wasn't particularly skilled, but he knew his older siblings inside out.
When they first gathered together, he had already noticed something was off. Now, upon hearing that his older siblings were secretly plotting against his beloved daughter's future, he was so shocked that he hurriedly slipped out of the estate.
Back home,
he saw his daughter sitting on the sofa, eating ice cream as if nothing had happened. He hurriedly sat down beside her. He snatched the Haagen-Dazs from his daughter to calm his nerves.
He finally managed to suppress his panic and said, "Stop eating. Do you know your uncle and aunt are keeping an eye on you?"
Ha!
Hearing her father's words,
Xia Tian, who had been about to snap back at him, froze in place.
Unconsciously, she furrowed her brows and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on exactly?"
After Xia Tao relayed the information he had overheard to Xia Tian's eyes lit up. A delighted smile appeared in her eyes. But she pretended not to care.
What's there to be afraid of?
They're just a bunch of good-for-nothings.
Don't worry, Dad. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to do anything.
In the end, Grandpa will only think more highly of me.
You can rest assured.
But deep down, she didn't think that at all.
If Uncle and the others are going to play games, that's fine. Should she leak a little of Lu Ming's plans to them? If we end up competing,
it would inevitably split the game's sales.
Then, wouldn't I end up losing money? Ha ha ha.
I'm truly a little genius who combines beauty and talent.
Let them all compete with Lu Ming. My uncles and aunts aren't just small-time characters like Chen Jiming.
This time, he doesn't believe he can be targeted by his uncles like this.
The budding business can still make money. Chapter 63, Hiring? Hiring. The next morning, Summer arrived at the company as usual.
Just as she was about to clock out and sneak home as usual, she noticed that the company was unusually bustling today. Many people dressed in formal attire, holding resumes, were waiting at the entrance. Seeing this scene, Summer couldn't help but look curiously at Zhang Xia, the receptionist.
"Minmin, what's today's occasion? Why are there so many people at the company? Is the neighboring company expanding?" she asked casually.
Little did he know that Zhang Min's next words
left Xia Tian speechless. Mr. Xia, you didn't know? These people were all called here by Secretary Fong. The company is expanding, isn't it?
Secretary Fong has been looking for candidates these past few days.
Xia Tian? No. How come I, the boss, don't know about the company hiring people?
Suddenly, Xia Tian felt betrayed by her best friend.
You ungrateful friend. After all I did for you, taking you shopping together, you actually want me to make money?
Immediately, she stormed toward the office.
As soon as she entered the room,
she saw Lu Ming and Fong Xiaoxiao discussing recruitment matters. Seeing that Summer, the big boss, was coming over, Lu Ming's face immediately broke into a smile.
"Thank you, Mr. Xia.
I didn't expect you to arrange it so quickly after I mentioned it yesterday. Old Wang and the others have been working themselves to the bone these past few days.
If we can recruit new members, it'll make things much easier for them and me." Hearing Lu Ming's words and looking at his face,
he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. The Summer who had just refused to hire new staff suddenly felt that hiring new staff wasn't such a bad idea after all. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to his close friend beside him. There she was, that clueless girl, batting her eyelashes at her.
That look seemed to say, "Hurry up and thank me. Summer. Put. Friendship over. The more I look at you, the more annoyed I get."
Summer glared at Fong Xiaoxiao in silence, then looked at Lu Ming with a helpless expression.
How many people do you plan to hire?
Actually, with just 4 people in our team, it's a bit too small. We should at least hire 4 or 5 more. Additionally, for the maintenance of the previous game, I'd like to set up another team to handle maintenance specifically.
At least 10 people, right? 10. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian couldn't help but gasp in shock.
He never expected they'd need to hire so many people. Even with just the 4 of them, he already felt overwhelmed.
If even more people were to show up.
Unconsciously, Xia Tian's heart began to race.
How was he going to make a profit then? No way. I absolutely can't let Lu Ming succeed. The maintenance staff doesn't matter, but the core development team absolutely cannot hire anyone else. But, watching Lu Ming eagerly review the job applicants' profiles, she bit her lip lightly and sighed helplessly. Well, never mind. He works so hard, let's give him a few more people. But, It seemed like she had thought of something. Xia Tian's gaze involuntarily turned to the documents in Lu Ming's hands. Who should be hired into the company? Isn't that something the big boss should decide? Thinking of this, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She walked forward and snatched the documents from Lu Ming's hands. Maintaining the company is the most critical task, and you can choose anyone you like for the maintenance team. As for your core team, this is the most important part. Let me personally select the best candidates for you. This. Seeing Xia Tian so enthusiastic, Lu Ming chuckled and nodded in agreement. Alright, I trust your judgment, Mr. Xia. I'll be waiting for your good news. Take care, brother. Seeing Lu Ming leave, Xia Tian finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Immediately, she gave Fang Xiaoxiao a nod and said directly, "Go, bring all the interview candidates over here. Don't bring anyone with over 3 years of work experience." Fang Xiaoxiao? Did you say that backwards? No. Our company is an innovative game company. We don't need those old-timers who've been jaded by the industry. Don't bring in anyone from big companies, they cause trouble. Experience doesn't mean they're innovative. Screen them and bring in the new hires. I'll review them one by one. Fang Xiaoxiao. Hearing her best friend's words, Fang Xiaoxiao was so shocked she opened her mouth wide. She was about to say something to persuade her. But upon seeing the confident smile on Xia Tian's face, she fell silent. Thinking back to Summer's past behavior, the most obvious example was Lu Ming, wasn't it? Instantly, Fang Xiaoxiao was completely outmaneuvered by Xia Tian. She nodded. She decided to follow her best friend's advice. Immediately, the thick stack of resumes was reduced by 2/3. Looking at the remaining few dozen resumes, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. On the other hand, Xia Tian. She smiled as she looked at the remaining resumes. The smile on her lips was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Newbies are great. Newbies are easy to mess up. There'll be plenty of work for the clumsy ones then. Soon, the interviews began. One after another, the interviewees entered, and Xia's expression grew serious. "Hello, I'm from the game design department at XX University. I've consistently ranked in the top 3 in my school, received scholarships every year, and my graduation project is something I'm very proud of. I believe in your company's potential and hope to grow with you. Your resume is impressive. Please wait for our response. We'll get back to you within a week." Looking at the job seeker's impressive resume, Xia Tian narrowed his eyes. This one won't work, their technical skills are too strong. If handed over to Lu Ming, it wouldn't take long to cultivate them into a right-hand man. Pass. I graduated from XX University's game design program and have participated in outsourcing projects for several large game companies during my time there, gaining extensive experience. This one won't work either. I'm a recent graduate from XX University. During my time there, I independently developed several small games and won a top 5 award at the XX competition. This one is even worse. One after another, several outstanding candidates were ruthlessly rejected by Xia Tian. Unconsciously, she took a deep breath. How hard could it be to find just one not-so-outstanding candidate? Her sigh seemed to be heard by the heavens. The next moment, the sound of loud footsteps echoed softly from outside the door. Opening the door, Xia Tian, who had been looking listless. The moment she saw the interviewee, her eyes widened in shock. This is? The employee I was looking for had arrived. The young man in front of him was wearing an ill-fitting, tight suit, with exaggerated Chelsea boots on his feet. The sequins on his suit reminded me of Elvis from the last century. The most eye-catching feature is his wild, messy hairstyle. It's hard to believe that someone's hair could be styled so wildly. Is that even real hair? If Lu Ming were there, he would have immediately claimed this style as his own. In his hometown before he traveled back in time, this hairstyle had a very distinctive name. That was Kill Mate. Chapter 64, Best Friend, Are You Really That Hungry? Looking at the guy in front of him with his rock and roll vibe. No matter how he looked at the other person, he didn't seem like someone who came to apply for a technical position. But here he was, showing up anyway. Such outlandish attire would be shocking even in summer. Fang Xiaoxiao, standing beside her, was so embarrassed her face turned bright red. Such a major mistake during the interview was like a slap in the face for her as the top secretary. Just as Fang Xiaoxiao was about to angrily tell this disheveled person to leave, Summer smiled slightly and stopped her friend's action. On the contrary, he looked at the man in front of him with great interest and couldn't help but ask with a smile. "May I ask? Mr. Li Zhang, is that correct? With that outfit, are you sure you're here for the job interview at Manhwa and not to hold a concert?" Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Li Zhang glanced at his own attire and scratched his head slightly. "I was a bar singer yesterday, but I was fired by the boss and the band broke up. However, I majored in computer programming in college, so I think I can handle this job. By the way, would you like to hear some songs I wrote myself?" Before Summer and the others could react, he just started singing right there on the spot. I miss you, I miss you. I miss you every day. I just want to see your face. I miss you, I miss you. I miss your laughter. My whole heart belongs to you. Summer. Fang Xiao. You. Why are you singing like that everywhere?
And this song, it's not really pop, not really rock, not really hip hop. It just sounds weird no matter how you listen to it. At first, Summer just thought the song was as strange as the person singing it. But when the person stopped singing, that haunting voice was now relentlessly assaulting her brain. What do they mean by haunting melody? Is this person crazy? Looking at Li Zhang in front of her, Fang Xiao was utterly exasperated. She was about to roll up her sleeves and kick this person out. But Summer couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Talent. True talent. You're truly brimming with artistic flair. Our company is exactly what we need. Come join our company. You'll be our music director, handling composition, voice acting, and more. We're counting on you. Fang Xiao. Hearing her own silly best friend's words, she was completely stunned. Are you serious, Ajin? Are you really serious? Bringing someone who is clearly a troublemaker and a salary thief into the company? Aren't you afraid the company will go under? Before she could even try to talk her out of it, suddenly, Li Zheng across the room stood up abruptly. Thank you, boss. I'll start working tomorrow. After Li Zheng left, Fang Xiao finally looked at Xia Tian with an expression of disbelief. You're crazy? How can you hire someone like that? Seeing her best friend's puzzled expression, Xia Tian only needed one sentence to shoot back. I believe my own eyes. Fang Xiao. No. You can't believe him. Best friend, your eyes aren't the only thing that's off right now. You can't even hear properly anymore. Even as Fang Xiao tried to continue persuading her, Summer had already shouted loudly toward the door. Next. Instantly, Fang Xiao shut up and pressed her hands to her forehead. Her gaze towards Xia Tian was filled with resentment. The office door slowly opened. A girl who looked quiet and reserved walked toward them. In terms of appearance, she was no less stunning than Summer and Fang Xiao. Her face was fair and spotless, her skin as white as snow, the epitome of a cold-toned beauty. She was wearing a cool and beautiful white dress. Standing among the crowd, she was like a white lotus flower. This caused the two best friends, who had been glaring at each other, instinctively put down their arguments. The two looked curiously at the beauty in front of them, then glanced at the resume in their hands. Bai Jie? Are you here to apply for the graphic design position at our company? Yes, this is my portfolio. Please take a look. After speaking, Bai Jie handed over the portfolio she had prepared earlier. After giving it a quick glance, Xia Tian couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Bai Jie's artistic foundation was clearly solid. Each design piece carried her personal style. All the images were cute and adorable, yet they also had a sharp, dynamic quality. The technical skill was undeniable. However, in Summer's opinion, these are all major drawbacks. No way. This woman can't be hired. Meanwhile, Fang Xiao was looking at Bai Jie's work with satisfaction. This time, she couldn't let her best friend cause trouble. Before Xia Tian could speak, she immediately covered Xia Tian's mouth. Smiling sweetly at Bai Jie in front of her, she couldn't help but ask. Your work is excellent. It's on par with the best in the industry. However, I'm curious why haven't I heard of you before? With your qualifications, getting into a top-tier company shouldn't be too difficult, right? Upon hearing Fang Xiao's question, Bai Jie's already pale face seemed to grow even paler. She forced a smile and nodded. Then, under the stunned gazes of the two, she pulled out another. Medical records? This is my medical record. I have a rare condition. The bad news is that it's currently incurable and causes excessive sleepiness, so I can't work more than 4 hours a day. The good news is, I won't die, and the doctors plan to name this new disease after me. Summer. Fang Xiao. That's actually some pretty good news. Upon hearing Bai Jie's condition, Fang Xiao couldn't help but hold her forehead. Finally, I found a decent graphic designer. But this illness. Immediately, a look of obvious helplessness flashed across her eyes. An employee with such a strange illness would probably be turned away by any company. After all, the illness doesn't show any symptoms now, but what about the future? If they develop any complications, what will happen to the company? Looking at the sickly person in front of her, Fang Xiao was about to signal for them to leave. In Bai Jie's disappointed gaze. All right. You're hired. Is your home close to the company? If not, that's fine, we have employee dormitories. Our company is exactly what we need. Only 4 hours a day, very reasonable. After all, we're not some exploitative garbage company. Not only that, but weekends are still off, and you can start tomorrow. Bai Jie. Fang Xiao. Hearing her silly best friend's words, Fang Xiao immediately shed tears of regret. He only took his eyes off her for a moment. How could her best friend cause such a commotion again?
Under by Jie's surprised gaze, Lu Ming's core team gained another liability. Instantly, the summer hiring process became a breeze.
And when she saw the third job applicant, her smile grew even wider.
In the office,
looking at the elderly gentleman before her, who appeared even older than her own grandfather, Summer and Fang Xiaoxiao both wore expressions of confusion.
"This Mr. Wu, are you the new hire?"
"Yes.
I've never worked in sales before, so I thought I'd give it a try. May I ask how old you are? Isn't it on my resume? I'm 72 years old.
At your age, does your family agree to you working?"
"Oh, come on. The boss, you're making it sound so serious. At 70, it's the perfect age to take on new challenges. What is there to be afraid of?"
Upon hearing Wu Zhanrong's words, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but give him a look that was both amused and exasperated.
At 70 years old, he is still out here applying for jobs? Still in sales? This is the work of a fox spirit. It's just the fox causing trouble.
Just as Fang Xiaoxiao was about to politely ask Mr. Wu to leave immediately,
little did she know that the next second. Wait a moment. Hearing her best friend's words, Fang Xiaoxiao felt like she was about to have a panic attack.
Looking at the old man in front of her, then glancing at her best friend.
It's not your best friend, you're really hungry. You're even taking money from someone this old? Chapter 65, The Meat Grinder of the Gaming Industry.
Looking at the three elites Summer had summoned, Lu Ming had no idea what to say.
There were only a few crooked seedlings in the field. Hey! Guess what? Summer had somehow managed to pick them all out perfectly. Could you be any more ridiculous? He looked at Summer.
Then he turned to look at Secretary Fang beside him. Lu Ming suddenly began to understand. He wondered what Fang Xiaoxiao must have felt when Summer hired him.
Something felt off.
Unconsciously, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at Li Zhang and the others again.
Among them, only Bai Jia had any real ability.
The remaining two left Lu Ming at a loss for words.
Never mind. As long as they can be used, why be picky? With a helpless expression, Lu Ming sighed and looked at Xia Tian. Alright, thanks, Mr. Xia. I'll take these guys for now. If there are any good prospects in the future, remember to keep them for me. Definitely. The words were true. But looking at Li Zhang and Bai Jie, Xia Tian couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward wildly. With so many deadweights in tow, she just couldn't believe it. Lu Ming could come up with anything good. She was sure she'd end up losing everything. Just thinking about it made her feel excited. Once things were mostly settled here, Summer couldn't wait to ask Lu Ming about his plans for the future. She couldn't wait to see what kind of surprises the bunch of misfits she had gathered would bring her. Little Lu, do you have any plans lately? Well, I've been completely focused on the Street Fist game tournament, so I haven't really thought about it. Why don't you take a look, Xiazong, and see if there are any game competitions or conferences happening domestically or internationally? We could just enter one for fun. This wasn't something Lu Ming was joking about.
In this world, the development of games has been much faster than in the previous generation. People's attitudes toward video games and esports are highly supportive.
They no longer view them as electronic opium. Part of the reason for this is related to the fact that this world introduced the concept of competitive gaming too early. Esports is not merely a form of leisurely entertainment. On the contrary, to a certain extent, it is just as important as Olympic competitions. Professional players who excel at it can also bring honor to their country. And that is precisely why the official stance toward video games is very favorable. As long as they don't cross the red line, the authorities support any game. This is also why Street Fist was able to secure approval for its tournaments so quickly. Although the game is far inferior to its predecessor. But there are simply so many of them. In this era of thriving video games, various competitions and exchange events are emerging one after another. Coincidentally, Lu Ming had no particular plans at the time. So he suggested that Xia Tian find an influential exchange event or game development competition to participate in. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's eyes lit up. As it happens, she actually had some ideas. Why hadn't she thought of it before? Let us go check out the conference. What's the most common thing at a game exchange event? Naturally, competitors. In today's highly competitive gaming industry, success is rare, but failure is common. Can we learn from our competitors? Don't underestimate the newcomers who dare to challenge the big players right off the bat. But in reality, they're just a small game company. Its scale, if not for the recent hiring spree, even some larger game studios have more staff. In reality, most companies in the gaming industry aren't like the big names like Zongshin or Legend. Instead, they are mostly small to medium-sized game studios or small game companies. They lack sufficient manpower, and some don't even have interesting game designers. They can't even assemble a professional team. The games they create, out of 10, at least 7 or 8 end up failing miserably. Many people are eager to enter this industry to make quick money.
But once they get in, they realize they're just the fresh, tender lettuce.
It's pretty helpless. The initial success was nothing short of a miracle in the industry.
This is also why Lu Ming, during the award ceremony of the Zhongchuan competition last time. That's why so many competitors praised him.
At present, Lu Ming's hint gave Xia Tian an idea.
She decided to find a popular yet saturated market segment and present him with a challenging problem.
Speaking of saturated markets, immediately Xia Tian had an idea. It wasn't even an hour later.
She quickly pulled out an application form for a game development conference. Opening the poster on her laptop, she explained with a smile.
How about this? The Magic Eye Game Exchange event. It's taking place this October in Magic City. It's not only very famous domestically, but also renowned internationally.
Every year at that time, over 1 million gaming enthusiasts gather there. There are even over 1,000 booths from both large and small game companies.
After hearing Xia Tian's introduction,
Lu Ming took the other person's tablet over.
Fang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, saw the official promotional interface of the Magic Eye app.
She furrowed her brows and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Xia, maybe we shouldn't participate in this exchange event after all.
FPS games are already a mature market. Even if we try to break in, we might not achieve good results."
Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Wang Ba, Ho Fangji, and the others
nodded in agreement. Indeed, FPS games are a minefield. Anyone who touches it is doomed. Even Lu Ming, upon seeing Xia Tian's challenging task, he instinctively narrowed his eyes. The parallel world he had arrived in wasn't entirely filled with terrible games. On the contrary, the quality of certain game genres was far superior to that of his previous life. Might even be significantly better. Among them, the most outstanding game was undoubtedly the FPS games. Thanks to the continuous innovation of game engines, gunfight shooting games have become much more diverse and exciting. Traditional CS-style games need no further introduction. In pursuit of various ultra-realistic sensations, the physics of gun movements have become increasingly realistic. Realistic bullet trajectories, authentic gun finishes, and performance, rendering, and gameplay experience are all pushed to the limit. Game developers are constantly pushing the boundaries of innovation. This brutal competitive landscape is truly a gaming meat grinder. In China, only a few major developers can barely keep up. Smaller game companies, and even medium-sized ones, any company daring to enter this arena, end up failing miserably. They can't even make a ripple. So when everyone found out that Summer wanted them to design an FPS game, their first reaction wasn't excitement, but rather fear. On the other hand, Summer was beaming with excitement. If others are afraid to try, shouldn't we give it a shot? There are no shortcuts in game development. We're not here to be mere imitators, we aim to become industry leaders. That's also the reason we started this company. At this point, her expression betrayed 9 parts of uncontrollable excitement. She shot a challenging glance at Lu Ming and couldn't help but let out a soft snort. What do you think, Lu director? Are you already getting excited? Lu Ming? Sorry, boss, I wasn't. Chapter 66, Summer, I finally get to lose money. Great. The decision to sign up for the Magic Eye Exchange Conference is final. Everyone, work hard. There will be players from all over the world coming to exchange ideas. Don't embarrass us in front of our competitors and foreigners. Before Lu Ming could object, Summer didn't hesitate and made the decision with a cheerful nod. A group of people looked at Summer with a mix of surprise and confusion. They gently pressed their hands to their foreheads. Once Xia Tian had left, the entire office erupted in a chorus of groans. What the hell? An FPS game? That's the industry's meat grinder. With our skills, can we really pull this off? Crossfire, Battlefield, Sniper 2. They've taxed FPS games for the next 100 years. Wow, all the innovative gameplay mechanics are already out there. How are we supposed to make this? I propose we cash in on the anime trend. That's not an option. Life Sniper 2 and Lakapichu are already milking that. What should we do? If we want to make this part of the game any good, it'll cost a fortune. Can we afford it with the money in the company account? Secretary Fang? Someone called out to her. Fang Xiaoxiao raised her slightly furrowed brow. After a moment of thought, she finally spoke. The company account can currently advance 40 million to you. That's the absolute limit we can access. I just checked, and Mr. Xia had already registered us for the exchange meeting before even mentioning this project. The Magic Eye official, upon learning of our participation, specially arranged a prime spot for us. If we don't participate. At this point, Fang Xiaoxiao's expression couldn't help but betray a wry smile. Then our budding reputation will be ruined. Hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, everyone fell silent. No one had expected Fang Xiaoxiao's hands to be so quick. It truly is the case that when the leader speaks, the subordinates run themselves ragged. If this goes south, they'd be out of a job before they even started. In the end,
Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. A group of people looked at Lu Ming nervously, placing their last hopes on him.
In response,
Lu Ming sighed deeply and shook his head.
"Wait a moment, let me think. Old Wang, Old Ho, you two get me copies of every FPS game available on the market. Especially the mainstream ones. I'll take a look first." After speaking,
Lu Ming rubbed his temples in frustration. A hint of pressure flashed in his eyes.
this time,
He truly felt a bit overwhelmed. It was truly a thrilling challenge. With the limited intellect he had from his previous life, he could already feel it starting to fall short.
the main issue was, some games he might remember how to play.
But without the source code, everything had to be developed from scratch by him and his team. This significantly increased the workload of game development.
Just as he was helplessly rubbing his eyebrows, suddenly,
The game creation system he had almost forgotten about
suddenly began to glow. Ding!
Task 1, within 6 months, independently develop a game 1-1 and become the game director of a game company 1-1.
Ding!
Task 2, within 6 months, achieve over 80% positive reviews for the game 1-1 and generate over 5 million in profits 1-1.
Task completed. System successfully activated.
As the system's notification sound rang out,
The next moment, a sudden click echoed in Lu Ming's mind.
it was as if some kind of lock had suddenly been unlocked. All the source code of the ninth art from the world before his time travel flooded into Lu Ming's mind.
Not only that, the system also had an automatic search function.
Whenever he needed to understand a specific aspect of a game,
It automatically jumps to the relevant game page.
and it aligns as closely as possible with the specific game content you require. Here, you can find the source code for all the games.
It's truly a treasure trove of the ninth art.
Of course, not all of this source code is free. For every 10,000 yuan earned from the sale of a game designed and planned by Lu Ming, he receives 1 open source point.
He glanced at the system store.
Lu Ming realized he had unknowingly accumulated 3,678 open source points. Lu Ming briefly browsed through several popular FPS games from his previous life. The well-known COD series, for example. If he were to purchase the entire series,
Would cost at least 1 million open source points.
of course, if one were to purchase the player-acclaimed classic Call of Duty 11, Advanced Warfare,
It would still require at least 50,000 open source points. With his current open source points, it's completely insufficient to purchase them. He's still too poor. He's already made quite a bit of money.
in the end, he's still just a broke guy. This left Lu Ming, who had been feeling a bit happy about the system unlock, feeling utterly dejected. Since that's the case, he can't make a reckless decision.
Life still needs to be managed carefully. So that morning,
Lu Ming didn't act like he usually did and immediately start planning and getting to work.
instead, he did what every ordinary game company would do.
After playing and referencing countless materials, everyone brainstormed together, discussing the feasibility of the game moving forward.
On the other side, in the summer office,
After returning home, she still felt uneasy. So she decided to sneak back to the company to gather intelligence. She quietly listened at the door of Lu Ming's office for a long time. After confirming that Lu Ming and the others hadn't come up with a feasible plan yet,
she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Compared to Lu Ming's usual planning speed, this planning process was downright snail's pace. No need to guess.
Lu Ming had been stumped by her challenge. Instantly, Xia Tian's lips curled into a slight smile.
This is a sure thing. This time it's definitely in the bag.
If he can't come up with a good game, those tens of millions will all go down the drain.
Then I'll make a fortune in one go. As expected, heaven will bestow a great mission upon this person first. It must temper their resolve. I've earned so much money. Finally, I can let her experience the feeling of bankruptcy. Wah wah wah. Half a year. Do you know how I've been living these past 6 months?
With this one big push, she'll make back every penny she lost before.
Thinking about it, Xia Tian felt full of energy and determination. If possible, she even wanted to increase her investment.
This brilliant idea suddenly popped into her head,
Made Xia Tian's eyes light up instantly. Right. Such a great opportunity. Even if she had to borrow money, she had to go for it. Perfect timing. Those uncles and aunts have been eyeing me, haven't they? Borrowing a small amount from them shouldn't be too difficult, right? As for losing money, Summer is serious about it. She didn't have confidence before, but this time, she wants to take a gamble. Immediately,
she directly dialed her uncle Xia Yushu's phone.
at that moment,
Xia Yushu, who was signing documents, suddenly heard his phone ring. Upon seeing the call from his sixth niece, his eyes narrowed slightly.
he answered the call.
He heard a magnetic voice with a seductive tone on the other end.
Hello? Uncle? I have a great investment opportunity at my company. It's guaranteed to make money. Would you like to invest a little? Chapter 67, done. My niece is involved in financial fraud. Xia Yushu. Hearing his niece's words, he clearly froze. Just a few days ago, he had been discussing with his younger siblings how to deal with his niece. He never expected her to come looking for him today. Had she heard something? Unconsciously, Xia Yushu narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he deliberately feigned interest. Oh? What kind of investment? I have a dedicated financial team at my disposal. If it can't offer me an annual return of 35%, I'm not interested. Little did she know. Upon hearing Xia Yushu's words, Xia Tian didn't even bother to care. Don't worry, uncle. I'll give you double your money back in 4 months at most. Xia Yushu? Hearing Xia Tian's confident tone, Xia Yushu was completely stunned. Could it be that his niece was an unborn financial genius? Otherwise, where would she get the nerve to offer so much? Could she have been scammed? Thinking this, Xia Yushu narrowed his eyes slightly. Xia Tian, have you heard any rumors? Your uncle told you, right? The financial is the most unreliable source of information. Don't believe a word of it. Even I haven't heard of such a good deal. What makes you think you can pull it off? In Xia Yushu's view, competition among family members was ultimately their own business. But if an outsider dares to cheat his own niece out of her money, as her uncle, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. A gentle reminder is necessary. There are plenty of examples of young people who get carried away by money. Who knows? Upon hearing his uncle's words, Xia Tian didn't even think twice before shaking his head. What are you talking about, uncle? I'm asking you to invest in me. Our company is preparing to develop a new game at LLB absolutely mind-blowing. We just need a little more money. Why don't you consider investing $1 million in me? Xia Yushu. Wow. Does your family's money grow on trees? You're asking for 10 million right off the bat? I think you're worth 10 million. Instantly, Xia Yushu was so angry he burst into laughter. This financial fraud has even reached his uncle's level. Xiao Lu, your ideas are dangerous. Rolling her eyes, Xia Yushu was about to say she wasn't interested. But the next moment, Xia Tian's words piqued her interest again. Invest 10 million and I'll sign a profit-sharing agreement with you. Within a month of the game's release, if it doesn't bring you double the profit, I'll transfer 10% of the company's shares to you. Wow! Hearing Xia Tian's words, Xia Yushu, who was about to hang up the phone, paused. It seems like Xia Tian is truly confident in his game this time. Unable to resist his curiosity, he asked. Didn't the old man just give you 2 million? I've already invested it all into the new game. Alright, let me think about it. I'll get back to you later. Then you better hurry up, I'm planning to borrow some from Uncle 2, and 3, and Uncle 4 too. After saying that, Summer hung up the phone in a hurry. A smug smile appeared on his face. Aren't they trying to get back at me? Well, he just sold off 40% of his shares. As long as he works hard, they'll be able to take full control of the company. Such a great opportunity. Xia Tian didn't believe they wouldn't be tempted. But it didn't take long. She relayed all the information she had just shared with Xia Yushu to her second uncle and third aunt. Upon hearing about the 4-month investment with a 100% return, Xia Miao and the others felt the same as Xia Yushu. That was, their niece was involved in a financial scam. Such an outrageous investment ratio, only a fool would believe it, right? But when Xia Tian presented the investment agreement, as expected, the 4 of them were still tempted. A golden opportunity to undermine something in its infancy, how could they possibly give it up? That night, the 4 second-generation members of the Xia family gathered together. Xia Yushu smiled broadly as he tossed out the analysis report from his think tank. I've already conducted an analysis of the potential of this budding opportunity. To be honest, it was somewhat unexpected. Whether it's Pixel Manager or Street Fighter, the annual profit margin will exceed at least 60 million in pure profit. If we invest now, it's definitely a surefire profitable deal. After hearing his older brother's analysis, Xia Miao, Xia He, and Xia Ji all nodded in agreement. Clearly, their respective AI teams' analyses were also similar to his. Investing now is definitely a surefire, risk-free investment. Almost risk-free. Though they were unsure why their own niece would be so naive, handing over the company's equity to them. But there's no reason for them to refuse, is there? Immediately, a smile flashed across their faces. That's interesting. Should we bet with Xiaolu then? Of course. Helping our own family members is a good thing, why wouldn't we do it? Exactly. Xiaolu is so confident she is sure to make a profit. Even if she doesn't make any money, with us uncles and aunts joining the company, it'll definitely make more money once it takes off. It's just family money going into family pockets. I'm in. The next morning, Xia Tian drove back to the Xia family estate with great enthusiasm. Under the witness of the old master, he signed a profit-sharing agreement with the 4 uncles and aunts. Xia Chunsung, standing nearby, looked at Xia Tian with a speechless expression. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why would Xia Tian sign such a foolish bet agreement?
After Xia Tian had signed the agreement with everyone, he took advantage of Xia Yushu and the others leaving. Xia Chuanxing's face immediately broke into a standard, calculating smile. Like a greedy wolf. When faced with the temptation of money, even his own granddaughter wouldn't get a second thought. Tian, this is such a great opportunity to make money. Can Grandpa make a profit too? Oh. Upon hearing the old man's words, Xia Tian's face immediately lit up with a smile. Really, Grandpa? I was afraid you wouldn't approve. I still have 60% of the shares. Why don't you invest everything? Xia Chunsung. Do you think I'm stupid? If I buy all the shares, wouldn't the company be mine? Then you'd start your own company and launch a new game. I wouldn't get anything out of it. That's not right either. Actually, with just 2 games, Pixel Manager and Street Fighter, he has already reaped quite a lot of benefits. But as a major investor, Xia Chunsung wants more. No, 60 million. I'll buy the remaining 31% of your shares. What do you think? This amount would allow him to secure the position of the largest shareholder. Of course. The catch is that Xia Tian won't be able to pay it back. As for Xia Tian, she only wants to lose money and doesn't care at all about how much the old man invests. On the contrary, she also felt that the old man hadn't invested enough. This prompted her to ask tentatively, Grandpa, are you sure you don't want to invest a little more? Xia Chunsung. The little girl's sly expression reminded him of his own youthful days. But, are you sure this isn't financial fraud? Chapter 68, Breaking Through the Wall of Thinking. Time flew by, and a week had already passed. The entire development team at Manhwa Company was filled with pessimism. Nearly a week of continuous game testing. They had essentially played every well-known FPS game available on the market, both domestic and international titles. By the time Lu Ming had finished playing all of these games, Lu Ming helplessly threw the controller onto the sofa. On the massive projector screen in his office, a large game over-displayed on the screen. Beside him, Wang Ba, Ho Fangji, and the others, Li Zhang and Bai Jia, who had come in with them. They all gathered together, rubbing their temples, feeling a throbbing sensation in their heads. The game was a good one, but after playing it too much, they felt like they were going to throw up. Even Lu Ming, who had been through it all, couldn't help but notice. These games were so well optimized that he couldn't find any issues at all. Compared to the FPS games he had played in his previous life, these games could almost be called masterpieces. Even the special effects in each game are almost a 1:1 replica of reality. The dynamic engine is unmatched. Even the explosion effect of a single grenade, it achieves a 1:1 physical recreation. And on top of that, each game has a touch of the finals in it. The most classic example is, houses can be blown apart. The physics engine has reached this level. Even Lu Ming feels inadequate in comparison. Lu Ming feels, even if they were to have their company recreate these games, they couldn't do it better. No, it's definitely impossible to do better. If that's the case. Unconsciously, he sighed. Looking at Wang Ba and the others, he shouted again. Alright, guys, let us get back to the meeting and discuss our new game project. After speaking, he walked over to a LCD screen and pulled up yesterday's development plan. However, the LCD screen was still blank, not even a single page had been filled. The progress could barely be called 0.1%. The leap from 0 to 1 remained as distant as ever. In the days leading up to the start of development, as the boss, Summer was still quite concerned about the progress of their project. However, since yesterday, she seems to have reverted to her old ways of slacking off. Every day, she smiles, clocks in, slacks off, and goes home. Her attitude is absolutely amazing. It feels like, it's as if the money spent on developing this game wasn't her own. Even Fong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but doubt whether Xia Tian really wants to develop a game. But, with the Xia family continuously injecting funds into the project, Lu Ming and the others could clearly feel the weight on their shoulders growing heavier. The more money the boss invested, the more they had to make sure the game was done right. Even though Lu Ming had analyzed almost every FPS game, they couldn't find a better project. Unless he could redeem COD right now. The problem was, he really hasn't made it open source yet. Just as Lu Ming and the others were struggling to think of a solution. Suddenly, Wu Diyi, who hadn't spoken much recently, suddenly raised his hand. Eh? Seeing Wu Zhanrong raise his hand, Lu Ming's face also showed a hint of confusion. To be honest, due to his advanced age, everyone in the company had been going out of their way to accommodate him. Although he is quite skilled with his phone. But when it comes to video games, his understanding was truly average. After trying to play a few games with Lu Ming and the others, he hasn't touched them since. The reason is, he gets motion sickness from 3D. Nevertheless, Mr. Wu insists on attending every development meeting. Even if he can't do anything, he'll make sure to brew a cup of coffee for everyone. Everyone just treats him like the expensive barista they hired for the summer. It must be said,
Mr. Wu really knows how to make coffee. At the moment, when everyone else was at a loss,
Old Mr. Wu suddenly raised his hand, which caught Lu Ming off guard. He also nodded at him.
Mr. Rong, what do you think? Cough, cough.
When it comes to games, I don't have any profound insights, but I've done some research recently.
As he spoke, Mr. Wu actually pulled out a stack of paper documents from his briefcase.
In a game company filled with digital products,
this seemed completely out of place. I believe that a good game doesn't necessarily have to be limited to one thing. Maybe we could consider the lower tier market. Lower tier market?
Upon hearing Mr. Wu's words, everyone's attention immediately turned to him. Some were confused by Mr. Wu's meaning. Take Life Sniper 2 for example. This game combines various gameplay elements and draws inspiration from classic FPS games in terms of innovation.
I was wondering if we could create a similar game.
For instance, if I were to lease a fish pond, I wouldn't necessarily have to rely on fishing for profit. I could rent it out to anglers for fishing or develop it into a rural tourism attraction.
Diversifying our approach and exploring new avenues, could we create a game that's different yet equally classic?
This.
Upon hearing Mr. Wu's explanation, everyone unconsciously furrowed their brows. Wang Ba, however, looked helplessly and said,
"The problem is, the path of borrowing ideas has already been taxed by Life Sniper 2 for the next 10 years.
If we try to do the same thing again, wouldn't that be a bit too derivative? The players might not buy into it." Upon hearing Wang Ba's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. But Lu Ming
seemed to suddenly catch a flash of inspiration and abruptly waved his hand to signal.
"Everyone, hold your horses. I've got an idea." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Meanwhile, Lu Ming,
the two words Wu Zhanrong had just spoken echoed repeatedly in his mind.
Sewing.
He suddenly realized that he had been stuck in a misconception from the very beginning. Because of Summer's words, pioneering, he had unconsciously abandoned the traditional FPS gameplay. But on the path of innovation, the tax of FPS games had already been collected by competitors a decade later. Relying solely on the gameplay from those gunfight games from his previous life was no longer enough to compete in this world.
But who says that just because you're patching together a game, you have to patch together an FPS game? I really was being foolish. There are so many other game mechanics to draw inspiration from. He's gotten himself stuck on a dead end. Immediately,
Lu Ming suddenly slapped his head and addressed everyone.
"Everyone, I have a new idea. I hope you can all work with me to make it happen."
This. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly become so confident,
the members of Team 519 were immediately startled. The Lu they knew. He was back. Without a word, Lu Ming. He directly erased all the plans from yesterday.
At the same time, he flipped through countless games in his mind. Finally, he exchanged 2 classic game source codes.
Ding! You have spent 2,000 open source points.
You have successfully purchased Collapse Continent.
Ding! You have spent 1,500 open source points.
You have successfully purchased Zombie World War. The source code for both games immediately flooded into Lu Ming's mind.
Instantly,
the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. On the LCD screen, he slowly typed out several large words. Survival, construction, FPS, and action adventure. Chapter 69, New Project, Defend the Frontline. Seeing Lu Ming write those few lines on the LCD screen, everyone's faces all showed a look of confusion. Lu Ming, however, smiled slightly and said directly, "I'm planning to try something new and give players a fresh, unique experience. Though it's called a game, I'd rather refer to it as 2 games.
At this point,
Lu Ming paused for a moment before continuing.
Traditional FPS games have become a bit stale. It's just players fighting each other for survival, right? The game I've designed, however, is meant to be a multiplayer cooperative game."
Then, Lu Ming wrote 2 large words on the screen.
Zombies. Zombies? Exactly. The zombies from traditional films and TV shows. Players will face waves of zombies, and we want to get their adrenaline pumping.
Since we can't achieve the same level of realism as top-tier games, we should at least develop our own unique style.
This. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's eyes lit up instantly.
Then, Lu Ming began explaining the seamless gameplay he wanted to describe to everyone. After Lu Ming shared his creative ideas with everyone,
suddenly, the entire meeting room fell silent.
Everyone listened intently to Lu Ming's description. A few gaming enthusiasts among them even showed signs of excitement on their faces. The game Lu Ming was describing sounded incredibly interesting just from the description alone. It was exactly as Lu Ming had described it, could practically be played as 2 completely different games. Such design, such creativity.
No wonder he's old Lu. Awesome.
After Lu Ming finished explaining his idea for combining the 2 games,
he finally smiled and looked at everyone and said,
"Originally, I just wanted to keep it simple, but since Mr. Xia brought in so much investment for us, we should at least make it worth his investment, right? So I want to make the map, game visuals, and transition designs more stylish and eye-catching. Of course, for the initial visuals, by Jia, as the lead artist, you're crucial.
Can I count on you? No problem. Seeing Lu Ming's serious expression,
Bai Jia immediately nodded in agreement. She had finally found such a good boss like Xiaozong. There was nothing else she could do but repay Xiaozong with her skills.
Immediately, after a week of discussions, the new project was finally confirmed. When the project proposal for Defend the Frontline was submitted to Xia's desk, Summer was clearly taken aback. You already have ideas so quickly? I thought it would take a bit longer. Hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. We can't delay any longer, Mr. Xia. There are less than 4 months left until October, and our workload is simply too overwhelming. Some tasks may need to be outsourced. Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Xia Tian seemed quite satisfied.
It seemed like this project was the commercial work Lu Ming and his team were rushing to complete.
Given Lu Ming's capabilities, Xia Tian naturally believed he could make money.
But if someone were to say it would be a huge hit, making a small fortune in just a couple of weeks, she wouldn't believe it even if you killed her.
She nodded. She flipped through Lu Ming's proposal.
Upon seeing the zombie elements inside, she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly.
Zombies? A horror-themed game?
I guess so, but in terms of gun handling, it might not match up to those big game developers.
Our company's employees still lack some experience.
If Mr. Xia could help me recruit a few capable people, we might be able to try optimizing it.
Ah, well. Upon hearing Lu Ming's complaints, Xia Tian gave an awkward yet polite smile. Has Lu Ming already felt the pressure so quickly? There must be issues at work. Alright. Great. She was so excited she didn't even bother to look at the project proposal.
The audience for horror games is already small, and even if an FPS game incorporates this feature,
it doesn't necessarily mean it will outperform traditional FPS games in sales. Thinking about this, Xia Tian immediately patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, little Lu. I have high hopes for you. The people I recruited for you have tremendous potential.
I'm confident that it won't be long before they become capable of standing on their own.
Really? Hearing Summer say that,
Lu Ming felt a bit unsure of himself. Summer, however, nodded firmly.
Don't worry, I believe in you. By the way, I've got something to do, so I'll head out first. After saying that, Summer left her office with a satisfied smile.
She was afraid Lu Ming would bring up the idea of hiring again.
She really didn't want to hire anyone else for the company. Watching Xia Tian hurry away,
Lu Ming glanced at her desk again. There was a prominent omakase flyer on her desk. Xia Tian had even gone to the trouble of preparing a detailed guide on her computer.
Which dishes at the restaurant were worth trying? On a sheet of A4 paper on the desk, a line of elegant handwriting was written.
The words, when put together, seemed to spell out
her lunch menu? Lu Ming. Although it's a good thing that the boss is willing to delegate authority. But isn't she being a bit too careless? It's just that she happened to meet herself in the summer. But she ended up with a more seasoned, less accommodating veteran.
Her 100 million budget might end up being cut in half.
Since Summer has already confirmed this, then he can start implementing the plan officially.
With the source code for 2 games.
The game development is progressing quickly. Plus, some of the work has been outsourced.
The development of Defend the Frontline is progressing at a visible pace.
Even newcomers like Li Zhang and his team
are making steady progress through the collaborative process of game development.
As for Bai Jia,
although she cannot work for long periods due to illness,
however, her UI design in the art department aligns perfectly with Lu Ming's aesthetic preferences.
All projects are progressing steadily.
Before we knew it, summer gave way to autumn. Time quickly arrived in October. There were less than 2 weeks left until the Magic Eye Exchange meeting. The demo version of Defend the Frontline is almost complete.
Give Lu Ming and the others another month or 2.
Defend the Frontline will be ready for official release. On the summer front, we have also received the official invitation.
Additionally, the exhibition area for Manhwa has been arranged. Just as Fang Xiaoxia mentioned earlier, the official team of Magic Eye to welcome Manhwa's participation. They have specially prepared a booth in a prime location for them. A group of people, driving the company's van, directly brought in large bags and packages of items into the exhibition hall. When everyone arrived at the exhibition area, suddenly, wow! There are really a lot of people here. Even though the conference hadn't started yet. However, the entire venue was already bustling with people. Clearly, these were all fellow exhibitors who had come to participate in the event. Even without counting, there were definitely over 1,000 booths. Everyone is now even more excited about this exchange meeting. Chapter 70, The Substitution Scandal. At night, the entire venue was brightly lit. The venue for this event was chosen as the Magic City New International Expo Center. The indoor exhibition area alone spans 200,000 square meters. On average, each game booth could even reach 200 square meters. Of course. Considering the additional aisles and areas with columns, the average size of each booth might be around 20 square meters. After deducting the space for logos, promotional screens, staff arrangements, and booth setup, the actual usable space available to each company is actually quite limited. Of course. That's for ordinary game companies. Established game companies, major game studios, and recently emerging companies that participate. The official organizers will certainly do their best to provide them with some conveniences. For example, larger booth areas and better locations. The location for the emerging companies is in the B20 area. It's in a spot closer to the entrance. Basically, visitors will be able to see their booth as soon as they enter. Of course. These locations aren't the best. The positions of those major game companies are even more prominent. After all, potential is just potential. If it hasn't been converted into results, why should everyone rush to give you the best things? Even with this position, which isn't too bad. Sometimes, people still want to compete for it. Inside the venue, employees from several major companies, upon seeing the budding booth, immediately narrowed their eyes. Thunder, as the leader in domestic FPS games. The company owns 2 classic first-person shooter games, Crossing the Frontline and Mission Battlefield. The daily revenue from these 2 games alone exceed hundreds of millions. The average daily online player count remains steadily above 700,000. This time, the Magic Eye Exchange event is of great importance to Thunder. To promote the newly released Frontline Guardians, the entire team is on edge. At present, upon seeing the name Defend the Frontline for Lu Ming's team, the team leader in charge of the booth, Manhwa, immediately felt annoyed. Our game is called Overwatch Frontline, and yours is called Defend the Frontline. Are you sure you're not just trying to ride our coattails? Members of several project teams were also secretly anxious. While smoking, they whispered to the team leader. Boss, the newcomers from Manhwa aren't here with good intentions. If they disrupt our presentation, it'll be trouble. Yeah, I heard they're a pretty powerful company. Even the gods have fallen into their hands. If our presentation results aren't ideal because of them, we'll be targeted by Manager Chang, right? They're seated right next to us. What can I do? Hearing his team members' whispers, Ma Wenjie felt equally annoyed. He naturally wouldn't admit that he was afraid of them. Noticing the underlying meaning in Ma's words, one of the members who had spoken earlier narrowed his eyes. He quietly approached the team leader and whispered in his ear. Boss, do you know about Explosive Point Company? I vaguely remember them. They also make first-person shooter games, right? I think you used to work there before you left. Right. I didn't expect you to remember. My former employer wants me to see if I can get them a better booth. You know the person in charge of the exhibition area here, don't you? Should I? After finishing, the team member raised an eyebrow. He leaned closer to the team leader and whispered in a low voice. They're willing to pay 2,000 and we can get a better spot. Boss, it's just a word from you and we can knock them down a peg. What's their level? Are they on the same level as us? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Ma Wenjie narrowed his eyes. 2,000 yuan wasn't a high or low offer. But if it could annoy the newcomers, that would be another matter. After a moment's thought, he had already made up his mind. Alright, I'll make the call right away and get it done immediately. 20 minutes later, Lu Ming and his team were busy setting up the exhibition booths. Suddenly, they heard voices coming from the next booth. Hey, hey, hey! Which game company are you from? Don't you check your own booth? Someone's already here. A middle-aged man holding an exhibition staff badge, clearly a supervisor. With a beer belly, he walked over slowly. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, if this were in ancient times, he'd at least be a sycophantic advisor. Upon hearing the man's question, Xiatian furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at his phone. You sent me B20? This is the B20 booth, isn't it? Who knew? The man didn't even glance at Xiatian's phone, just sneered coldly. What level are you guys? How dare you come here? This is the booth for the hot company. The staff must have made a mistake. Alright, move to booth C46 immediately. This isn't your spot. Hearing the other person's words, the crowd, who had already started setting up, looked at each other in confusion. Wang Ba, standing nearby, shouted at the top of his lungs. Why should we pay for your mistake? And you were the ones who invited us here. We've already done half the work. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged leader's expression grew cold. Seeing that staff members from other booths were all looking over, he snorted coldly. Causing trouble? Do you really think the Magic Eye Exchange is a pushover? After speaking, several security guards from the venue quickly approached him from behind. Some of them were even carrying security batons. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ming, who had been giving orders, narrowed his eyes. He coldly snorted and said directly, Since you people from Magic Eye don't want us here, we'll just leave then. Everyone, we won't put up with this nonsense. Wait a moment. Before Lu Ming could finish speaking, Xia Tian suddenly interrupted him coldly. Seeing the displeased expressions on Lu Ming and the others, she took a deep breath and said directly.
Everyone, let me handle this. We should go to booth C46 first. We can't let a few troublemakers ruin all the hard work we've put into this.
Hearing Xia Zong's firm response,
everyone was taken aback.
They never expected that, at this critical moment, Xia Zong would still prioritize the bigger picture.
Was this really the same Xia Zong they knew, the one who always seemed to be slacking off at work? As for what Xia was thinking at that moment, changing booths is a good idea. Better yet, move to a remote corner.
The less famous their company's new game is, the better. That way, sales would plummet even further. Just thinking about it made her almost burst out laughing.
Who said the competitor is XX? Isn't that pretty clever?
Of course. Looking at the overweight man in front of her and the group of arrogant members from the game company approaching her,
Xia Tian snorted coldly.
She didn't think this was the kind of mistake a major event like the Magic Eye Conference would make. There must be someone sabotaging things behind the scenes. She wanted to make the company's game sales worse, that was for sure. But that didn't mean she was easy to bully. She gave a cold laugh and glanced at the name tag of the fat man across from her.
Chen Limin, right? What a waste of a good name. I'll remember you. Ha, there are plenty of people who remember me. Who do you think you are, you newbies?
I'm putting this out there, as long as I'm here, you'll never get a good position.
Chapter 71, The Demon Eye Exchange Meeting begins. Chen Limin was making a lot of noise.
The staff at the surrounding booths. After hearing his argument with Manhwa, everyone wore expressions of schadenfreude. Competitors are natural enemies. Seeing Manhwa get humiliated was the happiest thing they could imagine. Plus, with one less competitor, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
The people from Explosion Point Company were now smiling broadly as they approached Lu Ming and his group. Excuse me, could you move aside?
It seems our booth was mistakenly assigned to your spot. We're truly sorry for the inconvenience, brothers.
You've been setting up for so long. Hearing the provocation in their words,
Lu Ming merely snorted coldly. In his previous life, no one would dare to play such a trick at an exchange event.
That would probably have been their last conference.
With his temper back then, he would have just walked away without a second thought.
But now, looking at Xia Tian standing in front of everyone,
after taking a deep breath, he simply waved his hand.
Pack up and go. What? Hearing Lu Ming's words,
the guys who had been ready to cause a scene couldn't help but sigh. Originally, they had felt that they were at least considered big shots.
Never did they expect that upon arriving at the exchange meeting, they'd be slapped in the face. With a cold snort, everyone packed their things and left. Watching their departing figures, Ma Wenjie and his group couldn't help but smile smugly. Look at them, don't they look like dogs? Ha ha ha. Do they really think that making a good game is enough? What era are we in? Nowadays, everyone plays the game of human relationships. After speaking,
Ma Wenjie exchanged a knowing smile with the team leader of the nearby Explosion Point Company. Everything was understood without words.
Meanwhile, the employees of Manga Company,
they silently made their way to booth C46.
This location was actually a corner next to a pillar.
This meant that one side of their booth was out of the visitors' line of sight. If they were unlucky enough to end up here, it would basically be a lost cause.
This is outrageous.
Seeing the spot they had drawn for themselves,
Wang Ba and his group's eyes immediately turned red. Where's the sincerity they promised? Is this all the sincerity Magic Eye Company has to offer? Meanwhile, Xia Tian, who was standing nearby,
upon seeing this prime location, his eyes nearly squinted into slits.
What a great spot! What a great spot! This promotional opportunity is completely ruined. When the time comes, their FPS game won't even make a ripple. Just thinking about it makes me so excited I could burst. But on the surface,
she still wore a gloomy expression. She crossed her arms and silently watched everyone set up the booth.
Once everything was set up, no one felt like chatting anymore.
After setting up their booths, they left the venue directly. The competitors in Zone C, however, were quite friendly toward them. Upon learning that Manhwa had suffered unfair treatment,
everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Alas,
everyone had already made it to Zone C.
They know what level they're at. Being lowly and powerless, they could only join in the complaints and make no further moves. If we keep causing trouble, they might even lose their own booths. Chen Limin, not far away,
he sneered as he watched Xia Tian and the others leave. Then he spat on the ground.
Put. What a joke. Acting so tough. But that female boss is pretty decent looking. If she'd be willing to have a quick fling with me, I wouldn't mind switching booths, hee hee. That night,
upon returning home, Xia Tian called his grandfather. Grandpa, your granddaughter was bullied by someone using underhanded tactics.
You've got to help me.
Oh? Upon hearing his beloved granddaughter's words, Xia Chunsung chuckled and asked directly.
You weren't planning on relying on this old man, were you? Why do you suddenly want my help now? Grandpa, this is just a small request from your beloved granddaughter. I don't want you to do anything. Could you come to the Magic Eye Exchange meeting to take a look? You don't have to say anything, just come and take a look. Oh? Hearing the confidence in his granddaughter's words, Xia Tian's tone paused. After a moment's thought, he finally nodded. Alright, I'll see if there's anything I can reschedule. I'll try to come visit you then. After saying that, Xia Chunsung hung up the phone directly. But the next second, his expression turned cold and ruthless. Although he had said over the phone that he didn't care about his granddaughter, reality was different. Which grandfather doesn't love his granddaughter? Especially such an outstanding and precious granddaughter. Ah fu! Find out what happened to Tian today. The people of the Xia family aren't so easy to bully. Yes, sir. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 9 o'clock the next morning. As early as 7 o'clock. The area outside the new International Expo Center was already packed with tourists. The annual foot traffic of over 1 million people is no joke. A large crowd was packed at the entrance like zombies. If a biohazard outbreak were to occur here, it would be a guaranteed massacre, with casualties piling up uncontrollably. Among the crowd, there was naturally a special group. That's right. That's game streamers. It's all about the golden age of FPS games. Let's not even mention the streamers who primarily play these games. Even streamers who don't play these games will jump on the bandwagon. Among them was a certain Shin. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, it was like a zombie horde. Shin Yujie felt like he was about to be squeezed into a steamed bun. The weather in October was already getting colder, but outside it was hot like a steamer. Looking at his phone, even with a noise-canceling microphone, the noise in the live stream remained as chaotic as ever. With no other choice, Shin Yujie had to shout loudly. Guys! Look where I am. That's right. I've arrived at the Magic Eye Exchange conference venue. In 2 minutes, the venue will open. I, though unworthy, have been invited by the conference to attend as a promotional ambassador. Hey! Who just slapped my butt? Which brother's gun just poked me? Just as he was speaking, Shin Yujie suddenly let out a piercing scream. It sounded as fragile as a young girl's. Hearing his scream, the live stream was filled with laughter. Holy crap! No wonder she's the queen. A human seductress. Damn it! It must be one of our viewers. Doing something I've always wanted to do but never dared to. Holy crap! You guys really made the crybaby older sister cry? This guy is worth keeping around, he's the real deal. I can't stop laughing. The seductress looking so vulnerable that must have hurt a lot just now. What's the Demon Eye Exchange meeting? What's that about? Watching the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream, Shin Yujie was just about to introduce something. Suddenly, a whistle sounded from ahead. A group of security guards yanked the barrier rope. Instantly, large crowds of tourists rushed in and took their seats using their tickets. Looking around, there were tourists of all skin colors and eye colors. It was an absolute feast for FPS gamers. Shin Yujie didn't hesitate for a moment and let out a loud shout. No time for talk, guys. I'm heading to the ticket check first. Today, I'm setting a small goal for myself. To dominate every game. Chapter 72, Where did the seedling go? Hashtag crossing the frontline 10th anniversary, latest 5D motion technology now available for testing, hashtag. Hashtag Thunder's new game, Guardian Frontline, begins its trial run today, hashtag. Hashtag Legendary Expedition Army 3 officially announces closed beta test, welcome guests to try it out, hashtag. Hashtag God's Delta is now available, with over 100 types of technological weapons to unlock, hashtag. As the crowd entered the exhibition hall, what catches the eye? Shin Yujie saw countless vibrant banners. All of these were games highlighted by the organizers. Not only were they in prime locations, but the promotional displays were also exceptionally well designed. Among the numerous banners, Shin Yujie's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted to the viewers in the live stream. Everyone, look! Guess what I saw? Manga is actually participating in the Magic Eye Exchange meeting. Upon hearing Shin Yujie's words, everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the direction he pointed. Then, among the many banners, a banner read, hashtag Manhwa's first FPS masterpiece, Defend the Frontline, is officially launched today. Hashtag. As a fan of Shin Yujie, many of his viewers were longtime fans of Moya. They never expected to see Moya at the Magic Eye Exchange meeting. My favorite company is releasing a new game. Is this for real? Making an FPS game must cost a fortune, right? Hurry up and check it out. Something from Manhwa must be top-notch. So fast with a new game? An FPS game? You're really a quick shooter. Ha, the director of Mo, Lu Ming, is famous for being fast. While netizens were chatting among themselves. Over here, Shin Yujie had already arrived at the venue. Looking at the floor filled with game developers and various games, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Gunfire echoed everywhere. There were also cheers from the players.
A group of visitors were searching for their favorite booths, enjoying the fun each shooting game had to offer. The booths of the 4 major companies were already surrounded by long lines of people, especially at the booth of Chi Bing. The booth 4, crossing the front line, touted as a 5D gun battle experience. There were a total of 10 experience pods set up. Players donned specially designed motion sensing vests, picked up realistic guns, and put on AR glasses. They could experience the game claimed to be absolutely realistic. Many people, after playing for just 10 minutes, began screaming wildly. This piqued Shin Yuja's curiosity as well. He even forgot about searching for the booth showcasing emerging talent. Swallowing his saliva, Shin Yuja smiled and said, "Everyone, I'll go try out crossing the front line first and see how fun it is for you all. Don't worry, everyone. I have a promotional ambassador SID badge. Every booth will give me priority access to play, and there's even a special VIP area for me." As he spoke, Shin Yuja had already arrived at the experience pod. Under the staff's arrangements, his live streaming equipment was directly connected to the game experience pod. All the players began experiencing Shin Yuja's first-person perspective. As soon as Shin Yuja entered the game, instantly, he, who had been in the real world just a moment ago, felt as though he had been transported to another world. He found himself in the thrilling game battlefield. Looking at the equipment on his body, Shin Yuja couldn't help but shout with excitement. "Holy crap! Guys! This experience is amazing!" Although it's not 100% immersive like the ads claimed, the visual effects are incredibly realistic. I'll take everyone for a test run right now. Following the instructions in the beginner's tutorial, he mastered basic controls such as walking, running, crouching, lying down, and shooting. In no time, he and the 9 other players around him were simultaneously transported into the ship's cabin. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar map, Shin Yuja couldn't help but shout excitedly. "This is doable. Forget the rest, I played this map hundreds of times, I know it like the back of my hand. Guys, I'll go lead you to take out a few enemies." With that, he grabbed his MA-41 and charged forward. In the vast ship's hold, 10 players were engaged in intense combat. Within just a few minutes, gunfire echoed from all directions. Hearing the gunfire echoing around him, Shin Yuja felt his adrenaline surging. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand. Then, bang, bang. He felt the sound of bullets hitting his body armor. By the time he came to his senses, he had already returned to the respawn point. Shin Yuja. Ha ha ha. The technical skills are undeniable. As expected of a mature woman, you always deliver so quickly. If you're clumsy, maybe you shouldn't play FPS games, they're too demanding on your skills. And didn't you notice? The gear the older sister is wearing feels pretty heavy. Yeah, the map is pretty big to be realistic, so it takes a while to find people. Seeing Shin Yuja come in and get taken out right away, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Shin Yuja, who had just returned, saw his excited expression freeze. "Guys, that was just a warm-up. I know a sniper spot. Watch closely." After saying that, Shin Yuja maneuvered his character to climb onto a container. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he spotted the enemy. Fire! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of exploding bullets echoed through the air. The player he had ambushed vanished instantly. Seeing that Shin Yuja had secured a kill, the livestream was flooded with a wave of 666 comments. However, Shin Yuja himself showed little excitement on his face. Looking at the realistic feeling gun in his hands, he shook his head. This shooting mode, well, there is recoil in the game, but the real-life motion sensing gun doesn't have any recoil. Of course, that makes sense, game companies wouldn't want players to get hurt. But that means it's just like controlling a mouse that looks like a gun, it's not very interesting. He said. Shin Yuja played for about 10 more minutes. He made some progress along the way. However, his enthusiasm was clearly not as intense as it had been at the beginning. A game lasts 40 minutes, and the team that reaches 40 kills first wins. The entire game took roughly 20 minutes. After finishing the game, he was drenched in sweat. After taking off the AR glasses, he felt his hair was soaked in sweat. Especially when he took off his haptic vest. His white shirt immediately revealed his muscular build. Shaking his head slightly, a wry smile appeared on his face. Looking at himself, who seemed to have entered a steamer, he shrugged helplessly. Guys, if the game's motion control is rated 10 stars, I'd give it 5 stars. For ease of use, I'd give it 10 stars. But this is way too physically demanding, and the game takes way too long. But if they shorten the map, it'll end up being a mess. I hope the developers can find the perfect balance here. Those with poor stamina should avoid this game. It might be suitable for special forces training, but for us ordinary otaku, maybe it should be renamed Weight Loss Simulator. Overall, 6 stars. Do you think that's fair? Hearing Shin Yuja's words, looking at his pitiful state, the viewers in the livestream were also stunned. What the heck? I thought it was decent at first, but there are so many issues. You can say the older woman is inexperienced, but you can't say she's unprofessional. After all, it's just a demo version. Maybe it'll be optimized when it's officially released. If you buy it individually, the motion tracking suit, motion tracking gear, and AR glasses all cost extra. Ordinary families might not be able to afford it. While internet cafes and schools could use it, how would they charge for it? It feels like a flashy but impractical game. This game is a bit too ahead of its time. It's hard to say how it'll be received now, but the older sister's suggestion is good. Maybe try it out for special forces training. Shin Yu-jae's review is straightforward. He objectively outlined all the pros and cons of crossing the front line without any personal bias. His professional analysis immediately attracted a large audience in the live stream. Although there were many streamers at today's Magic Eye Exchange meeting. However, when it comes to game streaming, his viewership remains at the top tier. In just one game, the number of viewers in his live stream reached an astonishing 500,000. And this number continues to rise steadily. After that, Shin Yu-jae did not immediately head to the Manhwa booth. Instead, just like many preschool children, he preferred to save his favorite food for last. So over the next 2 hours, he played through all the first-person shooter games from the 4 major game companies. He also played through all the upcoming popular games in the country. Before he knew it, the number of viewers in his livestream finally broke the 1 million mark. Seeing this number, he felt he had played enough. He immediately made a summary. Guys, we've tried most of the fun ones. Let me summarize. Thunder's Overwatch is worth playing. The character skills are quite interesting, and there should be new characters added in the future. I give it 8 stars. Legends Expedition 3 is also decent, but how to put it, it doesn't surpass Expedition 2 by much, just the storyline is a bit more elaborate. I'll give it 7 stars. God's Delta is perfect in terms of dynamic lighting and texture details, with multiple vehicles and a gun rating system. I'll give it 9 stars. After he had finished introducing all the games from the 4 major studios, Shin Yu-jae finally rubbed his hands together with a hint of excitement. Alright, everyone, I won't go into detail about the rest. I'm sure the other streamers will cover them more thoroughly than I can. I'll keep it brief. I'm sure many of you have been waiting impatiently. Let's head over to the Manhwa booth for the livestream. By the way, where is the Manhwa booth? Just as he was speaking, Shin Yu-jae looked around Zone B with curiosity for a while. In his opinion, given Manhwa's status, even if it couldn't be in the front row of Zone B, it should at least be in the middle section. However, he had just passed by many booths and hadn't seen Manhwa's booth at all. This made him feel a bit suspicious. Oh no, could the game be in Zone C? That would mean their game wasn't rated very highly, which doesn't make sense. Given their meticulous attention to detail, they shouldn't be there. Facing Shin Yu-jae's doubts, the viewers in the livestream were equally puzzled. However, someone provided an explanation. It's normal. The FPS game market is already saturated. Even Manhwa might not be able to break into that market. While budding games may be decent, trying to enter the FPS genre without any capital to make a quick profit is clearly impossible. Maybe they're just trying to make a quick buck? Otherwise, why aren't they in the B section? I agree. FPS games are a completely different ecosystem. With their current capabilities, it's extremely difficult for them to break into the scene. As they talked, the crowd in the live stream gradually began to voice their doubts. Clearly, no one was optimistic about the newcomers. As the hard-earned momentum in the live stream began to fade, Shin Yu-jae immediately grew anxious and said, "Everyone, you haven't even played it yet. How do you know it's not fun? I believe that Mo will not disappoint the players who love it." After saying that, Shin Yu-jae began searching for Manhwa's booth in front of everyone. As Shin Yu-jae continued his search, at that moment, inside the C46 booth, looking at the sparse crowd of visitors in front of him, the competitors from the surrounding booths were all dumbfounded. The guy at the neighboring C45 booth was already playing the 4th round of their own game. Seeing that no one was coming over to their booth, he was getting so anxious he was about to turn into a monkey. He kept scratching his head and pulling at his ears. Didn't they say over 1 million visitors would come to Magic Eye? Why are there so few people here? Hearing his words, a few people who had come over let out a helpless sigh. You're so young, kid. We small companies are just here to make up the numbers. That's right. 90% of the visitors are heading straight for the booths in Zone B. We're just left with the scraps. Come on. Isn't the official organization a bit lacking? With such a large venue, couldn't they have made some adjustments? Forget it, it'll be better in the afternoon. Let's just consider this morning a chance to relax. If it really doesn't work out, maybe we can exchange ideas? Play each other's games? While the few fellow exhibitors were chatting idly, at that moment, Lu Ming and his team were also sitting bored at their booth. Due to their proximity to the pillars, their booth was even more deserted. Summer had only been there for less than 10 minutes before she smiled and dragged Fang Xiaoxiao to the food area of the venue. By now, they were probably already on their second round. The guys exchanged glances. And all wore expressions of helplessness. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about whether they should all go eat something to recharge their energy. Suddenly, Rong Yi, who had disappeared without a trace, smiling broadly, appeared with a group of little players at the Manga booth. At that moment, Mr. Rong was dressed in a clown costume, holding several small dog balloons in his hands. This move immediately attracted a group of children who had come with their parents. The parents probably thought this was an official clown performance. They handed their children over to him to watch. There were at least 50 children in total. Mr. Rong could be seen wiping sweat from his brow while eagerly making his way toward Lu Ming and the others. Mr. Lu, I've brought the first group of customers to the company. Hurry up and introduce them to the game. Hearing Mr. Rong's words and seeing the old man covered in sweat, Lu Ming and the others were also amazed by the old man's dedication. The other exhibitors at nearby booths, after witnessing Manhwa's bold moves, they were also utterly astonished. Wow! Manhwa really pulls out all the stops. But Mr. Lu, are all these kids even good at FPS games? Oh well, it's probably just a waste of time. Not necessarily. Maybe they'll call their parents over to play. Right. Why didn't I think of that? This Manhwa, she's pretty cunning, isn't she? At that moment, Lu Ming, after a few seconds of reaction, he finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the results that Rong Yi had worked so hard to gather, his heart was filled with emotion. He didn't care whether the kids Rong Yi had brought along understood the games or not. Immediately, everyone exchanged glances. Lu Ming shouted directly, "Guys! We have guests. Let's get to work." Chapter 73, when he became the father of sandbox games. Alright. Watch this, everyone. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Ba, Ho Fangji, and Xiang Dong, without caring whether the kids understood or not, they directly opened the display screen and connected to their game. Suddenly, a group of cartoon characters appeared on the screen. In a pixelated, ruined city, heavy rain poured down. The sound of thunder and the howling wind filled the air. And the occasional roar of wild beasts. Despite the pixelated graphics typical of a video game, the 3D special effects and the cute, stylized character designs immediately captured the attention of all the children present. Wow! The children exclaimed in wonder. Bai Jie and Wang Ba each claimed a computer for themselves. They called out to the curious children nearby. If any of you kids want to play, come over to the older brothers and sisters. We'll guide you through trying out the game. Don't worry, everyone gets 10 minutes to try it out. Don't crowd around. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He began explaining to all the children present. Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately rushed forward in a crowd. Under the guidance of Bai Jie and the others, they selected their characters and began controlling their in-game avatars. In the vast map, up to 16 players could enter simultaneously. Bai Jie could be seen smiling, while holding the little girl's hand in front of her and laughing. This is Defend the Frontline, developed by our company, Manhwa. The story is set in the future, where a zombie outbreak has occurred. To protect the retreating squad, we must stay alert and stop the incoming zombie horde. Kids, do you have the confidence? Yes. Hearing these words from Bai Jie, the kind-hearted older sister, everyone felt like little kids in kindergarten. They all nodded in unison. Great. Now, let's collect all the supplies we can see around us. First, according to our beginner's guide, find the items we need. 3 wooden planks, 2 iron bars, and 2 screws. Has anyone found them yet? Upon hearing Bai Jie's words, the group of young players immediately began controlling their game characters. They began searching the ruins of the surrounding city for supplies. In just a moment, everyone discovered countless supplies. Iron ingots, batteries, iron blocks, magnifying glasses, data panels, and more. With the help of Bai Jie and the game's guidance, they quickly finished collecting the supplies. They built the first tool bench. Great! We've unlocked the workbench. Now we can unlock more things. We need to build a defensive structure, including walls, combat robots, and weapons. Everyone, let's get to work. Hearing Bai Jie's gentle voice, these kids quickly became engrossed in picking up trash. At that moment, the commotion at booth C46 quickly drew the attention of other nearby exhibitors. Out of curiosity, everyone gathered around, watching Wang Ba and his team demonstrate the game in real time. Upon seeing the game's collection and construction process, everyone's faces betrayed a look of astonishment. One by one, they turned to look at Lu Ming. They couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lu, this isn't an FPS game, is it? Traditional FPS games. Isn't it just about picking up weapons and fighting? Which game developer doesn't strive to push the game's physics engine to its limits? But what the heck is this style in Defend the Frontline? This is actually his pixel art game. Can it get any more absurd than this?" Thinking about it, other game developers immediately gathered around Lu Ming, watching the gameplay. The result. They watched for a while. Forget about gunfights. These kids were quite skilled at collecting items.
After all, the action is mechanical and simple. But after building for hours, they kept building defensive structures. If it weren't for Wang Ba and the others reminding them, they would have even forgotten to build weapons for their characters. It's supposed to be a gunfight game. Don't you think the atmosphere of this game is a bit too harmonious? Mr. Liu, are you sure this is really an FPS game? How are you planning to design the physics engine for this game? Are you saying it's a bullet hell shooter? The game effects are just average, right? Yeah, the old Raiden was popular for a while, but bullet hell shooters have long since faded into obscurity. Not entirely. Games like Toho, Metal Slug, and Geometry Wars have classic gameplay. But collecting resources and building? What's that all about? Facing the complaints from his competitors, Lu Ming smiled slightly and explained to everyone. Everyone, you've misunderstood one thing. Our frontline defense isn't just an FPS game, I'd rather call it an open-world action-adventure game. The core gameplay involves collecting resources, building bases, and managing survival. I prefer to call it a sandbox construction game. Sandbox game. The most famous sandbox game from my previous life. That must be Minecraft. Its core gameplay lies in the player's ability to freely alter the world. Lu Ming's game, Defend the Frontline, is a hybrid game that combines sandbox gameplay with gunfight mechanics. This is also Lu Ming's ingenious idea to allow players to compete against other developers. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. He can simply incorporate elements from other games into the FPS genre. Originally, his plan was, at the booth, he would present the concept of sandbox game to the conference journalists. If he's lucky, he might even be hailed by players as the father of sandbox games. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly excited. Unfortunately, the anticipated publicity effect never materialized. Their booth, up until now, apart from a few kids, no one else has come by. This left Lu Ming's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, completely shattered. Take a look at the scene. The other exhibitors all wore expressions of confusion and awe. But what use were they to Lu Ming? Where are the journalists? Where are the players? Where are the streamers? Where are the people who can drive traffic to their own games? Why isn't anyone here? Put. They claim to love the game so much on a daily basis. But when it comes down to it, they've all vanished into thin air. So frustrating. After spending the whole day managing my image, I've completely lost face in front of these clueless competitors. Glancing at the other companies with disdain, Lu Ming finally said weakly, my idea is to let players experience the fun of collecting and building. They'll use the defenses they've set up to face the incoming zombies. Of course, different characters can unlock different skills, such as creating medicines that heal more health, deal more damage, or have a chance to obtain double loot, and so on. As the game progresses, the difficulty increases. High-level players can try the endless mode and see how many days they can survive by coordinating with others. After listening to Lu Ming's introduction, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, after the applause died down, all the competitors suddenly realized a problem. That was, wait a minute. Isn't this an FPS game? How did it become the stage for your sandbox game? Chapter 74 made the kids cry. Mr. Liu, after all that, you still haven't mentioned the gunfight elements in your game. A competitor asked the question like a kindergarten kid, suddenly raising his hand. Upon hearing this question from the man playing the straight man, Lu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. That's a great question, brother. Actually, our colleague Bai already mentioned earlier that the game is set in a future zombie apocalypse. The enemies we'll be facing, of course, are zombies. So, Mr. Liu, where are the zombies? Right. We've been looking around for ages and haven't seen any zombies yet. And this game doesn't have a physics engine, does it? Isn't this just a regular bullet hell game? Right, so it can't really be considered an FPS game, can it? A group of people chattered excitedly, asking Lu Ming about their doubts. Hearing everyone's questions coming from all directions. In the end, however, they all circled back to the game's gunfight elements. Clearly, if Lu Ming had merely added some bullet hell shooting elements to the map, this clearly wouldn't satisfy everyone. In their view, this would at best be an RPG game with some shooting mechanics. What kind of FPS game is that? Upon hearing their words, Lu Ming just chuckled. Glancing at the game statistics displayed on the large screen, he immediately laughed. Don't rush, everyone. The real charm of this game comes at night. At night, that's when the zombies come out. Have you noticed the game timer at the top? The half day of gathering and building takes 5 minutes, and at night, everyone will finally get to experience the gunfight action this game has to offer. Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while. Just as he was speaking, the children who were just moments ago enjoying the game like a farming simulation, collecting and building, suddenly realized the daytime in the game. As the time in the top left corner reached 18 hours, the next moment, the daytime suddenly turned into night. And the pixelated characters controlled by these children suddenly all looked down at the weapons in their hands. The next second, a deafening boom echoed through the air. The warm and cozy 3D pixel art style vanished instantly. In its place, a realistic physics engine and stunningly detailed visuals appeared. And terrifying death effects that made your hair stand on end. The pixelated hands and guns instantly transformed into three-dimensional hands and guns. A game where you collect and build from a god's eye view. It actually turns into a first-person shooter game. What the heck? Seeing this scene, all the competitors felt a chill run down their spines. Never mind the rest. Just the game transition alone. It's simply amazing. It looks like a simple transition. But it's actually the transition from the original 2D graphics to 3D graphics. The instant switch instantly gives everyone that FPS feel. Adrenaline surges alongside the intense sound effects from the game. Even just watching others play, they too feel their adrenaline surging. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie burst out of a building in the player's screen. Their skin was rotting, limbs were missing, and even parts of their internal organs were exposed. Their pale, grayish skin was covered in purple veins. Their cloudy, white eyes had pupils that dilated uncontrollably. They sniffed the air around them with all their might. The next second, the zombie immediately locked onto the building where the player was located. Roar! The first zombie let out a deafening roar. The sound waves spread throughout the entire city. The next second, whether they were players or fellow developers watching the game, everyone was completely stunned. Roar, roar, roar. On the streets, suddenly, a swarm of zombies emerged. Some emerged from manhole covers, while others kicked open car doors with a single kick. In the sky above, a swarm of zombies jumped off the rooftops. After hitting the ground, their bodies twisted unnaturally and stood upright. In an instant, the entire street was instantly filled with the shadows of zombies. They suddenly opened their blood-stained maws. They charged rapidly toward the players. At that very moment, the allies behind them finally noticed. The defensive structures the children had just built had somehow been recreated in the three-dimensional game world. Those blood-soaked wooden stakes, mechanical saw teeth, animal traps, and scarecrows had all transformed into props blocking the zombies' advance. And the weapons crafted by the players are now the tools to stop them. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Jia immediately shouted out loud, "Kids, the zombies are coming. Let's crush this wave of enemies." But to everyone's surprise, the expected battle did not occur. Instead, the little girl sitting in Bai Jia's arms, upon seeing the zombies' hideous, terrifying faces, her once rosy cheeks turned pale with fear in an instant. A zombie-themed game. For these young children, it's still too early. Forget about fighting. Just hearing the terrifying game sound effects, some kids already feel their pants getting a little damp. Then, wow! Zombies. Bad. Tong doesn't want to play anymore. Mom. Wah! Those zombies are so scary. I want to go numb. Don't hit the zombies. Wah! I don't want to play this game. What about the game we were playing earlier? Wah wah wah! For children who were happily playing a collection game, when they saw the zombies attacking on the screen, they were completely stunned. Because the game was based on the setting of World War Z. The zombies surging like a tidal wave were truly awe-inspiring. The overwhelming number of zombies was nothing like the pressure felt when just one or two appeared in Resident Evil. Especially, as the zombies rushed toward them, the blood splatter effect caused by the zombie biting into the character's neck. It left the children completely speechless. They couldn't contain themselves. They started wailing and crying inside the booth. And these terrifying creatures known as children. What makes them so terrifying is, crying is contagious. When one child starts crying, the remaining children will cry in a chain reaction. Wah 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 wah! The piercing cries, instantly catching the attention of visitors in other exhibition areas. When they saw a group of children crying loudly at the same booth, everyone immediately became interested in the C-46 booth. Their curiosity about the commotion surpassed their love for the games. One by one, they headed toward the sparsely populated C-zone. Many of the children's parents rushed over after seeing their children among the crying crowd. What's going on? I told you to watch the kids, why are they crying? This isn't professional. Holy crap. This game's graphics, so scary. So intense. No wonder the kids are crying. How could you show them such a scary game? Wow. The visuals are so intense. What kind of game is this? Chapter 75, Explosive in-game demo effects. Soon, the C-46 booth attracted a large crowd. Curious onlookers gathered around to watch, trying to figure out why the children were crying. When they finally reached the massive cylindrical structure, they realized, wow, there's actually another booth here? The person who chose this booth must have really had the worst luck in the world. Those kids seem to be crying right in front of this booth. Holy crap! Look at this game demo, it's so gory, no wonder the kids are crying. Whoa, which game company is this? The effects are so intense. A group of people watched the game demo. All of them stared wide-eyed. Just one glance. They were frozen in place by the terrifying zombie horde on the screen. The overwhelming pressure of facing such a vast horde of zombies. And the visual impact of the experience. In just a moment, everyone was immediately drawn into the game's content. Hey, what game is this? It looks really fun. Frontline defense? Are you guys from Budding Company? Budding Company? The one that's been making waves lately? The same company that made Street Fighter? They're making an FPS game too? Wow! The gameplay demo looks amazing. Can I give it a try? Lu Ming and the others, who had been a bit flustered upon hearing that a visitor wanted to try it out. Their expressions immediately lit up with excitement. This time, they were finally getting down to work. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately got to work with dedication. Everyone, please sit down if you'd like to try it out. We'll restart the system for you right away. Would you like to play online or solo? Solo mode is a bit challenging, so I personally recommend online play. Since that's the case, let's go online. It's more fun with more people. The game can support up to 16 players online. Everyone is welcome. Wow! Support that many people? The ultimate luxury in a game is definitely having friends to play with. Under Wang Ba and the others' arrangements. Soon, the new round of the game officially began. When the players saw the sandbox gameplay of Defend the Frontline, they were immediately stunned. Is this really the FPS game they just saw? Such a cute art style, it's way too deceptive. No wonder it scared the unsuspecting kids to tears. And Lu Ming once again explained to everyone what a sandbox game was. After hearing his explanation, the players finally looked enlightened. They then began to try out this brand new sandbox mode gameplay. Some journalists who had gathered around, after hearing Lu Ming's explanation, they too were filled with excitement. They hadn't expected. They had originally just come over to pick up a small news story. They never imagined they would end up with such a big payoff. Sandbox game. A budding game has actually pioneered a new branch of gaming. As for whether sandbox games are fun or not, just look at how these FPS enthusiasts are freely collecting resources and building defensive structures. How much fun they're having right now. Hey, buddy, I'm missing 2 screws here. Does anyone have any extra ones? I've got some. Give me a set of iron ingots and I'll trade with you. I just found something called an energy core, which seems to unlock the level 2 weapon station. I'm missing some materials, let us pool our resources and get it together. I found a cabin in the wilderness, but I need an iron key. Anyone got one they can send over? Here I come. I'll bring it over right away. We'll split the loot evenly. Holy crap! A level 4 rocket launcher. Plus 10 rounds of ammunition. This is a steal. Soon. The collection time ticked away. It was already 6 p.m. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the game. The next second, the game's visuals suddenly changed. The transition from 2D to 3D left every first-time player of Defend the Frontline with their hearts racing. Especially when they saw the defensive structures they had built. From the original cartoon-style illustrations to realistic 3D rendering. The rapid grinding of gears, lifelike scarecrows, and the deployment of fixed automatic turrets. Everything is stimulating everyone's senses. A group of people stood in awe, watching the suddenly transforming scene. At that moment, everyone finally understood. What is the ninth art? My goodness! The artistic quality of Defend the Frontline is incredibly high. Did you see that special segment just now? I was blown away. Holy crap! That zombie scene, it gave me goosebumps. Guys! Zombies are coming. Shoot! Shoot! Didn't we just build a Gatling gun turret? I'm going up. The next moment, the players had already taken cover behind the defensive positions they had set up in advance. Looking at the zombie horde surging toward them like a tidal wave, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Then, click, 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 click. The sound of bullets firing echoed through the air. The first wave of zombies in front. Instantly riddled with bullets, they collapsed to the ground. A player pulled out the rocket launcher he had obtained from a treasure chest. Aiming at the dense horde of zombies before him, he fired a rocket. Boom! The zombie horde on the ground exploded like scattered dandelion seeds. The explosion left debris scattered everywhere. The surrounding walls and streets. Countless splatters of blood remained. The details were absolutely stunning. Sigh. Red chicken. Seeing the intense scene before them, all the players immediately let out a series of gasps. Even ordinary players without rocket launchers could enjoy an exhilarating gaming experience with just a standard assault rifle. And to top it off, they had just unlocked the special Level 2 weapon platform. Level 2 laser guns, Level 2 electromagnetic guns, Level 2 flamethrowers. One after another, these futuristic new weapons. They were put to use immediately. The scene is a dazzling display of colors.
Bullets, lightning, flames, and beams flew everywhere.
Players were everywhere, slaughtering zombies.
The thrill of mowing down enemies is taken to the extreme. Although the overwhelming zombie horde looked chaotic, under the player's defense, there is order amidst the chaos. As the front lines of the zombie horde approach, the surrounding defensive mechanisms and fixed automatic turrets begin to activate. Click, click, click. Exploding flames formed a dense metallic storm, directly annihilating the zombies attempting to break through the front lines. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. Time slowly moved to the next morning. As the sun rose, these zombies immediately turned around and retreated back into houses, sewers, or cars. Seeing this scene, the players, who had been sweating coldly from the scare, finally came to their senses from the excitement. Everyone realized the thrilling battle they had just experienced had only lasted 5 minutes? Thrilling. Awesome. This is so awesome. I haven't played such an awesome game in ages. My mission level has gone up. I can upgrade my skills now. Look. The zombie we just killed dropped so many items. We can build more defensive structures now. I'm not building anymore. I'm going to be a treasure hunter. Let us go find treasure chests. Bro, let us wait until our building level reaches level 3. Then we'll have a teleportation device and can explore the map together in more distant areas. Alright. Let us hurry up and level up. I can't wait to build level 3 weapons or even higher tier gear. Chapter 76, even if you're an animal, you have to wait in line. Soon, the 10-minute gameplay experience came to an end. With a mix of reluctance and excitement, the players eventually left their seats. Just as they were about to queue up again, they realized behind them had already been crowded by the arriving tourists. A group of people watched the scene before them with lingering regret. They then reluctantly made their way to the back of the line and started queuing again. The 2 ways to play this game are just too much fun. You can't get enough of it. Those who were at the back of the line rushed to the computers, eager to begin their thrilling gaming experience. Especially the thrill of facing the zombie horde. Just watching isn't enough. Of course, you want to try it yourself. While everyone was enjoying the game, the surrounding competitors were all looking enviously at Lu Ming's booth. Meanwhile, their own booths were deserted. Those visitors who came over would rather wait in line at the C46 booth than play their games. It was as if everyone was only there for Manhwa. The other companies were green with envy. Just a moment ago, we were all together, selling official merchandise as the poor, foolish brothers. How come you, Lu Ming, the senior figure, suddenly have it so good? Under the envious glances of the other competitors. In just a moment, a long line of over 100 people had already formed in front of the budding booth. From the very beginning, Wang Ba and the others finally experienced the hectic pace of working at a major company. At that moment, they were all so busy they couldn't even touch the ground, guiding players on how to play the game. Where would they find the time to chat with competitors? What made the competitors even more envious was, not only were visitors lining up to visit. At the budding booth, there were even a few young live streamers holding their phones. Among all these streamers, a shadowy figure suddenly blended in. This person was none other than Shin Yujie, who was searching everywhere for the budding booth. At that moment, upon arriving at Area C, he immediately noticed the peculiar scene at booth C46. This piqued his curiosity, and he couldn't help but want to move closer. Then, just one glance, he saw the huge logo of Manga Game Company. Holy crap! Guys, look who I saw. The budding company's booth is actually here. That's weird. Given Manhwa's production standards, they should be in Section B, right? Why are they in such a remote area? Seeing the Manhwa booth in front of him, Shen Yujie was thrilled beyond belief. The online viewers were equally thrilled. Upon realizing that the oddity in Section C was actually caused by Manhwa Company, those who had been puzzled earlier suddenly felt they could understand. What the heck? What's the Magic Eye Exchange doing? They actually put Manhwa in this desolate place? Did Director Lu off someone? No wonder it's budding. Good wine needs no bush. With so many people lining up, if players are coming to this rundown place, this game must be no ordinary one. I have a feeling that the new game is going to be a hit. Sis, hurry up and try it out. I can't wait to see you play the game. Seeing the comments in her live stream, Shin Yujie nodded slightly. Alright, since everyone wants to see it so badly, I'll go give it a try right now. After saying that, Shin Yujie walked straight to the front of the crowd, about to enter. However, the tourists waiting in line behind him. Upon seeing this, they immediately objected. Hey! How dare you cut in line? Upon hearing the man's words, Shin Yujie paused for a moment, then smiled apologetically. He took out his ID card and explained. Sorry, I'm actually a game streamer. I don't care if you're a streamer. Does being a streamer give you special privileges? Hearing the honest man's words, the players behind him immediately started complaining. Exactly.
Everyone else waiting in line, what are you trying to pull? Ha ha. You're begging for attention even at a gathering? Even if you're an animal, you still have to wait in line today. Alright, buddy, move back. Shen Yujie. Hearing the words of these tourists, Shen Yujie's face was suddenly covered in tears of regret.
Although he had some fame on a small platform, he wasn't really into FPS games. Not being recognized was only natural.
But the guy who called me an animal later. That's a bit hurtful, isn't it?
Looking at the long line of hundreds of people in front of him,
then glancing at the 6-foot-tall guy blocking his way. In the end, Shen Yujie gave a wry smile and didn't dare to argue with the other guy.
Sighing, he pulled out his other phone.
Alright, buddy, you're the boss. You forced my hand. I'll call for backup. Ha, who do you think you are? The Black Society? Calling for backup? Without a ticket, can your friends even get in?
Facing Shen Yujie's threat, the older guy across from him wasn't the least bit intimidated. With his arms crossed, he smiled smugly at the young upstart in front of him.
Meanwhile, Shen Yujie's fans, seeing him arguing with a tourist, looked worried. What the heck? The boss lady isn't getting bullied, is she? The guy is pretty honest, but he can't read. Can't he see the big ID badge on the older woman?
If this escalates, it could be bad for the boss lady.
By the way, who is the boss lady planning to call over? Security? It's not that bad, is it? Seeing the relationship between the live stream fans, Shen Yujie gave a mysterious smile and whispered into the camera. Don't worry, everyone. The person I'm calling has a very high status. Just as Shen Yujie's fans were speculating about which celestial being he would call, suddenly,
a loud gasp erupted from the venue behind him.
Holy crap! Everyone, look! It's Eggplant.
Eggplant is also at the exchange meeting.
It's really him. Can I go ask him for an autograph? Which big company brought him here? Wait, where did he go? He's heading to the sea exhibition area. Let us follow him and take a look.
There he was, the famous first-person shooter streamer known as Eggplant, Lucia,
suddenly appeared inside the venue.
As one of the top FPS gamers in the country,
many people regard him as their idol.
Having achieved great success in various FPS games, he has already made a name for himself. Although he has since retired from his team,
he is still widely recognized by many netizens as a gun god. And today,
this low-key gun god unexpectedly appeared at the Magic Eye Exchange meeting.
His arrival immediately sparked curiosity among the players, especially when everyone saw Chezi arrive at Booth C. Everyone's expressions were filled with astonishment. In an instant, the previously crowded B exhibition area.
Due to Chezi's appearance, nearly 1/10 of the visitors were drawn to the C exhibition area. Under the stunned gaze of the man who had been confronting Shen Yujie, Lucia greeted Shen Yujie with great familiarity.
What's going on, sis? What's the matter? Upon hearing his words, Shen Yujie raised an eyebrow and smiled at the stunned man across from her. How about it, guys? Are the people I called tough enough? Tough. Really tough. Brother, you don't know a good thing when you see it. Chezi brother, do you need to get in line? I'll let you go ahead. Right. Chezi brother. I'll give you my spot. Can you sign my autograph? Wow. Eggplant went to the C46 exhibition area. What's going on over there? Is there a fun game there? There's a long line at that booth. Let us go check it out. Sure. Anyway, we'll have to wait here for ages. Let us go check it out. Chapter 77, PY Collaboration.
At that moment, in Shen Yujie's livestream, seeing Chezi suddenly interrupt, the viewers in the livestream instantly erupted into excitement.
As the top esports player in domestic FPS games, many people recognized him. Eggplant. It's actually Eggplant. My goodness. The older woman actually knows Eggplant? Their connection is really something else. It's gotta be my Eggplant brother.
As soon as he shows up, everyone else has to step aside.
Speaking of which, what game is Manhwa working on this time? Why are so many people lining up? Hey!
The older sister is doing well too, she even knows Eggplant.
Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators,
Lucia smiled broadly as he looked at Shen Yujie beside him. You called me to Zone C saying there is a good game.
Where is this good game? Upon hearing Lucia's question, Shen Yujie immediately hooked his arm around her shoulder and laughed.
Although I haven't played it yet, you can rest assured any game produced by Manhwa is guaranteed to be fun.
Whoa! You're so confident? Be careful you don't mess it up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Want to bet on it? Hearing Lu's skepticism, Shen Yujie's eyes darted around. He quickly glanced around and suddenly said, Alright, old Lu, let's rate this game together.
Out of 10 points, if our average score exceeds 9, I'll buy you a new skin for the game account I streamed.
Oh? Upon hearing Shen Yujie's bet, Lu Qie also became interested. At his level, he no longer cared about money.
The main thing was to have something to talk about and maintain his own popularity.
That's also why he dared to try various new first-person shooter games. Shin Yujie, as a comedy, technical game streamer. Every live stream remained highly popular. This makes Lu Xie extremely envious. Although they come from different live streaming platforms, they are close friends in private. However, Lu Xie leads a relatively low-key life, often referred to as an I person. This is also why he didn't appear on camera with Shin Yujie. By the way, the one who just took a photo of Shin Yujie's butt was him. He usually looks pretty serious. But when he smiles, he's an old pervert. Since Shin Yujie called him over to help, he naturally wouldn't refuse to support his brother. Since it's live streaming, he immediately switched from a viewer's perspective to live streaming mode. He got into character in an instant and joined Shin Yujie in seizing this opportunity, aiming for another small trending topic. Upon hearing Shin Yujie's bet, he immediately smiled and looked at him, asking, "What if I lose?" Simple. There are currently, 1,000,000 fans watching our livestream on my channel. How about this? When Defend the Frontline is officially released, you send 100 fans from your livestream the game. 100 copies of the game aren't that many. But through a series of promotions like giveaways, if managed well, it could bring Lu Xie a lot of new fans. This live stream allowed Shin Yujie to ride on Lu Xie's popularity. In just under 10 minutes, the number of online viewers in his livestream easily surpassed 1.2 million. And more people were still joining. He then returned the favor and proposed this bet to Lu Xie. In this situation, as long as Lu Xie isn't an idiot, he'll know exactly how to praise Manhwa's new game. Then, as the streamer who drove sales for Manhwa's new game, and maintaining a good working relationship with Manhwa, I'm asking you, isn't this a big advertisement for me? Answer me. Look at my eyes. As expected. After hearing Shin Yujie's bet, Lu Xie's eyes lit up. We're all veteran streamers who know how to create buzz and trend on social media. Almost instantly, they struck a deal without even meeting in person. Immediately, Lu Xie smiled broadly at the viewers in the livestream. Alright. I'll take you up on that bet. The fans in the Mature Lady livestream can vouch for me. I can't wait to get a new skin. Ha ha ha. Of course, I'll definitely test this game objectively and fairly for everyone. But let me make it clear beforehand, as a veteran player who's played over 50 FPS games, my standards are pretty high. Wow. No wonder she's cheesy. She's so cool. Don't even bother watching, the live streamer is definitely going to lose this one. Exactly, as an FPS veteran, what hasn't Eggplant experienced? If it's just an ordinary FPS game, this newbie might be in trouble. Believe in the newcomers, they won't let me down. When Lu Xie and Shin Yujie's bet was settled, at the demo machine ahead, the 10-minute trial playtime finally came to an end. This time, thanks to Lu Xie's connections, the surrounding players didn't even bother to look at Shin Yujie's work ID. Everyone voluntarily made way, clearing a path. The two of them immediately walked forward like kings returning home. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, they approached Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw Shin Yujie approaching, he was clearly taken aback. It seemed unexpected. This streamer, who had previously collaborated with the company, had actually come all the way to stream their game today. No need to say anything else. Good buddy, next time I'll definitely give you a big shout out. Seeing Lu Ming's subtle glance, Shin Yujie immediately understood. His next advertising collaboration with Manhwa was set. I'm such a genius at making easy money. Then, under Lu Ming's arrangement, the two quickly sat down together. Just like those players earlier. Seeing the sandbox game mechanics for the first time, their eyes lit up. Then, within the game, the two began building and exploring. Soon, the two of them unlocked level 2 weapons. As the day came to an end, a zombie's growl echoed through the air. Then came the thrilling transition that left everyone in awe. And those terrifying zombies. It's showtime. Upon seeing the tide of corpses, Shin Yujie and Lu Xie immediately let out a startled cry, as they wielded their weapons to unleash a relentless onslaught. That exhilarating combat experience. They couldn't stop. Pure slaughter, an exhilarating experience taken to the extreme. They didn't even need any tactics or formations. A group of people stand in one spot, charging head-on at the zombies. The viewers in the live stream. After seeing the gameplay of Defend the Frontline, everyone was speechless. Holy crap. This game is pretty awesome. I love the gameplay where you collect, combine, and then modify items. Can they make a separate episode just for the germination feature? This is awesome. This is awesome. Moya is amazing. When is this game coming out? I can't wait to buy it. I'm going to hype this gameplay to the max. I knew it, anything from Manhwa is guaranteed to be top-notch. Wow, this smooth scene transition is pure art. Suddenly, those big-name games don't seem so great anymore. I get it, I get it. Anyone who has played a Moya game gets this after effect. Manhwa, you're the best. Chapter 78, 10 points are just the limit of the score. In the live stream, Shin Yujie was playing Defend the Frontline with a look of excitement on his face.
Visibly, a satisfied smile spread across his face.
This zombie killing game is simply too thrilling.
It was the most enjoyable game he had played all day. He picked up a level 2 flamethrower. He aimed it at the zombies in front of him and unleashed a barrage of flames. Large groups of zombies immediately fell at his feet, emitting endless screams. Even if a zombie managed to get close to him, they were shattered by the nearby automatic turrets. This made Shin Yujie, who had been frustrated for half a day in other games, regain his confidence. As he fought, he couldn't help but boast to the viewers in the live stream.
Guys, did you see that?
That's what a technical streamer looks like. This is what a skilled streamer looks like.
Put. You're just playing a simple hack and slash game and you're already bragging? How many did you kill? Look at my friend over there, he's the real technical streamer, okay? Can you switch the camera angle? I want to see Eggplant. Let us be honest, this game looks really fun.
Too bad there's only a 10-minute trial period.
I wish we could play longer.
A group of people watched the mature woman go on a killing spree in the livestream.
Compared to his random firing, the Eggplant, on the other hand, is much more professional. He carefully manages his ammunition and selects the appropriate gun type. Not only that, he also tested all the level 1 and level 2 guns in the game. He experienced the feel of all the guns in the game. While playing the game, he also took the time to conduct evaluations. Compared to Shin Yujie's haphazard gameplay,
he was far superior to Shin Yujie in terms of skill, positioning, and awareness. However, he is, after all, a professional streamer specializing in first-person shooter games. It's no surprise he can achieve this level of skill. When the 10-minute game trial ended, the two finally stopped playing. Looking at Lu Chie's kill count,
Shin Yujie's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? You're cheating, right? We're both killing zombies, so why is your kill count twice mine?
Hearing Shin Yujie's words, Lu Chie scratched his head with a sheepish smile.
Maybe I'm just better at FPS games. So far, no one has been able to make me feel defeated in an FPS game. Just as he was speaking,
a couple who had just finished trying out the game happened to walk past them. The girl was hiding in her boyfriend's arms with a terrified expression. She spoke in a deliberately girly voice.
Honey, that was so scary. My heart is still racing. Hearing his girlfriend's playful tone, the guy kissed his girlfriend's forehead in a very masculine way. Sweetheart, don't be afraid.
We're not playing that trashy game anymore.
Come on, I'll take you to get some ice cream.
You're the best,
honey, I love you, Manhwa. Lu Ming. Lu Chie. Netizens. Just a few short sentences immediately caused everyone present to lose their composure.
Lu Ming never expected that his game would one day be criticized by others.
As for Lu Chie, watching the couple sharing their love,
he glanced at the greasy-looking man beside him, Shin Yujie. He immediately clutched his chest in agony, his face filled with despair.
I can't take it anymore, guys. Since I started playing FPS games, I've never been hurt this badly. Seeing Chie's envious and jealous expression, the netizens burst out laughing instantly. No way. That guy isn't even an FPS gamer. Exactly. How could someone who plays FPS games have a girlfriend? Wah. This is such a blow to me. Guys, I'm going to go play some games. Damn it. There's always someone showing off their relationship everywhere. I won't practice shooting tomorrow. I'll just use my mouse cable to exercise my neck. What are you thinking? FPS players don't deserve love. Get back to practicing your aim.
While the fans were speechless and venting their frustration.
Snap. Shin Yujie smiled and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Alright everyone, it's time for the professional review segment.
Next, I'll be joining Eggplant to give our scores for Defend the Frontline based on our personal opinions.
Fans who are interested can take a guess. What will our final average score be?
Upon hearing Shin Yujie's words, the live stream was immediately flooded with countless guesses.
Scores of 8, 9, and 10 were all thrown out. Millions of fans.
After seeing the sandbox gameplay of the Defend the Frontline, they were all filled with curiosity about this brand new game mode.
At the same time,
they were also curious about the score given by Chiezi, a professional first-person shooter player. They saw Shin Yujie and Lu Chie simultaneously write down their scores for Defend the Frontline on paper. The entire live stream instantly fell into a tense atmosphere. A group of people watched the two of them carefully as they held the papers in their hands.
As Shin Yujie counted down, 3, 2, 1. Immediately,
both of them revealed their scores at the same time. First was Shin Yujie. As a longtime fan of the show, and also for the upcoming advertisement, he shamelessly gave a perfect score of 10.
Seeing this score,
the fans in the live stream immediately gasped.
I knew it, it's definitely a 10. Isn't this cheating? So boring. Exactly.
If the score is no lower than 8, he's guaranteed to win this round. So, how many points did the host give? Under everyone's curious and expectant gazes, the camera cut directly to Lu Chie. when everyone saw the score he gave to defend the frontline.
Suddenly,
The viewers in the live stream all widened their eyes in shock.
they exclaimed in shock, "What the heck?" It wasn't because Lu Chia's score was too low. On the contrary, he actually gave an 11. Netizens? What's up with you, little brother? Are you also trying to cash in on the trend? Even Shin Yujie didn't expect Lu Chia to support Manhwa so strongly.
Without thinking, he directly asked the fans in the live stream the same question they were all wondering.
Chiezi, tell us why you gave Defend the Frontline an 11.
Upon hearing Shin Yujie's words, Lu Chia smiled slightly and explained directly. To be honest, the graphics and gun handling in Defend the Frontline still need improvement compared to some of the heavyweight first-person shooter games I've played.
Its physics engine definitely isn't the best. However, I can assure you that this is absolutely my favorite FPS game of the year. Gunfights aren't just about gunfights.
The sandbox game mode and multiplayer team collaboration mode mentioned by director Lu have shown me a new direction for FPS games. Over the years, most FPS games have been all about competition, 5v5, 10v10 to be honest, I've grown a bit tired of it. But today's Defend the Frontline is designed very cleverly, with its strengths far outweighing its weaknesses. From the seamless transitions, the intense zombie hordes, to the innovative designs of the futuristic weapons. It's all amazing. This game has so many strengths that I don't even know where to start praising it. In conclusion, Lu Chia directly addressed the audience in front of the camera for his final summary. 10 out of 10 is just the limit of the score, but it's definitely not the limit of Defend the Frontline. When the game is released, I'll be sure to stream it live with everyone. Friends who are interested can join my live stream to watch together. I estimate that I won't be leaving this game for a very long time. It's undoubtedly the greatest FPS game of the year.
Chapter 79, The Shocking Ma Wenjie. Wow!
Whether it was the tourists around them, or the viewers in the live stream. Upon hearing Lu Chia's review of Defend the Frontline, everyone let out a collective gasp. As a legend in the FPS genre, as he himself mentioned, having played countless FPS games, his standards for the genre are undoubtedly high. To receive such high praise from him, it's no wonder how much fun Defend the Frontline must be.
In fact, it's not just him. Even the viewers in the live stream.
During the 10 minutes they watched Chiezi and the mature woman try the game,
they too felt the charm of this game. What's known as a game demo is essentially showcasing the game's highlights during a playthrough. Just like a movie trailer. To attract viewers, the film studio must condense the essence of the movie into a few minutes of footage. To showcase the movie's highlights and key moments to the audience. Only when the audience feels interested. Will they be willing to buy tickets? The 10-minute demo for Defend the Frontline is undoubtedly a huge success. It has essentially showcased all the core gameplay elements, as well as the most essential features: the sandbox gameplay, special effects transitions, and the zombie horde waves to players in a flawless demonstration. The game's unique features and advantages, as Lu Chia mentioned, they are able to overshadow any minor flaws. This is also why Lu Chia gave such a high rating after trying out Defend the Frontline, and why he gave such a high evaluation. And a game recommended by a top-tier streamer is undoubtedly a great start for Defend the Frontline. For example, right now,
in Shin Yujie's live stream,
after everyone listened to Lu Chia's explanation, everyone began eagerly anticipating the release of Defend the Frontline. After hearing Chiezi explain it like that, it really does make sense. Especially that sandbox gameplay, it sounds so fun. Darn it. I really want to go to the venue and try it out. Can't we let Chiezi and the older sister play a little longer? I want to see what happens next. No way. If you let you play the whole demo, that would be too much. No kidding, it's no wonder it's called budding. The quality is consistently top-notch. Even the surrounding tourists, after hearing Lu Chia's review, also began to show a bit more interest in Defend the Frontline. This made the tourists who were already curious about Defend the Frontline became even more curious about the game. The entire C area, players queuing at the C46 booth, had already stretched all the way to the B area. A massive line stretched out like a dragon. It's sure to attract even more curious players passing by. Hey, what's that line over there? I don't know, I heard it's a game company called Manga that released a brand new FPS game. FPS games are all the same, right? How much variety can they possibly have? You don't know what you're talking about. Chiezi just went to play it and gave the game an extremely high rating. He even said he'll stream it live when it's released. Wow. They actually managed to get Chiezi? I'm suddenly curious now. Wow. So many people are lining up. How good can this game be? Looking at the long line in front of them, the surrounding tourists immediately let out a series of exclamations. Meanwhile, throughout the entire venue, whether it was the friendly competitors in Area C or Area B, were also drawn to the commotion over here. At that moment, at Thunder's booth, Ma Wenjie frowned as he looked at his own booth. Since the start, the number of visitors to their booth had suddenly dropped by half. During the trial play session, they couldn't even gather 10 players. With no other option, they had to have their staff take over one of the positions. As expected. By the afternoon, their booth should not have experienced such a situation. But it wasn't even noon yet. How could the foot traffic have dropped so much? Unable to help himself, he turned to his assistant behind him and asked directly, "What is going on? Did any company release a blockbuster this year? This shouldn't be happening. I've checked out Legend and God's games. While their quality is decent, our Guardian frontline should clearly be superior. I also checked out the games from other T1 companies, they're just average. This is odd. Go find out what's going on." Upon hearing Ma Zuchang's orders, the subordinate immediately went to investigate. Moments later, he returned, sweating profusely, with a slightly pale face. Group leader, it's bad. C-Zone. There's a huge hit over there. See exhibition area? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Ma Wenjie's face immediately betrayed his disbelief. Are you sure you're not joking? The companies in C-Zone are all just small and medium-sized game developers. In previous years, they didn't even have a few hits, let alone a big hit. Do they have the capability? Do they have the funding to develop a big hit? Who knew? Upon hearing Ma Wenjie's words, the subordinate immediately shook his head nervously. No, boss, remember Manhwa? Manhwa is making a big splash this time. That director surnamed Liu has created an entirely new gameplay system. What? Are you kidding me? A gameplay system? You just create it like that? I'm not lying. Boss, you have to go check it out. The game, it's really good. Ugh. Hearing his subordinate get more and more excited, Ma Wenjie couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. When he saw the long line forming at the booth for the game in its early stages, he was completely speechless. No way. They're all here in this remote corner, how could they still be alive? I heard that Eggplant endorsed this game. This company must have some connections. She has endorsed it? Ugh. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Ma Wenjie's eyes widened instantly. When it came to Liu Xie, how could he not know? In fact, when Overwatch was completed, he had specifically sought out Liu Xie. Even Liu Xie himself had given Overwatch Frontline a very positive review. The skill system added to the game truly caught his attention. But even so, the company offered a high price of 1 million to invite Liu Xie to promote the game. Liu Xie still refused. And now, upon hearing that Liu Xie had actually come to the Manhwa booth and helped promote it, Ma Wenjie felt a pang of jealousy. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder. What kind of game is this? That even someone as demanding as Liu Xie would praise it so highly? Then, he rushed over to the booth. All the way over there, Ma Wenjie saw a group of people unwilling to queue, crowding around the front to watch the live demo. Every now and then, the people in the front row would burst into exclamations of amazement. Holy crap! This is so cool! Shoot! You just got a level 3 weapon, right? Don't be so stingy. Nonsense. There's only 200 bullets total. If I use them all, I'll be out. Once the 5 minutes are up, you won't be able to use it either. Hey. Hurry up and escape. The zombies are charging in. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, Ma Wenjie was completely stunned. It was hard to believe. In Area C, he could actually witness such a spectacular sight at a booth. And it was in the trashy area with pillars. This budding talent. His luck is truly unbeatable. Finally, he managed to push his way to the front of the crowd. He was determined to see what kind of new game system this budding talent had created. Then, he saw the sandbox gameplay. This wildly imaginative concept. It left him speechless on the spot. All that remained in his mind was one thought. Can a game really be designed like this? Genius. This is true genius. That guy named Lu Ming, he's truly terrifying. As a seasoned developer, he immediately recognized the future potential of sandbox games. And defend the frontline as the pioneering work of sandbox games. While ensuring gameplay, it is destined to leave a lasting mark in gaming history. In fact, this game even revitalized the entire C region, facing tens of thousands of people in line. It's no surprise that some visitors don't want to wait. Take a look. The booths of C44, C45, and C47 are already packed with people. Thanks to Defend the Frontline, their game has also gained significant exposure. Several of our competitors are quite shrewd. Without hesitation, they went to the venue and borrowed dozens of small stools. The focus was all about serving the newcomers. At this moment, they would have loved to put the newcomers and Lu Ming on a pedestal. It's easy to see. The sales of their company's games next time will definitely not be low. This time around, Manhwa is amazing. Chapter 80, Lu Ming, the time for retaliation has come. Looking at the long line in front of him. At that moment, Ma Wenjie wished he could slap himself. In his despairing gaze, he muttered under his breath. Damn it, what kind of monster have I gotten myself into? It wasn't his fault to think that way.
When he first saw the sandbox gameplay of Defend the Frontline, he already knew. This Magic Eye Exchange conference. Whether it was a big studio or a small one, they could only serve as a backdrop for Defend the Frontline.
This game is simply too outstanding. It's reached a point where no one can stop it. If Defend the Frontline had been placed in the B exhibition area originally, relying on the revenue sharing from the surrounding big name games, it would never have created such a spectacle today. But it was doomed to fail. Manhwa pulled some strings and had them move to the C-zone. Now that's great. With those shorties around to contrast it, Defend the Frontline, a game that was already solid, now looks even more impressive. Even mythical. Just thinking about how this big boss was created by his own hands, Manhwa couldn't help but shiver all over. At this moment, not just Manhwa,
the other competitors in Zone B also sent representatives to check on the situation of Defend the Frontline. When the competitors collectively saw the gameplay of Defend the Frontline,
everyone fell silent. My goodness. This company, Manhwa, is something else. Go find out who designed this game and see if we can hire them for our company. Oh no. With this game, Manhwa is going to be a sensation. Why bother switching companies? Damn it. This is a fortune. I wish I was at that booth. Bro, let us talk. My booth is at B152. Want to swap booths with me? No way. No swapping. I'll take the higher one. I'll take the lower one. I just love being next to Manhwa. It wasn't just competitors who were amazed by the game. The feedback from visitors was even more. Among the crowd of people waiting in line, scalpers had already appeared. There are only 100 people left before I get my turn, and the price is now 100 yuan. What the heck? Bro, there are still 100 people ahead of you, and you're charging after all this time? Ha, only 8 players can try it at a time, and the wait is at most 2 hours. What more do you want? Do you think you'll get a turn by starting the line now and waiting until the day after tomorrow? Can you make the price a little cheaper? 80 yuan is the lowest I can go. Take it or leave it. After hearing the scalper's words in the queue, the surrounding competitors were all stunned. They never would have dreamed that it was just a trial game. The scalpers could actually make money here. If you stand in line for another round, wouldn't you recoup the ticket cost? Needless to say, for players who have never played a sandbox game before, is an incredibly tempting opportunity. In just a moment, the entire C exhibition area, thanks to the budding company, was immediately buzzing with activity. Even the neighboring booths of other companies finally had visitors coming over to try it out. Seeing this scene, the neighboring exhibitors were so envious they could have carried Lu Ming on their shoulders. At that moment, Lu Ming had no idea what the other companies were thinking. Looking at the enthusiastic visitors in front of him, a smile finally spread across his face. At that moment, he opened his collar and untied his tie. He was enthusiastically explaining to all the players the original inspiration behind designing this game. As you can all see, our Defend the Frontline is not just one game, it's essentially 2 games in one. Later on, you might get tired of the same visuals, so you can skip the night battles. As long as your base defense value reaches a certain level, you can skip it directly. Players focused on map exploration and house building can also search for zombies on the map and collect dropped items. Additionally, various special infected enemies will appear in future updates, increasing in number as the in-game time progresses 5-fold. My goal is for every player to find enjoyment in our game. Furthermore, we have introduced an infinite mode, with various premium weapons waiting for you to unlock. There are even super weapons. Listening to Lu Ming describe the hidden content in the later stages of the game, the players were completely engrossed. Even those who hadn't tried the game yet couldn't resist the urge to give it a try. Finally, one player couldn't resist anymore. He directly asked Lu Ming, "Mr. Lu, can you add more camera angles?" Exactly. Didn't they say the game supports 16 players online? Why are there only 8 spots? Exactly. We're all ranked way past the 1000 mark. How much longer do we have to wait? Maybe we should ask the official team to coordinate this? Hearing the tourists' complaints, Lu Ming couldn't help but give a helpless smile. Sorry everyone, we were specifically assigned here by the official staff. They said without the other party's permission, they can't give us any operational permissions. Right now, we can only stay here and wait. Please understand. What the hell? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the competitors who had just been listening to him enthusiastically explain the concept of sandbox games and the content of Defend the Frontline were suddenly wide-eyed. This Lu Ming, brave. He actually dared to confront the official representative of the Magic Eye Exchange meeting. But among the crowd was Manhwa. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, his expression changed instantly. This is directed at me. If the netizens found out about his underhanded dealings, it would escalate into a scandal involving commercial competition. Thinking of this, Manhwa's expression changed instantly. Without another word, He immediately left the place with his deputy.
This matter absolutely must not be linked to Thunder after all, he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Meanwhile, the netizens in Shinyuji's livestream,
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, were also left speechless.
"What the hell? I told you so. There must be something fishy going on. I was just wondering why the promising game was in the C-zone.
Turns out there are bad apples among the developers.
Damn it. Such a great game is placed in the C exhibition area?
In my opinion, it should have been placed in the first spot of the B exhibition area without any issues. This overwhelming fortune has been handed to the Magic Eye Exchange, and they can't handle it. Whoever the idiot is who dared to treat Director Lu like this, report them. Trash Exchange.
I'm never going back there again." The surrounding crowd,
After hearing Lu Ming's words, they were also filled with righteous indignation.
such an amazing game, one that could even be called groundbreaking.
It was actually assigned to the C exhibition area, and even worse, the worst spot by the pillars.
Who could put up with that? The surrounding journalists. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, their eyes lit up instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately began recording Lu Ming's words. Today's major news about Magic Eye is already set.
Hashtag Magic Eye Exchange suppresses industry dark horse. Intentionally buries a heavyweight game. Hashtag Magic Eye Exchange conference unveils a major hit game. It was actually an official flop. Hashtag the most anticipated FPS game of the year. Hashtag Eggplant, I'm not the older sister, this is the best FPS game of the year. Hashtag Magic Eye Exchange. Hashtag suppression. Hashtag censorship. Hashtag defend the frontline. Hashtag.
In just a moment. Major news about the Magic Eye Exchange event. It went viral on Weibo. Chapter 81, The Arrival of Mr. Xia.
While the news about the Magic Eye Exchange meeting suppressing the budding movement was spreading online,
At that moment, Xia Tian
was leading Fang Xiaoxiao through Zone A, constantly on the lookout for opportunities. As a super-scale exchange conference capable of accommodating millions of people, the organizers naturally had to consider every detail. The A exhibition zone is located outside the main venue. At this moment, a large number of food trucks and stalls have already gathered here.
Many cosplayers and tourists gather here to take photos, rest, and host small exhibitions.
The atmosphere here is just as lively as inside the venue, where gaming enthusiasts are in full swing. At this moment, Fang Xiaoxiao was eating an unknown game character-themed parfait, glancing at Xia Tian with a touch of guilt. "Xia Tian, is it really okay for us to eat here? Lu Ming and the others might be busy inside the exhibition hall right now."
Put. Hearing her best friend's words, Xia Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud.
The cramped, narrow booth they had been assigned.
If visitors could even see it, that would be a miracle.
And it was in the obscure C exhibition area.
If the morning foot traffic exceeded 100, she'd consider herself defeated.
Immediately, Xia Tian shrugged it off with a smile.
It's okay. I've already calculated it. There won't be many people in the morning. We'll wait until the afternoon to help out.
We'll bring some juice and milk tea for Lu Ming and the others.
I think we'll have a pretty relaxed time for the next 3 days.
Oh. Watching her carefree best friend,
Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. Her own game promotion isn't going well, what's there to be happy about?
Unable to help herself, she couldn't resist giving her best friend a sidelong glance and urged her.
You said you'd handle the location, right? Have you heard anything yet? Ah, well. Caught off guard by her best friend's question, Xia Tian's expression immediately turned guilty. How could she possibly go to the official statement?
The prime location that Manhwa had replaced was exactly what she wanted. There was no way she would file a complaint. Facing her best friend's question, she made up a random excuse to brush it off. Just as she was about to take Fang Xiaoxiao to the next food truck to eat, suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xia Tian couldn't help but freeze.
Because the caller ID was her own grandfather?
When she answered the call from Xia Chunsung, she heard a steady, authoritative laugh coming from the phone.
Xia Tian, where is your booth?
I'm free at noon, so I'll come by to take a look at your booth setup.
Hearing his grandfather's words,
Xia Tian's expression suddenly changed.
He never expected that his grandfather, such a busy man, would actually come to the Magic Eye Exchange conference. Ah, well, it's okay, Grandpa. Everything's fine here. At least your game is something I invested in, right? As an investor, it's only fair for me to check on the progress of my investment, isn't it? Or are you planning to embezzle the funds and run away? Hearing the old man's sudden change in tone, Xia Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. Facing the old man's decisive manner, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, Grandpa, where are you? I'll come find you right now. No need. I'm already inside the venue. Tell me where your booth is, and I'll come find you. Ugh. Summer hadn't expected this. The old man had already arrived at the venue. C46 exhibition area. You should go take a look. After saying that, Xia Tian sighed helplessly and rubbed his forehead. With their booth's lousy location, it'd be a miracle if anyone even bothered to look. If the old man discovers that his performance isn't up to par, will he blame me? Just thinking about the old man losing his temper, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. But she quickly exhaled a breath of stale air and greeted herself. No need to panic, as long as the money is paid on time, everything will be fine. I'm about to become a millionaire. That's just pocket change. That's true, but why are you hiding behind me? Fang Xiaoxiao, standing beside her, watched her best friend's spineless behavior. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. So you knew our booth was in a bad spot and wouldn't attract any visitors? If all our money goes down the drain, the old man won't let you off the hook, will he? Hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian shrugged her shoulders. She was clearly panicking inside. She forced a casual tone. It's okay. At worst, we'll just ruin a few matchmaking events. From the way you're talking, you actually have some experience? After muttering a few complaints to her best friend, the two hurriedly ran into the venue. At the same time that the two of them were rushing to the venue. At that very moment, inside the Magic Eye venue, as the representative of the host organization, Su Jianhua had already received word an hour earlier that Xia Chunsung was coming. Upon learning that this entertainment industry tycoon was coming, he was completely taken aback. The Xia family hadn't heard of any projects related to games, had they? Or were they planning to enter the gaming industry and came to check things out? But regardless, Xia Chunsung is a big shot. Someone like him isn't someone a small time like him can afford to provoke. Don't let the scale of the Magic Eye Exchange Conference fool you. But it only happens once a year. Compared to a behemoth like Xinghai Entertainment, they don't even deserve to be their shoe shiners. At this moment, Su Jianhua was standing at the door with utmost respect. When he saw Xia Chunsung enter with his bodyguards, he immediately approached with respect and greeted him. He then recited the pre-prepared materials to the other party. Meanwhile, Xia Chunsung listened impassively as the other person explained, occasionally nodding. Looking around the vast exhibition hall filled with numerous game booths, his gaze shifted, as if searching for something. Su Jianhua, who had been observing Xia Chunsung the entire time, couldn't help but step forward and ask, Mr. Xia, are you interested in investing in any games? Invest? Upon hearing Su Jianhua's words, a smile suddenly appeared on Xia Chunsung's face. Sort of. I recently invested in a game, and I heard he also attended your exchange meeting. I just want to see if this investment will satisfy me. This is wonderful. The game project you're interested in is sure to be a huge success. Which company's project is it? I'll have someone take you there right away. After speaking, Su Jianhua directly approached the event coordinator and asked him to come over quickly. When Chen Limin heard that a big shot was coming to their exchange meeting, he immediately rushed over eagerly. He then saw the chief representative standing beside a dignified big shot, looking like a subservient subordinate. His posture was just like that of a representative he usually saw, instinctively leaning forward by 15 degrees. Instantly, his waist, which had been bent at a 15-degree angle, suddenly bent to 30 degrees. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Mr. Xia. I'm the overall coordinator for the venue. I'm in charge of everything here. Upon hearing Chen Limin's words, Xia Chunsung merely smiled and nodded at the other person. Not bad. The venue is well arranged. It's clear you put a lot of effort into it. No. It's all thanks to our director Su's excellent leadership. Facing the praise from the big shot, Chen Limin dared not take any credit for himself. He didn't even dare to look at the other person for an extra second. Su Jianhua, standing beside him, repeated the old man's instructions verbatim. He then gave instructions to Chen Limin. Alright, Mr. Xia wants to visit the Manhwa company's booth. Do you remember which booth they're at? Let us take us there now. Oh, right. Manhwa, right? I'll take you there right away. Before he could finish, Chen Limin's voice suddenly cut off. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is bad. The big shot just mentioned the booth he was going to visit. Ninja? No, it can't be that coincidental, can it? Chapter 82, You're such an idiot. What? You don't know where Manhwa's booth is? Seeing that Chen Limin didn't move, Su Jianhua's expression immediately turned sour. No problem. I can see every company's booth on the tablet. I'll take you there right now. Hearing Su's words, Chen Limin's back was drenched in cold sweat. Daring not to argue, he immediately started leading the way forward in small steps. He never expected that the fledgling company was backed by a big shot. Even Su Jianhua feared. If he had known, even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do this. At that moment, the only thing he could do was to move his feet a little slower. This way, he could delay his own demise by a moment. Behind him, Su Jianhua frowned at Chen Limin, who was lingering in front, and said with some dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with you? Why are you walking so slowly?" No, the booth for the emerging exhibition ISNT in Zone B. We need to go to Zone C. What? Upon hearing Chen Limin's words, Su Jianhua was completely taken aback.
As an industry insider, he knew a thing or two about the situation at Manhwa Company. He had also heard rumors about the strained relationship between Budding and the Jinshin Company. And the fact that this small company could stand up to the mighty Jinshin naturally gave it some fame. If such a company wanted to participate in the Magic Eye Exchange Conference, even if it wasn't a great spot, it should at least be in Zone B, right? Why is it in the C exhibition area? Suddenly, Su Jianhua felt a scorching gaze on his side. He then saw Xia Chunsun looking at him with a skeptical expression. It seems the standards for this exchange event are pretty high. Our Qinghe investment games aren't good enough for you? It's not Mr. Xia, it's Chen Limin. What's going on here? Xia Chunsun's voice remained calm. But in Chen Limin's ears,
it sounded like thunder.
No, Mr. Xia, there must be some misunderstanding here.
Just as Su Jianhua was about to explain to Xia Chunsun, suddenly,
the crowd in front of them interrupted their conversation. Then, under the surprised gazes of the crowd, at that moment, inside the C exhibition area, though not as bustling as the B exhibition area, it was equally lively. At the booths of various game companies, there were usually 3 or 5 visitors browsing around.
This couldn't help but fill Su Jianhua and Chen Limin with surprise.
The Magic Eye Exchange Conference had already reached its 11th edition. They were well aware of the general situation. They never expected that by midday, there would already be so many people in the C exhibition area. The number of people queuing at one of the booths had grown to an almost absurd extent. Just look. They had just entered the C exhibition area. They saw a group of people queuing up. Looking at the long line in front of him, Xia Chunsun asked in surprise,
"Which company is that booth for? There are quite a few people in line." "Old Chen. Oh, I'll go check which company it is." After saying that, Chen Limin flipped through his tablet, trying to figure out the details of that booth.
When he found the information about the booth, he froze in place. He muttered to himself repeatedly,
C46, C46. Don't just say the booth number. Which company is it? Upon hearing the representative's question, Chen Limin swallowed hard.
He forced a smile that looked worse than a cry.
"Representative, that booth belongs to the Budding Company." Ugh. Upon hearing Chen Limin's words, Su Jianhua was startled.
However, when he saw the long line forming in front of the Manhwa booth,
he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was the Manhwa booth. Looking at the crowd waiting in line at the booth, there was no need to guess. Manhwa's game was undoubtedly a huge hit.
In that case, he could explain things to Xia Zong, who was standing beside him. He cautiously shifted his gaze towards Xia Chunsun beside him. But he saw that Xia Chunsun had already walked to the front of the line.
In sight,
there stood Lu Ming at the very front. At that moment, he was confidently and proudly explaining to the audience what a sandbox game was. At the same time, on the large screen behind him, the live gameplay footage from the game was being displayed.
Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Xia Chunsun couldn't help but nod in approval. Although he didn't understand games, but his judgment of people was always spot on.
Lu Ming's confidence, which radiated from within, was not feigned. It seemed that his own granddaughter had recruited an extraordinary talent.
No wonder she is his granddaughter.
Behind him were Chen Limin and Su Jianhua. After seeing the smile on the old man's face, they also secretly sighed in relief. It seems that Mr. Xia should be satisfied with this presentation and won't blame them.
Until, "Mr. Lu, can we add a few more camera angles?" "Exactly. There aren't enough camera angles to work with."
Then everyone heard Lu Ming say with a forced smile,
"Sorry everyone, we were specifically assigned here by the official staff.
They said we can't have any operational permissions without the other party's approval."
One sentence.
Instantly, Chen Limin, who had just sighed in relief, felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. He stared blankly up at Lu Ming, his face filled with shock. All that remained in his mind were 2 words.
"What the hell? Damn it. This is going to kill me."
The bullet he had fired casually yesterday had struck him square in the forehead today. At that moment, Chen Limin felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Looking up, he saw Su Jianhua glaring at him with a fierce expression. Xia Chunsun, standing beside him, was still smiling broadly at Lu Ming and nodded approvingly. The more he looked at the young man, the more satisfied he seemed.
"Old Chen, what's going on here? Don't try to brush me off. Such an amazing game, how could it possibly be at booth C?" Hearing Su's representative's questioning, Chen Limin was so scared that his legs started shaking uncontrollably.
Looking at his boss's murderous glare,
finally, he suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Su Jianhua and took full responsibility for the mistake. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. The representative from Thunder is my friend. He gave me 10,000 yuan to help his friend change the booth location, so I chose the Sprout booth." "Damn it. You're an idiot." Hearing Chen Limin's words, Su Jianhua's face turned slightly pale. Looking at the old man beside him, he was speechless. He didn't know what to say. As for Xia Chunsun,
He smiled as he looked at the scene before him, then casually remarked.
It's fine. The scene looks pretty lively, which means our family's game is worth the hype, right? It's also a test we've passed, ha. Seeing that old Master Xia was so easygoing, the two of them finally relaxed a bit. But the next second, before they could fully relax, Xia Chuansing's voice rang out again. This time, however, his tone was noticeably colder. But moving us to a spot next to a pillar might not be appropriate, right? Mr. Su, Mr. Chen, could you please arrange for Manhwa's booth to be moved to a larger space? At least I don't want our rights to be taken by others. Chapter 83, You little bastard, you're taking more kickbacks than I am? Upon hearing Xia Chuansing's words, Su Jianhua and Chen Limin felt a cold sweat trickle down their temples. They finally realized that the other party hadn't been angry. He simply didn't need to get angry at such minor figures as them. All it would take was a word from the big boss, and there would be plenty of people to deal with them later. It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Xia. This is definitely a misunderstanding. What are you still standing there for, old Chen? Hurry up and move Manhwa to a different spot. Remember, move her to a better spot. A prominent spot. Pick the most noticeable place. Ah. Being scolded like that, Chen Limin finally snapped out of it. Immediately, he reluctantly ran back to Zone B and arrived at the original B20 exhibition area. Looking at the booth of the company that had stolen the spotlight, he now wished he could curse those bastards to death. If only they hadn't meddled so much. How could he have gotten involved with such a powerful figure that even Representative Su couldn't handle? Immediately, he rolled up his sleeves and stormed over to the B20 booth, muttering curses under his breath. He couldn't touch someone like Xia Chunsung. But these small-time crooks? He couldn't even touch them? Immediately, he kept a cold expression and ran straight to the B20 booth. Ignoring the tourists trying out the games nearby, he turned to the team leader and shouted coldly. Hey! You're from Explosive Point Company, right? You can't use this booth anymore. Go back to your original booth immediately. What? Upon hearing Chen Limin's words, the team leader from Explosive Point Company was completely taken aback. He urgently pulled Chen Limin aside. Then he handed over a pack of cigarettes with a flattering smile. Don't do this, Mr. Chen. We've only been here for half a day. Didn't you promise us the positions? Little did he know. Upon noticing the other party's subtle gesture, Chen Limin let out a cold laugh. Slap. He slapped the cigarette out of the other person's hand, his eyes filled with disdain. You're just a lowly nobody. How dare you take such a good spot? Take a look at yourself. How many people have you attracted to your booth all day? Get out of here. This spot is now reserved for the newcomers. After speaking, he shoved the other person aside without a second glance. Just then, Chen Limin snapped his fingers sharply. Two henchmen approached from behind. They held riot control batons, ready to act. This left the team leader from the opposing company, Diao Dian, with a face alternating between pale and red. Seeing that the other party was about to act, the machines getting damaged was a minor issue. Delaying the company's business was the bigger problem. Let the C exhibition area be the C exhibition area. He had secretly checked out the budding game as well. Indeed, they were no match for them. There was nothing to be done. But he saw the team leader of the other group give Chen Limin a displeased look and snort coldly. You can leave. But I can give you a $5,000 bonus. Give me the money back, or else don't even think about moving my position. Slap. Hearing the other person's words, Chen Limin immediately let out a cold smile. Before the other person could react, he slapped him across the face. You pig-headed bastard. Dare to demand so much from an old man? I only took 10,000 from him, and you dare to extort so much from me? This money is yours. Do you dare take it? Brothers, beat him up. Upon hearing the order from the boss, a group of security guards didn't hesitate, immediately launching into a violent attack. Dragging a small cart, they boldly pulled out the power cords and loaded all the machines onto it. The sounds of bumping and scraping echoed constantly. The team leader, who heard the commotion, winced in pain. Damn it! Chen, I'm going to report you. You took a bribe and treated customers like this? I spit on you. Everyone, come over here and take a look. The official control team from Magic Eye took our money and didn't do their job, and now they're damaging our equipment. Be careful when moving them. That's a neon 8K display screen. It costs tens of thousands of dollars. The surrounding tourists, seeing that the B20 area was breaking out into a fight, they all stopped to check out the situation. Chen Limin, however, kicked him directly, his eyes filled with cruelty. Stop spouting nonsense. I only took 10,000 from you. Take your money and get out of here. Don't ever come back to Magic Eye. You're lying. I clearly gave 5,000 to Thunder's team leader. How could it be? At this point, Chen Limin and the group leader from the explosion point suddenly reacted. With a loud swoosh, both of their gazes turned to Thunder, who was still watching the commotion from the side.
Ma Wenjie, who had been minding his own business, was startled by the sudden attention. He immediately thought to himself, this is bad. Seeing the murderous intent in their eyes, he trembled and quickly said, "Don't look at me. Chengge, I only got 2,000, I'll give you half." By the time he finished speaking, Ma Wenjie suddenly snapped out of it. He immediately turned his gaze to a team member nearby whose eyes were darting around. "Mike, what is going on here? You're taking kickbacks and you're taking more than I am?" Upon hearing the team leader's words, the team member named Mike immediately lowered his head and stammered. Seeing his expression, the three of them finally understood what was going on. After all that commotion, they had actually been tricked by a lowly employee? Even Ma Wenjie, upon learning that he had become a middleman, his face quickly turned red. Good. 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 After shouting good 3 times, his eyes grew cold and sharp. But before he could explode, Chen Limin, standing nearby, exploded. "You bastard. I treated you like a brother, and you treat me like a Japanese soldier. You lot. Tear down the B-19 booth too. It'll make room for the newcomers." Upon hearing the command from the control room, a group of security guards didn't hesitate and immediately pulled the power cord for the thunder system. The tourists who were still experiencing the game stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. They saw the security guards and staff from Thunder and Explosion Point companies engaging in a real-life brawl. In the end, the staff from both companies were directly escorted away by security personnel wielding riot control batons. This mind-boggling scene was instantly captured by countless tourists and journalists. Regarding the situation here, tourists had various opinions. Who could have imagined? This was only the first day of the exchange meeting. They had already encountered so many surprises. Not far away, Xia Tian and Fang Xiaoxiao had just walked in through the front door. After seeing the situation in Zone B, they couldn't help but curiously gather around. Upon seeing Chen Limin getting into a heated argument with Lei Ting and the Explosive Point crew, Xia Tian's face immediately broke into a meaningful smile. Dogs fighting dogs, good for them. They deserve it for trying to take our spot. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Fang Xiaoxiao glanced at her best friend with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you didn't arrange this?" "Huh? Why would I arrange this? I thought you were doing this to vent for the company, but it turns out you weren't?" Seeing her best friend's disbelieving expression, Xia Tian innocently blinked her eyes. She had intended to deal with Chen Limin, but that was supposed to happen after the Magic Eye exchange meeting ended. Otherwise, if he mentioned her family background, wouldn't they immediately step aside? Wait, something's off. At least 2 out of 10 things were off. Suddenly, Xia Tian seemed to think of something, and her eyes narrowed sharply. As if she had guessed something, she immediately ignored Fang Xiaoxiao beside her. She rushed toward the budding booth. Oh no! The old man mustn't act on his own. That's the feng shui spot I worked so hard to find. Don't change it. Chapter 84, Summer, I'm really breaking down. When Summer hurriedly arrived at the C46 area and saw the massive crowd gathered in front of their booth, her eyes went wide. Unbelievably staring at the crowd in front of her, she blurted out without thinking, "Are you sure this isn't a bathroom line?" She rubbed her eyes. She confirmed 3 times before finally believing it. Wow, so many people, and they're all here for defend the front line. Right? She had only been gone for a moment. How did so many people suddenly appear at their booth? Did you hire actors? I get it. It must be a hunger marketing tactic, right? Right? Just then, Xia Tian quickly ran over to Lu Ming. Seeing Xia Tian return, Lu Ming immediately smiled and waved at him. "Mr. Xia, you're finally back? Perfect timing, the booth is already swamped. Get ready to welcome the guests." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian suddenly felt a surge of anger. Looking at the crowd behind him, which was almost as long as the line for the restroom. Even the old ladies coming for free eggs from the community didn't bring this much. But even so, she still had to force herself to act nonchalant and look at the other person. "Our booth, why are there so many people here?" "Oh, that's all thanks to Mr. Rong. He brought us the first batch of customers, and then we just kept growing like a snowball." Ugh. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's gaze immediately turned to Wu Zhanrong beside her. There stood Mr. Wu, dressed in a clown costume, smiling broadly at her. "As the sales director of our fledgling company, this is nothing worth mentioning. It's all part of my job." Hearing the old man speak so formally, at that moment, Xia Tian was completely baffled. "No. You're an old man in your 70s, and you're still working so hard? With the meager salary I give you." "Oh, I forgot I gave you a high salary." In an instant. "In the summer, it feels like my heart is bleeding." She shouldn't have raised the salary so high. But wasn't that to hold Lu Ming back? Who would have thought that the old man she hired on a whim was so capable? A perfectly good press conference, and he managed to turn it around. She forced a smile as she looked at Rong Yi. A woman as fierce as an eagle, almost in tears.
Hey! Xiaozong, why are you crying?
Wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes, Xia Summer gave Rongyi a firm pat on the back.
No! I'm proud that our company has such dedicated employees. I won't say anything else, Mr. Rong. I'll give you an extra 10,000 yuan bonus when we get back. Thank you, Xiaozong. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Wu Zhanrong's eyes lit up instantly.
Immediately, he shouted at Xia Tian.
This is all my duty.
Mr. Xia treats me like a national treasure, and I will repay you with my utmost dedication. I will continue to work hard and strive to do even better in the future.
Xia Tian. Please, don't. You're the boss, okay? In the distance, Xia Chunsung, hiding among the crowd. Seeing his granddaughter's actions, he nodded approvingly.
But his face remained serious as he said, the little girl's tactics for winning people over still need some work. The butler, Fu Bo, standing beside him, heard the old master's words and simply followed with a foolish smile.
Ah, sir, you're being too hard on her.
The young lady already has 9 out of 10 of your skills from when you were young.
Look at the employees she's chosen and the tourists around her. Which of these doesn't show that the young Miss's business is thriving?
The 6th young miss is truly remarkable.
Ha ha ha. Let's just say that's true.
Hearing Fu Bo's words, Xia Chuansing's stern face finally softened into a smile. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but turn to Lu Ming, who was giving a speech at the front desk. This young man is quite intriguing. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He is also quite handsome and has an indescribable aura about him. This young man is promising he's a valuable asset for the Xia family. That look in his eyes. He's clearly a seasoned businessman. Just then, Mr. Fu kindly reminded him. Master, should we go check on the young lady? After all, we're already here. If the young lady finds out you went out of your way to find such a spacious place for her, she'll be over the moon.
Alright, let's go see her then.
Upon hearing Ah Fu's words, Xia Chunsung straightened his tie and walked briskly toward the front.
Xia Tian, who had been numb,
when she saw her grandfather suddenly walking toward her in the crowd, she shuddered and shouted loudly,
Grandpa! Grandpa?
Upon hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming instinctively echoed her call. Behind him, Wang Ba and Fong Xiaoxiao and the others.
Hey, you're already starting to call him Grandpa? You're something else, old Lu.
That's Xia Chunsung, who had just been so pleased with Lu Ming.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, he immediately became vigilant. You little brat. Did you just call him Grandpa? Instantly, Xia Chuansing's gaze toward Lu Ming automatically took on a lecherous filter. I thought you were just a pushover, and you actually want to be my granddaughter's husband? Spit. Your heart is deserving of punishment. I firmly oppose this marriage. The summer across the way. Upon hearing Lu Ming's address, she was also taken aback. But surprisingly, she didn't object. Instead, she blushed. And that expression, in the eyes of Xia Chunsung and Fu Bo, immediately took on a deeper meaning. Xia Chuansing's gaze toward Lu Ming grew increasingly displeased. As for Fu Bo, just like the butlers in those domineering CEO novels, he wore an expression of shipping the couple while watching the scene unfold. He was just about to say, Miss, you haven't been this shy in ages. Walking over to his precious granddaughter, Xia Chunsung narrowed his eyes and studied Lu Ming. Lu Ming, equally curious, stared back at the old man. Immediately, he smiled and called out. Grandpa, hello? Oomph. Am I that old? Then, Uncle? Summer. I suspect you're taking advantage of me. After giving Lu Ming a disapproving look, Summer walked over to Grandpa with a light smile. Grandpa, you didn't even tell me you were coming. I could have prepared something for you. How about it? I told you my game was going to be a hit, right? After speaking, Xia Tian looked around with red eyes. Every time she saw such a long line, her heart ached. Please don't be so good. What Xia Tian didn't know was, the words her grandfather was about to speak would deal another devastating blow to her already struggling business. Looking at his granddaughter's proud expression, Xia Chunsung smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Grandpa has heard about it too. You've been treated unfairly, but don't worry. I've already taken care of things here. Summer. Sorry? May I ask what you mean by take care of things? Before Xia Tian could ask, behind him, suddenly 2 sycophantic laughs echoed. Mr. Xia, your spot has been prepared for you. It's in the original B20 area. Not only that, but the B19 area has also been arranged. It's all yours. Oh, and I've already cleared out the equipment for you, so your space will be both spacious and stylish. It's definitely the prime spot. Xia Tian. Medicine. Medicine. I'm really breaking down. Xiao Chen, where's your integrity? Where's your bottom line? I still prefer your rebellious and unruly side. How could you be so shameless? Chapter 85, Being Manipulated by a Player? Under Xia Tian's bewildered gaze, their positions were forcibly changed back to booths B19 and B20. They didn't even bother to consult her, the new boss. These people are way too reckless. Not only that, because they had taken up 2 enormous booths. Forget about placing 16 computers. Even placing 32 computers would be completely no problem. The vast Manhwa booth stands out completely from the others. Other booths look like game launch events. A group of well-dressed employees from major companies. They're introducing their new games to visitors. Using a bunch of fancy, innovative-sounding terms, but it's all just the same old stuff. Meanwhile, at the budding booth. Boss. Give me a computer. You over there, you've exceeded your time limit. Don't linger here. Exactly. The people behind us are waiting to play. Bro, we're not waiting in line. Can we just stand behind you and watch? This chaotic environment. It made Lu Ming feel like he was back in the year 2000, skipping class to go to an internet cafe. It's supposed to be a high-end game launch event, but why does it feel so off here? But fortunately, with the help of Su Jianhua and Chen Limin, their fledgling booth had made a name for itself at the event. Throughout the event, wave after wave of visitors flocked to try out their new game. Not only that, a large group of live streamers, seeing the fun games here, rushed over to check it out and stream live. No wonder it's the largest FPS game exchange event in the country. Just one day at the Magic Eye Exchange event. The advertising value here is worth more than those $1 million or even $10 million ad campaigns. No wonder so many competitors are desperate to join in. As for Chen Limin, he may be a small-time operator, but when it comes to getting things done, he delivers results. Under Chen Limin's arrangement, the booth for the budding company not only had a prime location and high foot traffic but also featured a dedicated waiting area. The previously long and crowded lines in the C exhibition area now looked much more relaxed. This not only benefited Manhwa but also gave face to other companies. By the end, players were even able to line up on their own grab machines and experience the game. After everyone had finished trying the game, everyone still looked reluctant to leave. Many lingered reluctantly, watching other players. As for the departing visitors, after leaving the booth of the fledgling company, I couldn't help but continue discussing defend the frontline. Even when we arrived at other major companies' booths. After trying out their games, having tasted the good stuff, they found these traditional FPS games. Suddenly found them utterly uninteresting. A visitor, looking dissatisfied at the employee from the big studio who was introducing the game to him, couldn't help but furrow his brows and ask, "Is that it? You spent all that time on this, and this is what you came up with?" Hearing the visitor's complaint, the employee was momentarily speechless. But he quickly composed himself and nodded. "Sir, we're using the most powerful physics engine currently available in Dragon Country. Among the top 4 companies, ours offers the most realistic experience. You won't find another game like ours anywhere else in the country. What else could you possibly be dissatisfied with?" Little did he know. Upon hearing the response, the customer couldn't help but scoff. "Does your game even have any fun elements? Can you build houses? Can you craft weapons?" Exactly. It's just the same old stuff over and over again. Besides throwing out a few new technical terms, what else do you have? You're just reheating old ideas. But the other big companies do it too. Just because everyone else does it, you have to too? After all these years, has your technology improved? Have you made any effort? Have you really put effort into making the game? Exactly. Kid, if you keep this up, I'll have a hard time justifying buying it. After saying that, after venting their frustrations, the tourists walked away, leaving behind a group of employees from the big companies standing there in the wind, feeling disheveled. Wait. When did it become our turn to be manipulated by the players? This is simply. The world has turned upside down. Staring blankly as these tourists leave. When they had to deal with one difficult tourist after another, and then mentioned the budding issue at the same time. The employees of these big companies all wore twisted expressions on their faces. Damn it! It's that Manhwa again. What kind of company is this? What kind of game is Defend the Frontline? I don't believe it's that fun. Damn it! So many people are lining up now, I really want to try it too. This is going to be huge this year. If the game launches, it'll sell like crazy. I bet it'll sell at least 1 million copies on its first day. Oomph. Don't underestimate it. 1 million copies? With that sandbox gameplay, I'll bet at least 2 million. Outsiders see the hype, insiders see the potential. As fellow game developers, these competitors aren't even trying to outdo the newcomer anymore. Instead, they've started predicting the first day sales figures for Defend the Frontline. Just the innovative sandbox gameplay alone. This game is sure to be a hit. Even many game designers have started thinking about what Lu Ming calls a sandbox game. For this new game genre, these designers have unleashed a flood of inspiration. That's how it is. Manhwa game, amidst the envious glances of its competitors. The exchange meeting finally came to an end. They worked straight through until 7 in the evening. Bai Jia, on the other hand, had already gone home by noon. At this moment, due to having greeted at least 10,000 visitors, Lu Ming and his group were completely exhausted.
Chen Limin, however, promptly appeared with a thoughtful gesture, helping them pack up their belongings.
Seeing this guy's fawning manner, Lu Ming and the others didn't even bother to say anything to him. But after the sticky person had finished everything, he immediately ran over to Xia Tian.
Looking at Xia Tian with a self-important expression, he couldn't help but flatter him.
Mr. Xia. Young Mr. Xia, I've packed everything for you. You can rest assured.
I'll keep a close eye on your booth tonight and make sure not a single screw is missing.
Upon hearing Chen Limin's words, Summer just rolled his eyes. Where's your backbone? You promised you wouldn't let me into Zone B if you were here. You liar.
A group of people walked away confidently under Chen Limin's friendly send-off. Even after they had walked dozens of meters away, that guy was still bowing at a 60-degree angle with utmost respect.
Seeing this scene, the crowd, now at a distance, finally couldn't hold back. No one knew who laughed out loud first. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That's so satisfying. Did you see how that guy looked just now? Put. He was so arrogant last night. Look at him now, admitting we're better and giving us back our spot. You don't understand. This is all thanks to our boss, Mr. Xia. No need to say more. Xia Zong is the best. Hearing everyone's cheers, Xia Tian's face looked slightly flushed. It was clear that she was in a pretty good mood at that moment. Seeing everyone's gaze turn toward her, she waved her hand dismissively. Everyone did a great job today. You've all worked hard. Tomorrow you can take the day off. I'll have the second team come in to cover for you. Later, I'll treat everyone to dinner at the Peace Hotel. Wang Ba. Seaweed will be unlimited. Don't order anything else. Ha ha ha. The lively atmosphere spread throughout the entire alley. Everyone was celebrating their first day of victory. Not only did they bring fame to the game, but they also vented their frustration. This day. So satisfying. Chapter 86, No Way. Raise the price. That night, news about the Magic Eye Exchange Conference exploded onto the trending topics. The organizers' arrogant behavior and the news about the innovative new game category they were pioneering were constantly trending on social media. Countless news articles and videos related to Defend the Frontline kept appearing online. Not only did it send a shockwave through the entire FPS gaming community, it also sent shockwaves through the gaming industry. This game looks pretty good. I want to give it a try. But the zombies are a bit scary. Female players say they can't handle it. Do you know what the highest configuration for this game is? That's right. It's your teammates. When will the official release more information? I want to try it. Is it a sandbox game? I love it. A large group of netizens flocked to the official Weibo account of the game, asking when the game will be released. The number of comments on the first post. In just one night, it had already surpassed 500,000. And the number continues to rise. When Summer saw this number, she felt a pang of heartache. What price should they set for their game to make these players give up? If it exceeds 100 million, plus the debt she had borrowed from her grandfather, uncles, and aunts, I'll end up losing my pants. No way. Absolutely not. Feeling like another summer where I can't afford to lose money. The next morning, I immediately called an emergency meeting with everyone. In the meeting room, Lu Ming and the others looked at him in confusion. They hadn't expected the boss to call a meeting today. Wait. After working here for so long, has Xia Zong ever called a meeting before? Every meeting was organized by Lu Ming or Fang Xiaoxiao, wasn't it? Under the strange glances of everyone, Xia Tian placed both hands on his forehead and looked at everyone with a serious expression. Then he spoke slowly. Everyone, I'm sure you've all seen how much the netizens love our game. What do you think the pricing for Defend the Frontline should be? This. Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Lu Ming clearly froze for a moment. But he quickly replied. Considering the funds and time we've invested, I believe pricing it at 69 yuan is a reasonable figure. This way, even casual players can afford it. What do you think, Mr. Xia? Whoa. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian couldn't help but gasp in shock. Such a low price? The players will snap it up. No way. Absolutely not. Thinking this, Xia Tian didn't hesitate for a moment, waving his hand dismissively to reject Lu Ming's decision. No way. This game has cost us so much blood, sweat, and tears, not to mention all the funds we've invested. How can we sell it so cheaply? Just the fact that it's a sandbox game alone makes it worth more than this price. Seeing Summer's determined expression, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Lu Ming glanced at Xia Tian cautiously and couldn't help but ask. So, Mr. Xia, how much do you think would be appropriate? Alright, let's double it and sell it for 138. Everyone. This price. It's a bit tricky. Making money is definitely a good thing, but it will inevitably reduce the game's appeal to some players. And as a multiplayer cooperative game, Defend the Frontline. What everyone wants is a large player base. So Fang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before blurting out. Mr. Xia, this doesn't seem right. Our new game needs traffic and players.
If we set the price too high, other games will take away our share.
Little did they know.
Upon hearing Fong Xiaoxiao's words,
Xia Tian revealed a wise smile.
she wanted the players to be split with others. If it weren't to avoid seeming too extreme, she would have even set the price at 1 million. However, the true reason she wanted to raise the game's price couldn't be revealed so bluntly.
So, cough cough.
Summer cleared her throat solemnly before speaking.
Secretary Fong, you're right, but didn't you forget something? What? Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Fong Xiaoxiao clearly froze. As a leading company in our industry, aiming to rival the top 4 manufacturers, setting such a low price, what will our peers think? What will the players think? Low prices may attract players initially, but it will give them the impression that our games should be cheap. And in the future, we will inevitably have to develop more and better games. If we keep prices low, how will we survive? Everyone looked at Xia Tian in surprise. Even Lu Ming, at that moment, had an expression of surprise on his face. It seemed he hadn't expected Summer to think so far ahead. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded unconsciously. It felt like what Summer said made a bit of sense, didn't it? The group was completely swayed by Xia Tian. Then, under Xia Tian's final decision, the final price for Defend the Frontline was finally set. The price: 138 yuan. Among a bunch of big-name games, this price isn't too high or too low, and it's already on par with some AAA games. However, considering that Defend the Frontline doesn't yet meet the standards of a AAA title, this price is already on the higher side. For a pay-to-own game, if an ordinary game company dares to set such a high price, it would likely be abandoned by players immediately. But if it's still in its early stages, that would be a different story altogether. In the entire industry, there's probably no other company as confident as a startup. 2 more months passed. Today is the highly anticipated release date for Defend the Frontline. A group of players were eagerly awaiting this groundbreaking masterpiece. All of Manhwa's employees have already arrived at the office. They are all waiting for today's successful revenue. As Lu Ming uploaded the game to the platform, the next second, the system notification sound also rang out simultaneously. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, Defend the Frontline. Investment amount, 107 million yuan. Task settlement time, 336:00:00. Return multiplier, 10x. The system countdown begins. Summer couldn't help but start clasping his hands in prayer. Please don't make money. Please don't make money. At the same time, a group of players eager to experience Defend the Frontline were left wide-eyed upon seeing the price of Defend the Frontline. What the heck? 138? That's a bit pricey, isn't it? Forget it. I'll buy it. I'll just eat instant noodles at the end of the month. Let's just consider it supporting the developers. I'll buy it. That expensive? I could buy my girlfriend a lipstick with that. Forget it, I'll just watch others play. Does anyone have a Defend the Frontline account they can lend me to play? Poor student can't afford it. Is there anyone kind enough to support me? Damn it. This company must be going bankrupt. How dare they sell such a crappy game for so much? Chapter 87, Disappointing Data. The $138 price tag for Defend the Frontline has deterred many players. This price is still manageable for working adults. However, for college students, the main demographic for game spending, it's a bit less than ideal. Players who had already planned to try out the game. Upon seeing the price of Defend the Frontline, there was a chorus of complaints. Many players even took to the official Weibo account of Defend the Frontline to leave comments. They asked if the price could be lowered. Seeing this, the members of the Minjia group all felt a bit uneasy. Wang Ba even suggested lowering the price. He then presented a set of data for analysis. Mr. Xia, the current price of Defend the Frontline is 138 yuan. I conducted a survey, with the main target audience being college students. As we all know, students are the main consumers of games, both in terms of money and time. Why don't we lower the game price or even make it free, and then charge for in-game items? From a long-term perspective, this would allow us to earn more. After listening to Wang Ba's analysis, Xia Tian merely glanced at it. He rejected the proposal outright. It's a good idea, but I refuse. I'm willing to lose money. Let me lose money until I die. As for Wang Ba's proposal, we can consider it later once her system task is completed. If it comes to that, we can always refund the players and make the game free. That way, we can still gain some positive reviews and traffic from players. I'm such a business genius. So, no matter how much Wang Ba and the others tried to persuade her, Xia Tian remained unmoved. Once the game data for the day came in the end, the sales figures for Defend the Frontline settled at 103,871 copies. This number, compared to some ordinary AAA titles, was already quite impressive. However, the expressions on Lu Ming and his team members' faces were clearly not good. According to Lu Ming's previous data projections, If they had priced Defend the Frontline at 69 yuan, they should have sold at least 400,000 copies today. When Lu Ming and his team presented this data, their faces couldn't help but darken. In the meeting room, Lu Ming and the others looked at today's dismal data and couldn't help but sigh. Fang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh helplessly.
Out of today's 100,000 copies, nearly half were purchased by overseas users, which indicates that our game also has a significant market overseas.
The only thing holding us back is likely the game's price.
If we could lower it slightly, I predict that Defend the Frontline could easily surpass 1 million copies sold in its first week. However, if we continue selling at 138, breaking 500,000 in the first week would be a stretch. By the end of the first month, reaching a million might be possible, but that wouldn't be favorable for the game's reputation. I believe our game is fully capable of competing in international competitions and even world-class awards. Listening to Fang Xiaoxiao's data analysis, Xia Tian kept nodding. However, her heart was already in turmoil. She had been trying her best to imagine how successful Defend the Frontline could be. But the fact that 138,000 players were still willing to purchase it at that price made her shiver involuntarily. Glancing again at the number of players who had logged out. With 100,000 purchases, the average online player count exceeded 80,000. The average gameplay duration had even exceeded 8 hours.
Damn it!
The game has only been released for less than 15 hours. You guys are trying to become immortals. Thank goodness I chose the 138 strategy. Otherwise, losing money would have been inevitable.
According to Fang Xiaoxiao's chart predictions,
if the price continues to stay at 128 yuan, I'll only be able to sell 700,000 copies in 2 weeks. That would amount to approximately 89.6 million.
That's still over 10 million short of the 100 million mark.
If we make a small profit from this round
isn't a loss. Thinking about it, Xia Tian couldn't help but sigh in relief.
Looking at the dejected employees, she felt it was time to give them another dose of motivation.
Alright, everyone, I know what you're thinking. Lowering prices is out of the question. Doing so now would only make our competitors laugh at us. However, we can focus more on soft advertising and promotions. This task will be handled by Lu Ming. I'm giving you a budget of 10 million for advertising. Find influencers, run subway ads, whatever you think will work. I have confidence in you.
Upon hearing Xia Tian's words,
Lu Ming opened his mouth slightly but didn't know what to say.
In the end, he could only nod silently. Seeing that Lu Ming was at a loss, Xia Tian couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. She clenched her little fists tightly and couldn't help but let out a loud cheer.
Hee. I finally beat Huan once. Who else can stop me from losing money? Who else? Alright, that's all for today. It's getting late, everyone should head home and rest early. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xia Tian left the office with a delighted smile.
Once Summer had left, the group stared at each other in disbelief, unable to take their eyes off Lu Ming, and finally asked,
Old Lu, what should we do next? Should we try advertising?
The problem is, even though 1 million sounds like a lot, it might not make much of a splash.
Why don't we try promoting it to foreign users? Look, half of today's revenue came from foreign users, which means my game has a good market overseas? But we don't have an overseas marketing team. How do we expand the market?
That's true. Even if we start now, we might not achieve anything and just waste our time. While everyone was discussing advertising strategies,
Lu Ming suddenly interrupted everyone. Everyone, quiet down. Let me think of a solution.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's gaze immediately turned toward him.
At this critical moment, if they couldn't come up with a good promotional plan, the massive IP of Defend the Frontline would be ruined.
Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Lu Ming was equally anxious. Defend the Frontline was his chance to earn the title of Father of the Sandbox.
As a game designer, he naturally didn't want to waste such a golden opportunity.
As time ticked away, Lu Ming's mind began to race. His mind scoured the open source game system, searching for games and seeking inspiration. Then, his mind suddenly came to a halt. Facing a small game with only 10 open source points, he stopped searching.
He actually had a vague recollection of this game.
In his previous life, it had been hailed as China's first first-person shooter game and caused a sensation in internet cafes. That was Blood Battle on Shanghai Bund. The moment he saw the game, Lu Ming's mind was suddenly struck by an idea that wasn't quite inspiration. A faint smile curled the corners of his lips, and Wang Ba and Fang Xiaoxiao, who were nearby, immediately understood.
Old Lu has another idea. Chapter 88, Summer, who are you talking about? Old Lu, do you have any ideas? Tell us quickly. Exactly. This is driving me crazy. Just tell us your plan already.
Seeing Wang Ba and the others looking so anxious, Lu Ming just chuckled.
I do have a few ideas.
I plan to discuss them with you. I plan to focus on patriotic sentiment.
Patriotic sentiment?
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the others present exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise as they looked at Lu Ming.
Isn't this game called Defend the Frontline a zombie shooting game? How does that have anything to do with patriotism?
Noticing the odd expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Ming merely smiled. He then shared his thoughts. I want to open up the game's creative mods, allowing all players to freely customize our game. This. Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's expressions grew even more confused. Just modify the game if you want to. Why bring patriotism into it? Seeing everyone still looked confused, Lu Ming simply waved his hand at everyone. After whispering a few words in their ears, holy crap! You're really a genius. No way. Old Lu, how did you come up with such a mind-blowing move? Ha ha ha. I've never seen a game that can be linked to patriotism before. You're amazing, Old Lu. You've got some real ingenuity. And if we do it this way, we only need to change the models. We don't even need to design them ourselves, we can just outsource it. Exactly. We can just release it as a private mod later, and even if the models aren't perfect, it doesn't matter. After hearing Lu Ming's idea, everyone suddenly felt enlightened. Immediately, Wang Ba shouted out loud. No more talk. Let us get started tonight. Let us aim to break the record of 1 million in sales within a week. Hearing Wang Ba's words, everyone immediately became full of energy. At the same time, many industry peers were eagerly awaiting the first day's sales figures for Defend the Frontline. Upon seeing that it had only sold 10,000 copies, this was far beyond everyone's expectations. I thought this game was going to be a huge hit. Oh well. It has nothing to do with the game itself, the game is already excellent. It's all about the marketing, they really messed that up. Exactly. The pricing is way too high, and they're not even a big studio. They've really lost their minds this time. In my opinion, they should have gone with a free-to-play model and monetized through in-game purchases. Exactly. They're too idealistic. I doubt they'll even break 1 million sales in the first month. Wow, when did breaking 1 million sales in the first month become something you don't even care about? Oh right, our little company that's lucky to break 10,000 in the first month, how dare we mock others? Many industry peers, upon seeing Momo's ridiculous pricing, couldn't help but vent their frustrations. As for Xia Tian herself, she couldn't care less about what others were saying. Please, all I want is to lose money, okay? Who cares? At that moment, inside the Xia family's old mansion, Xia Yushu, Xia Miao, and a few others were nervously watching the performance of Defend the Frontline. Upon seeing that their niece's game company had sold 100,000 copies in just one day, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Meanwhile, Xia He was busily calculating the initial monthly revenue of the game using a calculator. Finally, the numbers settled at 144.9 million. Based on our projections, breaking 1.5 million copies in the first month for Defend the Frontline shouldn't be a problem. After deducting the platform's 30% tax and various other expenses, Xiaotian will make nearly 150 million this month. Upon hearing Xia He's words, Xia Yushu, Xia Miao, and Xia Ji's expressions immediately turned grim. They had thought their niece was just bragging. But she was actually serious. Goodness. Is game development that profitable now? Why hasn't our Qinghe Games made any progress yet? I've already told them to develop games. Xiaotian developed an FPS game, right? That proves FPS games have a bright future. Our next game will be a brand new FPS title, guaranteed to be a huge hit. What a pity. I was hoping to get a stake in Qinghe. What's there to be sorry about? A 100% profit margin in a month? What company can guarantee that? I heard the old man gave Xiaotian 3 million. Wow, our dad is really ruthless. He made 30 million just by flipping it. A group of summer uncles started talking, and soon the mood turned sour. If only they had known, they would have been as bold as the old man. What a pity. Such a golden opportunity was right before their eyes, yet they let it slip away. As for Xia Chunxing at that moment, upon seeing today's sales figures for Manhwa, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Glancing at Ah Fu beside him, he couldn't help but ask. Our think tank predicted we'd sell at least 400,000 copies today. What were they doing? The gap is so huge. Upon hearing Xia Chunxing's question, Ah Fu let out a helpless sigh. Master, this time it's really not the think tank's fault. They predicted the price would be between 59 and 89, but Manhwa suddenly sold at 138. It must be because the young miss was in a hurry. Impossible. Upon hearing Ah Fu's words, Mr. Xia shook his head without a moment's hesitation. My daughter is so intelligent. How could she make such a foolish mistake? In my opinion, someone must have persuaded her to do this. It might even be that Lu Ming. I knew he wasn't a good person from the start. Ah Fu. Sir, aren't you being a bit too biased against that Lu director? Old Master Xia snorted coldly. After a moment of thought, he decided to call Xia Tian anyway. Hello? Is that you, Tian Tian? It's your grandfather. Xia Tian. Who is in charge of marketing at your company? Who told them to set the prices like that? They're complete idiots. Is it that Lu Ming?
He is a real liability to the company. Don't let people like that handle company marketing anymore. Just stick to making games quietly. In my opinion, he should be punished by cleaning the toilets. What a terrible idea. Summer, who had been looking so happy. But upon hearing his grandfather's outburst, he was completely dumbfounded. Wait. You're talking about Lu Ming, but every word is directed at me? Who are you indirectly criticizing? Who are you indirectly targeting? How did I become so stupid? How did I become the black sheep of the company? And why do I have to clean the toilets? So frustrating. But I dare not admit it was me. Suddenly, Xia Tian was filled with frustration. But you still have to nod innocently. Got it, Grandpa. I'll make him search the bathroom right away. Once old Master Xia hung up the phone, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It had been ages since he felt this sense of commanding the world. Refreshing. Fu, as a fan of Lu Ming and Miss Lewis couple. Watching the old man's displeased expression toward Lu Ming, he couldn't help but hesitate. Old master, what if that's Mr. Lewis' strategy? Haha, strategy? What does a young guy like him know about marketing or strategy? Let me put it this way, if Defend the Frontline can break 1 million in its first week, then that's strategy. Otherwise, it's just hot air. Young people are so ambitious and don't know their limits. If he can break 1 million in the first week, I'll go clean his toilet. Chapter 89, Preparing for the Launch. A mysterious female guest makes an appearance. Time flew by, and 2 days had passed since the release of Defend the Frontline. As a highly anticipated game. Not only FPS game streamers. Even ordinary game streamers were broadcasting live. At this moment, Shin Yujie is a loyal long-time user of Moya games. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the live stream of Defend the Frontline. Not only that. Because of a prior agreement with Chiezi. Over the past 2 days, the top streamers from both platforms have teamed up for a joint livestream. They explored the game together. This has also brought the upcoming content of Defend the Frontline into the spotlight for players. For example, the special infected zombies in the upcoming updates. Additionally, the skills that game characters can use. As well as new items, weapons, and equipment that can be obtained. With Lucia's help, even if it's just the two of them matched up, along with 14 randomly selected players, the game easily reaches the later stages. As the game progressed, the scene of thousands of zombies swarming and left the livestream viewers thrilled. At its peak, over 1 million viewers flooded into their livestream. This not only gave them a significant boost in followers, it also provided extensive publicity and exposure for Defend the Frontline. Many players who hadn't seen the game's promotional materials before also expressed their interest in giving it a try. Of course, however, are still hesitating due to the game's price. They are currently still observing and hesitating whether to purchase it. 8 o'clock at night. Shin Yujie opened his live stream on time. Welcome to my live stream, guys. I've missed you all so much. Yesterday, I finished the main story mode of the game with Chiezi. Basically, all the buildings, materials, weapons, and everything else have been unlocked. Today, Chiezi and I will unlock the game's infinite mode and see how many levels we can survive. According to the game's official information, the infinite mode unlocks more super weapons and some special infected enemies. Additionally, the difficulty increases every 5 levels. Meanwhile, Xiaozi and I will also invite a mysterious female guest. You can all guess who we invited. Upon hearing Shin Yujie's words, the viewers in his live stream immediately erupted with excitement. Sure. Is there a newcomer today? The game is fun, but it's just too expensive. I'll wait for a price drop before buying. Buy early, enjoy early. Can the streamer join in? Give us a room number. New guest? I'm a bit excited. The live stream has just begun. Over 200,000 viewers flooded into Shin Yujie's live stream. This is already quite impressive. The number of fans for the neighboring streamer is undoubtedly even higher. At this point, all major platforms are well aware of the popularity of Defend the Frontline. Even without any proactive promotion from the developers, countless streamers are already rushing to broadcast the game. Major gaming influencers have already begun their early exploration. They must secure their share of the frontline defense pie before other streamers do. Currently, any streamer broadcasting this game can gain significant attention and official promotion. Even veteran streamers from other genres are taking breaks to play Defend the Frontline for a while. All in an effort to boost their popularity. All streamers are pulling out all the stops. Even Lucia and Shin Yujie have had to come up with alternative strategies. For example, right now, when the mysterious female guest appeared, Lucia and Shin Yujie's livestream exploded. Many netizens who recognized this female streamer were all abuzz. My goodness. It's actually Miao Jiang. The older woman is really getting better and better. Woo woo. My wife has arrived. Tell the older sister, I won't boil him tonight, I'll boil Miao Jiang until she cries. Isn't our Miaoya a gaming commentator? Why is she suddenly streaming games? Love it. Who has this girl's room number? I need to add her.
In the live stream, a stunningly beautiful woman with a perfect 9 head-to-body ratio suddenly appeared on camera. Dressed in a lace-covered, intricate Lolita outfit, she looked like a cosplayer.
She is the Miaoya Jiang that netizens are talking about.
Standing at 171 centimeters tall with a 9-headed body ratio, she has a sweet face and is a professional broadcasting major.
Besides modeling, due to her gaming skills,
she frequently appears in major gaming tournaments. She has a strong fan base, with over 2 million followers just on her own. Although Miaoya Jiang also streams games in her spare time. However, the games she streams are mostly not very competitive.
Her streams are primarily focused on entertainment and her appearance.
In her free time, she enjoys singing and has gained popularity for her versatility. The moment she appeared, Shen Yujia's livestream was filled with cheers.
Shen Yujie gave her a sidelong glance and looked at Miaoya Jiang.
"Oh, Miaoya Jiang, the moment you entered my livestream, my fans went wild.
Some fans asked me to ask you if you play FPS games in your free time?" Upon hearing Shen Yujie's question, Miaoya Jiao first smiled and greeted everyone.
Then she shook her head. "No, this is actually my first time playing an FPS game. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous because I'm a bit scared of zombie-themed games.
Please have the older sister and the older brother guide me when the time comes. Don't look down on me for being a noob."
Upon hearing Miaoya Jiang's words, Shen Yujie's face immediately broke into a lecherous smile.
Hee, so it's your first time? Well, I'll take your first time then. Netizens. Healing potion. Miaoya Jiang's first time was supposed to be mine.
Please refrain from spreading rumors.
Do you know how long Miaoya Jiang had to explain this to me?
You're such a cool older sister.
I never expected you to be like this. I'll follow you. No problem. You must be living the good life. Even Miaoya Jiang is streaming with you. I have a feeling tonight's live stream is going to be a hit. Seeing Shen Yujie's expression, the fans burst into laughter. Soon, after some friendly introductions and exchanges,
the three officially began tonight's adventure.
After selecting endless mode, the system automatically matched players. Within 3 seconds, all 16 players were successfully matched. The next second, everyone found themselves in a slightly cute Q-style 3D environment.
Seeing the Q-style characters of the other players, Miaoya Jiang couldn't help but let out a look of surprise.
The character models in this game are pretty good, aren't they?
These characters are so cute. I heard from a friend that this game is pretty scary, but it doesn't seem that bad to me.
Oh? Hearing Miaoya Jiang's words, Shen Yujie and Lu Qie exchanged a glance.
The two sleazy men instantly exchanged a knowing smile.
Exactly. This game isn't scary at all. Just play it. I guarantee you won't make a peep when you do. Chapter 90. Miaoya Jiang was scared to tears. Seeing Miaoya Jiao's innocent expression,
the viewers in the live stream all revealed a mischievous smile. Instantly, all the viewers in the live stream stopped sending comments. They watched Miaoya Jiang make props, build structures, and craft weapons with a smile on their faces.
Before long, 5 minutes had passed.
The scene suddenly shifted.
In that instant,
a loud roar suddenly echoed through Miaoya Jiang's headphones. She jumped in surprise and immediately looked tense.
Wow! What's that sound? Don't scare me. I'm so scared. Wait, wasn't it just a god's eye view? How did it switch to first person? This game isn't supposed to be scary, is it? Wow! Is that a zombie? Wah! You scared me to death. Wah! You're all bad people. Why didn't you tell me?
Looking at the suddenly changing scene in front of them.
Just a moment ago, Miaoya Jiang was giggling, but now she is not giggling anymore.
On the screen, a zombie filled with fear and tension suddenly opened its bloodthirsty maw. Its rotting gray-green skin was covered in spiderweb-like blood vessels, with murky cerebrospinal fluid continuously seeping out from beneath the skin. When this brain fluid came into contact with the air, it immediately solidified into translucent, egg-shaped crystals, each containing writhing linear parasites. The lower jaw, resembling that of a snake, suddenly opened a full 180 degrees. Such a grotesque scene left Miaoya Jiang, who had never played a horror game before, completely speechless.
The next second,
she actually cried out in front of all the viewers in the live stream.
Wow, she cried out. Wow! You're so mean. These zombies are so scary, and you didn't tell me. Wah wah wah! This game is so scary, I don't want to play anymore. Ah! They're coming. The zombies are coming. Inside the live stream,
the eggplant, who had been about to discuss tactics, was stunned to realize. At that moment, there was no room for him to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with Miaoya Jiang's piercing screams.
She didn't give him a chance to strategize.
The public chat channel of the entire game was filled with the sound of gunfire.
And Miaoya Jiang's screams. All one could say was,
she truly lives up to her background in voice broadcasting. Even when screaming in terror, her voice was so melodious and well modulated. Seeing this scene, Xiezi and the older sister exchanged a knowing smile. They both revealed the satisfying expression of having done something mischievous.
In the live stream, the comments that had just quietly stopped suddenly erupted. The entire Miaoya Jiang livestream was filled with good people. This is hilarious. You guys are really good at holding back. I knew it. There's a bad guy among us. Poor Miaoya Jiang, she's been scared past her fear threshold. As expected, when people are doing bad things, they can really hold back. To be honest, Defend the Frontline is great in every way, but it's way too scary. I think it should be rated 18+. My younger brother secretly played my game yesterday and was so scared he peed the bed. Ha ha. Fortunately, the zombies' terrifying attacks only last 5 minutes. Once the 5 minutes are up, the screen returns to its cute, adorable style. As for Miaoya Jiang, the hat and wig she was wearing on her head had been knocked off due to the intense scare. It was clear she was genuinely terrified. Her breathing was labored. The tears in the corners of her eyes made her originally flawless makeup look a bit smudged. What a tragic beauty. Instantly, the fans in the live stream loved her even more. Yajio is amazing. This is the first time I've seen you stream like this. You had me laughing so hard. My goodness, Yaya has such a low tolerance for horror games? Why not stream horror games specifically next time? Seriously, making someone who's never played a horror gameplay Defend the Frontline is a bit too much. Jobo, I recommend a game that's not scary at all. It's called The Cabin in the Woods. Give it a try. You jerk. I searched for it and it's a game where you find differences in pictures, then suddenly a ghost face pops out and scared the pants off me. Ha ha ha. Where is it? I need to search for it and show my friends. At this moment, Miaoya Jian was on the brink of breaking down. Just as the netizens said. Having never played any overly intense games before, her first game was Defend the Frontline, a high-difficulty zombie horde game. It was way too intense. She looked like she had been trampled by 100 zombies. She was crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. The eggplant and the older sister, who were still laughing earlier, were also feeling a bit uneasy upon seeing this scene. This isn't good. It seems she really scared her to tears. This made the two of them feel a bit flustered. They had finally called Miaoya Jiang over for the show's effect. Now they had the effect they wanted. But it went too far. If something goes wrong, it could lead to a live broadcast accident. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I'll be criticized by some female martial arts fans and called a shrimp head man. What on earth should I do? Two grown men, sitting in a room with the air conditioner set to over 20 degrees, were so scared they broke out in a cold sweat. Unable to help himself, Chiezi kindly reminded them. Yejian, can you still stream? If not, maybe we should just log out for today? Yeah, this game is indeed a bit too hard. If not, we can play a dress-up game with you? I remember the wireless mode has an option to skip the night scenes, right? We can skip those. Hearing the two of them, Miao Yuzhang remained silent, only crying. Now they were really in trouble. Xiezi and the older sister panicked even more. The two of them were like little boys who had made their girlfriend cry at kindergarten. Eggplant was so flustered he was about to turn into a monkey. Just as the two were at a loss, suddenly, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on Shin Yujie's computer. Upon seeing the message, Shin Yujie's eyes lit up. Eggplant brother, could you calm down Miaoya Jiang for me? I need to respond to a message from an advertiser. After saying that, Shin Yujie took out his phone and showed it to the audience on the screen. Then he just bolted out of there. Lu Chie. You little jerk. Leaving your brother in the lurch like this. In an instant, the already socially anxious Chiezi was on the verge of tears. Yejian, don't cry. If you cry, I'll cry too. Seeing this scene, the fans of Chiezi and Yajia couldn't help but laugh. How did you end up crying while trying to comfort someone else? Poor Eggplant, he has no idea how to cheer up a girl. This is bad, tonight's livestream is probably over. Let us watch the drama unfold. Did Eggplant make the little girl cry? Saimya Yejian confessed to Eggplant and got rejected, then cried? What the heck? Do you guys want even more chaos? If that is the case, I'll start spreading rumors too. Chapter 91, The Bloodline Within Awakens. At that moment, Shin Yujie, who had hurriedly slipped out, let out a long breath of relief. Then he saw that Lu Ming had sent him a message. Sis, busy? Seeing Lu Ming's message, Shin Yujie almost knelt down on the spot. Fortunately, Lu Ming's message came just in time. He had never been so grateful to anyone before. Immediately, he waved his hands and smiled. Not busy, not busy. Go ahead, Mr. Lu. Here's the thing, the creative mod for our game Frontline Defense is now available. Considering the excessive horror elements in it, I created a less terrifying mod and would like to invite you to be our first playtester. Upon seeing Lu Ming's message, Shin Yujie's eyes lit up instantly. A non-scary game? That's great. Perfect timing just now, because Defend the Frontline was too scary, Miaoya Jiao started crying. If the game isn't too scary, maybe the livestream can continue. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Shin Yujie immediately agreed to Lu Ming's request to try the game. After cashing in on the chaos, he returned to the livestream with a smile on his face. Looking at the frantic Chezi and the still crying Miao Jiang, he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, let's continue the live stream. Let's keep playing Defend the Frontline." "What? You think it's not chaotic enough yet?" Hearing the older woman's words, Chezi was speechless. Does he think there aren't enough troubles already? Doesn't he fear being called Shrimp Head Guy? Even the viewers were puzzled. How could the older woman become so confident after just stepping outside? Just then, Chezi gave a mischievous smile and started introducing the new development to the live stream fans. The newly appointed Director Lu contacted me and asked me to test a new mod for Defend the Frontline. Director Lu said this new mod is specifically designed for players who can't handle horror. I'll send it to you all now, let's give it a try together. Really? Hearing the older woman's words, Miaoya, who had been crying just moments ago, choked out the question. To be honest, she already had a phobia of the game's rendering effects. For someone as cute and delicate as her, it was simply too intense. After receiving the older sister's repeated assurances, she finally nodded. If that's the case, let us give it another try. Alright. I'll send you the mod right away. Everyone can take a look and see what you think of Miaoya's new mod. Hearing the older sister's words, a group of players of Defend the Frontline were also filled with curiosity. Regarding this newly completed mod, everyone expressed skepticism. Isn't this just weakening the zombies? That would ruin the essence of the game. Exactly. We play Defend the Frontline for that adrenaline-pumping thrill, right? Plus, it's only been a few days since it was released and they're already releasing a new mod? It probably won't be very fun. It's probably just a few things cut out and they're calling it a new mod. That's kind of boring. Watching the comments scroll by in the livestream, the older sister was also unsure. But who could resist Miao Jiao crying so hard? He couldn't keep playing the original Defend the Frontline anymore. If it's not scary, then it's not scary. Let's just get through tonight's livestream first. Thinking this, the older sister, Eggplant, and Miao Jiao had already installed the new mod. When they logged back into the game, they suddenly noticed the once terrifying and ruined futuristic city had completely transformed. The occasional screams of zombies echoed through the air. But now, it had become, "Bakaya, are you? Everyone?" As the camera pans down, everyone finally realizes this new mod had completely altered the original city scenery. The surrounding buildings suddenly took on a vintage feel, resembling Shanghai in the 1930s or 1940s. Everywhere was filled with the sounds of battle, and there were crying people all around. Holy crap! Where did this blood battle of Shanghai mod come from? Did you hear that sound just now? Did I hear it wrong? No, I heard it too. I'm sure I didn't mishear. Look! When you talk to the NPCs, they can join our faction and even give us materials. Looking at this brand new mod, the three of them were completely baffled. Finally, the 5-minute gathering time ended. The camera then cuts to a new scene. What once was a desolate post-apocalyptic landscape has now completely vanished. In its place stood the ruined old metropolis, shrouded in smoke and the remnants of battle. On the streets, it was no longer rows of zombies that appeared. Instead, when they saw these new type of zombies, the three women in the live stream, along with all the viewers watching the broadcast, their eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! All they could hear was Xin Yujia shouting "Holy crap" 3 times in a row. Not only him, but even Miaoya Jiang and Xiezi were completely baffled upon seeing these zombies. The original zombies had turned into a group of Japanese soldiers with clean-shaven beards? Alright. Japanese soldiers and zombies seem to be the same species. A row of little Japanese soldiers charged toward the three women like zombies. The problem was, each of them was holding a samurai sword. What's going on? Hand-to-hand combat? Seeing this scene, the chat in the livestream started to fill with confused question mark emojis. A group of viewers, upon seeing these Japanese soldiers, were all energized. What the hell? Isn't this supposed to be Defend the Frontline? How did it turn into anti-Japanese simulator? This is bad. My blood is boiling. No time for words, boss lady, just shoot. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's my Italian cannon? Fire. Fire. Wow. I suddenly want to play this game even more. I won't say another word. Where can I download this game? I'm going to buy it right now. Ah. Fighting the little devils, and there are so many of them? I'm wide awake now. Looking at the countless little devils in front of them, all wielding samurai swords. Xin Yujie and the others, who had been a bit worried about zombies. Instantly, their revolutionary spirit took hold. Looking at these Japanese soldiers who resembled zombies, there was no trace of their playful mood left. Their eyes were as determined as if they were joining the party. Looking at the machine guns in their hands. No more talk, brothers. Watch me take out these Japanese devils. The once crying Miaoya Jiang. Upon seeing these Japanese soldiers, she, who had previously been unfamiliar with the game, suddenly felt as though her mind had been cleared. I feel the red blood in my veins has awakened. No more talking, guys.
If we get taken down by these little devils, that'd be too embarrassing.
Hee, my big gun is already itching for action. Brothers, follow me into battle. Charge. Chapter 92, so much fun it makes you pee your pants. Da.
In the game, the three older women were wildly firing at the Japanese soldiers in front of them.
Even their expressions gradually became wide-eyed and intense.
Just moments ago, when playing Defend the Frontline, Miaya Jiang had been scared to tears.
Now, her expression was as excited as it could possibly be. She even let out a strange, thrilling laugh. Hee. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I'm going to kill all the little Japanese soldiers. Hearing this sharp laughter,
the fans in her live stream shuddered in fear.
Holy crap!
Miaya Jiang, stop laughing, I'm scared.
Wow! Is this really Miaya Jiang's true nature? This game is way too addictive, I love it.
I was hesitating whether to buy it or not, but if you say I can beat up the little devils, I won't be tired anymore.
Already purchased. No more words, guys. Where can I download this mod? Watching hordes of little Japanese soldiers die before the older women.
All the viewers in the live stream went wild. Especially when the special infected appeared on the 5th day.
Everyone was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Codename, Pangolin, reporting for duty. Bakaya Ru long live the great Neon Empire. Their tank division is here. It's the Kamikaze Special Forces. One after another, classic mini-bosses appeared before Shin Yujie and his group.
Looking at these little devils, they showed no signs of panic. They even charged out of their own fortress and engaged the Japanese soldiers in combat. Machine gunning the Japanese soldiers, roasting them with flames, slicing them with laser blades. Every trick in the book was being unleashed on these little devils. Watching these little devils being mowed down in the live stream by the older women. The blood of every Dragon Nation citizen
completely went mad.
In the three streamers' live streams, their smiles grew increasingly savage and twisted.
They didn't even need Chiezi to mention any tactics.
They had already agreed on their tactics on their own. By the time they reached the 50th level, they finally unlocked all the super weapons. When they saw the new super weapons, suddenly the live stream was hit with a new wave of excitement.
Holy crap! It's a mech! Everyone, look, it's a mech! Seeing the alloy mecha in front of them, all the viewers erupted into cheers. When the three of them entered the mecha,
facing the screen filled with Japanese enemy bosses and ordinary soldiers, they immediately launched into a relentless slaughter. 50th level, 60th level, 70th level. The further they went, the more enemies swarmed in from all directions. However, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they were filled with a resolute determination to fight to the death. Even in the later stages, the 5 minutes allotted for collecting and crafting were completely insufficient. Even as their own fortress is reduced to a battered ruin by the enemy, they still did not give up any chance to keep fighting. Before they knew it, the live stream had gone from 9 p.m. at night all the way to 9:30 a.m. the next day. Shin Yujie and the others rubbed their bloodshot eyes. Finally, at level 75, a single misstep led to their complete defeat.
Seeing their results, Shin Yujie and the others couldn't help but sigh in regret.
What a pity! We were so close to winning this level. After saying that, he glanced at the time on the computer.
Suddenly, his head buzzed. Damn it! I only played one game, and it's already 9:30 a.m.? On average, each level takes 10 minutes.
Playing 75 levels means I've been playing for 12.5 hours.
You don't realize it until you do the math, it's shocking.
He slowly stretched his arms. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body.
At that moment, Shin Yujie suddenly realized. His bladder was about to burst. Damn it, guys.
I'm in pain everywhere, I can't take it anymore, I need to go to the bathroom, and I probably need a massage too.
Across from him, Miaya Jiang and Chiezi were also slow to react. Instantly, they felt like their entire bodies were in agony. Damn it, now that you mention it, I feel the same way. I've been holding it in so long I can't feel anything anymore.
This game is great in every way, but the lack of a pause button isn't very bladder friendly. I suggest everyone wear diapers when playing games.
I'm out, guys. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. 3 people, streaming all night long.
At this moment, they all looked incredibly greasy.
Miaya John's makeup, due to oiliness and constant facial expressions, was completely ruined.
The viewers in the live stream finally realized what was happening after hearing everyone's words.
What the heck? They've been streaming this long?
I told myself I'd go to sleep at midnight, but I ended up staying up until now.
This game is awesome, it's so satisfying. I've been watching all day, I'm tired. Bye, everyone.
Shin Yujie glanced at the number of viewers in his live stream.
He couldn't help but mutter to himself, wow.
There were still over 200,000 viewers in the live stream. A large group of fans had been watching for over 12 hours straight. These were all true fans. At this time of day, if the live stream went into the daytime, having 3,000 or 5,000 viewers would already be considered a decent performance. But today, so many people stayed. However,
He rubbed his stiff, aching neck. At that moment, Shin Yujie was still unable to snap out of the shock of what had just happened. All that remained in his mind was the exhilaration of killing the Japanese soldiers. And the regret of not having passed level 75. Combined with his bloodshot eyes, he looked like he had been possessed by a demon. Even the viewers in the livestream were filled with fear at the sight of the tough lady. They all urged him to go to bed quickly. After Shin Yujie and the others had all gone to bed. What they didn't know was, at that moment on Weibo, the blood battle of Magic City Beach Mod 4 Defend the Frontline was dominating the screens. The entire gaming community, and even the entire Weibo platform, was flooded with news about this anti-Japanese simulation game. The thrill of killing Japanese soldiers, the exhilaration. It has directly ignited the passion of countless viewers for the game Defend the Frontline. It can be said that the new mod created by Lu Ming and his team has elevated Defend the Frontline to a level it never belonged to. Especially when news broke last night about the collaborative livestream featuring the three popular streamers Yujie, Chezi, and Maya Jiang. Netizens were absolutely buzzing. Wow! This game looks so fun. Where can I download it? Just checked, it's 138? Forget it, I'll just support the country. No words, I've already bought it. When will the official mod be released? Watched all night and ended up peeing myself laughing. I call this the best game of the year. No contest. What the hell is this anti-Japanese simulator? It's just pure fun. Guys, let us go. I'm going to hype this game up. Under the praise of countless players, the blood battle of Magic City Beach Mod 4 Defend the Frontline has been blown out of the water. And its sales, which had been gradually declining, at this moment, has experienced a new surge in popularity. Chapter 93, Summer, Lu Wanhuan finally can't hold on. The next morning, Lu Ming and the others woke up in the office. Due to the urgent need to update the mod in recent days, they had simply fallen asleep in the office. Fortunately, they had Lu Ming's source code. The mod update was completed exceptionally quickly. They managed to rush things and hand over the mod to Shin Yujie yesterday, then upload it to the platform. Waking up, brushing teeth, going downstairs to buy breakfast. When Lu Ming came up, he found Wang Ba and the others had already gotten up. Seeing the breakfast Lu Ming brought back, they devoured it without hesitation. Lu Ming glanced at his phone and saw it was only 7:55. There were only 5 minutes left before work. Without hesitation. Clap, clap. He clapped his hands twice, drawing everyone's attention. Amidst the surprised stares, Lu Ming spoke directly. Alright, everyone, we've done everything we needed to do. Now all we can do is leave it up to fate. I'll discuss it with Mr. Xia and arrange for everyone to take 2 days off. After breakfast, everyone can go home. After speaking, he yawned and returned to his office with sleepy eyes. When the time reached 8 o'clock, he immediately called Xia Tian. Soon, the call connected. On the other end, Xia Tian's lazy voice came through. Hello? It's me, Mr. Xia. I called to let you know that we've done everything we can here, and we're just waiting to see what happens next. Could you give everyone a day off for the next couple of days? HM? Upon hearing Lu Ming's voice, Summer immediately snapped out of her drowsy state. Hearing Lu Ming's slightly tired voice, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She even got so excited that she started dancing on the bed. After all these months. Finally, there was a moment when even Lu Ming felt helpless. At this moment, even Lu Ming couldn't boost the sales of Defend the Frontline. What does this mean? It means this move is a surefire loss. Woohoo! I'm so awesome. I even forced Lu Wanhuan to take a day off on her own. This is getting out of hand. Immediately, Xia Tian pretended to be calm and encouraged Lu Ming. I understand. You've all worked hard lately. Since you're taking time off, why not take a week? No, make it 2 weeks. You guys can go anywhere you want for a trip and I'll approve 30,000 for you. Don't come back until you've spent every last penny. As for the final sales figures for the game, just do your best. After saying that, Xia Tian hung up the phone with a delighted smile. He immediately transferred 30,000 yuan to Lu Ming. Wealth Treasure has received 300,000 yuan. Hearing this voice that sounded like music to his ears, Lu Ming felt instantly elated. With such a great boss, where else would you go to find one? No need to say more. He walked straight out of the office. Just then, Bai Jia and Rongyi arrived at the company. You're just in time. As members of our team, everyone has worked hard these past few days. Mr. Xia just gave us a bonus, which was originally planned for a trip. Here's the plan, the 300,000 yuan bonus will be split evenly among the 7 of us. Additionally, you'll get 2 weeks of paid leave. You can take the time off, but remember to bring your laptops. If there's any work that needs to be done, we'll contact you immediately. Whoa! Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the 3 newcomers, Li Zhang, Bai Jia, and Rongyi, all wore expressions of disbelief. They blinked repeatedly, unsure of what to say. Mr. Lu, are you serious? Is this really true? Is Miss Xia really starting this company? Are you sure it's not for charity? Wow. I'm just an old man, isn't this too much for me? Who said that?
At the Magic Eye Exchange meeting, if it weren't for you, Mr. Roan, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly.
I'll give you an extra 10,000 yuan as a bonus. Everyone did a great job. We've only just finished developing one game, and it's only been on sale for a few days. The final results haven't even been released yet. From the CEO down to the directors and team leaders, everyone was already rushing to distribute benefits. A huge sense of happiness enveloped the three newcomers. They knew joining this company was the right choice.
Thinking of this, Li Jiang immediately made a rock sign with his right hand, pointing it skyward.
No need to say more.
If Xia Zong were at my old bar, I'd definitely perform the dragon sucking water for him.
Since we're off work, Mr. Liu, should we go out and have some fun?
I know a few bar owners, we can go check them out this afternoon.
Hearing Li Jiang's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Don't look at Wang Ba and Ho Fangji, they make a lot of money. But they eat at the company and live in company dormitories. They don't really need to spend much money. They've saved a lot of money, but they have nowhere to spend it. As for Li Jiang,
due to his previous profession, he looks more like a high-level public relations professional compared to Rong Yi. He simply flipped his edgy hairstyle and extended an invitation to everyone. For Wang Ba and the others, who had never seen the world before,
it was utterly tempting. Immediately, after quickly gathering their belongings, they arrived at the family-style buffet restaurant for lunch. Under the smiling gaze of the owner, he quickly added a stack of seaweed for Wang Ba. After everyone had eaten their fill, everyone immediately headed to the bar Li Jiang had mentioned. As a former lead singer of a band, you could say Li Jiang wasn't a great singer, but you couldn't say he didn't know how to have a good time. When this trendy hairstyle appeared in various bars, Li Jiang immediately caught the attention of many regular customers. Hey, little Li, it's been ages. Have you brought any new songs lately?
Speaking of which, I haven't heard your songs in months, and now I'm itching all over. You little rascal, you haven't come to see us in so long. You'd better sing your heart out today. Hey, bring little Li a glass of Wangzi Ice Blast.
I know he loves that. A group of people arrived at a bar named Rainbow.
Inside the bar, upbeat music was playing.
This bar named Rainbow truly lived up to its name. As soon as they entered the bar,
Lu Ming and his group saw a crowd of people with colorful hairstyles and unconventional haircuts. It was clear that Old Li held quite a bit of influence here. They had only just arrived when they were surrounded by a group of punk-style youths.
As for what happened next,
Lu Ming felt like he had blacked out from drinking too much. In a daze, he remembered that Li Jiang had picked up a guitar and played and sang 2 songs.
What on earth was that song? You're my Guanyin Bodhisattva.
I'm afraid of ghosts, but they haven't harmed me at all. My skateboard shoes, fashionable, the most fashionable, sliding back and forth on this smooth floor. The land is my mother, labor is my father. All sorts of catchy music was blasting from the bar counter. Lu Ming could hear it all, his eyes spinning.
In short, under the enthusiastic barrage from Li Jiang's group of friends,
by the time Lu Ming had downed his 20th drink, he could barely hold on. With a messy wig on his head, he fell asleep with his head resting on Wang Ba's stomach.
When he woke up the next day, he realized all the employees of the Menger group had completely succumbed.
Li Jiang, that bastard, was cuddling 2 punk-style girls on either side, sound asleep.
This kid, he's got something going on. Looking around,
all the employees of the budding group had followed suit and started defeating the punk girls. His own face had also been smeared with smoky makeup at some point. Lu Ming said nothing, just kept taking photos.
Though he was mostly sober, his mind was completely consumed by Li Jiang's hypnotic music.
It was like a haunting melody, impossible to shake off.
It was just last night's experience.
It gradually sparked a thought in his mind. However, as his friends all woke up, the inspiration that had almost crystallized vanished instantly.
After a day of wild fun, everyone dragged their tired bodies home. When Lu Ming returned to the dormitory, he instinctively checked the sales figures for yesterday's Defend the Frontline. The result? When he saw the sales figures, damn it! He blurted out a curse word.
Instantly, the alcohol that had only partially worn off was completely sobered him up. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Wang Ba and the others, who were about to fall asleep.
Guys, don't sleep. It's big news. My game sold like crazy yesterday. Chapter 94, Let us reap the world together. Hearing Lu Ming's loud shouts,
the guys, dragging their weary bodies in smudged makeup, stumbled over to Lu Ming like zombies.
When Wang Ba finally looked at the data for Defend the Frontline, in an instant,
the man who had just been exhausted moments ago felt his brain suddenly flood with blood.
What the hell? How many? How many copies were sold yesterday? Did I see that correctly? Wow, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, 30,000 copies sold in a single day? How is that possible? Ha ha ha. Old Lu has made it. It must be because of the new mod we added. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see it right now, I'm dying of curiosity. Xiang Dong and Ho Fangji rushed over to Lu Ming's computer. After seeing the sales data from the previous day, the two immediately joined the celebratory crowd. Game sales, 574,581 copies. Yesterday's game sales, 410,701 copies. Number of refunds within 2 hours, 1,024 copies. Sales revenue, 79,292,178 yuan. Current total game reviews, 87,022. Positive review rate, 96% overwhelmingly positive. Upon seeing the game sales figures for just one day, yesterday, Lu Ming and the other three were all wide-eyed in disbelief. This figure was nearly 4 times the sales of their game on its first day. In gaming history, while it may not be unmatched in the future, it is undoubtedly unparalleled in the past. Lu Ming immediately opened the more detailed back-end data. He discovered that the majority of those who purchased the game yesterday were almost all players from Dragon Country, accounting for 96% of the total number of purchasers. He immediately reviewed all the reviews below the game. Some had only been released for 4 days. The users who left those reviews had all played for over 20 hours. They're literally risking their lives to play this game. Frontline Defense, Anti-Japanese Simulator. Played with my dorm mates all night and still can't figure out why we lost at level 90. Invited my neon-lit study abroad friend to play and ended up beating him halfway through. I'm not going home tonight. Tell my mom I'm not a coward. Awesome. This is absolutely the best FPS game of the year. Looking at the comments section, almost all of them were positive reviews. Clearly, as a player from Dragon Country, even in the game, fighting the Japanese is an exhilarating experience. Once the blood in your veins stirs, there's no turning back. Seeing this data, Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Wang Ba suddenly slapped his thigh and couldn't help but shout excitedly. That's amazing, old Lu. Your mod is a stroke of genius. It's completely revitalized the game. With the game's data trending so strongly, as the game's developers, they were naturally overjoyed. Every game they designed was like their own child. Which parent wouldn't be proud of their child's success? And now, their child is truly making a name for itself. If they can maintain this momentum. Thinking about it, Ho Fangji couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Do you think we still have a chance to break the million-copy sales mark in the first week? Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. But before long, Xiang Dong, standing nearby, had to pour a bucket of cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. I don't think it's likely. While our game does have the added appeal of patriotic themes, the truly patriotic players would have already purchased it on the first day. Even if we keep advertising non-stop afterward, we won't achieve the same effect as yesterday. After all, our pricing is what it is. Breaking 1 million sales in the first week is unlikely, but breaking it in 2 weeks should be manageable. Hearing Xiang Dong's analysis, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although breaking 1 million sales in 2 weeks sounds pretty impressive, but it's just not as satisfying as breaking 1 million in the first week, is it? With Defend the Frontline just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of success. If they were to surrender now, they just couldn't bring themselves to accept it. At this moment, even Lu Ming feels the same way. Such a golden opportunity is right before our eyes, why wouldn't we fight for it? If you don't take what heaven gives you, you'll only bring misfortune upon yourself. He suddenly stood up from his seat with a swift movement and began pacing back and forth. He pondered what else he could do to give Defend the Frontline another boost. He stared at the data on the computer screen. He paced back and forth in front of the computer. Wang Ba and the other two sat quietly in their chairs, behaving like well-behaved children, not causing any trouble. Finally, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had come up with an idea. He went to the back-end data page of the computer and took another careful look at yesterday's sales data. Upon seeing the overseas sales figures from the previous day, he suddenly came up with a bold idea. Guys, I've got an idea. Oh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Ba and the other two perked up immediately. Old Lu, just tell us what to do, where your guns, we'll shoot wherever you point. Looking at the back-end data in front of him, Lu Ming burst into laughter. I've got an idea. Since we can use the blood battle on Shanghai's Bund mod to get domestic players to buy our game in droves, there's no reason why only we Chinese should be patriotic. Xiaozong, there should still be quite a bit of advertising budget left, right? Starting now, go find outsourcing partners worldwide and mass-produce similar mods. Then we'll have the Japanese fight the Americans, the Chinese fight the Germans, the Americans fight the Russians, and the French fight, well, everyone can fight. Starting now, outsource everything and find famous foreign streamers to promote our game. I don't believe it. Our game still won't sell. Ugh. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, the three people present all sucked in a cold breath. Then everyone raised their thumbs in approval. That's high. It's really too high. It's all thanks to you, old Lu. You've really mastered this marketing strategy. Ha ha ha. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Since we invented this sales method, we should maximize our profits. We should cash in on the whole world. We can't wait any longer. Every second counts. Everyone, stay awake. Call Li Jiang and buy Jia back. Forget about Rong Yi.
Additionally, contact those who understand history, preferably those familiar with outsourcing companies during World War II, and have them help us develop the mod as soon as possible.
Don't be stingy with the money. What we need now is time. Whereas Fang Jie? Call her immediately and tell her the good news. This time, we must seize this massive traffic opportunity. I've already called her. Fang Jie said she yes on her way to the company.
She told us to get started first while she goes to set up the overseas department and hire people.
Go go go. Everyone get moving. If we can break 1 million in the first week, Xia Zong will be smiling in his sleep, and will he really withhold our bonuses then? Xia Tian, Xiu.
Xia Tian, who had already flown to Japan for a trip, had no idea what was happening at the company. Rubbing her slightly red nose, she spoke uncertainly.
Who's missing me? I get it must be the money I'm about to get. No more talking, I'm going to splurge big time. Celebrating in advance that I've made a killing. Quack quack quack.
Chapter 95, First Week Sales Breakthrough of 1 million achieved.
Over the next 3 days, Defend the Frontline gained popularity at an astonishing speed.
Under the initial financial push, game mods were being created at an almost daily rate. Players from major gaming nations like Saudi Arabia, Japan, the United States, and Indonesia began creating mods tailored to their local cultures. Then, with the endorsement of major streamers invited by the developers,
Defend the Frontline is spreading at a viral pace. Spreading rapidly.
Every moment, Defend the Frontline is being purchased by players. The proportion of foreign players is also growing increasingly larger. The combination of sandbox gameplay and FPS elements offers players a unique and compelling experience.
Otherwise, relying solely on patriotic sentiment wouldn't have garnered such high popularity.
On the 5th day of its release, the game had already sold 700,000 copies. On the 6th day, it sold 900,000 copies.
By the 7th day,
Defend the Frontline sales, as expected, broke through the 1 million mark.
All fellow game developers,
when they saw the celebratory announcement posted on the day of its launch, they all instinctively gaped in disbelief.
Breaking 1 million copies in the first week? What does that even mean? Let me put it this way.
Only Moyan participated in this year's competition. TGA, Golden Joystick Awards, GDC, and other well-known authoritative awards in the gaming industry.
Manhwa isn't even nominated, it's just going to collect the award.
And this isn't even a question of whether Moya should participate, it's about having created such an amazing game. The organizers of major game competitions, in order to maintain the authority of their own events, they will undoubtedly go to great lengths, even begging on their knees, to get Momo to participate. This is the authority that comes with breaking the 1 million sales mark in the first week.
In this world, forget about seeing it, people dare not even think about it. But Moya actually did it.
On this day, the entire Dragon Kingdom, no, the entire global gaming industry was shaken to its core. The game, which broke the 1 million sales mark in its first week, was immediately covered by virtually every media outlet and gaming website. Industry peers, upon hearing that Budding had surpassed 1 million sales in its first week, were all stunned. Damn it! What does 1 million sales even mean? He's not even a AAA title. How can it sell so well? Damn it! I'm jealous of those sales. Someone, get me the director of Lu, no matter what. Wow, how many records is this going to break? Is this the dawn of our Dragon Nation's gaming era? This wave of newcomers, they're amazing. At that moment, inside the Xia family estate, Xia Chunseng sat silently staring at the news on his tablet, frozen in his chair for a long time. After a long while, he finally spoke reluctantly. Do you think this news could be fake? Maybe the website was hacked? A Fu, who was standing nearby, nearly couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. However, as a professional butler, he quickly regained his composure and replied, I don't think so, sir. I checked, and several authoritative domestic institutions have reported on this, and even some authoritative foreign institutions are beginning to cover it. Miss has truly brought honor to the Xia family this time. I think she has already reached 80% of your skill when you were young. Oomph. That little girl, she's still far from it. Upon hearing Ah Fu's words, Xia Chunseng, though he expressed dissatisfaction with his words, but his face was beaming with joy, and there was no need to look to know that he was feeling incredibly pleased at that moment. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. He saw that Ah Fu's hands had somehow produced another leather whip. Upon seeing the leather strap, Xia Chunseng fell silent. Xia Chunseng, Ah Fu, what are you doing? Master, you said that if the first week's sales of Defend the Frontline exceeded 1 million copies, you would clean the toilets at the young Mrs. Company. Xia Chunseng. Think carefully. I'm your boss. Does being the boss mean you can go back on your word? Damn it! How could I forget about that? Suddenly, The old man who had been smiling just moments ago now looked like he was owed millions by everyone. Just thinking about having to go see that Lu Ming again made him grind his teeth in anger. That kid, with his shifty eyes, doesn't he look like he is any good? Such a great marketing plan couldn't possibly have come from him. That's right. Such a great marketing plan must have been thought up by someone who thinks about it every day. I don't believe it. Besides my precious granddaughter, there's no one else who could come up with such a great plan. Hearing the old man's words, Ah Fu smiled without saying a word, simply continuing to hand over the leather pad. As for Xia Chun-sung, pretended not to notice and directly dialed Xia Tian's phone, who was far away in the Maldives. At that moment, on a small leisurely island in the turquoise ocean, Xia Tian leisurely called the waiter to bring 2 cans of Coke. A can of Coke that costs 3 yuan in China was 80 yuan here. She had ordered 2 bottles, one for herself and the other purely to make the envious child next to her jealous. The little boy was so annoyed he couldn't stand it and kept arguing with his mother to buy him a Coke. His mother, upon seeing the price of the Coke, refused to buy it. Summer, growing annoyed, finally ordered 2 cans on purpose. There is no specific reason, I just wanted to show off my own strength. Seeing the little boy's envious expression, Xia Tian chuckled. The most expensive part of a Coke is the first sip. That's just nonsense. The most expensive sip is the one other kids can't get but you can easily enjoy. The little boy beside him noticed the other can of icy cold Coke dripping with condensation next to Summer. He swallowed involuntarily. He opened his big eyes and asked in a deliberately cute voice, "Big sister, can you not drink this?" Hearing the little boy's question, Summer finally turned around. Her eyes, hidden behind her sunglasses, were filled with a smile. "Tell me 10 idioms about me, and this can of Kualu is yours." The little boy. These days, it's really hard to get a Coke. Immediately, the little boy racked his brain, searching for words. The older sister is naturally beautiful, captivating, loved by all, and as beautiful as a flower. You're so beautiful, with a big but that is perfect for having kids. Summer. Hearing the little boy's words growing increasingly off-key, Summer was about to hand him the Coke. But just then, his grandfather's phone rang. Picking up the phone, she heard her grandfather's booming voice on the other end. "My dear granddaughter, congratulations. Your game, Manhwa, has sold like hotcakes just as expected." Hearing his grandfather's congratulations, Summer's face immediately lit up with a smile. "It's nothing, Grandpa. We still have some areas to improve on. I hope our company can keep getting better in the future." "Ha ha ha. You're truly my granddaughter, Xia Chun-sung. By the way, Tian, was the new marketing plan for your company your idea?" "Marketing?" Upon hearing those 2 words, Xia Tian, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. For some reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in her heart. Chapter 96, Lu Ming. Look, even Xia Zong is moved to tears. The moment she heard her grandfather say that, Xia Tian felt something was off. "Grandpa, I've got something to take care of here. I'll have to hang up now," she said. Before Xia Lao Yi could ask any more questions, Xia Tian hung up the phone directly. He opened his phone and searched for information related to defend the front line. Then, row after row of shocking news appeared before her eyes. When Xia Tian saw the news about breaking the 1 million sales mark in the first week, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Wait. Wasn't it predicted that it would sell around 700,000 copies in 2 weeks? Where did this first week's sales figure of over 1 million come from? I get it. You must have time traveled. I've time traveled to a world a month in the future, right? Summer, refusing to believe it, immediately opened her phone to check the situation. However, the time was correct. It had only been a week? Wow. If it's 1 million sales, that's a fortune. Wah. That's over 100 million already? Why us? Lu Ming and the others weren't all sent on a trip by you? Thinking of this, Xia Tian didn't hesitate and rushed back to his room. Then, she suddenly seemed to think of something. Under the shocked gaze of the younger brother, Xia Tian hurried back to the lounge chair she had just been lying on and downed another can of Coke in one gulp. She couldn't afford to lose any more money. 81 bottles of Coke, she wouldn't dare drink even one. She downed the Coke in one gulp. She finally let out a satisfied belch. Then, amidst the little brother's agonized wails, she walked away triumphantly. Little brother, wow. Mom was right. The prettier the girl, the more she lies, wah. At that moment, in Manhwa's office, Lu Ming, who was working with everyone to finish the task, suddenly received an international call from Xia Tian. "Hello? Mr. Xia, what's wrong? What? Why didn't we go on the trip?" Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Lu Ming burst into laughter. "We're not tired, are we? With your bonus, we feel full of energy. Don't believe me? Listen. Guys, are you tired from working overtime? Not tired. I only sleep 8 hours in 2 days now. I'm full of energy. Hee. Long live Xia Zong. Long live the bonus. I'll work for the company until I'm 90. I'll be Xia Zong's loyal dog. Xia Tian."
Hearing Wang Ba and the others' wild shouts, Xia Tian fell silent. Then, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and ask, "What about Lu Ming? What is going on with your marketing?" "Marketing, well, Summer, I admit I took a gamble, but I never expected our patriotic propaganda to be so effective. Players from many countries are falling for it. Just look at us, we've easily broken the million sales mark. Since we started, we've been constantly receiving invitations to participate in international awards. I told you before, Ms. Xia. We're definitely going to be nominated for an international game award this year." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia felt his breathing become unstable. He almost fainted from anger. "No. You just casually threw out an idea. Do you have any idea how much damage that caused me? I finally managed to secure a profitable deal, and you just ruined it for me? Wah, wah, wah. Not only that." Summer suddenly remembered a very serious issue. That is, the money she used to defend the frontline was borrowed from her uncle, aunt, and grandfather. According to her previous agreement, she was supposed to repay the money double. Now she's already lost money. Does that mean she has to pay back her grandfather and the others from her own salary? Boom! The sky in the Maldives is almost always sunny throughout the year. Today, a sudden downpour began. At that moment, Summer felt utterly desolate. No. This is going to cause a famine? Oh no. I'm actually running out of money? Who would believe it? She's the CEO of the prestigious Mo game company and the boss who sold the record-breaking game Defend the Frontline in its first week. And now she's almost bankrupt because of a single game? Ha ha ha. I can't tell. I really can't tell. Who's really winning here? Whoa whoa. At that moment, Xia Tian, the girl who was once as fierce as an eagle, finally couldn't hold back her tears. Hearing her sobs, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask with a confused expression, "What is wrong, Xia Zone? Why are you crying?" "Xia Tian. It's all because of you, you idiot." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian felt like her lungs were about to explode. The company has explicitly forbidden overtime work, and no work is allowed during holidays. And you dare to sneak in overtime behind my back? The hard-won 2-day weekend that our ancestors fought so hard for, did you even bother to take it? Put. You're bringing shame upon the working class. I am just so excited and happy, I never thought you'd go this far. Hearing the slightly gritted teeth in Xia Tian's voice on the phone, Lu Ming was a bit dazed. But he just brushed it off as the boss's excited nasal tone. Immediately, he smiled broadly at his teammates behind him and laughed aloud. "Guys, did you hear that? Mr. Xia was moved to tears by our actions. Let us strive to perform even better in the future so that Mr. Xia won't forget to keep us moved." "Alright. Summer? Are you guys demons? By the way, Mr. Xia, when are you coming back? I want to take a day off with Wang Ba and the others. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Oh, isn't the National Day holiday over?" After the school found out about our situation, they specially invited us to speak on stage as outstanding graduates. They also hope that you, Mr. Xia, can attend and share your experience in some inspiring words with everyone. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian clenched his teeth. Such an important matter, why didn't you ask for leave earlier? Oh, come on. It's all about making money, right? Don't forget to give us some extra bonuses later, okay? Ha ha ha. You've done such a great job, and you still want me to give you a bonus? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian was so angry he felt like spitting blood. It hurts. It hurts so much. If you include the money she had to give back to her grandfather and the others, she basically worked for the company this year. If you do the math, the one who made the most this year isn't her, but Lu Ming, the game director? Put. Instantly, Xia Tian painfully slapped her thigh. She was already losing interest in chatting with Lu Ming. Alright, international calls are pretty expensive, so I'll hang up here. After hanging up, Xia Tian stared blankly into the distance. Then he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Shame. A humiliation beyond words. I trusted you so much, Lu Huanhuan, and you let me lose so completely. The fool was me all along. You'll pay for this. Next time, I'll make sure you lose money. This isn't over between us. Chapter 97, May everyone find their own Jichi. October 8th. With the end of the Golden Week holiday, the students of Magic City University of Science and Technology finally began returning to campus one by one. At that moment, the students from the Game Design Department were summoned to the University Life Activity Center on their first day back. A group of students arrived early at the auditorium. They looked around curiously. A few who had connections with the student union began boasting about their insider information. Have you heard? The 4 seniors who just graduated this year have returned. And they're all from the same dorm. Really? Is that true? Fresh graduates? What achievements could they possibly have? Maybe they started a business together or won some award? So what? There are so many game design awards in China, you could find something even if you were searching for a needle in a haystack. With the promising future of game design, learning some experience is worth it. I also heard that the 4 seniors the school invited are working at Manhwa. Wow, that's the company that made Defend the Frontline? While the students were discussing who might have arrived, Fang Xiaoxiao, the game design major's academic advisor, walked over with a stern expression. You few, be quiet. Upon hearing the counselor's words, everyone fell silent immediately. That's right. Although Fang Xiaoxiao was indeed Xia Tian's personal secretary. However, she didn't neglect her school duties in her daily life. Anyway, the schoolwork isn't that busy, and Lu Ming is in charge of managing the company internally. Her role as a secretary isn't particularly demanding. At this moment, she was quietly hiding among the crowd, keeping her achievements to herself. A hint of pride flashed across her face. She still remembered a year ago, in the same conference hall. Back then, Lu Ming was just a nobody, having to kowtow to the bigwigs from other companies. But less than a year had passed. He and his 3 roommates had returned to school as outstanding graduates. As he was lost in his thoughts, the school leaders had already taken small steps to the podium. Looking down at the noisy students, he began to introduce them with a smile. Today, we have invited 4 outstanding graduates from our school. You may not know their names, but you have certainly heard of their games. Technically speaking, some of you may even know them. Next, I will show you a few clips of the games they created. You can try to guess if you have seen these works before. As the school leader finished speaking, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed and the large screen began to flicker. First, a group of characters appeared on the screen, playing a game of soccer. The retro pixel art style immediately reminded many students of the game. It's Pixel Manager. I've heard of it. It was made by a senior from our school last year. It's real? My goodness, our school actually has such a genius? With just this one game, I bet that senior could live off it for the rest of his life. Wait a minute. I've seen this game before. Isn't it the first place winner of this year's Zhongchuan competition? Hey! I've seen it too. It was super popular back then. As the scene shifted, a silent, still image appeared before everyone's eyes. A group of middle school students struggling to recite their lesson became an eternal classic. Next. The scene shifts again. Here you go. Long, dressed in his training gear, appears before everyone. His cool fighting techniques cause all the students present to shout in unison. Holy crap! Street Fighter. My favorite game ever. I play this at least 2 or 3 times a day. It's so much fun. Wow. Is this also created by some of the senior students? This is way too strong. This is absolutely mind-blowing. You're the best. However, this wasn't what truly shocked everyone. As blood spilled and a red moon rose, the revolutionary 2D to 3D transition in visuals sent the entire audience into a frenzy of cheers. Many students who had played this game before couldn't help but scream in excitement. Defend the Frontline. This is really Defend the Frontline. Holy crap. Is this really made by those 4 seniors? Wow. Are the seniors still looking for more people? I want to join the team too. Haha, you? Do you think such miracles are that common? Amidst the cheers of countless students on site. At that moment, Lu Ming and his 3 companions, dressed in suits, were hiding behind the stage, watching the sea of students in front of them, their hearts racing wildly. Wang Ba, looking smug, turned to Lu Ming and couldn't help but boast. Old Lu, did you see that? All of them are cheering for us. Who would have thought that it's only been half a year? Did you guys ever imagine this? In my opinion, it's all thanks to old Lu. Otherwise, we'd still be coding away in some shady factory. No, that's not right. This is the achievement of all of us. Everyone deserves to be cheered on. Hearing their words, Lu Ming just smiled and shook his head. After glancing at Wang Ba and the others, he finally smiled and said, "Come on, guys, it's our turn to take the stage now." After speaking, under the warm welcome of the school leaders, the 4 of them, dressed in suits, walked toward the center of the stage. It was clear that Wang Ba and the others were still a bit nervous. However, Lu Ming, as a former golden producer who had participated in numerous award ceremonies, was already accustomed to such situations. He smiled and extended his right hand, greeting all the students present. Then, amid the flattery of the school leaders, he accepted the microphone handed to him. And this flattery. Originally, it was meant for someone like Chen Jiming, a big shot. But it had only been half a year. Lu Ming was already enjoying the treatment reserved for the CEO. Smiling as he took the microphone, Lu Ming said with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Ming. Behind me are my partners and roommates for the past 4 years, Wang Ba, Ho Fangji, and Xiang Dong. As you can see, the 4 games just presented were all created by us. Upon hearing Lu Ming's admission, the trainees present erupted into another round of gasps. It seemed they hadn't expected it. The people who created such well-designed, mature, creative, and bold games could be so young. Next, Lu Ming proceeded to showcase his creative process and share some insights into game design. By the time Lu Ming had finished his presentation, the leader specially set aside half an hour for the students to ask questions. Immediately, many budding fans in the audience raised their hands. He pointed to a student wearing glasses and gave him a smile. The student who was called upon couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Senior, I'm also a niche enthusiast of retro games. Do you think retro games and pixel art games have a future?" Whether there's a future or not isn't important. The core of a game is never its graphics or its rendering, but its unique gameplay and story. How can I achieve the same level of success as you? Upon hearing the question, Lu Ming paused briefly before smiling. That's a great question. I'll have to elaborate on that. Oh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's faces lit up with a mix of confusion and excitement. Clearly, everyone was eager to take a shortcut. Lu Ming chuckled and said directly, "Have you ever heard of the story of Yuboya and Zhongjiqi? The two were born during the spring and autumn period, considered true friends, and mutually inspired each other to greatness. What I want to tell you is, even if you are Yuboya, if you don't meet Zhongjiqi, no matter how good your work is, it may never see the light of day. So today, I want to thank my very own Zhongjiqi, our boss at Manhwa. As you might imagine, without my boss, I might have starved to death back then." Ha! The crowd, who had initially found the story romantic. But upon hearing this unexpected twist, they were all left speechless. But soon, when Xia Tian, dressed in a red Burberry gown, made her entrance, all the guys in the room let out a series of gasps. That stunning curve of her hips, her slender waist, and her striking cleavage. Wow! Does the senior eat so well? Looking back at Lu Ming on stage, standing beside Xia Tian. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. To sum it up. Got it. The senior is telling us to learn how to live off someone else. After I graduate, I'm going to find a rich, beautiful woman with long legs to support me while I play games. Ha, no tall, rich women? How about a rich woman who weighs 200 pounds? Is this the future for game designers? Got it. Lu Ming? Wait, that's not it? With all my achievements, you just sum it up as living off someone else? Chapter 98, the exchange meeting turns into a press conference. When Summer stepped out, the venue was immediately greeted with the climax of the local welcome event. There's nothing we can do. The girls in the game design department are simply too rare. So when they saw Summer, such a stunning beauty, appear, everyone couldn't help but burst into cheers. Give them money, give them power, let them do whatever they want with the game, and she's also a beautiful female CEO. She's the ultimate fantasy of every game design student. The moment Summer appeared, the entire room erupted in cheers. The applause was even more enthusiastic than when Lu Ming and the others had entered together earlier. Looking down at the students, Xia Tian smiled and greeted everyone, though she usually acts pretty aloof. However, in such important occasions, the moment she appears, others get the wrong impression of Lu Ming. That is, this guy's got something special. Standing there, he was definitely a plus. Seeing the crowd of students in front of him, Xia Tian suddenly noticed Fang Xiaoxiao in the distance. Upon seeing his close friend, he immediately waved enthusiastically in her direction. Seeing her best friend's gesture, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the men in front suddenly shouted loudly, "Didn't the beautiful CEO just give me a flirtatious glance? Bull! With your looks, she'd rather eat pork belly. She was definitely flirting with me. Fang Xiaoxiao. So young, and all you can think about is peaches? Put. The crow laughs at the pig for being black. Don't even look at yourself in the mirror." As for Lu Ming, thinking of this, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance over at Lu Ming again. Standing beside Xia Tian, they truly were a perfect match, complementing each other beautifully. It really gives off that divine couple vibe. One must admit, her best friend's taste was indeed impeccable. Among all those people in the grand hall, she managed to spot Lu Ming, that hidden gem in the desert, right away. She smiled and gave her best friend a meaningful glance. She quietly stepped aside. Actually, Xia Tian had asked Fang Xiaoxiao if she wanted to go up on stage. However, Fang Xiaoxiao considered that she was, after all, a teacher at Magic City University, so she chose to quietly keep her achievements to herself. At that moment, Xia Tian, looking at Lu Ming standing beside her, her eyes were filled with both relief and helplessness. How could she have been so captivated by this clumsy guy back then? Or was it because his appearance was simply too deceiving? Although Lu Ming is indeed quite talented, there's no denying that. But I really don't want you to be this talented. I don't know why. After hearing Lu Ming's recent remarks about Boya and Jiqi, she suddenly felt a little excited for no apparent reason. Her heart couldn't help but race wildly. If this were a video game, Lu Ming's body might be surrounded by dazzling golden edges and flowers. Ding! The male protagonist's affection for you has increased by 30. Cough cough. That wasn't the system, it was just Xia Tian's own imagination. Glancing at Lu Ming, who looked slightly handsome in his suit, Xia Tian quietly stepped back. After all, she wasn't the main character today, so she just made a brief appearance to support Lu Ming before handing the stage back to him. Soon, the QA session continued. However, the subsequent questions were mostly gossip from the students.
Most of the questions were about how summer had fallen for Lu Ming. There were also questions about tips for finding wealthy women and so on.
Lu Ming. What the hell are these questions?
After giving the group a disapproving glance, Lu Ming looked at the clock hanging on the wall of the auditorium.
Cough, cough, everyone, there's one last question. Please don't ask anything too personal. Who wants to ask? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, countless students immediately raised their hands. After randomly selecting a student, the student stood up nervously and asked, Senior Lu, I'm a loyal fan of Manhwa. I haven't missed a single one of your games. I'd like to ask if there are any plans for Manhwa's next game? If so, could you give us a sneak peek? You mentioned the concept of sandbox games. Will the next game continue to focus on sandbox games? Upon hearing the student's question, Lu Ming couldn't help but pause for a moment. What an unexpected yet excellent question. Thinking about it, Lu Ming cleared his throat and began to ponder. As he pondered, the students in the auditorium gradually fell silent. A group of younger students looked expectantly at Lu Ming in front of them. And Xia Tian, who had just been looking at Lu Ming with a satisfied expression, suddenly tensed up. Her mind was screaming wildly. Supplements. Supplements. If another sandbox game comes out, our company will definitely make a fortune again. I really don't want to make more money. Lu Ming, as if he had heard Xia Tian's inner thoughts. He slowly raised his head. First, let me make it clear, our next game from Manhwa is very likely and probably one to be a sandbox game. What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, everyone's faces immediately showed a hint of disappointment. Lu Ming, the father of sandbox games, doesn't plan to make any more sandbox games? Does this mean that the potential of sandbox games isn't actually that high after all? Behind him, Xia Tian. After hearing Lu Ming's words, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If Lu Huanhuan were to release another sandbox game, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. However, she couldn't help but feel curious. Why doesn't Lu Ming plan to continue focusing on sandbox games? In response, Lu Ming merely smiled and spoke slowly. Just as our company's name suggests, our company is a seed, and its most important role is to inspire. That is the very purpose of Manhwa. I hope our company is a pioneer, not a follower, even if the follower is ourselves. At this point, Lu Ming paused briefly before continuing. Regarding the future development projects for Manhwa, I actually have two ideas. At this point, Lu Ming paused briefly. He directly turned this meeting into a press conference. He slowly uttered two words. Music game and battle royale game. These will be the two new directions for the budding project. I can assure you all that the fun factor of the new games will far exceed your expectations. Hearing Lu Ming's words, all the trainees present were taken aback. They never expected this. Such important news, and Senior Lu just blurted it out like that? In an instant, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Everyone was filled with confusion over the two words Lu Ming had just uttered. However, he did not elaborate further on the crucial information that followed. After all, this was a crucial direction for future development, and if someone else beat him to it, it would be trouble. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, it was still the same student who had been chosen by Lu Ming earlier. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at Lu Ming. Senior Lu, do you really think pixel games have a future? I want to focus on pixel games. Upon hearing the other person's words, Lu Ming, who had already prepared to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He quietly watched the other person for a moment, not letting himself be interrupted by the other's rudeness. In this student, he saw a glimmer of special potential. This determination. He had seen it in many successful people before. Though it was still in its infancy, it didn't prevent him, as a professional golden planner, from offering some advice and investment. He slowly turned around, under the other person's admiring gaze. He spoke a cold, harsh truth. In my personal opinion, the game you're talking about has no chance of success. Chapter 99, Summer, you're full of it. What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the scene fell silent for a moment. Then the entire venue erupted into chaos. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in disbelief, unable to believe that such words could come from him. Even the young man who had asked the question. After receiving Lu Ming's negative response, his face turned pale. Seeing his clenched fists, he seemed unwilling to accept the outcome. As for Lu Ming, simply smiled and asked, do you feel resentful? Like everything is just nonsense? Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the other person suddenly looked up. After giving him a serious look, he nodded vigorously. Yes. That's good. I felt the same way when I first met you. Hearing the other person's response, Lu Ming's smile grew even wider. However, he quickly changed the subject, shook his head, and said, but there is one thing I need to apologize for. I wasn't joking earlier. Looking at the games in our society today, they're filled with pay-to-win mechanics and exploitative practices. Games are all about graphics and combat mechanics. How much meaning is there in that? Game developers won't choose your game just because it's fun, they'll choose mainstream games instead. What is a mainstream game?
A game that makes them money is a mainstream game. This is actually at odds with the original intentions of game designers.
Fun games don't necessarily make money, and money-making games aren't necessarily fun.
Even I struggle to strike this balance and often worry that the games I create will end up losing money. At this point, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh softly.
The students all looked pensive. As for Xia Tian, after hearing Lu Ming's words,
she was nearly boiling with anger. The last remnants of her rationality were telling her to control herself, and control herself. If she hadn't been in a position where she couldn't speak, she would have pointed at Lu Ming and shouted at him. "You're full of it. If it's so hard, why did you design it to be so profitable? Why does every game you make money? And it's not just a little, it's a lot." She looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. She glanced at his naive younger classmates. These naive college students. You don't know the true horror of Lu Huanhuan yet. Everything he says is a lie, don't believe a word of it. In any case, as game designers, our task is to find a unique balance between these two extremes, and that is precisely what I will strive for in the future. After finishing his final summary, Lu Ming suddenly smiled and looked at the young man who had just spoken.
"What is your name, student?" "Ding Dingwan." Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, Dingwan clearly paused for a moment.
Because Lu Ming had been in the auditorium for so long, this was the first time he had ever taken the initiative to ask someone else's name. After hearing Dingwan's response, Lu Ming chuckled and spoke slowly.
"Very good, Dingwan. I'll remember your name."
If you want to create an excellent game among the game companies in China today, I personally believe that only Manhwa can meet your requirements. If you wish to fulfill your great ambitions, come to Manhwa.
Whoa! Hearing Lu Ming's words, the students present were immediately in an uproar.
One by one, they looked at Dingwan with envy in their eyes. A few classmates from the same department in major couldn't help but shake their heads when they looked at him.
Old Ding's got some skills, huh? He already got an offer from Manhwa? If I were like him, would Director Lu also take notice of me? Ha! Do you have the ability? Do you have the courage?
You're right. People like him are few and far between. At that moment, Dingwan's expression was equally stunned. After going through confusion, shock, and excitement, his face was filled with joy.
"Thank you, Director Lu. Don't thank me yet."
To everyone's surprise, Lu Ming shook his head and suddenly turned his gaze toward all the trainees. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. "As a graduate of Magic City University of Science and Technology, I was nurtured by this institution. It is my duty to give back to the school once I achieve success. Therefore, to all of you here today, I am issuing a challenge. Within a year from now, create a game that is deemed useless by major game companies. You will select the most interesting and fun game among yourselves. The top 3 design teams will receive scholarships of 300,000, 500,000, and 1 million yuan, and gain the opportunity to join our startup." After finishing his speech, Lu Ming turned his gaze back to Dingwan and smiled slowly. "Our company doesn't need people who are good with words, we need practical, hard-working individuals and leaders. If you can lead your team to complete this competition and secure a spot in the top 3, the door to our company will always be open for you. Of course, if you claim you can achieve the top 3 on your own, I'll still take you." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the students present finally understood. So there were conditions for getting an offer from Manhwa after all. However, soon everyone became even more excited than before. If Lu Ming's earlier conversation with Dingwan had been limited to just the two of them, then now, the challenge Lu Ming had initiated was directly related to everyone present. The first place winner would receive a super bonus of 1 million. With that kind of money, you could easily start your own game studio and go solo. Unconsciously, Lu Ming glanced at the school principal standing beside him, who was equally stunned, his expression filled with apology. "I'm sorry, sir. I made this decision on my own. Will it cause any trouble for you?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the school leaders were taken aback at first. But soon, he was laughing so hard he could barely keep his mouth closed. He shook his head hurriedly. "Not at all. If our Magic City University of Science and Technology could have more outstanding students like you, that would be wonderful. I would be honored if every student could be as outstanding as you, Mr. Lu. Thank you so much." The award Lu Ming had set up was quite interesting. If the performance is good, the school might even use it as a special competition. As Lu Ming's fame grows, it will inevitably boost the school's reputation. Therefore, the school was naturally overjoyed by Lu Ming's initiative. Once Lu Ming had finished handling all the matters he needed to address, he stood up and left the scene with Xia Tian and the others. Inside the venue, the students' discussions continued unabated until they had left. In just half a day, Lu Ming's speech at Magic City University had already garnered widespread attention within the industry. The 2 professional terms he had mentioned left everyone equally curious. They racked their brains trying to figure out what kind of game Lu Ming was planning to create. Meanwhile, regarding the competition Lu Ming had proposed, in the eyes of major game companies, this seemed more like a calculated move. Can major game companies host design competitions similar to his?
Yes. Not only can they, but they could do it even better. But can they? If they were to do so, they would be digging their own grave. Major companies that have grown accustomed to monetizing through in-app purchases and exploiting players would never willingly create games that don't generate revenue. Why would they ever agree to that? Even though they know this could attract a large pool of talented individuals, they certainly won't do it. After all. Ha. You young upstarts, making a few games and thinking you're something special? Do you really think you're someone special? The gaming industry isn't something you can just change at will. Go ahead. Let him try. Ha.
Sooner or later, he'll bankrupt himself, and then we'll just take over.
The talent will still be ours. A game that doesn't make money? What's the point? This fool. I'm putting this out there, Lu Ming will never amount to anything. Chapter 100, an official cooperation invitation. Shortly after Lu Ming left Magic City University, the entire studio fell into a lazy atmosphere.
Although Lu Ming had presented concepts for 2 new games at the school's exchange meeting.
However, this didn't mean he had to start working on them immediately.
In just 1 year, he had led the company to complete the development of 4 games. This production pace was already quite astonishing.
At the same time, there is another important reason.
At the end of each year, game companies generally avoid developing games during this period.
Why is that? That's because the end of the year is when major game awards are selected.
Releasing games during the spring festival period typically results in lackluster reception. Therefore, by the end of the year, game companies typically opt to focus their efforts on public relations and networking at major game award ceremonies. Even the budding ones are no exception. In this era, due to the more advanced nature of the industry,
there are actually quite a few world-renowned game awards.
The Golden Joystick Awards and DGCA, 2 well-known game awards from the past, still exist in this world.
What? Why isn't the TGA around anymore?
Well, that's because Sony and Nintendo, who should have been the first to capitalize on this trend, never gained traction in this world.
In Japan, the console game market isn't as dominant as it was in the past. Players there have also turned to PC games.
In its place, the Golden Finger Award organized by the Dragon Kingdom government emerged.
Every December,
the official organizers invite the top 100 game companies from around the world to compete for this award. At that time, the official organizers evaluate newly released games from multiple perspectives, including word of mouth, ratings, sales figures, and total gameplay time. The main awards include Game of the Year, Best Action Game, Best Game Director, Best Art Director, Best Esports Game, Best Esports Player, and Best Esports Team. Additionally, there are several subsidiary awards, including Best Family Game, Best Fighting Game, Player's Choice, and Most Anticipated Game.
Games are not only a golden age for Dragon Country's gaming industry but also a golden age for the global gaming industry.
Every game company will go to great lengths to participate at this time, to enhance the visibility of their own games. Originally, Lu Ming was considering whether to try to rally some votes. However, to his surprise, the official organizers of the 3 major awards, the Golden Joystick Awards, DGCA, and Golden Finger Awards, had already sent him invitation letters in advance. Upon seeing the 3 golden invitation letters,
Wang Ba and the others immediately wore expressions of excitement. Holy crap!
Our fledgling company has really made it big. We've been invited to 3 major awards at the same time. I heard there's an unwritten rule in the industry that if the official organizers personally send out invitation letters, it means our game will at least receive a nomination.
Don't even mention nominations.
Given the performance of Defend the Frontline, they should just hand us a trophy outright. But the 3 award ceremonies are all scheduled close together.
Should we attend all of them or just choose one? Hearing Wang Ba and the others discuss,
Lu Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
Let's see how it goes.
But the Golden Finger Award is in China, so we should at least attend that.
As for the others, you 3 can pick 2 people to go. Really? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the 3 brothers' expressions immediately lit up with excitement.
One after another, they all fixed their gaze on Xia Tian. Seeing their expressions, Xia Tian casually waved his hand. His face remained calm. You can go wherever you want, the company will cover the expenses.
I just hope you can give me some peace by the end of the year. As he spoke, Xia Tian sipped his milk tea and continued watching his show. Why didn't she go home to watch the show instead of staying at the office?
At the time, just thinking about going home made her feel miserable. Ever since she fulfilled her bet with her grandfather and the others,
Xia Tian realized she really didn't have a single penny left.
Now, every time she gets home, she can hear her dad nagging nonstop in her ear. And she asks him if there's ever another good investment opportunity like that, can he bring dad along too?
Summer.
Every time she heard her father's final remark, she felt annoyed. So she decided not to stay at home anymore and instead stayed at the office to watch shows and snack.
As for Lu Ming and the others, let them do whatever they want. Even if they don't make games, it doesn't matter. They can't make me lose money anyway.
That's right,
you guys keep working hard. I'm done with all of this. while he sat in the office watching shows with a carefree expression during the summer. Suddenly, the landline phone in her office rang. Usually at this time, Bong Xiaoxiao would answer the phone. However, today she was unusually back at the office and decided to answer it herself. Hello, is this Manhwa company? This is the Longwei Game Association. The Dragon Country Gaming Association? Upon hearing the person on the other end, Xia Tian couldn't help but freeze. The Longwei Game Association is the official organization. However, its role was generally limited, and it only made an appearance during the annual award ceremonies at the end of the year. Their opportunities to appear in public were even fewer than those of the Broadcasting and Television Bureau, and they had little authority over game management, making them a rather insignificant organization. Hearing the Dragon Country Game Association call, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel curious. Hello, this is Xia Tian, the owner here. May I ask what this is about? If you're confirming whether we received the invitation for the Golden Finger Award, we just received it yesterday. To his surprise. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, the other party shook their head. No, Mr. Xia, the invitation letters are not under our jurisdiction. We are from the Game Promotion Department. Here's the thing, we're planning to develop a community game targeting the middle-aged and elderly population this year. It's designed to help those who enjoy computer games, specifically those from the 70s, 60s, and even the 50s and 40s, find a second spring online. At the same time, it's also to help them better understand the internet and engage in online socializing. I was wondering if your company has any availability to take on this project. Ha! Upon hearing the other party's words, Summer suddenly perked up. Is this actually an official order? Not only that, but Lu Ming also noticed a crucial detail. That was, wait a moment, you just mentioned that this is a social game targeting middle-aged and elderly people? Are there any specific requirements? Is there a budget in mind? Hearing that, Summer seemed interested. Han, who had already contacted several companies, was startled. Her intuition told her. This company, Manhwa, this could be it. Instantly, Han Mimi on the other end of the phone sounded even more enthusiastic. Of course. I'll send you the budget and requirements right away. Please take a look. Chapter 101. Bong Kunan Xiaoxiao had already seen through everything. In no time, Han, the director, sent the order details to Xia Tian. The Dragon Country Game Association typically releases 1 or 2 games each year. However, since they are an official organization, the games they produce naturally carry a strong official flavor. Game companies have to consider many factors and face numerous restrictions when designing games. Although the Longwei Game Association allocates a significant budget for such orders each year. However, most game companies choose not to accept them. On one hand, major game companies don't need the money. If the game is well made, the benefits go to the association. If it fails, it tarnishes their own reputation. Therefore, when faced with such official-natured orders, major companies typically avoid them altogether. Even if the rewards are tempting, they must protect their reputation. Additionally, the task recently announced by the Game Association. The target audience is actually middle-aged and elderly people. This is quite interesting. Although video games in this world are at least a decade ahead of their time. But for middle-aged and elderly people born before the 1980s, video games are still a rarity. Although the government and official authorities have been actively promoting video games and even promoting them as Olympic events. But as people age, their ability to accept new things diminishes. Nowadays, on the streets and alleys outside, you can still see groups of elderly men and women dancing square dances, social dances, and so on. It's no different from the world before Lu Ming's time travel. Therefore, when Summer saw the task requirements that Han Juchu had posted this time, she almost burst out laughing. It's truly divine intervention. Snap. Summer suddenly clapped her hands and then slapped her head in frustration. I'm so stupid. How could I not think of that? Our target audience should have been the older generation who don't understand games from the start. They don't know anything about games. No one will play it. Even if it were Lu Huanhuan, he wouldn't be able to create a game that middle-aged and elderly people would enjoy. Thinking about this, when Summer saw that the game's budget was as high as 10 million, a bright, sunny smile immediately spread across her face. A small profit target. The small losses from earlier will finally be recouped. If this were such a daunting task, Lu Ming would definitely be unable to complete it. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately called Han director. Is this Mr. Han? I've seen your request. This idea is truly excellent. You're absolutely right. The government should also consider the elderly population and strive for everyone to enter the digital age. We can't just leave the elderly behind, the young should lead them forward too. Alright, we'll take on this task. What? No need to discuss it. Let us sign the contract now. I know we'll have to cover the initial costs. That's only fair. Right, let us sign it. By the time Summer hung up the phone, she felt refreshed and invigorated. Without another word, she rushed out of her office. Lu Ming! A loud shout. instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the office.
Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward Xia Tian, wondering why she was suddenly in such a hurry to find Director Lu.
Lu Ming in the office.
Upon hearing Xia Tian's call, he was slightly startled and then walked out of the room in confusion. Seeing Xia Tian approach, he couldn't help but ask in confusion.
Is there something you need, Ms. Xia? I've been assigned a task by the Tourism Association. If we complete it well, it will greatly enhance our company's reputation.
Ha! As the secretary, Fang Xiao.
Upon hearing Summer's words, she was completely dumbfounded.
She almost stood up instinctively and spoke nervously.
Mr. Xia, how could you just take on a task like that? It's a task from the Game Association.
Not only is there a lot of work involved, but they're also stingy with the payment.
If it's not done well, they'll just shift the blame onto us. Look at all the game companies that VE worked with them who hasn't ended up getting screwed over. Wait. This isn't going to be one of those situations where we have to cover the costs upfront, is it? At this point, Fang Xiao immediately ran between Lu Ming and Xia Tian to check the Game Association's assignment.
Upon seeing that 70% of the funds needed to be covered upfront, she was completely stunned.
70% upfront payment. That means we have to put up 7 million upfront? Isn't this too much, even for you, Xiaozong?
Seeing her best friend act without thinking and take on this order,
Fang Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Without even thinking, she shouted out. No way! I refuse to approve this project. Reject them immediately. It's too late.
Hearing her best friend's words, Xia Tian's face turned pale and she looked panicked.
In that moment, she channeled an Oscar-winning performance. She put on a look of regret.
No, I'm sorry, I really didn't notice the upfront payment requirement. I just saw the official terms were so good, so I signed the contract without thinking.
What?
Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Fang Xiao was struck speechless. Upon seeing that Xia Tian had indeed signed the contract, she was filled with regret.
What are we going to do? The penalty fee is 30%? My poor auntie. You're usually so sharp, how could you make such a mistake? I'm sorry.
Hearing Fang Xiao's accusations, Xia Tian immediately lowered her head, looking as though she was about to cry. In reality, the moment she lowered her head, the corners of her mouth immediately curled upward, almost splitting her lips to her ears. She knew that such an absurd demand in such harsh conditions
would leave anyone speechless. At that moment, even Lu Huanhuan would be completely baffled by Yu Xie's conditions, right? Who would have thought? It's okay. I think the order Xiaozong took on is pretty good. It's worth a full 10 million, and with our skills, Fang Jia, do you really think we can't handle it? But Lu Ming didn't even glance at the contract.
He looked at the little moneymaker, who was on the verge of tears.
Having received so many red envelopes from the boss, how could he not stand by the boss at this moment?
So he immediately put on a righteous expression and smiled as he took the blame for Xia Tian.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian looked up in confusion.
Then he saw Lu Ming looking at him with a confident expression, his face filled with affection. Instantly, she blushed and lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Ming's gaze. After all, she had just set him up, and she was afraid she might burst out laughing.
Meanwhile, Fang Xiao across from her caught all the strange expressions on Summer's face. Suddenly,
Fang Xiao raised her eyebrows, sensing that something was amiss.
Something's off.
Her best friend, who was usually so smart, how could she make such a rookie mistake?
Plus, the official order wasn't that expensive.
And her shy expression just now.
In summary, my best friend is actually faking it?
As her longtime best friend, she could still pick up on those subtle expressions. However, there was one thing Fang Xiao didn't quite understand.
That is, what is Summer's motive? What reason would drive her to take on this official order even if it meant losing money?
Instinctively, his gaze turned toward Lu Ming.
Ugh. Instantly, Fang Xiao understood. You sly fox. So you were trying to show weakness to Lu Ming to highlight your own vulnerability, weren't you?
That way, if the project fails, you can have Lu Ming come comfort you. Then you can take the opportunity to pay him back later, portraying yourself as a fragile woman in need of care.
Then,
just like in the TV shows, everything will fall into place.
Sigh. Wow, you're so cunning. I never expected your schemes to be so deep. I almost fell for it. Chapter 102, The Tricky Player. Oomph. You're something, Lu Ming. Just keep spoiling her.
Fang Xiao flew into a rage and stormed out. The employees present were all looking at each other in disbelief. They had no idea. The boss and the secretary had already engaged in a PY operation.
Although there were some minor misunderstandings along the way.
However, their objectives were the same. Summer slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Ming with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, Lu Ming, for causing such trouble for the company. However, the contract has already been signed, and it's a task from the Tourism Association.
You must complete it properly.
Even if it costs more money, we can cover it on our end.
Even if it costs more later, it's fine.
At this point, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel a little excited inside. She couldn't help but wish Lu Ming would spend all the money and even cover a few billion more. It would be best if it all went down the drain. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming merely smiled and patted his chest. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. I'll handle this. I'll arrange a meeting right away and make sure the game is completed before the end of the year. Alright, then everything is in your hands. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian nodded immediately. Once she left the company, she was so excited she almost jumped out of her skin. Finally, she had found Lu Ming's weakness. Making games for the elderly. No wonder the bitter tea seeds were all sold out. I'll just write my last name backwards. Just as Xia Tian left the company, Lu Ming finally took a closer look at that special task order. Seeing the meaningful glances from Wang Ba and the others, Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders. Alright, everyone. Since we're all bored anyway, let us just treat this as practice for our next game. Everyone in Group 1 head to the conference room for a meeting. With that, he took the order requirements and entered the meeting room first. With Bai Jia's help, copies of the requirements were quickly distributed to everyone. When everyone saw the requirements on the orders, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. What, games for the elderly? No, do they even know how to play? I'm curious, what kind of games do they like? Competitive games? There are middle-aged esports players online, so maybe it's for that demographic? Sorry, it's actually intended for the general population. Looking at the order requirements in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't help but rub his temples. This game association is just making things up. Creating a game for the 50-70 age group and ensuring that the online player count doesn't drop below 1 million. This requirement. Do they really think this is a big budget game from a major studio? Although the middle-aged and elderly market is still a blue ocean, this undeveloped blue ocean is clearly a dead sea. Thinking of this, Lu Ming suddenly turned his gaze toward Rong Yi. Mr. Rong, how old are you? Me? 52 years old. What's the matter? Do you play online games? I didn't play before I joined the company. My eyesight is poor, I can't see clearly, and I get dizzy with 3D. Plus, I don't know how to do all those complicated moves you young people do. I only use one finger on the keyboard. Everyone. Mr. Rong's situation pretty much represents his age group. For someone like Mr. Rong from the 1950s generation, Lu Ming felt he was already quite up to date. After all, he can still use a phone, right? But expecting middle-aged and elderly people to compete and roam freely online? That's just ridiculous. The leader who came up with this idea should be beheaded. When he's old and retired, make him sit in front of a computer for 12 hours a day playing games. But that's just how it is. But Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. The contract has already been signed, so even if they're unwilling, they'll have to give it a try. Given how well they understand the preferences of middle-aged and elderly people, it was essential to understand their daily gaming habits. Thinking of this, Lu Ming clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, let us start by researching the preferences of the elderly. Let us see what kinds of games they usually play. Additionally, the rest of you go online and see if there are any games with a significant middle-aged and elderly audience. It doesn't necessarily have to have a large audience, just bring any games you find to me. Got it. Upon hearing Lu Ming's request, everyone immediately got to work. Collecting this information wasn't going to be easy. It's different from conducting an online survey. Because there aren't many middle-aged and elderly people online to begin with. Therefore, the online information they had previously gathered wouldn't be very accurate, so they had to switch to offline methods. Over the next few days, the team at Manhwa Company began their arduous fieldwork. Upon seeing the middle-aged and elderly people on the streets, they immediately approached them to inquire about their circumstances. Games? Those are things our grandchildren play. I don't know how to use them. Don't touch that. My grandson did it. He secretly used his parents' money to top up the game. Those game companies are so despicable. What about dancing? We just like to dance, play chess, and play cards. How about mahjong? I occasionally use my grandson's computer to play mahjong. My phone is a flip phone. I don't know how to play games. After everyone had compiled the information they had collected, even Lu Ming, upon seeing the data compiled from over 1,000 cases, felt a wave of despair. The final summary of this information was, middle-aged and elderly people hardly play video games at all. Teaching them to operate games is a century-old challenge. Rong Yi even brought over a group of his friends for paid testing. Lu Ming and his team paid these elderly folks to test the games. Every type of game available on the market has been tested by these seniors. But unfortunately, those stunning game graphics, advanced rendering scenes, and dazzling combat effects have all become negative points. There's too much light, it's hurting my eyes. The characters move with the keyboard, right? Oh, this is forward, this is backward. Wait, which two keys were forward and backward again? Oh my, the sound is too quiet, I can't hear it clearly. It's too complicated, and the text is too small. I can't even understand the game rules. Oh my. I can't even figure out how to play this, let alone actually play it. After a group of elderly men and women finished testing, Lu Ming and his group were completely overwhelmed.
Behind them,
Summer, who had been watching the elderly test the game the entire time.
Upon seeing the result, she couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Although she had already predicted this outcome.
But she never imagined the effect would be this amazing.
This time, they're definitely going to lose big on this game. No one can save the little sprout. If this works, she'll directly post her little blue bird account in the company group chat.
Poof. Lu Huan, let us see how you're going to make money for me now. Chapter 103, New Project, 10 Gambles, 9 Scams.
In the meeting room, everyone fell silent. Clearly, everyone was highly skeptical about the new game development project. Getting middle-aged and elderly people to play games is just too difficult. However, they weren't entirely without gains. Suddenly, Xiang Dong, who was sitting nearby, found some special data. Old Lu, we found a few games on the market that older adults play, and a few of them have a decent number of players.
Oh? Quick, show me.
Upon hearing Xiang Dong's words, Lu Ming's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. However, when he saw the names of these games,
he couldn't help but fall silent again. Thunder Mahjong, Legendary Landlord, Military Flag Commandos, God's Chess.
All sorts of games, all of them card and board games. And these games seemed to have real-life counterparts. Unless they were elderly men and women nearing retirement who still had free time at work, they might consider playing games online. Most middle-aged and elderly people probably wouldn't want to play games online either. Most people still prefer to play in real life. Therefore, the user retention rate for these games isn't very high. Additionally, some items like Thunder Beans require in-game purchases, and older adults are the least likely group to spend money on video games.
This buff is almost maxed out.
Seeing these numbers, even Lu Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. Instantly, everyone's expressions grew somber. Seeing that no one had any ideas, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but drift toward his system store. Since its release, Defend the Frontline had brought him over 10,000 open source points. This had significantly boosted his small wallet. However, it was still insufficient to purchase those expensive games. But what they were planning to create wasn't a AAA tier game anyway. Recalling the board games the older folks had been playing earlier. Gradually, Lu Ming began searching through his game library for chess and card games. What Lu Ming didn't expect was that he had originally thought there wouldn't be many games of this type.
But my own database is obviously much richer than I imagined. The Swindler's Tavern, the Thousand Lords Epic, Wan Ning's 5 in a row, Wan Ning's Chess. Countless crystallizations of games from the previous world all appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Most importantly, these games are completely affordable. Take the cheapest one, Wan Ning 5 in a row, which only requires 10 open source points. What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? And games like Scammer's Tavern and Thousand Lords Epic aren't priced too high either. Priced between 50 and 100, the source code for these games is well within his current financial means. At this thought, a gleam of excitement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His mind raced through the information he had gathered over the past few days. Finally, a bold idea popped into his head. I've got an idea. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's gaze immediately turned toward him. There he stood, his eyes sparkling with determination. Then he picked up the data that Xiang Dong had brought over and said, I've figured it out. Since the older generation isn't open to new things, let us start with games they're already familiar with. As he spoke, he quickly wrote down the project title for the game development on the LCD screen. 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats. Upon seeing the project title, everyone was momentarily baffled. Lu Ming, however, smiled broadly as he began explaining the game's mechanics to everyone. After he revealed the core mechanics of the game to everyone, everyone's faces lit up with expressions of disbelief and amazement. Everyone's eyes began to sparkle for no apparent reason. Wang Ba couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. That's amazing, old Lu. Your idea is truly brilliant. Not just for the middle-aged and elderly, I want to try it myself. That's right. And our game isn't one of those official gambling-themed games. To be more precise, it's a game designed to help players quit drugs. Really? But boss, where did you come up with those ideas and those card tricks? It's truly amazing. It's normal. I'm a game director, knowing a few tricks is part of the job, isn't it? Is that really normal? However, Lu Ming quickly shifted his gaze to Rong Yi beside him. With a slightly expectant look, he couldn't help but ask, What do you think, Mr. Rong? If it were you, would you want to play this game? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wu Zhanrong pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. Sure. To be honest, even if I didn't know the specifics of the games you mentioned, I'd still like a game platform that combines all of them. It's just so convenient. Plus, these gameplay mechanics are familiar to us older folks, so we can definitely give it a try. Hearing Wu Zhanrong's words, everyone present immediately exchanged glances, seeing nothing but excitement in each other's eyes. If even the 72-year-old Mr. Rong said that, then their game must have real potential. Thinking this, they exchanged glances again and said directly, Great. Since that's the case, should we go ahead and start the project? Confirmed. I can't wait to start developing this game. These games aren't that difficult. As long as we get the core mechanics right, there won't be any issues. It doesn't seem like it'll cost much at all. I think we could pull it off with just a couple of million. Alright, everyone, get to work. Set your goals and aim to finish 10 gambles, 9 cheats before the new year. Alright. That's it. Everyone started working on the game with great enthusiasm. By the time summer rolled around the next day, when she saw that Lu Ming and the others hadn't even held a meeting, her expression immediately changed. Immediately, she hurried to Lu Ming's office in her black suede high heels. Old Lu, I heard your new project has been established? Yes, Ms. Xia, would you like to take a look? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian nodded immediately. She hurriedly took the project proposal from Lu Ming. After she read through the contents of the proposal, she couldn't help but pause, then spoke uncertainly. Mahjong? Poker? Various board games? Just these? Aren't all these games already done? Hearing Xia Tian's question, Lu Ming didn't think there was anything wrong and simply nodded. That's right. We conducted a survey on the preferences of middle-aged and elderly customers, and they only have a limited range of interests. We can only build a game platform with some of those options to attract middle-aged and elderly users. Oh, this. As she listened to Lu Ming's analysis, Xia Tian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. By the end, she was almost ready to shout out loud. Great! Just build a platform with all kinds of games, great! Who would have thought that even Lu Ming could run out of ideas? Great, I'm definitely going to lose money on this game. Even Jesus couldn't save me now, I'm telling you. Chapter 104, finally able to lose money might as well lose more, right? Looking at the project proposal Lu Ming sent over, Xia Tian couldn't help but nod. But, when he saw the project budget for the game, she frowned in dissatisfaction. Wait a moment, Lu Ming. What's the deal with this budget? Why is it only 3 million? Our commission is 10 million. Hearing Xia Tian's question, Lu Ming rolled his eyes dismissively. Then he couldn't help but vent his frustration. Miss Xia, this 10 million is from the Game Association's order. Whether we do a good job or not, they'll only pay this much. Plus, they've only paid us a 30% deposit. What do you expect? Do you really want to cover the costs up front? Even with the server rental fees, 3 million is already the maximum we can afford. We can't afford any more. What? That's not acceptable. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian panicked immediately. She had finally caught this opportunity to make a quick profit. If it's only 3 million, what if Lu Ming achieves his goal? So she not only wanted Lu Ming to spend money, but preferably far exceed the 1 million budget. Thinking this, Xia Tian took a deep breath and said directly, no way. We can't lower our standards just because our target customers are middle-aged and elderly people. We must treat them the same way we treat young people. Having said that, after pondering for a moment, Xia Tian finally asked Lu Ming, Old Lu, what do you think if I ask Han Director to transfer the game's payment system to our account, allocate more budget, and improve the special effects? This. If we were to introduce a payment system into the game, that would indeed be a great money-making idea. After thinking it over, Lu Ming finally agreed. Alright, if the payment system is linked to our company, we wouldn't hesitate to spend 10 million, let alone 2 million. However, in that case, Mr. Xia, our risks would be much greater. Who would have known? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian immediately broke into a smile. It's not the risk that's scary, it's the lack of risk. I want you to lose money for me. Thinking this, she waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about that. Our company isn't after money, it's after a good reputation. Even if this game loses money, I won't blame you at all. After all, it's my fault. Do whatever you want, go all out. Let everyone see our company's intentions. Yes. With your word, I'll guarantee the task is completed. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Probably no other game company leader would be as bold as Xia Tian. This was also why Lu Ming enjoyed staying at Manhwa. In truth, he had already proven himself. Even if he were to go out on his own, he would have no issues at all. However, Summer's meticulous care for her and her dedication to the game deeply moved Lu Ming. A game company that cares so much about its employees shouldn't just collapse like this. That's why he's stayed here all this time. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Xia Tian with a smile in his eyes. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ming finally left Summer's office. On Summer's side, he quickly approached Han Nini to request changes to the contract. The other party only negotiated with the senior manager for a moment before agreeing to the proposal. Anyway, they never expected this game to actually make money. Obviously. The senior executives also knew that getting this game to have 1 million concurrent players was impossible, especially among middle-aged and elderly players. How absurd that would be. So they never even considered monetization. On the contrary, they were highly impressed by the decision of the startup company to allocate an additional $10 million for game development. The senior executives expressed high praise. They were practically ready to personally oversee the project. Do they really think the top leaders of the Game Association have no tasks to handle? On the contrary, they not only have tasks, but plenty of them. A 20 million investment in a game is already a huge gamble for some small and medium-sized game studios. Therefore, the leaders of the Game Association are also filled with anticipation and optimism for the budding 10 gambles, 9 cheats. As for the content inside, the top leaders just glanced at it and gave the green light. Soon, the collaboration between the fledgling project and the Game Association was finalized. Meanwhile, at Qinghe Games. At that moment, Xia Yushu and a few others were in the newly established Qinghe Games company, talking to their team members. After seeing that Manhwa's Defend the Frontline had generated significant revenue, Xia Yushu and his team immediately reinvested the return on investment they had received from Xia Tian into the production of the new game. The game they were developing, Star Wars: The Force Awakens, directly hired the original team behind the recently popular FPS game Frontier Defense. Not only that, Xia Yushu and his team had ambitious plans. Their goal was not limited to Manhwa. Rather, to conquer the entire world. After all, the more players there are, the higher the game's appeal becomes, which in turn attracts more paying players, directly achieving snowball-style capital expansion. So here, Xia Yushu and his team are actively reaching out to overseas markets. Compared to Manhwa, Qinghe Group has an advantage that Manhwa lacks. That is, overseas markets. Over the years, Qinghe Group has established markets and partnerships in numerous countries. Qinghe Entertainment has further helped them build a rich network of contacts. Therefore, in recent days, Xia Yushu and his team have reached out to all their overseas partners. They plan to launch simultaneous promotional campaigns, aiming to surpass 100,000 online players on the first day of Star Wars: The Force Awakens. If possible, it would be ideal to achieve the same level of success as the emerging game Defend the Frontline, with 1 million online players simultaneously. In that case, Star Wars: The Force Awakens would undoubtedly become a key cash cow for Qinghe Games. Just thinking about it, the eyes of Xia Yushu and his team lit up with ambition. They wanted to show the old man. Not only can Xia Tian create great games, but they, the uncles and aunts, are no slouch either. Just as Xia Yushu was thinking this, suddenly, his secretary walked over, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Mr. Xia, a company specializing in game evaluations has contacted us and informed us that they have a massive player base worldwide. This organization called LGBT wants to talk to you. They said that with their help, our player base could at least double. Wow, that many? Upon hearing his secretary's words, Xia Yushu's eyes lit up. If such an organization truly exists, it might be worth investing some money. Thinking this, he immediately began searching for information about the LGBT organization. He discovered that this organization indeed had significant influence internationally, and some major game companies had already established dedicated LGBT departments. Since the other party was a leader of an LGBT organization, what they said should be true. At this thought, Xia Yushu's eyes darted around. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. Where is that leader? I must go see him right now. Chapter 105: Aesthetics and Art. When Xia Yushu saw the Asian LGBT branch director named Mike, he was taken aback. The man before him, Mike, was tall and muscular, standing at least 1.8 meters tall. He had piercing blue eyes and a ruggedly handsome face typical of a European man. Such a handsome guy could easily star in a TV drama. But this guy named Mike. He was wearing a pink wig and a woman's long skirt. If it weren't for his distinctive, rugged Adam's apple, Xia Yushu almost mistook his gender. Gulp. Xia Yushu instinctively swallowed hard. Looking at this person with manicured nails, wearing black stockings and high heels, he didn't even know whether to call the other person a man or a woman. He didn't even know how to address them. He turned to look at his secretary, his eyes filled with confusion. Is this person real? After receiving the secretary's affirmative response, Xia Yushu finally suppressed the urge to shoo the person away and shook hands with them. Then he noticed. This guy named Mike had hooked his little finger against the palm of his hand. Xia Yushu? No way. I've seen all kinds of temptations. Is this how your LGBT organization tests its members? At least use a woman, right? Suppressing her nausea, Xia Yushu asked politely. Excuse me, Mr. Mike? That was my old name. I actually prefer everyone to call me Selena. Although my biological sex is male, my gender identity is female. You may not be familiar with our organization. Most of us are similar in that way, and some even identify as Walmart plastic bags. Xia Yushu. Hearing such an avant-garde version, he was at a loss for words. To be honest, he didn't feel like wasting any more words on this bizarre organization. He immediately suppressed his nausea and irritation, forcing a polite smile and asked, My secretary said that your LGBT organization can help promote our new game and guarantee at least 200,000 online players on the first day? Upon hearing Xia Yushu's question, Mike, or rather, Selena, immediately nodded.
She then handed over the data she had prepared earlier to Xia Yushu. That is correct. Our LGBT organization has members spread across the globe, and our community is growing larger every day. Though we cannot choose our birth, we can embrace our true gender. Perhaps deep down, Mr. Xia, you're a cute little girl yourself? Ha ha. Hearing the other person speak in a deliberately high-pitched voice, Xia Yushu felt his forced smile tightening, almost to the point of cracking. Every single moment spent with this fake man felt like torture. He forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit. For the sake of making money, he just endured it. I really have sacrificed so much for this company. He felt he wouldn't be able to eat for at least 3 days after returning home. Suppressing the urge to slap Selena across the face, he forced himself to look at her data. All the data showed the contributions made by LGBT organizations within major game companies. LGBT organizations appreciate that major game companies incorporate more inclusive character designs in their games. They appreciate the company's efforts to show more respect for this sexual minority group. And under his influence, many companies have achieved notable success. They have gained a good reputation among the sexual minority community. If Manhwa Games were to enter into a contractual relationship with LGBT organizations, they would dispatch employees with in-depth knowledge of game characters to specifically assist in designing and modifying game characters. The pricing is favorable, with Manhwa Games only needing to pay a one-time fee for character redesign and copyright usage to the LGBT company, granting them permanent usage rights. Xia Yushu reviewed the terms and conditions. After confirming there were no issues, he nodded in agreement. From the LGBT organization's materials, it was clear that they were actively working to attract members of the LGBTQ+ community. Even though their numbers are small, only a fraction of a percent. However, on a global scale, that still amounts to tens of millions of people. It was worth Xia Yushu taking a gamble. Not only that, but it could also boost their reputation. This would showcase the international flair of Manhwa Games. Why not? Immediately, he signed a contract with Selena and left the company without another word. The very next day, Manhwa Games welcomed their new design director. Looking at the characters in Star Wars, the design director's face immediately betrayed a mocking expression. Look at your outdated designs. Do you really have to emphasize the female character's body parts so much? And men have to be handsome, and women have to be beautiful? Who told you to design them like this? Your grandmothers? Hearing the new director's words, the members of the Star Troopers team couldn't help but freeze in shock. After all, they were the same team that had created the game Overwatch. Team leader Ma Wenjie, looking at this middle-aged woman dressed like a Michelin tire, immediately showed his displeasure. Who are you? This is my team's business. Everyone else get out. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing her words, the middle-aged woman showed no sign of fear. Instead, she picked up her ID badge and flung it in front of Ma Wenjie. See that? I'm the new design director. Your boss, Xia, spent a fortune to bring me here to guide you on how to design characters. Today, I'll show you what true art and aesthetics really are. Ah. Looking at the oddly dressed woman in front of them, a few team members exchanged glances. Judging by her attire, she didn't look like someone who had studied aesthetics. She looked more like she was cosplaying as a Michelin tire mascot. But upon seeing her name tag, it seemed she was indeed who she claimed to be. Unconsciously, the team members' gazes turned toward Ma Wenjie, their faces betraying a hint of hesitation. Hearing this crazy person's words, Ma Wenjie also furrowed his brows slightly. After making a call to his superior, he finally returned to the office with an unhappy expression. Looking at the bizarre woman across from him, who was heavily made up and looked like a cocky rooster, he snorted coldly. Alright, let's make the character changes as she said. We'll focus on the game and optimization. Ha, wise choice. All the art team members come to me. I'm your new director, Laura. From now on, you'll all have to follow my orders. Hearing Ma Wenjie back down, Laura's expression grew delighted. Immediately, she summoned all the members of the art team. She began explaining her design concepts. This woman won't work. Design her as a minority, make her older, and I've decided to make her transgender. Do you understand non-binary gender? And this man, he's too handsome. What's with all the dead muscle? Players need immersion. Design him as a 300-pound couch potato. And design some black characters. Since our game is global, we need more diversity. Give her colorful clothes. Add diagonal lines on her head. Trust me, these designs will be a huge hit with the players. I suddenly have a bold idea. Let us create a non-binary alien. What? You don't even understand non-binary gender? Do I have to teach you this? I'm not here to babysit preschoolers. Oh, and robots need genders too. How do we make that obvious? Can't you design them to look more like mushrooms? Listening to the new art director's confident rambling, the original art team was completely baffled. They could clearly hear him speaking Chinese, but when the words were put together, they couldn't make sense of it at all. Wait. If we really design it the way she says, will anyone even play this game? But seeing the confident expression on her face,
Everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously.
The boss must have his reasons for spending so much money to bring them here.
Maybe they're actually a genius? Let us just go with that design then? Chapter 106, The Emperor. He's playing with you, Your Majesty. As time ticked away. Soon it was time for the Xia family's weekly gathering.
However, Xia Tian, who once sat at the children's table, now sat at the table representing the heir of the Xia family. Though she was no different from before, still only knowing how to sit down and eat. But today, her uncles and aunts clearly had something to say. Second uncle Xia Miao glanced at Xia Tian, who was eating pork knuckle, with a thoughtful expression. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and addressed the old man. Dad, speaking of which, the game company we established recently, Qinghe Games, is planning to launch during this year's Spring Festival.
Launching it during the new year? Upon hearing Xia Miao's words, Xia Tian, who was standing nearby, clearly froze.
Because she clearly remembered that Lu Ming had said that launching the game during the new year would distract customers with fireworks, the Spring Festival Gala, New Year's greetings, and movies.
It's not the right time to launch a game.
Instead, it should be released when students and office workers return to school and work after the new year.
That is the proper approach. But what about Uncle Air? Suddenly, Xia Tian seemed to think of something.
Probably Uncle Air just loves movies released during the Spring Festival season and made the decision on a whim without doing any prior research.
She couldn't help but chuckle.
The pork knuckle in her mouth tasted even better. Xia Laozi said nothing, merely glancing at Xia Miao before speaking slowly.
Having ambition is a good thing, but I wonder if you can succeed. Why not seek advice from Tian Tian? After all, she is the senior in this field. Upon hearing the old man's words,
Xia He, standing nearby, immediately felt displeased.
Dad, our resources are no match for Xiao Lu's.
Don't worry. The four of us have already cleared the game, so there won't be any issues.
Our older brother even hired an international organization to assist us with game design.
On the first day, we expect over 200,000 online players.
Qinghe Games is going the international route. Hearing Xia He's words, Xia Yushu didn't say anything, but the faint smile on his face revealed his satisfaction. Xia Chunsung didn't say much in response.
After nodding slightly, his gaze immediately shifted to his beloved granddaughter.
Speaking of which, Xiao Tian, I heard that your team at Manhwa is also designing a new game, right? When do you plan to launch it? Ha? Our game?
Upon hearing his grandfather's question, Xia Tian, who was busy munching on a pork knuckle, clearly froze for a moment. But her eyes lit up instantly, and she blurted out. We're also planning to launch it during the new year. Although her uncle's idea was pretty silly. But this was definitely worth learning from. Isn't that exactly what she wanted for the game to lose money? So releasing the game at the wrong time would be exactly what she wants, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, she immediately looked at her uncle Xia Miao with gratitude and answered her grandfather loudly. But that was her true intention. In the eyes of her uncles and aunts, such as Xia Chunsung and Xia He, it had completely changed in meaning. This was clearly a provocation. Who would have thought that their little niece had such big ambitions, daring to challenge her uncles and aunts? The other cousins of Xia Tian's generation, upon hearing the release date, all gasped in unison. Xia Feng, Xia Yan, and Xia Shui, the older brothers and sisters, exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with disbelief.
Goodness! Did you hear that? Has the sixth child become so bold? She actually dared to go head-to-head with her father and the others? Could this be her true nature? She's terrifying. She can actually be so patient? This girl is so cunning. I never realized she was like this. So domineering. So domineering. Meanwhile, Xia Yushu and the others, upon hearing their niece's provocation, they immediately shot disapproving glances at Xia Tian. Just then, Xia Miao snorted coldly and couldn't help but ask. Xia Tian, how much did you spend on making that game? What kind of game is it? Not much, just 20 million.
I made a card game targeting the middle-aged and elderly.
Speaking of which, Grandpa, if you like it, you can give it a try. Play with who Grandpa and the others. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words,
the old man, who had been looking calm and indifferent just moments ago,
upon hearing his beloved granddaughter's words, his expression immediately brightened. You're truly my good granddaughter. You even thought to make a game for this old man who doesn't know how to play games, didn't you? You all should learn from Tian Tian. Don't just think about making money, show some concern for your family, do you understand? The second generation of the Xia family. Seeing the old man's obvious favoritism and double standards, Xia Miao felt like she couldn't even eat her meal anymore. Grandpa, could you be any more blatantly biased?
As for Xia Tian, she just laughed it off, showing no intention of taking credit.
I didn't really do much, Grandpa.
I just came up with an idea for a game, but it was actually designed by Lu Ming and the others.
Lu Ming? Hearing that name again,
Xia Chuansing's smile froze instantly. The man who had been smiling just moments ago now had a sour expression on his face. Thinking of that pig that had been courting his precious little white cabbage,
Lu Ming's expression immediately became hideous in his mind. What was most infuriating was, he had actually gone to clean the toilet that day. Shame.
Unconsciously, Xiao Chunseng cast a complicated glance at his well-behaved granddaughter and couldn't help but ask.
Oh? What do you think of that kid? Him?
He's very talented and has great ideas, but sometimes he's too capable. He often works overtime, even without my permission, and secretly gets his team members to work overtime too. He even occasionally takes on tasks behind my back to bring in more business and work for the company. It really drives me crazy.
Xia Chunseng. The second generation of the Xia family. The third generation of the Xia family. Wait, what? The Emperor.
She is playing you, Emperor.
Didn't old Six just now pull a Versailles move? Do you really think no one can tell? No. How could there be such amazing horses these days? They're literally chosen by heaven to be workers. The embodiment of the working class. Are you still angry? Don't give them to us. Seeing Xia Tian's pouty expression, everyone rolled their eyes wildly. Even Summer's old man felt that his granddaughter was overacting. Isn't she just trying to show off her little boyfriend? I know he's good, isn't that enough? Thinking of this, old Mr. Xia couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which,
Lu Ming's ideas were indeed quite impressive at times. Thinking about those strange mods and marketing strategies, the old man suddenly felt a bit relieved.
His expectations might have been a bit too high. As for that young man named Lu Ming,
though he may not be worthy of his granddaughter, he is still a rare talent. If that's the case, giving him a chance isn't out of the question. With that thought, old Master Xia immediately had an idea.
Since that's the case, why not bring him over to our house during the new year to take a look? Xia Tian? What? Grandpa, what did you say? Bring Lu Ming over to meet you? What's the deal? Do you think the food is good and want to meet the chef? Chapter 107, New Year's team building? Are you a devil? This. Grandpa, you want to see Lu Ming? Upon hearing the old man's words, Xia Tian, who was eating pork knuckle, choked.
Then he looked at his old man in confusion. He saw Xia Chunseng nodding seriously. After all, this concerned the future of his precious granddaughter, so it was only proper to assess the situation. If that young man had ulterior motives, his precious granddaughter could be harmed. Such a thing, he absolutely would not allow it to happen. Thinking of this, Xia Chunseng nodded even more firmly.
That's right. This year's New Year's Eve you have no objections, right? Hearing his father's question, Xia Dao, who was also munching on pork knuckle, was taken aback.
He looked at his father with a confused expression.
It's just an employee under his daughter's management. He doesn't have to pay for their social insurance or housing fund, so what does he have to object to? No, Dad, do as you please. Don't worry about my opinion. At that moment, Xia Tian had snapped out of her daze. Blinking, she felt like she finally understood her grandfather's meaning. Could the old man possibly think that Lu Ming is her boyfriend? No way.
Besides their work-related interactions, they had no other connection whatsoever. She was about to explain to the old man, but the words stopped at her lips. For some reason, Xia Tian suddenly felt a bit shy. Her usually carefree face. Her cheeks were flushed red, almost reaching the back of her ears. She couldn't help but recall Lu Ming's various mysterious behaviors. She suddenly thought of a question. That is, given Lu Ming's abilities, he could easily move to a larger, better game company. Why doesn't he leave? Could it be because of her? At that thought, Xia Tian's heart began to race. If it's Lu Ming, then I should. It's not impossible to accept, right? Xia Chunseng, standing beside her, noticed the blush on his granddaughter's face and immediately understood. Without saying much, he made a decision on the spot. All right, it's settled. Have him come over for a simple meal during the new year. Oh. The response to her grandfather was a faint, mosquito-like voice. After she left the Xia family estate, she suddenly thought of a question. That was, what excuse should she use to invite Lu Ming to her house? Boyfriend? But he hadn't agreed to it. What else could she claim to be? Surely she couldn't really say she was an employee, could she? No way. What kind of boss would be so twisted as to ask an employee to come to their home for the new year? Even if you're treating them like animals, you wouldn't treat them like that. Suddenly, Xia Tian felt distressed and messed up her hair. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered her best friend. Without hesitation, she dialed Fang Xiaoxiao's number. At that moment, inside Manhwa company, Fang Xiaoxiao was busy coordinating work on 10 gambles, 9 sheets with everyone. There were so many systems to set up that she wished she could split herself into 2. Fortunately, school had already started winter break. She could stay at the company during this time. Just then, Summer's call came through, and she couldn't help but complain. Mr. Xia, the company is in the busiest period right now. Where are you, you busy bee? Why haven't you come back to the office? I haven't seen you clock in for 2 days. Hearing her best friend's words, Xia just waved her hand dismissively. It's no big deal.
It's just that Xiao Xiao, I need to tell you something. My grandfather wants to meet Lu Ming. Do you have any idea how we can arrange for Lu Ming to come to my house during the new year? Fang Xiao Xiao? What? A startled exclamation. It startled everyone in the group.
Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward Fang Xiaoxiao.
Fang Xiao Xiao immediately ran into the empty restroom.
Speaking in a hushed voice as if she were a thief, she couldn't help but confirm again.
What did you just say? Your grandfather wants to see Lu Ming? Does he know about your relationship? It's him who wants to meet Lu Ming. The problem is, how do you plan to get Lu Ming to agree?
I have to say a few more words about this.
Your progress is way too slow. It's been half a year and you haven't made any progress. Are you just keeping him here to feed the fish? I've only just confirmed my feelings and you want to rush things? Even neon-lit movies don't play out like this. What are you talking about? Seriously anyway, as my secretary, aren't you paid to come up with strategies for me? Wait, do I have to handle that too?
I'll double your bonus this year.
It's not about the money. Who told you I'm your best friend?
Hearing Xia Tian's words, Fang Xiaoxiao's originally sharp tone softened considerably.
Why don't you confess your feelings to him now? Take him out to a bar tonight for a few drinks and make a move? Is there a way to do this that respects public order and good customs? I'm serious. Well, if force doesn't work, then we'll have to try the gentle approach.
Seeing that the first plan wasn't going to work,
Fang Xiaoxiao sighed before finally saying, if you don't want to seem too abrupt, I have one last resort, bring everyone from our company along. We could say we rented a estate and everyone can go there for a team-building retreat during the new year. How about that?
Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's suggestion, Xia Tian's eyes lit up.
That's a great idea.
If everyone goes to Xia's estate, inviting Lu Ming along won't seem so out of place.
Thinking of this, Xia Tian's previously tense mood instantly relaxed.
She immediately got into her car and drove to the company. It was already 9 o'clock at night, yet the company was still brightly lit. This made Xia Tian so angry she could grind her teeth. She should have cancelled the triple overtime pay.
Not let these animals work so hard. If you're working this hard, how am I supposed to make a loss?
Immediately, she hurried into the company and looked around.
Sure enough, all the members of Team 1 were working overtime. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, I have 2 announcements to make.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the group of people who had been working stopped and looked curiously at Xia Tian. Their eyes betrayed a hint of surprise.
It's so late. Mr. Xia is actually staying late with them? What's going on? Is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow?
Noticing the strange looks from everyone, Xia Tian just went on with what he was saying.
First of all, it's the release date for the game. I've decided to adjust it to be released during the spring festival period. What? Hearing Xia Tian's words, everyone present was completely stunned.
Even Fang Xiaoxiao, who had been smirking earlier, was stunned by the decision. Summer, however, spoke firmly.
My employees are my responsibility. I will not allow you to work during the New Year holiday. New Year's is meant to be enjoyed to the fullest. Any boss who makes their employees work overtime during this time deserves to die.
So, we'll launch the product during the new year, and everyone can take a good rest this year.
This matter is settled, and I'll announce the second item next.
After saying this, Xia Tian chuckled and added,
I've rented a mansion in Shanghai. Everyone can go there together during the new year. We'll have 2 days of fun to recharge for next year. Everyone? Isn't that Mr. Xia? You're making us skip work during the new year just to go on a team building trip with you? On New Year's Day? Are you a devil? It doesn't sound that great, does it? Suddenly, Wang Ba, who was standing nearby, raised his hand awkwardly and asked, Mr. Xia, I'm from Dongshan in my hometown, and I need to go back home to pay respects to my ancestors during the new year. Right, Mr. Xia.
I haven't been back for over a year.
My parents and relatives think I've gone into business. My girlfriend keeps saying I don't spend enough time with her and wants me to spend more time with her. I was planning to visit her family during the new year.
Mr. Xia, I spend every new year with my parents.
Can I really not go? Hearing everyone's complaints and excuses for taking leave, Xia also decided to take the plunge.
For those who go, an extra 100,000 yuan bonus for each person.
Everyone? Damn it. I've figured it out. Ancestors aren't as important as the boss. My family will know I'm doing this for the boss and they'll praise me.
I'll tell my parents right now that I'm going to work in the private sector and 1T be coming home this year. I 1T say another word. I'll just take 2,000 and slap it in that old guy's face. Let us see if he dares to give me a hard time.
Hey, Mom and Dad, I booked your tickets to the South China Sea. You can go there for your vacation this year.
I'll celebrate the new year with my friends. Chapter 108, Spring Festival Soft Advertisement. And so, time passed slowly.
Manhwa Game and Shanghai Game were both rushing to complete their work.
Before anyone noticed, red lanterns began to appear on the streets of the metropolis.
On the doors of every household. Red Fu characters and Spring Festival couplets were also pasted up. Even in the bustling metropolis, a rare glimpse of its lazy charm could be seen. Finally, in the final month before the new year, after the final round of testing, 10 gambles, 9 cheats was finally announced as complete. Lu Ming directly sent the game to director Han Mimi. At the same time, he discussed promotional strategies with her. Although the Game Association doesn't seem very influential on the surface, they are, after all, an official organization. They still hold significant resources. Additionally, the budding studio has injected another 10 million into the project, which has pleased the higher-ups greatly. They directly dispatched their own trusted subordinates to actively follow up on the progress of 10 gambles, 9 cheats. After playing the content of 10 gambles, 9 cheats, Han Mimi was very satisfied with the game created by Manhwa. She immediately said, "Here's the plan, Mr. Lu. We intend to promote the game on Douyin and Weibo, and we will also reach out to live streaming platforms we have partnerships with for game promotion. Do you have any other suggestions? Yes, if possible, I would like to have our game featured on the Spring Festival Gala for promotion. Is there a 5-second ad spot available?" Ah, that. Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the other party clearly paused. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, it's not that we don't want to, but the timing is a bit too tight for your request. All the advertising slots during the Spring Festival Gala have already been booked by other companies. However, the National Spring Festival Gala might not be possible, but would you be willing to try the local TV station's Spring Festival Gala? HM?" Hearing the other party's words, although it wasn't the National Spring Festival Gala, Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. However, if it were a larger provincial satellite channel, they would also have their own Spring Festival Gala. The most representative ones are Beijing Satellite TV and Nanhai Satellite TV. Curious, he couldn't help but ask, "Director Han, do you have any connections in that area? I mean provincial level or higher satellite TV stations. If it's just at the prefectural or county level, then there's no need to discuss it. I do have some connections at Dongshan Satellite TV, but I need to be upfront about one thing: their Spring Festival Gala has never been very good, with ratings around 0.1. Of course, there are advantages to low ratings. For the same price, you might have to pay several million for a spot on the National Spring Festival Gala, but on Dongshan Satellite TV, you can negotiate it for just a few $100,000. Plus, you'd get special treatment, like customized advertising services and more. If you're willing to invest more, having the host wear clothing with the game's logo isn't out of the question." Upon hearing Han Mimi's words, Lu Ming's face lit up with interest. Then, he actually came up with an idea. "Are you saying money can buy anything? Well, it depends on how much you want to do whatever you want. Actually, I still have around 3 million left in my promotional budget. Well, that does give you some leeway. How about I arrange a 1-minute ad for you? We can split it into 6 time slots?" Upon hearing that Lu Ming was willing to invest 3 million, Han Mimi couldn't help but flash a delighted smile. Although it wasn't for her, if she had introduced Lu Ming, the connections he made would be hers. Immediately, Han Mimi enthusiastically asked Lu Ming for his ideas. "If I like it, I could incorporate a product placement ad into the sketch. If possible, I'd like the sketch's script to align with our game's requirements." Han Mimi? That's really quite bold. Wiping the cold sweat off her forehead, Han Mimi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Mr. Lu, your request might be a bit. I'll write the script. I'll send it to you later. I don't have any other requirements. Just make sure that if the sketch is approved, the playing cards and the props are replaced with our logo." Seeing that Lu Ming had already spoken so bluntly, what else could she say? She sighed helplessly. Han Mimi felt that this deal might be falling through. Unable to help herself, she sighed again before speaking slowly. "I understand, Mr. Lu. Please send me the script for the skit as soon as possible." After Han Mimi hung up the phone, she had completely given up hope on Lu Ming's request. Although the sketch on Dongshan Satellite TV wasn't great, they had been preparing for it for months. Changing the director at the last minute was a major no-no in the workplace. Unless it was a sketch he had experience with, why would they agree? Plus, from what Lu Ming just said, he plans to write it on the spot. What's the point? You're a game designer, are you really going to compete with directors and screenwriters for their jobs? Why not just go work at a TV station instead? It was only an hour later. Sure enough, Lu Ming sent over the sketch. I glanced at the title of the sketch. Playing cards? What a straightforward and unassuming title for a script. Han Mimi didn't even bother to look at it and simply forwarded the script to Lu Jiyue, the executive director of Dongshan Satellite TV's Spring Festival Gala. "Hello? Director Lu? This is Xiao Han from the Tourism Association. We met once before. Do you remember me?" "Yes, it's me. I've come across a client who wants to sponsor your Dongshan Satellite TV, and they're offering 3 million yuan. Upon hearing Han Mimi's words, Lu Jie, who had been struggling with insufficient sponsorship for the Spring Festival Gala, his eyes lit up instantly. Dongshan Satellite TV's Spring Festival Gala had been criticized for lacking innovation, having insufficiently prominent performers, and for its overly formalistic, often mocked formats. Every year, it was the same old stuff. Apart from the elderly, even locals weren't keen on watching it.
The meager budget for the Spring Festival Gala was only secured after he begged and pleaded with sponsors.
And even then, they have to kowtow to the sponsors.
Over time, the quality of their programs has deteriorated, and they have secured fewer sponsors.
Gradually, they've fallen into a vicious cycle.
At present, upon hearing that a wealthy individual was willing to sponsor 3 million, Lu, whose eyes were already small, widened them in astonishment. Just as he was about to accept the sponsorship.
Director Lu, don't rush.
The other party has a few small requirements.
After Lu Jie heard Lu Ming's demands, he was completely stunned. What? You're sponsoring 3 million yuan, but you want me to change the program and insert ads? Who do you think you are? Better to die than be disgraced. Lu Jie flew into a rage. He was about to refuse angrily.
But Han Mimi tried to comfort him.
Director Lu, don't get too upset. I know this task is challenging, but isn't that what makes you great?
I heard the other side's script was written by a top-notch screenwriter.
Why don't you take a look first?
If there are any parts you're not satisfied with, you can polish them up.
Lu Jie. Hearing Han Mimi's words, Lu Jie took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his anger. For 3 million, he endured it.
He did see what kind of nonsense the other side had written.
If he wasn't satisfied, he would definitely throw the script in that big fool's face. Chapter 109, the Mrs. Employee really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Lu Jie had originally just wanted to take a quick look at Lu Ming's script.
Then he picked up the phone, pointed at Lu Ming's nose, and started yelling at him.
Do you even know what a sketch is?
But when he actually saw the script for playing cards,
he couldn't help but pause. Wow, this script is pretty good. It has twists, punchlines, and satire.
And the satire is as sharp as a scalpel, perfectly capturing the hot topics of the moment.
With decent actors, this would definitely be a classic show. Such a script isn't just suitable for Dongshan satellite TV. Even if it were aired on CCTV, there wouldn't be any issues.
Sigh. After rereading the script for playing cards, Lu Jie found himself liking it more and more.
It's exactly what the people of Dongshan would love. It was incisive and penetrating.
And each time he read it, he gained new insights. This made the resentment he had harbored toward Lu Ming fade away like Chow Chow's rice dish.
Bro, you should have told me sooner.
If you had mentioned your script was this amazing, we wouldn't have needed any sponsorship fees.
What Lu Jie didn't know was,
the sketch playing cards was actually copied by Lu Ming. On his original Earth, it was a sketch performed by Huang Hong and Ho Yaowen in 1994. It was later included in the CCTV Classic Sketch Collection.
It was hailed as a representative work of satirical skits from the 1990s.
Such a work, if not for promoting 10 gambles, 9 frauds, Lu Ming would have never bothered to copy it.
Moreover, others who copy such works do so for money. But he just copies it and doesn't even mention it, and then gives money? Does that make any sense? Soon, Han Nini received a call from Lu Jie. Hello? Is this Director Lu? I didn't get selected? Never mind, I wait. What did you say? I got selected? No, there's only a month left until the Spring Festival Gala. Are you sure it's appropriate to make a change now? Ha ha ha. Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Please thank Mr. Lu for me.
His script is truly amazing. Also, please tell him that we hope to have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future.
If there is another opportunity like this, please consider our Dongshan Satellite TV more. Han Mimi? Has Dongshan Satellite TV become so desperate for work?
However, her face soon lit up with joy.
Alright, Director Lu, I'll report this good news to Mr. Lu right away. As for the money, I'll have him transfer it over immediately. Shortly after Lu Jie agreed to include the sketch playing cards in Dongshan Satellite TV's Spring Festival Gala,
Lu Ming received the good news from Han Mimi. Upon hearing the news, he merely responded casually. Then, he stepped back and let others handle it. Subsequent operational issues were handled by a dedicated team from the Gaming Association. They were only responsible for game production and did not get involved in anything else. And so, time passed slowly. Before they knew it, time had already reached the end of January. January 28th, New Year's Eve. The members of the budding group arrived at the Xia family estate where Xia Jia lived. The group was unaware that they had arrived at Xia's hometown. It was like Lu Lao Lao visiting the Grand View Garden. They arrived by tourist bus. Wow! Look at that huge lawn. Who would waste so much land in Shanghai? This size, it's almost as big as Disneyland, isn't it? Could it be a golf course? You don't get it. Rich people like to show off by leaving vast tracts of land unused. It's all about wasting resources just to make the poor feel inferior. Think about the property prices in Shanghai. Doesn't just looking at this make you feel like this place is so wealthy? Looking at the grass, Lu Ming simply remarked indifferently. There was no trace of envy in his eyes. In his view, even if you built another Disneyland here, there'd be no need to worry about foot traffic. Why leave such a large piece of land idle? It's simply a waste of capital on surplus wealth.
Of course. If he were to live here. Forget what I just said. Xia Tian, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Lu Ming's words. Sure, little Lu, that's bold. Then one day, you should try to buy this place and become a developer.
However, upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming merely smiled calmly.
No need, Mr. Xia. The real estate industry will only become less profitable in the future. We should stick to making games. Virtual items generate real money, don't you think that's a better deal? Hey! You're absolutely right.
Just as they were talking, everyone slowly arrived at the entrance of the estate. What caught their eyes were a bunch of luxury cars parked at the entrance.
Wow! So many luxury cars? Is someone important coming?
Upon hearing Wang Ba's question, Xia Tian immediately replied.
Cough cough.
I forgot to tell you all, when I took over this place, I also brought my family along.
After all, there are over 100 rooms inside. It would be a waste not to use them, don't you think? I understand. I want the biggest room. Hee, can you play golf here? I've never tried it before. Speaking of which, what is good to eat inside? I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. Goodness gracious, such a huge villa. This is my first time staying in one.
A group of people arrived at the estate in a large procession. Upon entering, they saw the butler, Mr. Fu, waiting inside. Wang Ba saw him and burst into laughter.
Wow! A butler. This is my first time seeing one in real life. No wonder it's high-end service. Sir, could you please take my luggage to the room? I want to explore around. By the way, do you have any Instagram-worthy spots around here?
I want to post a few photos on my social media to show off.
Fu Bo? The employees brought by the young lady are a bit forward. Do they really think this place is their own home?
Xia Tian, standing nearby, was also rolling her eyes, but she didn't dare say anything. After all, she had secretly lured everyone here. Only Fang Xiaoxiao, the only employee who knew the truth, stood by her side, smiling secretly.
What did I tell you? If you had just listened to me and used force from the start, would it have been this complicated?
I have realized how serious this is now.
Hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian couldn't help but sigh. Then,
the budding crowd, amidst the confused stares of maids and attendants, immediately began their photo-taking and check-in activities.
Xiang Dong even brought his girlfriend along.
The two of them were currently on the massive spiral staircase carved from marble, constantly striking poses for photos. They even touched the $1 million painting.
They asked if it was real. Fu Bo, I feel like you two are being a bit disrespectful to me.
Just as Wang Ba's large hand was about to reach out toward the half-human stone sculpture of Xia Chunseng.
Cough cough. A loud cough drew everyone's attention. There stood Xia Laoyi, dressed in traditional Tang attire, standing speechless on the second floor.
Looking down at the budding crowd below, his face twitched slightly.
His granddaughter's employee. Isn't there a single normal person here?
Suddenly, Mr. Xia's gaze sharpened.
Almost instantly, it locked onto Lu Ming.
Looking at Lu Ming, who was dressed casually in a down jacket, the old man's lips twitched for a moment. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he finally spoke coldly.
Come up and eat first.
Chapter 110, Xia Lu's Little Scheme. When the group arrived at the restaurant via elevator, what greeted their eyes was a group of people in suits and ties, chatting animatedly in the restaurant. The round table where the Xia family usually ate had been completely removed. They had been replaced with long buffet tables.
Rows of male attendants were walking around, holding glasses of wine. When they noticed someone's champagne glass or wine glass was empty,
they would silently refill them with fine wine.
Their movements were smooth and professional, clearly the result of extensive training. As Xiang Dong's girlfriend entered the room, she immediately spotted several familiar celebrities. He couldn't help but let out an excited exclamation. My goodness! Is Xiaobai here on vacation too? This estate must be quite popular. But I've never heard of it before? You don't know anything. This place is clearly a high-end custom-built estate. Do you think you could book a place here with just a few million? We only got in thanks to Mr. Xia. Wow! That super popular little diva is here too? Can I ask for her autograph? Just as they were talking, Lu Ming and the others saw Xiang Dong and his girlfriend sneaking up to the celebrities and asking them for autographs. The celebrities who were called over looked completely bewildered. Although Xiang Dong and his group were dressed ordinarily. However, since they were attending the Xia family's year-end gathering, they feared the celebrities might actually have some status. After hesitating for a moment, the celebrities immediately put on a polite smile. Not only did they sign autographs, but they even humbly thanked them. They were afraid of offending the wrong people. Now that's settled. Xiang Dong and his buddy were even more enthusiastic about collecting autographs. Seeing Fang Xiaoxiao beside her, she was laughing so hard her stomach hurt. She nudged Xia Tian beside her and couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure you don't want to tell them the truth? No need. Just endure the next 2 days, and it'll be fine. Looking at the two of them, Xia Tian felt a headache coming on.
However, this wasn't the most troublesome part. Because soon, he saw his younger sister, Xia Lu. She was accompanied by a man with a gentle and handsome appearance, walking in slowly. Seeing Xia Lu with her arm around the man's shoulder, Xia Tian couldn't help but look puzzled. Xia Lu smiled sweetly and said, "Sister, let me introduce you. This is Li Zimu, my boyfriend. He's a well-known online novelist. You might have read his novels. By the way, his pen name is 8 Treasures Stewed Durian and he's had several bestsellers. Have you heard of him?" Upon hearing Xia Lu's words, Li Zimu, standing beside her, immediately pretended to be modest and waved his hands. "Oh, Xia Lu, I'm not as great as you make me sound. I only make a few million a year and I still rely on my old man for support. But that's just how he talks." The smug expression on his face was so obvious that even a blind person could see it. Seeing this, Xia Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Nine's sister isn't here with good intentions, is she? Is she trying to outdo me? Who is she trying to impress? After snorting lightly, she pretended not to hear and turned to look at Wang Ba beside her. "Little Wang, how much did you earn this year?" "Ha? Me?" Upon hearing Xia Zhong's question, Wang Ba, who was still fiddling with a plate, almost blurted out without thinking. "Just a few million, I guess." "Why? Xiao Ho, what about you?" "Me? I'm about the same as old Wang. Except for the newcomers like Bai Jia, the rest of us old-timers all make about the same, don't we?" Xia Lu. Li Zimu. Summer looked at her younger sister with a smug expression. That look seemed to say, "See that? Your boyfriend says it's fair, but he is just like my ordinary employees." At the same time, the couple who had been collecting autographs returned. When they returned, their notebooks were already filled with celebrity autographs. Upon seeing the two approach, Li Zimu, who had noticed their actions earlier, instinctively pulled out his pen. Just as he was about to write his name in Xiang Dong's notebook, suddenly, Xiang Dong's large hand grabbed him firmly. Hey! Who are you? Are you a celebrity? Just sign? Li Zimu. It's me. 8 Treasures Stewed Durian. The author of The Beautiful CEO Wants to Lose Money, but I turned it into a dark legend. Haven't you heard of me? Wow. I've heard of you. Should I get your autograph too? Before Xiang Dong could speak, he was pulled back by his girlfriend. Don't sign my precious little notebook. I want everyone's autograph. Don't you know he's already past his prime? After saying that, she gave Li Zimu an awkward yet polite smile. She then dragged Xiang Dong away. Li Zimu. Xia Lu. Xia Tian. Oops. Seeing the angry glances between the two, she pretended not to notice and took a sip of champagne. Sorry, I just thought of something funny. Seeing her younger sister's face turning visibly red, she quickly left the scene with her best friend. Not long after, he spotted his grandfather in the crowd. At that moment, the old man was chatting with several of his peers and business partners. Prominent figures from the city were mostly present today. The celebrities and actors under Qingha Entertainment had also mostly arrived. Everyone was proud to be attending tonight's gathering. Little did they know what they were truly after. Is what the new employees are being offered a $10,000 bonus from the boss to come over. As time ticked by, the large screen in the restaurant began to show tonight's Spring Festival Gala. The old man is getting on in years and doesn't have many hobbies. He just enjoys watching the Spring Festival Gala during the new year. Most importantly, the artists under Qingha Entertainment also had performances on the show this year. Upon seeing the TV turned on, everyone present immediately lowered their voices, afraid of disturbing the older generation's enjoyment. At the same time, Xia Chunsung, who had just finished chatting with his old friends, immediately waved at Xia Tian and Xia Lu. Upon seeing his grandfather's subtle glance, Xia Tian immediately realized he couldn't escape this time. He pulled Xia Tian's shoulder and said casually, "Lu Ming, want to go with me to toast my grandfather?" "Ha? Sure." Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming didn't think much of it and followed along. Thus, the two couples arrived together by the old man's side. From the outside, Xia Lu, dressed appropriately, clearly stood out more. Xia Lu, the 6th generation of the Xia family, was also a rare beauty. However, why did the atmosphere change so much over at Lu Ming's side? At this moment, Lu Ming is wearing a plain red sweater, though it looks decent enough. But there's something missing, the seriousness one would expect when meeting the parents. After all, he's meeting Qingha's real boss. This young man. He's so bold. Chapter 111, You kid, did you grab the wrong script? Xia Lu, standing nearby, had already noticed the displeased expression on her grandfather's face. Immediately, she pulled her boyfriend over to Xia Chunsung and introduced him. "Grandpa, this is my boyfriend Li Zimu. He's also a young writer representing the Provincial Writers Association and has written several novels. His latest novel was even adapted into a web series in collaboration with our family. Do you remember it?" Upon hearing Xia Lu's introduction, a rare smile appeared on Xia Chunsung's face. The look he gave Li Zimu also carried a hint of approval. The older generation still places great importance on culture.
Although this young man named Lee Zimu seemed a bit superficial, he must have some talent to catch his granddaughter's eye. Hello, writer. Our family really appreciates young people with cultural refinement. You're Lee Zimu, right? Keep writing and strive to produce more excellent novels and scripts. I have high hopes for your generation. Hearing the old man's praise, Lee Zimu's face lit up with excitement.
In front of his grandfather, he praised himself generously and showed his sincerity.
I heard that grandfather really likes collecting calligraphy and paintings.
I managed to get a copy of Chi Baisher's Group of Shrimp for you.
I hope you like it.
It's not a famous piece, but it's one of his early works.
Lee Zimu quickly pulled out an unframed ink painting.
He unfolded it in front of everyone.
Upon hearing Lee Zimu's words,
Xia Chunsun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his smile growing even broader. Young man, well-mannered and refined, I like that.
Looking at the lifelike painting,
Qi Lao's words were now worth millions. Even his works from his younger days would require several million. This young man named Lee Zimu could afford to spend so much money on a painting. Setting aside his motives, at least he has the ability to earn money, and he's also quite good looking.
Following his own granddaughter isn't a bad deal. Though it's a bit pragmatic, let's put it positively, that's called ambition. Among all of you here, who hasn't come here for the same reason?
With a smile, Xia Chunsun nodded and couldn't help but glance over at Lu Ming beside him. Then he saw that Lu Ming seemed to be
playing with his phone?
Summer, standing beside him, noticed the old man's disapproving gaze. Her heart skipped a beat.
She hurriedly pulled Lu Ming's arm. Cough. What are you doing? Didn't you see Grandpa looking at you?
Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming finally lifted his head and looked toward the scene. But at that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on him.
It was as if they never used a phone before? What? Is using a cell phone now such a luxury? Meanwhile, Lee Zimu, seeing Lu Ming's expression, couldn't help but burst out laughing. You don't look like a grandson-in-law at all. Bro, did you hire an actor from somewhere? You're making me look so strong, isn't that right? There's no challenge at all, it's boring.
However, at that moment, as another grandson-in-law, Lee Zimu's competitive spirit suddenly kicked in. He crossed his arms, smiled broadly at Lu Ming, and couldn't resist teasing him.
Lu Ming, what's so urgent that you can't even put down your phone when you're with your grandfather? Don't you have any self-control?
Hearing Lee Zimu's provocative words, Lu Ming raised his head slightly. He glanced at the guy but didn't say a word. Instead, he looked at the old man with a calm expression and gave an apologetic smile.
Sorry, old man.
I wrote a short play script earlier and it's going to be broadcast on the Spring Festival Gala later.
The director reminded me to watch it. Lee Zimu. The guy who was just smiling moments ago suddenly had a look of shock on his face. Wait, what? Bro, you're taking this too far, aren't you? I'm the novelist. If anyone should be writing a script, it should be me. You little brat, did you grab the wrong script? It wasn't just Lee Zimu.
The crowd, who had been watching the spectacle, fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in astonishment, unable to resist whispering to each other.
The sixth young miss from the Xia family hired a screenwriter? That can't be right. I heard she's in the same industry, and even works under her. Nonsense. You're a coder, how could you write a sketch? That's such a huge leap. Isn't a game designer who doesn't want to be a screenwriter a good son-in-law? Wait, isn't the Spring Festival Gala airing dance performances right now?
Just then, a sharp-eyed guest suddenly noticed. The performance on the Spring Festival Gala wasn't a sketch, and the screenwriter wasn't Lu Ming.
Lee Zimu, standing nearby, heard the whispers and sighed in relief.
Meanwhile, Xia Tian nervously watched Lu Ming and gently tugged at his sleeve.
Old Lu, your joke is a bit too much, isn't it?
Little did they know, upon hearing Xia Tian's words,
Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly, and he sighed helplessly.
Mr. Xia, you haven't been to the company for nearly a month.
If you had gone back and taken a look, you would have seen my advertising and marketing plans. Additionally, the script I wrote wasn't for CCTV, it was for Dongshan Satellite TV, so it wouldn't be visible here. Dongshan Satellite TV? That's not right. What have you been up to again? Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Xia Tian felt like his CPU was about to overheat. No. You little. For a little jealousy, you went and made a pot of dumplings? I told you to write an ad, and you wrote a sketch for the Spring Festival Gala? Do you have to be so awesome? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian was completely speechless.
She never expected Lu Ming to be so impressive.
Wait. You're taking it upon yourself to do my work again? And such a big job at that? Thinking about Lu Ming's professional skills, Xia Tian's face turned pale.
Meanwhile, Xia Chunsun, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation the entire time.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. Although Dongshan Satellite TV isn't a popular channel, it's still a provincial-level station. How could they just accept any script from anyone? Watch me expose your little trick.
Immediately, he turned to Afu beside him and said directly,
"Ha, since my granddaughter's boyfriend is so talented, why don't we all enjoy his adapted sketch?" Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone present nodded instinctively, no one dared to say no. Lu Ming, however, upon hearing the old man's words, he was momentarily stunned. Wait a moment? What did the old man just call him? It seemed like... Instinctively, Lu Ming turned his head towards Xia Tian, who was standing beside him. But he saw that Xia Tian's head had turned in the same direction as his, as if in sync. "Mr. Xia, shouldn't you explain?" Cough, cough, don't say anything. "I'll explain later. I'll give you an extra 10,000 in this year's year-end bonus. It's not about the money, Mr. Xia. 20,000. Hey, I'm your boyfriend. What type do you want? A puppy or a wolf? A 985 university graduate or a bar dancer? Or do you prefer Japanese-style host boys? Arigato, ZZ-chan. Xia Tian, Bug. Chapter 112, Do you want to be my boyfriend? At that moment, Mr. Fu had already brought the remote control. Under his adjustment, the TV channel quickly switched to Dongshan Satellite TV. On the screen, the host was cheerfully announcing the next program. Just as Lu Ming had said. It was a sketch comedy. At the bottom of the TV screen, a line of text appeared. Skit title, Playing Cards. Actors, Wang Zhan, Ho Xiaobao. Screenwriter, Lu Ming. When everyone saw the screenwriter's name, they instinctively looked toward Lu Ming. It was actually him? Li Zimu, who had been thinking that Lu Ming must be joking. Upon seeing that the screenwriter was indeed Lu Ming, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Bro, is switching careers really this unconventional? But that wasn't the most surprising thing for everyone present. What truly astonished everyone was the quality of the sketch playing cards. These days, business cards are exchanged back and forth. Out of 10 cards, 9 are from managers, and the last one is from a manager's assistant. A female secretary, to a certain extent, can marry the chairman. A tabloid reporter, you'll be infamous in no time. 10 years of hard work offstage can't compare to a singer's 3-minute performance, which earns them $3,000. These biting, sarcastic lines left many in the audience looking at Lu Ming with confusion. They couldn't understand how someone so young could possess such a deep cultural foundation. Those attending the Xia family gathering included many renowned directors, screenwriters, and even celebrities and actors. Their ability to appreciate scripts was naturally no exception. After watching this year's skit, couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. This Lu Ming, he's got real talent. Can you believe he just wanted to make an advertisement? They even put his ad on the Spring Festival Gala. I've never seen an ad like this before. This sketch, it's really well done. It could be a classic. It's even better than some of the acts on this year's Spring Festival Gala. Should we ask him if he'd be willing to come on as a screenwriter? That Huang Zhan and Ho Xiaobao are going to be big after this year. Listening to the surrounding conversations, even Xia Chunsun couldn't help but look at Lu Ming in astonishment. Then he couldn't help but ask, "Is this really the script you wrote?" "Yes, old man. Actually, I just wrote the script as a side project. Didn't you see the back of those business cards? Those are the promotional logos for our company's new game, 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats. Once viewers watch the skit again, they'll remember our game. And tomorrow at 8 in the morning, our new game will officially launch. This is just the pre-launch hype for our new game." Whoa. After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, everyone instinctively widened their eyes. This idea of Lu Ming's was truly out of this world. Using a sketch comedy to advertise? Where on earth did he come up with that idea? Xia Lu and Li Zimu, standing nearby, heard Lu Ming's words. Their faces immediately fell. They saw Xia Lu looking at Lu Jia with a jealous expression. Her own boyfriend had been completely outdone by Lu Ming this time. She must be feeling so smug, laughing at me right now? Thinking this, Xia Lu glared angrily at Xia Tian. Then, why does my cousin look so unhappy? Hey, she looks like she has owed 2 million by everyone. No way? She looks even sadder than I do. Cousin, you're overacting. Seeing Xia Tian looking like she wanted to cry but couldn't, Xia Lu was completely confused. She couldn't understand why she was the one who felt like the loser. How could she feel worse than someone who lost? As for Xia Chunxing at that moment, after listening to Lu Ming's account, his gaze turned complex as he looked at Lu Ming. He had originally intended to pick a fight. But this kid seems too outstanding. Family members were out of ideas on how to make things difficult for our granddaughter's husband. Do you have any suggestions? We're waiting online, it's urgent. He glanced nervously at Lu Ming in front of him. Xia Chunxing suddenly lost all desire to continue asking questions. However, he glanced at Xiaoli beside him and couldn't help but ask one more question. Xiaoli, how would you rate Lu Ming's scriptwriting skills compared to others in your writers association? Could you write something like that? Xiaoli. Hey! Don't do that! Instantly, Li Zimu felt as though an arrow had pierced his chest.
He stood there motionless, wishing he could dig out a 4-bedroom apartment with his toes. Finally, the meeting on this side came to an end. Xia Tian and Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly slipped away to the side. But when the two were alone, he crossed his arms, gave Xia Tian a sidelong glance with a half smile, and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xia? When did I become your boyfriend?" Xia Tian, shut up. Hearing Lu Ming's question, Xia Tian's ears turned bright red. However, Lu Ming had no intention of spoiling this domineering woman. He continued to pester her relentlessly. After being asked so many times, Summer was so embarrassed she stomped her feet. "Hey! I already said it. What are you going to do about it? I've made my point. Lu Ming, I'm officially asking you, do you want to be my boyfriend?" After saying that, just like the domineering CEO in a romance novel, she directly pushed Lu Ming against the wall. Because she was wearing high heels. At that moment, Xia Tian's height was actually on par with Lu Ming's. Even someone like Lu Ming, a seasoned office veteran, upon seeing the beautiful CEO's gaze, which was 3 parts shy, 3 parts seductive, and 4 parts teasing, his heart couldn't help but race a few times. The fitness tracker on his wrist alerted him that his heart rate had already exceeded 100. Sure enough, he must have been transported into a female-oriented novel about a domineering female CEO. After being so abruptly rejected by Xia Tian, he, who had just been wearing a smug expression, unconsciously shifted his gaze to the side. He saw Lu Ming's expression. Summer spat out a mouthful. "Put. He's just another phony." Staring at Lu Ming's cheeks, she noticed that his cheeks were turning red at a visible speed. This immediately sparked a mischievous idea in her mind. She gently cupped Lu Ming's chin with her right hand and asked with a mischievous smile, "How about it, dummy? Your older sister has already told you. Do you want to be my boyfriend?" "Hey! Xiaozone, I didn't say no, but next time something like this happens, can you at least let me, the person involved, know beforehand? I don't care what you think, I care what I think." Hearing Xia Tian's words, the two locked eyes. Then they quickly looked away. Then, unable to contain themselves, both burst into laughter at the same time. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just then, both of their phones rang simultaneously. Without thinking, they both opened their phones and entered the WeChat chat group. They saw Wang Ba and the others sending non-stop messages in the group. The photo at the top. It was the side profile of Xia Tian wall-banging Lu Ming. "Congratulations, Mr. Xia. Old Lu has finally made it. I knew there was something going on between them." "You're right. To be honest, did you two hook up during your last business trip?" Old Yellowox eating tender grass JPG. "Wang Ba, your bonus is gone tonight. 5 Thunderbolts JPG. Chapter 113, Summer, how did you end up with my grandfather? January 29th, New Year's Day. At 8 a.m., major live streaming and short video platforms began gradually promoting 10 gambles, 9 scams. Just as the game went live, a system notification suddenly popped up in Xia Tian's mind. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, 10 gambles, 9 cheats. Investment amount, 20 million. Task settlement time, 336:00:00. Return multiplier, 10x. Upon hearing the system notification, Xia Tian immediately jolted awake from his bed. He quickly opened his phone and checked the promotional efforts for 10 gambles, 9 scams. He opened Weibo and Douyin. However, there were very few promotions related to 10 gambles, 9 scams. The internet was flooded with discussions about last night's Spring Festival Gala, criticizing a particular celebrity, and videos of New Year's Eve fireworks. Summer lay in bed watching Douyin for 2 hours before finally remembering he had something important to do. He searched for 10 gambles, 9 cheats. She was surprised to discover streamers had already started live streaming the game 10 gambles, 9 cheats. Even Mr. Han's side had gone all out this time. They brought in a 3-time champion of Dian Dan. He had participated in the Who is the Champion Dian Dan Elite tournament and was somewhat well known in the community. At that moment, he was live streaming a game of Dian Dan online. However, the response has been only average. Only around 100 people are watching. Even with official streaming support. No wonder. It's the Lunar New Year and everyone is with their families. Who would be bored enough to play games online? Everyone's probably out having real-life fun. After briefly browsing through a few live streams, Summer's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. It was clear that the response to 10 gambles, 9 cheats was lackluster. There's a daily limit on the gold beans. If you encounter weaker players, you can only wait until the next day for the system to automatically grant beans, or simply top up directly. But as mentioned earlier, getting the middle-aged and elderly demographic to spend money isn't that simple. There's no need to guess, Summer already knows. 10 gambles, 9 cheats is a surefire flop. She, being so clever, had already guessed the outcome. Immediately, she hummed a tune and sang as she made her way to the restaurant. She saw everyone in the company busy looking at data while eating breakfast. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Summer suddenly recalled last night's events. Thinking about her bold actions, Her cheeks flushed red once more. She deliberately acted as if nothing had happened and walked over to Lu Ming.
She gave Wang Ba, who was eating toast, a meaningful glance. Xia Tian.
Wang Ba paused for a moment before finally realizing what was going on.
He quickly moved aside and gave up the seat next to Lu Ming. Satisfied, Xia Tian nodded and sat down next to Lu Ming.
Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already wrapped the toast with jam and handed it to Xia Tian. Satisfied, he looked at the jam-covered toast his boyfriend had handed him.
So sweet. After breakfast, Xia Tian's expression brightened considerably. However, her smile quickly faded. Because behind her, Xia Chunseng, the old man, appeared suddenly behind the two of them like a ghost. Did you two sleep well last night? Pft, cough cough. Grandpa, could you please make some noise when you walk next time?
Seeing her grandfather appear out of nowhere, Xia Tian rolled her eyes. But the old man didn't seem to mind. He simply sat down beside his granddaughter. After glancing at Lu Ming, he asked directly.
Speaking of which, Lu Ming, you mentioned yesterday that your company's game was going into open beta today, right? How is it going so far?
Upon hearing the old man's question, Lu Ming immediately pulled out his phone and shook his head helplessly.
It's not going as well as expected.
I checked a few live streams, and the streamers are still treating our game like a traditional one. I'll discuss this with Director Han from the Game Association later and adjust our marketing strategy.
At this point,
Lu Ming seemed to think of something and suddenly looked at the old man.
Oh, by the way, Grandpa, would you like to try our game?
After all, it's designed for middle-aged and elderly people, so I'd like to hear your opinion. Hearing Lu Ming's words and seeing his confident expression,
Xia Chunseng pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, I guess. But there's one thing I need to make clear, I'm very strict. Don't worry, old man, I understand.
Trust me, my game will definitely satisfy you.
Even if you master the tricks of our game, I can guarantee you'll win every time. Win every time? Is that really possible? Looking at Lu Ming's confident expression, Xia Chunseng couldn't help but show a hint of doubt and anticipation on his face.
Immediately, he turned to Ah Fu beside him and gave him a direct order.
Ah Fu, go tell old Hu, old Chen, and old Su to join the game too. Just the three of them. I'll bet on them. I want to win today and see if I can. Yes, sir. I'll handle it right away.
Upon hearing Xia Chunseng's instructions, Ah Fu immediately began making arrangements and got to work. Meanwhile, Xia Tian, who was nearby, overheard Lu Ming and his grandfather's conversation. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Looking at Lu Ming, she really wanted to ask, "Aren't I your girlfriend? Why are you getting close to my grandfather?" Originally, Xia Tian had planned to take Lu Ming out for a trip and some shopping. She pouted her little lips. But her grandfather's authority was too overwhelming, so she could only follow him to the study with a pout. There, the butler, Mr. Fu, had already downloaded 10 gambles, 9 cheats. And he had already set up a private room. However, when Lu Ming saw the already open room, he shook his head. He cancelled the room number directly. Hey! What are you doing? Seeing Lu Ming's actions, Xia Chunseng couldn't help but stare in surprise. Aren't we supposed to play mahjong? Why did you cancel the room? Hearing the old man's words, Lu Ming just chuckled and shook his head. It is a mahjong game, but before we play, we need to find a few mentors to learn some useful skills for gambling first. While Lu Ming was guiding Xia Chunseng in the game. On the other side, in the live stream of I'm Not a Diva, Xin Yujie, dressed up as the god of wealth, officially began his first live stream of the new year at 10 a.m. Hello everyone. Happy New Year. Wishing you all smooth sailing, good fortune, and prosperity. I'm here to pay my respects for the new year. It's been 2 days since we last met. Did everyone watch the Spring Festival Gala last night? Oh wow. Hello, older sister. New Year, I'm going to cry my eyes out for the cool lady. Spring Festival Gala? Not even a dog would watch that. Did everyone watch Dongshan Satellite TV's Spring Festival Gala this year? Did Manhwa appear on the show? What? Zun Du Jia Du? I didn't see it. It wasn't on CCTV, it was on Dongshan Satellite TV. It's called Playing Cards, and it's so much fun. Chapter 114, Boring Game? Hidden Easter Eggs? Seeing the live chat comments, Xin Yujie couldn't help but pause for a moment. Wait a minute? Manhwa actually ran an ad? A sketch? Is it real? I'm from Dongshan province, how come I didn't see it? Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the netizen nodded immediately. I watched it with my grandmother. That sketch called Playing Cards was hilarious. And the screenwriter is Director Lu. Wow. Seeing this comment, Xin Yujie felt the other person was getting more and more out of hand. Thinking about it, his eyes darted around. Since that's the case, everyone, since there's nothing much to do during the holiday anyway, why don't we watch a sketch first? Everyone knows about the up-and-coming Director Lu. We're as close as 2 peas in a pod. What? You think I'm bragging? If you don't believe me, go ask Director Lu yourself. If he says it's not true, then I'll just forget I mentioned it. After saying that, In a lazy atmosphere, everyone started searching for the sketch playing cards.
Surprisingly, Shin Yujie actually found it. Upon seeing the screenwriter's name was indeed Lu Ming. He and his group of friends were all stunned. Holy crap! I never thought director Lu had this kind of talent. That's so cool. Hey, did you guys see that? The logo on that business card is for their new game, right? Wait a minute, Manhwa is releasing a new game? How come I didn't know about this? Ha ha ha. This skit is so funny. I'm dying of laughter. The group laughed as they finished watching the skit. However, Shin Yujie noticed something. That was, his favorite company, Manhwa, had actually released a game. As a longtime fan of Manhwa company, he had no idea about this. Thinking about it, Shin Yujie immediately started searching for information about 10 gambles, 9 cheats. He soon discovered that it was actually a game promoted by the Game Association, aimed at helping middle-aged and elderly players find their digital haven. The goal was to get more middle-aged and elderly people to enjoy the game. After seeing the information on the Game Association's official website, Shin Yujie had a pretty good idea of what was going on. It's clearly a political assignment. Such games with political overtones, they're usually not very good. I guess this is also why Manhwa didn't want to find someone to promote it. Take a look at the release date of the game 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats. Hey, guys, did you see that? 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats is actually released today. Although it's a card game, as a loyal fan of Manhwa, I'll give it a try first. Perfect, there's nothing to do during the Spring Festival, let's give it a try together. Awesome. My favorite company is releasing a new game again. They're even promoting it on the Spring Festival Gala. Momo is so awesome. A card game, not very interesting, huh? Sis, I want to watch you stream Defend the Frontline. Let's go to the Japanese server and team up with some noobs. Yeah, a guy went to the Japanese server just to troll his teammates the other day. It was hilarious. Seeing the divided opinions among the players in the live stream. To be honest, Shin Yujie felt like he'd been playing too much lately. Since Defend the Frontline was released, he hasn't touched any other FPS games, just Defend the Frontline. And every time he plays, hey, guess what? He ends up singing Where Did All the Time Go? By the end, he had to stream while wearing adult diapers. Otherwise, it's just too much for his bladder. When fans asked him to stream Defend the Frontline again, he instinctively shuddered. Guys, Defend the Frontline isn't fun without teammates. Let's wait until Chiezi and Yajang stream, then I'll invite them to stream together. Today is New Year's Day after all, let me take a break. Today we'll just play some casual games, okay? Before his fans could react, Shin Yujie had already downloaded 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats. The game was less than 5 gigabytes in total. Upon entering the game, a vast personalized community appeared. There were only a few players gathered together, making the place look quite empty. As for Shin Yujie's character, it's an egg? Seeing his own adorable little egg, Shin Yujie couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even though it's 3D modeling, the design team really went all out this time, didn't they? They just made an egg? But to be fair, the UI design is pretty cute and soft. I like it. Next, Shin Yujie found a few NPC egg characters in the square. Each square had its own dedicated NPC. The NPC under the giant mahjong board was specifically for organizing mahjong games. The ones under the chess pieces are for chess games. The poker square has the most NPCs, offering various poker game modes. Players can freely match teammates or create their own private rooms. How to describe this game? Unconsciously, Shin Yujie furrowed his brows slightly. Even as a longtime fan, upon seeing the game's design, he couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Everyone, this game has a pretty strong industrial style, doesn't it? Every game has that, right? Could it be that the developers just merged poker and mahjong together? While the idea of building a platform is interesting, if that's all there is to it, I'll be disappointed. At this point, Shin Yujie joined the NPC room and started a few games at random. Whether it was because he was really bad or not. After trying every game once, he had completely depleted the 10,000 gold beans the system had given him. By the time he had tried out all the games, there was no need for Shin Yujie to judge anything. The fans in the live stream were starting to lose interest. This is just a mishmash of card and board games. What's the point? Just stop playing, you've already lost all your beans anyway. Exactly, it's boring. I want to watch you stream Defend the Frontline. Manhwa seems to have run out of ideas, making such a boring game. I'm out of here, this is so boring. Seeing the boring comments flooding the live stream, Shin Yujie couldn't help but sigh softly. Unconsciously, he scratched his head in confusion and couldn't help but say, this shouldn't be happening, everyone. Based on my understanding of Manhwa, they shouldn't have made it like this. And you all know what kind of person Lu Director is, right? I absolutely don't believe he would create such a lackluster game. This. Upon hearing Shin Yujie's words, some fans scoffed while others nodded in agreement. After all, Manhwa has brought so much joy to everyone, it wouldn't make sense for them to ruin their reputation like this.
Even if they didn't take on this task, they wouldn't make such a game.
So, we see Shin Yu-jae controlling his egg character, running through the map multiple times.
With his keen sense for the game, he actually discovered something unusual.
That is, there seem to be too many NPCs in this community. Some NPCs are tools used to open rooms, but why are some NPCs just wandering around the community leisurely? Was it just for aesthetic purposes?
Curious, Shin Yu-jae walked up to an NPC and tried to initiate a conversation. But to his surprise, the NPC simply slipped out of his sight. Instantly, Shin Yu-jae felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something was amiss.
Guys, this NPC is suspicious. Let me catch up to him and investigate.
I have a hunch that Lou Director must have hidden some interesting Easter eggs in the game for us.
Chapter 115, The True Way to Play 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats. Hearing Shin Yu-jae's excited shout, the fans in the livestream were completely baffled. Oh no, the boss is losing it. How do you know it's a hidden Easter egg? Maybe it's just the NPC's fixed behavior pattern and you'll never catch him? True beginner enthusiast. Go after her, sis. If there's a bonus scene, I wanna see it too. Go go go. As the cool lady spotted a special NPC, most people expressed some skepticism.
But everyone still joined in the fun, letting the older sister follow along.
Who knows, maybe something interesting will happen. It's just for fun.
Meanwhile, Shin Yu-jae smiled and rubbed his hands together. With his experience as a veteran player and his understanding of the game's early stages, Lu Ming absolutely couldn't have created such a boring game. There must be some special Easter eggs waiting for him to discover in this game. Even if Moya didn't invite him to stream this time. And this was precisely the composure of this seasoned artist. Thinking of this, Shin Yu-jae immediately controlled his character and began searching for the NPC with the peculiar behavior patterns. Then, in a corner of the community, he spotted the NPC's trail again. As expected, the NPC started running again. Shin Yu-jae chased him back and forth several times. Just as everyone thought he might have made a mistake, that the NPC was simply an unattainable entity. Suddenly, the NPC unexpectedly entered a tavern that had never been accessible before. A special icon on the community map suddenly lit up. It was the tavern. A hidden Easter egg. In an instant, the netizens who had just been laughing at the older woman's jokes were all stunned. Holy crap. Guys, did you see that? It's really a hidden Easter egg. I told you so. Come on, come on. The little black guys who were talking earlier, say something. Holy crap. 666. No wonder she's a mature woman. Every part of her body is shaped like a bud. Are you sure this isn't just a cash grab? To be honest, with her adventurous spirit, she deserves to be a top streamer. The older sister is amazing. Here's a wave of small planes for you. Looking at the screen filled with comments and donations, Shin Yu-jae was also filled with surprise. The process of discovering the hidden Easter eggs designed by the creators. It was no different from a game of wits between players and designers. Only true fans would uncover the true intent behind the design of the game 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats. When Shin Yu-jae controlled his character and pushed open the hotel doors. Inside the bar, countless special NPCs suddenly appeared. And all these special NPCs can be interacted with. And Shin Yu-jae's target has always been the same. That special NPC he has been tracking all along. As he approached the NPC, who was currently drinking at the bar counter. Upon seeing Shin Yu-jae approach, he smiled and pushed a glass of alcohol toward him. Young man, you've been following me all this way. Have you heard of my reputation as the bird god? After speaking, the game interface displayed 3 special options for Shin Yu-jae. 1 hamster wheel, I'm arresting you. 2 I want to be your disciple. Please accept my kneeling. 3 let's have a simple yet thrilling sparrow god match. Seeing the special options on the interface, Shin Yu-jae's eyes lit up. Guys, look what I saw. I have a feeling this NPC is going to bring us something special. After saying that, Shin Yu-jae immediately selected option 2. The subsequent plot unfolded exactly as he had imagined. Upon seeing that he wanted to apprentice under him, the NPC immediately gave him a live game tutorial. After all, in Mahjong, making special marks or notches on the tiles. There was also how to secretly take photos and swap cards. Even bluffing. Of course, if Shin Yu-jae wanted to use these skills, he would have to perform them on the computer. If he were to act too obviously and be noticed by other players, he would be arrested for cheating and sent to prison, with his joy beans halved. However, within moments, Shin Yu-jae noticed that his character had gained 4 special skills. Mark, swap cards, steal cards, bluff. Once Shin Yu-jae had learned all 4 skills, the hamster wheel left the bar in a cinematic cutscene. After that, Shin Yu-jae spent some more time wandering around the bar. He finally realized. The NPCs inside the bar were all talented individuals. Some taught you how to cheat at card games, while others showed you how to cut cards in poker. Starting from shuffling the cards, various techniques and skills were on display, a veritable feast for the eyes. To learn these skills, you had to win a certain number of games in the game to unlock these special NPCs.
At the same time, Shin Yuje also discovered there's a card game in the tavern that he's never played before. It's called The Cheater's Tavern?
However, when Shin Yuje sat down, he found that there was no one else in the room at that moment. This meant he was likely the first person in the game to discover the hidden map.
Holy crap! Guys, did you see that?
We found the hidden map in 10 gambles, 9 cheats.
I'll bet this is the real way to play the game.
Actually, the developers have already hinted at everything.
Why didn't they call it Card Room Simulator? Why 10 gambles, 9 cheats?
A genius like Lu Zongji wouldn't use a generic game to fool us.
He must have planned the Easter egg all along.
And we are the first ones to discover the treasure.
Hearing Shin Yuje's excited words, the entire livestream was filled with excitement as everyone followed suit.
A group of people stared at the mature woman in awe, their eyes brimming with excitement. The screen was filled with various awesome comments scrolling by. In just a moment, the live stream, which had only a few thousand viewers, suddenly swelled to over 10,000. A group of new players, upon seeing Shin Yuje playing a card game, they were all curious about how the game 10 gambles, 9 cheats was like. Meanwhile, Shin Yuje, he wore a mysterious smile on his face. Following the players who had been watching him uncover the hidden map the entire time, he smiled and said,
"Everyone, it's time to begin our conquest.
I have a feeling today I'll be the gambling god of Manhwa. No more talk, let me top up 1 yuan first, and watch me turn 10,000 joy beans into 10 million.
Hearing Shin Yuje's words, countless new fans burst into laughter. Oh, so our technical streamer is actually a mahjong expert? The older woman is pretty confident, huh?
I'm already ready to watch you lose your pants.
Do you believe the boss lady, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang?
If the boss lady can win money, I'll stream myself eating upside down.
Screenshot taken. Evidence preserved. Hey! Another freeloader coming to eat and drink for free? Chapter 116, True Technique in the Kitchen. Having acquired a new skill, Shin Yuje rushed straight into the mahjong hall without hesitation. He was randomly matched with 3 teammates.
Since he only had 10,000 joy beans, he could only play in the beginner's room.
However, he didn't mind and casually joined a beginner's room. As soon as the game began,
he immediately followed the method taught by the hamster wheel, starting the process of secretly taking photos and swapping cards.
As it turned out, holy crap! Guys, did you see that? I really swapped them.
The players across from me are probably still treating this like a regular game. They didn't even notice I was swapping cards. After 2 rounds, the older woman had already swapped her mahjong tiles twice.
His originally terrible hand had gradually turned into a winning hand with a full set of flowers. When the game prompted him that he could win, he flung his tiles onto the table. Guys, take a look. On top of 4 straights, I added 16 points. How about that for skill? In one go, he completely cleaned out the 3 opponents across the table.
As for Shin Yuje himself, he directly advanced to the intermediate level. In front of everyone, he pulled off another heavenly swap. Thus, under the stunned gazes of countless spectators, he never once held a losing hand.
Come on. 7 stars bring good luck. 216 points. 7 consecutive pairs. Empty the opponent's hand. Cough, cough, this one's a bit tricky. Give me a 9 treasure lotus lamp. Ha ha ha. Did you see that?
The opponent was completely flustered and started shouting 666 wildly. Under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, Shin Yuje continued to mark, steal, and swap cards. All the players betting against him seemed completely unprepared. 10 gambles, 9 cheats is a card game that allows cheating. If this were real life, everyone would naturally oppose such behavior.
But this is in a game. As long as you dare, any underhanded move is fair game.
After Shin Yuje consecutively played several high-value card combinations, he had already gone from 1 million happy beans to over a million. If he keeps this up, he's not far from his self-imposed goal of 10 million happy beans.
But, no way. The guys are too slow. I'm going to pull off something bold.
Starting now, I'll challenge myself to bluff from the very beginning. You all bet on how many rounds it will take before other players catch on.
666. This guy is seriously skilled. Damn it. He actually pulled it off. Ha ha ha. What game is Yubo playing? I'll have my college friends download it right away. This game is so much fun, I want to play too. I can't stop laughing, this is so funny. A crowd of onlookers gathered around Shin Yuje's livestream, eager for more drama. In the next match, he simply put together a decent-looking hand. He then immediately activated the skill bluff. After he shouted "I win," and the points were tallied. The opposing players didn't react at all and simply gave him happy beans.
After all, the settlement interface had always been automatically popped up by the system.
They never expected someone would actually cheat.
At first, the mature woman acted fairly reserved.
Although it was a bluff, there were still some card combinations that could be used for a bluff, right?
But as the game progressed, it became increasingly absurd.
As soon as she got her first card or the opponent played their first card, he would immediately bluff a win. I've won. Self-draw. I've won. On the computer, Shin Yujie kept winning, and winning again. From the initial slight tension to the later reckless abandon. By the end, the viewers in the live stream were all mesmerized. And Shin Yujie was still bluffing and winning non-stop. This move was truly like a little cow taking a flight, so impressive it was off the charts. What the heck? Such an absurd card combination. The older woman claims it's the 9 treasure lotus lamp and people actually believe her? Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. This game is so intense, you can't relax for a second. Wow. The older woman's fun beans have broken the million mark. The guy who just said he'd stream himself eating upside down, come out and talk. 666,666. The screen was filled with 666 and the live stream was buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, Shin Yujie had directly made his way to the square and shouted loudly toward the community. Selling happy beans. 100,000 happy beans for 1 dragon coin. Anyone interested? His call truly left everyone speechless. Wow. Is he using a game glitch to make money? Wait, no. This isn't a bug, it's an official Easter egg. Only players who have truly mastered the core mechanics of 10 gambles, 9 cheats deserve this victory. In just a moment, Shin Yujie had already exchanged the 2 million joy beans he earned in the game for 200 dragon coins. And how many hours did Shin Yujie spend earning those joy beans? Judging by the speed at which he kept bluffing afterward, it would take less than 10 minutes. If you start with 100,000 happy beans and directly enter the advanced level, as long as you keep bluffing, winning a total of 7 times, you can directly obtain millions of happy beans. It wouldn't even take 10 minutes, just 5 minutes to rake in 1 million joy beans. This move left the viewers in the live stream completely stunned. Wow. I've never seen a mature woman play a game and make money before. This is truly shocking. I declare. From now on, the mature woman is the true gaming pro in my eyes. 666. The mature woman is amazing. She is making real money and bringing us along for the ride. Where can I play this game? I want to make some extra cash too. Earning $200 in 10 minutes, there is nothing more satisfying than that. And once the players realized they could extract profits far exceeding their initial investment from the game, this wave of excitement ignites their boundless passion. Of course, there's also a group of people just there for the fun. They're not particularly interested in the money. At this moment, they just want to follow the lead of the sister and have some fun with their friends. 10 gambles, 9 cheats, amazing. In the blink of an eye, countless viewers flocked to the official website of 10 gambles, 9 cheats. They downloaded the game. Large numbers of users began entering the game. As for Shin Yujie, he was already a big streamer. A few hundred people weren't something he took too seriously. Moreover, he knew that as more players discovered the hidden Easter eggs, soon, the revenue would start to decline sharply. Only those who were among the first to capitalize on this opportunity would truly profit. At this moment, he doesn't really care much about the money. What he truly wanted to continue pursuing were the other NPCs within the game tavern. Fortunately, he had just completed the achievement of 10 consecutive victories, unlocking the Poker Master title. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned at the viewers in the live stream. Guys, I've unlocked a new character. Let me take you all to the poker arena for a massacre. Chapter 117, You're the 3-time champion, huh? Soon, Shin Yujie found the poker mentor he was looking for. Under his step-by-step guidance, he quickly mastered some cheating tricks in poker. With a few more skills under his belt, he was ready to dominate the poker zone. But before he could get there, a fan suddenly posted a message in his live stream. Sis. Go to room 7032. Shanbei Lao Hu. That's the 3-time champion of Dian Dan, currently live streaming. Can you go give him some special attention? This fan's comment was quickly highlighted by other viewers. Shin Yujie, of course, wouldn't miss such an interesting opportunity. Since he was already streaming, why not stir up some trouble? Without hesitation, he waved his hand and declared. Alright. Since you all want to see the true strength of that 3-time Dian Dan champion, I'll go take him on. After saying that, he entered the room number as requested by the viewers. But he couldn't get in. When he switched to spectator mode, he saw that Shanbei Lao, who was already in the middle of the game. The opponent was indeed skilled, playing the cards with precision and strategy. Meanwhile, in his live stream, Shannon Lao, who was smiling and explaining his card-playing strategies to his fans. As everyone knows, Dian Dan is a cooperative competitive game. Not only do you need to play well yourself, but you also need to be able to lead your teammates effectively. Shanbei Lao, however, was not only playing the game but also following along with everyone else, guessing and calculating the cards. Based on his calculations, he could pretty much figure out what cards the opponents and his teammates had in their hands, explaining everything in detail. Since the live stream began in the morning, he has already led his random teammates to win 7 or 8 consecutive games. This success rate is truly terrifying in Dian Dan competitions. just as he believed he was invincible in broad daylight.
On this side, he had just finished his previous match. He noticed that new players had quickly joined his livestream. In this match, his partner had an opponent named I'm Not a Diva.
Just as Shanbei Lao, who thought this was another ordinary teaching match. Little did he know.
At that moment, in the older sister's livestream, everyone was already having a blast.
During the live stream, the diva smiled and said, "Next, I'll show you all my card stealing technique."
As she spoke, she manipulated the character's hand to touch the cards and directly swipe two of them. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream immediately shouted 6. After one round, the mature woman had drawn an extra round of cards.
The three players, including the seasoned player Shanbei Lao, didn't notice anything amiss. "Guys, I have 4 more cards than everyone else. How can you lose? Did you see? I have 3 straights and a flush." After saying that, the older woman gave a mischievous smile.
In front of everyone, she began her flashy bomb manipulation.
The result. 1 minute later.
Looking at her second place score, the older woman couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
Ha ha ha. Even cheating lost. You're really that bad. Let everyone see what real skill looks like. This isn't working, sis. How come I can't figure out how to cheat properly?
To be honest, no wonder she's the 3-time champion.
She's got some real skills.
Those who can't count cards won't win even if they draw an extra round.
Don't even mention the 3-time champion, I could beat you hands down.
Seeing the comments in the livestream, the older woman felt a bit overwhelmed.
Damn it. That last hand doesn't count.
I was careless and didn't expect the opponent to have a flush. Guys, watch my moves this round. After saying that, the next round of card drawing began.
The older woman went all out, stealing 3 cards in one move. By the end of the round,
the older woman now had 8 more cards than everyone else.
Everyone? Is this right? If the opponent isn't blind, they can clearly see you have more cards, right? No, this is supposed to be Dian Dan. How did you turn it into landlord? Holy crap. I can't stop laughing. With so many cards, they didn't notice anything wrong? 666,666. In this round, the older woman's hand is even more outrageous.
She played 4 bombs in a row, plus a flush. Seeing this, everyone felt that the older woman was definitely going to win the first place in this round.
But then, 2 minutes later,
the mature woman looked at her third place position and froze in place.
On the other side, Shanbei Lao. He wiped his forehead and couldn't help but glance at the older woman's account across the table.
Addressing the live stream audience, he wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke. The cards this netizen next to me has a really good 4 straights.
He almost let the other player win.
But luckily, old Hu here has the upper hand.
Guys, was that comeback thrilling or what?
Upon hearing Shanbei Lao's words, the viewers in the live stream immediately clapped and cheered in approval. Most of the viewers watching Shanbei Lao's live stream were middle-aged people.
At that moment, they didn't notice anything amiss.
They simply believed that the older woman was just really lucky.
However, after enduring a wave of mockery, the older woman completely lost her composure. "I won't say another word, guys. It seems I have to pull out all the stops."
After saying that, the next round of card drawing began. This time, however, the older woman simply drew 4 cards.
When the opponent played 223,344 3 consecutive pairs,
he didn't hesitate and immediately played 3-3-4-4-6-6, a triple pair.
Everyone. Dude, that's a bit over the top.
When it came to Shanbei Lao's turn.
Pass. What the heck? Doesn't he even look at his cards? The opponent probably never expected it to be this ridiculous. This is impossible. Bluffing is truly a god-tier skill. I'm dying of laughter. The opponent's CPU must be about to overheat. Shannon Lawang, did the opponent hire a pro? And this is just the beginning of the older woman's absurdity. Besides ordinary absurd mistakes like 2-2-3-3-6-6, he also pulled off absurd moves like 3-3-4-5-5-5, steel plate, spade 345, club 6, spade 7, straight flush, 2 small kings, 1 big king, 1 red heart K, and the 4 heavily kings. Meanwhile, Shanbei Lao on the other side just stared blankly at the older woman's moves. When the game finally ended.
Finally, the mature woman lived up to expectations and defeated the legendary 3-time champion.
Brothers. What do you say? The little 3-time champion is taken down. You're not a brother, you're the 3-time champion. All I can say is, you need more practice. I suddenly get the meaning of playing poker. From today onward, please call me the Poker King. Looking at the suddenly arrogant older sister in front of them, everyone burst into laughter.
Watching him go to such lengths and use every trick in the book, everyone started laughing and then rushed into Shanbei Lao's livestream. At that moment, Shanbei Lao was frantically pinching his hands, his brain nearly smoking. His eyes were almost crossed like a rooster's.
He kept repeating, "Wait, that's not right? Wait, that's not right? Guys, did 5 kings just appear?" Chapter 118, the other party suspects they're cursed, but they don't suspect you.
Upon hearing Shan Bei Lao's words, the fans who had come to watch the commotion were instantly stunned.
However, when people are doing something wrong, they are particularly patient. Inside the live stream, everyone silently comforted old Hu. But not a single person told him the reason for his loss. And then, the older woman's moves were even more over the top. She played so well that Shan Bei Lao was completely stunned. Hey! Guys, something's wrong. I give up. How did 10 sixes come out in this round? Is there something wrong with the cards? How can there be 3 big kings? Damn it! Did 5 threes come out twice? What's going on? My head is getting more and more confused. Ugh. Guys, I feel like my brain is spinning. At that moment, Shan Bei Lao was completely baffled as he counted the cards in his hand. After checking the accounts all night, he ended up even more confused. He kept feeling that the cards were getting more and more mysterious. It's broad daylight, I didn't even encounter any evil spirits. By the time this round was over, his resolve was completely shattered. Shaking his head, he turned to the fans in the livestream with a pale face. Sorry, guys, I guess I didn't sleep well last night, and my mind is a bit scattered. I can't do this anymore, my brain can't keep up. I'll go take a nap and come back later. With that, Shan Bei Lao shut down the livestream. Seeing this, the fans of the older woman burst into laughter. What a joke! The older woman is ruthless. Making old Hu play the fool. The other person thinks they're haunted, not that you're cheating. I can't stop laughing, my stomach hurts. Where can I download this game? I want to play it right now. Ha. It's so funny. Finally found something fun to do during the new year. I won't say anything else, I'm downloading this right now to play with my relatives. Good kid, taking care of your relatives. Don't treat your relatives like dogs. At that moment, the live stream of the mature woman was filled with joyful energy. Those viewers who initially found the live streamed card game a bit boring were instantly drawn in by the gameplay of 10 gambles, 9 cheats. In less than half an hour, the number of people in the live stream surged from just a few thousand to over 30,000. Keep in mind, this was the first day of the new year. Who wouldn't be out visiting relatives and friends, or walking the streets? Yet they were all captivated by the mature woman for half an hour, watching her play cards. Once the older woman had completed the game's victory requirements, she immediately rushed to the tavern to find the card game master. And this mentor was pretty impressive. Instead of teaching the older woman basic cheating techniques, he directly taught him the big moves. Wan Ning formation, Bagua formation, Wu Lei formation. A series of such ultimate moves left Xin Yujie completely baffled. Take a look at how absurd these skills are described. Wan Ning formation, each time a piece is placed, an additional piece is generated, quickly expanding control over the board. Bagua formation randomly transforms any of the opponent's pieces into your own, disrupting their strategic rhythm. 5 thunder formation, each time the opponent triggers a skill, destroy one of their pieces, creating a suppressing effect. All these skills left Xin Yujie itching to try them out. Finally, after mastering these skills, he smiled broadly at his fans. Guys, let's welcome the next victim. Just then, Xin Yujie suddenly had a brilliant idea. He waved his hand dramatically and declared, Guys, I just thought of a great idea. Since this is a challenge, why not make it a bit harder? Let us start by defeating the world champion first. The audience? Then, everyone saw Xin Yujie dial a phone with a mischievous smile on his face. As a well-known big shot on the platform, he might not be good at everything, but he was definitely skilled at networking. Once you reach a certain level, getting to know anyone is a piece of cake. After a moment, the call was finally answered. Immediately, Xin Yujie shouted loudly. Hello? Is this Ku Jie? Happy New Year. Ku Jie on the other end clearly paused for a moment before smiling and greeting him. It's you, isn't it? Happy New Year. I didn't expect you to wish me a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. When the person heard Xin Yujie dial the phone, netizens were stunned. Holy crap. Is that Ku Jie? The Go champion? Wow. This is some serious game. I'm suddenly interested. I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about what's going to happen next makes me laugh uncontrollably. No, Ku. Don't let him off the hook. Poor Ku Jie, he has no idea he's about to be toyed with by the older woman. Wow. You're really not playing fair, are you? At that moment, the older woman greeted Ku Jie with a mischievous smile. Happy New Year, Ku Jie. Interested in a little friendly competition? Now. Yes. Right now. Is it Pixel Manager? Sure, I'll log in right away. Ku Jie is a Go player, and the world's top Go player at that. However, he is also a game streamer. Besides streaming Go matches on a daily basis. Due to his young, good-looking appearance and his frequent live streams of online games, he is very approachable. This has earned him a significant following. Of course, while he is highly talented in Go. But as the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. Just like Xin Yujie. When it comes to their gaming talent, can only be described as technical mediocrity.
Shin Yuja's so-called technical mediocrity.
Let's just leave it at that. If you can even match Shin Yuja in a game and become an equal opponent, how good can your skills possibly be? Now that he heard Shin Yuja wanted to challenge him to a match, Kujia's first thought was Pixel Manager. But the other party just chuckled and shook his head. No, thanks. I've had some epiphanies in Go lately, and my fans want me to challenge you. I'm sure I'll win. Kujia. Hearing Shin Yuja's words, he was speechless. He couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Stop joking around. Are you serious? Of course I am. There are over 300,000 fans watching my livestream right now. To be honest, I'm 5 Dan higher than you. Kujia, haha. Hearing Shin Yuja's words, he was so angry he burst out laughing. You little brat, do you know who you're talking to? Me. The world's best. A professional Go player. Since you're really asking for it, let's have a few games then. Come on. Play 10 gambles, 9 cheats now. Room number 1024. I'll be waiting for you here. By the way, let's add a bet. If the loser loses, they have to give the winner a copy of the new mod for Pixel Manager. How about that? Alright. I'll start streaming right now. If I don't beat you by 20 points, I'll take your last name. Chapter 119. This game can only be played at noon. Soon, at Shin Yuja's strong insistence. The next victim ugh. It was Kobao who directly downloaded and registered for 10 gambles, 9 cheats. Soon, he found the room number of I'm Not a Dominatrix. Upon entering, both sides began immediately. Kobao gave the older woman a cold smile, as if to say, I'm going to make you cry. If you beg for mercy now, I might spare you. I beg you. Use your full strength to beat me up. Do you know my nickname? Human Alpha. The strongest brain. Are you scared? Whoever loses has to use a loudspeaker in the community to call themselves an idiot. Then record a short video with real name verification. 666. Are you sure you want to go this big? I'm just asking if you dare. Hey, everyone, I want to give him a chance, but the problem is that Kobao is useless. Come on, let's do this. As the stakes kept rising, the older woman's fans were about to burst into laughter. They all tried too, but it was no use. But when someone's on a roll, they want to listen to reason. Without a word, he directly started a new round of the game with the older woman. Both sides began the game. Of course, the older woman wouldn't use a skill like the Wan Ning formation, which has a weakness right from the start. Since it was a secret move, she naturally couldn't let the other side discover it. By the time they had played around 100 moves, the older woman began to feel the pressure mounting. Not only is he not a professional player, he's not even an amateur. In fact, he hadn't even won a certificate when he participated in an after-school club as a child. Meanwhile, Kobao had actually beaten AlphaGo. Thinking of this, the older woman took a deep breath and adopted the demeanor of a sage. Guys, I'm getting serious. After saying that, he immediately activated his character skill. Activating the skill 8 trigrams formation. In an instant, one of Kubao's pieces was secretly replaced with the older woman's piece the moment she placed it. The chessboard, which had already been sealed off by Kobao. Hey! Guess what happened? It actually came back to life. Not only that, but the older woman even managed to turn defense into offense and launch a counterattack. This left Kobao, who had been calculating the moves just moments ago, momentarily stunned. He looked at the pieces on the board in astonishment. Suddenly, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Wait, that's not right. Such an obvious mistake, how did I not notice it just now? No. I'm sure I moved here. How did it become the older sister's piece? Guys, did I make a mistake? Seeing Kobao looking so doubtful, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. One after another, they acted like mischievous children, constantly disrupting Kobao's memory. No mistake, this is the older sister's doing. Oh my god. Kobao, you're not going to lose, are you? I believe you can lose a game to the older sister, but losing at chess is a bit hard to swallow, isn't it? Is the older sister really that good? She can hold her own against Kobao? Such a big mistake? Kobao shouldn't have done that. Looking at the livestream comments, Kobao's face was filled with confusion. Could it be he really made a mistake? But this mistake is way too ridiculous. Still, he is a professional player, so his mental toughness is pretty solid. Apart from a momentary fluster at the beginning, his composure quickly returned. Taking a deep breath, his gaze grew intense. Having already made one major mistake, he absolutely couldn't afford to make another. By this point, the game had reached around the 150 move mark. Just as Shin Yuja had finally managed to even the score in the game, Kobao suddenly turned the tide. Despite losing a small dragon, the number of pieces on both sides of the board is gradually evening out. Shin Yuja, staring at Kobao across the board, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Kobao, I've discovered your weakness. Watch me, the move of a god. As he spoke, he immediately activated the 5 Thunder Array. As he placed his next piece, he directly struck and removed one of Kobao's white pieces. The lost piece disrupted Kobao's offensive momentum.
The chessboard seemed to tear apart, and the offensive instantly turned into a defensive stance.
On the other side, Kobao was still wondering what nonsense Shin Yujie was talking about. But the next second,
when he looked back at the board, his expression suddenly changed drastically.
Wait, what? How did this mistake happen? Is there something wrong with my chessboard? Damn it!
Seeing that he had made another fatal mistake,
Kobao almost shut himself off from the world.
Making a mistake earlier was bad enough.
How could he have made such a stupid, unforgivable mistake?
Seeing Kobao looking so dejected, the viewers in the older sister's live stream
couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Kobao looks so cute. I'm dying of laughter. Wow! You're really using Kobao as a punching bag, aren't you? This divine move is on par with the little stick. Kobao probably never dreamed that this game could be rigged. Ha ha ha! You're so cool. You're killing me. Guys, this game can only be played at noon. You know why, right? Because something is bound to go wrong if we play it at any other time. Kobao, alright. Skin, right? I'll go to the kitchen and get you some skin.
A group of people watched Kobao with an expression as if he'd been struck by lightning.
Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter.
As for Kobao at that moment, he was constantly scratching his head, pulling out more than a dozen strands of hair. He kept muttering to himself,
"This isn't right. This isn't right. How could this happen?"
But the older woman didn't give him a chance to respond, speaking confidently.
"You little brat. Practice more. I'll ask you again. Am I strong or not? Kobao, just admit defeat." Hearing Shin Yujie's laughter, Kobao's face turned bright red. He stared at Shin Yujie across from him in disbelief.
Then he fell into self-doubt.
It's not I only skipped 2 days of practice and now I can't even beat Shin Yujie? Could it be that heaven took away my chess talent and gave me gaming talent? Sis.
This one was an accident.
Come on, let's play Street Fighter. Come on. Let me show you who is boss. Upon hearing Kobao's words, Shin Yujie burst into laughter.
Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge. The two started with Street Fighter, then moved on to Pixel Manager, and from there to 10 gambles, 9 cheats. Mahjong, poker, card games. They didn't skip a single game.
The result? They lost everything? Kobao even refused to believe it and challenged the older woman to a game of Go. This time, he was completely defeated. What the hell? So ruthless. What the hell, guys? I can't play games anymore. I need to go into seclusion for a while to cultivate my mind. I won't be streaming games for now. I'll just participate in a few matches to stabilize my resolve.
After saying that, the older woman closed the livestream with a troubled expression. She didn't give the older sister a chance to explain.
Watching Kojie leave the stream with a blank expression,
Shin Yujie scratched his head awkwardly.
Guys, did we go a bit too far? But you know, I beat the world champion. From today onward, my name is Shaz King. Everyone? You little brat, are you trying to embarrass yourself? Chapter 120 Fubo, Master hasn't laughed this hard in ages.
While Shin Yujie was dominating the game. On the other side, at the Xia family estate, Lu Ming was guiding the old master, as if he were cheating in the game in a clever way. When Xia Chunsung saw Lu Ming's gameplay, a look of surprise and delight appeared on his face.
Especially. Currently, only he knew about these skills.
And his old friends across from him had no idea.
Is there anything more satisfying than this?
The feeling of toying with one's peers like this was simply too exhilarating. There he was, old Master Xia, smiling broadly at the 3 old friends across from him.
He directly turned on the microphone to communicate. Gentlemen, since it's a rare opportunity to entertain ourselves during the new year, why don't we gamble on something?
Upon hearing Xia Chunsung's words, Wu Jiahua, Chen Shang, and Su Ziwa, the 3 old men across from him, immediately wore expressions of surprise.
With your card drawing skills, you dare to gamble with us? Old Xia, I think you've really lost your mind. Alright.
My family's supermarket is about to open, and I'll bet on the biggest stall.
Old Xia, if you lose, will you help promote my grandson? Old Su, you're shameless. Your grandson weighs nearly 250 pounds, right? What TV show is he going on? A weight loss reality show?
Hearing old Su's words, the other 2 couldn't help but mock him. In their eyes, this was clearly an unequal deal.
But what they didn't expect was, Xia Chunsung didn't even hesitate. He agreed immediately. Alright. If you can beat me, I'll let your grandson appear on TV.
If you win 10 times, I'll find someone to cast him in a TV series and give him a role.
If you win over 20 times, I'll have someone write a custom script for him. If you win over 50 times, I'll make him a top-tier celebrity. Wow! It's the new year. Are you really going to bet that much?
Instantly, everyone stared at Xia Chunsung in shock. No one knew what had gotten into this old gun.
Why is he so aggressive today? Su Lao, who had been joking around, perked up at Xia Chunsung's words. Alright. Once we've made our promise, there's no turning back.
If I win 10 times, I'll give you the entire first floor. If I win 50 times or more, I'll give you the new shopping mall I'm opening. Hearing the two men's wager, Hu Lao and Shun Lao couldn't help but feel tempted. At their age, money wasn't really that important anymore. What hadn't they experienced in their lives? What they truly cared about was that thrill, wasn't it? So the remaining two old men also quickly raised their bets. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes and quietly asked Xia Tian, "Grandpa, won't this cause trouble?" "It's fine. Anything that can be solved with money isn't really a problem. If it comes down to it, we can just give it back to them. It's just an exchange of resources, there's nothing to talk about." Listening to Xia Tian's confident tone, Lu Ming finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, he saw how the wealthy played cards. This hand cost him face, and the next one cost him an apartment. Next came a sports car, a restaurant, a gym, and more. This was what you called living in luxury. Like a dream. Hiding a mistress in a golden house? Even Lu Ming, who had seen it all, never imagined money could come so easily. In just a few rounds of mahjong, the old man had already accumulated an unimaginable fortune. At least 100 million, right? And yet, the old man wasn't satisfied. In front of everyone, he directly dealt himself a 13 orphans national hero hand. The moment everyone saw the hand, even the three old men who had been losing the entire time couldn't stay calm anymore. One after another, they all stared in disbelief at the hand. They looked at it over and over again. Su Lao, who had been betting the most fiercely against Xia Chunsung, was so furious that he flipped the keyboard off the table. "Damn it! You're playing me, you Xia guy? You dare to play the 13 one? Don't you fear that you'll die before you can enjoy your fortune?" "Exactly. If this goes through, it'll shorten our lives. Want money, huh? I'll go to the kitchen and get it for you right now." Even the three old men, as foolish as they were, could tell something was wrong. They all turned to Xia Chunsung and unleashed a barrage of traditional Chinese insults. But Xia Chunsung, upon hearing their words, didn't he get angry, he smiled instead. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then slapped Lu Ming on the shoulder, clearly pleased with him. That smile was 100 times happier than when he saw the shrimp painting Li Zimu had given him. As the saying goes, what haven't the wealthy seen? Do they lack money or gifts? No, they don't. What do they lack? They lack happiness. They lack that sense of superiority that comes from having something others don't. In short, they lack morality. At this moment, old Master Xia is like an old prankster who has successfully pulled off a prank. Even Lu Ming, the creator of the game 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats, seems more tolerable to him now. He gave Lu Ming a hearty pat on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "You little rascal, you've got some spunk. I like it. From now on, our family will be in your hands. You've really helped me vent my frustration." Hearing Mr. Xia's words, Fu Bo, who had been standing by his side the entire time, immediately revealed a deep smile. That expression seemed to say, "The old master hasn't laughed like that in ages." Lu Ming. So I've ended up in an old-school tycoon novel? However, with the old master's blessing, Lu Ming was still very happy. After explaining the roles of a few NPC mentors to the old master, Lu Ming finally managed to get Summer to leave the study. As for old Master Xia, he didn't bother playing with his old friends anymore. He went straight to the hall and randomly matched victims. At that moment, he was completely immersed in the exhilaration of cheating, unable to tear himself away. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone else hadn't reacted yet, he decided to enjoy himself thoroughly. To become the ultimate master of the game. And so, the old man played from daytime until noon, and then from noon until night. He didn't even show up for tonight's family gathering. Xia Yushu and the others asked the old man what had happened. It turned out that only Fu Bo knew the truth. The old man has developed an internet addiction? The Xia family members? Wait a moment, Fu Bo. You just said the old man was online? Does he even know how to use it? He probably doesn't even know how to type. What kind of games could our dad be playing? It's not Connect 4, is it? The old man is playing the new game released by Miss Xia's company. He's been playing it all day. Everyone, whoa. Upon hearing Mr. Fu's words, the three of them, who had been full of confusion just moments ago, looked at Xia Tian with a strange expression. Wait a minute, the old master is actually playing a game for kids? What gives him the right? Just then, Xia Miao jumped to her feet and protested. Why is our dad so biased? If we're talking about the main branch, Xinghe Games is the real deal, isn't it? No way. We can't let dad keep playing. I'll make him try our cosmic agents too. Lu Ming. All employees of Manhwa. Let the old man play an FPS game? Are you trying to abuse the elderly? Chapter 121, oh no. Our grandpa is in an online romance and he's been scammed? Just then, Xia Miao didn't say a word and rushed straight into the old man's study. No matter how Fu Bo tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Seeing the old man's expression, Xia Yushu and the others exchanged glances but said nothing. After all, let the old man see their achievements, it's better than letting the little niece steal all the glory. With that thought, the few of them exchanged glances and slowly followed behind Xia Miao.
This way. It seemed like they were forcing the issue.
Seeing Xia Tian's uncles and aunts leave, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at Xia Tian beside him.
Will this cause trouble? What could possibly happen? They're just trying to take credit. Let them do as they please.
Summer shrugged indifferently and asked the nanny for a plate of crab roe noodles. Even at this moment, she could still eat. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel, Summer really does have a big heart. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously tried to persuade her.
Why don't we go take a look?
I'm also curious to see what kind of PC game Qinghe Games has developed.
All right. Hearing Lu Ming's persuasion, Xia Tian couldn't resist and followed him. As she followed, the restaurant suddenly lost a table of diners.
A few younger relatives from the third generation, upon seeing that Xia Tian and their parents had gone to the grandfather's study. They also put down their chopsticks. All of them wanted to see what was happening. At the same time, everyone was curious about what kind of game could be so engrossing that the old gentleman had forgotten to eat or sleep. Thus, a large group of people made their way to the old man's study. As for Xia Miao, despite his earlier tough demeanor, he felt a bit hesitant when he actually entered the study.
He turned around and saw his older brother,
and younger sister all staring at him. A group of younger members from the Xia family were following behind him. If he were to return in disgrace at this moment, it would be utterly humiliating. Thinking this, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. However, after a long while, there was no response from the old man inside the study.
Dad? Are you in there? Xia Mao asked timidly.
There was still no response from inside.
Did he go out?
Hearing no response from inside, Xia Miao immediately sighed in relief. But just as he was about to leave, who would have thought that suddenly, the old man's voice came from inside the study?
Eh?
Hearing the old man's voice coming from the study, Xia Miao, who had already decided to leave, froze slightly.
Dad is in the study, why isn't he responding to me? Could it be? Is he deliberately avoiding me?
At that thought, Xia Miao's heart sank. A flood of bitter emotions surged through her heart. Finally, she steeled herself and opened the study door. At the same time, Lu Ming and the rest of the Xia family members all peered into the study like turtles sticking their heads out. There he was, the old man, wearing headphones, playing a game while talking. From the tone of his voice, he seemed to be in a good mood. However, the content of his conversation. The others grew increasingly puzzled.
Oh, you're from Shanghai? Oh, me too. Ha ha ha. You're 77? That's a coincidence. I'm just 3 years older than you.
No, Desert Wolf is just an average name, but your Sunset Red is pretty nice too.
Sunset Red sister, you ran out of happy beans? No problem, I'll top up 10,000 for you. What happy beans cash? Give me your bank card password. Everyone.
Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone present exchanged glances. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion.
Then, someone couldn't help but whisper. Grandpa must be into online dating. It must be an online romance.
He's only been playing for a day, and he's already sent a red envelope to someone.
Are we going to have a grandmother now? No way. Dad. How can he do this to our late mother? Wow, Grandpa sure has evolved quickly. It's only been a short while, and he has already learned how to date online? If I remember correctly, he couldn't even turn on the microphone to communicate this morning, right? Does this mean our 10 gambles, 9 scams plan worked? Speaking of which, shouldn't we sneak away right now? Wait. Wang Ba, you guys, what are you doing here? What are you doing with your phone?
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward Wang Ba. Then they saw that Wang Ba had already pulled out his phone.
Click. The photo was taken, and then the flash went off. Everyone.
The old man who had just been chatting enthusiastically with his Sunset Red friend suddenly felt something flash in his eyes. Instantly, the smile vanished from his face. He turned around with a grim expression. But when he saw his entire family, along with the chef, butler, and maid, all standing at the door, the old gentleman gasped in shock. Whoa! Everyone looked at each other, then instinctively lowered their heads. The old man, whose face was as thick as a wall.
Damn it! What did you all hear? Everyone.
Thinking of their usually stern father or grandfather having such a shy side, everyone immediately lowered their heads and tried to think of sad things. They wanted to laugh, but dared not. This feeling was simply unbearable. The old man hurriedly pulled off his headphones.
But he didn't know. Pulling off the headphones didn't disconnect the call with the other person.
The only reason he pulled out the headphones was the sound was now playing through the speakers. Soon, everyone present heard the sweet voice of the elderly woman on the other end, known as Sunset Red. Desert Wolf brother, why aren't you talking? Desert Wolf brother, are you going to top up my account? My bank account number is. Brother, why aren't you talking, brother? Seeing that the old man wasn't responding, the face of the Sunset Red woman across from him turned ugly. Then, the voice on the other side suddenly changed. It turned into an old man's voice. Damn it!
That old fool just knows how to brag, wasting all my time. Poor bum. 13 o'clock. Everyone. Hearing the sudden male voice, everyone froze for a moment.
Instinctively, everyone thought to themselves.
The old man must have been scammed in an online romance, right? Put.
No one knew who laughed first. The next moment, the entire study was filled with joyful laughter. Xia Yushu and the other second-generation members looked at their father with strange expressions, hesitating to speak.
Finally, Xia Miao couldn't help but speak up.
Dad, if all else fails, I'll sign you up for an online senior dating group.
You never know what you'll find online. Xia Chunsung. Get out. All of you, get out. Get out. And you too, Xiaolu and Tian, what's going on with your game? You already have scammers?
You must investigate thoroughly.
Block that Xianghang account. No, wait, call the police. Chapter 122. Characters can take unconventional paths, but they can't go down the wrong path.
Soon, a group of people with strange expressions rushed out of the old man's study. No one had expected the situation to take such a dramatic turn.
Isn't that fitting for the theme?
It could be considered another trick in 10 gambles, 9 cheats. However, Xia Miao and the others quickly remembered why they had come to see the old man. Halfway there, he hurried back to the old man's study. Ignoring the old man's displeased expression, he spoke bluntly.
Dad. Instead of wasting time on this gambling game, why not take a look at the game Qinghe Games made? I'd like you to give it your opinion and see if our game can withstand the test of the market?
Upon hearing Xia Miao's words, look at this guy with his smug expression. At this moment, discussing this with Mr. Xia.
That's no different from saying, Dad. You don't want others to find out about your online romance scam, do you?
Instantly, the old man's expression turned dangerously grim. His gaze kept drifting toward his second son. His mind was racing.
This son can't be kept around.
But on the surface, he remained calm and pretended not to be threatened. After a light sigh, he had no intention of continuing the game.
Since the second son had already spoken, he might as well give it a try.
Seeing the old man nod, Xia Miao's face immediately lit up with a smile. Without another word, he immediately downloaded a game for the old man.
It took less than 10 minutes, and Cosmic Agents was finally downloaded.
Upon entering the game, he was greeted by a sleek and stylish game interface, along with various characters and their unique skills. Originally, Xia Chunsung had only intended to give a quick demonstration and brush the matter aside. However, upon seeing the CG animation of Cosmic Agents, his expression froze in surprise.
Wait a minute, what's going on with these characters?
Looking at the bizarre character designs before him, Xia Chunshan was instantly speechless.
What did he see? A flexible fat man? A black woman with horns on her face, or something else entirely? And a minority ethnic group with a bunch of star-shaped ornaments hanging from their bodies? And a robot that looked like a daisy?
When he saw these character designs,
don't even mention Xia Chunsang.
Even Xia Miao, upon seeing these characters, was wide-eyed in disbelief. Lu Ming and the others behind him couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw the game's CG animation. Unable to help herself, Xia Tian covered her mouth and asked, trying to stifle a laugh.
Was that robot just a fake foreigner?
No, there are way too many subtle references here.
This is almost as explicit as a 16+ game. Wow, what kind of designer is this?
They must have hired a master. As a professional game designer, Lu Ming could only say, the designers behind these game characters deserve to be shot. He even doubts how this game managed to pass the review process. With this design, even dogs wouldn't play it in a previous life.
Design can be unconventional, but it can't be absurd. He is even wondering which genius in this drug-free country came up with these bizarre designs? Are they afraid the game's reputation won't be ruined enough?
At that moment, even old Master Xia, after watching the game's CG animation, his expression visibly darkened. He fixed his gaze on Xia Miao and coldly asked,
this is the game you spent nearly 100 million on? Xia Miao. I don't know.
Upon seeing the game characters that were so captivating, he was completely speechless. The problem was, he had only provided the funds and hired the people. He hadn't been involved in the actual creation of the game at all. Without even thinking, he immediately shifted the blame onto his older brother. The character design was my older brother's idea.
Dad. You know that.
I'll never associate with gamblers.
Get out of here.
Xia Yushu. The old man bellowed.
Instantly, everyone present fell silent.
Xia Yushu heard the old man so angry he had called him by his full name. He was so scared he almost fell to his knees. He saw Xia Chunsang glaring coldly at his own son, a flash of anger in his eyes. Pointing at the game characters, he couldn't help but curse.
Did you design these trashy characters? How did our family end up with such an ignorant good-for-nothing like you? Are you trying to corrupt the children? Would you let your own children play this game? And how did this game even get approved? Can someone explain this? Hearing the old man's furious shout, everyone present dared not speak.
Xia Chunseng, however, merely stared coldly at the bizarre artwork, so enraged that his face turned red. Seeing his grandfather so angry, Xia Yushu immediately tried to calm him down.
Dad. Don't get angry, Dad. This game wasn't designed for domestic players. Right. It's for export overseas to earn foreign exchange. Foreigners are more open-minded, aren't they? They love this style. I spent millions hiring professional designers to create these characters, and they're particularly popular in overseas markets. Trust me, Dad. This game will definitely break 200,000 online players on its first day. Upon hearing Xia Yushu's words, Lu Ming immediately shot him a sideways glance. That strange look seemed to say, "Are you sure?" Meanwhile, Xia Chunseng, after hearing his eldest son's explanation, showed no sign of relaxation on his face. He coldly stared at the game and said in a harsh tone, "Start a new game and let me see. I want to see how many questionable things are in this game." "No. There is nothing like that, Dad. I swear on my honor. They're really isn't. The maps are all normal maps, it's just that the characters are more suited to the overseas market." After saying that, Xia Yushu immediately took control of the old man's computer and clicked the match button. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he tried to speak up for himself. But 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Seeing that it was still the same page, Xia Chunseng's already poor complexion grew even worse. His gaze was as fierce as a tiger's, fixated on his own beloved son. If looks could kill, Xia Yushu would have been devoured and chewed to pieces by now. What kind of garbage game is this? It's been 5 minutes and it still hasn't matched? This is the game you promised me would have 200,000 online players on its first day? If there are really that many players, why haven't I been matched after being online for 5 minutes? Xia Yushu, you better explain this to me properly. My money isn't for you to waste like this. It's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding, Dad. It's a bug. Yes, it must be a bug. I'll ask my staff right away to find out what's going on. Chapter 123, How many online players? Xia Yushu was sweating profusely as he dialed the technical support team of Cosmic Agents. At the same time, Ma Wenjie answered Xia Yushu's call. At that moment, he and his team members were all frantically staring at the data for their new game in the office. Seeing the call from the big boss, sweat began to trickle down his forehead. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Wenjie finally decided to answer the call. Hello? Boss? Ma Wenjie. What's going on with your game? I've been waiting in line for 5 minutes and still can't get into the game. Fix this game's bugs immediately. Upon hearing Xia Yushu's question, Ma Wenjie instinctively glanced at the number of players online. Then he swallowed hard. Boss, is it possible that this isn't a game bug? Maybe there just aren't enough players online? How could that be? How many people are currently in the game? Is it even 200,000? No. No. Then how many? It can't possibly be less than 100,000, right? Your team predicted earlier that at least 100,000 players would log in on the first day. What's the result now? Hearing Xia Yushu's complaints, Ma Wenjie's expression wasn't looking too good either. He couldn't help but complain. Sir, this really isn't our fault. You saw our previous game, Overwatch Frontline. On the first day, there were already 300,000 online players from Manhwa alone. We predicted that Cosmic Agents could easily reach that level. All of this is because of that character designer you brought in. You have no idea, the moment she walked in, she started making drastic changes in your name, and all the characters we had planned were forcibly deleted. Those terrible characters, I won't even bother talking about her. She has no knowledge whatsoever, just spouting nonsense about minority groups and gender binary, without caring about anything else. Hearing Ma Wenjie's complaints, Xia Yushu's expression darkened. He couldn't help but shout angrily. This isn't what I want to hear. I need to know how many players are currently online and how many have downloaded our game. Hearing Xia Yushu's suppressed roar, Ma Wenjie's cold sweat began to flow. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to phrase it more diplomatically. Less than 100,000. Exactly how many? Approximately less than 2,000? Xia Yushu. Xia Chunseng. Everyone present. How many did you just say? 2,000? Not 10,000? Actually, the number of downloads is quite high, around 20,000, but most players uninstall the game within 20 minutes of playing. We saw in the uninstallation feedback that suggestions for improving the characters accounted for 95%. Wow! Rare. Xia Yushu, as the eldest son of the Xia family. He couldn't help but let out a curse under his breath. Although he had already guessed that the data for Cosmic Agents would be poor. But he never expected it to be this bad. Less than 2,000 online players, what does that even mean? Those low-budget game companies making trashy browser games like If You're a Brother, Come Cut Me Down. Spending millions, or even less. Just hire a bunch of amateurs, find the source code, and spend a few 100,000 to make a pay-to-win game. The number of online players is way higher than that.
At least in these pay-to-win games, spending money actually makes you stronger. Those wealthy players, no matter how poor their skills, can still find some sense of existence, right? But in Cosmic Agents, spending money doesn't make you stronger. Spending money on skins only gets you uglier character skins. This reverse pay-to-win strategy is absolutely unbeatable. With so many options available in FPS games, why not try Overwatch next door? At least their character models have genuinely appealing designs. At this moment, Xiaoyushu is constantly thinking about how to save the game Cosmic Agents. Standing by the phone, he keeps coming up with ideas. No way. We've invested $1 billion in this game, we can't just give up like this. Contact the streamers. Get all the streamers over here. Let us get them to play our game. Damn it. I'll use my connections and influence to promote our game. Starting now, we're changing the character models back to the original design. Additionally, find the person in charge of LGBT affairs. That bastard dared to play me. Enough. Just as Xiaoyushu was about to lose his mind, suddenly, a harsh shout interrupted his thoughts. There, the silent Xiao Laoyi, who had been standing by, now glared at the game screen with a grim expression. Then, he turned his icy gaze toward his four sons. His gaze was so dark it seemed as though water could drip from his eyes. At that moment, the Xiao family members once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the old patriarch. In the Xiao family, the true head of the household was always and only one person. Xia Chunsun. Hearing the old patriarch's furious roar, Xiaoyushu, who had been trying to figure out a plan for the evening, suddenly trembled. His expression grew slightly pale as he looked at his father, wanting to explain. Dad, there's still a chance. With our connections, we can get this game. I've said enough. Without giving Xiaoyushu a chance to speak, the old man's expression turned icy. Do you think capital can forcefully distort people's values and aesthetics? You spent nearly 100 million and produced a pile of data garbage. It's not just you, the second, third, and fourth sons, you were all involved, weren't you? I'm glad you only spent 100 million to show me that you're completely unsuitable for entrepreneurship. From now on, just take your share of the family business and live out your lives in peace. Hearing the old man's words, the faces of the second generation of the Xia family turned ashen. They never expected the old man to say such heartless words. Though his voice wasn't loud, it rang out louder than thunder. The old man continued. Starting tomorrow, the Cosmic Agents project is to be shut down immediately. As for the people from Qinghe Games, as he spoke, Xia Chuansing's gaze suddenly turned to his young granddaughter. A rare hint of tenderness flashed across his face. Merge them into Manhwa. With a single sentence, he had effectively decided the fate of a company. Yet not a single person present dared to voice an opinion. Upon hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyushu and the others felt a deep sense of humiliation. They never imagined that a single failure would cause the old man to dismiss all their efforts. He glared up with hatred, fixing his gaze on the direction where Xia Tian was standing. He didn't need to guess. That sixth niece was probably mocking him, her uncle, for his ignorance and stupidity. Looking up, sure enough, Xia Tian was now looking at him with an expression that was HM? When he saw Xia Tian's expression, Xiaoyushu couldn't help but freeze. What's going on? He felt that the expression on his young niece's face. A hint of envy? Chapter 124, A villain's cunning schemes can't match the ingenuity of a fool. This summer. Looking at her uncles, the eldest, second, third, and fourth, with their dejected expressions. For some reason, even though she hadn't done anything, she had become the biggest beneficiary of this incident. But she just couldn't bring herself to be happy. Even now, she was looking at her eldest uncle with an expression of envy. How could someone be so naturally talented at losing money? She works so hard and schemes endlessly. The company keeps making money non-stop. And her uncle, with just a few casual moves, loses $1 billion. That's 100 million. If it were me losing that money, I could turn it into 10 billion in no time. Just thinking about it makes me envious. What was that saying again? The cunning plans of the wicked can't match the sudden brilliance of the foolish. If only I had known my uncle was so talented. She should have made him the agent for her own game company back then. In the end, Summer sighed deeply, her expression filled with regret. How can the gap between people be so vast? After speaking, her gaze couldn't help but turn toward Lu Ming. Then, her sigh grew even louder. Lu Ming? The company has just gained a group of capable subordinates, why aren't you happy yet? Miss Xia, you're overacting. Right now, your lips must be curled into a smile harder to suppress than an AK, right? However, soon enough, Xia Tian's mood brightened once again. Although she couldn't make the company lose $1 billion. But 10 gambles, 9 cheats will definitely make Mengya lose a fortune. Don't let the old man fool you into thinking he's having a good time. But did he top up his account? Clearly not. Apart from the 10,000 yuan he almost lost in an online romance scam, there's no place to spend money in 10 gambles, 9 scams. Just the free happy beans the system gives out every day are enough for players to splurge on. Thinking about it that way,
Maybe I could lose 2 million myself. Even if I don't lose 20 million, losing 10 million is still good. Making a small profit is a win. This is totally worth it. The next morning, after everyone hurriedly finished breakfast, they left Xiajia Manor directly. They had no choice but to leave. The atmosphere at home was simply too oppressive. Even Xia Tian was affected and had no appetite. For breakfast, he had a bowl of scallion oil noodles, 2 pieces of pan-fried dumplings, 2 pan-fried buns, a bowl of soy milk, and a fried dough stick. He had absolutely no appetite at all. Lu Ming, looking at the greedy little girl in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't understand how her body could possibly hold so much food. How can you eat so much and not gain weight? Do you have a little bell in your stomach? When the group finally returned to the company by bus, Lu Ming slowly stretched his arms and said to Wang Ba and the others, "Since we're all back at the office, why don't I just work a little longer? New Year's overtime and we can all brainstorm ideas on how to make 10 gambles, 9 scams profitable." Eh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's body tensed up instantly. Then he looked at Lu Ming with a guarded expression. "You little bastard. How dare you disrupt my resolve? I've finally managed to lose some money and you actually want me to make money? No way. Absolutely not." Instantly, she stopped everyone without a word. "Alright, everyone, since it's the new year, let's not work overtime. Isn't the new year the perfect time to spend money? If you don't spend all your money, how will you focus on work afterward? Right?" At this point, Xia Tian looked at Lu Ming's expression, which suddenly became strange. Summer, Omega. If it were any other time, she wouldn't dare to give Lu Ming orders like that. But things were different now. She wasn't just Lu Ming's boss, she had another identity as well. That was his girlfriend. As his girlfriend, it's only natural for you to accompany me shopping, right? Thinking this, Xia Tian immediately grabbed Lu Ming's wrist and smiled sweetly. "You're not allowed to work overtime either. I've already planned everything for today. You have to spend the whole day with me." This. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. He suddenly remembered that he was also a man with a girlfriend. In his previous life, he hadn't married either, so he wasn't exactly lacking in girlfriends. But dating his boss was a first for him. At this moment, his boss and girlfriend had both invited him out on a date. How could he possibly refuse? Shrugging his shoulders, he finally sighed. "Alright, then there's no need to work overtime today. It's a rare holiday, so everyone should take a break." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's face immediately broke into a cunning smile of triumph. Without another word, she immediately took Lu Ming out for a stroll. She just didn't believe it. Without Lu Ming, could 10 gambles, 9 cheats still make money? But what she didn't know was, while she was happily strolling with Lu Ming, Weibo and Douyin were already ablaze. At that moment, Weibo was flooded with news about hashtag the first Go champion has changed hands hashtag and hashtag Kajaya's humiliating defeat hashtag. The clickbait headlines immediately drew a massive crowd of netizens. People were wondering how Cabal, who was doing so well, could suddenly lose his top spot. Then, everyone saw the chess match between Shin Yujie and Kujie from the previous day. At the time, Kujie never expected Shin Yujie to use a special move. 2 consecutive games ended in complete defeat. After 2 games, Kujie was so defeated that he questioned his life and went offline. At the same time, the game 10 gambles, 9 cheats also came into everyone's view. This game looks pretty fun, doesn't it? Poor Cabal, he must have thought of every possible scenario, but never imagined the game could be rigged. I was there in person, I couldn't stop laughing. This game is super fun. How to deal with annoying relatives during the new year. Just make them play 10 gambles, 9 cheats. I played all day yesterday and made $2,000 thanks to 10 gambles, 9 cheats. That's awesome. What the heck? A card game can make money? Are you kidding me? But it didn't take long. More and more netizens are sharing their stories of playing 10 gambles, 9 cheats during the Spring Festival. Some were scamming relatives, punishing naughty kids, or swindling New Year's red envelope money. Hilarious cases kept popping up. It was only then that everyone realized the card game 10 gambles, 9 cheats could actually be cheated. Those prank videos had everyone laughing every time they watched them. Not only that, when people found out that some players were making money through 10 gambles, 9 cheats, netizens were immediately out of their minds. And when Shin Yujie's livestream replay showed he made 200 yuan in less than half an hour, those game gold farmers immediately sensed an opportunity, like sharks smelling blood. They started paying attention to this game. A game that can make money? This instantly ignited the enthusiasm of countless players. Within just one day, the game's download numbers began to skyrocket. Plus, during the Lunar New Year, people in China have the tradition of playing cards in mahjong. This year, everyone decided not to play cards in real life. Everyone went to 10 gambles, 9 cheats to make money. Chapter 125, Pang Haidai's New Year live streaming adventure. At this moment, after some time had passed, many netizens have heard about 10 gambles, 9 cheats. especially after seeing that the game could actually make money. From initial skepticism to gradual belief, everyone couldn't help but become curious. And just at that moment, suddenly, countless netizens stepped forward. They declared confidently on their phones. Family, who understands this?
The biggest red envelope money I received this year was from 10 gambles, 9 scams.
In one night, I made 3,000 yuan in red envelope money. I sold some happy beans and made 800 yuan right away. As long as we find that special NPC, that's where our money making begins. With an initial deposit of 10 yuan, we can quickly recoup our losses and start making money.
Countless such messages appeared in ordinary people's social media feeds, Douyin and Bilibili. This made even those customers who were previously skeptical suddenly believe it wholeheartedly. Additionally, some small-time streamers joined in. And countless real-life examples were presented before everyone. More and more players unable to resist the temptation joined 10 gambles, 9 scams. At that moment, Pang Haidai, who was at home during the new year, saw the game being promoted on Douyin. His eyes lit up instantly. This year during the new year, he followed his parents to visit relatives and perform various talents. After exhausting all his efforts, he finally earned 3,650 yuan in New Year's red envelope money. Just as he was happily preparing to use the red envelopes to top up his game account, his mother casually said, "I'll save it for you. You can have it when you grow up." Brought him back down to earth. Now, all he had left was the 500 yuan red envelope his parents had given him. And even that has been spent on ordering takeout over the past few days, leaving less than half remaining. There's still some time left before school starts. If he runs out of money during this period, he'll have to eat the home-cooked meals his mother prepares with care, though they're not very tasty. Just thinking about the mixed stew in the fridge, which had been sitting there for days and had turned into a mess. He really doesn't want to eat it anymore. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, logged into the school's official account, and started the live stream. Hello everyone. Happy New Year. I'm representing Qingshui Esports High School to send New Year's greetings to all of you. There he was, the little chubby boy dressed in red, sitting in front of his computer at home. Many fans who had followed the school's official account. Suddenly, they saw Pang Dahai go live. They immediately looked on with curiosity. Does your school require you to live stream during the new year? Making the kids work during the new year? Is this a sign of good things to come? Ha ha ha. If Principal Chen sees this, his heart must be racing. Little fatty, it's been ages. You seem to have gained some weight over the new year? Jumping Candy entered the live stream and sent you a lollipop. Come over and play, let us go karaoke together during the new year. In just a moment, Pang Dahai's livestream was flooded with hundreds of people. Many of them were students from Qingshui First High School. Since Pang Dahai started streaming, everyone has become his die-hard fans. Plus, he naturally has a knack for entertainment. Thanks to his relentless efforts over the past 6 months, the official school fanbase is now on the verge of breaking the 300,000 mark. Thanks to his witty and humorous livestreams, the duo of Pang Dahai and Chen Xiaolong had made Principal Liang laugh heartily. During the Spring Festival, he not only promoted Chen Xiaolong to a higher level, he also awarded the Qingshui Esports #1 High School Outstanding Student Award to the little guy. That's right, not top 10, but top 1. That's how generous they are. The little chubby kid himself also received a full scholarship from the school. The current Pang Haidai is no longer the fat kid of the past. Walking along the school paths. Who wouldn't call him Brother Hai upon seeing him? Only his close classmates still call him Fatso. At this moment, seeing Pang Dahai's livestream, countless students from First Middle School are gradually entering his livestream. Plus his own accumulated fans. Before they knew it, the number of people in Pang Dahai's livestream had already surpassed the 2,000 mark. As the crowd began to gather, the little fat guy pulled out his phone. Everyone, have you seen this video recently? It's this game called 10 Gambles, 9 Scams. I've seen it on so many platforms, saying they have a money-making guide, earning 800, 2,000, or even 3,000 yuan in just one night. Upon hearing Pang Dahai's words, many viewers nodded in agreement. I've heard about it. My grandpa downloaded it this year, and right now he's probably arguing with my grandma because of an online romance. I think this is probably fake, right? How could it possibly make money? It's just a card game. How can you make money from that? I just checked, this game was clearly released during the Spring Festival. There's no way they're holding any game competitions. This game is pretty interesting. My grandmother is using it to pass the time right now. Wow! This is a game for the elderly. Seeing the comments in the live stream, the chubby guy perked up immediately. Addressing the curious comments, he said directly, "You're right, everyone. I'm also curious about whether you can make money from this. So today, I'm taking a risk and directly investing a whopping 10 yuan. I'll try it out for everyone to see if this game is really legit. If it makes money, the students of First Middle School, Haigu will treat you all to skewers. Haigu is awesome. Haigu is so generous. Alright, Haigu. I can't wait to see you make big money. Fatso, what are you doing?
Come out and sing karaoke. Hi go. If you become wealthy, don't forget us. Everyone in class 3, assemble. Let's cheer on Haigu. Yang Chanyu. I like you. Bro, stop messing around. She's already asleep. Watching the live stream gradually fill with comments, Pang Dahai didn't hesitate and immediately started his game live stream. Downloading and registering were done in one smooth motion. Then, following the online tutorial, he began teaching others how to find hidden NPCs. Fortunately, finding the NPCs wasn't too difficult. Many bloggers from the Little Green Book community had already shared tutorials and guides. Following the hidden NPCs, he made his way to the tavern, where a special map unlocked for the little guy. Upon entering the map, he quickly mastered some cheating tricks for playing mahjong. At this point, everything seemed normal. Until he actually started playing, he suddenly remembered. We're doomed, guys. I don't know how to play mahjong. Everyone. Damn it. I even took off my pants. And you tell me this now? Let's start learning now. What's so hard about it? This is easy. We'll teach you how to play. Just follow our instructions. Leave it to me. Trust me, I'm the mahjong master of our school. Happy Planet, that's right, we play mahjong secretly in the dorm every day. People's teacher Chen Xiaolongas followed Happy Planet. Chapter 126, Pang Dahai, my happiness isn't spicy. Looking at the live stream comments. Originally a bit worried, Pang Dahai instantly calmed down. Looking at Happy Planet, he said directly. Brother, since you've said that, I believe you. With this $10, let's aim to make 2,000 today. When we do, I'll treat you to some skewers. Happy Planet, leave it to me, bro. The chess master of first middle school guarantees you'll win fair and square. Immediately, the two people on the screen exchanged a smile. Without another word, they entered the advanced arena to begin the match. The minimum bet in the game was 20,000 happy beans. If they lost a single round and the opponent doubled their bet, the 100,000 happy beans he had just won would be gone in an instant. However, Pang Dahai wasn't the least bit worried, because he had skills and cheats. Looking at the three random players across from him, he chuckled confidently and began to draw his cards. Once his hand was formed, he directly asked the live stream audience in the Happy Planet chat. Star brother, what should I do next? Play the 3 bamboo. Look for an opportunity to swap it for a strip card and a character card, and we'll have a chance to go for the win. While explaining the game rules to Pang Dahai, Happy Planet also instructed him on how to play his cards. The two worked together seamlessly, and in no time, Pang Dahai was indeed ready to win. All he needed was to draw one more 2-1 tile to win the hand. Throughout the entire process, Pang Dahai activated his skill. He secretly took photos and peeked at the cards. The result. Report. He's cheating. A random player in the game. Upon seeing Pang Dahai taking so long to draw a card, they immediately triggered the alarm system. That's right. Although 10 gambles, 9 cheats is a game where cheating is possible. However, since the developers allow players to cheat, they naturally also allow players to report those who are caught cheating. Under Pang Dahai's bewildered gaze, 2 men in hats appeared on the screen. Without a word, they immediately placed handcuffs on his game character. On the large screen, a line of text slowly appeared. Once you fall into the gambling abyss, years of hard work are all for naught. Before long, Pang Dahai unlocked a new map. The police station. After losing all his joy beans, he stared at the screen in complete confusion. What the hell is going on, guys? Where are my happy beans? How did the hat-wearing officer take them all? Ah! My $10. Looking at the happy beans he had just bought, which hadn't even had a chance to warm up, had been taken away by Hat Uncle? Instantly, he felt his heart breaking. Damn it! Isn't this game supposed to be cheatable? Why did Hat Uncle catch me? That money was enough to buy 4 bottles of Happy Fat Guy water. Wah wah wah! Guys, I'm not happy anymore. Seeing the little fat kid looking so heartbroken, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hi-go, it's okay, Hi-go. We can just top up another 10 yuan. Hi-go, your cheating skills are too poor. Everyone knows you can cheat, so they can report you. If you want to switch cards, you have to do it in an instant. Look at you, how many seconds did it take just now? Exactly. Taking 7 or 8 seconds to draw a card, do you think that's normal? Little fat guy, let me tell you a trick, you can buy happy beans from players in the game community. I'll recommend a merchant to you, his ID is Bird King. Seeing the chat messages in the live stream, Pang Dahai finally understood why he had been caught by Hat Uncle earlier. As more and more players flooded into the game, players who were aware of this information also grew in number. At present, aside from a few elderly players who don't know how to use skills, any player who had watched Douyin knew how to cheat or report. Lu Ming conducted a detailed discussion on the game's cheating and reporting mechanisms. Players can cheat. However, if another player discovers that you have just cheated, you will be taken away by Hat Uncle and find all your joy beans. However, players who report others cannot do so carelessly. If there are 2 consecutive instances of incorrect reporting,
They will be charged with obstructing official duties and have half of their joy beans deducted.
This is no longer a simple card game. It's a battle between gamblers and cheaters.
Pang Haidai, however, knew nothing about it and rushed into such behavior. Such tactics are only feasible when the game is newly launched.
Even if Shin Yujie were to come now, there's no guarantee he could dominate the casino again.
In just a few days, the game environment of 10 gambles, 9 cheats has undergone a major upgrade. By the time Pang Dahai figured out the specific rules of the game, his face was filled with regret. $10 good just gone down the drain. Just as he was feeling utterly disheartened, he suddenly noticed. In the live stream's chat, a fan was continuously sending him votes and messages. They were telling him to buy Happy Beans.
Bypassing the game platform, they were telling him to buy Happy Beans directly from him as an intermediary.
The original price of 1 yuan for 10,000 Happy Beans had now skyrocketed to 1 yuan for 50,000 Happy Beans.
Upon seeing this netizen's message, Pang Dahai's face lit up with excitement.
For less than the price of a bottle of Happy Fat Guy water, you can buy Happy Beans that used to cost 10 yuan.
How does this math add up? It seems like a great deal.
Thinking this, Pang Dahai immediately found the middleman named Bird King. Before long, he saw the Sparrow King using a loudspeaker to trade Happy Beans. Thinking this, Pang Dahai excitedly ran over to the other person and said directly,
"Bro, selling Happy Beans?
I'll buy $2 worth." Upon hearing the chubby boy's words, the man called Bird King on the other side immediately wore an innocent smile. He nodded and sent Pang Dahai a screenshot of a QR code.
Seeing the screenshot, Pang Dahai didn't think twice. He transferred 2 yuan directly. Just as he was expecting the other party to send him 50,000 Happy Beans, the next second, Sparrow King logged off. Logged out. Logged out. Logged out?
At the same time, in the little fat guy's live stream, a comment suddenly appeared.
"Thanks, hi go. I used the 2 yuan you gave me to buy some Happy Fat Guy water. Pang Dahai. Netizens. Ha. That's awesome. Using our hi go to mess with the little Japanese guy. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. This guy has set up such a big scheme.
The essence of 10 gambles, 9 cheats has been perfectly mastered by this kid.
Ha.
Little fatty, not only did you lose your fun, but someone else stole it from you. I'll call this the 9th art. A despicable fraud simulator.
Hi go, why are you crying? Ha, I can't stop laughing. Watching the stream of mocking comments floating across the live chat,
Pang Dahai felt his intelligence had been severely insulted. Looking at that money-grabbing bird god, he couldn't help but curse under his breath.
However, in everyone else's eyes, this wasn't even considered fraud.
Instead, it perfectly embodied the essence of the game 10 gambles, 9 scams. This move directly propelled the game to a level that could rival its own.
Chapter 127, Pang Dahai, where's my money?
Although he was scammed out of $2, Pang Dahai still refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Brothers, I, Pang Dahai, am not the kind of person who gives up easily. Today, I'll show you all what real skill looks like. Try it a few more times, and I'm sure I'll figure out the tricks of this game. Just watch and see." After saying that, he lingered in the lobby for a while. This time, he finally found a legitimate game merchant. He hurried over to the merchant and began haggling with him.
Still 1 yuan for 50,000 Happy Beans.
After a back-and-forth negotiation, Pang Dahai finally managed to haggle the price down to 1 yuan for 60,000 Happy Beans. When the other party asked Pang Dahai how many beans he wanted to exchange,
Pang Dahai confidently waved his hand and typed, 2 yuan. Game merchant. What the hell? Just 2 yuan for joy beans and you've been haggling with me for so long? Someone might think you wanted to buy 200. Get lost.
Seeing the other party's message, Pang Dahai immediately became displeased.
What's the big deal? $2 isn't money? Just say whether you're selling or not. Gwen. Instantly, the game merchant disappeared.
The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Poor little fat guy, doesn't even have $2? The little guy gave you a tip, liked your stream, and voted for you. Go top up your account already, you know what I mean, right? Hurry up and tip him, don't let my virtual pet starve. Haigu is so generous. Our class pooled $5 to tip you. Keep it up. Watching the enthusiastic donations from the live stream viewers, Pang Dahai's face was suddenly filled with tears of emotion. Guys, stop donating. Stop donating. This is the school's account, the money will all be taken by Principal Liang. At that moment, Principal Liang, who was watching the live stream with a smirk. You little fatso. I warned you not to talk nonsense. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. Damn it. At that moment, Pang Dahai saw how many viewers liked him. He immediately decided to go all out to impress them. He then showed off the balance on his wealth building app, flaunting his wealth right in front of the live stream. Brothers, did you see that? I still have over 200 yuan left. Today, I'll just consider myself sacrificing myself for the sake of a friend. I'll top up in 5 yuan increments later. Seeing Pang Dahai pull out so much money, The live stream was filled with 666 comments.
Soon, Pang Dahai found a game merchant and bought 5 yuan worth of Happy More. He once again embarked on his journey as a cheat.
Working with a Happy Planet merchant, the two were much more cautious this time.
Gradually, Pang Dahai also figured out the basic rules of mahjong.
Although he didn't understand some of the special winning combinations. However, he could still win with ordinary hands.
Plus, the game itself provided hints.
After just 5 or 6 games, Pang Dahai had a good grasp of the game. After playing a couple more rounds in the beginners section, he couldn't wait to get started. At that moment, his face was radiant with confidence.
Guys, I'm feeling it. If I go make some money now, it'll be no problem. Pang Dahai, with a beaming smile, once again entered the advanced arena.
Upon entering the live streaming room, he immediately began his dominate the field journey. Just as he was about to secretly manipulate the cards. Self-drawn, all one suit, 32 points, win. Hearing the from the player on the other side of the game, Pang Dahai was completely baffled.
Wow! What's going on over there? He just wiped me out in one move? No way! He went for a pure suit win. How could he pull off such a big win? He's cheating! He's cheating!
Seeing the 250,000 happy beans he had just bet, gone in an instant before he could even start.
Tears of regret streamed down Pang Dahai's face.
Instantly, the viewers in the live stream burst into even louder laughter.
Their electronic pickles were just too hilarious. Everyone couldn't help but say, "Little fatty, you forgot? Not only can you cheat, but others can too."
That's right, Hygo, not only do you have to cheat on your own, but you also have to observe others.
There's a reporting mechanism in this game.
If you report someone successfully, you can directly get half of their joy beans.
Hygo, you're really a noob. I can't stop laughing. The little chubby guy is so funny.
Upon hearing everyone's words, Pang Dahai's face was instantly covered in tears of regret. He immediately slapped his own head and revealed an expression of sudden realization.
Guys, I get it now. That's what it meant.
So I'll just top up $2 and keep reporting other players for cheating to make money. After saying that, he rushed excitedly to the game merchant and topped up another $2. Then, he began his long and arduous journey once again. His eyes darted back and forth, watching the other players' moves, his eyes wide like copper bells. But after a few rounds, he realized he hadn't noticed anything. The opponent pulled off another trick. What the heck? When did they start cheating? I can't see how they did it at all. Wait, I think I'm getting it. Let me take another look. It's okay, it's okay. If worst comes to worst, I'll just drink one less bottle of happy water. I've got money. Damn it. How did he win? Ugh, I'm so frustrated, I need to use my brain. Next, everyone watched as Pang Dahai repeated his moves over and over. Either he was being tricked by the opposing player or he was reported and locked out. Even though they were all cheating, his skills were clearly not as polished as the others. Gradually, he became more and more obsessed with the game. Before he knew it, when he tried to top up another $2, he was stunned to discover. What the heck? Where's my money? Why is my balance empty? No way. Who stole my money? Looking at the balance of less than $2 on his wealth building app, Pang Dahai snapped back to reality and was completely shocked. He couldn't figure it out. He had over 200 yuan in his balance earlier. How could it all be gone now? Seeing his confused expression, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. They never expected Pang Dahai to lose so quickly. Not only that. Suddenly, an official notification appeared on Pang Dahai's game account. Due to your exceeding 50 visits to the police station today, you will only be able to play Scammer's Tavern for the next 24 hours. Upon seeing this system notification, Pang Dahai finally realized. He had been caught 50 times. Instantly, he slammed his mouse down and couldn't help but curse under his breath. I get it now. So I'm just being milked like a cash cow, right? Anyone understand this? The propaganda in the little green book is all fake. Those are videos posted by the game developers to exploit us ordinary players. Wah! My New Year's money. You're not human. You didn't even leave me $2. Seeing Pang Dahai's bitter expression, the viewers in the live stream laughed even louder. Why is the little fat guy crying now? I still like you when you were defiant and unruly. Hygo, no, little fat, this won't work either? Fatso, can you still deliver on the barbecue you promised us? Little fat guy's entrepreneurial venture ended in failure before it even began. That's really tragic. By the way, what kind of game is the Scammer's Tavern? Chapter 128, Scammer's Tavern. Launch. Seeing that his account had been temporarily banned, he could only play the Scammer's Tavern game. Pang Dahai, unable to hold back his tears, headed to the bar to check out the rules of Scammy Tavern. Anyway, he didn't have much left, so he might as well play a few rounds and leave. Just as Pang Dahai was thinking this, he noticed that the tavern was indeed bustling with activity. Looking around, he saw that there were actually quite a few players there to play Scammer's Tavern. This made him think to himself with a smile. Could it be that all these people were here to go to jail? Curious, he approached a table and couldn't help but ask.
Bro, did your account get banned too? Banned? Can game accounts even be banned? Stop joking. How could someone get caught 50 times in a row? That's ridiculous. Pang Dahai, then why are you playing this game? Of course, because it's fun. Upon hearing Pang Dahai's question, the other person immediately perked up.
They immediately invited Pang Dahai to play around. At the older guy's invitation, Pang Dahai decided to give it a try and sat down at the table. 4 players sat together, each loading the revolver next to them.
The game was similar to Russian roulette. However, there was a twist. The revolver contained only 1 bullet and its position was completely random.
The player who lost the round had to shoot themselves in the head. The rule of the game was simple: deceive. At the start of each round, there are 6 J, Q, and K cards, along with 2 jokers. The jokers are wild cards that can substitute for any other card. The player's objective is to get rid of all the cards in their hands. At the same time, if you suspect another player is playing a fake card, you can report them directly. If the report is successful, the accused player immediately takes a bullet from the revolver. If the report fails, the player must take a bullet themselves. This is a game of psychology and luck. The rules are simple, but the game has high replay value. During voice chat, both players become allies, constantly encouraging other players to call. Soon, Pang Haidai mastered the game. He was calling bets with great enthusiasm. However, due to his initial unfamiliarity with the game, he lost 4 consecutive rounds. But whether it was bad luck or good luck, the player on the other side was sent straight to the afterlife with the very first bullet from the revolver. The remaining 2 players looked at each other. Then the infighting began. In the end, Pang Dahai managed to survive without taking a single bullet. However, the 2 veteran players facing him, due to the infighting, one of them was killed outright. The other one took 3 empty rounds. Meanwhile, Pang Dahai just casually shouted, "Hey!" He actually won. As the enemy fired a shot at him, he actually managed to survive until the end. This instantly perked up Pang Dahai, who had been losing non-stop since the beginning. Even though it's just a game to pass the time, this game is really fun. Guys, this game is awesome. Not only is it fun, but you can't cheat either. Hee hee. I've discovered I've got a natural talent for this game. Watch me dominate the game. After saying that, he immediately joined another gambling table.
However, it might be because the newbie protection period had ended. In the next few battles, he didn't manage to steal a single chip. He ended up in 3rd or 4th place every time. Forget about 1st place, he didn't even get 2nd once.
This made the netizens who had just heard him boast about himself burst into mocking laughter.
Fatso, can you even do it? You didn't win at all, did you? That last one was a shame, you got hit by a bullet on the 2nd shot. Little Fatso, you have no strategy at all. Do you even know how to plan? The opponent just played 3 cards in a row. Didn't you even call for a card? What do you know? That's tactics.
A group of people were engrossed in discussing the recent gambling session.
This psychological battle was incredibly entertaining.
In a world where backstabbing and cheating are commonplace in 10 gamblers, 9 cheats. The Cheater's Tavern, which relies solely on psychological tactics, is a refreshing change of pace within the game. This has gradually helped everyone rediscover the original joy of card and board games.
That is skill.
However, if you think that's all there is to it, you're underestimating the game. Just look at Pang Dahai's face, a sly smile suddenly appeared. A cunning idea suddenly popped into his mind. Brothers, with the wisdom I've gained from years of studying Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and The Art of War, I've figured out a way to break this deadlock. I've decided to pull off a move that's as clever as it is daring: feign retreat to advance, and play the fool to catch the wise. Upon hearing Pang Dahai's words, the viewers in the livestream were momentarily stunned. What did you just say? Are you talking about the 36 stratagems? But Pang Dahai just smiled and started another game. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he casually remarked, "Neon language? Arigato, I'll let you win a few. I'm tired. Multifunction washing machine." Everyone? Hearing Pang Dahai suddenly switch to Japanese. The viewers in the livestream were completely baffled, none of them understanding why he suddenly dared to switch languages. But soon, everyone seemed to figure out his purpose. Pang Dahai then spoke a few more sentences in Japanese. He basically recited all the Japanese he had seen in the short video. By the end, he was just making things up. Japanese, after all. As long as you can talk nonsense. It doesn't matter if what you say is true or not, as long as it sounds real to everyone. Sure enough, after he delivered his fluent fake Japanese, the other 3 players playing the game couldn't help but freeze. What the hell? This game actually has Japanese characters? Since it's a game made by Moya, maybe it's actually aimed at a global audience. Hey! Since we're playing with Japanese players, I'm wide awake now. Guys, who's going to take care of this little Japanese guy and make him go first? Meanwhile, Pang Dahai. Upon hearing the other's words, a smug smile spread across his face.
He calmly looked at the viewers in the live stream. His face exuded a confident air of command. As the saying goes, when people are up to no good, their intelligence seems to skyrocket.
Guys, this move is called the foreign language fraud tactic. I'll pretend to be a foreigner who doesn't understand Dragon Country's language, lower the enemy's guard, and sneak into their ranks.
Just watch and see if I pull it off.
With that, the gamble officially began. With a sinister smile on his face, the chubby guy rubbed his hands together.
As expected, the three players across the table fell for it.
The player from the Pangdasi family suddenly gave a sinister smile.
Guys, let's kick this little punk out first, shall we? I've got 3 real cards here. Let's scare this little guy a bit, and I don't believe he'll fall for it. Chapter 129, you think we're little kids, do you?
Upon hearing the other player's words, Pang Dahai's face immediately broke into a smug smile. Then, just as the other person played his 3 cards, he remained completely still.
Seeing that Pang Dahai had even let such a good opportunity slip away, the 3 people across from him immediately let out disdainful sounds. This little Japanese guy doesn't have the guts either. Exactly, he can't take advantage of an opportunity. Then I'll just play any random card next round and take my time.
Seeing that Pang Dahai wasn't falling for it, his upper hand could only shrug helplessly. The 3 cards he had used to trick Pang Dahai into calling were all gone. Now, he didn't have a single real card left in his hand. So in the next round, he casually played AK.
The result. Bid. Pang Dahai, across the table, looked completely bewildered. Without a word, he immediately chose to call the bid. Sure enough, the opponent was caught off guard and looked stunned. Holy crap! Is that even allowed? This kid must be cheating. He was so timid just now. How did he get so smart all of a sudden? Damn it! We actually lost to a kid. This is embarrassing. I don't believe it. He can't possibly have that much luck again.
In response, Pang Dahai, watching the screen, just chuckled. Then he said, "Arigato." These words, in the ears of the 3 players, were nothing short of a provocation. Taking advantage of Pang Dahai's inability to understand Mandarin, they unleashed a barrage of their national treasure Mandarin in all its beauty. When the next game began, the cards dealt were JS. And in Pang Dahai's hand, he directly played 4 JS. This made his face light up with joy. The 3 players across from him couldn't help but let out a series of exclamations.
What the heck? I don't have a single J? What about you guys? I don't have any either.
I only have 1 big king and 1 little king.
Me too. So, does that mean the little guy has all JS? How are we supposed to play this?
The 3 of them openly discussed their strategy in front of Pang Dahai. Then one of them suggested, "I suspect they're using a strategy of feigning weakness while hiding strength. If they play a single card, a pair, or 4 cards, it could all be JS. But when they play 3 cards, they're probably trying to get rid of their 3 random cards."
Guys, do you think my analysis makes sense? Holy crap! You're a genius. Ha ha ha. I'm the little Zhuge Liang of Pan Mountain. Pang Dahai. Upon hearing their conversation, Pang Dahai couldn't help but burst into laughter.
As he watched the increasing number of comments in the livestream, he couldn't help but laugh.
Guys, even though my analysis of the opponent was spot on, and I even analyzed it down to the second layer, but this move, brother, hi, I'm in the stratosphere. I doubt they'd ever guess that I'm not a little Japanese guy, right? After listening to the analysis from the 3 people on the other side, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. The little fat guy has some skills. You're the one being sneaky. Seriously, can you come up with a more straightforward strategy? Haigu is awesome. Wishing Haigu a chicken dinner. No way, you're laughing away all my good karma. People shouldn't, at least they shouldn't. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. The analysis from the other side is spot on. Didn't expect that, did you? We're not little Japanese kids.
I suddenly realized the essence of this game. It's full of traps everywhere. After Pang Dahai finished listening to the analysis of the 3 players,
he immediately drew 3 JS and tossed them out with a smile.
Seeing this, the little Zhuge who had just analyzed the situation was speechless.
He couldn't help but shout at Pang Dahai's downplayer.
"Brother, what did I just say?
My analysis was spot on.
If we don't reveal the cards now, it would be a travesty of justice."
Alright. Down with the Japanese imperialists. Comrades, I'm revealing my cards. Hearing the little Zhuge's encouragement, the opponents were equally impressive.
Without hesitation, they immediately revealed Pang Dahai's 3 cards.
Then,
when the 3 of them saw the 3 JS, they all fell silent. The laughter of the 3 principals came to an abrupt halt.
Pang Dahai's downplayer glared angrily at the little Zhuge. You brat! You said the 3 cards would definitely be mixed. What's going on? Look at me. Answer me. Little Zhuge. Cough cough, brother. Horses stumble, sorry. Trust me, next time, we'll definitely win.
I majored in psychology in college.
The 3 of us Zhuge Liangs can't handle a single cobbler, can we? Forget it.
I think you're Chow Pai's wife going to the vegetable garden.
What does that mean? You don't get it?
He is saying you're Jinji picking vegetables.
Ha ha ha. These three are so hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. You're a psychology major? This stuff isn't useful in psychology. You should major in neon language instead. You're paying the price for being uncultured. These days, even playing games requires knowing foreign languages. Haigu is so cool. Treating people like dogs. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter.
Master, I get it. I'm going to play the next game, 10 gambles, 9 sheets.
This scam tavern is so much fun.
I'll go pretend to be a little Japanese kid and scam people too. Thus, under Pang Haidai's brazen scams, the 3 people across from him were completely outwitted and left in the dust. No matter what strategies they came up with, as long as they kept analyzing, Pang Dahai's intelligence kept growing. In the end, no matter what, Pang Dahai would always win. When the last player was killed, the 3 of them were completely stunned.
What the hell? What's going on? We lost already? Wow.
We're 3 people. How could we lose? This little Japanese guy has some skills. He must be a colonel-level player.
Yes, I had a blast. Finally won. Hearing Pang Dahai suddenly speak up, the 3 opponents were completely taken aback.
Instantly, the 3 of them snapped back to their senses.
You little bastard. You're not a little Japanese, are you?
I never said I was a little Japanese guy.
I'm just studying Japanese language materials, is that a problem? Is your study material legitimate? Damn it. You little bastard. You're so sneaky. Back in the day, you were probably a traitor. You're something else. You're really bad.
The 3 of them were completely taken aback when they found out that Pang Dahai was actually from Manhwa. They had just been thinking of strategies and schemes. Turns out it was all a lie. They had been treating Pang Dahai like a Japanese soldier, but what about him? He was treating them like little Japanese soldiers. Is there any justice in this world?
But Pang Dahai didn't care at all about their expressions.
With a smile on his face, he wrapped up the game and headed straight to the next table. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease the audience about his recent bet.
Guys, did you see that? That's strategy. I'll ask you, was that move just now strong or not?
Immediately after, he rejoined a random table, ready to try the same trick again. But before he could say a word,
Arigato gozaimasu. Emoji. Pang Dahai? Isn't that my line? Staring blankly at his opponent, he finally realized in shock. Wow, isn't this the little Zhuge Liang from earlier? You little brat, you just called me a traitor and now you're pretending to be one yourself?
Before he could tease him, he heard 2 new players on the other side suddenly exclaim.
Holy crap! This game actually has Japanese soldiers. What did he just say? Pang Dahai. Xiao Zhuge.
Then Pang Dahai suddenly chuckled and said directly.
Guys. I majored in Japanese. I understand it. Let me translate for you. Oh. You're so talented. What did that little Japanese guy say? He said. I'm his dad. It's a pleasure to meet all of you Dragon Country dads. Right, little Japanese guy? Xiao Zhuge, bakaya are you? Chapter 130, Pang Daddy, did you go gambling again, you little brat? After a series of friendly showdowns, when Pang Dahai looked back, he realized the overall game environment had been completely disrupted by him. He had unconsciously copied the foreigner's tactic, and now all the players in the tavern were using it. A once peaceful scammer tavern was now filled with nothing but scammers. Wait, what happened to the promised sincerity between people? In the end, after a game, there were people speaking English, Japanese, Korean, but not a single person speaking Mandarin. Is this normal? What's going on? Is this game specifically designed for foreigners? Do they even know how to play mahjong? By the end, the audience was laughing so hard they couldn't move. It can be said that Pang Haidai, single-handedly, directly boosted the popularity of the small game Scammers Tavern. After he finished his last game, he felt completely relaxed. Looking at the viewers in the live stream. Wow! In just one day of streaming, he had brought nearly 100,000 new followers to the school's account. This is a huge win for the school, isn't it? Pang Dahai had a hunch that once the New Year celebrations ended and he returned to school, Principal Liang would definitely praise him again and might even award him another outstanding student certificate. Maybe this time, he'll even get a generous scholarship. After stretching lazily, he shut down the computer and went to sleep. When he woke up the next day at noon, Pang Dahai, stretching lazily as usual, made his way to the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw his parents staring at him with grim expressions. The silent living room was as still as the calm before a storm. Looking at the table. This is bad. Instantly, Pang Dahai's heart began to race. It was already noon and Mom hadn't even cooked lunch? And both his parents were sitting in the living room. Had something happened at home? Seeing this, Pang Dahai cautiously approached his parents and asked timidly, Mom, why didn't you cook? Are we going out for lunch? Oomph.
The only response was his mom's cold snort.
This left Pang Dahai completely baffled. What did he do this time? Why is mom so upset? Was it because he had thrown away the leftovers last time? Or did she find out that he secretly took some pocket money from her purse? Could it be that he forgot to give her 100 yuan for the New Year's money and it blew up in his face?
As Pang Haidai pondered, he realized that the more he thought about it, the more trouble he seemed to be in. Then, with a stiff expression, he turned to his father. He hoped to get some hint from his father. But, hey, Dad, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. Why are you pulling out the belt? No. Am I really your biological son? What did I do? Dad. 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 Ah. A loud smack. Old Pang's belt landed directly on Pang Dahai's fleshy buttocks. Instantly, his buttocks bounced a few times with a duong sound. Old Pang glared at his son with disappointment, his nostrils flaring. Shut up. I, Pang Chengjiang, don't have a son like you. You're so young and don't learn to be good. You took all the money I gave you and gambled it away? What? Hearing his father's words, Pang Dahai looked completely bewildered. I'm innocent. I'm your own flesh and blood. When did I ever gamble? It's all lies. Dad. Who's spreading rumors about me? Don't believe what others say. Oomph. You dare to lie when the S hit the fan? Who told me? The school even issued a notice. After saying that, Old Pang glared at his son with disappointment, muttering under his breath as he pulled out his phone. Then Pang Dahai saw, in his father's parent group. Suddenly, there was a new notice from the school. Attention all parents, during the Spring Festival period, gambling and fraud have been on the rise. One of our students, Pang Mumu, was scammed out of 227 yuan while playing mahjong online during the Spring Festival. Please pay attention to your children's mental health and minimize their participation in card games during the Spring Festival period. Set a good example for your children. Below that was an image attached by the school. It was a photo of himself, with his eyes blurred out, crying bitterly in front of the computer. Pang Dahai? Wait, isn't this my live stream footage? How did this become me gambling? Looking at the person who posted the notice. It's you. Chen Xiaolong? You little bastard, you're really not human. Seeing that it was Director Chen who posted the message, Pang Dahai was so wronged. No, I worked so hard to attract followers and attention for the school, and you didn't even reward me. Now you're betraying me? And how did Chen Xiaolong find out that I spent all 227 yuan on gambling? Damn it! This guy was peeking at my screen. Look at the photo he posted. Everyone in the school knows it's me, Pang Dahai. Oh my goodness. My reputation is completely ruined by Chen Xiaolong. Now everyone at school knows I was scammed while gambling. I'm so innocent. My parents must have received it too, and the other parents at school probably did as well. Thinking about it, Pang Dahai's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly opened his phone and checked his class group chat. Then, the very thing he feared most had happened. The class chat group was already in chaos. Guys, did you see that? The fat guy was mentioned in the school-wide announcement. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The fat guy got scammed out of 227, and the homeroom teacher posted it in the parent group. I just checked, and my parents also received it on their phones. I asked who this Pang Mumu is. I can't stop laughing. I watched the live stream yesterday too. Poor fatso. He sang karaoke with us yesterday, and now he's in for it. His butt must be in for a world of pain. By the way, why isn't the fat guy coming out to say anything? Maybe he's still asleep? He is probably at home eating belt-fried pork slices right now. Pang Dahai. Seeing the messages in the class group chat, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. I'm innocent. Old Pang, seeing his son dare to look at his phone, rolled up his sleeves. You little brat. How dare you look at your phone at a time like this? I bet you've gone crazy from staring at your phone. Without hesitation, Old Pang unleashed his signature lightning 5-strike whip. He unleashed a barrage of blows on Pang Dahai. Suddenly, the living room was filled with Pang Dahai's piercing screams, which could be heard clearly throughout the entire building. A group of neighbors peered out their windows, curious to find out where the commotion was coming from. Whose house is that? Beating a child on New Year's Day? It sounds like Old Pang's place. Their teacher said the kid was gambling online. Wow, so young, beaten like that by Old Pang, he must have lost a lot of money. I heard it's 227,000. Wow. 227,000? That's probably enough to lose the house. Not million, it's thousand. Old Pang really has a heart of stone. Let us go check on him. Don't let him hurt little Pang too badly. Chapter 131, Summer, my moment of glory is finally here. Time flies. Everyone was still recovering from the happiness of the New Year's holiday. It turns out that annual leave is like a heartless jerk who abandons you. He has already disappeared. At Manhwa Company, a group of employees were lying lazily in their office chairs. They seemed to be reminiscing about this year's vacation. Meanwhile, the new team members from Qinghe Games were adapting to the company's new environment.
Unbeknownst to them, the small company that once had only 8 employees
Had grown to over 40 people in less than a year. Additionally, they had acquired a team of elite employees from Qinghe Games. Lu Ming has played the game Cosmic Agents. If you overlook the poor character design, the game's optimization is actually quite good.
This game is solid.
Whether it's character skills or physical stats, there's nothing overly exaggerated. Ma Wenjie and the members of his team are quite skilled.
With their addition, Lu Ming and his team will have significantly reduced work pressure moving forward. Furthermore, the subsequent tasks will become much easier to handle. At that moment, everyone gathered in the meeting room.
As the game director, Lu Ming is preparing to say a few words to the veterans and newcomers for the new year, followed by task assignments. Just as he was about to announce the new projects for the year,
suddenly,
the conference room door was opened from the outside.
Hearing the commotion, everyone instinctively turned their heads.
There stood Xia Tian, dressed in a business suit, who had unexpectedly come to the company. Including Feng Xiaoxiao, the company's senior staff were all stunned.
After all,
the boss was notorious for being indecisive, and on days like this, after a holiday, she would definitely find any excuse to take the day off.
Was the sun rising in the west today? Why else would Ms. Xia suddenly show up for a meeting? Some people had even never seen her in an office outfit before.
She really looks like a proper office worker.
Is Ms. Xia preparing for a fresh start in the new year?
Unconsciously, everyone started speculating in their minds.
As for why Xia came over, and why did she show up in such formal attire? Of course, it's to celebrate his own victory. From the time she hired Lu Ming until now, do you know how she's been living this past year? How tough it's been. She hasn't even managed to get a single penny from the system.
And today, she's returning with glory and the system's little money. She spent the entire year-long holiday trying every trick in the book to get Lu Ming out.
They even flew to Bali for a trip. Even at night, she dared not let Lu Ming touch the computer, fearing he might come up with another money-making scheme. After her relentless efforts, she finally managed to keep Lu Ming in check this time.
Apart from routine maintenance, there was no opportunity to prepare any activities for 10 gambles, 9 cheats.
She just couldn't believe it could still make money. Every time she thought about the game's dismal data, Xia Tian couldn't help but secretly rejoice.
Today, she was ready to present this achievement along with the 200 million in rebates the system had given her and officially declare her success. She could finally milk the system for all it's worth. For this, she got up early and put on a beautiful makeup. Although she was still an hour late, it didn't matter. Under the curious glances of the crowd, she slowly sat down on her throne. There she was, Summer elegantly crossing her legs, revealing the stunningly beautiful curves of her legs. Her eyes sparkled with a smile, and she was in a great mood.
She nodded slightly toward Lu Ming, signaling him to continue speaking.
Seeing his girlfriend's expression, Lu Ming was a bit puzzled but continued speaking.
Next up is the project proposal for our New Year's initiative. My idea is blah blah blah.
After finishing his speech, Xia Tian's smile remained unchanged.
Once Lu Ming had finished everything he needed to say, he finally looked at Xia Tian and couldn't help but ask, Miss Xia, do you have anything else to add? Yes. To Lu Ming's surprise, Xia Tian actually had more to say.
She gently rested her hands on her chin, her face adorned with a victorious smile. Looking at Lu Ming, she asked directly, Mr. Lu, regarding the performance of 10 gambles, 9 cheats released during the Spring Festival, it seems you haven't reported the results to everyone yet? After all, it's something we worked hard on, and I'd like to see the results of our efforts over the past few days.
This.
Hearing Xia Tian's words, a look of difficulty flashed across Lu Ming's face.
Miss Xia, do we have to discuss this now? Can I report it separately? It's fine.
I can accept the results, whether good or bad.
Are you kidding me? This is my big moment. How could I report it privately? I want everyone to know that I finally lost money. And a big loss at that.
Looking at Xia Tian's confident expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Alright, Feng Secretary, since Xiaozong wants to know, go ahead and release the data for 10 gambles, 9 cheats. However, Xiaozong, I must warn you in advance that the response might not be very high. You should be prepared.
Got it. I understand. For card games, low response is normal. I won't have any negative feelings. You all worked hard. Each of you will receive an extra 20,000 as a bonus later. Anyway, I'm going to make at least 100 million. These bonuses. It's just pocket change. After saying that, Xia Tian felt like he couldn't hold back the smile spreading across his face. Then, under Feng Xiaoxiao's guidance, the recent recharge amounts for 10 gambles, 9 cheats finally appeared on the big screen. It was a slowly rising bar chart. On the first day, as Summer had predicted, only a few people had recharged a few $100s. In the following days, while there were still people making payments, the number of daily payers ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands. At this rate, it would take ages to recoup the investment. However, Summer soon noticed something that puzzled him. Where's the rest of the bar chart? Why does it only show the first 5 days? No, Mr. Xia, they're not missing. Let me zoom out a bit. After saying that, Fang Xiaoxiao began to scroll the mouse wheel continuously. Everyone finally understood why the initial bar chart only showed the recharge amounts for the first 5 days. Because the recharge amounts after the 5th day had skyrocketed. That's right, it went off the charts. Starting from the 5th day, the number of recharging users suddenly surged to nearly 2 million. A massive influx of players flooded into the game, continuously making in-game purchases. Although most only topped up by 10 or 20 yuan, the sheer number of people made it unstoppable. It was precisely from that day onward. Every day after that, the number of people recharging grew more and more. More and more. The confident smile that had once graced Summer's face froze in place when she saw the suddenly skyrocketing column chart. Her expression froze. The joy that had filled her face suddenly turned to astonishment. That dejected expression seemed to be asking, "What? You said we'd lose money. How did we end up making a profit?" Chapter 132, Summer, the clown is me? Seeing the amount keep rising, a cold sweat trickled down Summer's forehead. This familiar feeling. This isn't good. It seems like I'm going to have to make some money again? Instantly, he looked back nervously. He noticed that the number of people making in-game purchases had surged significantly on the 6th and 7th days. Just in these 2 days alone, the amount of money spent exceeded 5 million. However, after the 7th day, the number of people making in-game purchases began to decrease significantly. From the initial surge, it quickly dropped to 1 million, then further to 500,000. In the following days, the decline became increasingly steady. Even so, the daily recharge amount remained relatively stable at around 200,000. The most important thing is that 10 gambles, 9 cheats has almost no maintenance costs, which is great. A stable game that generates tens of millions of dollars in revenue annually and can withstand market tests is considered a success. Summer looked at the income report chart with bated breath. After calculating everything, she finally began to feel at ease. If calculated this way, by the end, the total recharge amount from these players would only be around 9 million. And she had invested a whopping 20 million in this game. Hey! There's still money to be made from this wave. And at least 100 million. Just thinking about it, the tension in Summer's heart once again turned into a beautiful feeling. Lu Ming sighed and shook his head. It's clear that despite our best efforts, the revenue we can generate from this game is limited. While 10 gambles, 9 cheats will provide us with stable income, the data clearly shows that the revenue it generates is actually quite limited. It can be considered a mistake on our team's part. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. You jerk, are you just trying to brag? Other game companies, if they had a game that could bring in steady income, they'd be laughing in their sleep. And Lu Ming is actually complaining about the slow profit growth of 10 gambles, 9 scams? Is there any justice in this world? Immediately, Xia Tian waved his hand and spoke sternly. While we are a game company driven by profits, we must also consider humanistic concerns. Tasks like the one the Game Association assigned this time, I believe we should participate in more in the future. Otherwise, if we all step back, how will the gaming industry in Longwood develop? When there are difficulties, we must face them head-on. Even if there are no difficulties, we must create them and face them head-on. Upon hearing Xia Tian's resolute words, everyone immediately clapped their hands. Summer stood up with a satisfied smile and couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, I suppose we'll only be able to make around 10 million in the next 2 weeks, right, Secretary Fang? Actually, that's not the case. Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Fang Xiaoxiao smiled, adjusted her glasses, and shook her head. Mr. Xia, you've forgotten? We signed a performance-based agreement with the Tourism Association, and they've already transferred the 3 million yuan deposit into our account. Ah, that. Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's reminder, Xia Tian couldn't help but pause. He finally remembered that part of the funding for the game's development had come from the Game Association, and he had completely forgotten about it. And the terms of the performance-based agreement seemed to state that the game needed to have over 1 million online users, didn't they? But, is that even possible? Clearly impossible. So in the end, I only made over 80 million? It's not entirely unacceptable. Thinking about it, Xia Tian couldn't help but sigh softly. Is that so? The 3 million from the Tourism Association has already been transferred, right? Then there shouldn't be any more opportunities to make money, should there? To his surprise, Fang Xiaoxiao shook her head again and corrected him. You're wrong, Mr. Xia. It's not 3 million, it's 10 million that's already been fully transferred to our account. What? Upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his chair. He stared at Fang Xiaoxiao in disbelief, his wide eyes filled with confusion. What? Did the people from the Tourism Association make a mistake? How could they transfer all the money over? Did they make a mistake? Why are they giving us the money? Summer looked as though he had seen a ghost, his previously rosy cheeks suddenly covered in wrinkles.
She stared at Fang Xiaoxiao in disbelief, like a young girl abandoned by a heartless man. Her eyes were filled with the sorrow and despair of someone who had been deceived. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaoxiao, completely oblivious to her best friend's expression, smiled sweetly and said, "Of course, it's because our game has withstood the test of the market." As she spoke, Fang Xiaoxiao suddenly pulled out another data chart with a cheerful smile. It showed the online user count for 10 gambles, 9 cheats during the Spring Festival.
The average daily online user count exceeded 1.2 million, with an average online duration of over 2 hours and 23 minutes.
Most importantly, the number of middle-aged and elderly players accounted for 40% of the total. For a game, having so many middle-aged players is nothing short of a miracle.
And Manhwa actually pulled it off.
As she looked at the data chart, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but praise Xia Tian. "We were able to complete the task assigned by the Game Association ahead of schedule, and we owe it all to Summer's suggestions. If she hadn't instructed us to launch the game during the Spring Festival, a crucial holiday period, we wouldn't have gained so many users." The Spring Festival is a peak period for gambling, and our game, 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats, capitalized on this window to successfully attract a large number of loyal users.
At this point, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance at her best friend with a look of admiration.
She had always thought her best friend was just a show-off. But she had actually thought things through so thoroughly. It must have been a well-planned strategy for Summer to release 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats during the Spring Festival.
"You sly fox, you even fooled me." Everyone. The success of 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats would not have been possible without Summer's brilliant guidance. Let us all give Summer a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed through the conference room. Summer felt his face burning with embarrassment. This wasn't tea applause at all, it was clearly a slap in the face. If only I hadn't followed my uncle's example and released a game during the new year. Damn it, this is great. Summer, you fool. Who do you think your uncle and his friends are? Who do you think you are? Can you just make decisions on a whim? When it comes to investing, why do my uncles just lose money without a second thought? When it comes to us, we just keep making money, right? Goodness gracious. You're being so unfair. Losing a little money is no big deal, why is it so hard? Now I've completely lost my chance to lose money. After all that fuss, the fool turned out to be me? Just thinking about it made her heart ache. She bit her lip, trying hard not to cry. She saw Xia Tian with a tense expression on her face and couldn't help but ask Fang Xiaoxiao. "So, Miss Fang, how much did we make in total over the past 2 weeks?" "Close to 20 million, but the exact amount will have to wait until tomorrow's tally. Anyway, it's within that range, it won't be too far off." After hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Chapter 133, The Golden Finger Award Ceremony is about to begin. Ding! 2 weeks have passed, investment settlement in progress. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment project, 10 Gambles, 9 Cheats. Investment amount, 20 million. Return multiple, 10x. Game revenue, 19,999,950 yuan. Congratulations! You have received a system rebate of 500 yuan. Summer. 2 weeks flew by in the blink of an eye. Summer finally received a notification from the system. Good news, I finally lost money. Bad news, he only lost 50. At that moment, Summer's heart sank completely. He never imagined that he had only lost such a small amount. He only gave $500. Does he think he's better than everyone else? At the same time, Lu Ming suddenly chimed in. "Honey, want to go out to celebrate tonight? I found a great buffet place, only 499 yuan per person." Xia Tian. "Ah, are you a devil? You even want to take my last 500 yuan? Instantly, Xia Tian was in tears, sobbing as she refused Lu Ming's offer. "No, I'll go to the bank to withdraw some money." After saying that, she went straight to the bank and withdrew the 500 yuan she had received as a system reward with a solemn expression. She had made up her mind to frame the 500 yuan properly. After all, this was her first breakthrough, wasn't it? At the same time, it would serve as a constant reminder to herself. From now on, she would never make decisions on a whim again. She had to do her research first. And she had to stop Lu Ming. As long as he doesn't act on a whim, there's still a chance to make money. Thinking of this, Xia Tian couldn't help but clench her fists. Based on this experience, next time I must stop Lu Ming at all costs and prevent him from making any more money. Just as Xia Tian was deep in thought, suddenly, her phone received a notification from Lu Ming. "Honey, the Golden Finger Award ceremony is in 2 days. Are you coming? If not, I'll go alone." Seeing Lu Ming's message, Xia Tian's eyes lit up. Has the Golden Finger Award finally begun? That's perfect, she could go and learn some money-making tips from the veterans. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Once she figures out how other games make money, she can avoid making the same mistakes. If she does the opposite of others, she might even make a profit. With that goal in mind, Xia Tian quickly agreed to Lu Ming's invitation. At the same time, inside Manhwa company,
Lu Ming was discussing with his colleagues who should attend the upcoming Game Award ceremonies. The Golden Joystick Award and DGCA are relatively important awards.
Since they VE invited us, we should at least go and check it out. Even if we don't win, it's not a big deal.
Getting to know foreign business partners can be beneficial for future negotiations regarding the distribution rights for overseas games.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Ba and the others nodded in agreement. All three major game awards had invited Manhwa without exception. Additionally, they had presented Manhwa with a golden invitation. The meaning was clear. It meant their game would at least be nominated.
Given that this was the most prestigious honor in the industry, even Lu Ming, the golden tier game designer, couldn't afford to take it lightly. Especially the Golden Finger Award, which is personally awarded by Manhwa. He is determined to win it at all costs.
Once everyone had arranged their schedules for the next day.
The next morning, everyone boarded the earliest flight, preparing to head to their respective award ceremonies. The Golden Finger Award ceremony was held in the capital.
And due to the game being given special attention in this lifetime, it was also one of the most renowned international awards.
Countless industry peers from around the world had gathered for this grand event. The official organizers placed great importance on the Golden Finger Awards, directly scheduling the award ceremony at the Capital International Convention and Exhibition Center. As the largest comprehensive exhibition hall in Shuani District, it is capable of accommodating events with over 10,000 attendees.
It has also received LEED Platinum certification.
It is evident that the authorities place great importance on the Golden Finger Awards. Upon arriving at the convention center, Lu Ming and his team, they spotted Han Mimi, the director, waiting for them at the entrance from a distance.
That's right.
The Golden Finger Awards ceremony is organized by the Tourism Association. At that moment, Director Han was smiling broadly and waving at Lu Ming and the others.
I've already requested permission from the higher-ups and secured the best suite for you. You can stay there comfortably for the next few days.
The higher-ups are very satisfied with your production of 10 gambles, 9 frauds.
There's also an intention to collaborate with you more in the future.
This time, 10 gambles, 9 cheats has really brought honor to our gaming association, and it's all thanks to Mr. Xia and Mr. Lu. Clearly, as long as you have the ability, you can earn plenty of respect wherever you go. Since the awards ceremony is tomorrow, the rest of the time is free for everyone to do as they please.
Lu Ming and Xia Tian put down their luggage and couldn't resist their curiosity, heading to the lobby's reception area.
Upon entering the reception area, they saw a group of colleagues dressed in suits.
They were currently chatting and laughing in the hall.
Additionally, there were numerous computers set up around the area, displaying the game works participating in the competition. The works of the 4 major game companies were all on display here.
Before long, Xia Tian let out a gasp of surprise. Lu Ming, look! Our game is here too.
Following the direction of Xia Tian's finger, one could see that several computers nearby were displaying the game Manhwa. Lu Ming had submitted the 3 games he had created last year: Pixel Manager, Street Fighter, and Defend the Frontline. At that moment, the screen space allocated to the 3 games was quite generous.
And there are also many colleagues discussing the budding developments. Have you heard?
A company has emerged as a dark horse this year.
3 of their games have been nominated for the Golden Finger Awards. You mean the newcomer, right?
The producer has some real talent.
Talent is emerging everywhere. It's not just a matter of being a bit talented. Speaking of which, do you know that producer? I'd like to get in touch with him. Forget about it. A director that talented?
The boss would never let him slip away.
Both in terms of speed and quality, he's SSR tier. I've heard that the boss of Moya is that stunning beauty. She went all out with a beauty strategy to keep that director. Wow, tell me more. If you're talking about that, I'm wide awake. Summer. Hearing these rumors, Xia Tian was seething with anger. Spit. How dare they slander someone's reputation out of thin air?
Meanwhile, Lu Ming suppressed his laughter and pretended to walk past the crowd as if nothing had happened.
He had no intention of putting on a show. Didn't he notice his girlfriend blushing beside him?
He should at least give her some face. As Lu Ming curiously observed which games had been nominated. Suddenly, some commotion in the distance caught his and Xia Tian's attention.
I told you not to look. Are you annoying or what? Chapter 134, The Future of AR Technology. I told you not to look. Are you annoying or what?
A slightly irritated voice came from a corner in the distance. A high-ranking executive from the company was impatiently shooing away a young girl standing awkwardly beside him. Feeling the stares of those around her, the girl's face turned slightly red. After bowing slightly twice, she left the area dejectedly. At the same time, he began to look for other game company executives. Watching the other person's expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but flash a look of contemplation across his face. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned to an older man beside him.
Excuse me, does anyone here know what that person does? The older man? Who are you? Why are you asking me? I'm just a humble employee, Lu Ming, the director of Manhwa Company. Wow. Manhwa. Director Lu? It's a pleasure to meet you. After hearing Lu Ming introduce himself, the guy who was just looking confused a moment ago suddenly looked at Lu Ming with a warm expression.
As if sensing the confusion in Lu Ming's eyes, he immediately turned to the young man who had been covered in dust and dirt. Then he shrugged helplessly.
Mr. Lu, this must be your first time attending such a ceremony, right? After all, your company, Budding, has only been established for a year, and you're so young, cough cough.
In any case, the other party is clearly from a tech company, probably here to sell their company's technology and servers. There are plenty of such people every year, and their technology isn't particularly innovative. Even if there are some that look decent, well, we might not necessarily be able to use them. Given Manhwa's capabilities, your products should be using the highest-end technology, right? I doubt you'd be impressed. Speaking of which, Mr. Lu, I'd like to discuss your sandbox game concept with you. Our company is currently planning to design a sandbox game, and as the father of sandbox games, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Blah blah blah. Finally, I got to meet the legendary father of sandbox games.
The other party wouldn't miss such a great opportunity for exchange. Even if their company has no plans to develop a sandbox game, we must hold on to Lu Ming and learn from him. In no time at all, more and more people gathered around Lu Ming. This left Lu Ming, who had originally planned to take a look, suddenly in a passive position. Come on, he's not some kind of arrogant genius. He couldn't just ignore his peers and give them a smug, disdainful look, coldly saying, I'm not here to deal with you. I'm not targeting all of you, but everyone here are all lecherous.
That's a movie, not real life. The martial arts world isn't just about fighting, it's also about human relationships and social etiquette.
You never know when you might end up collaborating with them in the future. So, reluctantly, Lu Ming had to chat with these fellow industry peers about the creation process of the game, as well as his past insights and ideas about sandbox games.
Everyone listened with rapt attention. This led to
more and more business associates began to notice the young man speaking so eloquently.
What's going on over there?
I see several big shots listening to a young man give a speech.
Is he the heir apparent of some big company? But there's no need to flatter him so much, is there? It doesn't seem like it. It's that up-and-coming director Lu. Oh, it's the father of sandbox games? He seems to be sharing his game design philosophy. Wow, such a great opportunity, let us go listen too. Let us go together.
In no time, a crowd had gathered around Lu Ming. So much so that Xia Tian, who had been standing beside Lu Ming just moments ago,
had been unknowingly pushed aside. Xia Tian? Put. A bunch of tech geeks.
Seeing her little boyfriend become the center of everyone's attention, her eyes were filled with both helplessness and relief. Seeing that Lu Ming wouldn't be let go anytime soon, she quickly found an empty sofa and sat down. After ordering a latte and 2 pieces of mousse cake from the service counter, she started scrolling through her phone. Just as she was engrossed in her phone, suddenly, a slightly shy voice interrupted her.
Excuse me, ma'am, may I borrow your time for a moment?
Seeing someone standing in front of her, Xia Tian was clearly startled. There stood a young girl wearing a not very fashionable women's suit, clearly someone who had just graduated recently. Her eyes betrayed a hint of innocence and the clear, fish-like lips of someone who had recently emerged from the ivory tower. Instinctively, a hint of amusement flashed across Xia Tian's face. Meanwhile, the other person,
upon seeing Xia Tian smile,
her already shy face flushed even more.
He couldn't help but think to himself, this sister is so beautiful, she must be easy to talk to. This was the very person who had just been rejected by the CEO of the company. As Lu Ming had guessed, the other party was from a tech company here to promote their products and services. Wang Xiaoke, who had just graduated not long ago, had no idea at that moment that she was about to receive her first major order. At that moment, she was still immersed in the vibrant beauty of summer. It wasn't until summer nodded that she snapped back to reality. At the same time, she couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Thank you, sister. May I ask your name? Just call me Summer. Hello, Mr. Xia. You're here to attend the Golden Finger Awards ceremony, so you must be from a game company, right?
Our company is called Geek Technology Company, Limited.
Have you heard of us?
No, I haven't. Actually, our company has been around for many years and is also the AR product distributor for a certain fruit-themed smartphone company in Manhwa. I believe that AR games will definitely become the future of gaming. Imagine being able to play games through AR glasses, how cutting edge is that? Upon hearing the other person's words, Xia Tian's face showed a hint of interest. AR glasses? Aren't those already available from a few years ago? I seem to have heard about AR glasses a few years back, but I haven't seen any popular AR games on the market yet. Well, you must be referring to VR glasses. Our AR glasses have undergone further technological enhancements. While it's true there aren't any popular AR games on the market yet, that's precisely why if you manage to develop a successful game, you'll be the first to break into the market. Summer. Poof. She may not know much about games, but she understands the market. If AR games were that easy to go viral, would they still be in their infancy? The four major game companies, plus the big foreign game studios, have been working on AR games for years. Almost every year, we hear news about some game company planning to develop an AR game. But what's the response? Just look at how PC games still dominate the market. This game has no future. Moreover, AR technology is far from mature. The price of AR glasses is not something the average person can afford. This means that even if AR games are developed, they may not attract many players. Therefore, when the leaders of the gods heard that Wang Xiaoke was there to promote AR technology, they immediately dismissed him. In short, this technology is a huge pitfall. It's simply not worth investing in. Or rather, it's not worth investing in right now. Chapter 135, Sister, are you sure you don't want to sleep with me? After listening carefully to Wang Xiaoke's words, Xia Tian's smile grew increasingly composed. Seeing her expression, Wang Xiaoke couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He swallowed nervously. Seeing that the elaborate rhetoric he had just learned from his seniors hadn't moved Summer in the slightest, she immediately realized that Xia Tian wasn't some naive newbie. Instantly, Wang Xiaoke's heart sank. However, it was rare to find someone willing to listen to her report, and judging by her attire, she wasn't tea from some obscure, unknown brand. Unconsciously, she recalled the secret technique her uncle had told her before she left. That was, Mr. Xia, if you're willing to purchase our services, I can reduce the service fee by an additional 15% from the original price. Ha! Hearing the other person's words, Xia Tian, who had previously shown no interest in the technology, suddenly became filled with surprise and uncertainty. This made her blurt out, your technology, does it come with a service fee? Yes, to be precise, it's the server rental fee. Based on the current proportion of players with AR devices, the annual cost for 2 million players is approximately 5 million. If you're considering us, I can reduce it by 15%. We'll only charge you 4.25 million per year. Does that sound reasonable? Upon hearing the other party's words, Xia Tian clearly paused for a moment. Then he instinctively let out a gasp. The rental fee is so expensive? And it can only accommodate that many people? If the number reaches 4 million or even 40 million, wouldn't the annual rental fee break the 10 million mark or even reach hundreds of millions? Well, theoretically, that's correct. However, the number of users for AR devices isn't actually that high. However, those who can afford AR equipment are definitely wealthy individuals. If you can develop a game that interests them, your company is guaranteed to make a fortune. The rest of the conversation went in one ear and out the other. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. That was, with such high rental fees, if she were to buy the equipment herself, then if she let Lu Ming design a game, she'd definitely lose money. New technology, huh? She didn't believe Lu Ming could understand this technology. Transitioning from traditional PC games to AR games isn't as simple as it sounds. It's no less than the transition from black and white movies to color movies. It's no less than a leap across species. It's not something that can be easily accomplished. Even if she were naive, she wouldn't believe that Lu Ming could create such a nice game, combining the experience from existing AR games on the market. Summer is almost certain of it. Anyone who touches this is a fool, a complete loser. Thinking of this, Xia Tian's eyes lit up and he suddenly interrupted the other person's continued explanation. No need to say more. Wang Xiaoke. Suddenly interrupted by Xia Tian, Wang Xiaoke's heart sank instantly. Sure enough, the other person wasn't interested either. He had been so foolish to believe his uncle's lies and join his family's tech company. He even said it was the hottest tech trend right now, and as long as you could sell it, you'd make a fortune. But here she was? She was being looked down upon by others. It's so unfair. Seeing that Summer seemed uninterested in their products and services, Wang Xiaoke sighed and decided to try his luck elsewhere. But just as he was about to leave, behind him, suddenly, Summer's voice, as sweet as music, echoed from behind him. This technology. I've invested in it. What? Upon hearing Summer's words, Wang Xiaoke froze in place. He looked at her with a look of astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. No way. Such a ridiculous technology. But there are actually people who would buy their service technology? However, the next moment, Summer's calm and composed voice slowly echoed. But the price. I'm not entirely satisfied with it. This 15% is the highest discount I can negotiate. If that's not acceptable, I'll go talk to our boss. No. After hearing you say that, I think this is an incredibly great technology. This technology has immense potential. And I feel that AR games will definitely be profitable in the future and make a lot of money. And who knows, maybe the price of AR glasses will drop in the future, just like computers. So, the 5 million rental fee is non-negotiable. I want a 10-year contract. 10 million upfront each year, that's 100 million over 10 years? Sigh. After hearing Xia Tian's words, Wang Xiaoke's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, she was staring at Xia Tian in disbelief. She asked instinctively, Sister, you're really not lying to me? You want me to sign
10 million? Or a 10-year contract? Yes. Get the pen and the contract over here. I really believe in this technology. Are you sure you're not just trying to seduce me? Ha, are you going to diamond encrust it? That's so expensive. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. Wow. You're so generous, sister. You're amazing. Xia Zong is the best. I won't say another word. I'll have someone bring the contract over right away. Give me half an hour, no, just 15 minutes. Upon hearing Xia Tian's firm response, Wang Xiaoke was instantly overwhelmed by the huge surprise. In an instant, Wang Xiaoke hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed her uncle's number. Uncle! Hurry up and bring the contract over. I've landed a big client. It's a 10 million yuan deal, signed for a full 10 years. Yes. I'm not lying. Come over now, bring the contract. Get here in 15 minutes. Don't delay. Oh, and uncle, you said my commission is 5%, right? That's 5 million yuan? Am I a millionaire now? He quickly recounted the entire incident in a concise and clear manner. Across from him, Su Dajiang, the general manager and Wang Xiaoke's uncle, was also completely stunned. This technology they had almost given up on was actually offered a 10 million yuan contract by someone. And without even asking for a discount. Who could this angel be? He had to go and see for himself. Without hesitation, he drove his 18-year-old Mercedes-Benz to the Capital International Convention and Exhibition Center. Dragging his 200-plus pounds of flesh, he rushed through the venue like a whirlwind. Fearing the summer heat would cause him to flee. Once Summer had finished signing the contract, Su Dajiang and his young niece were overcome with joy and burst into tears. The next moment, the uncle and niece let out a startled cry and embraced each other tightly. It's done! We finally sold this technical service. Mr. Xia! Thank you for your support of our geek technology. To express our gratitude, we will rent out our servers to you for free, no matter how many players there are. Yes, free of charge. The commotion quickly drew the attention of representatives from other companies nearby. Seeing Su Dajiang and Wang Xiaoke acting like madmen, everyone immediately turned their curious, inquiring glances toward them. What's going on over there? Chapter 136, Summer, woohoo. Take off. What's going on over there? Why are they hugging each other in broad daylight? It seems like they're selling something. What kind of order must they be signing? Hey, isn't that the guy who was looking for Mr. Yin earlier? Mr. Yin, what kind of technology are they selling? What technology? AR technology, of course. It sounds unreliable. I wonder which company's boss would sign such a deal. That's just throwing money down the drain. Wait a minute, that woman looks like she's with Lu Director, right? As they talked, the voices of the crowd gradually grew quieter. Then, all eyes turned strangely toward Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming, who had been explaining how to develop a sandbox game to everyone, suddenly noticed that the surroundings had suddenly grown quiet. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and he couldn't help but look at the crowd. Did I say something wrong? Upon hearing his words, everyone shook their heads oddly, then looked at him with a hint of mockery. No, Mr. Lu, you should take a look at the female employee who came with you. She just seems to have secured a major order for your company, is it? AR technology? AR technology? Hearing the other person's words, Lu Ming unconsciously furrowed his brows. As for AR technology, he had no real understanding of it. Could Xia Tian really have secretly signed such a major order without telling him? Thinking this, Lu Ming immediately apologized to the crowd. Then he hurried towards Xia Tian. There, he saw Wang Xiaoke and Su Dajiang, who looked as though they had just passed the imperial examinations. And his girlfriend, whose smile was both eerie and sweet. Seeing her expression, Lu Ming thought to himself, this is bad. Mr. Xia, you didn't sign any special orders behind my back, did you? You're really my little boyfriend. You guessed it right away. Ding 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 ding. Lu Ming, look. I just signed an AR technology service order. He said this technology is definitely going to make money. With my eye for such things, as long as we develop the game properly, we won't have any trouble making money. So I signed a 10-year contract in one go. We can use the servers indefinitely. Lu Ming. Looking at Xia Tian's joyful expression, he suddenly felt a bit exhausted. But since she's his girlfriend, he could only spoil her. The other competitors around them had already stretched their ears, eavesdropping on their conversation. At that moment, everyone knew that Summer had just signed a sky-high contract during their conversation. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, wishing they could kneel before Xia Tian on the spot. Holy crap! 100 million? Our company might never earn that much in a lifetime. No wonder they're called Sprout, they sure know how to spend money. Is this even about being generous? Who knows what the future of this game looks like, huh? I'm exhausted. Didn't Tianzong just say that whoever invests in technology is a fool? But if it's Lu Director, maybe there's a chance after all? Don't even go there. How many people worldwide own AR glasses? How can you guarantee it'll make money? Ah. The group had already erupted into chaos.
The executives from the 4 major companies, after hearing Lu Ming and Xia Tian's conversation,
All wore expressions that were hard to read. Some hesitated, some were curious, some looked down on it, and some even sneered.
clearly, when it came to this special AR technology, the crowd wasn't particularly optimistic.
Even if Lu Ming himself were to develop the game, who could guarantee that it would become a hit? At this thought, the scene once again fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, watching Xia Tian so happy. It was as though
the 1 billion yuan contract he had signed wasn't a money-losing deal, but one that would guarantee her a profit of 10 billion. Unable to help himself, he sighed but nodded with a smile.
Alright.
Since you, Summer, are so confident in AR games, I'll give it a try too. But let me make it clear beforehand, I'm a complete novice in this field, so I can't guarantee we'll be able to create a game that's guaranteed to make money.
Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's smile grew even wider. She knew it.
Even someone as talented as Lu Ming couldn't possibly excel in a completely unfamiliar field. This time, she was definitely going to lose big. Losing 10 million a year means a steady income of 100 million a year. Plus the costs of developing an AR game.
By then, she might end up losing even more.
Just thinking about it made her smile uncontrollably, her whole body feeling as refreshed as eating ice cream on a summer day. This money-losing battle I'm definitely going to win.
The eagle-like woman soars once more. Woohoo, take off. The other competitors around them were now staring at Lu Ming with curiosity.
Their expressions were somewhat peculiar.
Congratulations, Director Lu.
You've discovered a gem that no one has yet polished.
That's right, Director Lu. If it really turns out to be profitable, don't forget to bring us along. Let's be honest, with Lu Ming's capabilities, he must be able to make money, right? That's an AR game, right? I bet only rich people can play it. That's gotta be a goldmine.
Of course.
Have you ever seen rich people play games and worry about money?
Facing the flattery and sarcasm in everyone's words, Lu Ming simply smiled and shook his head. He didn't know much about AR technology in this world. In his previous life, the big tech companies had been talking about developing AR games for years. Yet there had been no progress.
But in this life, due to the early rise of the computer industry, who knows if AR technology in this world might advance more rapidly? Everything is filled with unknown challenges.
Even if Summer really let him down, he wouldn't care. After all, Manhwa has several cash cows in her pocket. Even if he does lose money, it won't matter. At worst, he can just make a few more profitable games.
And who says there aren't any good AR games out there?
In the past, there were actually good AR game concepts. It was just that the limitations of technology prevented the designers from bringing their imaginative ideas to life. Never judge the ability of a top-tier game designer. Take, for example, the classic Mario game. Who would have thought that a game like Mario, which brought joy to so many people as childhoods, was only 64 kilobytes? Those designers, working in an era of technical limitations, using such simple technology, create a classic that remains beloved by so many. If they could do it back then, why can't we do it now? Thinking about it, Lu Ming, who had been feeling a bit helpless, now his heart was filled with an unprecedented passion and determination. If he were to rely solely on his own source code to achieve greatness, that would be too boring.
Indeed, something with a bit of a challenge is more fun. AR games, huh? Let's give it a try. Chapter 137, the awards ceremony begins. Time flies, and before I knew it, it was already the next evening.
At 7 o'clock in the evening, the awards ceremony for this year's Golden Finger Awards officially began. Lu Ming, finally, was no longer wearing his simple checkered shirt. At Xia Tian's strong insistence, he had donned a proper suit this time.
He sat among the industry heavyweights in the audience below the award ceremony stage. And he was seated in the second row, right up front. Countless cameras were trained on everyone present. They were constantly scanning the faces of every game designer who might win an award. Some looked excited, others nervous. But there were very few, like Lu Ming, who remained calm and composed. As the host took the stage, the game designers below couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. I heard that this year, Manhwa submitted 3 works? That efficiency, it's almost on par with the big studios. That's not all. Let's not even mention the others. Defend the frontline winning is already a done deal. Actually, in terms of gameplay, Pixel Manager is really good. I quite like it. Do you think Street Fighter will make it into the best action game category? That's hard to say. There are quite a few action games this year. Listening to the whispers of her peers around her, Xia Tian couldn't help but feel increasingly nervous. Since obtaining the system, she had never imagined that her company would one day be eligible for the Golden Finger Award. Originally, she asked Lu Ming to make her a money-losing game? Why, in just 1 year, had they made it to the Golden Finger Awards? Taking a deep breath, her body trembled slightly from tension. Her hands unconsciously clutched Lu Ming's slightly broad palm. Feeling the tension emanating from Xia Tian's body, Lu Ming just chuckled.
Then, in a calm and soothing tone, he said, "Don't worry. The awards being announced at the beginning are all less important ones. The most important awards will definitely come later. It shouldn't be our turn yet." That was true enough. However, when the award ceremony finally began, the buzzing discussions in the venue gradually fell silent. Regardless of whether the planning came from a major company, winning an award represented honor not just nationally but worldwide. The companies participating in the Golden Finger Awards this time weren't just from Manhwa. Several game companies from abroad whose titles went viral last year were also invited. Those invited by the organizers were essentially those with a chance of winning an award. With so few awards to begin with, if even a small portion is taken by foreigners, the pie everyone can share becomes even smaller. A group of people waited quietly for the host's announcement. First up were the secondary awards for the Golden Finger Awards. Best Family Game, Best Fighting Game, Player's Choice, and Most Anticipated Game. Among the 4 special awards, the up-and-coming Street Fighter successfully secured a nomination for Best Fighting Game. Also nominated were Fighting Duties by the Gods, Hot-Blooded Fighting by Thunder, Battle Beast Tide from Neon, and Ultimate Gladiator by Eagle Sauce. Among the gameplay of the 5 games, the latter 4 fighting games primarily adhere to traditional fighting RPG themes. While they feature visually stunning graphics and intense combat mechanics, they do not break away from the boundaries of traditional online games. Among all these games, Street Fighter, the King of the Streets, stands out as the clear winner. The award for Best Fighting Game is virtually a foregone conclusion. So, the winner of the Golden Finger Award for Best Fighting Game is Manhwa. Street Fighter. As soon as the host's voice rang out, all the game designers in the venue burst into applause in unison. The award for Street Fighter is well deserved. There was no suspense, this was everyone's recognition of the game. This game, which took half a year to develop before its release, is now causing a sensation in Manhwa. To name just one example, the one in Dongwon. In major martial arts schools and gyms, almost every gym has opened an additional arcade game store. The fusion of traditional martial arts and gaming has caused a massive stir, both in the gaming industry and in real life. Not only that, Street Fighter has brought traditional arcade games back to the streets. It all began almost single-handedly. It redefined what a fighting game is. Even many game designers present expressed some regret over Street Fighter. It's a shame that Street Fighter is such a great game, but its downfall lies in the fact that it was produced by Manhwa. Other Manhwa titles are simply too competitive. Otherwise, just with Street Fighter alone, I think it would have at least been in the running for the Best Action Game award this year. Indeed, that lead director is simply too talented. His intelligence is almost supernatural. And he's already won 1 award? If you count Defend the Frontline, that's at least 2. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Lu Ming just chuckled and didn't say much. Meanwhile, Xia Tian, who had been feeling a bit nervous after seeing that Street Fighter had actually won an award, the tension that had been building up inside him finally eased. Suddenly, he felt a bit bored. When he hadn't received it, he had been constantly on edge. But once you actually get it, it feels like just another award. What kind of trophy is it that even we can win? It can't be a good award. With such thoughts, Summer's mood finally settled down. But only for a moment. The 7 major awards, Best Esports Game, Best Esports Player, and Best Esports Team, had already been claimed. As for esports games, the industry is still in its infancy and may not yet have the scale to compete. Let it mature further and aim to participate next year. So while this award is important, however, in Lu Ming's view, it's not that important after all. However, the on-site atmosphere was indeed heated up. With these 3 awards as a foundation, the next 4 awards became particularly important. The host on stage glanced at the list of nominees and a mysterious smile gradually spread across his face. The next award to be presented is the Best Art Direction Award in the Golden Finger Awards. This award will be given to the game with the best visuals of the year. Every year, we see different and unique game works. I wonder if there are any games this year that will truly captivate everyone's attention? Without further ado, the nominees for the Best Art Direction Award are Chapter 138, 2 nominations in 1 category. The nominees for the Best Art Direction Award are Ultimate Gladiator, Dark Forest, Cuphead, Deathloop, and Defend the Frontline. As the host announced each nominated game one by one, the big screen on stage immediately flashes highlights from each game. On the Game Association side, to highlight the game's best moments, they even brought in a special band to perform a custom soundtrack. As a fighting game, Ultimate Gladiator features visuals steeped in the aesthetics of blood and violence. If it were to participate in European or American Game Awards, there would be absolutely no issues. It would undoubtedly win an award. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, audience acceptance is limited. Many industry insiders, while aware of its nomination, had already anticipated that it would never win. Dark Forest and Cuphead are 2 hand-drawn style games. They do not use today's popular game engines. Instead, they were created using hand-drawn sketches by designers. Both games are fairy tale style works, but they feature two distinct art styles. It is precisely because of this that the two games are almost evenly matched. They have achieved a nearly perfect balance between fairy tale hand-drawn art and gameplay. The companies behind these games are one from Canada and the other from Austria. Both games' art styles have received high praise from industry professionals. As for Deathloop, it features an extreme 1960s retro-futuristic design, with characters and scenes boasting vibrant colors. As a first-person shooter, the game's style is bold and daring. It brings a fresh twist to the shooting genre. As for the final title, Frontline Defense, there's no need to say more. Every player who has played this game will be amazed by the transition from 2D to 3D graphics within the first 5 minutes. Will be blown away by the game's transition from 2D to 3D graphics. That sense of awe. Even when watching it again, everyone still feels overwhelmed. It's hard to fathom how Lu Ming could have come up with such an exquisite game design. In the eyes of many, Defend the Frontline is undoubtedly the top-ranked game. In terms of gameplay, visuals, and commercial appeal, it stands out as the strongest among the 5 games. At this moment, many audience members at the scene have already begun speculating. The award for Best Art Direction should go to Defend the Frontline. No other shooting game can match its visual content. Its imaginative and unconventional ideas, especially in terms of concept, are far superior to other games. However, when the host announced the winner, everyone was taken aback. The winner of the Best Art Direction award is Deathloop. The news sent the venue into chaos. Many people's eyes flickered with surprise. Even the development team behind Deathloop seemed taken aback. Their game had actually won an award. However, many veterans from major studios remained unfazed upon hearing the news. Clearly, they did not find the outcome surprising. At that moment, sitting beside Lu Ming, Xiatian, upon hearing that the award wasn't for Defend the Frontline, his little face couldn't help but puff up in anger. Why? Our game's visuals are clearly more impressive. Why is it Deathloop? Upon hearing Xiatian's words, Lu Ming merely smiled and shook his head. Then he explained. The Best Art Direction award isn't just about a single scene in the game. It's about the overall visual presentation of the game. If we're talking about the level of visual detail, the games from the 4 major game companies are all more detailed than ours. Why don't you think about why they didn't get nominated? This. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiatian clearly paused for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Seeing her pensive expression, Lu Ming smiled and nodded before explaining the official's intentions. Clearly, the official judges aren't focused on realism. They're looking for the level of effort and attention to detail within the visuals. With increasingly sharp graphics, the judges might have already grown tired of that. Therefore, games that use hand-drawn art have a higher chance of being nominated. Our Defend the Frontline managed to secure a nomination, but its moment in the spotlight was just that one highlight. As for the other game visuals, well, they're just average. Being nominated is already a great honor from the competition judges. At the same time, at this point, Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy and a smile gradually spread across his face. Just like the executives from those big companies. As a seasoned game designer, he knew exactly what this meant. When a game receives positive reviews, both in terms of reputation and commercial value, and is praised by both players and industry peers, the competition organizing committee would dare not defy the entire gaming industry. Since the Best Art Direction award isn't for a newcomer, one of the 3 more prestigious awards must go to Defend the Frontline. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately fixed his gaze on the trophy for the Game of the Year award. It represents the most prestigious award in the Golden Finger Awards. A single trophy is almost as valuable as 2 trophies. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, the stage had already quietly moved on to the Best Game Director award ceremony. The moment this award was announced, the eyes of all the industry peers in the room were almost entirely focused on Manhwa. Why? Naturally, it was because of Lu Ming's nickname, the father of sandbox games. Creating an entirely original game mechanic, what does that even mean? In the industry, it's almost a godlike existence. So when the host announced the nomination for Defend the Frontline, some people in the audience had already started clapping in anticipation. The host, facing the applause, smiled even more broadly. It's clear that everyone has a lot of confidence in this game, but until the very last one is revealed, no one will ever guess who the winner is. At this point, the host slowly raised the nomination in her hand, smiling broadly. And the nominees for Best Game Direction are Deathloop, The Navigator, Cosmic Warfare, and Pixel Manager. Whoa! When the host announced the final nominee, all the industry peers present were almost startled. 2 nominations for the same game? Besides Defend the Frontline, Pixel Manager was also nominated? Everyone suddenly remembered that the gameplay of Pixel Manager had also pioneered a new era in gaming. It was simply because Defend the Frontline was too dazzling that it had completely overshadowed its existence. In any other time period, Pixel Manager would have been a standout phenomenon. Chapter 139, winning the annual Best Game Award.
And the winner of the Best Game Direction Award is Sprout, Pixel Manager. The words had barely left his mouth. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Because in the eyes of many, in terms of status, Pixel Manager couldn't compare to Defend the Frontline. However, both games were developed by the same company. There was nothing more to say. Besides applause, no one could think of anything else to give the budding game. Suddenly, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lu Ming's companion, Xia Tian. Upon seeing her own game win the Best Game Direction Award, her expression also became excited. She couldn't help but hug Lu Ming's arm and said, "We won an award. And it's the Best Game Direction Award. Wow! We won 2 out of the 3 awards we entered. We're so amazing." Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming tilted his head, as if he had thought of something. Meanwhile, the other industry peers around them. At that moment, they too seemed to have thought of something, their expressions shifting from the previous relaxed ease to a slightly more solemn expression. Because at that moment, they all thought of the same thing. That was, the highly anticipated Defend the Frontline had yet to win any awards. Instead, Pixel Manager and Street Fighter had won awards. This seemed highly unusual. Does this mean that in the final 2 Super Awards, Defend the Frontline is bound to snag one of them? Now, the expressions of the 4 major studios are gradually becoming a bit grim. What is the organizing committee doing? Are they turning the Golden Finger Award into a platform for the rising stars? While I understand the excellence of the newcomers, this is still unacceptable. Wow! If that's the case, all 3 of Mo's entries this year have made it to the shortlist? Wow! The newcomers are going to defy the heavens. To be fair, that director Lu really has the skills, there's no arguing with that. Gradually, the news that all 3 of Momo's games had won awards spread throughout the venue. The expressions on the faces of the 4 major companies gradually became less than pleasant. After all, as leading game developers in the country, if they were just there to make up the numbers, that would be utterly disgraceful. Their games may have required some in-game purchases, some grinding, and even both, but why couldn't they win an award? When it comes to commercial viability, who could possibly match our big studios? They have some pride, don't they? In previous years, even if they didn't win any awards, they at least got a nomination. But this year? Besides some minor awards, the only one they can compete for is the Best Esports Game Award. But for them, that's not enough. Not winning the Game of the Year award is an outright insult to their reputation. Several executives from major companies are already getting restless. Even if they're good at keeping their cool, no one dares to step forward and declare their game can beat Defend the Frontline. As time ticked away, the award ceremony for the Best Action Game began. Perhaps because the last 2 awards carry significant weight, it was also about dividing the pie of interests. The Game Association nominated a whopping 20 games at once. The up-and-coming Defend the Frontline was also prominently listed among them. Games from several well-known domestic studios and several well-known international studios were also prominently listed. It can be said that they have given everyone face. However, due to the inclusion of Defend the Frontline, these executives dare not take it lightly, fearing that the host might mention Nascent again. Fortunately, after beating around the bush for a while, the host did not mention Manhwa, but instead called out Thunder. After all, it's a game made by the people of Manhwa, and the 4 major studios also need to save face. In the major award categories, one of the big 4 must secure a win. This way, their last shred of dignity wouldn't be completely stripped away. As expected. Seeing this scene, although Thunder won the award, the other 3 companies didn't seem too worried. As for the trophy, it doesn't matter if it rotates among them every year, as long as it passes through their hands at least once. Their positions as the 4 major manufacturers would remain secure. Many industry peers who witnessed this scene couldn't help but sigh upon witnessing this scene. It's the same every year. Isn't the Game Association just making a fool of itself? Oh, come on. This tourism association is practically becoming the association for the 4 major manufacturers. How can we small companies possibly compete with them? You're telling me the major awards either go to the big 4 or the foreigners. We're getting less and less of the scraps. Well, not entirely. This year, Manhwa became the biggest dark horse, didn't it? One game won 3 awards. I don't even need to guess the Game of the Year this year, it's definitely Moya again. Better to give it to Moya than the big 4, but after this year, they might just become the top 5. Whoever gets Lu Ming gets the game market. How does that female boss of Mo have such good taste? Hearing the commotion below the stage, the representatives from the big 4 companies showed no signs of discomfort. After all, they hear such remarks countless times every year. But when they heard that they were being compared to a company like Manhwa, which had only been established for less than a year, and that they were being told to become one of the top 5 alongside them, the sound was still slightly jarring to their ears. But that's Manhwa. Who dares to criticize them? The 4 major companies dare to act so arrogantly in the gaming market of Dragon Country. Besides their capital, the key lies in the game's longevity.
With their stunning visuals, pay-to-win mechanics, and use of the world's top-tier game development software.
What do those small companies have to compete with them? The gaming industry in Dragon Country is like a stagnant pool. But now, a fresh spring has suddenly emerged in this stagnant pool. Despite completely unequal conditions, the budding game has managed to break through the ranks and even deal a crushing blow to the gods. From this perspective, the newcomers are truly remarkable. This is why everyone can't help but praise them. The representatives of the four greats all turned their complex gazes toward Lu Ming. Yet Lu Ming seemed unfazed, sitting calmly in his seat as if nothing had happened, his expression unchanged. When the nominations for the Game of the Year award were announced one by one, whether it was a collective illusion or not, they couldn't help but feel that this year's Golden Finger Award was the least anticipated and least suspenseful episode. Because the winners were truly deserving of their awards. There was no drama at all, not even when the hosts on stage were talking up a storm. Every game was praised to the skies. However, in everyone's hearts, the default winner for the Game of the Year award was already a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, the moment the host announced the name, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. The winner of the Game of the Year award is Manhwa. Defend the Frontline. Chapter 140, The Moon and Sixpence. Clap, clap, clap. When the host shouted the name Moyang again, the audience was already numb. A single company winning so many awards for its games was clearly unreasonable. Even if it was just to split the pie, this wasn't the way to do it. After all, don't these big companies have any shame? However, the Game Association seems determined to make everyone understand a certain principle this time. That is, good games shouldn't be overlooked. As the company behind these three high-quality games, they shouldn't be the sacrificial lambs of capital manipulation. While the Game Association may give the big companies a fig leaf to save face, but that doesn't mean the Game Association should act as their lapdog. After all, it is, after all, an official organization. Why should it kowtow to the whims of these big companies? Moreover, when it came to game production this year, those big companies were all meek and evasive, refusing to take responsibility. It was only thanks to the newcomers stepping in to save the day and earning the Game Association some much-needed face. Given the Moya's close ties to the association, it's no wonder the higher-ups naturally have a soft spot for them. Such a great company, if I don't give them an award, who will? Plus, the newcomers have proven themselves. With such a textbook example, we must let everyone know. Does being close to the association guarantee benefits? As the senior leader put it himself, the gaming market in Dragon Country is too calm, it needs a new force to shake things up, and the only ones who can seize this opportunity are the Dragon Country Gaming Association. He wants more people to know the benefits that companies close to the gaming industry can gain. Dragon Country should not remain stuck in the era of pay-to-win and exploitative games. It should instead strive toward more diversified development. It's not just about rewarding emerging talent, but also a warning to the four major manufacturers. Considering the favorable timing, location, and human resources, the Game Association has taken the bold step of reforming with a clean slate. And it is precisely because of this. The budding talent was able to stand out in this year's Golden Finger Awards and directly win 3 trophies. Even Lu Ming did not anticipate this. The organizers of the Golden Finger Awards would be so bold. They insisted on awarding Lu Ming 3 trophies. Thus, when the host called everyone up to receive their awards, other game companies sent a representative to accept the award. But when it came to Manhwa, under the envious and jealous stares of everyone, Lu Ming, however, calmly stood up and dragged Xia Tian onto the stage. Xia Tian? The organizers said that each company could only send 1 representative, right? We have 3 trophies. I only have 2 hands. How am I supposed to hold them? Should I use my third leg to prop them up? Put. Nonsense. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's face turned red. After giving Lu Ming a disapproving glance, she gracefully stood up and followed Lu Ming onto the award stage. The host did not interfere with Lu Ming and the others' actions. He simply smiled and handed the Best Fighting Game and Best Game Direction trophies to Xia Tian. Then, she brought out a trophy that was noticeably larger than the others, the highest honor. The Game of the Year award, the ultimate prize, was presented to Lu Ming. Amidst the thunderous applause of the crowd, Lu Ming slowly accepted the trophy symbolizing honor and wealth. When everyone saw Lu Ming's young figure, they couldn't help but express their admiration. Is this the Lu director who started out as a newcomer? He's so young? I heard he just graduated from university. Can you believe it? Generations of talented individuals emerge, each leading the way for centuries. I really feel old. They say fame should come early, but he's way too early. He's not giving us a chance to survive. The crowd below, some feeling bitter, others envious. Everyone couldn't help but glance at the massive trophy in Lu Ming's hands. Who could possibly win the trophy symbolizing the highest honor in the gaming industry at the age of 22? Even Miyazaki Hidetaka, hailed as a genius, didn't receive this honor until he was 35. It's as if the heavens had fed Lu Ming with a silver spoon. This left everyone utterly envious. The host smiled warmly at Lu Ming, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Who wouldn't love a hero? And this hero is so young and so dashing. Charming and carefree yet steady and composed, these contrasting traits coexist in the same young man. This added an air of mystery to Lu Ming. Under the host's slightly starstruck gaze, she smiled sweetly at Lu Ming and asked, "Mr. Lu, do you have anything you'd like to say to everyone?" Upon hearing the host's question, Lu Ming paused for a moment before responding. "To be honest, I never expected that after just 1 year in the industry, I would receive such an honor. The fairness of the competition committee has allowed me to win this prestigious award in the gaming industry. Well, I'll just keep it short." He took the microphone handed to him by the host. Lu Ming paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "I didn't win this award because I'm particularly skilled at games, but because I've been persistent. I've always aimed to create games that people remember by name, not by how much they spend. I hope players can enjoy the fun within my games even without spending money. That's all I ask. Some say we're like Don Quixote, but the applause from all my peers tonight proves, when the industry collectively looks up at the moon, the sixpences scattered on the ground will naturally become the foundation. Thank you all for believing that games should be the crown of the ninth art, not a sandbox for statisticians. Going forward, Manhwa will continue to prove that commercial success and creative integrity can indeed resonate in harmony. Thank you." Hearing Lu Ming's resolute words, the venue fell silent. Some looked down on him, some admired him, and some held him up as a model. The eyes of the big game companies grew cold and sharp. Meanwhile, the game designers and developers from smaller studios felt as though they had found their backbone. Those eyes, once blinded by greed, now began to sparkle with newfound hope. Those who had once despaired of the future of Dragon Country's games, now, they once again feel a new era of gaming beckoning. After a long silence, everyone finally snapped out of their trance when Lu Ming walked away with Xia Tian. Everyone finally snapped out of their trance. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. This Lu director is no ordinary man, he's truly talented. Damn it! He really pulled it off. Do you want to create a game that people will remember? I really want to give it a try. Exactly. As long as we put our hearts into making games, we'll definitely gain a loyal fan base. The budding example is the best proof. Oomph. It's just a trophy for 1 year. What is there to be so arrogant about? Young people are so full of themselves. I'm not like that. Can he really change the entire industry by himself? Chapter 141, The Joint Petition of Esports Players. The Golden Finger Awards have concluded. This year's Golden Finger Award results were both unexpected and yet somehow predictable. Manhwa, an underdog in the gaming industry, rightfully claimed the championship. And it achieved a three-peat Grand Slam. All participating works won awards. Such an honor is unparalleled in history, if not without precedent. All domestic media outlets reported on the event the next day. After all, in this era, as a global esports phenomenon, countless eyes are focused on what is happening here. The Golden Finger Award, as a world-class award, is even more prestigious than China's Golden Horse and Golden Rooster Awards. To put it simply, Xia family's Qinghai Entertainment is already among the top in the Magic City, right? However, when it comes to the fame of their stars and artists, they can't hold a candle to those esports players from the gaming industry. Those esports players who have both talent and popularity. Just their annual endorsement fees alone are far higher than those of top-tier celebrities. In this era of esports entertainment, Manhwa, after winning the Golden Finger Award, saw its popularity skyrocket overnight. However, Manhwa is still relatively small in scale. Otherwise, calling it the fifth major after the Big Four would be perfectly justified. At the same time as Manhwa won the Golden Finger Award, Wang Ba, Xiangdong, and Ho Fangji also brought good news. The three participants in the Golden Joystick Awards in DGCA also reaped significant rewards. First, at the Golden Joystick Awards, Defend the Frontline received 4 nominations for game categories. It also won the Best Game on Platform Award, the second most important award, and the Innovation Breakthrough Award in the Industry Contribution category. Pixel Manager was honored with the Sustained Operation Award. The only downside is that Street Boxing Champion has a relatively small audience in Europe and the Americas. Their passion for Kung Fu is lacking without iconic figures like Jet Li and Donnie Yen. As a result, the game has not garnered much attention in those regions. Nevertheless, winning 3 trophies is already a highly acclaimed achievement. Of course, the Golden Finger Award holds more prestige. Because the Golden Joystick Awards have way too many trophies. A award ceremony dares to split it into 2 parts, do you dare to believe it? Then there's the DGCA. It's a bit of a shame. Due to its later release date, Defend the Frontline did not win this year's Game of the Year award. However, it did win the Best Design Award and the Best Innovation Award. Among the 3 world-class authoritative awards. All the games in the Emerging Games category won awards. Even within the industry, this is a highly sensational event. Now, major platforms are all rushing to report on this event.
Many domestic fans of the game are celebrating this miraculous achievement non-stop.
I knew Moya would become legendary. It only took less than a year. The four major manufacturers are called the Big Four, but look at them now. Not a single one can hold their own. The Golden Finger Award has become the last shred of dignity for these companies. It's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. I really love to defend the frontline, and I never expected it was designed by Mo. While Momo is indeed impressive, the most crucial factor for becoming a legend is something they haven't achieved yet: competitive gameplay. A game that strays from its competitive nature is doomed to fade from players' hearts in the long run. I'm telling you. Are you employees of the four major manufacturers? Can you stop barking like dogs?
Seeing the countless congratulatory comments online, the company's operations manager was already overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the operations manager handed over some of the feedback she had compiled to Lu Ming. Among the many comments, Lu Ming noticed something quite interesting.
That is, among Lu Ming's many games, there were several joint statements from well-known domestic esports players.
Upon learning that Manhwa had won numerous awards, these esports players all wanted to collaborate with Manhwa to create an economically viable project.
Why have the four major manufacturers been able to sail smoothly in the gaming industry in China? Because they each have at least one cash cow. What is a cash cow? Esports games are the cash cows.
Games with high competitiveness, a large number of esports players, and esports leagues naturally attract attention.
Similar to the offline leagues organized by Street Fighter. After a single match, the organizers have no idea how much they've earned.
Meanwhile, game companies don't even need to do anything, they just collect franchise fees.
Isn't that just making money while sitting back?
That's why the four major manufacturers spend massive amounts of money every year on organizing competitions and promotions.
Almost half of their company's expenses. But why do they keep spending so much? It's because they can make even more money. But in the Chinese gaming market, how can esports players compete?
Apart from FPS games, which have decent competitive elements, the so-called competitive aspects of other games are nothing but a pile of garbage. Any game where spending money can make you stronger isn't a competitive game.
Many games have even been embroiled in scandals.
For example, game GMs scamming players out of money, or certain players getting access to next version game items in advance. Various disgusting tactics have left these esports players feeling sick to their stomachs.
In large-scale MMORPG games, cultivating an esports player.
Not only does the player need to be skilled, but the guild must also be supportive, constantly providing them with paid gear.
Every game update is a nightmare for guilds.
New pay-to-win schemes, new gear, new levels.
Those game developers really have no shame. Their greed is utterly repulsive. And now, Lu Ming's emergence has given everyone hope. This is also why countless esports players and guilds have jointly petitioned Manhwa to create an esports game. Can you imagine how sincere and humble their words were? We hope to create a game with minimal in-app purchases. If the game could be more pure and less pay to win, that would be great. When it comes to updates, please don't make the changes to equipment too drastic, and try not to require too much spending. We can accept in-game purchases up to $1 million. Lu Ming.
Seeing these comments from esports players, Lu Ming couldn't help but shed crocodile tears.
Look at what they've driven these kids to. Do they actually think $1 million is just micro-spending? The four major companies aren't nurturing esports players, they're raising dogs. Poor kids, they've been brainwashed by the big companies.
As a volunteer dedicated to bringing the ninth art to this world as a golden planner.
Can this really be tolerated? I'm not greedy, just 50,000 per person would be enough. Chapter 142, The Summer Family in Turmoil. As the good news of Manhwa's consecutive awards spread.
At the Xia family's side, old Master Xia watched his granddaughter and Lu Ming take the stage together to receive their award. His smile never faded from his face. It had been years since he had laughed so happily. This was more exhilarating than when he first arrived in Shanghai to establish himself and built a prominent reputation in the entertainment industry. Therefore, there was no hesitation. At the same time that Manhwa won 3 world-class awards, he almost immediately summoned all the descendants of the Xia family back. That day, the entire Xia family gathered at the Xia family estate. But this time, they did not go to the usual restaurant, but instead headed to the conference room. A group of people sat in the conference room, as tense as if they were attending a work meeting. Not only did the second generation of the Xia family feel something was off, even the third generation felt a suffocating sense of impending doom. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Xia Miao, the second son, glanced at the time and couldn't help but look at the old man and say, "Dad, everyone's here. Let's start the meeting." Upon hearing Xia Miao's words, Xia Chunseng merely gave him a cold glance and snorted. "Since not everyone is here, we'll just wait. When did you become so impatient? You need to change that habit, do you understand?" Yes." Hearing the old man's words, Xia Miao immediately sat back down in his seat with a sulky expression. However, everyone present could sense how terrible his mood was at that moment. Because, during today's family meeting, Among the second and third generations, only one person was still absent.
And that was Xia Tian. Why did the old man specifically wait for Xia Tian? It must be because the upcoming meeting is closely related to Xia Tian.
A few third-generation members gathered together and couldn't help but whisper among themselves.
The old man must be planning something big this time. What do you think it could be? What else could it be? He is probably going to praise old Six. After all, he just won 3 world-class awards. How prestigious. It's not just that. If it's just praise, he could have said it during dinner. But the old man came all the way to the meeting room. Whoa, Snow sister, what do you mean? Shut up, don't try to guess Grandpa's thoughts.
Looking at Xia Yan beside her, Xia Shui shook her head gently, stopping him from speculating. But in her heart, she couldn't help but speculate about the old man's intentions. After all, the old man's intentions were far too obvious. It was almost impossible not to guess. As time passed slowly, the conference room door finally opened slowly. There he was, holding a box of cream puffs, hurrying inside. Without saying a word, he sat down right next to the old man. Sorry, Grandpa. I was waiting for the cream puffs from this new trendy shop. Did I miss anything important? These are the red bean-filled ones I specially bought for you. Try them. Everyone. So you came here for a box of cream puffs. Making us, who are in tens of thousands or even millions in a minute, wait here for half an hour. That's too much, Xia Tian. But then they looked at old Master Xia. After hearing his beloved granddaughter's words, he didn't get angry, he actually smiled. He smiled and took the cream puff Summer handed him, took a bite, and immediately wore a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. You're truly my granddaughter. You never forget about your grandfather, no matter what. Everyone. Old Master, is it possible? She's just simply craving it, right? Ignoring the complex glances from everyone, the old man chuckled and clapped his hands. Since everyone is here, I'll just make a simple announcement. As he spoke, the old man's gaze suddenly softened as he looked towards Xia Tian. Ignoring the expressions of Xia Yushu and the other second-generation members standing nearby, he formally announced his decision. I've made my decision, Xia Tian will be included in the list of candidates for the next family head. From now on, the next head of the Xia family could be from the second generation or the third generation. At the same time, eldest brother, allocate a portion of your electronics business to Xia Tian. Second brother, allocate a portion of your entertainment business to Xia Tian. Third brother, allocate a portion of your real estate business to Xia Tian. As for the fourth brother, you're out of the picture, the real estate business isn't worth pursuing. Everyone. Upon hearing the old patriarch's announcement, everyone, who had already prepared themselves mentally, was still startled by the old man's words. Everyone stared at the old man in disbelief, their expressions seeming to ask, "Are you serious?" Just then, Xia Miao couldn't hold back any longer and stood up angrily. Dad! How can you be so biased? Aren't we your sons? The matter of choosing an heir is so important, why not select from the second generation, yet you insist on choosing from the third generation? Hearing Xia Miao's outburst, Xia Chunsung seemed to have anticipated this reaction all along. He spoke calmly. Is there a problem? If you think I'm being unfair, why don't you go win a Golden Finger award yourselves? I don't want the Game of the Year award. As long as you can bring me a small award, I won't say anything else. Look at the games you've made, Cosmic Agents. I won't even mention how dismal the online player count is for that thing. But she's so young. She is so young and already won a world-class award. Don't you think that's impressive? Can we stop talking about awards? Her company brings in hundreds of millions in revenue every year, all built from scratch by Xiao Tian herself. What about you guys? Oh, almost forgot, the four of you teamed up and lost $1 billion. At this point, the old man arrived, and his expression suddenly turned grim. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Xia Miao, not even waiting for him to speak. He shouted directly. Shut up! Instantly, Xia Miao, who had been so full of himself moments ago, wilted like a wilted eggplant. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in an instant. All the third-generation members, at that moment, stared at Xia Tian with expressions of disbelief mixed with a hint of envy. To secure a spot on the list of heirs on his own. In their eyes, it was nothing short of a heroic feat. Something they dared not even dream of. They might have considered competing for the position of third-generation family head, but the competition had already begun among the second generation. It was simply unbeatable. What kind of extraordinary talent could possibly earn such favor from his grandfather? She was once the most ordinary member of the family. All these years, was it all just a facade? This is truly terrifying. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, suddenly, Xia Yushu, who had remained silent the entire time, nodded slightly, breaking the tense atmosphere. She looked at the old man across from her with a deep gaze, then glanced at Xia Tian. She finally spoke slowly. Speaking of which, I also feel a bit tired. So, I'll entrust the old-fashioned electronics factory of the Xia family to you, Xia Tian. You must take good care of this family business and protect it for the family. Do you understand? Old-fashioned electronics factory?
That, the electronics factory that's about to go out of business? Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback.
Then, the second-generation members of the Xia family, who had been looking listless, suddenly shot their eyes wide open with a gleam of determination.
Right. How could we forget such an important matter? There's still a chance.
They still had a chance to turn things around.
Chapter 143, Summer, my uncle and his family are so kind to me.
As everyone knows, a large company can't possibly excel in every aspect.
Making money in everything you do is just a myth. Profits and losses are the norm in business. Qingha has done well in the 3C sector, with various smartphones and home appliances gaining some recognition domestically.
However, even in the profitable electronics industry, there are unprofitable businesses. Take, for example, the old-fashioned electronics factory mentioned earlier by Xia Yushu. When they were making arcade machines, they used old components from the factory. Had it not been for the relatively low component requirements of Street Fighter, Xia's old-fashioned electronics factory might not have been able to produce them at all. At its peak, Xia's electronics company employed over 2,000 workers. However, with the passage of time and the rapid advancement of technology, the business of old-fashioned electronics factories gradually failed to meet people's needs. Skilled workers were taken to smartphone factories and appliance factories. Those without skills or connections were left to linger in the old factory, waiting for the end. Today, the old Qingha electronics factory has fewer than 200 employees. Had it not been for the recent orders that breathed new life into the old factory, it might have closed down and restructured last year. Now, Xia Yushu has simply passed this hot potato to Xia Tian. This won't result in any loss of his authority. On the contrary, it will only solidify his position. With Xia Yushu's reminder, Xia Miao and Xia He, standing nearby, immediately caught on. Xia Miao gave a sly smile and immediately thought of the mess he was in. She hurriedly followed her older brother and said, "That's right. Then we'll entrust the Qingha animation division of Qingha Entertainment to our young niece. With you in charge, you'll certainly grow it into a powerful force and bring it back to its former glory." Xia He, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement. "That's right. We have a toy factory here that used to export products overseas. Back then, the business was booming. At its peak, the annual net profit reached $1.2 billion. Such a great business, I'm handing it all over to you, my little niece." Hearing his older brother, second brother, and older sister speak, Xia Tian's father, Xia Dao, immediately objected. He abruptly stood up from his seat and glared angrily at the three of them. Although he didn't get involved in the family business, that didn't mean he was an ignorant fool. "Brothers, how could you do this? Do you really think I don't know that you're giving me nothing but a mess? The old electronics factory isn't even worth mentioning, and Qingha Animation hasn't been watched in years. And your toy factory, third sister? You're talking about things from 7 or 8 years ago. The toy business isn't profitable anymore." Upon hearing Xia Tao's words, Xia Yushu and the others' eyes darted around nervously. But soon, their expressions grew sharp once more. The struggle for the position of heir has always been like this. This young niece was trying to take food from their plates. If they didn't act soon, their positions would truly be in jeopardy. The second generation of the Xia family, when faced with a common third-generation enemy, they had rarely united. Even if they were scolded by their own younger brothers for being disgraceful, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and endure it. Even the old patriarch of the Xia family couldn't bear to watch any longer. Did he give the businesses to Xia Yushu and the others just to hand them over to these worthless heirs? He snorted coldly. "Are you giving Xiaotian this mess that loses hundreds of millions or even billions every year just to drag her down? Yushu, find some better ones." "Wait. Grandfather." Before Xia Chunsun could finish his sentence, Xia Tian suddenly interrupted his grandfather's conversation. Looking at her uncles and aunts, she couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Goodness gracious! Losing at least several hundred million yuan every year? If Lu Ming were to take over as the agent, then she could earn tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, in a year. This mess, if handed over to someone else, would undoubtedly be a disaster. But if it were handed over to oneself, that would be a treasure trove, no doubt about it. Taking over a mess worth hundreds of millions, she has never fought such a wealthy battle before. Uncle and the others really are too kind to me. This money-losing venture, can you give me more of these in the future, please? After figuring out just how messed up these businesses really are, a meaningful smile appeared on Xia Tian's face. She smiled sweetly at her grandfather and said with a smile, "No need to change, Grandpa. I actually enjoy this challenging work. If my uncles have any more, feel free to give me more. I'm serious." Seeing her niece's meaningful smile, everyone's faces turned pale. That smile, she's definitely provoking us. Taking such a bizarre, money-losing business and still smiling like that? That SA business that loses hundreds of millions every year. Even if her games make money, it'll all go down the drain, she'll never be able to keep up. Could it be that old Six has already figured out how to make money? Impossible. Different industries are like different mountains.
If it were that simple, everyone would be a business genius. Seeing Xia Tian's confident expression, the 3 generations of the Xia family couldn't help but secretly mock him.
Meanwhile, Xia Chunsang, upon seeing his granddaughter's determined expression, he was also filled with astonishment. These 3 messes, even if he took them on, he wasn't sure he could turn them around. With Xia Tian's current connections and resources, could she really pull this off? But, seeing his granddaughter's confident expression, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. On one side were his sons, on the other his grandchildren. Both are flesh and blood. Since both sides were satisfied with the outcome, he was naturally happy to avoid being the bad guy. Nodding, he said directly. Alright, since none of you have any objections, let us proceed as planned. Xiao Tian, you should take the time to familiarize yourself with these businesses. If everything goes smoothly, I will arrange for someone to draft the transfer agreement for you. But there's one thing you must remember: once you take over these businesses, you'll be responsible for the people under you. The food, clothing, and shelter of hundreds, even thousands of people will all be your responsibility from now on. The burden on your shoulders will be heavy, and you won't be able to work as carelessly as you do now. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Hearing the old man's words, Xia Tian wasn't the least bit worried. As long as these businesses continue to lose money steadily, she will only make more and more in the future. Thinking about the tens or even hundreds of billions of orders she would have in the future. This time, Xia Tian would probably laugh herself awake in her dreams. As a result, over the next few months, she was solely responsible for managing several marginal businesses under the Xia family. She had no opportunity to handle matters related to the budding company. Little did she know that while she was busy, Lu Ming was also kicking off a meeting for the new game's production. What they were about to discuss was none other than the development of the new game. This time, Lu Ming, following the joint request of the esports players, was preparing to develop an esports-style game directly. As for the theme, he had already decided on it during his previous speech. That was Battle Royale Game. Chapter 144, Lu Ming, even hooking up with rich women, is this competitive? Battle Royale game, commonly known as a survival game. The most famous example is definitely PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds PUBG. When PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds first came out, it directly competed with the then popular League of Legends in internet cafes. Within its first year, the game already had international competitions. Additionally, the game's anti-cheating mechanisms were extremely strict. This allowed the game to temporarily overshadow many top-tier FPS games. Nearly half of all FPS players switched to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Even those who found the game too expensive were willing to pay to rent accounts to play it. Subsequently, games like Fortnite, Eternal Return, and Escape from Tarkov emerged, blending various styles. Lu Ming's idea was to create a similar battle royale game based on these existing titles. In the meeting room, he was sharing his ideas with a group of team members. When he mentioned the concept of battle royale, everyone's faces lit up with expressions of awe. This idea is simply too cool. The concept of multiplayer competition in a closed map is way more interesting than traditional gunfights. The gameplay of competing for survival on a large map is something I've never heard of before. Strategy, survival, and shooting, hey. Every type of game has these elements, yet no one thought of combining them before? It still looks like a shooter game, but the random design significantly increases tactical difficulty, testing not only players' shooting skills but also their tactical adaptability. I can guarantee it. If this game ever gets released, it will bring about a major revolution in FPS gaming history. Seeing everyone discussing excitedly, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. Since no one objects, then we. Your wife is calling. Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, his phone suddenly rang. The ringtone set by Xia Tian for his phone rang. Everyone immediately turned their mocking glances toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, however, didn't seem embarrassed at all. He simply smiled and pulled out his phone. Sorry, I need to take this call. On his end, as soon as he answered the call, he heard Summer's slightly excited voice on the other end. Lu Ming. Guess what business I just took over at home? Lu Ming. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. To be honest, with Summer's taste, even a dog would shake its head. Nowadays, what kind of industry could possibly make her this excited? Don't tell me you started a pager factory. That'd be a disaster even for a god. Ha ha ha. No way. It's a great business. All of them are great businesses. My uncle gave them to me: an electronics factory, a children's TV show, and a toy company. Especially that toy company. At its peak, it made $1.4 billion a year. In US dollars. Whoosh. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but whistle. Could it be that he could retire early? Live a carefree life by marrying a rich woman? Wow. No wonder it's a female tycoon novel. Why should I even bother trying anymore? Immediately, he couldn't help but rub his hands together excitedly. Where is it? I want to go see too. This is such a generous gift. Your uncle and the others are really generous, aren't they?
Do rich people give gifts so simply and without fanfare? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's smile grew even wider. She couldn't wait to see Lu Ming's desperate expression when the time came. I've sent you the location. Stop working and come here quickly. I've decided to hire you as the director of these 3 companies. From now on, you'll be working 4 jobs. Lu Ming. Wait a minute? These days, even hooking up with a rich woman requires this much effort? What he thought keeping someone meant, just throw a stack of cash in their face. What Xia Tian thought was being kept, give you 3 extra jobs so you can earn 3 times the salary. Are you out of your mind? Can't you just let me not work? Hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming felt like he was going to vomit. After rolling his eyes wildly, he couldn't help but ask. How should I calculate my salary then? How about I give you a commission? I'll transfer 10% of the shares to you, but the equity will still be mine. Dearest wife, I'll be your dog. Instantly. Lu Ming, who had just been complaining bitterly, suddenly felt no more back pain or leg cramps. That SA company that makes $1.4 billion a year. 10% of the shares that $140 million in his pocket. Instantly. Lu Ming rushed into the office and kicked open the door with a forceful kick. In the stunned gazes of everyone present, he waved his hand dismissively. Go make your horse games. I'm going to make toys from now on. Brothers, follow me. Xia Zong has found us a super profitable job. Let me take you to see the new factory my girlfriend is taking over. Everyone? Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone was completely baffled. They saw Lu Ming leading everyone excitedly to the location Summer had sent them. Looking at the 5 big characters Qinghe Toy Factory in front of them. The crowd, who had been so excited earlier, began to look increasingly puzzled. Old Lu, are you sure this toy factory is profitable? The sign is all rusty. This sign looks older than my dad. Can this factory really make that much money? What do you know? Have you ever studied idioms? There's a saying. Outside crisp, inside tender. But it's broad daylight, why can't we hear any machine noise? This factory is way too quiet. A group of people stood silently, staring at this eerie suburban toy factory. After confirming multiple times that this was the location sent by Summer, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. After Lu Ming confirmed the details over the phone, Summer finally arrived at the gate in a hurry to greet them. Accompanying him was the former factory director, Su Dongfeng. The group stood there, looking at Xia Tian and the old factory director in confusion, unable to help but ask. Mr. Xia, is this the toy factory you mentioned that can earn $1.4 billion a year? Ha ha ha. What? Can't you see our factory? We've been making that much profit for 8 years. Wait, let Su, the factory director, explain. You said 8 years ago? What about now? Now, around 200 million a year, I suppose. 200 million isn't bad. Cough, cough. It's a loss of 200 million. Factory expenses, machine costs, electricity bills, all that's money. We signed a contract with the government back then and can't shut down, so. Lu Ming. Everyone. Upon hearing Su, the factory director's words, everyone was stunned into silence. Wang Ba, standing nearby, couldn't help but grab Lu Ming, who was about to collapse, and shouted. What the hell? Old Lu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your brothers. Lu Ming, however, stared blankly at the sky, muttering to himself. 140 million, my 140 million. Summer, what did he say? Oh, he said he has 1.4 billion. Chapter 145, no. Is that right? So you took over 3 messes and have been losing money every year? Finally getting a handle on the situation, Lu Ming looked at Summer in disbelief. He couldn't understand what she was thinking. The Xia family has so many profitable businesses, each one thriving. And you went and picked 3 rotten ones. What's the deal? Do you want to eat bitter melon? No, even if you're rich, you don't lose money like this. And you're even offering me a 10% stake? Are you trying to make me lose money with you? Thinking about it, Lu Ming went completely numb. He couldn't understand what he had done to offend this young lady so much that she was treating him this way. His dream of traveling across the country and living off others was completely shattered. Now, his heart was as cold as ice. Sitting there in agony, he occasionally glanced up at Xia Tian. He silently repeated to himself. The girlfriend I chose her myself. Unable to help himself, his gaze once again fell on Su, the factory director, and he couldn't resist asking. Mr. Su, could you please explain what is going on? Why is the company's loss so severe? Is it because the equipment at Qinghe Toys is subpar? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dongfeng's face couldn't help but betray a sigh. It was as if the glorious days of Qinghe Toys were still vividly etched in his memory. It was about 10 years ago. The old master struck a deal with Neon and Eagle to help produce toys and signed a 3-year international trade contract. Have you heard of Lego? We were responsible for manufacturing Lego building blocks, with precision controlled to 0.001 microns.
Those 3 years were the most glorious years for Qinghe Toy Factory, the peak of our employees' careers, with over 6,000 workers.
Look at us now? There are less than 1,000 old employees left in the factory.
At this point, Su Dongfeng couldn't help but let a sigh of regret escape his lips. Through his account, Lu Ming gained a general understanding of the situation. It turned out that back then, Qinghe Toy Factory had become wildly popular due to the orders signed by Mr. Xia and the Japanese and American companies. With the local government's investment promotion efforts, they purchased this piece of land on the outskirts of Shanghai. At the time, they had signed a special non-compete agreement.
It could only be used to build a toy factory.
It was precisely because of this contract that the Xia family could only produce toys.
If the orders from Neon and Eagle could have continued, it wouldn't have mattered.
Later, Xiao Chunseng even personally ordered a batch of the latest and most professional equipment from Europe and the United States to bring back to China. The goal was to secure future orders. Unfortunately, the subsequent bidding process failed, causing the Xia family's toy factory business to plummet.
Those high-precision machines had no practical use domestically.
In fact, even if the equipment in the toy factory were to be used today, 7 or 8 years later, they would still be among the most advanced equipment available. Unfortunately, the domestic toy market was in decline, and children were more interested in playing games than toys. The domestic toy market simply had no use for Xia's high-precision equipment. Under similar circumstances, the products from Yingyao are clearly more cost-effective. Over the years, Qinghe Toy Factory has been in a state of limbo. The remaining veteran employees are all seasoned staff who have dedicated their youth to Qinghe. The old man had no intention of forcing them to leave. Today, the once glorious toy factory is on the verge of becoming a manufacturer of toys and figurines.
Everyone is stuck in a half-dead, half-alive state. The situation at Qinghe Animation is much the same. Children no longer watch animated films. The antics of game streamers are more entertaining than cartoons. In this era of mass gaming, many things haven't had time to develop.
This world, despite its mediocre games, is filled with countless players. And the entire Dragon Country seems to have fallen into this strange cycle. While game animations and CG are becoming increasingly impressive, animations themselves are losing their influence, to the point where they've been pushed to the margins of the market.
Qinghe Animation is barely hanging on, surviving on a few tokusatsu series it acquired from Japan. And now, they're almost out of advertising revenue. The domestic animations purchased last year not only failed to boost Qinghe Animation's ratings, they even lost over 20 million. That's outrageous.
As for the old factory of Qinghe Electronics,
well, there's no need to mention that it's just as struggling. It can no longer meet most of the orders.
After Lu Ming sorted out all the details, he summed it up in 4 words.
That is, take the bitter pill.
Looking at his girlfriend, who was still secretly giggling beside him, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. He suddenly began to doubt whether his girlfriend was really a domineering boss.
But the female lead of the villainous side. Otherwise, why would she suddenly switch to these money-losing businesses?
She's deliberately trying to ruin the business.
Wait, isn't this supposed to be a couple? Summer, standing nearby.
After noticing everyone in the company staring at her, her face turned slightly red. She gently tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve, pressing her lips, coated in pink lip gloss, against his ear.
Baby, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Although these businesses aren't profitable yet, the scale is large enough and they have influence, so we don't have to start from scratch. With your intelligence, making money is just a matter of minutes. No way. I just want you to lose money. Lose money for me. Keep losing money. Lu Ming, upon hearing Xia Tian's words, merely rolled his eyes. Don't give me that. Who do you think I am? Tinker Bell? Isn't that? No. I refuse.
There's no room for negotiation.
Just give it back right now. Seeing Lu Ming's firm refusal, Xia Tian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, even a fool.
After seeing such a mess, even the smartest person would lose their wits.
Since that's the case.
She leaned her face close to Lu Ming's ear and whispered softly.
If you succeed, I'll agree to a very unreasonable request of yours. You can name any condition. Ugh. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply.
His body shuddered violently.
An unreasonable request? Was it what he was thinking?
Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that these messes weren't so bad after all. Glancing at the toy factory in front of him, the animation channel, and the old electronics factory, Lu Ming began to ponder whether there was any way to revive these struggling businesses. Summer, standing beside him, noticed that Lu Ming seemed to be swayed. A smug expression immediately appeared on her face. Little guy, I know you meant so well. There's only so much going on in your head, right? Hee, if you can't pull it off, don't blame me, okay? I'm such a little genius. With a little trick, I'll just treat that fool like a dog. She just doesn't believe it. With all this mess handed over to Lu Ming, how could he possibly make money? Those billions in losses and refunds every year, I'm definitely going to make a killing. Chapter 146, New Project, Transformers, Battle Royale. Back to the startup company. Lu Ming returned to the meeting room, looking exhausted. Looking at the next game plan on the big screen, he had no choice but to channel Chow Chow's covering rice with me trait. He went back to work diligently once again. There was no choice, the hunger was too great, and the rewards from his girlfriend were too tempting. He wanted to challenge his own weakness. So, under the astonished gazes of Wang Ba and the others, Lu Ming directly erased all the previous game plans. Everyone was left speechless. What the hell? Old Lu, you've lost your mind? You're going to scrap such an amazing plan? That previous plan was definitely going to make money. Why are you giving it up? I get it. Old Lu has completely lost his mind. Are you planning to pack up and run away? I'll go with you. Wait, no. Hearing everyone's chatter, Lu Ming rolled his eyes dramatically. Looking at the plans in front of him, he chuckled and shook his head. Everyone, while the previous game plans were decent, they were designed solely with the early stages in mind. Now that we have multiple tasks on our plate, I need to consolidate them. Speaking of which, is the team responsible for animation and CG at Qinghe Games still around? I need to meet with them separately later, and then we'll discuss the new plans. As he spoke, Lu Ming's voice paused slightly. His eyes didn't show any worry, instead, they were filled with excitement for the unknown challenges ahead. Although he only had the game open source system under his belt. But that doesn't mean he lacks knowledge in animation. On the contrary, to become a professional game designer, the knowledge you need to acquire can only be described as vast. Therefore, he has also explored special themed animation works in films. Thus, he came up with this bold idea. Although it's still a battle royale game. But this time, the protagonist has undergone a slight change from the original human setting. Ding! You have consumed 15 open source points. Congratulations on purchasing the game Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. Ding! You have consumed 20 open source points. Congratulations on purchasing the game Transformers 4: Age of Extinction. Ding! You have spent 15 open source points. Congratulations on purchasing the game Transformers: Galaxy Trial. Ding! You have consumed 100 open source points. Congratulations on purchasing the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. As open source points continue to be consumed, countless pieces of game source code information continuously flowed into Lu Ming's mind. A bold idea quickly took shape in his mind. He wiped away the previous project on the screen and wrote a new project name. Transformers: Battle Royale. When everyone present saw the project name, they all froze in surprise. What's Transformers? Wait, did you change this to a racing game? Ha! Cars turning into Autobots? That's an interesting concept. But when you put it like that, I have no idea what to do. No ideas? No problem, I can provide some concepts. For example, folding the vehicle body like this. Additionally, besides traditional weapons, we could introduce mini transformers and target warriors, which can be placed in supply crates. The general idea is like this. By Jia, do you think it's feasible? The transformation process is crucial. The entire CG team and art team will need to assist later. If the workload feels too heavy, we can outsource it. Also, since we're incorporating RAC game elements, we should find some cool cars, right? Let us reach out to some big-name car manufacturers to see if they're interested in investing, and simultaneously launch a poll for netizens to vote on their favorite models. As Lu Ming continued his explanation, the concept for Transformers: Battle Royale gradually took shape in everyone's minds. The so-called Transformers were no longer just a vague concept. Especially after understanding the process of cars transforming into Transformers. Everyone's eyes began to sparkle. It must be said that Lu Ming's idea was truly awesome. The original Battle Royale game has been enhanced with rally racing elements from RAC racing games. This directly addresses the issue of overly lengthy single game sessions in the original game. No need to guess, the game is going to be absolutely thrilling. Everyone has a feeling. When Transformers: Battle Royale is released, the gaming community in Dragon Country will undoubtedly be hit by a massive earthquake. Once Lu Ming shared his overall vision and tasks with everyone, he immediately notified the animation CG team and headed to their office. The team leader was named Kurt, an American. He was also a talent that Xia Miao had happily recruited from abroad. Regarding Lu Ming, the young new boss, Kot still had some concerns. After all, his previous work performance had not been ideal. He had worked hard to secure this well-paying position. To be honest, he didn't want to be fired. Lu Ming, however, simply smiled at the CG team members and gestured for them to sit down and listen. I called you all here because we're about to start working on a special game. I guarantee this game will be a groundbreaking masterpiece. For this, I need all of you to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and I will assign you a special new task. Of course, due to the special nature of this task, I will pay you 3 times your original salary. You can consider whether to accept it. If you refuse, you may leave the office immediately. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the meeting room fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. After a long pause, the leader, Kot, couldn't help but confirm again.
Mr. Lu, did you just say triple pay? Of course. Manhwa won't be harsh on any of our employees. I know your salary levels and am fully confident that you can handle the work I'm assigning you. What do you say, everyone? Want to give it a try? Gulp, gulp.
After receiving Lu Ming's repeated assurances, everyone hesitated no further and immediately signed the contracts Lu Ming had already prepared.
That's 3 times the salary. Earning $1 million in a year would be a breeze. The new employer is way more generous than the old one.
When it comes to pay, they're really generous. The concerns that had been weighing on everyone's minds were instantly replaced by excitement and surprise.
At that moment, everyone eagerly awaited Lu Ming to assign them their tasks.
Lu Ming smiled as he picked up a document and handed it to them. Next, I hope you can help me create an animated film.
All the specific requirements are outlined in the documents.
After saying that, he handed out the documents.
Kote and his group saw a line of large Sony font in size 4 on the document. Transformers, Thunder Fleet. Chapter 147, The Ceiling Has Gone Mad? Free luxury cars for everyone.
Upon seeing the animation script Lu Ming had tossed over,
Kote and the others couldn't help but stare in shock. This isn't the boss, is it? We're the top CG team in the country and you want us to make an animated film? And this, a kid's cartoon? Is there a problem? No. We'll do it. We'll do kids animation. Where we work doesn't matter, does it? Look at other animation studios, do they make as much money as we do? Plus, the Transformers concept is pretty cool, I think it could be a hit. Upon hearing Kot's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at him. Hey! You little foreigner, you're pretty smooth. You've obviously been in China for a while. You've really figured out how to navigate human relationships. Alright, since you know what to do, I won't bother you anymore.
The specific designs you need to work on are the transformations of the Autobots. Besides the Autobots, there are also the Transformers transformations and settings.
All of this is already written in Transformers, Thunderfleet.
After explaining the essence of the animation and the worldview to Kot and the others, Lu Ming quickly moved on to the next phase of the task. This mission was not only to promote the next phase of the game.
It was also to promote Xingha Animation and Xingha Toys.
Organizing a collaborative event was no simple task.
However, who could blame him for being a time traveler?
In his previous life on Earth, there was a ready-made case to draw inspiration from.
So that day, Lu Ming directly approached Xia Tian and submitted his proposal. When Xia Tian saw Lu Ming's proposal, she couldn't help but freeze. Live stream? Please. I'm the boss.
There's no way the boss should be doing the work.
Lu Ming. Please think carefully, who do you think is responsible for me being so tired right now? Miss Xia, the entire company is busy right now. Do you know who caused this?
Don't worry, it's just a temporary hardship.
Once we finish developing the game, I promise you won't have to work so hard anymore, okay? Please, this is crucial for our upcoming big plan. Big plans? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer, who had originally planned to refuse, couldn't help but pause. If it's a big plan, then she wouldn't be so tired anymore.
She loved nothing more than disrupting Lu Ming's big plans. Since it was Lu Ming's important plan, it must be closely related to the subsequent deals. If she could just mess things up, then how much the game would sell for would be entirely up to her. Thinking of this, Summer, who had just looked reluctant,
instantly grabbed Lu Ming's arm. Let's do it.
It's just a little sacrifice of our free time.
Since I'm everyone's boss, I have to stand with you all. Just tell me, how do you want me to stream it?
Upon hearing Xia Tian's question, Lu Ming couldn't help but flash a smile.
It's simple. Just show your face in our official livestream, and the rest just be yourself. Oh? Be myself? You said it. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. The next morning,
after a long period of inactivity, Manhwa suddenly began its livestream. As the hottest game company of the year, Manhwa's livestream immediately attracted the attention of countless fans. However, upon entering the livestream, everyone discovered. At that moment, Xia Tian was lazily lying in the livestream room, watching a show while munching on potato chips.
Netizens? Wait, isn't this the official livestream for the budding company? What's going on here? I think I recognize this girl. She was the host during the Silent Championship, right? Now that you mention it, I remember too. Did the girl forget to turn off the livestream? Wait, what does her nameplate say? Chairman? Wow. The CEO of Manhwa is live streaming personally? The lady is so beautiful. Sis. I don't want to try anymore.
Within moments, the live stream was flooded with over 1,000 viewers. Just for Summer's looks alone, she had already kept many people around.
Everyone kept sending messages to Summer, hoping to catch her attention. Alas, all their flirtatious glances were wasted on a blind person.
At that moment, Summer remained calmly watching the chat messages in the live stream, with no desire to respond. Occasionally, she would watch a show and let out a couple of silver bell-like laughs. Where was her sense of responsibility as a live streamer? Seeing this scene, the crowd, who had been excited moments ago, suddenly felt bored.
This budding beauty CEO must not realize she's live streaming, right? Just as everyone was about to close the live stream. Little did they know, the next second.
Behind Xia Tian, a whiteboard slowly emerged from the bottom of the screen.
On the whiteboard was written, "I'm the company's new operations manager.
The boss has tasked me with boosting the company's account to 1 million followers within a month." Seeing this unexpected whiteboard, everyone was stunned.
Then, the live stream erupted into joyful laughter. Did I see that right? Get 10 million followers for a new account? Are you kidding me? Even if you're a newbie, it's absolutely impossible.
Forget it, buddy, just go to bed.
So, that's your excuse for secretly filming the boss's wife? The operations team must be Gen Z. How else would they pull this off? While everyone was mocking each other, little did they know what would happen next. The operations team's hand appeared again, continuing to write on the whiteboard. "So I've secured a special offer for everyone.
Once we hit 10 million followers, we'll randomly select 10 users to receive a free car.
Post your favorite car on the screen and we'll cover the cost. Because we're the newcomers." Sigh.
Seeing the words on the whiteboard, the netizens who had just been mocking the operations team suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief.
What the heck? Is this real? Giving away cars for free? If I say I want a Maserati, will you give that too? Speak up. Dragon country people don't deceive dragon country people. Should I believe him or believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Ha ha. Who would follow someone just to win a car? Am I that shameless? Just saw it, bro. You're the first follower? That's awesome. And that unseen hand continued to write. If I'm lying, I'll send the boss's wife online. Dare you bet? March 21st.
1 million followers, live stream car giveaway.
Click the link below and write down your favorite car model or logo. Within moments, a link appeared in Lu Ming's live stream.
Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream
were instantly excited. Wow, Manhwa is really going all out this time. Everyone quickly clicked on the link below the video to check out the situation. What greeted their eyes was Manhwa's official endorsement for the event, along with a lawyer's certification, ensuring the authenticity and validity of the activity.
Free luxury cars worth up to 10 million yuan.
As long as Manhwa's account reaches 10 million followers by March 21st, you can get a free car. Chapter 148, No way, Ajin, you're serious? Seeing the official event endorsement on the link, along with the law firm's certification, netizens who had originally entered out of curiosity were instantly thrown into a frenzy. Are you serious, Ajin? $1 million luxury car for free?
In an instant, the netizens who had previously looked down on the Mo livestream rushed back into the livestream to make wishes.
Dear Summer Sister, please give me a supercar. I'm not greedy, a Porsche 718 will do. Aha! You're so kind and beautiful. Please give me a McLaren Solus GT. Tacky.
I'm not greedy, just give me a Dammy SU7.
The esteemed Cadillac owner is ready. It must be an XLR. I want a Bugatti, a Maserati, and a Rolls-Royce. That must include my great wall power. I think the Wuling Mini is pretty cute, don't you?
In an instant, the live stream, which had only a few thousand viewers moments ago, was flooded with over 10,000 viewers. The entire live stream was buzzing with excitement, as if everyone was eager to share their potato chips.
This isn't some beautiful CEO. She is clearly a female bodhisattva. Who would have thought that Manhwa would go to such lengths for her fans? She doesn't even care about her reputation anymore. But I love it.
In no time, the audience members who wanted to get a luxury car started spreading the word like wildfire, telling everyone they knew to follow Manhwa. They urged more relatives to follow Manhwa. Who knows, maybe one of their relatives might win and they could get to test drive it themselves. In just half a day, the number of people flooding into Xia Tian's livestream kept growing. Meanwhile, Summer remained calmly eating her potato chips, comfortably accepting everyone's offerings. She silently vowed to herself she would never help promote the company's new game.
Not a single word. Let's see what you can do.
What Summer didn't know was that Lu Ming actually needed her to stream and talk, because the script had already been written. In his previous life, Tao Gu had gained millions of followers simply by giving away cars during his live streams.
Unfortunately, Tao Gu eventually messed things up.
After his live stream ended, he lost over 3 million followers. Nevertheless, this live streaming spectacle still provided inspiration for Lu Ming. To continuously attract attention during the game design phase, this marketing strategy is definitely worth borrowing. If you haven't reached 10 million followers,
no problem, just start with 15 million followers and attract fans again.
If everyone completes the follow task, the account will immediately gain 1 million followers. Not only that, but by then, whether it's Transformers, Thunderfleet or Transformers, Battle Royale, will be in a great position.
Those followers aren't something you can buy with a few million.
Moreover, when it comes to luxury cars within the 10 million range, people wouldn't actually go for the most expensive ones. So far, the official voting page they launched has already surpassed 100,000 votes.
Cars like the Dami SU7 and Porsche 718, which are well known to everyone, are all available. And they're ranked quite high. The prices of these cars don't even require millions, let alone hundreds of thousands. It appears more like a car preference voting activity. Once Manhwa has gained this level of attention, then they can approach car dealerships to discuss partnerships. With millions of fans backing him, Lu Ming wouldn't stand a chance this event wouldn't even get off the ground. How popular was that car giveaway event organized by Tao Gu in his previous life? There's no need to elaborate further. This time, Lu Ming has directly replaced the main character with Xia Tian. Question: what is Xia Tian's role in this event? Answer: it expresses the author's homesickness. Lu Ming simply felt that this girl's lifestyle was too indulgent and wanted to give her something to do. Otherwise, what if she sets her sights on another messed up project to buy back? Even with all the money in the world, it wouldn't be enough for her to squander. The two of them are like hunters waiting for an eagle to return, waiting to see who would give in first. This went on for 3 straight days. The budding car giveaway event turned into a massive nationwide craze. Netizens who had never encountered such a sophisticated promotional strategy before eagerly joined in. And in the summer, at the request of all the employees and Lu Ming, she also began promoting the company. Her task was to wear various game-themed cosplay outfits every day, eat snacks, and play games in the office. She was like a real-life version of the anime character Dry Girl Xiaomai. Despite doing nothing, her fan base kept growing rapidly. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was leading the company's employees in negotiations with various car companies. As a recently well-known event, no car company would want to miss this opportunity for publicity. Many car companies have even approached Lu Ming directly, offering to provide cars for promotional purposes. Among them was the Dami SU7, which was ranked in the top 10 in terms of votes. Lei Zhong's boldness is truly impressive. For the cars sent by these automakers, Lu Ming accepted them all without hesitation. Meanwhile, the headquarters of these luxury car brands are also highly interested in Lu Ming's event. Although they wouldn't go so far as to give away cars for free. However, dispatching a vehicle from overseas was still feasible. As time slowly passed, the date of March 21st, a special day, drew nearer. In the following days of the live stream, the official voting concluded. The top 10 voted cars will be directly displayed on the live stream's public screen. Among them are familiar models like the Dami SU7, as well as luxury cars like Bugatti, Maserati, and Porsche. From cars costing hundreds of thousands to those worth millions, this place has it all. All of them appear in the live stream. When Summer saw these cars, she couldn't help but let a look of admiration escape her face. After all, some of these cars are so expensive that even she couldn't bring herself to buy them. In her eyes, Lu Huanhuan must have lost his mind this time. Just the cost of buying the cars alone has already reached tens of millions. Is it really appropriate to spend so much money before the game is even set up? It's perfectly appropriate. The more money he invests, the more she'll make in the end, right? If the profits are returned as cashback, that's hundreds of millions in returns. So, not only did she not oppose Lu Ming's activities, she actually encouraged them. She even suggested adding more cars. In the final days, Xia Tian even set up a test drive event in the garage. The entire underground garage was filled with the roar of luxury car engines and the cheers of netizens. Wow! Xia Zong is amazing. The cars are really being given away. That Bugatti sounds amazing. When you get its sibling, remember, I'll vote for your Bugatti. So this is what they mean by competing for a car? Oh, that engine sound is so damn sweet. You're so bad, I love it. Before anyone noticed, it was already the early hours of March 21st. As the clock struck midnight, the Manhwa event officially came to an end. And how many fans does the budding event have now? The answer is 16.88 million. Chapter 149, Watch Anime and Win a Car. Seeing the number of fans in Manhwa's live stream, all the other streamers were completely stunned. Manhwa once again proved to everyone with facts. It is not just a game company. When it comes to acquiring traffic, they are no less impressive than any top-tier media platform. In just 1 month, fans watched as Manhwa grew from a few thousand followers to a massive audience of millions. This colossal behemoth, nurtured by capital, has left countless peers who once intended to mock Manhwa staring in disbelief. Goodness! Cultivating a 1 million follower account in just 1 month? What kind of marketing prowess is that? Indeed, talented people excel wherever they go. This account growth speed, impressive. Manhwa must be so rich. They must have spent at least tens of millions. My goodness! Don't talk about how rich they are. Can you even play the game properly if you have the money? While countless people were stunned by Manhwa's incredible speed in building an account, little did they know that gaining traffic was merely a means for Lu Ming to prepare for his next promotional campaign. It has never been his true goal. A prominent self-media influencer once said, "Having 1 million followers is merely the first step toward wealth. How to monetize those millions of followers is the real challenge you must face next."
While having millions of followers may sound impressive, but how to bring them together is a true test of one's character.
Otherwise, Tao Ji's situation is the best example for Lu Ming. Once the event ends, the number of followers will plummet dramatically. So, that night, in the official live stream of Manhwa, all the employees of Manhwa company, along with the secretaries and bosses, were all online. They joined everyone for this important live streaming event. And the location of their live stream wasn't anywhere else. It was the first parking lot right below the company's office building. At 6 p.m., the live stream officially began. A crowd of fans poured into the fledgling live streaming studio. Summer was still munching on potato chips, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Many fans, upon seeing this scene, immediately asked, "Host, when are you going to start the giveaway? I'm dying to wait." Yeah. I can't wait to win my rice cracker wife." "No rush, we have to wait for everyone to arrive before the giveaway." "Shubo, are all the cars behind you tonight's giveaway prizes?" A group of viewers looked through the camera lens toward Lu Ming and the others. They saw row after row of luxury cars lined up neatly behind Lu Ming and his group. Among them, besides the 10 types of luxury cars collected by the official organizers that everyone liked, there were also around 24 new cars. Both gasoline-powered and electric vehicles were present, leaving everyone speculating in silence. Is Manhwa not planning to celebrate? Are they planning to give away over 30 cars tonight? Seeing the comments in the live stream, Lu Ming merely smiled and did not refute them. When the number of viewers in the live stream surged to over 1 million, he finally tapped the screen and said, "Alright everyone, it's almost time. For the fans who managed to enter our live stream, I'd like to congratulate you. First, you've successfully earned the chance to win a luxury car worth millions. Tonight, we will rank the cars by price from lowest to highest and randomly select lucky viewers. Every single fan present has the chance to become tonight's lucky winner. Not just one chance, but 10 chances." Whoa! Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the audience in front of the live stream erupted into excited shouts. Because at that very moment, behind Lu Ming, a $1 million Rolls-Royce Phantom was emitting the thunderous roar of its engine. Just listening to it was enough to make everyone feel intoxicated. If only they could drive it away. It would be absolutely amazing. Instantly, everyone started rubbing their hands together, eagerly awaiting the lottery draw. Watching the chaotic comments in the live stream, Lu Ming simply smiled and waved his hand. "Everyone, please be patient. Although it's a raffle, I've decided to add a little bit of difficulty. I'll ask a few of you some questions, and only those who answer correctly will be eligible to participate in the raffle." This. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the audience let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Darn it. I thought I was really lucky, but now I have to answer questions? I'm just a dropout from 9 years of compulsory education. What do you expect me to answer correctly? Lu Ming, you didn't prepare these questions in advance and just have your own people win, did you? Exactly. If you're cheating, we wouldn't even know. As the comments started questioning, Lu Ming's smile remained unchanged. On the contrary, his smile grew even wider as he said directly, "Everyone, please rest assured. The questions I'm asking have nothing to do with professional knowledge. We're all about fairness and impartiality. Next, we will play an animation for everyone. Those who watch it carefully will definitely know the answers to our questions." What? Answer questions by watching an animation? Where did this come from? This is a kids channel, right? This quiz and win game is something everyone is experiencing for the first time, prompting a chorus of groans. No way. I'm in my 20s who still watches cartoons? I won't say anything else. I'll just wake up my son and have him watch the cartoon for us. What country's animation is this? Japanese? Do you guys have a partnership with an animation company? Forget it, I knew this was a tough prize to win. Just give it up. Even if it's a pile of crap, I'll make sure to praise it until it's as beautiful as a flower. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Lu Ming's face lit up with a smile. Great, thank you all for your support. Next, our live stream will be synchronized with Qingha Animation. Search for Magic City Children's Channel on TV, and at 8 p.m. tonight, we'll air the large-scale animated series Transformers, Thunderfleet produced by Qingha Animation. 3 episodes a day, hope you all enjoy it. Additionally, we VE teamed up with the Magic City Children's Channel for this event, with questions from both platforms being answered simultaneously. If you'd like to win prizes, you can participate in our live stream giveaway. TV viewers can also enter a double giveaway. Those who answer correctly will not receive a luxury car, but instead a budget SUV generously donated by XX Automobile Group. Simply obtain the redemption code to claim your vehicle at the local dealership. Wow! After hearing Lu Ming's explanation, the live stream viewers were all buzzing with excitement. They never imagined that Manhwa would go all out tonight. Not only are there prizes in the live stream, they even collaborated with the kids from Magic City? This is just too extravagant. In no time, parents from every household rushed to call their children into the living room. Good boy, stop doing your homework. Come quickly and watch TV. Ha! Dad, did I hear that right? You want me to watch TV? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry over here. Dad, I didn't mean to steal the money from your pants. Please forgive me. You little brat. Forget it.
If your old man wins the car tonight, I won beat you.
Now get over here and watch TV with me. Chapter 150. Who says cartoons are only for kids? Countless parents, rarely transforming into kind and loving moms and dads.
They dragged their children, who were doing homework in their rooms, into the living room.
Phones were already prepared for the children.
As soon as the Shanghai Children's channel was ready to take questions, they would immediately dial the hotline.
Meanwhile, they clung tightly to their phones, watching Lu Ming's livestream. They turned on the TV and found the Magic City Children's Channel. Sure enough, the first episode of Transformers: Thundership was airing. Many children are watching the animation with curiosity. However,
compared to the younger children, the older kids who had already started middle school weren't particularly interested in watching cartoons.
Take Shinzei, for example.
He was originally playing in his room, but his father suddenly grabbed him and dragged him into the living room.
He was told to watch cartoons? He really threw up. Dad, I'm already in 8th grade. Why are you making me watch cartoons? I'm busy preparing for a guild war tonight.
Forget it. With your grades, you can't even get into a regular high school, and you don't have the skills for an esports high school.
I won't even bother scolding you. Instead of wasting your time in your room, why don't you help me get a car and give it a try?
Hearing his father's words, Shinzei felt as though a knife had been stabbed into his chest. He immediately started complaining, saying things like, the scoring system is dehumanizing, which made no sense to anyone. Unfortunately, his skills were indeed lacking. He also knew that joining the union meeting tonight wasn't necessary.
With no other choice, he could only play with his phone out of boredom, occasionally glancing at the animation on the TV.
But when he looked, he couldn't help but pause in surprise.
Transformers? What is that?
The opening of Transformers: Thunderfleet introduces the general worldview of Cybertron.
A group of Autobots and Decepticons engage in a fierce battle over the mini-Transformers. The emergence of the mini-Transformers disrupts the balance of power between the two sides, sparking a more complex interstellar war.
3 children from the Dragon Kingdom accidentally activate Cybertron's energy hub, releasing the mini-Transformers with their special abilities. After witnessing the mini-Transformers' ability to transform into motorcycles by scanning bicycles, Shinzei, who had previously looked down on them, couldn't help but show a hint of interest on his face. The large robots left Shinzei thrilled. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Red Alert Megatron, Starscream, and Double Face. The names of these robots sounded particularly cool. Especially when everyone saw Optimus Prime transform into a heavy-duty truck, Shinzei was completely thrilled.
Wow! These robots are so cool. Can our cars turn into Transformers too? It wasn't just Shinzei. Countless first-time viewers of Transformers,
when they saw the Transformers that could transform into cars, trucks, helicopters, and fighter jets,
were all blown away.
The vast cosmic universe, the rivalry between opposing factions, the special mini-Transformers, and the impending arrival of the Cosmic Emperor.
This is no longer just an animated series for children. Or rather, Transformers themselves were never just simple animated shows for young children.
Even older children, especially boys, when they see luxury cars transforming into robots, they can't help but feel a deep desire.
No man can resist luxury cars. Is there?
Then let the luxury cars become robots. The robots inside haven't changed.
But those transforming cars have all been replaced by car manufacturers collaborating with Lu Ming. When the Transformers transform into cars, many male viewers' eyes lit up instantly. Frog fun. Do I just think this Transformers is cool? Cool. It's not just cool, it's absolutely insane, badass, and mind-blowing. The setting of this animation is also really interesting. A battle between the Autobots and the Decepticons? I just want to ask, why can't the Decepticons beat the Autobots? Is it because of the beavers? Who cares if it's logical or not? As long as it's cool, that's all that matters. Once the first episode finished airing,
Lu Ming, who had just finished watching the first episode with everyone, immediately started the lucky question and answer session.
Looking at the number of people in the live stream,
in just one episode, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 2 million. Congratulations to all the fans who stuck around. Next, we'll be drawing the first car of the night, the Dammy SU7 from Dammy. Next, I will ask a question, and all those who answer correctly will have the chance to win a Dammy SU7. As he finished speaking, a multiple choice question appeared on the screen.
What is the function of the mini Golden Warrior? A cool. B. Transform into a mode of transportation. C. Enhance the energy of the Transformers. D. Blunt angle. Seeing these options, the audience couldn't help but laugh.
At the beginning of the story, the purpose of the mini-Transformers was explained, and anyone with common sense knew which option to choose.
After 10 seconds, the lottery results were immediately tallied in the back end. Under Xia Tian's draw, the names of online viewers on the big screen began to spin rapidly.
Instantly, all the audience members held their breath in anticipation.
Everyone was hoping to be the next lucky winner of the night. Then,
congratulations to the fan named Full Mountain of Monkeys, my butt is the reddest. You have successfully won our SU7 rice.
Next, we will sign a rental contract with you.
For just 1 yuan, you can lease our car for life. The winning notification has been sent to you via private message.
The user with this name can check their backend. At that moment, inside a certain university,
a young man suddenly jumped out of bed, shouting loudly,
"Guys! I won! I won!"
Hearing his words, everyone rolled their eyes and asked him what he had won. Old Sue, stop watching live streams and come down to play cards.
We're missing one player and waiting for you. Exactly.
Don't even think about winning a car from some unreliable live stream.
That's not something you could win.
The prize has probably already been decided by the organizers. I won't say much else, but with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, if you really won, I'll do a live stream of washing my hair upside down.
Guys, I'm serious. I really won.
The redemption code was sent to me.
I can redeem it at any dammy car store. Everyone,
the roommates who had just been mocking him, were suddenly flustered. Without a word, they all crowded around his window to check his phone. Upon seeing that old Sue had actually won a dammy SU7,
one by one, they all went wild. Whoa! 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 Holy crap! Old Sue really won. Guys, hurry up and get dressed. Let us go with old Sue to claim the prize. Godfather, I've always wanted to try Demi's crispy wife. Can I take it for a test drive? Get lost. My crispy wife isn't something you can defile.
You good for nothing who can't even pass the driving test.
Advertising class 1, stop sleeping. Get up and let us go with Sue Lu to pick up the car. Chapter 151, Lu Ming's Secret Mission.
The first car was delivered from the Manhwa livestream.
Just as everyone was wondering who the lucky winner was, less than half an hour later, the winner stepped forward on their own.
A young man excitedly opened his Douyin app and started live streaming the process of redeeming his rice cake wife.
When everyone saw that he had actually redeemed a rice cake wife, everyone went wild. Wow! This student is so lucky. Bro, this is too deep for you. Let me handle it. Damn it. I want my own rice cake wife too. Summer Zone, please bless me. Xia Jinli bless me to win a Bugatti. Looking at the student who won the prize,
the crowd, who had initially suspected the prize was a scam, now had no doubts left.
Everyone immediately returned to Lu Ming's livestream and began watching enthusiastically.
To be honest, Manhwa's livestream was actually quite entertaining. Apart from Lu Ming, everyone else was sitting at the back eating potato chips with Xia Tian. Unlike the chaotic scenes in other streamers' live streams,
their only request was simple. That was to watch the animated show in peace.
As long as they could finish watching the cartoon, they had a chance to win a luxury car.
And the quality of the cartoon was surprisingly high. Only a fool would turn that down. By the time the 3 episodes of the cartoon ended tonight, Lu Ming glanced at the time and said, "Everyone, today we will randomly select 3 lucky winners.
Those of you who received a car today can redeem it at the store directly using your redemption code.
The remaining 7 cars will need to be redeemed in Shanghai. After all, these cars are quite valuable, and the Bugatti was even imported from abroad. Over the next 2 days, we will draw all 9 cars.
Additionally, on the last day of this month, we will host a live draw to give away the Bugatti."
Wait, isn't it supposed to be all drawn tonight?
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, many viewers in the live stream expressed a hint of regret.
However, they could understand why. Got it, Director Lu is probably trying to build up more buzz, right? This Transformers movie is actually pretty good. My kid is really looking forward to watching it. Too bad, 3 episodes weren't enough. Can Lu Director play a few more episodes? Tomorrow I'll definitely gather all my relatives over to join the giveaway. Which lucky guy won the Porsche 718? Can I get a peek? Amidst everyone's disappointment, tonight's live stream finally came to an end. By the time the live stream ended, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Summer looked at Lu Ming with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "Lu Ming, will doing this really help promote our animation, toys, and games? And why put the Bugatti up for a draw at the end of the month?" Upon hearing Summer's question, Lu Ming smiled and replied, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to keep the fans around. Don't underestimate our account, we have a lot of followers, but they're all here for the car. If we don't have cars anymore, they'll definitely leave. The live streams we'll be doing over the next few days are to keep the fans engaged and also prepare for the release of our game." Game release? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian finally remembered that they still had a game yet to be released. Speaking of which, because of those 3 troublesome kids, she hadn't had time to deal with the game lately. After all, in Xia Tian's opinion, making a game only costs a few bucks? Those 3 factories and channels, if they start losing money, that's where the real money-making business is. As a result, she had no idea what new game Lu Ming was planning. Of course, even if she did know, it wouldn't matter. Because she just doesn't believe that Lu Ming could revive all three businesses. After yawning slightly, Xia Tian got ready to leave. It was already 8 o'clock. That was considered overtime. Looking at the people in Group 1.
If it were any other time, she would definitely use her President's privileges to send everyone home immediately.
But tonight. I already have 3 money-losing machines. If you want to work overtime, go ahead and work yourselves to death.
So she simply waved her hand and said,
Since that is the case, I won't bother you anymore.
Those who want to stay can stay.
Everyone worked hard tonight.
Those who stay will be paid triple wages.
Thank you, Ms. Xia. Hearing Xia Tian's words, everyone burst into laughter. It wasn't until Xia Tian left that everyone finally got back to work. Lu Ming clapped his hands and addressed everyone once more. Everyone, let's put in a little more effort over the next few days. We aim to complete Transformers Battle Royale by the end of the month. Don't let Mr. Xia down for the overtime pay he's giving us. If we get it done, I'll personally give 1% of my shares as a bonus. Wow. Old Lu is so generous. Director Lu is so cool. I have a feeling that with our marketing being so successful, this game is definitely going to be a hit. Director Lu, aren't you staying late to work tonight? Yes, I have some things to take care of and need to visit a few executives. After saying that, Lu Ming, who rarely stayed late to work with everyone. Instead, he left the company directly. Driving his BMW, he went straight to Qinghe Toy Factory and found Su, the factory manager. The usually quiet Qinghe Toy Factory was now bustling with activity. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Inside the factory, it was still bustling with activity. Upon seeing Lu Ming arrive, Su Dongfeng's face immediately lit up with respect, and he hurried over to Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, you're here. The molds for the toys you asked us to produce overtime have all been completed. We're currently working overtime to start the molding process. We've already arranged deliveries to the nearby convenience stores and toy shops. But since we've invested so much material all at once, what if we end up losing money? Before Su Dongfeng could finish his sentence, Lu Ming waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, Su factory manager. I've got it under control. If we do end up losing money, it's all on me. But remember, the Standard Edition, Deluxe Edition, Premium Edition, and Ultimate Luxury Edition must all be categorized properly. Once orders come in, we absolutely cannot hold things up. You can rest assured. With our machine production speed, 20,000 pieces in one night is no problem at all. After receiving Su's firm assurance, Lu Ming finally nodded. Upon entering the factory and inspecting the toy quality for a moment, plastic, alloy look, and pure alloy, everything was available. The quality was evident at first touch, no rough workmanship or rough edges. No wonder it was custom made by Eagle Sauce, the quality is top notch. After confirming that the toy factory wouldn't hold things up, Lu Ming hurriedly made his way to Qinghe Animation. Here, his role shifted from Manager Lu to Chief Editor Lu. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, several employees greeted him. Lu Ming merely smiled and greeted them before finding Kot and the others working on the animation. He called over Kot and asked directly, "How about the matter I asked you to look into last time? Has Eagle Agency shown any interest in our animation?" Chapter 152, Crazy. Giving away billions for free? Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, Kot didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Yes, Mr. Lu. I asked my old friend, and both DreamWorks and Hasbro have recognized the potential of our animation. The two companies are willing to pay $1 million and 80 million Japanese yen to acquire the distribution rights for the Transformers series in Europe, America, and Asia. Hearing Kot's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but furrow his brows deeply. Without even thinking, he immediately rejected the offer. Tell them that this amount of money can only secure the distribution rights for Transformers, Thunderfleet. Don't be too greedy, otherwise, we have plenty of other potential partners. If negotiations are possible, sign the contract immediately, but there's one condition: the animated series must air on their TV channels and video platforms by the end of this month. I'll try to get the boss's approval. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Kurt hesitated for only a second before nodding. After all, the animation was created by him and his team, and he didn't want it to be sold so cheaply. $1 million was almost enough to break even. What's valuable isn't just the animation, the real asset is the Transformers concept. Over the past few months, Kurt had gained some insight into what Lu Ming was aiming for. Even he had to admit that Lu Ming's ideas were truly bold. To promote the game, he went ahead and made an animation. Who would believe that? And the plot of the animation is so interesting. As for Lu Ming's ambitions, they certainly go far beyond this. What he needs isn't just the Dragon Country market, it's the entire world. To promote animation in games, you need to build a reputation. What Lu Ming needs to do now is essentially the same as what his former self, Tsuburaya, did in his previous life. He is creating animations while simultaneously handling promotions. If he could use Transformers to attract a wave of luxury car franchise fees in the future, that would be even better. Of course, these are all future plans. Bread will come, and milk will come. For now, he has basically done everything he needs to do. The The rest is up to time. And so it went, without Summer knowing. Lu Ming continued to contact film distributors, toy agents.
Meanwhile, over the next 2 days of live streams, he spared no effort in promoting Transformers. By the end of the third day's live stream event, so far, all 9 luxury cars had been given away. Every viewer who won a luxury car rushed to the metropolis, signed the contract, and happily took delivery of their new ride. The atmosphere reached its peak. However, tonight, Lu Ming did not end the live stream immediately after the final giveaway. Instead, to the astonished gazes of all the viewers, he slowly pulled out several meticulously crafted metal replica cars.
Seeing Lu Ming's actions, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel curious. What are you doing, host? Are you trying to sell something? Sure enough, the end of live streaming is selling products, right? He already has over 1 million followers. What's wrong with selling products? If they really give away cars, they deserve every penny. Actually, the car looks pretty nice. It resembles a real luxury car. Is it a 1:300 scale model? Looking at the curious comments from the live stream viewers, Lu Ming just smiled and said, "Everyone will continue streaming at this time every day to watch animations. However, we can't give away luxury cars anymore, but we can still give away these models. Of course, don't underestimate these models. They're from Wang Wei's Poetry Cough Cough. These are custom-made Transformers Ultimate Luxury Edition toys I had specially made. You didn't see wrong, the one in my hand is a Transformers toy. Wow." Hearing Lu Ming's words, the audience, who had just thought Lu Ming was going to sell something, suddenly perked up. Especially the male viewers, who couldn't hide their excitement upon seeing the Transformers model in Lu Ming's hands. They began asking Lu Ming about the price of the Transformers. But Lu Ming, he picked up a Porsche model car. In front of everyone, he proceeded to disassemble the model car. In no time at all, he transformed the sports car model into a Transformers figure. He used a simple transformation mode, consisting of only 9 transformation steps. Starting with something too complex would be problematic. First, it would be expensive, and second, it would give fans time to adjust. Therefore, this luxury car could only undergo a simple transformation. However, when a bumblebee appeared before everyone, the live stream was flooded with comments. "Wow! How much is this? My son wants one. I want my sister to buy me one. This is so cool. There's even a toy. Sorry, little money, but I really need this. Our class's Wang Zihao loves Transformers the most. I want to buy one for him. Little sister, actually my name is also Wang Zihao. Streamer. 3, 2, 1, post the link. Hurry up. My right hand can't wait any longer." Looking at the comments in the live stream, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't mean anything by it, he was just jealous of everyone else. "Sorry everyone, these are not for sale. Every day during the live stream, we'll randomly select 10 lucky viewers for a giveaway. If you win, you'll receive a complete set of the Ultimate Deluxe Edition Transformers toy series. If you like them, we'll contact the toy manufacturer to produce these toys in the future." Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone's faces immediately showed disappointment. "You bastard streamer, why show them if you're not going to sell them? How are we supposed to sleep well now?" Seeing that there were so many fans in the livestream who loved Transformers toys. Thinking of this, Lu Ming suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, "Everyone, since you all like them so much, I'll make a decision. For the final giveaway event at the end of this month, anyone who comes to our livestream will receive a free Transformers toy. Are you excited?" "What?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, all the viewers in the livestream were completely stunned. Free Transformers toys? The host must be out of his mind. Wow! There must be millions of people in our live stream right now. Are you really giving these away? This model looks pretty, it must not be cheap, right? I think it's at least 50 yuan each. With millions of people watching, that's over 100 million. Whoa! The streamer better keep their word. Otherwise, we won't buy it. When Lu Ming announced he was giving away toys for free, all the viewers were stunned. They were amazed by his boldness. Even the members of Manhwa were stunned by Lu Ming's words. Fang Xiaoxiao, who had been smiling earlier, was now completely speechless, urgently signaling to Lu Ming. Xia Tian, who had just been sipping her milk tea, couldn't catch her breath and ended up spitting it out. Frog fun. This fool has truly lost his mind. Giving away such an expensive toy for free? That would mean she'd have to pay billions. This is truly... wow. Let's do it. What Lu director said is what I said. That's right. As long as everyone comes to support us, we'll give out toys. I said it. Hearing Xia Tian's words, the others immediately widened their eyes. How could even Xia Zong go crazy along with Lu Ming? Chapter 153, each generation has its own egg collecting activity. You're crazy. You're both crazy. Such expensive toys, and you just say you'll give them away? Do you know how many people will come to our live stream then? In the office. Fang Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Ming and Xia Tian with a helpless expression. Her eyes were filled with frustration and disappointment. Lu Ming had agreed to such a terrifying promise.
If he were to fulfill it all, they might not even be able to afford it even if they sold everything they owned. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiaoxiao shiver uncontrollably. Unconsciously, she couldn't help but snort coldly and ask Lu Ming. I ask you, what is the cost of this toy model? Do you know? The one I have here is the ultimate luxury edition. If sold separately, it's 98 each, but the actual cost is less than 20. What do you mean less than 20 yuan? If there are 5 million viewers in the live stream, we have to pay 1 billion. Do you even have any concept of that? Do you know how much risk your promise has put the company in? What if everyone in the country watches our live stream? Or even the whole world? Our company would go bankrupt instantly. Little did they know, upon hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, Xia Tian just shrugged it off with a casual laugh. Because just now, she saw the system notification. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment projects, Transformers, Battle for Earth, Transformers, Thunder Fleet, Transformers series toys. Investment amount, 246,320,000. Task settlement time, 336:00:00. Return multiple, 10x. That's correct. The money spent on purchasing luxury vehicles has also been fully included in the investment project. This includes the costs of animation production, toy mold development, and game development. All told, that's over 200 million. If this were to lose money, I can't even imagine how refreshing it would be in the summer. I might even make billions overnight. So, when it comes to the toys Lu Ming promised in the livestream, she's not the least bit worried. She has even started daydreaming about where she'd spend those billions if she ended up losing money. Seeing her silly best friend like this, Fang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but hold her forehead. Indeed, does love really make people numb? How could she agree to such a foolish thing? On the other hand, Lu Ming just chuckled, his face brimming with nonchalance and confidence. Don't worry, Fang Jia. I've already thought this through. While I said I'd give it away to anyone who comes, there are conditions. Do you really think anyone can meet my conditions? Ha? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Fang Xiaoxiao and Xia Tian both froze, then looked at him curiously. Didn't you promise that anyone who comes will get it for free? I did promise that, but there are certain conditions in any case, you'll find out by the end of the month. Don't worry, I'll never do a losing deal. Under Fang Xiaoxiao and Xia Tian's skeptical gazes, Lu Ming simply smiled and reassured the two of them before escorting them out of his office. At the same time, he called Wang Ba and instructed him to add a new segment of code to Transformers Battle Royale. Go and implant a new program into the game. Any player who purchases our game will receive a redemption code, which can be used to claim a standard edition Transformers figure for free at a physical location. Of course, if they're willing to pay extra, the original 58 yuan Deluxe Edition Transformers can now be purchased for just 10 yuan, and the 98 yuan Ultimate Deluxe Edition is now available for 20 yuan. The codes will be automatically sent to their in-game email accounts 2 hours after the game is released, to prevent any smart Alex from requesting refunds. This. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Ba couldn't help but scratch his head. Is that appropriate? Won't we get criticized if we do this? But Lu Ming just glanced at him and chuckled. What's the big deal? I said we're giving away toys, but I didn't say we're giving them the Ultimate Luxury Edition, did I? If you want free toys, I've already given you some. Whether you want to pay extra or not is entirely up to you. In any case, this method appears to be giving away toys for free. But only the players who actually buy the plastic toys are the ones who benefit. But the cost of plastic Transformers is only a few cents. At most, it won't exceed $1. And the price of their Transformers Battle Royale? That's 98 yuan. Losing $1 or so to get players to buy their game. That's way more cost-effective than platform product promotions. If they were willing to spend $10 or $20, that would be even better. They wouldn't even need to cover the cost price. This way, the budding game promotes their game, the budding toy company gets a huge order, and it boosts the popularity of Transformers. It's a win-win situation. Most importantly, this toy has an entire series. If you have one toy, isn't one a bit lonely? Maybe you should buy another one? Or why not just buy the entire series? By then, that is not just $10 or $20 anymore, it's $58 or $98. Toy sales would really take off, wouldn't they? He is a real business genius. What seems like a money-losing deal at first glance is actually just the leftovers from the big players in the industry. After this round, he is already starting to look forward to the final livestream at the end of the month. As time slowly passed. Over the next few days, although the heat in Manhwa's livestream wasn't as intense as it was at the beginning. However, there were still hundreds of thousands, even millions, of viewers online each day. Many male fans spent their days in the livestream, eagerly participating in quick-fire quizzes to win Transformers toys. More and more fans begged Lu Ming to post more. Lu Ming, however, replied each time, "We've already found the toy manufacturer production is underway, but it will take a little more time." In reality, the factory of Qingha Toys was already overflowing with inventory. They are just waiting for the final day to ship them nationwide. Before they knew it, it was already the end of March. Today, Lu Ming specially moved the live stream to 8 a.m.
From 8 o'clock onward, the live stream was bustling with activity. It was the weekend.
A group of people with nothing to do would drop by Lu Ming's live stream to check it out and instantly claim some free toys. At the same time, everyone was curious to see if Manhwa could really deliver on her promises. So, with the same curiosity, everyone clicked into Manhwa's live stream. Then, they were stunned by the number of people in the live stream.
Wow! It's only 8 o'clock and there are already so many people? Over 5 million people are watching the live stream? Wow! So many people. Manhwa is really going to have to pay up this time. Wah wah wah! That's so pitiful.
I'm going to call my aunts and uncles over to get another set so I can collect enough for a series. You're such a sucker. Unlike me, I just use 2 accounts to watch the live stream together.
Sure enough, each generation has its own egg collecting activity. Holy crap!
I suddenly understand my grandparents now.
I can't stop laughing. Early in the morning, there were already over 500,000 people watching the live stream. This heat is off the charts.
A crowd of people entered the live stream and immediately started demanding toys from Lu Ming, creating a lively atmosphere on site.
If he can't give everyone a satisfactory response, the consequences are unimaginable.
Meanwhile, Lu Ming seemed completely unfazed. He smiled broadly at all the viewers.
Everyone, the toys will be available, but they won't be given away for free. You'll need to complete a small task first. What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the netizens who had already prepared to claim their free toys immediately showed signs of disappointment, followed by intense anger. I knew it. There's no way they'd give them away for free. It's all a scam. Capital is all the same. I spit on it. I'm out of here. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Let's get out of here. If you can't deliver, why did you promise in the first place? I'm unfollowing.
Within moments, over 1 million viewers had left the live stream. Lu Ming, however, still wore his usual smug smile. From start to finish, he wasn't affected by those who had left.
Chapter 154, Transformers, Battle for Earth now available.
For those who left, Lu Ming felt calm. Those who left without understanding anything were mostly there for a quick fix.
They couldn't possibly be genuine fans in the making.
Such people, who came with no good intentions, wouldn't affect his mood even if they left in droves. On the contrary, once the troublemakers left, he could continue streaming uninterrupted. He smiled at the screen in front of him and said, "Congratulations to all of you, you've lost a group of competitors.
Now, what I want to talk about is the real way to get the toys. One thing you can rest assured about is that I said I'd give away toys, and I will definitely do so.
I want to go back on my word." After finishing his words,
a link suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's live stream. Everyone, please take a look. This link leads to the official website of our latest game, Transformers, Battle Royale.
Anyone who clicks to download and purchase the game will receive a game redemption code. Using the redemption code, you can redeem any Transformers Standard Edition toy at any offline toy store that carries our Transformers toys. However, although it's free, it's first come, first served. If the toys are snapped up by others, you'll have to wait until the next restock. All toys are shipped from Shanghai. You can estimate how long it will take to arrive at your location. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the live stream erupted in another wave of groans.
What? The toys are free, but do we have to pay for the game? This isn't really free, is it? Exactly. Aren't you just deceiving customers? Well, you can't say that. The quality of Manhwa games has always been pretty good.
That's true, but it still feels like we're getting the short end of the stick. Facing these comments from users who didn't want to spend money,
Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. Everyone, we all need to make a living.
These days, utilities, rent, and wages all cost money.
If we were to run the company solely on love, it wouldn't last long, would it? But don't worry, the game is definitely worth every penny. 98, you won't lose out, and you won't be fooled. If you don't like it, just ask for a refund. I wouldn't force anyone to buy it, would I? That's actually true.
Compared to other games, they don't even give gifts, or just some virtual skins or something.
At least Manhwa actually gives away real toys, right? Well, maybe we should try it out first? At that moment, in Chen Zhe's home,
Chen Zhe, who had just woken up early in the morning, saw the link in the live stream.
He didn't hesitate and clicked on the link to download the game.
However, when it came to payment, he had no choice but to find his father.
"Dad, buy me a game. The new Transformers, Battle Royale. It's only 98 now." "What? That's so expensive? You look like 98 to me. Do you know how hard it is for me to earn 98? No way. Absolutely not. Do you even know how to play this game? And didn't you just say a few days ago that Transformers is childish?"
Upon hearing Chen Zhe's request, his father didn't hesitate for a moment. He directly refused his son's request. Chen Zhe, however, held his phone anxiously and said, "No, Dad, this game comes with a toy if you buy it now. Did you see those Transformers models in the live stream a few days ago?
Let us just buy one. That model is super cool. I really love it. A lot of people in my class want to buy one. You don't want me to be left out, do you?
This. After hearing his son's words, Chen's dad hesitated for a moment before finally nodding.
After all. Transformers models, after all. He liked them too.
That Bugatti model, while it's too expensive to buy in real life, is still affordable as a model.
Plus, it can transform into a transformer. Thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem like such a bad deal.
Immediately, Chen's dad got up from the bed with an impatient expression and paid for the game for his son. Chen Zhe, on the other hand, excitedly downloaded and installed the game. He opened the interface of Transformers, Battle for Earth. As soon as they entered the game interface, Chen Zhe and his dad heard the thrilling sound of engines roaring.
One after another, sleek and powerful sports cars appeared on the computer screen.
The luxury cars from the real world were now right before the eyes of the father and son.
With the help of the game's virtual engine, the transformation process of the Autobots could be depicted with remarkable realism. This wasn't the simple transformation seen in cartoons. Instead, every single part and gear of the car undergoes constant transformation, pulling, and watching those lifelike Autobots, the benefits of technological advancement become evident. It's simply amazing. Wow! It's Optimus Prime. It's Bumblebee. And there's Saber. Can we choose these Transformers? Strange, why aren't there any Decepticons?
Seeing the Autobots in front of him, Chen Zhe's face lit up with excitement.
Even Chen's father, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but be captivated by the Transformers' transformation process.
Who had originally planned to go back to his room for a nap,
suddenly abandoned that plan.
He moved a small stool over and sat down next to his son, watching him play the game.
The game's interface was simple, starting with a basic tutorial mode. The Autobots have two modes. One is the sports car mode, which boosts speed by 200%, ideal for exploring the map. The other was the Autobot mode, which allowed for combat.
At first, it could only perform basic punches. However, the map contained a variety of weapons for the Transformers to choose from. These include the Star Wars automatic rifle, Star Wars sniper rifle, Star Wars shotgun, mini cannon, and Star Wars sniper rifle, among others. Additionally, there are cyber armor and cyber helmets.
Different armor provides varying levels of defense for the Autobots. And the biggest feature of the original animation: mini Transformers.
Possessing a mini Transformer grants a significant boost to the weapon system, making it much stronger.
However, they are rare items within the map.
They can only be obtained through airdrops or by defeating bosses. Upon seeing the system automatically match several NPC enemies, Chen Zhe and his father immediately realized.
These wild enemies on the map can also be farmed.
Using firearms to defeat them can drop various items. If you defeat the mini-bosses among the wild monsters, there's also a chance to obtain a mini-Kong.
Once the newbie tutorial tasks were finished, Chen Zhe couldn't wait to give it a try. Click to start the battle.
Then he realized he had been transported to a massive deserted island.
Surrounding him were players everywhere.
The massive 100-player Battle Royale mode left Chen Zhe speechless, causing him to exclaim in astonishment.
Holy crap! A 100-player free-for-all? That's way too intense. How big is this game's map, man?
All the shock he felt turned into awe when he followed the other players aboard airships and landed on the vast, cyberpunk-style map.
It was completely replaced by awe. This futuristic tech city was exactly the cyber world he had imagined. And he was about to carve out a bloody path for himself among the countless players. Chapter 155. Good luck, tonight we eat chicken.
In the ruins of a futuristic world filled with buildings. The ground was littered with scrap cars and airplane wreckage. It resembled a post-apocalyptic scene. Players must scavenge for weapons among the limited supplies scattered across the map to secure their survival. Out of 100 players, only a small team can survive.
At that moment, Chen Zhe did not follow his teammates to parachute down. Instead, he chose to fly toward Autobot City. This place is the graveyard of the Autobots.
The area is littered with damaged car wrecks and parts. However, precisely because of this, there were still plenty of usable weapons hidden among the debris.
Chen Zhe quickly landed in the area and began searching for supplies.
Luckily, he quickly collected a mini handgun along with level 1 armor and a level 1 helmet. Just as he finished gathering his basic gear, gunfire erupted nearby.
Not far away, a group of players had already started fighting. Many players had landed in the car city.
They likely came here because the name suggested there would be plenty of supplies. There were as many as 4 or 5 teams.
Facing so many players, Chen Zhe was immediately terrified and trembling. Wow!
He wasn't exactly a natural at FPS games.
He was always the first to be eliminated in every match. With so many teams around and his teammates nowhere in sight, how was he supposed to fight?
Looking around at the growing number of players,
after a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a chance and go all out. So he directly chose to transform into a car.
In his car form, he parked among the numerous abandoned vehicles. He silently observed the situation. Meanwhile, the other players from different teams were unfamiliar with the game's map. Secondly, they never expected that a player would be so cautious. At the same time, it also confirmed that old saying, esports players have no static vision whatsoever. Chen Zhe just stood there in the abandoned parking lot for half an hour. It wasn't until all the teams had made their final decisions and only one team remained that this small group finally left. Only after they had walked far away did Chen Zhe finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then, a lecherous smile appeared on his face. He transformed back into a transformer. He walked toward the bodies that had been swept aside. Wow! Level 2 cyber armor. A damaged level 3 cyber helmet? This is a score. Wow! This is a star sniper rifle. With this match is in the bag. And an automatic rifle. Hee hee. I'm such a gaming genius. I don't have to do anything, others will work for me. Chen Dad, watching his son act so sleazy, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is that how you play games? There is no sense of immersion at all. Do you want to be a hero for a minute or a coward in the game forever? Hearing his father's words, Chen Zhe shot him a disdainful glance. What do you know? I'm a die-hard fan of the survivalist genre. A man should know how to survive. Look at me, I've survived to get a level 2 armor and a level 3 helmet. What more do you want? With my current gear, I can take on anyone one-on-one, got it? Can you go fight now, son? Just hiding isn't going to get you anywhere. Why don't you try killing 2 people? No rush, no rush. I don't feel confident yet. I'll go try to get a mini golden warrior first. Chen Zhe wasn't falling for his father's trick. Everyone else is fighting in teams, why would he be so stupid as to go solo? He was going to wait it out until the end. Then surprise everyone quietly. Suddenly, Chen Zhe felt like he had figured it out. Survival is also a path. He would prove the worth of all survival-focused players. So from then on, Chen Zhe kept dodging, gathering supplies, and stockpiling resources. Even when the poisonous circle shrinks later, he strictly adheres to the policy of only lingering within the poisonous circle. He didn't give other players a single chance to attack him. In Transformers Battle Royale, the zone shrinks at least twice as fast as in the original Battle Royale. Almost every 2.5 minutes, the circle shrinks again. After all the Autobots can transform into various sports cars. This significantly reduces the time spent on map navigation. This game has a much more intense pace compared to the original PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Even before reaching the final circle, the area is already filled with the sound of gunfire. The various gunfire sounds left Chen Zhe feeling terrified. Looking at the map display, his 4 teammates were already buried under 3 meters of grass. Only he had managed to survive until the very end. He had managed to survive by disguising himself as a wrecked car all the way to the final stage, where only a few dozen players remained. By the time the second-to-last poison zone appeared, most of the surrounding players had already obtained a mini golden armor. Explosive attacks filled the screen. Chen Zhe was hiding in a small room, trembling with fear. In the end, he simply refused to enter the poison zone. He managed to survive by relying on the supplies he had stockpiled earlier, hiding inside the poison zone. His health bar was dropping at a visible rate, but he quickly replenished it. All the way until the end. When the last squad finished off the enemies, they didn't notice. What the hell? What's going on? The map shows 6 people. Where's the other player? This area is full of poison. How could there still be a player? Wow! The system must be glitching. Damn it! The poison zone is too big. I can't hold on anymore. Does anyone have any medicine? I'm done for. I'm done for. Damn it! I just used all my meds. Where are there any left? Loot the bodies. Damn it! How do you loot in the poison zone? A group of players watched helplessly as the poisonous circle closed in on them. But Chen Zhe somehow managed to survive the last second using the supplies in his backpack. Although his health was dropping quickly, he had plenty of supplies. On the other hand, the opposing squad had run out of supplies. 5 of them were panicking, firing their guns wildly. Until all 5 of them were killed. Chen Zhe managed to hold on until the very last second before taking his final breath. Good luck and happy hunting. On the large screen, congratulatory messages suddenly flashed across the screen. But this scene left Chen Zhe staring blankly at the screen for a moment before he suddenly snapped back to reality. He then turned to his father with a delighted expression and couldn't help but shout excitedly. Dad, did you see that? I won the game. I did it. Chen Dad, zzz. Chen Zhe. It's just a little bit of cheating. Is it really worth sleeping so soundly? Ignoring his father who was asleep beside him, Chen Zhe directly took out his phone and snapped a photo of himself eating chicken. He quickly shared it in the class group chat. The next second, the class group chat exploded with excitement. Holy crap! Chen Ge, you're so awesome. You already got the chicken? The game just launched, right? This must be Chen Ge's first game. His talent is unmatched. I never would have guessed you were so talented.
Good, let's create a class game group and you can teach us. Hee, I can take you guys, but my playstyle might be a little different. Chapter 156, over 700,000 players on the first day. Transformers Battle Royale was released. It immediately sparked a wave of positive reviews online. Players who had never played a Battle Royale game before were introduced to the 100-player Chicken Dinner mode for the first time. They were instantly drawn in by this game mode that combines collection, monster hunting, and combat. Not only can you play solo, but you can also team up with others. In terms of competitiveness, it holds its own against any other competitive game on the market. Most importantly, this game has a very high level of randomness. With more players comes the need for more strategic thinking. Are you the ultimate gunfighter, the master of precision aiming, or the master of stealth? A variety of strategies are available for players to choose from. This has led professional players who had previously collaborated to propose a competitive game to the developers. After playing Transformers Battle Royale, they were immediately captivated by the game's unique mode. Many teams even held all-night meetings to discuss the game's competitive potential and whether it could become a competitive game. As for the answer, it's a definite yes. Even in Luming's previous life, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was already incredibly popular. It had already proven itself in the market. And in this lifetime, these players who haven't experienced the hardships of the past, how could they possibly resist the allure of this game? Major studios and even the higher-ups at clubs. After a unanimous decision in a meeting, notify all professional players in our club to focus on playing Transformers PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Have the FPS players from the team come over now to practice and get familiar with the game. I have a feeling this game has the potential to go viral. It's not just about going viral. Even with just the initial marketing, this game won T-sell less than 1 million copies. The business model for this game is absolutely perfect. Most importantly, there is no sign of any need for in-game purchases. Exactly. It fully considers the competitive nature of the players. It's basically achieved the goal of not requiring any in-game purchases. In just one day, all the professional players from every team and club were already buzzing with excitement. Those professional players who had been tormented by pay-to-win games. On this day, they were running around shouting with excitement. They all rushed into the arms of Transformers Battle Royale. Even players who don't usually play FPS games gave it a try. There's no other reason. The fact that the game doesn't require in-app purchases alone has already outshone countless game developers. Transformers Battle Royale excels in every aspect: graphics, gameplay, and balance, all executed to perfection. Add in the various tactical combinations, and the entertainment value is off the charts. As a result, those trashy, pay-to-win games have been abandoned by everyone. Take a certain FPS game, for example. If you don't spend money, you can't even beat the players who do. Can you believe that? There's even a saying circulating: cheaters can't beat those who spend money. A $40 cheat code can't compare to a $4,000 paid gun. By the end of the game, it's basically gods fighting each other. Those professional players were completely overwhelmed. With a more interesting alternative game available, what do you think people will choose? Almost overnight, major game stores and e-commerce platforms began seeing massive sales of game gear and accounts for various FPS games. Especially a few pay-to-win FPS games were completely dismantled by players, with everything being sold off at rock-bottom prices. No one is fooled. When Transformers Battle Royale was released, everyone knew this game is definitely going to take over the current gaming market. If you don't sell off your game gear now, are you just going to sit on it and let it go to waste over the holidays? When the employees of those game companies showed up at work the next day, they were all stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Boss, there's trouble. Our player numbers are plummeting. The online count isn't even half of yesterday's. All the major marketplaces are flooded with people selling accounts and gear. Our game is worthless now. Team leader, we're in trouble. What should we do if no one is playing our game anymore? Damn it. What is going on? Why are all our players leaving? It seems to be related to the newcomers. They lured all our players away. How could this happen? Moya? What did they create? A group of game company employees stared blankly at their own back end. Such dismal data, they never would have imagined this even in their wildest dreams. Some servers were even completely empty. Even the most popular servers had fewer players than half of their former numbers. There was no activity at all. While everyone was frantically searching for the cause. On the other side, a quiet thunderclap erupted. Congratulations to Transformers Battle Royale players for surpassing 7 million on their first day. Upon seeing this news, the entire gaming industry was blown to smithereens. Not only did industry peers find it hard to believe, even netizens were skeptical. On the first day of release, surpassing 7 million copies sold? What the heck is going on? Is this real? That game that was just starting out is so popular? I heard it's an anime adaptation? How could it have so many players? Damn it! This is just the first day. If this keeps up, breaking 10 million won't be a problem.
You can fool your friends, but don't fool yourself.
Wow.
I wondered why our servers were so empty today. Turns out everyone is playing that game.
7 million players on the first day. Is it that profitable? I thought the game cost 98? That's almost 700 million in a single day?
At that moment, all the competitors were completely stunned. Those who had initially doubted that Mo could achieve such absurd sales figures.
After some calculations, they silently realized. It seems like Transformers Battle Royale is really a money-making machine. And it's not even a free-to-play game. Is it really that appealing to players?
In any case, the game has proven one thing with its performance.
That is, if there's a good game in the market, it can completely dominate the market.
Back then, players had no choice but to settle for those curry-flavored duds.
But now, Luming has actually come out with a curry dish. After considering the cost-effectiveness. Guess what?
They discovered that choosing the budding option was actually the most cost-effective choice.
As always, it's all about the competition. Once the floodwaters recede, everyone will immediately see who is swimming naked.
Many small game companies saw their player numbers not just halved.
They're being cut off at the ankles. Saying they'll shut down their official servers the next day isn't an exaggeration. And the big companies aren't looking too happy either. The big companies still have a conscience and a bottom line. But there aren't many of them.
The number of professional players within these major companies has plummeted, and even ordinary players have been lured away by the professionals.
They've all gone to play Transformers Battle Royale. The 4 major manufacturers, all of their FPS-type games, all have lost at least 30% of their player base.
This is just the beginning. If Transformers Battle Royale continues to be released, the outcome is predictable. For a moment, all game companies fell silent. On this day, they all had a common enemy.
That enemy was the Seed. Chapter 157, Joint Countermeasure Plan.
On its first day, the number of players who purchased the game exceeded 7 million. No one expected budding to make so much money this time around.
This is no longer just about profits.
At this point, major first-person shooter game companies have no choice but to unite. Inside a certain video conference room, a group of company executives are gathered together.
Transformers Battle Royale has been released for 3 days. The situation is quite dire. Of course, we're not talking about newcomers, we're talking about them.
The CEOs of the 4 major game companies and top domestic game companies were all present. Meanwhile, the meeting room screens are displaying live streams of major game streamers playing Transformers Battle Royale. A few young executives immediately took the initiative to start the discussion. After all, the Big Four aren't solely reliant on FPS games for profits, they have a higher margin for error. These smaller companies, however, must be extremely cautious when developing each game.
Even the slightest mistake could result in the initial investment going down the drain. So, Manhwa has gone too far this time.
Our online player count has dropped to less than 40% of its original number. If this keeps up, we'll have to shut down early.
Exactly. How can they do this? They're not leaving us any room to breathe.
All the big streamers are live streaming their games now. I just don't get what is so great about that Transformers Battle Royale game.
Exactly. It's just got better special effects, smoother combat mechanics, more diverse gameplay, and tougher PvP, right? Aye.
Enough, Mr. Shin, stop talking.
You're just making things worse. In any case, the release of Transformers Battle Royale has already impacted our survival space. We must demand an explanation from Manhwa.
At that moment, Su Li, the new chairman of Zongshin Games, heard the words of this group of disorganized individuals.
Couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Accountability? What level are you at? You want Manhwa to give you an explanation?
Not only is your game poorly made, but you're also aggressively guiding or even forcing players to spend money.
If you don't go out of business, who will?
Although the 4 major companies aren't exactly role models either, at least their games have some reputation.
Unlike some game companies that have no bottom line when it comes to making money.
As for those people, Su Li naturally has no sympathy for them.
However, today is at least a joint meeting initiated by the 4 major companies. Some patience is still necessary. When the smaller companies start causing a commotion. Finally, the CEOs of the 4 major companies exchanged glances.
Chui Yan, the CEO of Thunder Games, the most senior among them, spoke up.
Everyone, let's put an end to this discussion.
We all know that what attracts players to a game isn't just its reputation, but also its quality.
We have already commissioned professional analysts to conduct an analysis.
The market potential for Transformers Battle Royale is very high, and with the momentum from the previous promotions, Moya might just take off this time. Upon hearing Chui Yan's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly.
A CEO from a small studio couldn't help but look at Chui Yan and asked, "Mr. Chui, is there really no way to stop them? That company is a disgrace to our industry. They're leaving us no room to survive.
If this continues, we might all be out of business this year."
That's right, Mr. Chui. The impact of the new startup isn't just on our business, the user churn rate at Thunder should also be pretty high, right?
Our company's performance this month is likely to be halved. Losing a few $1,000,000 is heartbreaking. They're already making so much money, why won't they let us have even this little bit? Hearing everyone's complaints, Cui Yan listened patiently to their complaints, his expression unchanged. Only when everyone fell silent did he coldly glance at the crowd. After a long silence, he finally spoke coldly. Have you all finished? Do you think complaining like this will affect the sales of the game? Or do you think it can curse that Lu guy to death? Or are you hoping he'll get scared and voluntarily give you a share of the profits? Hearing Cui Yan's sharp question, the group of executives immediately hung their heads in shame, daring not to look at him. All they could hear was Cui Yan's cold voice. Give up your unrealistic fantasies. We all know the truth, our game is a pile of garbage. It doesn't even come close to Manhwa. Unless something unexpected happens, no one can stop the rise of Transformers Battle Royale. Upon hearing Cui Yan's definitive conclusion, everyone's faces turned pale. After all that discussion, this is the conclusion we've come to? We can't accept that. Manhwa hadn't done anything, yet they ended up being the ones to suffer? Is that fair? Just then, the CEO who had been complaining the most couldn't help but clench his fists and say, Mr. Cui, is there really no way out? Are we just going to let that young upstart named Lu ride roughshod over us? Facing the other party's poor provocation, Cui Yan only let out a cold snort. Didn't I just say? Unless something unexpected happens, Transformers Battle Royale will rise, but what if something unexpected does happen? This. Suddenly, everyone present froze in shock. Some weren't sure what exactly constituted an accident. Seeing everyone's reactions, Cui Yan's face slowly broke into a smile. You're all veterans in the workplace, it's time to let the young ones learn the hard way. The business world isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social etiquette. You may not know how to make a game, but do you really need me to teach you how to ruin one? Tell me, how do you ruin a game? This. In an instant. These seasoned office veterans instantly understood Cui Yan's meaning. They could even be called self-taught geniuses. When it comes to taking down their rivals, they're seasoned pros. Immediately, a look of contemplation appeared on everyone's faces. Cui Yan casually scanned the crowd with a glance before letting out a cold laugh. Your company must have a few technical experts, right? Have them create some cheat codes for free, understand? Whoa! Hearing Cui Yan's words, everyone immediately sucked in a cold breath. In an instant, everyone realized how ruthless Cui Yan's move was. To destroy a game, all you need to do is plant a cheat program within it. If cheats were to run rampant in the game Transformers Battle Royale, how could players ever regain their trust in it? At that point, wouldn't those games that had lost their players' trust come back again? At this thought, the faces of the executives all betrayed a sinister expression. The nascent joint countermeasure plan also took shape on paper. This single blow would leave Transformers Battle Royale either dead or crippled. Just thinking about it made them excited. Chapter 158, Manhwa Toy Factory's Overseas Expansion Plan. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a week had passed. The player base for Transformers Battle Royale has largely stabilized. In just 1 week, the game sold over 20 million copies. It had almost swept up all domestic FPS players. Any player who has tried the Battle Royale mode can't help but marvel at this game. Additionally, the recent popularity of Transformers Thunderfleet has further boosted this game to a new level. It has not only attracted the attention of a large number of adult players but also a significant number of young players. Some esports high schools have even designated Transformers Battle Royale as a key exam subject for the upcoming exams. The popularity of Transformers Battle Royale far exceeds that of its predecessor. Even Lu Ming never imagined that people would love this game so much. This has left him marveling at how long players have been willing to endure being exploited. They've almost forgotten what it means to enjoy the ninth art. Looking at the revenue data coming in from the back end, Lu Ming's smile grew even wider. At the same time, he didn't forget to call Sue, the factory director of Manhwa Toys, to inquire about sales over the past period. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Sue, who was already beaming with joy, became even more delighted. Through the phone, he gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Mr. Lu, you're truly amazing. Major cities are all requesting additional toy orders. Especially the luxury models, the Ultimate Luxury Edition, the orders are coming in non-stop. Our factory hasn't been this busy in years. Even the regular workers' performance bonuses this month are likely to exceed 10,000 yuan. We're currently researching the blind box concept you mentioned earlier. For the next batch of toys, we plan to create Transformers blind boxes. And we'll make Optimus Prime and Megatron as hidden editions. After listening to Su Dongfan's explanation, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. In recent days, orders from all over the country have been pouring in like snowflakes. The entire Manhwa Toys company has once again regained the vitality of its peak period. Even overseas orders were already being rushed, with customers eager to place orders for a batch of Transformers. Speaking of overseas orders, even Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at how quickly Hasbro and DreamWorks were promoting their products. Transformers Thunderfleet was brought to the big screen in just 1 week. They managed to get the animation onto the big screens of television sets.
Once the audience understood the concept of Transformers, Luming's next step was to promote the toys while also promoting their games.
Compared to having Su Dongfeng accept overseas orders, Luming actually had a bolder idea.
Mr. Su, what do you think about finding an overseas agent? In the past, we've always helped others with manufacturing.
This time, let the foreigners work for us, and we'll sell the agency rights.
What do you think? This. Upon hearing Luming's words, Su Dongfeng was clearly taken aback.
Clearly, selling the distribution rights was the most comfortable option.
No effort required, just sit back and collect the profits every year.
However, the frugal mindset instilled in him from a young age made him hesitant.
After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but speak up.
Mr. Lu, your idea is good, but based on my years of experience, there aren't many reliable foreigners out there.
Even large companies lack integrity and are skilled at pulling underhanded tricks in more subtle ways.
This is a major business deal for us, and I don't feel comfortable handing it over to foreigners. Upon hearing Su Dongfeng's words, Luming couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. But he quickly let it go. If the Transformers IP were a one-time deal, handing it over to Su Dongfeng would indeed be a hassle.
In short, it wasn't worth it.
But Luming knew that this IP would remain as stable as an old dog for at least the next 30 years.
Since it could ensure the Transformers series would continue indefinitely.
Whether it's handing over the licensing rights to a foreign toy company or producing it domestically for export, neither option seems appropriate. So, at this point, there's only one option left.
Mr. Su, have you considered opening a branch factory overseas?
What? The sudden shift in topic caught Su Dongfeng off guard. He seemed a bit confused by Lu Ming's meaning. Lu Ming, however, repeated himself calmly.
My idea is simple.
Since you don't trust foreigners, and we want to make money, why don't we go abroad and set up our own factory, or simply buy an existing one and use it as a shell company? We can produce toys ourselves and handle sales directly.
Do you have suitable candidates?
Since both Japan and the US have their own markets, why not set up factories in both places?
After hearing Lu Ming's proposal, Su Dongfeng was also completely baffled.
At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. He had thought he was already pretty radical. But Lu Ming was even bolder than him. Mr. Lu, our company has just started to recover. If we were to open a branch factory now, we might face some financial instability.
Don't worry about that. I'll inject some funds into Qinghe Toys under the name of Manhwa and sign a commercial cooperation agreement. If you have any reliable talent to recommend, send them to Eagle Sauce. Next, I need to take our game to Eagle Sauce for promotion. Your task is quite challenging. It was clear that Lu Ming was serious. Su Dongfeng's face gradually grew serious. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to be so aggressive. He just said he'd set up a factory abroad, and he's doing it. Was he already thinking about hiring people? After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but speak up. There's one person, my son. He studied abroad in the United States and holds an MBA degree. He's currently working as a management consultant at a large company. If you trust me, Mr. Lu, I can have my son give it a try, and he also has some connections there. This is truly putting family first. Whether his son is truly outstanding or if Su Dongfeng has a personal agenda, Lu Ming couldn't care less. There are plenty of people in this world with personal motives. As long as it helps him make money, what's wrong with a little self-interest? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming agreed immediately. Alright, give me his phone number, and I'll have someone from the overseas department contact him. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I trust you completely. His salary will be set at the highest level. As long as he can complete the tasks I assign, I guarantee no one will be able to shake his position as overseas plant manager. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dongfeng's weathered face immediately lit up with excitement. Who wouldn't want to provide their descendants with a path to success? He had already given up hope for Qinghe Toys. He was just waiting to retire and go to Eagle Town to be with his son. However, the arrival of Lu Ming in Xiatian had brought Qinghe Toy Factory a second spring in its business. Now, not only did his own future look promising, but even his son could be pulled into the fold. At that moment, Su, the factory director, was overcome with emotion. He had dedicated half his life to Qinghe Toy Factory. Along the way, he endured immense pressure, ridicule, and even sighs of despair. But at this moment, he felt as though he had finally cleared the clouds and seen the sunshine. He had a premonition. The good days for Qinghe Toy Factory were finally arriving. Chapter 159, the team moves in the older sister's new livestream. At that moment, in the livestream of I'm Not at Sundara, Shin Yujie, as usual, opened his livestream. Now, he was a regular guest on the platform. The advertising fees provided by Lu Director are more than generous. Therefore, whenever a new game is released, Shin Yujie always tries it out first. Recently, with the release of Transformers Battle Royale. As expected, Shin Yujie's live streams in recent days have been all about Transformers Battle Royale. Of course, given Moya's current social status, plus the game's immense popularity, even without any promotion, there are plenty of players.
Currently, over half of the streamers in the game section of the live streaming platform are streaming Transformers Battle Royale.
There are just too many people playing. Viewers can't keep up.
Within the gaming community of Manhwa, there has never been such a high level of uniformity. This clearly demonstrates the immense influence a good competitive game can have on players. This has caused Shin Yuje a lot of headaches lately.
There are simply too many streamers pulling off creative stunts. He can't think of any good ideas.
So, in recent times, he has invited numerous new guests for collaborations. For example, today he even brought in a group of high-profile guests. Looking at the stable number of fans in the livestream, Shin Yuje immediately smiled at the audience.
Hello everyone. Welcome to today's live stream.
Yesterday, I teamed up with Chiezi and easily won 2 games. Today, I'll be inviting a well-known domestic esports team to join us for a live stream.
That's right, I'm sure many of you have already received the preview, right? This team is Junlin.
The top members of the Junlin team, who have participated in various domestic FPS competitions, will be joining my live stream today to stream alongside everyone. Upon hearing the content of the live stream today,
the viewers in the live stream were immediately excited. Wow! The host is also a fan. The members of Junlin are doing a live stream with her? I've heard that major domestic teams have all joined Transformers Battle Royale, and it's actually true. Who knows? The Dominion's dominance in the domestic FPS scene. Are any of my favorite fans here? I want to see them play sniper. Can I join your team, older sister? I'm the strongest gunner at our school.
Within moments, Shin Yuje's livestream was filled with top players from the 4 Emperors team. The team captain, fans, and members Shangu, Kaochang, and Feimao. Except for Qing Jiao, all the top players from the Dominion team had arrived. The moment the 4 of them appeared, they immediately caused a stir in the livestream. After all, in this world, professional players hold a social status even higher than that of celebrities. Especially professional FPS gamers, who hold an unshakable position in the professional gaming scene. They usually spend most of their time training and rarely stream.
Most people only get to see them during live streams of major tournaments.
As for their training sessions, each team maintains a high level of secrecy. Thanks to Shin Yuje's connections, the team from Junlin has decided to collaborate with him for a live stream.
This is also an opportunity to announce to everyone that Junlin is preparing to join Transformers Battle Royale. The 4 of them looked at the camera with a cool demeanor and gave a brief greeting. It's not that they didn't want to speak. It's just that the 4 of them, well, they're socially awkward. Captain Fan's case was particularly severe, as he rarely socialized outside of the team. This time, seeing so many greetings in the live stream comments. At just 22 years old, Fan's face actually turned a bit red. Meanwhile, Shin Yuje was thinking about the advertising fees he had secured from Junlin. He immediately followed the script and asked Fans. Captain Fans, as the nationally recognized sniper god, has your team been playing Transformers Battle Royale lately? Weren't you preparing for the Overwatch tournament before? Upon hearing Shin Yuje's question, the fans' cheeks flushed slightly, but they replied seriously. Overwatch is a great game, but after careful consideration by the team's management, we've decided to focus our efforts on Transformers Battle Royale moving forward. For the next competition, we may have our reserve players step in. If possible, we hope the official organizers will consider hosting a tournament. Hearing Fans' words, many fans who heard this news for the first time were also taken aback. Wow! The team is really bold this time. I remember the prize money for the Overwatch tournament wasn't low either. What good is a high prize pool? You still need an audience. You might not know this, but the dominance of Transformers Battle Royale is undeniable. Actually, not just Junlin, Wangquan Beiji, and Malatang Tutu, most of the teams have already switched to Transformers Battle Royale. Unless something unexpected happens, the next few years will probably be dominated by the newcomers. Awesome! I've been watching them since high school. Go Junlin! Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the 4 main players of Junlin began their live stream for the day. From the way they seamlessly navigate the interface, it's clear. They definitely aren't new to this game. They might have been undergoing intensive, targeted training for days. Unlike previous FPS games, Transformers Battle Royale introduces map exploration and a poisonous gas zone mechanic. There are so many tactics that need to be adjusted. But even so, the fans who have been practicing together for a week still manage to achieve impressive results with their favorite characters. 5 players entered the map together and immediately chose the most crowded and bustling area, the Cybertron Wasteland. The area is rich in resources and has a high chance of spawning mini Transformers at the start of the map. It's a must-visit location for all players. In a 4v1 situation, Shin Yuje followed behind them and immediately picked up 2 good guns at the start. An assault rifle and a shotgun. He felt invincible from the start. Guys! Look at my luck! Who else can match this? He. Tap, tap, tap. Little did he know that at that very moment. The next moment, the Transformer he was controlling was hit from behind with a full magazine. Instantly, his health bar was depleted and he collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Sneaky dog! Fans, help me. Help me. Fans.
The 4 team members exchanged glances, all seeing helplessness in each other's eyes.
Is this the true strength of an amateur? Before coming here, the guild manager had said. This streamer named I'm Not at Sundara was supposed to be a technical streamer? A technical streamer is this? Unable to help themselves, the fans sighed deeply before shouting. Change tactics. Save them. Go for it. Chapter 160, the ultra-crying older sister squad arrives. Da. Inside the ruins of a building. Mushroom and Sausage were tasked with distracting the players inside. While they continuously fired from both sides, Captain Fans led Fat Cat around to the back of the building. Shock grenade. Fans gave the order. In his game mode, he displayed a stark contrast to his earlier shy and timid demeanor. He was like a true ruler in the game, truly dominating the world. As the stun grenade thrown by Fat Cat landed, he charged into the room wielding a shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and boxes fell to the ground. The remaining 3 team members charged into the room simultaneously, with 2 responsible for searching and providing cover, and 2 for collecting the boxes. The speed at which they grabbed the boxes could only be described as lightning fast. While other players were probably still deciding which attachments to choose and what type of ammunition to use, Fans had already modified a new gun in less than 3 seconds. He then charged toward the stairs alone, beginning a swift looting operation. He searched each supply point quickly and carefully. The game had only been underway for less than 5 minutes. The 4 members of their squad were already equipped with level 2 armor, level 2 helmets, and their weapons were all fully upgraded. Seeing their well-trained demeanor, the audience couldn't help but let out a series of gasps. Wow! Is this the level of professional players? If it were me, I'd probably still be looting boxes right now. Amazing! That reaction speed, how many years of being single does that take? Jun Lin is amazing. Fans are amazing. And so, the 4 of them fought their way to the side of the older woman. Finally, just as his health bar was about to deplete, they pulled him back up. Not only that, the fans kindly threw the supplies they had just collected to the older woman. This move was pure boyfriend material. In an instant, the older woman, who had been lying on the ground moaning in pain, was instantly healed. Having survived, he shouted at the viewers in the live stream. Did you guys see that? That's what I call teamwork. I acted as bait to draw the enemy's attention, while my teammates launched the attack. This time, did we win big? Fans. This guy has no shame. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Awesome. That's what you call a boss lady. Guys, watch me take down the mature woman squad. I'm in the same map as him. Come on. I want to snipe the mature woman too. I just created a sniper team for the cool older woman group. Let's all make her cry. Unbelievable. These fans are really capable of anything. At this moment, the queen doesn't even know she's already been targeted by her own fans. There are even dedicated fans who secretly created a sniper group for her. When the older woman was preparing for her livestream, they all gathered together in preparation. Then they all target the mature woman together. Finally, they all peeked at the screen together. The player who just ambushed the mature woman was one of her high-quality fans. This time, they're going to make the older woman cry for real. In the YY room, the host was peeking at the screen while giving commands. We've already spotted them. They're in the debris zone of Cybertron. Everyone nearby, gather here and ambush the older woman together. Be careful, he's following that Emperor's squad today. If we win this round, we'll become famous worldwide. Wah! Make the older sister cry. The host is awesome. Li Jie is awesome. Hey, isn't the host Li Jie? The one who plays Street Fighter? You know too much. Kill, kill, kill. Remember, our goal is ultra crying older sister. Before long, the number of players in the Cybertron debris zone could be seen increasing rapidly. A dozen or so players chargedly into the room where the older sister and her group were located. Seeing this, fans' expressions also grew slightly grim. What is going on? Why does it feel like there are so many people in the Cybertron wasteland today? It's nothing. High-intensity battles like this happen occasionally. Hold your ground and watch out for snipers. Guys, I just picked up a sniper rifle. Watch me take out these guys. I'm done for. Fans, save me. Mushroom, save me. Bro, why don't you hide behind us and help pick up supplies? No way. I'm a pro at this. In no time, the building they were in was completely surrounded. Meanwhile, fans remained calm and cautious, carefully following their 3 teammates as they sniped the enemies. Facing the attack of over a dozen enemies, he suddenly noticed something odd. Something's wrong. There are so many squads, why aren't they fighting each other? Why are they targeting us? Isn't this game supposed to be randomly matched? Now that you mention it, you're right. What is going on? A group of people looked on with puzzled expressions as the players rushed into the building. Until they noticed the system prompt in the top right corner. The names of the players they had just defeated appeared.
Emperor's fans knocked down Crying Lady 032 kneeling figure icon. Junlin Mushroom killed Ultra Crying Lady 112 skull icon.
Junlin Fat Cat knocked down Ultra Crying Lady 082.
Seeing this string of names, everyone's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Then, all eyes turned to the Crying Lady hiding trembling in the back.
These people, are they after you? The elegant lady. I don't know. They must be my fans, right? It's okay, you'll get used to it. Get used to it, for heaven's sake. What kind of fans are these? Other streamers' fans either tip or whine. Why does it get so weird when it comes to you? Watching the endless waves of players rushing into the building below, even the strongest players like fans felt a wave of exhaustion. After a long while, he managed to suppress the urge to curse and said, "It's okay, just think of it as pressure building training." After speaking, he reloaded his weapon while coordinating defensive maneuvers with his teammates. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, upon seeing the series of bizarre usernames, burst out laughing. My goodness. Everyone here is so talented. The boss just stirred up a hornet's nest. Where can I join this group? I'll pay extra. You guys are treating the boss like a little kid. This is completely out of control. I can't stop laughing. I just joined an ultra crying older sister group and there are already over 600 people in it. Everyone's online, just waiting for the older sister. Ha ha ha. The fans are really suffering this time. All the pressure is on them. Finally, the fans managed to take down the enemies. After this round, the number of players on the map dropped directly to over 50. Every member of the Emperor's Dominion team has at least 5 kills. Meanwhile, the older sister who had been following them the entire time without contributing anything. Upon seeing them eliminate so many enemies, she suddenly regained her confidence. She smiled and fired a few shots at the box on the ground, then shouted loudly. Did you all see that? That's what I call real strength. Under my command, we successfully took out over 20 of them. Tell me, am I not the real deal? The Junlin members. Beep beep beep. Hey! What's that noise? Did anyone's phone ring? Upon hearing the older woman's question, the fans quietly glanced at their health watches. The notification indicated that his blood pressure had suddenly spiked. Chapter 161, Someone's Cheating? In the ensuing battle, the 4 members of Junlin, accompanied by the older woman, were unstoppable, defeating all who stood in their way. Under fans' orders, they advanced swiftly and decisively. With ease, they successfully won the first round. Seeing the words "good luck, tonight we eat chicken" displayed on the screen, the older woman couldn't help but smile widely. What do you guys think? Did I coordinate well with the members of the Junlin team? Fans, what do you think? Is my skill level good enough to join Junlin professionally? You probably need to practice a bit more. Fans replied politely. However, the audience who had watched the older woman play all burst into laughter. How could they not know how the older woman had just played the game? It was all about emotions, no skill involved. Along the way, the fans had saved the older woman at least 5 times. On average, each person saved her once. They all felt like they weren't playing a game anymore, but were just there to be the older woman's bodyguards. And yet, the older sister often ignores commands and does all sorts of mysterious moves. It was making them suffer terribly. Esports is actually a profession that emphasizes strict discipline and adherence to orders. Professional players must think through every decision, every second. A single mistake could mean losing the entire game. But this is just a casual game. If this were a regular training session, he would have already berated the older sister character relentlessly. Seeing the fans looking like they wanted to say something but couldn't, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Look at the older sister, she's got the fans all worked up. To be honest, I rarely see fans react this way while playing games. It's got to be the boss lady, this is so entertaining. Just check the senior sister's sniper group, there are already over 2,000 people, guys. Anyone else want to join in and cry with the boss lady? Let's go. Seeing these comments, the fans felt their blood pressure rise slightly. Just thinking about being surrounded by a crowd in the ruins of Cybertron. He felt a chill run down his spine. Unconsciously, his gaze shifted to the mushroom beside him. When do you think we'll be able to go back to training? The boss said we have to keep fighting until 6 in the evening, at least 6 more hours. Hearing his teammates' words, Fan's face twitched. Another 6 hours of this agonizing game? Forget it. Let's just treat it as a guild quest. I'll endure it. In the following battles, the 4 members of the Dominion faction were under immense pressure. In every match, they were matched with several players specifically there to target the female players. These guys were acting like madmen. Even if they didn't loot anything upon meeting them, they just wanted to beat the older women to a pulp. The fans were suffering terribly. In fact, several times, they even achieved the landed in a box achievement. He was so enraged he was on the verge of losing his mind. By the end, the 4 members of Junlin looked numb. The fans even changed their strategy specifically. Instead of immediately looking for guns upon meeting, they focused on finding grenades. Then they organized their teammates to execute a human bomb tactic. Take out as many as possible, then send others to rescue them.
If they couldn't be saved, it didn't matter, just rest and wait for the next round.
At the start of each match, a dozen players charge in like mad dogs. Can you feel the terrifying pressure?
What's most frustrating is the group of screen-peeking cheaters, constantly following them and peeking at their screens. Even if he's already adjusted the delay to 30 seconds, they can still be quickly located by those people. As the fight goes on, the health tracker on his wrist starts beeping non-stop. He's so angry he's about to get up and take some blood pressure medication.
The pressure is just too much.
Finally, after taking care of the die-hard fans of the older women at the beginning,
the fans thought they could finally play the game normally. But little did they know, they had only just reached the halfway point of the game, when the 5 of them transformed into car forms and were racing through the map. Bang! The leader of the fans was hit by a bullet from a distance, striking their weak point directly. Neither the level 3 helmet nor the level 3 armor could withstand the shot, and their health bar dropped to critical levels instantly. The enemy on the other side must have used a mini giant.
Realizing this, the fan's expression turned grim, and he immediately shouted,
"Everyone, be careful! Find cover and locate the enemy. The direction is SC-135.
The next second, everyone immediately took cover behind a stone structure.
They cautiously searched for the enemy.
But this time, they seemed to have encountered a formidable enemy. Just as the fat cat peeked out, his level 2 helmet was instantly blown off by the enemy. A single shot from the enemy sent him straight to meet his maker. A few teammates nearby hadn't even had time to heal him.
He was immediately finished off by the enemy.
Seeing this, the expressions of fans and the others changed slightly.
What's going on with Fat Cat? Where did he get hit? Upon hearing the captain's question, Fat Cat immediately reviewed the death replay.
Then he looked at fans with a puzzled expression and asked curiously,
"Something's wrong, Captain. The enemy was sniping me from 1,500 meters away. That's way too far."
In the game, hitting an enemy from 3 miles away while they're moving in a car.
The enemy was able to take out half of their health with a single shot.
At least they must have been using a sniper rifle equipped with a mini golden bullet.
But even if the enemy is a sharpshooter with perfect aim, that's still too exaggerated. Forget about the game. Even in real life, even a gun master wouldn't be that exaggerated.
Never mind how they hit the target, just how they even spotted them is a problem.
Who knows how they spotted them from 3 miles away? Did they hear the sounds? Forget it. Almost instantly, the fans came up with an unlikely possibility. Is this cheating? It must be cheating, right? Otherwise, with that skill, he could join the first team bench at the top league. Not just that. With this level of skill, he could be the captain. But the game has only been out for a week, right? And there's already someone cheating?
Well, the game is so popular, so it's not surprising there are cheaters, but this is a bit too early. As they discussed, they didn't bother to hide their comments from the fans in the live stream. Even professional players found it hard to believe. The players watching naturally found it even more absurd. What kind of expert could suppress someone from 3 kilometers away? And every shot is a headshot? It's not cheating, what else could it be? They must have cheated. My goodness. This is way too disgusting. Cheating in a game? This is really disgusting. Killing enemies from 3 kilometers away? They're not even bothering to act anymore. This game has only been out for a week, right? Cheats are already available for sale? There's no way around it. The competition is too intense. I've been playing this game for ages and haven't won a single match yet. I really want to win. Guys, anyone need cheats? I've got an Autobot macro. If anyone needs it, just message me and I'll send it for free. What the hell? Are the cheaters selling their hacks directly in the live stream now? How dare they be so brazen? Chapter 162, the entire server is full of gods. The upcoming battle held no suspense. The 4 of them were immediately trapped in the wilderness by the enemy. The guns on the other side were simply too powerful. As soon as FNAS showed their heads, they were instantly taken down. Even when all 3 had transformed into car forms and fled, it made no difference. The divine archer Li Guang truly hit exactly where he aimed. Every shot was a headshot. What the hell? Someone's already using cheats? This is unacceptable. I'm reporting this. These people are disgusting. Looking at the lock on the screen, the mature woman's face flashed a hint of frustration. Finally, this match didn't have many of his die-hard fans. Instead of dying at the hands of his own people, he died at the hands of outsiders. Something feels off here. In any case, the cheating was too excessive. If it weren't for the live stream, his entire female family would be in trouble. The fans, however, took it in stride. They just saw him wave his hand and take a sip of water. No big deal. You always run into a few jerks when playing games. Get used to it. Let's just restart. After saying that, everyone took a short break and started another game. This time, when they reached the final stage of the game, another prophet appeared on the opposing team.
Several players who were using stealth were all predicted and killed by the opponent before they could act. This is a bit too much. The fans repeatedly watched the battle replay and came to a conclusion. The enemy must have had wall hacking, otherwise they couldn't have targeted people so precisely. At this point, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. It feels like there's suddenly been a surge in cheaters in the Transformers Battle Royale. It was fine during training these past few days, and I didn't encounter any cheaters. Why are there so many cheaters today? He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else going on that he wasn't aware of. When they finally returned to the game. When they entered the game, they were immediately stunned. Suddenly, a voice from a game merchant came over the intercom on the spaceship. Anyone looking to cheat? I've got cheats for sale. Headlock, wall hack, invincibility, health regeneration, you name it. Brothers, want to experience the thrill of winning? Add me on WeChat. Everyone. Hearing the other person's words, the group of women looked at each other in shock. What the hell? Are cheaters now this brazen? Selling cheats right inside the game? The game environment is ruined by these people. It's really disgusting. I hate cheaters the most. Let's take them down, guys. What's going on with this game? It's only the first week since launch and there are already so many cheaters? Doesn't the dev team do anything about it? I guess the developers didn't expect cheaters to target this game so quickly. It's not just the older women, even the viewers in the live stream are speechless because of these cheaters. Everyone is here to play the game, whether you're good or not doesn't really matter. After all, the older female streamer is known for her technical skills. We didn't see any real skill from him. But you're cheating. Not only are you ruining the game environment, but you're also treating others like fools. That's just not fun. However, the anti-cheat mechanism in this update isn't very well done either. It's slightly disappointing. The next few games were even more disappointing. Because almost every game had cheaters selling hacks, constantly shouting out. How can there be any game experience like this? In one game, 2 cheaters even appeared, constantly promoting how great their cheats were. The older woman immediately suggested, "Why don't the 2 of you face off? Whoever wins, I'll buy their cheat code." Upon hearing the older woman's words, the 2 cheaters fell silent. Without any hesitation, they immediately started a fierce battle. You can headshot, lock health, or be invincible, I can tolerate that. But you're not even friends, flying is just too over the top. When did the Autobots gain the performance of the Decepticons? That's too much. It's really too much. Damn it. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. How come there are so many cheaters in this game? It's all cheaters. How are we supposed to play this? Ugh. I just played 2 games, and both had cheaters. I'm starting to lose interest. These people are so disgusting, I'm going to throw up. I'll just go play Overwatch instead. Yeah, that game might not be as fun as Transformers Battle Royale, but at least there are no cheaters. As she watched, the older woman suddenly noticed. The number of fans in his livestream was decreasing at a visible rate. The viewers who were once so interested in Transformers Battle Royale. After seeing all the cheaters in the game, they immediately lost interest. What's the point of watching gods fight? It wasn't just the older woman's livestream. Other major streamers playing the game were also complaining about the numerous cheaters in the game. It seemed as though they had planned it in advance, all appearing on the same day, constantly disrupting the game environment. When the mature female streamer noticed the situation, she paused for a moment before saying, "Sorry everyone, we didn't want this to happen either, so today's livestream will end here. I'll go report the game's issues to Director Liu. Today's stream will end here. Goodbye." After saying that, Shin Yujie immediately shut down the livestream. After bidding farewell to everyone from Junlin, he immediately called Lu Ming. When Lu Ming received Shin Yujie's call, he was preparing for overseas game sales. Upon hearing Shin Yujie's report, he couldn't help but be taken aback. There's already cheating? How serious is it? It's pretty serious, Mr. Liu. During my livestream, almost every game had cheaters, and some players were even openly selling cheats. The game environment is now in complete chaos. It's not just me, several of my colleagues have also reported detecting cheats. After Lu Ming hung up the phone, he immediately narrowed his eyes. He didn't immediately address the cheat issue. His first thought was about the force behind this. The simultaneous appearance of so many cheaters in the game couldn't possibly be the work of a single individual. It seems like someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. As for who it was, that wasn't hard to guess. It's clear that Transformers Battle Royale has cut off someone's source of income. Any related game company could be behind this. It might not even be just one company, but a joint effort by several companies. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Lu Ming's spine. However, he quickly regained his composure. As a seasoned game designer, he's seen it all. To think that a cheat code could bring him down? That was truly underestimating him. Without hesitation, Lu Ming picked up the phone and called Wang Ba and the others. "Hello, old Wang? Open a new server for Transformers Battle Royale. I want all the cheaters to go there and fight like gods." Chapter 163, Legendary Lu Master.
Over the phone, Lu Ming briefly explained his request. Upon hearing Lu Ming mention hardware ban technology, he nodded in agreement. However, when he learned that Lu Ming wanted to create a separate group for those cheaters, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Goodness! Old Lu, are you trying to breed poisonous insects? What's so bad about that? It's a good opportunity to clean out these pests and get rid of some rule-breaking streamers at the same time. It'll add some entertainment value, what's the harm? That's true, but the consequences of cheating, just thinking about it was thrilling. Wang Ba could already envision the chaos that would ensue in the future streamer community. Just thinking about it made him laugh uncontrollably. Old Lu's move this time was really ruthless. You're so mean, I love it. Over the next 2 days, while players of Transformers Battle Royale were complaining about the abundance of cheats, the official team behind the game finally responded. On April 10th at midnight, the servers were shut down for 8 hours. They conducted an emergency fix to address the rampant cheating both inside and outside the game. The CEOs of game companies who saw the announcement immediately wore a sinister smile. Do you really think that just creating an anti-cheat software is enough? Why do you think a small company like yours can compete with all the FPS game companies on the market? So on that day, the CEOs of major companies secretly issued new orders to their technical staff. No matter what, develop new cheats immediately. When the game updates, we must update our cheats simultaneously. Use any means necessary, no matter the cost. Develop the latest cheat software for me. I'll make sure the new update never sees the light of day. Young people don't know their place. They still think they can salvage this? It's too late. Don't worry, boss. Once the Manhwa update is complete, our technical staff will immediately upgrade the cheat program. You don't trust our technology? Next time I'll make an even more outrageous one. For a moment, the entire gaming industry was abuzz with speculation. Meanwhile, in the live streaming industry, things were also heating up, filled with all sorts of underhanded dealings. At that moment, in a live streaming room named Lu Shifu, whose real name is Lu Wei. As a newcomer to the live streaming scene for Transformers Battle Royale, he had been the talk of the town in recent times. There's no doubt about it, it's all thanks to his top-notch skills. In the game, his quick and steady aim. He frequently leads his teammates to victory. After each match, he consistently scores at least 10 to 20 kills. He always manages to accurately target enemy positions and eliminate them with precision. He even frequently pulls off 1v5 comeback kills. This has left a lasting impression on his audience. And that's exactly why he went from being an unknown streamer in a small live streaming room to a game streamer with 200,000 loyal followers. Thanks to his exceptional gaming talent, he now earns a fortune every day. Many netizens have even urged him to join a professional gaming team. In response, Lu Shifu simply laughed it off without saying much. As for me, I prefer to play games and have fun with everyone. Joining a team isn't something I'm considering right now, though I might participate in competitions as an individual in the future. I prefer interacting with everyone over boring training. His polite, humorous, and charming personality has naturally won him many fans. Even a few days ago, he even countered a cheater in his live stream. This made him an overnight sensation in the Douyin live streaming community. After all that, you've probably already figured it out. Exactly. How could there possibly be such a perfect streamer in the world? All of this is just because this is Lu Shifu's carefully crafted persona. In reality, he's not a gaming expert at all. Although he graduated from an esports academy, his academic performance was average, and he didn't receive any offers from esports teams or guilds after graduation. How could someone who led an unremarkable life up until the age of 25 suddenly awaken to their potential? If one were to say that they discovered their talent for esports at 18, that might be plausible. But at his age, in the esports scene, he is already considered an old-timer. The scheming frog has been feeling your belly all along. Lu Shifu is cheating. His talent isn't in games, but in acting. It's just that his cheating isn't as extreme as other players. One wall hack, one mouse macro, and then adjust the aim macro to be a bit smaller. This makes his in-game character move with incredible naturalness. Combined with his natural gaming talent, this has made him the legendary Lu Shifu we know today. In less than a week, he's already earned tens of thousands just from fan donations. If this trend continues, he's the next big thing. The next fan favorite. Every time he thinks about the compliments from the audience in the live stream, Lu Shifu's face lights up with a smile. But just moments ago, when he saw the official notice from Manhwa, his smile froze, and he looked worried as he found the intermediary who had sold him the cheat code earlier. Bro, Manhwa is cracking down on game cheats. Will our cheats be okay? Upon seeing the message from his regular customer, Lu Shi, the broker on the other end replied immediately. Don't worry, the cheat I sold you is the safest one on the market. Not only can it hack into Transformers Battle Royale, but it can also hack into any FPS game on the market. Plus, our company's new cheat is almost ready. Once the game restarts, don't rush to stream.
I'll give you the new cheat as soon as it's ready. Seeing the message from the broker across the table, Lu Shifu's face immediately relaxed into a smile. Thinking about it, it made sense. His cheat code alone brings in thousands of dollars in monthly rent. It wasn't the kind of cheap, easily exposed makeup that anyone could spot flaws in. With that in mind, he immediately posted a statement to the viewers in the live stream. Guys, since the game has been updated, I won't be streaming tonight. I'll use the time to adjust my sleep schedule, take half a day off tomorrow, and start streaming again the day after. Hearing Lu Shifu's words, the fans had no objections. Go ahead and rest, Lu Shifu. I really want to watch your stream. Other streamers are boring. Lu Shifu, are you really not going to go pro? All the major teams and guilds are expanding and recruiting new members right now. I heard Wang Tubai specifically approached you. Is that true? Goodbye, big shot. Good night. When will you have time to take me flying? Seeing these comments in the live stream, he smiled and greeted each fan one by one. Once he finally closed the live stream, the smile on his face finally vanished. Then he slowly revealed a mocking expression. A bunch of idiots. Chapter 164, Master Lu, is it okay to insult yourself? Time passed quickly, and it was now the morning of the third day. Lu Wei, who had just received the latest version of the cheat from the broker. Once again, he regained the confidence and composure of a top streamer. However, before using it, he couldn't help but ask one more question. Bro, are you sure this won't get us banned? No way, bro. This is our company's latest flagship product, specifically designed for big streamers like you. Although I can't disclose specific names, I can tell you that we serve over 50 top streamers. Of course, you still have the most fans. So far, none of them have been detected by the official system for using cheats. How about that? Hearing the confident response, Lu Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He chuckled to himself for being too cautious. He then immediately started his live stream for the day. Just as he logged in, his live stream began to flood with viewers. In just a matter of moments, over 20,000 people had joined his live stream. Oh wow! Master Lu is back. Wild guess, Lu Shifu will kill at least 15 this time. 15? Are you underestimating Lu Shifu's skills? I say at least 20. Master Lu is amazing. When will you take me under your wing? Seeing the fans' comments in the live stream, Master Lu's smile remained calm and composed. As usual, he smiled and greeted everyone. At the same time, he started using a new cheat. Guys, I haven't played games all day. I'll head to the training ground to test my skills first. After saying that, he headed straight to the training ground. He carefully checked the information of the cheat tool. Wall hacking works, mouse macros work, that's good enough. After playing for a while and confirming that his cheat hadn't been detected by the game officials, he finally felt completely at ease. Alright, everyone, I'll go first. My requirements aren't high, let's start with 20 kills. After saying that, he smiled and opened the game, beginning the battle. Amidst the gasps of the live stream viewers, he was unstoppable, killing anyone who stood in his way. In just a moment, he had already killed over 20 people. This scene left the viewers completely mesmerized. The chat was flooded with 666 comments. The big shots were giving him gifts and shouting, "You're amazing." Meanwhile, Lu Shifu, surrounded by his adoring fans, easily won the first match. Then, he pretended to be nonchalant, claiming that it was all routine. Next, he even issued various challenges to the audience. For example, in this match, only shotguns and sniper rifles were allowed. And he remained the same legendary Lu Shifu. After 3 matches, he was completely unstoppable. 3 consecutive wins sent the livestream into a frenzy. Even the platform's official team recommended him for a featured promotion. In just a moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to over 100,000. More and more attention and donations poured in. This left Lu Shifu feeling on top of the world. Thank you all for your support. I won't say anything else. For the next round, I'm going to use the mini handgun to take out at least 3 people. Wow! Hearing Lu Shifu's thrilling challenge, the viewers in the live stream immediately lit up with excitement. When the next round began, Lu Shifu quickly got into the groove. Luck was on his side. He picked up a mini handgun right at the start. Through his wall hacking cheat, he quickly spotted a player standing outside his house. Instantly, a confident smile spread across his face. He feigned deep thought and said, "Guys, I hear footsteps. There's definitely someone around my house. Everyone, get ready. Watch how I take someone down with a handgun." Upon hearing Lu Shifu's words, the audience's faces immediately lit up with interest. Meanwhile, Lu Shifu himself had already quietly crept up behind the man. He even started following the man closely. Seeing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Just as everyone was ready for the player to turn around and be startled, it was just a second later. The player who had been walking ahead just moments ago. At the exact moment Lu Shifu pulled the trigger, the bullet that should have definitely hit him in the head was somehow dodged by the other person. And to make matters worse, the opponent swiftly turned around and fired a shot at his head. Bang! Legendary Lu Shifu, screen blacked out instantly. Master Lu? What the hell? Guys, did you see that? That guy must be cheating. He's definitely cheating.
After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. This time, he was just unlucky he must have run into a colleague.
But that cheat was way too lame. Auto dodge plus auto aim.
This invincible cheat was utterly devoid of any fun. Instantly, a look of frustration flashed across his face as he pretended to be a victim.
Damn it! This is so disgusting. I've run into a cheat user again. What's going on with the official team? Didn't they say they'd fix the cheat issues? Are their technical staff walking to work? They're walking too. Seeing Lu Shifu's furious expression, everyone finally realized
they had encountered the cheat user again. Suddenly, the live stream was filled with curses.
Oh no!
There are too many cheaters, the officials probably can't even ban them all. I hate those cheaters the most.
They have no real skills. They just indulge in self-satisfaction and self-delusion.
In real life, they're just pathetic losers with no abilities.
Cheaters should die.
I'll curse their ancestors for generations.
Cheating scum. I'll report everyone I see. I curse them to have sons without anus.
May they all go to Chengdu to become male models.
Lu Shi.
Guys, there's no need to be so harsh. Looking at the cheat-selling comments in the livestream, Lu Shi's lips twitched slightly. But soon, he regained his composure and joined the crowd cursing himself.
Is it okay to insult yourself?
After venting with the audience, he finally softened his tone.
Alright, everyone, don't let those trashy people ruin your mood. Let's keep playing.
I've already reported that guy, and I'm sure the admins will ban him soon. After saying that, he immediately restarted the game.
But this time, he was completely speechless.
There, on the spaceship they were in, a giant Autobot appeared, with limbs already extending beyond the model.
Wow, someone who didn't know any better would think the Emperor of the Universe had personally arrived. These days, even cheating doesn't require acting anymore? Wait, how did I end up with another cheat user again?
But that's not the craziest part, he even spotted a Decepticon cheat code.
Can NPCs disguised as players still beat the players? After one match, the screen is filled with gods? Lu Shifu?
Suddenly, a sense of foreboding flashed through his mind.
Chapter 165, Fishing in a Pond? It wasn't just Lu Shifu.
Even the viewers in his live stream had noticed something was off.
If it had just been a single instance of cheating, that could have been understood. But what's going on with this image now? There are way too many cheaters here. Among all these cheaters, did you find a single normal player? Is this a beaver? Hey, it feels like there are more cheaters today than the past few days, right? Yeah, exactly. Before, there might have been one or two cheaters in a game, but now it feels like the entire map is filled with them? Didn't the developers say they implemented anti-cheat measures? Why is it still like this? This game is garbage. How are we supposed to play like this? Looking at the densely packed chat messages in the live stream, Lu Shifu suddenly felt an ominous premonition.
Without saying a word, he immediately exited the game and quietly opened the message box of the intermediary.
What's going on, bro? There are cheats all over the game. Encountering cheaters isn't that normal?
Actually, several companies are targeting the game to create cheat software.
Encountering cheaters is standard procedure. But my account is having issues. The entire screen is filled with cheaters. Hold on, I'll check with the technical team.
Upon receiving Lu Shifu's message, the broker on the other side was also puzzled. Having never encountered such an issue before, he immediately contacted the technical department. Having never encountered hardware ban technology before, they had no idea what was going on. After a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. However, since the game hadn't been banned, it must mean there was no issue. So, the agent across the way directly offered Lu Shifu a compromise solution.
If you really can't figure it out, just switch to another account for now.
Tell your fans you're going fishing in the pond, and our technical team will update the system. It should be fixed within 24 hours.
Seeing the intermediary's response, Lu Shifu couldn't help but sigh. It seems like there's no other option.
Immediately, he shut off his phone and returned to the live stream.
Guys, my account's ranking is too high, so I keep encountering cheaters. I've already reported this issue to the official team. I won't be using this account for now.
I'll buy a new one and take you all fishing in the pond today.
How about that? Hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone agreed.
Anyway, it's just watching, and fishing in the fish pond is super fun.
With Lu Shifu's skills, wouldn't he be able to win easily in a lower tier match?
If you can't kill 30 people in this match, that would be a waste of your talent.
Newbies, feel the fear of being dominated by Lu Shifu. I can't wait to see you go on a killing spree.
So, under everyone's watchful eyes,
Master Lu directly purchased a new account on the spot. Logged into the game and started a new game.
This time, he had no cheats whatsoever and went on a rampage, slaughtering everyone in a single match. After the match, he single-handedly took down at least 5 teams. The number of lone players he killed was countless. At least 30 kills. The chat messages and gifts in the livestream haven't stopped since he killed over 20 people. The number of people in his livestream also surged past 300,000. The popularity of this livestream can now rival that of top streamers with millions of followers. As more people keep pouring in, the more tips he receives. Listening to the fans' praise in the chat. At that moment, Lu Shifu felt on top of the world. Without hesitation, he immediately started the next game. But this time, he had just boarded the plane. Little did he know that the next second. A loud bang. He, along with all the other players on the spaceship, crashed to the ground and were instantly eliminated. Lu Shifu? What the heck? Who activated the full map instant kill cheat? They killed everyone before even starting the battle? This game has absolutely no gameplay at all. Instantly, Lu Shifu snapped back to reality, his face now filled with frustration. Guys, it looks like I've run into another cheater again. The developers really need to step up. They promised to crack down on cheats in the game, but it's still like this? And it's not just me, the cheats in this game are getting more and more out of control, right? Seeing Lu Shifu get killed mid-air. The audience was also completely baffled. They immediately joined Master Lu in venting their frustration at the game. This stupid game ruined my youth. Is the official team really doing a good job of banning cheaters? That can't be right. I just went to another streamer's livestream and I didn't encounter this situation. You don't know anything. Lu Shifu must have been set up by the Capital. Who told him to play the game so well? Damn it. Capital, you've won. Under the eager gaze of countless viewers, Lu Shifu's heart sank slightly. A bad thought suddenly crossed his mind. But he had only just started streaming today. If he were to end the stream now, he would definitely be criticized for it. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to restart the game, silently praying to himself. Please, no more glitches. This time, it seemed like fate was on his side. Finally, the players in this game seemed much more normal, though only relatively so. Lu Shifu quickly flew into a building and began searching for supplies. Soon, he found a set of gear. Just then, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the building. Through his vision, he noticed a player heading toward him. Instantly, a smile appeared on his face, and he hurriedly addressed the viewers in the livestream. Guys! I heard someone's footsteps outside the building. I'll ambush him at the door. If he comes in, I'll give him a big surprise. Hearing Lu Shifu's words, the viewers in the livestream immediately became excited. Immediately, everyone watched as Lu Shifu stood at the door. They were ready to wait for the person outside to enter. But then, the person outside seemed to have anticipated Lu Shifu's actions and stopped right at the door. Master Lu? What's going on? Why isn't he moving? Little did he know that the other person's next words would enrage him to no end. There he stood, calm and composed, outside the house. Can you guess what happened? He just wouldn't go inside. He even had the nerve to chat with Master Lu. Brother, stop pretending. I know you're inside the door. Master Lu. Hey! Still pretending? Do you really think I don't know you can see through walls? I noticed you the moment I came over. Your eyes followed my body instinctively, didn't they? But your technique isn't good enough. You're no match for me. Let me show you how to hit the target from a distance. After saying that, the person outside the door punched the door. Instantly, a large chunk of health dropped from Lu Shifu's head. Master Lu? This is bad. He's encountered a fellow professional. And he's not even trying to act. Chapter 166, Master Lu, didn't cheat. Upon hearing the other person's words, Master Lu's face turned bright red. His biggest secret had been exposed, and his face turned pale and then red in an instant. Without a word, he opened the door and was about to take down the person who had exposed his secret. But the next moment, his armor was pierced by the other person. His health bar dropped to 0 in an instant. After he fell to the ground, the other person even let out a mocking laugh. Come on, buddy, if you're not good, practice more. Next time, remember to buy a better cheat code, like this one I bought for $100, the telekinetic attack cheat. Before Lu Shifu could even start cursing, the opponent directly knocked him out with a single punch. Lu Shifu. Hearing the taunt, he completely lost his composure. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, after hearing the previous exchange, were all left speechless. A group of people looked at Lu Shifu with puzzled expressions. Their expressions had shifted from initial enthusiasm to skepticism and scrutiny. They suddenly calmed down. Did you hear what that person just said? He said Lu Shifu was cheating? That can't be true, right? After all, he's a big streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. But doesn't that seem a bit extreme? A newbie fishing in a pond and killing over 30 people? Now that I think about it, it does seem a bit unreasonable. Exactly. Even the fans said in an interview that it's impossible to kill that many people. Could Master Lu really be cheating? Give me my money back. You bastard, you staged all of this, didn't you? In an instant, Lu Shifu's live stream exploded with chaos. Everyone began speculating whether he was really cheating. As the situation turned against him, he began to lose control.
A look of panic flashed across Lu Shifu's face. Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, he shouted loudly. Guys! I'm a professional streamer. How could I possibly cheat? That's unethical and dishonest. You've been my loyal fans all along, watching me rise from nothing. Don't you trust my skills? I'm putting it out there today, Lu Shifu did not cheat. If I'm cheating, I'll take your last name. I'll have sons without a decent life. I'll go to Chengdu to be a male model. Everyone. Hearing Lu Shifu make such a vow. The live stream, which had been filled with anger just moments ago, fell silent for a moment. However, the chat messages in the live stream continued to flash with messages of distrust toward him. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, a flash of helplessness and anger flickered in his eyes. A bunch of troublemakers. I've sworn so solemnly, and you still don't trust me? He snorted coldly and spoke directly. Guys, since you don't trust me, I'll go file an official complaint right now. I'll make sure they ban that cheater and clear my name. That's all for today's live stream. I'm signing off now. Without waiting for anyone else to react, he quickly ended the stream. Thinking about the cheater who had just exposed him, he slammed his headphones down and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! That guy is such a jerk. Is he trying to ruin my livelihood? Then, Lucia ran over to the agency, still cursing under his breath. He unleashed a tirade at the other person. Brother, didn't you say your cheat was 100% undetectable? You ruined my live stream. Do you know that? How are you going to compensate me? What kind of crappy cheat is this? Give me my money back. Hearing Lucia's words, the cheat seller was also completely baffled. However, the other party was also very defiant. Seeing Lu Shifu berate him like this, he let out a dismissive cold laugh. When you had fans and money, you were the boss, you could say whatever you wanted. Now that you're a cheat who has been exposed, you still dare to act so arrogant? This is like turning on the lights in the bathroom. Are you looking for trouble? Bro, didn't I tell you? If you get banned, I'll definitely refund your money. But your account isn't banned, is it? Your moves are so lame I don't even want to talk about them. Do you think you're some kind of patriot? Killing 30 people at a time? What are you trying to pull? I'm really fed up. You're the one who exposed yourself, and you're blaming me? Get lost. Don't let me see you, or I'll expose you. Lu Shifu. I'm so frustrated. After being berated by the broker, he grew even more furious. He then posted 2 short essays on Weibo late at night. One was a statement clarifying that he hadn't cheated. The other was a complaint against Manga game for their inaction, allowing so many cheaters to appear in the game. Every game was filled with cheaters, making the game unplayable. If the developers keep this up, it's over. After writing a lengthy essay of several hundred words, he finally felt satisfied. He then began secretly contacting other intermediaries, hoping to find a more stable cheat. Shortly after Lu Shifu posted that short essay, the entire Weibo platform was immediately engulfed in a storm of chaos. It was like the battle cry had been sounded. Hordes of paid commenters began to speak out in support of Lu Shifu. They joined in condemning the chaos caused by cheats both inside and outside the game. Even some big and small streamers joined Lu Shifu in his stance. Family, who understands this? Playing a game and it's all cheaters. My mindset is shattered. If the developers don't do something about this, the game is unplayable. I used to really like Transformers Battle Royale, but if they keep this up, I don't think it's worth continuing. Just shut it down. The worst game of the year, Transformers Battle Royale. I just don't get it. How can anyone still play such a terrible game? Doesn't it make you feel sick? Watching streamers and players voice their opinions. The online responses showed a severe divide. Watching the streamers' complaints, ordinary players are completely confused. Weird, are you really playing the same game as us? I've been playing for ages and haven't encountered a single cheater. Ha, you're probably a paid troll, right? Me too. After the official anti-cheat mechanism was activated, I didn't encounter a single cheater today either. Ha, Capital has won. There are really paid commenters everywhere. Don't you feel guilty saying that? Are you sure they're all cheaters? I haven't encountered a single one. The online discussion immediately split into 2 opposing camps. One group claims the game environment is great and supports the new version. However, a small group of people are constantly bashing the new game and Transformers Battle Royale on Weibo. The 2 different responses left many unaware netizens confused. The buzz continued for several days. Even Lu Shifu has become a hero in the fight against the new game. Some game companies even publicly condemned the new game, accusing them of inaction. In response, Lu Ming, the man behind the scenes, watched the farce unfold with a smug smile. Seeing that the time was right, he finally turned to the operations team and said, "It's time to close the net. Release the prepared announcement." Chapter 167, The True Servant of the People. Just as netizens were growing increasingly heated over the issue of whether the official authorities were taking action against cheaters. On that day, after remaining silent for a long time, the game finally addressed all players and netizens. Dear players,
In response to multiple reports today regarding the use of cheats both within and outside the game, Manhwa has implemented a special anti-cheat ban mechanism. Any players found to be using cheats will be immediately reported, and upon confirmation, they will be sent to a special server for further education. Additionally, we will collaborate with live streaming platforms such as Douyin, Douyu, and Bilibili to conduct a joint cleanup campaign. Any ill-gotten gains obtained by streamers using cheats in the game will be recovered, and their live streaming accounts will be permanently banned.
Upon the announcement of Manhwa's statement,
it immediately caused a huge stir across the entire live streaming community. Those streamers who had been bragging about the rampant cheating in the game just a few days ago. Upon seeing the announcement, they all felt as though they had been hit with a ton of bricks. They never imagined that Manhwa would take such a bold step. Those who had been shouting the loudest earlier. Weren't they essentially admitting that they were asking to be punished? When the tide recedes, everyone finally sees who's been running around naked. Instantly, countless players burst into laughter. Holy crap! Manhwa's move was way too ruthless. This is like raising poisonous insects. That Lu Shifu who was shouting the loudest, along with Momi, Yu Tiao, and Dagwenren, aren't they all confessing their own guilt? Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Is voluntarily stepping on a landmine okay? I knew it. There's no way someone could kill 10 or 20 people so easily every time.
It was all acting. Damn Lu Shifu, I even gave him money. I spit on him. To be honest, that guy really acted convincingly. I was fooled by him too. Suddenly, those netizens who had been holding back from commenting. After the official confirmation,
everyone suddenly realized where they should stand this time. A group of people rushed into the live streams of those streamers who had insisted they weren't cheating. Using a teasing tone, they asked the streamers who had repeatedly claimed they weren't cheating.
Bro, the official confirmation is out, and you're still saying you didn't cheat? You encounter so many cheaters in every game, don't you have any self-awareness? How could you kill everyone so easily before? If you're not cheating, how would you do that? This is ridiculous. You dare to repeat what you said earlier about not using cheats? If you do, I'll at least respect you as a man. In an instant, the live streams of those cheating streamers were flooded with reports. Among them were even some veteran streamers. Some former FPS game streamers were previously playing FPS games developed by other companies. They joined the platform due to the popularity of Transformers Battle Royale. They wanted to quickly capitalize on the game's popularity. Without solid technical skills, it seems like cheating is the only option left. Among them, it's hard to say there's no support from their former employers. What they don't realize is, every gift from fate has already been secretly priced. Those who once boasted about how great they were are now retiring on the spot. Many have simply gone offline and started over with a new account. Of course, there are also some streamers who have reaped the benefits of this wave and simply cannot let go of their cash cow accounts. They continue to act as if nothing has happened, with no shame or remorse. For example, Lu Shifu. When Lu Shifu woke up, he felt like his world was collapsing. He never imagined that just yesterday, he was still a budding streamer. Now he'd become a rat everyone was shrieking about. But he had worked so hard to achieve his current status, with fans sending him gifts. Plus, the money in his live streaming account hadn't been withdrawn yet, and he was truly desperate. With no other choice, he reluctantly decided to start streaming again. This shameless behavior even shocked the netizens who knew he had been cheating. So this time, as the center of attention in this incident, he had just started streaming, and his live stream was immediately flooded with countless fans, breaking his previous record for the highest number of viewers in his live stream. Hey! Isn't that my son? He's streaming today? What do you mean my son? This is clearly my son. He said in the live stream 2 days ago that he would take my surname. Family members, I'm so embarrassed. My son is so young and doesn't know any better. He's copying others and cheating. I'm sorry to everyone. Lu Shifu, you dare to say that again? What did you say last time? Me? Lu Shifu? I absolutely did not cheat. I thought Lubu was already impressive enough, but now there's a commoner's servant here. Get lost. Refund the money. Just as Lu Shi predicted. As soon as he logged on, he was bombarded with insults from the live stream viewers. Everyone even publicly called him a commoner's slave. Back when he promised in the live stream that if he cheated, he'd take everyone's last name, he ended up making a self-fulfilling prophecy. Watching him act like a clown and still dare to stream. All the viewers were amused. Facing the constant insults, Lu Shifu didn't say a word, he simply blocked their accounts. Given the trend of the insults, he doesn't need to do anything else today, just keep banning people. At this moment, in order to make enough money to flee, he didn't care about his reputation anymore. He gave a cold laugh and started ranting at the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, the innocent will be cleared. I, Lu Shifu, have not cheated. This is all a conspiracy by the newcomers. They're just jealous of my talent. I've been set up by the capital. If you don't believe me, that is fine. After all, those who know, know. Just wait and see.
In a few days, I'll send a cease and desist letter to the newcomers and demand compensation for mental distress.
Everyone. Hearing Lu Shifu's shameless remarks.
Everyone was stunned by his shameless behavior.
Everyone just stared at each other in disbelief. Who would have thought someone could be so despicable?
Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who had already fired the first shot, slowly revealed a deep smile on his face. Watching the online public opinion begin to shift, he immediately turned to the operations team and said, "Alright, it's time to fire our second shot." The next day, the developers unexpectedly released another announcement. To all players who have not used cheats, we have detected that some players are dissatisfied with our cheat detection and ban mechanism, insisting that they have not used cheats. After deliberation by headquarters, we have decided to invite a special team to conduct a live public test on site. In the coming days, Manhwa will collaborate with the Junlin Guild as participants in the first national championship of Transformers Battle Royale. We welcome players who insist they have not used cheats to come and challenge us.
Successful challengers will have their accounts unblocked. This event will remain valid until May 1st. Chapter 168, Three Swords. As soon as Manhwa's second announcement was released,
those streamers who had dared to boast a little earlier suddenly fell silent.
Are you kidding? That's the Emperor's army. They were indeed overconfident, but how could they possibly stand a chance against the other side? Can't tell the difference between the big and small kings?
In an instant, the streamers who were still trying to hold their ground were hit with a second wave of criticism from netizens.
Hey, aren't you the brave one?
If you're so tough, go solo against the Junlin war team.
Hey, you're killing 20 people in every match. Go challenge the fans.
Dude, this is your chance to prove yourself.
Take down the fans, and you'll be the captain of the Junlin team. Ha, keep pretending. Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep up this act.
In the live stream, countless viewers were exploding with comments.
This time, even Lu Shifu couldn't take it anymore.
With a grim expression, he looked at the screen filled with commoners' slaves.
He was about to snap back.
Brothers, I don't need these things to prove myself.
The innocent will be cleared.
If you don't believe me, don't watch my live stream. I detected traces of illegal cheat software.
Your live stream has been automatically banned.
To reopen your live stream, please prove you haven't used illegal cheat software.
During this period, your account and account funds will be inaccessible. Just as Lu Shi was still ranting. Little did he know that the next second, in his stunned disbelief, his live stream was suddenly banned by the platform. The cleanup campaign initiated by Manhwa and major live streaming platforms has officially taken effect. The platform naturally doesn't bother with the small-time streamers. But for big streamers like Lu Shifu, they had to be crushed outright. After all, the platform isn't short on streamers. And Lu Shifu and his crew are just tools used by the platform to attract traffic. In the past, when faced with these tools that could bring users to their platform, the platform would naturally be reluctant to let them go. But the clever part is in the second notice released by Manhwa. Manhwa's latest announcement not only serves as a strong rebuke to those who have been causing trouble, but also informs all players of an important matter. That is, Transformers Battle Royale has officially confirmed the launch of its professional esports competition. With top-tier teams like Junlin participating, the first championship is sure to be highly anticipated.
Additionally, with the arrival of major teams and clubs like Junlin on the platform, there's no need to guess the platform is sure to attract countless new users in the coming months.
This is the result of the deal between Lu Ming and the platform. The platform didn't hesitate, acting swiftly and decisively to take down those cheaters. Not only did they eliminate these toxic elements, but they also don't have to settle the fees for the streams they worked so hard on. Absolutely delicious. Killing two birds with one stone. As the chicken used to make an example of others, Master Lu was executed on the spot. Seeing this, Lu Shifu was completely dumbfounded. His expression quickly changed. He hurried to the live stream's backstage to check. Sure enough, just as the official statement had stated, the tens of thousands he had painstakingly saved in the backend were now completely inaccessible. In an instant, despite the pressure from so many viewers and the online arguments, he didn't cry. But upon realizing he couldn't withdraw even a small amount of money, this man with a face as thick as a city wall was speechless. Wow. Damn you, Manhwa. Damn you, platform. My money. This is all the money I've worked so hard to scam and cheat people out of. My blood, sweat, and tears, wah. He angrily wanted to smash his monitor, but thought better of it. He glanced at his mechanical keyboard. Hold back. This was a reward I bought for myself with thousands of dollars. The mouse that cost hundreds too. Hold back. Finally, he looked at his cheap gaming desk and kicked it to pieces. Gaming desk. You little loser, can't afford it, can you? You don't have the skills. With Lu Ming's two swift blows, the cheat issue that had plagued the newbie for so many days was finally resolved. The official hardware ban technology can directly record hardware information such as the motherboard, CPU, and network card MAC address. Once a computer has used a cheat, All subsequent account logins will be automatically assigned to the God Mode server. This means that if anyone dares to use cheats in an internet cafe, they will be immediately detected and the internet cafe owner will take drastic action. After all, the entire internet cafe uses a single network card. If the hardware is banned by the official servers, the entire internet cafe will be unable to play Transformers Battle Royale. Given how popular this game is, if the internet cafe can't offer this game, the losses would be enormous. This crackdown has effectively eliminated any chance of cheating in the future. The executives of those game companies, seeing that Lu Ming could still turn things around despite everything, they're all grinding their teeth in frustration. Wow! This kid is really tough to beat. Is this what they call a genius? This hardware-based ban technology is pretty impressive. Good for him. He was probably waiting for this buzz. Not only did it not harm his company, but it actually boosted its popularity? What the hell is going on? Useless. Are the people in the tech department just there to collect a paycheck? What's the point of having you? Watching the budding talent continue to thrive. The executives were so flustered they were red in the face. They've tried every trick in the book to take down the budding startup, yet it's still thriving so effortlessly? So many people working together can't even take it down. Doesn't that make them look like complete failures? But this isn't even the most despairing part. Because next, Lu Ming's third move is about to strike. After resolving the cheating issues within the game, Lu Ming immediately set off for Eagle and Neon. During this time, after months of anticipation, Transformers Thunderfleet had finally been released, and had already caused quite a stir among foreign children. Let's not even talk about the children. Middle school students and adults have also heard about or seen Transformers to some extent during this time. Riding this wave of momentum, Lu Ming unleashed his ultimate move. He brought the latest toy models produced by Qinghe Toys and headed straight to the United States. While selling toys, he also took the opportunity to inspect Qinghe's new factory there. The new factory manager was none other than Su Dongfeng's son, Su Xiaodong. The young man is highly capable. Not only did he acquire a legitimate toy manufacturing plant within budget, but he also managed to stabilize the workforce at the factory. It won't be long before the branch factory here can officially start operations. However, Lu Ming's instructions were not limited to toy production alone. They are also tasked with producing a batch of special custom-made toys. The toys themselves remain unchanged, but they are now equipped with a special code. These codes are none other than game redemption codes for Transformers Battle Royale. These custom-made toys will then be sent to game streamers across the country as rewards for completing surveys. With this move, Qinghe directly leveraged a few low-cost toys. Help Transformers Battle Royale indirectly attract a wave of new players. As long as one game streamer is willing to stream, that's a surefire way to make money. This is way more cost-effective than spending hundreds of thousands or even millions on local media to drive traffic. Chapter 169, Summer. This time, I'm going to make a killing. Eagle time at 8 a.m. Lu Ming, who flew in during the day, guess what? It's morning here again. After getting off the plane, he stretched lazily, looking completely unfatigued. After all, if Qinghe Toys can be established here in Eagle Sauce, then this place wouldn't just gain an additional sales channel and market, but the dividends he'd receive in the future would also increase significantly. Just thinking about the money he could make then filled his heart with joy. Arriving in a town in one of Eagle's states. This is a century-old toy factory. The original owner's ancestors were shoemakers, and after 3 generations, they finally established the factory. However, with the current economic downturn, fewer people are interested in toys, and the owner no longer sees a future in continuing the business. After selling the factory to Su Xiaodong, he went to become a farmer. The equipment and workers from the original factory were all taken over by Su Xiaodong. When Lu Ming and Xia Tian arrived, they were like typical Americans. They were already enjoying bagels and coffee. Meanwhile, Xia Tian had somehow ended up with a pile of high-calorie foods like hot dogs, hamburgers, and tacos in her hands. With her mouth full of sauce, she had no presence whatsoever when she approached. When Su Xiaodong saw her coming over with Lu Ming, his first thought was, could she be Lu Ming's beautiful secretary? Lu Ming must have something going on. Next time he hires a secretary, he'll have to find one who meets Lu Zhong's standards. As Lu Ming approached, Su Xiaodong immediately greeted him enthusiastically and began introducing the situation here. At the same time, he pulled out the Transformers sample for mold testing. After glancing at the toy's packaging and giving it a quick once-over, he tore open one of the toys and opened the mysterious redemption code inside. After confirming that everything was in order inside, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Good. What about the online survey you were supposed to conduct with the live streamers on those platforms? Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Everything is already taken care of. The moment they entered their addresses, we had already sent our toys over. Additionally, as per your request, we've identified several top local game streamers for testing. Su Xiaodong not only excelled in completing the tasks assigned by Lu Ming, he also arranged the follow-up matters in an orderly manner. This made Lu Ming even more satisfied with him. He gently patted his shoulder and then smiled at Xia Tian beside him. Mr. Xia, Su Xiaodong shows great potential. We can't let him work for Manhwa for nothing, can we? I suggest that while he serves as factory director at Eagle Sauce, he also takes on a consulting role at Menger, earning double the salary. What do you think? The salary should be based on the highest European standards. I have no objections. Taking a bite of the juicy burger, Xia Tian nodded without even looking up. This left Su Xiaodong, who had been flattering Lu Ming, speechless. Wait. You're the boss, aren't you? You're the boss and you're eating so much, this is embarrassing for me. Although Su Xiaodong was Su Dongfeng's son, he had never worked at Qinghe before. Plus, after graduating from high school, he came to Eagle Sauce, so he knew even less about the Xia family. Seeing his father's former employer, he never expected the Xia family would send someone directly from the main branch. In response, Xia Tian simply waved it off nonchalantly. It's fine. I'm not in charge anyway. Just follow Lu Ming's instructions. After speaking, he took another bite of his taco. Then, with a slightly dazed expression, he blinked at Lu Ming. Do you have any Coke? Yes. John. Go get some Coke. The strongest one. Never mind. Just buy a little of every flavor. Let Xiaozong drink until he is happy before we leave. Upon learning that Xia was the real boss, he immediately shifted his flattery toward him. Lu Ming merely chuckled and said nothing more. He also knew that with a big boss watching, the employees would feel uncomfortable. After confirming that the other party wasn't a complete fool and actually had some useful skills, he handed the matter over to Su Xiaodong. Of course, when it came to finance, they still relied on their own people from Longhua. After all, the accounts must not be mishandled. Once everything was wrapped up here, he didn't linger with Xia Tian. Lu Ming let out a long breath and smiled at Xia Tian beside him. How about it, sweetheart? Since we're in Eagle Town, why not have something nice to eat before you go? To his surprise, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. What? You're not going to keep working? You've changed your ways, you silly goose. Well, everything that needed to be done is done. The rest is up to fate. Though he spoke so casually, Xia Tian merely rolled his eyes. Then she spoke just as shockingly. Since that is the case, let us fly back to Longhua. I've already booked a restaurant in Magic City. There is a new Shandong cuisine restaurant that just opened. Hey, you don't want to stay for dinner? Are you sick or something? I thought you'd eat like a pig once you got here. Seeing that Xia Tian didn't choose to stay. This time, it was Lu Ming who was taken aback. With his lazy, greedy, and cunning personality, there was no reason he wouldn't stay to taste the local cuisine before leaving. But Summer just snorted disdainfully, looking arrogant. Hey! Don't underestimate me. Do you think I got my MBA degree from somewhere else? I've already had enough of this place. Let us go. There is nothing good to eat here. The few burgers and fried chicken I've had, I've already eaten them all. After all these years, the taste is still so weird. It's either too sweet or too spicy. I have no idea what those foreigners' taste buds are like. It's just weird. As he spoke, an excited smile crept onto Summer's face. Because Menger Company had been doing well recently. In Xia Tian's view, Lu Ming's focus had been on Manhwa Company during this period. As for the other three companies, he definitely didn't have the time to manage them. And Lu Ming, just a few days ago, had actually suggested to her that they open a branch factory in Eagle Sauce. Such a shocking proposal. How much money will that cost? Will those two companies even make a profit? It's definitely impossible. So on Summer's side, she didn't even hesitate and immediately agreed to Lu Ming's request. And with a wave of his hand, he approved $5 million for Lu Ming. If all of this is included in the task settlement, she could get a rebate of billions. Just thinking about it made Summer's mood soar with excitement. What? Eat white people's food? Put. Not even a dog would eat that. With my status, forget about Michelin or Black Pearl. From now on, I'll only rinse my mouth with Buddha jumps over the wall. Every meal will be a full banquet. After finishing his burger, he headed straight to the newly opened Shandong restaurant in Shanghai and ordered a feast. Scallion braised sea cucumber start with a meter-long serving. Abalone and abalone sauce 1 whole abalone, 10 pieces. Millet stewed with sea cucumber and shark's fin, 20 bowls to soothe my throat. Red snapper 2 pounds is too small, she wants 20 pounds, enough to satisfy her craving. Just as he was indulging in the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy during the summer. Little did they know that the system's notification sound would finally ring out. Before she knew it, 2 weeks had passed. The system finally remembered to give her a rebate. Summer, this time, I'm going to make a fortune. Chapter 170, I didn't make a single penny, and I even wasted my time. Ding. 2 weeks have ended, investment settlement in progress. Agent, Lu Ming. Investment projects, Transformers, Thunder Fleet, Transformers, Battle Royale, Qinghe Toy Factory Eagle Branch. Investment amount, 822.69 million. Return multiple, 10x.
Investment returns, 1,984,230,000.
Congratulations! You have received a system rebate of 0.0000000 yuan. Summer.
Seeing the long string of 0 at the end of the system,
Summer counted them over and over again from end to beginning.
after confirming that every single digit was a 0 from start to finish, she was completely dumbfounded.
No way? Where's my money? My little money. You system, you scammed me out of my money. No. I invested over 800 million. How could I possibly make a profit? Still refusing to believe it, she checked the investment returns again. That's when she realized.
The investment returns weren't over 100 million, but
Over 1.9 billion? Summer, what? What's going on here? How can this be so profitable? Lu Ming, you're crazy.
on the plane, she stared blankly at the investment settlement notification on the system.
Then she looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. What have you been up to lately? How many games did you sell? His girlfriend's question caught Lu Ming off guard.
It seemed he hadn't expected her to bring up work-related matters. After a long pause, Lu Ming began to calculate with his fingers. I haven't done much, really. Besides the animation and factory work, it's mostly the game. Speaking of which, the sales for Transformers Battle Royale have been pretty good. That's all thanks to our promotional live streams a few days ago and the free card giveaway event, which gave our game a huge boost in exposure. In just 2 weeks, our game's user base surpassed 20 million. The single game price is 98, and if we factor in the toys we gave away, plus the animation rights sold to Eagle and Neon, let me calculate our net profit. At this point, Lu Ming began to calculate.
The result left even this seasoned veteran speechless. Before Lu Ming could speak, Xia Tian couldn't help but interrupt. 1.9 billion? Wow.
Now I believe your MBI degree certificate wasn't just for show your calculation speed is too fast. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, looking at Xia Tian with a hint of surprise. That little brain was spinning pretty fast, clearly a sharp mind.
Xia Tian.
Instantly, she slumped against the first-class cabin sofa, her eyes filled with despair.
Who among my family understands this?
Her boyfriend made billions just by playing a game.
Is this even a number humans are supposed to earn? Thinking of this, Summer felt a wave of heartbreak.
She suddenly realized she had made another fatal mistake.
That was,
she had made the decision to let Lu Ming set up a branch factory in Eagle Town way too early. If she had postponed the decision to open the factory to the next investment project,
they might have ended up losing money. Now she had seriously underestimated Lu Ming's capabilities.
Based on Lu Ming's past experience, she thought his game would make a couple of 100 million at most.
It wasn't even worth mentioning.
Who could have imagined that Lu Ming would use animation to build hype, then livestream giving away luxury cars to create even more buzz? He directly propelled Transformers Battle Royale to the pinnacle of success. In just 2 weeks, the game sold 2 million copies.
Every gamer in Manhwa, let alone having one each. But among FPS gamers, almost everyone has bought Transformers Battle Royale. It's absolutely insane. No way. How did you manage to make so much money?
Looking at Lu Ming with a face full of sorrow and anger, Xia Tian couldn't breathe from the pain, silently canceling the lobster, abalone, and sea cucumber he had just ordered. Then he saw the phone notification. If he cancelled the order now, he'd have to pay a 30% deposit.
Deposit 10,000. Xia Tian.
Instantly, she found herself torn between eating this meal and not eating it at all. At that moment, she wished she could slap herself.
Stupid mouth. How could you be so greedy?
As for Lu Ming, he had no idea his girlfriend was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. So he simply smiled and began to rub salt into the wound.
How about it, baby? I did a great job on this mission, didn't I? You must have made a lot of money, right? Summer. Remember what you promised me earlier?
If you take over the 3 factories and make money, you'll agree to a pretty unreasonable request of mine.
Cough cough, just to be clear, I'm not exactly a saint. Summer. What a guy. So I didn't make a single penny, and I just worked for free, right? Are you a devil? You bastard, Lu Ming. You're the real capitalist dog. Give me peanuts. Give me peanuts.
Suddenly, tears of regret welled up in Xia Tian's eyes. She put on the airplane eye mask and pretended to sleep, refusing to acknowledge Lu Ming.
Little did she know that the next second. Hey! We're on a plane. Don't get physical in public. What are you afraid of?
There are only 2 seats in first class, and it's just the 2 of us. After saying that, Lu Ming directly bit down on Xia Tian's cherry red lips. Her already rosy cheeks turned even redder and juicier.
With one bite. This kiss tastes like a hamburger. Summer tried to remove the blindfold, but Lu Ming grabbed it and pulled it back. Don't. I like wearing the blindfold.
As the plane slowly descended, Lu Ming stepped off the plane looking refreshed and alert. Beside him was Summer, her face flushed red, clutching his waist tightly.
But Lu Ming wasn't just anyone. He has got strong kidneys. It didn't hurt at all. With a little bit of fun from the plane, he felt even closer to Xiatian. Upon arriving at the airport parking lot, he voluntarily offered to drive Xiatian. The two were about to head to the restaurant Xiatian had booked. Little did they know, the next moment, Summer's phone suddenly rang. Opening the phone, Summer, who had been blushing shyly, suddenly furrowed her brows slightly. Seeing her expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. "What is wrong? Grandpa is calling us. He wants us to go to Xia's mansion together. It seems like there's a meeting or something. Now. Right. Should we eat first or go home first? Let us eat first. If we're late, we'll have to pay an extra service fee." Lu Ming? After the two of them had eaten their fill, they arrived at the Xia family's house. As soon as they arrived, they saw that the Xia family's dining room was already in an uproar. At that moment, everyone from the Xia family had gathered, seemingly waiting for Lu Ming and Xiatian. They had been made to wait nearly 2 hours for no reason. The resentment in the air was enough to revive a demon sword immortal. However, Xiatian sat calmly beside his grandfather and spoke casually. "Sorry for the delay. Grandfather, when will dinner be served? Also, Fu Bo, please get a chair for Lu Ming and have him sit next to me." Lu Ming. You still want to eat? Chapter 171, coming to settle the score. At that moment, the Xia family members looked at Xiatian with strange expressions. "I don't know why, but I just feel that she's particularly brave today." Lu Ming, however, quietly sat down next to Xiatian. He watched as she ordered another plate of crab roe shrimp noodles. This made him unable to resist glancing at Xiatian's abdomen for a moment longer. It was still flat and smooth. Is her stomach connected to Doraemon's pocket? How could she possibly fit so much in there? The other members of the Xia family, including Xia Miao, were now glaring at Xiatian with hostile expressions. Xiatian's second uncle, Xia Miao, stood up abruptly, as if he had discovered some incriminating evidence, slamming his hand on the table. "Xiatian, you're getting more and more daring. You didn't even tell us you were opening a company overseas? A money-losing business like Qinghe Toys, and you're actually thinking of opening a branch company? Even in Eagle Town? Tell me, are you trying to transfer assets and flee to the Eagle State?" Xia Miao started with the heavy artillery. Clearly, he had obtained information from somewhere about Qinghe Toys opening a branch overseas. The other second-generation members of the Xia family remained silent. But their faces all betrayed a smug expression of certainty. After all, a company that loses billions every year, just the maintenance costs for the equipment alone are a huge expense. How could it possibly have the funds to open an overseas branch factory? There must be some shady deal going on here. The old man standing nearby didn't say a word, but his face now bore a questioning expression. Clearly, he also wanted to know why his beloved granddaughter had made such a bold decision. Seeing the look of shock on Xiatian's face, Xia Miao's expression grew even more smug. He suddenly extended 5 fingers and shouted loudly. $5 million. Do you have any idea what that means? That's almost the total quarterly profit of Qinghe Entertainment. Such a large amount of foreign capital flowing in, don't you find that curious? And I checked, Qinghe Toys hasn't received any orders recently. In this situation with no orders, you're still going overseas to set up a company? What are your true intentions? Xia Miao's words were spoken with great force. It was as if he had been watching Xiatian's every move. Due to his excessive excitement, his facial expression had become slightly distorted. The other members of the Xia family remained silent, but they all looked at Xiatian with skeptical expressions. As for Xiatian, slippery. He was already focused on slurping his noodles and hadn't even heard his uncle speak. The Xia family. Seeing his second uncle left standing there, his nose gradually turned red. Lu Ming cleared his throat softly and nudged Xiatian. Your uncle is asking you a question. Should we respond before continuing to eat? Huh? Isn't this just like our usual family meeting? What did he say? Xia Miao. Seeing Xia Miao's expression gradually turn a bit flushed, Xiatian finally elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. Looking up, she saw her uncle glaring at her and couldn't help but find it amusing. "Uncle, are you done? Should I go ahead and say a few words first?" "Oomph." Xia Miao, who had been ignored by Xiatian, snorted coldly, using her silence to express her displeasure at not being acknowledged. In response, Summer just rolled her eyes, thinking her uncle was truly childish. Seeing that everyone seemed to be paying attention to the issue, she nodded casually and said, "Uncle is right. I just acquired a toy factory from Eagle, and as Uncle mentioned, I spent a full $50 million on it." Wow! Hearing Xiatian admitted herself. Xia Chunsung and the second generation of the Xia family were fine. But the third generation couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Because at their current level, their business transactions rarely exceeded the $1 million mark. How dare they even think of conducting transactions in the billions like Xiatian? She actually spent the entire quarterly profit of Qinghe Entertainment to open a toy factory in Eagle Sauce?
If this were a normal person, no one would believe it was a legitimate toy factory. It looked more like a contingency plan Summer had set up in case she needed to flee.
Wow! Old Six is already this powerful? She's handling transactions in the billions now? But such a large amount of funds being transferred overseas, won't the authorities investigate? Exactly. Spending so much money on a toy factory that doesn't make a profit, is she crazy, or am I? This is going to be tough to explain.
If she can't clarify it, even the old man won't be able to save her. Speaking of which, am I the only one curious where all the money she transferred overseas came from?
A group of people chatted animatedly in whispers.
Meanwhile, they all looked at Xia Tian with strange expressions. As for Xia Miao, she was like a victorious rooster, strutting proudly and glaring at her own niece. Clearly, as long as he could drag her into it, he was willing to use any dirty, underhanded means necessary. Suddenly, Xia Yushu, the usually quiet and reserved uncle, spoke up. His voice was cold as he asked Xia Tian, as if it were a casual inquiry.
Xia Tian, we all believe you haven't done anything wrong, but such a large sum of money being transferred out, shouldn't we discuss this with you first? Additionally, where did you get the money? Did you drain all the funds from the accounts of several companies? Are you feeding your fledgling business by exploiting the 3 companies?
Upon hearing Xia Yushu's words, the other uncles and aunts immediately reacted as well.
This left Lu Ming, who was standing nearby, speechless in awe. Looking at Xia Tian's eldest uncle, he finally realized what it meant when they said, "The dog that bites doesn't bark." Although Xia Tian's second uncle had been the loudest in his outbursts, he had never hit the nail on the head. In contrast, her eldest uncle had immediately zeroed in on the crux of the matter. If Summer had really done that, even the old man wouldn't be able to save her. No wonder even the old man who dotes on Xia most didn't speak up for her today. After all, if Summer had really done that, the Xia family would be facing thousands of unemployed workers. The blow to the Xia family's reputation would be no small matter.
So, his gaze involuntarily turned to his girlfriend, wanting to see how she would explain it.
In response, Xia Tian merely chuckled.
Looking at her uncles and aunts, she shrugged her shoulders slightly. In front of everyone, she finally spoke up.
Regarding this matter, I'll leave it to Lu Ming to answer. I've entrusted everything to him, and he'll explain everything to you later. Lu Ming? So, after all that, it's me who has to take the blame?
Instantly, the Xia family members' expressions toward Lu Ming changed. It felt as though he had been specially selected by the Xia family to be their scapegoat. All he could see was a huge danger character flickering above his head. This caused the second generation of the Xia family, who had just been confident of victory, to furrow their brows slightly, a sense of foreboding beginning to stir in their hearts.
Could Xia Tian have anticipated even this move? He started laying the groundwork during the New Year period?
This woman, she's so cunning.
Chapter 172, The Shocked Xia Family. Should I just say a few words?
Even though his own girlfriend is in trouble, he still has to step in to help. Upon hearing his words, all the Xia family members immediately turned their gaze toward Lu Ming.
Their expressions seemed to ask, "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to speak to us?"
In response, Lu Ming shrugged indifferently before speaking in a calm tone. Regarding the plan to establish an overseas branch factory, it was indeed my suggestion, and the funds transferred overseas were also arranged by me. Hearing Lu Ming so casually admit it, everyone's expressions turned peculiar.
It seemed unclear why Lu Ming would admit it so easily.
Unconsciously, everyone turned to look at Xia Tian with even more puzzled expressions.
Wow! What kind of tricks did she use to make a man willingly take the blame for her? You're a succubus, aren't you?
Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued speaking on his own.
Additionally, regarding Mr. Xiao Miao's claim that Qinghe Toys has no orders, that is incorrect. In fact, Qinghe Toys' largest client is currently our company, Manhwa.
The funds redirected overseas were not obtained by draining the last remaining funds from the 3 companies. On the contrary, we not only didn't touch that money, but we actually increased our investment.
How is that possible? How can a game company be so wealthy? Just based on the few games you've made before? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiao Miao's face immediately betrayed his disbelief.
Clearly, he had already done his research.
Even if you combined the total revenue from the few games that Manhwa had developed so far, raising $50 million in one go would not be an easy task. Even if they could somehow manage it, it would definitely be a major blow to the company. If he were in Xia Tian's position, he would never do such a foolish thing. As for Lu Ming,
after hearing his uncle's words, he merely gave the other man a strange look.
Who said Manhwa is broke?
Mr. Xia Miao, your information seems a bit outdated.
Do you know how many copies we sold of Transformers Battle Royale? 20 million copies. Do you have any idea what that means? That's nearly $2 billion in revenue. Even after deducting the platform's cut, we'd still make over $1 billion. The proposal to establish overseas factories was my idea, because I have great confidence in the Transformers IP. As long as Qinghe Animation can continue to update the animation steadily and create more Autobots and Decepticons, those toy factories will become our cash cows. By then, it won't just be Asia, Europe, North America, South America, Africa, all of them will be our markets. Whoa! After hearing Lu Ming's account, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seemed they hadn't expected Transformers Battle Royale to be so profitable. Manhwa had truly stumbled upon an incredible cash cow this time. Even those not in the gaming industry knew. A popular game IP meant big business. More players, more tournaments, and more money. And now, Transformers Battle Royale is a popular Battle Royale game with 20 million players. 20 billion in sales? That's just the beginning. Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, the few second-generation members of the Xia family, who had previously been confident of victory, immediately looked panicked. Xia Miao couldn't help but question again. That's not right. If the early stages are already so profitable, why did you start a game factory? You could just ignore those factories and let them fail. Why invest money? What if it fails? Hearing Xia Miao's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. I just explained it to you. I believe the Transformers IP will definitely be a hit, which is why I have the confidence to set up factories in the US and secure an early foothold. And at this point, Lu Ming paused briefly before continuing. Who said Qinghe Toy Factory has no orders? Mr. Xia Miao, you might not be aware, but Qinghe Toy Factory's orders are almost at capacity. Thanks to our strategy of giving away toys with games, Qinghe Toy Factory secured a large order from Manhwa. With the momentum from that initial wave, we expect Qinghe Toy Factory to turn a profit this year. What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, even Mr. Xia, who hadn't spoken a word since the beginning, couldn't help but be startled. To be honest, Qinghe Toy Factory was a sore spot for him. He had personally built Qinghe Toys into a successful business. But he had watched helplessly as it declined from glory to obscurity. In the end, Qinghe Toy Factory had become a place he preferred not to mention. He had never imagined that Qinghe Toy Factory could ever turn a profit again. Not only had Mr. Xia never thought of it, but no one in the Xia family had either. Seeing Xia Chunseng looking at Lu Ming with a serious expression, he couldn't help but ask. Are you sure Qinghe Toy Factory has orders? I'm certain. Mr. Su's phone number is saved in my phone. If you don't believe me, I can call him right now to confirm. Facing the old man's skeptical gaze, Lu Ming's response was firm and resolute. Xia Chunseng also didn't hesitate. In front of everyone, he directly pulled out Su Dongfeng's phone number. As the phone rang, it only took 3 rings. Su Dongfeng answered the call immediately. On the other end, Su Dongfeng's voice sounded delighted yet slightly uncertain. Is this the chairman? This is Xiao Su. Hearing Su Dongfeng's voice again after all these years, Xia Chunseng felt a mix of emotions. There was nostalgia, regret, and a few other indescribable emotions. After a long pause, he finally nodded. It's old Su. Time flies, we've both grown old. Hearing Xia Chunseng's words, Su Dongfeng's eyes welled up with tears. Having spent so many years in obscurity, he never imagined that he would be summoned by the chairman again in his lifetime. After exchanging pleasantries over the phone for a moment, Xia Chunseng finally got to the point. I hear that Qinghe Toy Factory has been performing well lately? You've done a great job as factory director. Hearing Xia Chunseng's encouragement, Su Dongfeng didn't rush to take credit this time. Instead, he shook his head with a delighted smile. I dare not take the credit, Chairman. It's all thanks to the manager you sent, Lu. Without his strategies, we wouldn't have been able to secure so many orders all at once. You wouldn't believe it, but the entire Longbo market is now ours. Even many foreigners are placing orders with us for toys. The company's current performance isn't any worse than it was back then. At the same time, I want to thank the chairman for giving my son an opportunity to gain experience by letting him serve as the factory manager of the branch plant. Hearing Su Dongfeng's own admission, the surrounding members of the Xia family, even if they were unwilling to admit it. At that moment, they all looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. It seemed they never expected Su Dongfeng to praise Lu Ming so highly. Xia He, who was standing nearby, was Xia Tian's aunt. Was likely the one most familiar with the situation at Qinghe Toy Factory. After all, this hot potato had been under her name all along. But precisely because she understood, she knew just how terrifying this young man, Lu Ming, truly was. Qinghe Toy Factory was nothing but a cancerous tumor that had grown too large to be cut out. Besides sucking the blood of the Xia family, it has no other use. She had indeed tried other methods before, but they all yielded little result. How come, under the hands of Xia Tian and this young man named Lu Ming, it suddenly gained a new lease on life?